Born with a defective body and pulse, I was treated as a waste in the Beast Taming Sect until I activated a god-level check-in system. Every day I checked in, I could receive heaven-defying rewards, a young golden holy dragon, the celestial mountain, and sea chart. From then on, I revitalized the Beast Taming Sect. Chapter 1. The Last Beast Taming Sect. On the continent of Liang, Qingzhou, at the Beast Taming Sect. Inside a spacious hall, dozens of elders wore anxious expressions. Master, we haven't recruited any new disciples this year. Those disciples with better talents are leaving the sect one after another for the generous offers from other sections. Besides, it's not just the disciples. Even some elders are discussing leaving. The Beast Taming Sect is no longer glorious. With the high-level beasts becoming increasingly scarce on Liang continent, slow growth rate, and beast tamers also having to worry about beasts devouring their masters, its decline is only natural. Master, please think of a solution. The elders turned their gaze toward the young woman seated at the head. She was tall and slender, with an icy and proud face, emanating a powerful aura. She was none other than the new sect leader of the Beast Taming Sect, Qin Ningxue. Qin Ningxue lightly furrowed her elegant brows, sadness clearly visible on her face. Among the thousands of sects in Qingzhou, the Beast Taming Sect once ranked among the top 3. Including all inner and outer sect disciples and elders, the number reached as high as 70,000. Thousands of years passed, and with the drastic decline in the number of beasts across Liang continent, the sect's power had significantly diminished. Furthermore, becoming a beast tamer required incredibly strong spiritual power. Every powerful beast tamer was a genius chosen among thousands. As the beast tamer's cultivation level improved, they gradually gained the upper hand over cultivators of the same level in other disciplines. To put it without exaggeration, a high-level beast tamer could crush 10 or more opponents of the same realm in other professions. However, the cultivation of a beast tamer was slow, requiring an intense focus on beasts, and also came with the danger of the beast devouring its master. Given the same talent, pursuing other professions was much easier than being a beast tamer, making it simpler to become a powerful figure. Gradually, the Beast Taming Sect had fallen into decline, with fewer than 200 people left in the entire sect. We'll have to lower the recruitment standards again, Qin Ningxue sighed, as if aging 10 years in an instant. As the sect leader, the pressure she carried was unimaginable. Sigh, it seems we have no choice, the elders lamented. Every year they lowered the standards for recruiting disciples, but every year they still failed to recruit any new ones. Even offering better conditions than other sects couldn't attract new disciples. Once glorious Beast Taming Sect was slowly fading from people's memory. Perhaps in another 100 years, when the old generation of beast tamers pass away, this profession will disappear entirely into the annals of history. Leaving the hall, Qin Ningxue, as usual, went to the beast feeding peak where the tamed beasts were kept. Xuan, you've worked hard lately. Qin Ningxue waved her hand and tossed out 2 golden pills. Not at all. Chen Yin smiled with delight and swallowed the 2 golden pills without hesitation. Chen Yin was a transmigrant, originally thinking that after arriving in this world he could show off his abilities like a protagonist in novels and conquer the continent. But reality had given him a painful blow. After his transmigration, he had neither parents nor family and nearly died of starvation and dehydration by the roadside, before Qin Ningxue rescued him and brought him back to the Beast Taming Sect. At that moment, Chen Yin believed that his luck had finally turned, and his rise to greatness was imminent. But he ended up discovering that the Beast Taming Sect was merely a declining, low-tier sect with fewer than 200 people, facing the possibility of dissolution at any moment. Adding to Chen Yin's bitter amusement was the fact that while his spiritual power was unique from birth, he suffered from congenital meridian defects, rendering him unable to absorb spiritual energy. In simple terms, he had the potential to become a powerful beast tamer, yet he was unfortunately a useless nobody unable to cultivate. For 3 whole years, Qin Ningxue had tried countless methods to help Chen Yin resolve his meridian defect, but unfortunately, all had failed. Even now, Qin Ningxue refused to give up. Under Qin Ningxue's care and support, Chen Yin took 2 meridian repairing pills weekly and underwent a medicinal bath once a month, all in hopes of fixing his defective meridians. Master, are you troubled again about the sect's matters? Chen Yin asked cautiously. Over these 3 years, even though Chen Yin remained an uncultivatable nobody, no one within the sect looked down on him. Instead, they were all kind and considerate toward him. Without the Beast Taming Sect, without Qin Ningxue, Chen Yin would have long perished on the streets. He always remembered this favor deeply. A small favor deserves a large repayment in return. If he ever had the chance, Chen Yin was determined to repay it. Qin Ningxue sighed deeply, her eyes filled with endless fatigue and bitterness. Her hand gripped Chen Yin's shoulder, and she spoke with meaning. Xuan, if you hadn't been born with those meridian defects, you surely could have become the key figure in reviving the Beast Taming Sect. Anyway, saying more won't help. I'll go rest first. Don't forget your medicinal bath. Qin Ningxue left with these words and turned to leave. Chen Yin didn't answer. Year after year, day after day, Qin Ningxue had not given up yet, but Chen Yin had long since lost hope. Born with innate meridian defects, no method had been able to solve this issue. Ding. The ultimate check-in system is activating. Activation complete. Finding host now. Host, Chen Yin. Age, 19. Talent, defective meridians. Realm, none. Divine beast companion, none. Divine treasure, none. Items, none. As a series of mechanical voices rang out, Yin's face broke into a wild grin. It's here. After waiting for 3 years, my legendary opportunity has finally arrived. Excitedly, Yin raised his head to the sky and roared. In this life, I will surely restore the Beast Taming Sect to its former glory. Ding. Beast Taming Sect check-in completed. Reward, Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a white scroll suddenly appeared out of thin air and landed in Yin's palm. Immediately afterward, detailed information about the Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll flooded into Yin's mind. From the outside, the Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll looked like an ordinary landscape painting of mountains and seas. In reality, it contained a self-contained world filled with abundant spiritual energy. Every beast tamer possessed a spatial ring for temporarily storing their tamed beasts, while ordinary tamed beasts lived freely outside. But with the Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll, tamed beasts could live and cultivate inside, without any limit on the number of creatures. Within the scroll, Yin was the absolute ruler, in full control of the entire world. By pulling powerful Yao beasts into the scroll, he could force them into contracts through overwhelming strength. For a beast tamer, the Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll was undoubtedly an unparalleled treasure. It's just a pity that I was born with defective meridians and cannot absorb spiritual energy. Even if they give me the Tiandao Mountain and Sea Scroll, I still can't make use of it. Yin murmured to himself. I hope the ultimate check-in system can solve my congenital meridian defects. That's right, system, can I check in multiple times at the same location? Yes. Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Yin let out a long sigh of relief. With his current weak cultivation base and having never left the Beast Taming Sect for 3 years, if the check-in location turned out to be too far, he might die on the way before even arriving. The night was slightly chilly. Yin sat alone at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the moonlight as he admired the picturesque mountains and rivers of the Beast Taming Sect. He was waiting for the check-in system to refresh. Chapter 2. Check-in Dragon Chain. Ding. Completion of check-in at Beast Taming Sect. Reward, Young Golden Holy Dragon. Buzz. Golden light flickered, and a young golden holy dragon emerged, small in size, covered all over with golden scales. Its eyes were dazed and adorable, yet a vast dragon aura radiated from within. What's going on? Automatically forming a contract. Yin raised his eyebrows, surprised to find that at some unknown moment, he had actually formed a master-servant bond with the golden holy dragon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary contract, but an extremely domineering and forceful bond. A single casual thought from Yin could determine the golden holy dragon's life or death. Normally, a beast tamer must use spiritual energy to sketch a contract formation in order to form a bond with a beast. Yin was born with broken meridians and couldn't absorb spiritual energy, making formation of such a formation impossible. Roar! The golden holy dragon raised its head and roared to the sky. The domineering dragon cry echoed across the peaks of the Beast Taming Sect. In an instant, all the contracted beasts across the sect fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Everyone, from the sect leader down to the disciples, was awakened by this sound. Heavenly Atlas. Open. Startled, Yin quickly opened the Atlas of mountains and rivers and rushed inside along with the golden holy dragon. In a flash, the man and dragon vanished from the cliffside. Moments after they had left, Qi Ningxue and many elders and disciples arrived. Gazing at the empty cliffside, they looked at each other in confusion. Did you all hear that strange sound earlier? Yes, and that sound came with an extremely powerful pressure. It must have been a beast with incredibly strong bloodline. But why can't we see a trace of it now? Not even the faintest presence can be sensed. Was it just our imagination? They searched around, but found nothing. Inside the world of the Heavenly Atlas, green mountains and clear rivers stretched as far as the eye could see. Birds sang and flowers perfumed the air, while immense spiritual energy filled the land. Yin and the golden holy dragon sat by a stream, staring wide-eyed at each other. Smack! Suddenly, the golden holy dragon knocked Yin to the ground and began to lick his cheeks with a warm, wet tongue, cute and affectionate in demeanor. All right, be a good boy and sit still. Yin stretched his hand out to stroke the golden holy dragon. The dragon's scales were hard and cool, but Qin's heart was filled with joy. As if it understood Yin's words, the golden holy dragon immediately sat still and gazed affectionately at him. Yin smiled, and the dragon followed suit, lifting the corners of its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Having entered the Beast Taming Sect 3 years ago, every day, aside from feeding the contracted beasts, Yin had also acquired a vast amount of knowledge about the world of beast taming. Among all beasts, dragons are supreme. The first human to form a contract with a dragon on the continent of Liang was the sect founder of the Beast Taming Sect, and also the last human to do so. The strength of dragons is unquestionable, and the golden holy dragon is among the absolute strongest in the dragon race. The cultivation realms are divided into refining chi, foundation building, sea opening, core formation, celestial sovereign, reincarnation, tribulation, creation, soul usurping, and others. Qi Ningxue, leader of the Beast Taming Sect, is a peak stage expert of the celestial sovereign realm, with 3 peak stage contracted beasts beneath her command. Even as a juvenile, the golden holy dragon possesses strength at least at the level of a celestial sovereign, while an adult golden holy dragon can rival the top human experts. Moreover, the dragon race exerts a bloodline dominance over other races. At the same cultivation level, dragons are unmatched. In other words, Chen Yin, once a talentless nobody who couldn't cultivate at all, had now instantly become the strongest in the entire Beast Taming Sect. However, the Beast Taming Sect was merely an unremarkable small sect among the thousands in Qingzhou province. Viewed across the entire continent of Liang, it was even smaller, to the point of being ignorable. Chen Yin did not dare to become conceited. Reason told him to slowly accumulate strength by checking in each day. When the day finally came for him to step out of seclusion, it would also be the day when the Beast Taming Sect would shake the continent. The matter of the system and the Golden Holy Dragon is too shocking. I should keep it a secret, Chen Yin murmured. Roar. Whether or not it understood, the Golden Holy Dragon nodded enthusiastically. Huh. Chen Yin was amused by the cute dragon's appearance. Let me name you. How about Xiaojin? The Golden Holy Dragon nodded again. Upon seeing Chen Yin smile, it immediately stood up and began circling around him joyfully. It's getting late. Stay inside the atlas. The environment here is good for your cultivation. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Chen Yin affectionately patted its head and then left the atlas. Over the following days, Chen Yin fed the contracted beasts at the beast-raising peak as usual. Other than that, his time was spent on checking in and keeping the Golden Holy Dragon company. Ding. Completion of check-in at Beast Taming Sect. Reward, 10 evolution pills. Ding. Completion of check-in at Beast Taming Sect. Reward, 10 bottles of life potion. Ding. Completion of check-in at Beast Taming Sect. Reward, divine creation armor. Ding. Completion of check-in at Beast Taming Sect. Reward, Holy Spirit Black Tortoise. As the rewards kept piling up, Chen Yin's strength grew increasingly stronger, and smiles never left his face each day. But the situation within the Beast Taming Sect worsened day by day. Even some third-rate sects had taken interest in this prime territory of the Beast Taming Sect, and were preparing to snatch it away. One day, Chen Yin went about his usual routine, feeding the contracted beasts as always. Taking advantage of the emptiness around, Chen Yin secretly took out an evolution pill and a bottle of life potion. He crushed the evolution pill and mixed it into the life potion, then combined the mixture with raw meat to feed the contracted beasts. The evolution pill could enhance the beast's bloodline, achieving a kind of ancestral revival effect. The life potion could increase the beast's age, which in short meant rapidly improving the beast's strength. Beasts were different from humans. Humans could enhance their strength by absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and the talented ones could become top experts within just a few decades. Beasts could only strengthen themselves through the slow accumulation over long years. Some beasts' juvenile stage could last for centuries. The truly powerful beasts had basically all cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years. The slow progress of beast evolution was also one of the reasons why the Beast Taming Sect gradually declined. In the evening, Qin Ningxue and many elders rushed to the beast-raising peak, their brows showing visible anxiety. Xiao Yan, no matter what happens later, you must stay at the beast-raising peak. If you see the sect disciples fleeing, you follow them too. Qin Ningxue spoke hurriedly, as if arranging her final matters. Regarding the recent rumors, Chen Yin had heard something and couldn't help asking. Senior sect leader, is it the Dependence Mountain sect coming to seize our sect territory? Qin Ningxue slightly nodded, then took out a flute and began to play. The urgent, stifling flute sound echoed across the beast-raising peak. Hearing it, the three massive contracted beasts knew their master was summoning them. They came running from different places and stood neatly before Qin Ningxue. This. Looking at the three contracted beasts before her, Qin Ningxue widened her eyes in shock, momentarily speechless. Senior sect leader, what's wrong? Pretending to be confused, Chen Yin asked in astonishment. Heavenly Mountain Hawk, Silver Moon Demon Wolf, Two-Headed Saber-Toothed Tiger. Qin Ningxue's gaze swept over each of the beasts and she exclaimed in awe, Xiao Yan, what have you been feeding them these past few days? Just regular beast meat. Chen Yin continued feigning ignorance. Could it be extremely rare bloodline evolution? But even then, it's impossible for all three contracted beasts to undergo bloodline evolution simultaneously. Qin Ningxue murmured to herself, her face filled with horror. Chapter 3. People from Kaishan's sect have arrived. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the three Yaosog, filled with awe in both their eyes and hearts. The Tianshan hawk wasn't large in size, covered all over with white feathers. It moved extremely fast. Its sharp claws could slice through iron as if it were mud. At the same cultivation level, very few Yaosog could match its speed. The silver moon wolf's eyes were dark green, its entire body covered with needle-like fur radiating a dangerous aura. It had an agile body and possessed a natural racial talent, capable of spewing a deadly poisonous breath. Anyone poisoned would not survive more than half an incense stick's time. The double-headed saber-toothed tiger was huge in size, fierce in gaze, its four sharp fangs exuding majestic power, relatively skilled in physical attacks. These three Yaosog all had mid-level bloodlines. Nothing top tier, but they were the three Yaosho with the highest potential and strongest power in Yusho sect. Bloodline evolution was a natural phenomenon, but its probability was extremely low. Among 100,000 Yaosog, at most one could undergo bloodline evolution. The beast-feeding peak had no more than 500 Yaosho in total, yet three of them had already evolved their bloodlines. Even more incredible was that all three Yaosho were Qin Ningxue's contracted beasts, on the verge of breaking through to high-level bloodlines. The higher the Yaosog's bloodline rank, the greater the potential and faster the cultivation speed. Gate Master's 3 contract Yaosog have actually broken through the bottleneck of Tianzuan Peak and entered the Wheel Rebirth realm. They've all undergone bloodline evolution at the same time. These 3 contract Yaosog have limitless potential. Could it be heaven has opened its eyes, favoring our Yusho sect? It must be so. Our Yusho sect is surely going to rise. The elders, usually filled with worries, finally showed joy on their faces. Chun Yin smiled along with them, but didn't tell them it was himself who had fed the 3 Yaosho evolution pills and life elixirs. Xuan Yin, has anyone strange come to Beast Feeding Peak recently? Qi Ningxue asked seriously. Seems like no one came. Chun Yin replied. Forget it, your cultivation level is too low. Even if someone infiltrated the Beast Feeding Peak, you wouldn't be able to sense it. Qi Ningxue shook her head, thinking her question unnecessary. Throughout everything, nobody present associated this matter with Chun Yin. In their eyes, Chun Yin had been born with a defective body and pulse, achieving nothing in the 3 years he had been in Yusho sect. His entire life was destined to amount to nothing. Gatemaster, people from Kaishan sect are almost here. We must act quickly, an elder shouted. Qi Ningxue slightly nodded her head, putting aside all previous doubts. The elders also summoned their contract Yaoso and left Beast Feeding Peak together. Other than them, all disciples of Yusho sect gathered at the mountain gate, standing ready for battle. On this day, an atmosphere of tension and suppression blanketed the Yusho sect. Because the sect was ruined, its protective grand formation had long fallen into disrepair, so they were both the first and last line of defense for Yusho sect. If they even lost the mountain gate, Yusho sect would have no face to continue existing. I'll still follow them to take a look. Chun Yin thought anxiously and quietly followed after them. He wore the Zhao Hua divine armor, which could automatically hide his aura. There was no need to worry about anyone sensing his presence. The Yusho sect's mountain gate was magnificent and wide. On both sides stood respectively a stone dragon and a stone phoenix, lifelike and imposing. There were fewer than 200 people from the entire sect, lined on both sides of the gate, each with their contracted Yaosho behind them. Qi Ningxue, as the sect leader, naturally stood at the very front of the line. She stood midair on the Tianshan hawk's back, the silver moon wolf and the double-headed saber-toothed tiger guarding both sides, glaring fiercely at the Kaishan sect Chang'e. Su Elder, why have you brought so many people to visit our sect? Qi Ningxue questioned coldly. Our sect leader has spoken. Your sect's compound is a gathering place for spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. He wishes you would kindly give up this treasure ground and not be unreasonably difficult. Su Changji was over 60 years old, his hair completely white, his eyes sinister, his voice sounding as if squeezed out from his throat, sending chills down people's spines. Our Yusho sect has lived here generation after generation. You expect me to just hand over our sect grounds because of one sentence? On what grounds? Qi Ningxue shouted angrily. Su Changji didn't get angry but smiled instead. As the great elder of Kaishan sect and a wheel rebirth expert. On what grounds? Do I even need to say? As his words fell, Su Changji unleashed an overwhelming pressure of the early wheel rebirth stage. Behind him were another 500 disciples, the weakest of whom were foundation building experts, and the strongest, core formation experts. Let alone comparing the number of disciples, the average strength of Kaishan sect disciples alone completely overwhelmed Yusho sect. Moreover, these 500 were merely a quarter of all Kaishan sect disciples. There were still 18 elders, each stronger than the Tianzuan stage. In contrast, Yusho sect might have over a dozen elders, but most of them were merely at the core formation stage, with only a few reaching Tianzuan realm. The overwhelming dominance of Kaishan sect immediately suppressed the morale of Yusho sect disciples. This was not a fair fight. Once battle commenced, Yusho sect would only be crushed mercilessly. Qi Ningxue, our sect leader, also said that if you don't want to hand over the mountain gate, there's another option. You can marry our sect leader instead. Once you become his wife, we'll all be family, and naturally, there'd be no boundaries between us. Su Changji's eyes gleamed with lecherous intent as he eyed Qi Ningxue's graceful figure. Numerous disciples of Kaishan sect burst into laughter, their words showing blatant disregard for Yusho sect. Outrageous. If you want to seize our Yusho sect's mountain gate, come at us with everything you've got. Even if I die today, I will never allow you to take a single step into Yusho sect. Gatemaster, there's no need to waste words with them. Attack now. The elders of Yusho sect were filled with rage. In Liang continent, strength was everything. This had been the rule for thousands of years. You bunch of old fools, do you even have the right to speak? Su Changji roared in fury, then slashed his sword at the elders. Boom. Terrifying sword chi erupted instantly, slicing through the air with a shrieking whine. Puchi puchi. The elders' cultivation levels were generally lower than Su Changji's, and as beast tamers, they were not skilled in direct combat. They could only command their contract beasts to attack. Almost immediately, the elders' contract beasts rushed forward, using their own bodies to block the sword chi. In an instant, several contract beasts were reduced to bloody masses, barely alive. Su Changji, you've gone too far. Qi Ningxue finally lost her temper. With a flick of her sleeve, her 3 wheel rebirth realm contract beasts roared and charged forward. She had been restraining her anger and holding back from acting not because she feared Su Changji and his 500 disciples, but because she feared Kaishan sect's sect leader, Yang Wu. Yang Wu was barely 30 years old, but had already reached late wheel rebirth stage. Within half a year of founding Kaishan sect, he had recruited more than a dozen elders and over 2,000 disciples. Though currently only a third-rate sect, its potential was limitless, and it had already begun to make a name for itself locally. Contract beasts at Wheel Rebirth Realm. Actually 3 of them. The smile on Su Changji's face instantly froze, a flicker of fear slowly emerging in the depths of his eyes. The 500 Kaishan sect disciples also widened their eyes in shock. They all knew well that among the same realm, beast tamers were far stronger than ordinary cultivators. Both sides were at the early Wheel Rebirth stage, but for Su Changji to fight 3 opponents at once, his chances of victory were slim. Morale surged among Yusho sect's disciples as they cheered and waved banners from behind, supporting Qin Ningxue. Chapter 4. Yang Wu intervenes. Qin Ningxue. Ardongju is a late-stage reincarnation realm expert. I advise you to consider carefully the cost of taking action. Su Changji pretended to be fierce, yet he was utterly overwhelmed by the 3 contracted beasts. So what? Tear him apart. Qin Ningxue was furious. For a beast tamer, a contracted beast was their closest companion. Su Changji had attacked without cause and injured those beasts. Now, he must pay the price. Roar. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf and the 2-headed saber-toothed tiger launched a pincer attack, unleashing the simplest and most brutal assault, leaving dozens of wounds on Su Changji's body. Soaring overhead, the Tianshan eagle circled above and dove downward the moment Su Changji showed an opening. The 3 beasts worked in perfect coordination, their attacks fierce. Although they had become contracted beasts, their inner beastly instincts remained. Once tasting blood, all 3 became increasingly wild and savage. Z. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf opened its fangs and spat forth a ghostly green aura. Wolf Chi was accompanied by potent poison, spreading with the wind. Though the disciples of the Beast Taming Sect had antidotes, the disciples of the Kaishan Sect did not. They had barely inhaled it unknowingly when they began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Void Severing Strike. Su Changji held his breath, grasped his long sword with both hands, and infused it suddenly with spiritual energy. His blade radiated brilliance, his aura surging dramatically. Xuan. He slashed downward with a mighty sword strike. The sword chi expanded multiple times under the stormy wind, roaring as it collided head-on with the wolf chi. Su Changji's strength was clearly superior. His sword chi cleaved through the wolf breath straight toward the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Yet at that very moment, the Tianshan eagle descended from above, striking Su Changji's back with lightning speed. Flee. Its sharp talons tore away 2 chunks of flesh, causing immediate profuse bleeding and exposing bone. Su Changji screamed in agony, his eyes gradually reddening with fury. So be it, Qin Ningxue. So be it, Beast Taming Sect. Today, I shall exterminate your entire sect. Hardly had he finished speaking when the 2-headed saber-toothed tiger charged in from the left. Unprepared, his left abdomen was pierced through by the tiger's charge, and excruciating pain surged into his brain. Su Changji instinctively struck out with a palm to repel the beast. The tiger's body was tough and its strength immense, so the blow could hardly harm it. By contrast, Su Changji had sustained continuous injuries, particularly to his abdomen, causing massive blood loss, significantly reducing his combat capability. This battle between experts at the reincarnation realm level was beyond the participation of the 500 Kaishan sect disciples. They could only watch from afar. You injured the Beast Taming Sect's contracted beasts, and I injured you. We're even. Take your people and get out. Qin Ningxue stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on Su Changji condescendingly. As long as no one had died, there was still room for negotiation, and Qin Ningxue didn't want to corner himself without an escape route. Unfortunately, Su Changji failed to recognize the kindness in his words. He raised his head, fixing Qin Ningxue with a resentful gaze, provoking, "You have already wounded me. Regardless of whether you let me leave or not, the Beast Taming Sect shall face annihilation." Pusi. The Tianshan eagle dove downward, its sharp talons deeply piercing into his crown. Blood mixed with brains burst forth, and Su Changji died instantly. Silence filled the area. Whether it was the members of the Beast Taming Sect or the disciples of the Kaishan Sect, all watched Qin Ningxue with wide-eyed shock. Just a moment ago, they had thought Qin Ningxue indecisive and hesitant, yet in the next moment, he had turned decisive and ruthless. Since we are now in a life-and-death conflict, killing you today means the Beast Taming Sect will face one less powerful enemy in the future. With a faint voice, Qin Ningxue cast a sharp gaze at the 500 Kaishan Sect disciples. Good dang. The hearts of all 500 Kaishan Sect disciples clenched with cold dread, the fear of death enveloping their entire beings, their bodies gradually stiffening. Especially when glancing at those 3 bloodthirsty contracted beasts, some of the more timid individuals had already started to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from afar, followed in an instant by over a dozen streaks of light. Qin Ningxue, I was generous enough to let you escape with your lives, yet you dared kill my sect's great elder. Over a dozen experts arrived riding swords through the air. The leader was a muscular man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, Yang Wu, the sect leader of the Kaishan Sect, and a late-stage reincarnation realm expert. Besides him, all the remaining 15 elders of the Kaishan Sect had arrived. Master, you're finally here. The hearts of the 500 Kaishan Sect disciples, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Their gazes at Qin Ningxue now regained their confidence. Vicious woman, refusing good wine, you choose to drink the penalty cup. Just a minor beast taming sect, an obsolete sect discarded by the times. dares to defy the Xuan sect. Today, every last one of you at the Beast Taming Sect shall die here. The elders of the Xuan sect were formidable experts, exuding arrogance. All elders of the Beast Taming Sect burned with rage, though their power fell far short. The only one possessing any true combat capability was Qin Ningxue alone. Master Yang, further words are useless. Qin Ningxue's expression remained calm, already having placed life and death aside. The Mountain Gate was the foundation of the Beast Taming Sect. There was absolutely no way to hand it over to others. Qin Ningxue was not the kind of person who would yield to preserve peace at the expense of dignity. If death was inevitable, she would die before anyone else. Unexpectedly, even a woman like you still possesses some courage. Yang Wu slightly widened his eyes in surprise and raised his large hand, blocking the elders behind him. None of you act. I'll deal with her myself. Yes, Zhongju. Obediently, all the elders stepped back 100 meters, wearing mocking smiles on their faces, convinced they already held victory. One side was a late-stage reincarnation realm expert, and the other side was only 3 early-stage reincarnation realm beast companions. Such a gap between 2 cultivation stages was by no means something that could be compensated simply by numbers. The members of the Beast Taming Sect grew visibly tense. Although they already knew this would be an unwinnable battle, they still anxiously rooted for Qin Ningxue. Attack! Qin Ningxue cried out with a sharp command, and the 3 beasts attacked simultaneously, each heading for Yang Wu's weak spots from different directions. Unyielding true body. Yang Wu planted his stance firmly, his entire body emitting a golden aura, giving off a heavy and unshakable feeling. Pung, pung, pung. The Tianshan eagle's sharp talons, the silver moon demon wolf's wolf chi, and the 2-headed saber-toothed tiger's fangs could not break through Yang Wu's defense at all. That golden aura was even harder than steel. No matter how hard the 3 beasts tried with all their strength, they could make no progress. With such a massive difference in strength, numbers won't help at all. With a cold smirk, Yang Wu suddenly threw a punch toward the 2-headed saber-toothed tiger. Hong! The 2-headed saber-toothed tiger, known for its toughness and power, was actually sent flying dozens of meters away, its bones shattered and emitting a pained whimper. It wasn't over yet. Yang Wu moved with sweeping strength and forceful precision. He rushed forward and within moments crushed the silver moon demon wolf and the Tianshan eagle. He mercilessly stomped them both underfoot. Despair. Qin Ningxue helplessly watched everything unfold, with absolutely no way to reverse the defeat before her eyes. Firmly, she drew her sword. As a beast tamer, fighting the enemy directly was the last shred of pride a beast tamer possessed. Seeing this, the elders and disciples of the Xuan sect drew their swords as well. The Beast Taming Sect had fallen into decay, yet those who remained behind proved their loyalty to the sect. When their sect's survival was at stake, they chose not to flee, but to stand and fall together with it. Chapter 5. Divine Spirit Mystical Turtle. At the same time, on a small mountain peak more than 500 meters away from the sect's main gate, Qin Yin was hiding in the bushes. The sect has shown me great kindness. I cannot stand idly by and watch it be destroyed. Qin Yin murmured to himself, then waved his hand and entered the Tian Dao Mountain and Sea Chart. After exploring it for several days, Qin Yin was startled to discover that the Tian Dao Mountain and Sea Chart also had the effect of accelerating time. One day outside equaled a whole year within. Xiao Jin, Xiao Lu. Just like last time, at the riverside, Qin Yin softly called out. Roar. A mighty dragon's roar reverberated, followed by a dazzling golden light flying toward them from tens of thousands of meters away. It was the golden holy dragon. Its size had grown by dozens of times, its golden scales now even sturdier, and its dragon aura increasingly vast and oppressive. Its appearance was no longer adorable and clumsy. Instead, it radiated the Xuan and overwhelming pressure of a mighty dragon race. Xiao Jin circled around with its massive body, using its whiskers to stroke Qin Yin's cheeks in a very affectionate manner. Smack. Then, the calm stream suddenly became turbulent. From the river's source, a wave dozens of meters high surged forth rapidly toward Qin Yin. Roar. The golden holy dragon let out a threatening growl and spewed forth golden dragon flames. Terrifying high temperatures instantly erupted, withering all the plants and trees by the riverside, burning them to ashes. The stream evaporated under the heat, rising into waves of bluish smoke. The golden dragon flame pierced through the water surge. With a bang, a small green turtle was hit and flew through the air. Clang. The turtle curled itself into a ball, rolling along the ground for dozens of rotations before finally stopping. Roar. Xiao Jin seemed intent on attacking again, but Qin Yin waved his hand and stopped it. Xiao Jin, Xiao Lu just wanted to play a joke on me. He didn't mean to attack me seriously. Quack quack. The divine spirit mystical turtle poked out its head, extended its limbs, and looked fearfully at the golden holy dragon. Only after confirming there was no aggressive intent did it quickly rush forward, and, like a child who had been wronged, leap into Qin Yin's embrace. The divine spirit mystical turtle was just as ancient a divine beast as the golden holy dragon, and such creatures had long been extinct. Visually, it was not much different from ordinary demonic turtle beasts, except that its shell bore both golden and emerald green colors. It was said to be a descendant of the ancient Qilin and the primordial mystical turtle. Possessing extremely rare defensive abilities, it was also not weak in offensive strength, though slightly inferior compared to the golden holy dragon. All right, you two calm down. Chun Yin stroked Xiao Lu with one hand, while placing the other on top of Xiao Jin's head. Most of the pills Chun Yin obtained from his check-ins had gone to feeding these two. Fortunately, they hadn't disappointed him. The golden holy dragon was gradually transitioning from its juvenile to mature phase and now possessed the power of early transformation realm cultivation. Meanwhile, the divine spirit mystical turtle had reached only the early stage of calamity realm cultivation. It wasn't that the divine spirit mystical turtle had inferior bloodline. It was just that the golden holy dragon had such a domineering personality and often bullied the divine spirit mystical turtle. Every time he fed them pills, the golden holy dragon always ended up getting more to eat. Xiao Lu, come out with me and help me with something. Once we're done, I'll reward you with 10 bottles of life elixir. Chun Yin said. Roar. The golden holy dragon expressed clear dissatisfaction. Quack quack. Standing with 2 feet on Chun Yin's shoulders, the divine spirit mystical turtle swayed smugly, clearly provoking and taunting the golden holy dragon. Stop messing around. This matter concerns the very survival of our sect. It's extremely important to me. Chun Yin's expression turned serious. He then waved his hand, bringing the divine spirit mystical turtle out of the mountain and sea chart. Because time moved faster inside the chart, when Chun Yin emerged, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. As the battle to annihilate the sect was about to erupt, Chun Yin had no time to think too much before ordering the divine spirit mystical turtle to descend the mountain to assist. The system had to remain a secret. The existence of both the golden holy dragon and the divine spirit mystical turtle must also remain hidden. Chun Yin trusted Qi Ningxue and others, but even the innocent could become victims for possessing something valuable. Without sufficient power for self-defense, revealing his identity would bring nothing but a death sentence, potentially even dragging the entire spirit beast sect into disaster. Quack quack. The divine spirit mystical turtle descended from the heavens, its body rapidly expanding dozens of times. Its massive shadow blotted out sun and sky, instantly drawing the attention of everyone from both the spirit beast sect and Taishan sect. What kind of beast is this? Yang Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and carefully observed the divine spirit mystical turtle, his expression growing gradually tense. Most of the disciples in the spirit beast sect couldn't recognize this creature, but only Qi Ningxue and a few other elders immediately did. This is the divine spirit mystical turtle, an ancient divine beast unseen for thousands of years. The golden green shell, limbs covered in scales, the eyes of a Qilin. There's no doubt. It must be the divine spirit mystical turtle. How is this possible? How could such a creature appear within our spirit beast sect? The elders whispered amongst themselves, clearly shocked. Qi Ningxue was ecstatic, yet a deep frown formed beneath her joy. From what she knew, since the founding of the spirit beast sect, not one of their ancestors had ever forged a contract with the divine spirit mystical turtle. More importantly, the divine spirit mystical turtle couldn't have appeared out of nowhere unless a powerful expert was hidden inside the spirit beast sect itself. This junior, Qi Ningxue, the 17th generation sect leader of the spirit beast sect, sincerely thanks Senior for rescuing us in this crisis. Qi Ningxue bowed deeply, cupping her fists in the direction of the divine spirit mystical turtle. For a long while, there was no response. If Senior wishes to remain unseen, this junior understands. Once again, I thank Senior for your timely assistance. Qi Ningxue respectfully performed another bow. The elders and disciples of the spirit beast sect didn't dare show any negligence, and all of them performed respectful bows as well. They all felt both reverence and intense curiosity toward this mysterious senior with the divine spirit mystical turtle. Superstitious nonsense. What's so terrifying about a broken turtle? An elder from the Taishan sect suddenly burst out, brandishing his sword and slashing toward the divine spirit mystical turtle. Crack. The moment the sword struck the turtle, the blade shattered, and the elder's arm that had gripped the sword exploded into a mist of blood. Special demonic beasts usually possessed bloodline talents. For example, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's wolf breath was full of violent power. As an ancient divine beast, the divine spirit mystical turtle naturally had an extraordinary bloodline ability. It could reflect attacks back at its attacker with 200% increased damage. There were only 2 ways to defeat the divine spirit mystical turtle. Either overwhelming absolute power that crushed it entirely, or suppressing its bloodline so that its talents became useless. Unfortunately, aside from the golden holy dragon, no one on the scene fulfilled either of those conditions. Quack quack. The divine spirit mystical turtle seemed to be provoked, making angry sounds. Immediately after, it pulled its limbs and head into its shell, and its body began spinning wildly, creating countless sharp wind blades. Pucci. The elder who had lost an arm possessed only the power of the heaven sovereign realm. How could he possibly withstand the attack of the divine spirit mystical turtle of the Durjing? A burst of blood mist erupted as the elder died on the spot. This demonic beast's power might not be weaker than mine. Everyone, retreat 100 meters behind. Yang Wu narrowed his eyes slightly and issued the order. He couldn't see the real cultivation level of the divine spirit mystical turtle, which could only mean 2 things. Either it could conceal its aura, or its actual cultivation level surpassed his own. Whichever the case, the situation was extremely dire. The elders and disciples of the Taishan sect retreated in fear, their previous confidence crumbling into unease. In an instant, all eyes were locked tightly on the divine spirit mystical turtle. Chapter 6. Failed to catch a chicken, but lost a handful of rice. At this moment, Yang Wu felt somewhat regretful. If he had known that the Beast Taming Sect possessed such terrifying divine beasts, he shouldn't have rushed over recklessly. But now it was like a drawn arrow on the string. There was no turning back. Both sides had already broken relations. If he withdrew now, it would certainly be impractical. Ancestor, what should we do now? They looked at the Holy Spirit Xiangui, at a loss about what course of action to take. What are you afraid of? This is just showy stuff. Yang Wu coldly snorted, speaking toward the turtle. Beast, if you know what's good for you, just scram, or else I will kill you today. Roar. The Holy Spirit Xiangui immediately let out a roar and charged forward. With a hunglong sound, Yang Wu was sent flying. Act! Yang Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. From that single impact, Yang Wu realized his power was utterly incapable of breaking through the opponent's defense. And the wind blades erupting from the Xiangui tore through his clothing, leaving dozens of wounds across his body. This time, Yang Wu was truly frightened. He knew he was absolutely no match for this Xiangui. Wait, stop. Our mountain support sect is willing to retreat. Yang Wu's heart pounded with fear. If things continued this way, he would surely die. So he started to back down. Chen Yan sneered coldly. Did he actually think it was that simple? Today, if they couldn't defeat you, would you have spared them? After a dragon's roar, the golden holy dragon also rushed forth, spewing flames. Loud booming sounds continuously erupted as several elders were set ablaze. The Holy Spirit Xiangui once again launched hundreds of wind blades. Damn it! Someone shrieked in hatred, frantically blocking the crazed offensive. Crack! Suddenly, Yang Wu's weapon was shattered by force. With a scream, the wind blades pierced straight through his chest. Yang Wu spewed blood violently. His meridians shattered and blood continuously gushed out. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? At this moment, Yang Wu was overwhelmed with endless resentment. He could not understand why this had happened. Qi Mingxue loudly shouted. Everyone, follow me and wipe these people out. The tide of battle instantly turned. Everyone was ecstatic. They soared into the air and charged. Within a short time, their enemies were defeated and fleeing. Yang Wu, severely injured, fled the battlefield. Only with the desperate protection of his subordinates did he manage to escape. We won. We won. Great. Absolutely great. Everyone was thrilled. In recent years, the Beast Taming Sect had been continuously in decline. Being able to pull off such a victorious battle was naturally extremely exciting. After the powerful enemy retreated, Chen Yin quickly recalled the golden holy dragon and the Xiangui. He also exhaled in relief. Fortunately, nothing had been discovered. At his current level of power, it couldn't afford to be exposed. At night, beneath the moonlight and stars, the entire Qingzhou exuded a serene and peaceful air. This battle had cost at least 2/3 of the energy of Chen Yin's mountain and sea chart. Luckily, the Xuan Wu and the golden holy dragon were still at their infant stages. Otherwise, if their full strength had been unleashed, the mountain and sea chart could have been destroyed. Starlight continuously descended, flowing into Chen Yin's body. Chen Yin was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected so many sparkling starlights to rush into his body so quickly. Soon, he noticed these tiny specks of light gathering wildly like rivers flowing into the sea, eventually converging at a point, his chest. At this moment, he clearly sensed the mountain and sea chart within his body voraciously absorbing this energy, the power of the stars. This was beyond his expectations. Previously, he thought the mountain and sea chart was only a place for spiritual beasts to cultivate, but now it appeared it could absorb stellar power. This energy didn't even require Chen Yin's guidance. It was automatically absorbed. Moreover, he discovered the mountain and sea chart could also communicate with the stars. Chen Yin could use this connection to cultivate. Not bad at all. The star power can be automatically absorbed without my control. Chen Yin murmured. If so, every day his accumulated check-ins plus the mountain and sea chart's autonomous cultivation. Chen Yin even had a fleeting thought. If he could connect the stars inside the mountain and sea chart one by one, maybe his cultivation level would also rise. He shook his head, thinking that perhaps that wasn't possible. Probably, the mountain and sea chart was only for housing spiritual beasts. But though the chart couldn't directly enhance his own cultivation, Chen Yin already saw that as his own power improved, it would enhance the mountain and sea chart. This was truly a good treasure made specifically for him. Endless streams of star power flowed continuously into Chen Yin's body and were absorbed. This effortless mode of gaining power was simply bliss. Before long, Chen Yin had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yin's first task was naturally to check in. Is the host checking in today? That cold voice rang out. Check in. Chen Yin excitedly replied, imagining he might obtain something great. Ever since acquiring the system, he had checked in for a full month already. This quiet accumulation of wealth truly felt amazing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 gene of Shi Jing Fa Sui pills. Chen Yin twitched. For a moment, he almost doubted he had heard correctly. This was the first time he had heard of pills measured in weight rather than by count. Soon, Chen Yin noticed several new crates in his room, all filled with pills. The aroma of the pills was exquisite, unmistakably the legendary Shi Jing Fa Sui pills. I probably wouldn't gain much benefit from this, Chen Yin muttered. He rolled his eyes. His physique was that of a waste, an untreatable dead-end cultivation path. Thinking it over, Chen Yin decided to share the pills with his sect. If disciples consumed these, the sect's overall strength would rise dramatically. With that, completely destroying the mountain support sect would be well within reach. Currently, the Beast Taming Sect had over 200 disciples. Qilin pondered how best to distribute all these pills. He certainly couldn't just hand them out directly. That would raise too many questions about where he obtained so many pills. So, he decided to simply mix them into the breakfast porridge. Luckily, Xuan assisted in the kitchen at the sect because he couldn't cultivate anyway. He dumped all the pills into the rice porridge and, early in the morning, had everyone consume it. Qingxue received special care from Xuan, getting an extra portion. Onion, what did you put in the porridge today? It smells really nice. Yeah, I've never noticed how good this porridge tastes before. Others also praised it endlessly. Xuan rolled his eyes, thinking, of course, it's made with essence-washing pills. No one suspected much. As the pills worked their effects internally, quietly reforming their physiques, unblocking meridians, and enhancing cultivation levels, they naturally couldn't feel much difference immediately. Chapter 7. Establishing Authority. Xuan was still very curious about how much cultivation these people could achieve. Over the years, the Beast Taming Sect had lost most of its talents, leaving behind only weaker cultivators. If their strength could be significantly enhanced with these pills, they might even reach the Splitting the Sea realm, greatly boosting the sect's power. At the very least, those third-rate sects would no longer dare provoke them easily. After eating the porridge, Xuan intentionally gave several pills to Qingxue, of course, mixed into her porridge. After consuming so many pills himself, Xuan felt like his body had changed somehow. Master, what do you plan to do now? This time, we were fortunate to receive help from that mysterious elder, or else we would have been in real danger. Now that the enemy has been driven away, Xuan knew Qingxue's concerns and spoke up. Master, have you considered seizing the opportunity to annex the Mountain Reliance sect? Annex this. Qingxue hadn't even considered such a thing. The Beast Taming Sect had been declining for years, and this victory was purely lucky. I took a look. The Mountain Reliance sect has suffered heavy losses. Most of their elders have been killed or injured, and their sect leader Yang Wu has sustained serious injuries. For us, this might be an opportunity. Besides, attacking them won't provoke negative reactions from other sects since they were the ones who attacked us first. This. Qingxue clearly showed signs of consideration. What Xuan said was true. After all, the Mountain Reliance sect had been extremely arrogant before. Attacking them wouldn't invite criticism. Master, the opportunity must not be missed. The Mountain Reliance sect definitely possesses many martial cultivation resources. Attacking them is not just about revenge, it's also about establishing our authority. We must make other sects realize that even now, the Beast Taming Sect is not a force anyone can bully. The Mountain Reliance sect will be our example. After pondering for a moment, Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, You're absolutely right. Otherwise, any random scoundrel would come looking for trouble. Qingxue said fiercely as she clenched her teeth. Although she was a woman, Qingxue was very decisive and determined once she made up her mind. Then when do you think would be the best time to attack? Tomorrow night. I guess there will be heavy rain tomorrow evening, the time when people are most likely to be complacent. Although the Mountain Reliance sect has suffered great losses, we should still aim to minimize our own losses. Qingxue nodded in agreement. What a pity. Xuan knew exactly what she meant by what a pity. Qingxue still believed that he couldn't cultivate. The next day, heavy rain indeed poured down. Qingxue led practically the entire sect, aiming to completely destroy the Mountain Reliance sect. Xuan secretly followed them as well, worried about possible unexpected dangers. Around midnight, the battle suddenly broke out. Just as Xuan had predicted, the fight had started without preparation, and quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Qingxue, accompanied by a group of fierce beasts, slaughtered the enemy until they were fleeing in disarray, losing armor and weapons. Yang Wu, the Mountain Reliance sect leader who had been recovering his injuries, suddenly heard the cries and shouts outside, and felt his heart racing. What's going on outside? Leader, something terrible has happened. A disciple rushed in, covered in blood. Seeing his disciple in such a state, Yang Wu felt a chill in his heart. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that other sects had found out about their weakened state and were taking advantage? What exactly is going on? Leader, the Beast Taming Sect has attacked us. We're suffering massive losses. What? The Beast Taming Sect? Are you sure it's them? Yang Wu twitched in shock, never expecting that the Beast Taming Sect would dare to strike back. And why not? Came a melodious voice. Qingxue had already appeared at his door, beside her a two-headed, saber-toothed tiger. Blood continued to drip from the sword in her hand. You beast tamer, how dare you come here again? Yang Wu screamed. This was definitely the last thing he had expected. Why shouldn't it be us? Since you dared to attack our sect, you should have been prepared for the consequences. Kill him. Qingxue issued the order, and the two-headed saber-toothed tiger let out a loud roar before lunging forward. You beast tamer, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Yang Wu was furious enough to spit blood. His injuries were not yet healed, but he was forced to fight again. Suddenly, the two-headed saber-toothed tiger swiped its paw straight into his chest. With a scream, Yang Wu flew backward. Traitorous villain, die. Qingxue rushed forward, unleashing a ferocious sword aura. Ahawk. After a series of screams, Yang Wu was dead beyond recovery. With Yang Wu slain, the Mountain Reliance sect was completely defeated. Even if a few strays managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble at all. Clean up the battlefield and take all of Mountain Reliance sect's resources. Yes. All the disciples were also excited. This time, they had truly proven themselves. In recent years, the Beast Taming Sect had been like a dried-up fish, but no one expected they would display such might this time. It was truly exhilarating. The Mountain Reliance Sect possessed quite a lot of resources. This mission was a full success. Moreover, during this great battle, everyone felt as though their bodies had undergone some kind of change. Both their control over spiritual energy and their physical constitutions seemed improved. Nian, this time was truly great. We obtained a lot of resources, many of which should help improve your constitution. Qi Ningxue said excitedly. Chen Yin was somewhat moved. It had been 3 years, yet Qi Ningxue and the others had always treated him so well. Master, we shouldn't recruit new disciples for now. Not recruiting new disciples. Qi Ningxue was somewhat surprised. Originally, he had planned to use this momentum to attract and recruit some new disciples. Not yet. Chen Yin nodded as he spoke. Use these resources to properly develop and strengthen our current group of more than 200 people. Improve their power. Those who remain in our Beast Taming Sect now are those with genuine loyalty and emotion. Our inner circle is tightly united. Qi Ningxue nodded, feeling that what Chen Yin said made a lot of sense. Chen Yin had given them so many marrow washing pills before, so naturally he wanted them to use the looted resources effectively during this period, or else it would be a waste of those pills. To revive the Beast Taming Sect again, this core group must become strong. Currently, these 200+ people were the purest members of the Beast Taming Sect. Those who had remained were people of good character. Only by elevating this group can they later begin absorbing new disciples and steadily develop. Then we will proceed exactly as you said. Qi Ningxue was filled with excitement. He felt as though he had once again seen hope for the Beast Taming Sect's resurgence. Chapter 8, The Secret Realm. You're quite something, kid. Even though you can't cultivate, your mind is truly sharp. With you around, our Beast Taming Sect will surely grow even stronger. Late at night, Chen Yin once again sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the natural sheet, followed by the power of the stars. About a minute later, Chen Yin felt that within his body, within the scroll of mountains and seas, a star had begun to shine brightly. Instantly, Chen Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. He could feel that his strength had indeed improved significantly. Just as he'd anticipated, as the star grew brighter, so too had his power. However, his cultivation level hadn't increased much. What improved seemed to be his aura and his physical strength. Time flew, and before he knew it, a year had passed. Chen Yin's cultivation level had improved significantly. He continued to check in, and checked in at various different places. Check in at the Imperial Palace, acquire a supreme divine sword. Check in at the City God Temple, acquire the diamond indestructible technique. Check in front of the Star Tree, acquire a storage ring. During this time, the Beast Taming Sect had also grown rapidly. After a year of consolidation, the sect now had over 600 disciples. To prevent others from discovering his secrets, Chen Yin moved to the back mountains of the sect, where he built a small house that was less likely to be noticed. A common man has no crime, but possession of a treasure becomes a crime. Chen Yin definitely could not allow others to discover his secrets now. One day, Chen Yin sensed 2 powerful figures entering his dwelling. Both were peak foundation building cultivators. Chen Yin was curious in his heart, wondering why they had come to see him. He wasn't sure whether they came with ill intent or not. If they really meant to cause trouble, then he would have no choice but to fight them head on. Just at that moment, Chen Yin noticed even more people arriving, soaring through the sky on flying swords. Chen Yin was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected such powerful individuals to appear. After all, soaring on a sword wasn't something anyone could do. Only experts at the level of a heavenly ruler or above could ride a sword through the air. Chen Yin was somewhat curious. Why had so many powerful figures appeared in a single night? Never thought the secret realm would appear in Qingzhou this time. Chen Yin felt a surge of curiosity in his heart. He didn't yet understand the situation regarding the secret realm. Until he clarified things, he wouldn't step out recklessly, instead observing the outside through a crack in the door. Looking through the crack, Chen Yin saw several familiar figures. One of them was Xuan. Xuan was the top courtesan in Qingzhou. How had she ended up here? Beside Xuan was an old man. Who was he? Chen Yin had crossed over into this world and had lived a miserable life. At one point, he had nearly starved to death, but Xuan had once given him 2 taels of silver. He was quite familiar with her. Yet now, seeing her again, he suddenly felt she was so unfamiliar. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man appeared, and almost everyone on the scene dropped to their knees. "Hail, sect leader. Rise," a voice full of authority commanded. "The secret realm opens tonight. Whether or not we can obtain its treasures depends on everyone's abilities." Chen Yin suddenly realized the secret realm actually appeared in the back mountains of the Beast Taming Sect. This revelation astonished him greatly. At this moment, a conflict stirred in Chen Yin's heart. If the secret realm was in the Beast Taming Sect, it naturally belonged to him, and it concerned the rise of the sect. Yet Chen Yin was reluctant to reveal his strength too soon, and the people gathered here were clearly no ordinary individuals. As Chen Yin hesitated, Qi Ningxue arrived. She had originally come to find Chen Yin, but was surprised to see so many experts here. "Who are you all? Why are you here in my territory?" Qi Ningxue said warily. "Kill her." A calm voice spoke. An old man instantly rushed forward and struck out with his palm. Qi Ningxue was startled and quickly drew her sword, clashing with the old man. Unfortunately, the gap between her and her opponent in terms of cultivation was too vast. Before she even managed to get close, she was directly struck and sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. In that instant, Her entire body trembled, and although she struggled to get up, she couldn't manage it. Chen Yan immediately rushed out and caught Qin Ningxue in his arms. Master, are you okay? Qin Ningxue spat out another mouthful of blood. She felt slightly dizzy. Looking at Chen Yan, her vision blurred, and eventually her eyes dimmed as she passed out. Chen Yan quickly took out a medicinal pill and made her swallow it. Then he saw her injuries recovering at an incredible speed. You actually dared to harm my sect leader, seeking death. Chen Yan roared furiously. A trash at the qi condensation stage? You're really looking for death. The old man had just sensed a killing intent and assumed this fellow might be somewhat formidable. However, he found out the opponent was merely a qi condensation trash, completely unworthy of his notice. So he once again thrust his palm toward Chen Yan. A single palm strike directly pressed toward him. Just as Chen Yan was about to counter, suddenly a figure appeared before him in an instant, then struck out with one palm. With the hung long sound of explosion, the attacking palm was shattered completely. Chen Yan was stunned for a moment, and so was the old man. Clearly, neither had expected the Mengju, alliance leader, to suddenly intervene, leaving both confused. The Mengju, alliance leader, looked at Chen Yan and used secret sound transmission into his ear. I saved you because you are a promising talent. Will you be willing to serve the Haoqi alliance in the future? At this moment, Chen Yan looked at this man and felt an overwhelming aura coming from him. Right now, he absolutely believed that if he refused, the man would kill him without hesitation. Therefore, for the sake of survival, Chen Yan nodded slightly. However, deep inside, he was very curious. How did the other party know he was promising talent? Wasn't he considered useless by many? Did the man see something others couldn't? Just at this moment, a strange formation diagram suddenly appeared beneath Chen Yan's feet, radiating dazzling light. Immediately after, Chen Yan felt his body go out of control, and in the next moment, he found himself in another world. Could this be the secret realm? Chen Yan was still completely confused, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. Is this place really the secret realm? He had never entered a secret realm before, so he wasn't exactly clear about what happened inside one. He didn't know how long he had been walking inside this place, but no matter how far he went, he couldn't find an exit. Right now, he was more worried about whether the sect leader would be okay. That he had suddenly entered this place left him utterly baffled. Just at that moment, the system suddenly emitted a sound. Will you check in at the Supreme level in Zhongshan Valley? A Supreme level check-in. Chen Yan was instantly thrilled. He had been waiting for this day for over a year. Check-in. Chen Yan said excitedly. Check-in successful at Zhongshan Valley. Reward, Zhu Tian's sword. Chapter 9, The Ninth Princess. Zhu Tianjian. The name sounded extremely powerful. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Chen Yan's hand, emitting a powerful sword aura. Brat, hand over the sword. Just then, a man approached Chen Yan, holding a large blade that radiated a fierce and domineering aura. Have we met before? The man suddenly looked at Chen Yan curiously. No, I've never seen you before. Brat, you're the same one who dared to defy Elder Foam outside the secret realm. Elder Foam? You mean that old man who tried to attack me before, but was stopped by the Mengju? Haha, I've been looking everywhere for you. Mei Shangda, you came right to me today? This place will be your grave. Chen Yan was speechless. But, I don't think we have such deep hatred. Not much hatred? Haha, are you joking? You actually dared to challenge Elder Foam previously, and I am the Elder's disciple. Tell me, do we have hatred or not? Chen Yan could only feel more speechless. Previously, Elder Feng had injured Qin Ningxue, and Chen Yan had already despised him deeply. Now, his disciple dares to come and kill him as well. This thoroughly enraged Chen Yan. There's actually a sentence I want to give you too. What sentence? The man asked curiously. Hee, my sword hasn't tasted blood yet today. Let's make you the first. Ha, what an arrogant fool. I am a disciple of Tianjin sect. You think you're worthy of challenging me? Little bastard. I couldn't defeat that old immortal, but can I defeat you? Chen Yan felt Zhu Tianjian in his hand, seemed extremely excited. He slashed a sword strike forward, infusing star energy into Zhu Tianjian at that moment. A powerful sword aura surged outward. The youth inhaled sharply upon seeing this, quickly lifting his blade to block in front of his chest, trying to resist the sword aura. However, when the sword aura contacted his blade, it sliced through it like cutting through tofu, cleaving the large sword into two halves. The youth tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He felt a cold sensation across his chest, instinctively moved slightly, and suddenly the upper half of his body dropped to the ground with a thud. Eyes wide open, there was no doubt. He was completely dead. Surprisingly, his blood was absorbed by Zhu Tianjian. After absorbing the elite blood, Zhu Tianjian's sword aura seemed faintly enhanced. Haha, Zhu Tianjian is indeed great. Chen Yan continued moving forward. Along the way, he encountered many ferocious beasts, all of which were slain by him. Zhu Tianjian was also gradually improving. Suddenly, he spotted a very beautiful woman ahead. The girl looked very cute. Right now she was leisurely riding on a wolf. Chen Yan was quite shocked, not because the girl was riding a wolf surprised him, but because the wolf's size was extremely massive, larger than an elephant. The girl was very pretty, innocent, charming, and had an enchanting figure. Chen Yan could sense she didn't possess any beast taming techniques. Could this wolf have been conquered merely by her beauty? So it's really you. The girl looked at Chen Yan. Chen Yan felt somewhat puzzled again. Why were so many people who he didn't recognize seem to know him? I'm Jinx, and I'm very curious why my father would save you. Chun Yin roughly understood this girl must be the daughter of Vengju of Haki Alliance. In Qingzhou, the Haki Alliance practically represented imperial power, wielding immense authority. This person must be similar to a princess. Could she be the ninth princess? Commoner Chun Yin pays respects to Princess Nine. Chun Yin bowed respectfully. Princess Nine looked somewhat puzzled. This person's cultivation was clearly so weak. Why did her father specially intervene to save him? Remember, saving him wasn't merely a simple act of kindness. In some way, it also showed disrespect toward Elder Feng. Ninth princess, I still have someone to find, so I shall take my leave. Chun Yin was worried whether or not Qi Mingxue was in danger. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly spoke. Hey, this time you've offended Elder Feng of Tianjin Sect. His disciples won't let you off easily. I just saw the holy maiden of Tianjin Sect over there. It's very dangerous for you to head that way. Chun Yin didn't take it too seriously. He still had the golden holy dragon and Xian Gui, so he wasn't too afraid. Tianjin Sect consists of sword cultivation experts. You must be extremely careful. Don't ever encounter the holy maiden. Chun Yin merely waved his hand and walked away. Who knew how long had passed when Chun Yin suddenly heard sounds of fighting coming from ahead. Chun Yin found a place to hide and secretly observed. He finally saw several ferocious beasts surrounding and attacking a young man. Though the young man appeared battered, his combat strength was constantly surging. Chun Yin sensed his own cultivation level. It was about the same as Qi Mingxue's. He felt somewhat surprised. Their battle was growing increasingly fierce. The young man was already struggling and was finally crushed to the ground like a dying dog. This made Chun Yin even more worried about Qi Mingxue. If this young man's strength wasn't enough to kill these beasts, didn't that mean Qi Mingxue would also fail? That would be dangerous. Chun Yin released Zhu Tianjin and rushed forward. He wasn't trying to save the man, just seizing the opportunity to gain an advantage. The young man's previous battle had already worn the beasts down significantly. With one slash of Zhu Tianjin, a ferocious beast's head was severed. As Chun Yin prepared to strike again, the other beasts noticed him and charged toward him furiously. Chun Yin quickly fled. He couldn't let them close in on him. Otherwise, he'd end up in the same state as that young man. He dared not easily summon the golden holy dragon and Xian Gui. After all, in a place like this, once discovered, his future would be doomed. It was better to quietly grow stronger first. As Chun Yin ran faster, suddenly an arrow shot through the air, followed by a loud bang. One of the pursuing beasts was killed. Chun Yin was taken aback and only then noticed it was the ninth princess. Swish, another piercing sound cut through the air. Another beast exploded. Chun Yin inhaled sharply. Just how powerful was this beauty? He strongly suspected she was at the peak of the core formation stage. That bow of hers was terrifying. With the ninth princess's help, Chun Yin turned around and slashed his sword outward. Working together, they killed over a dozen beasts. After the beasts were slain, Chun Yin collected the dozen or so long swords. Thank you, ninth princess. Chun Yin clasped his fists and said respectfully. If not for the ninth princess's assistance, Chun Yin knew clearly he wouldn't have been able to kill those beasts so easily. Even if he eventually defeated them, sustaining injuries would have been unavoidable. The ninth princess thought for a moment and said, all right then, I'll accompany you to find that person. Then I'll say thank you. Chun Yin clenched his fists in a respectful gesture. This time, he truly needed to thank this woman, or else he would have encountered some trouble again. The princess was actually quite helpful. With her assistance, they could probably avoid many unnecessary troubles along the way. At this moment, the princess was riding forward on a wolf larger than an elephant, with Chun Yin walking beside them. After a long time, they heard a series of loud noises coming from the front. The ninth princess leapt down swiftly and said, it's the disciples of the 10,000 Ghost Valley. 10,000 Ghost Valley. Chun Yin found the name somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. At this moment, he noticed that within the secret realm, some ferocious beasts were attacking a woman. But strangely, the beasts were being driven back by this single woman. Many of the beasts were screaming in pain. Wow, this woman is really that powerful. Dark energy continuously transformed into chains around her body, sweeping outward. The beasts were rolling directly on the ground and finally melted into pools of blood before vanishing from sight. Chun Yin was almost staring with wide-eyed shock. This woman was indeed powerful. She had killed a large group of ferocious beasts within minutes. Such a formidable expert truly inspired envy. Truly terrifying. The ninth princess looked somewhat surprised. With the beasts slain, they naturally left behind many swords. Although these swords weren't of the best quality, Chun Yin didn't hesitate to gather them all up. After all, they were still quite decent. The ninth princess felt speechless. She didn't even care for such things in the first place. Naturally, the disciples of the 10,000 Ghost Valley didn't care about them either. After collecting the treasures, they continued on their way. Soon, they reached a large mountain range. These mountains should be the location of the real treasures within this secret realm. The ninth princess said. Chun Yin also saw many cultivators, flying swiftly on their swords, rapidly entering the depths of the mountains. Let's hurry in as well. Chun Yin was still somewhat worried about Qi Mingxue. He still hadn't found her yet. But thinking again, he decided to enter the mountains first and see if Qi Mingxue might be inside. If he himself could defeat the beasts here, how much more so for Qi Mingxue? At this moment, Qi Mingxue was indeed within a mountain range. Beside him was a dog, but actually it was a beast he had tamed. Xiao Tian, do you sense Chun Yin's presence anywhere? As the sect leader of the Beast Taming Sect, naturally after entering here, he could command some of the fierce creatures within. Qilin Xue, still deeply worried about Chen Yan's safety. Chen Yan, where are you exactly? If you can hear me. At this moment, Chen Yan was walking up the mountain path with the ninth princess. There had already been several waves of cultivators who entered ahead of them. Since those people flew on their swords, they likely already reached their destination. Chasing after the treasures inside was unlikely for Chen Yan. He probably wouldn't get much more than a taste of the broth. Check-in available here. The system's voice startled Chen Yan slightly. It was still daytime. Could it already be a day since he had entered? Or was it because this secret realm lacked night time and remained perpetually daylight? Check-in. Chen Yan excitedly replied. Check-in successful. Obtained 3 drops of Supreme Blood Essence. Chen Yan felt astonished as well. He hadn't expected to actually gain the Supreme Blood Essence, known for containing the power of Dao techniques. Within only a few breaths of time, he felt a warm current entering his bloodstream. Immediately afterward, Chen Yan felt like his body was about to explode. Chen Yan, what's wrong with you? The ninth princess was also greatly startled as Chen Yan let out a roar and smashed straight into a huge boulder. The sensation felt extremely uncomfortable. Long. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth rushed over like a flood breaching a dam. It's the Supreme Blood Essence. At this moment, the blood essence rapidly fused with Chen Yan's body, while the power of its inheritance began entering Chen Yan's mind. Dragon God Palm, a supreme martial art. Chen Yan was exhilarated at this point. This Dragon God Palm technique was divided into a total of 18 palm strikes, each stronger than the last. However, with Chen Yan's current abilities, he was unable to fully display its strength. What just happened? The ninth princess spoke, clearly concerned. Nothing, just some after effects. Naturally, Chen Yan wouldn't be foolish enough to tell others his secrets. Some things couldn't even be revealed to the closest of people. Fortunately, the ninth princess didn't press further, and the two continued onward. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. Now you have 2 choices. First, I can let you pass directly through Wu Jing's path. Second, you can walk through it yourselves. Ahead lies the Emperor's Road. It's not a difficult path, but once you step on it, you will lose all your abilities. Don't worry, there's no danger on it. However, once you enter, getting out won't be easy. Many people choose to skip this path. Oh, even if you do walk through it, your cultivation realm won't improve. The voice was distant and ethereal. Chen Yan felt somewhat suspicious. If it was truly like that, then what was the point of this? Choosing to walk this path was naturally for the sake of improving one's cultivation, but if it offered no help, then what was the purpose? Chen Yan thought, why bother walking through if it wouldn't help elevate one's realm? Was there at least something valuable inside? So you're saying it doesn't improve one's cultivation at all? Absolutely no effect whatsoever. Whatever realm you are now, you will remain the same when you come out. Worth noting is that even if you stay inside for 10,000 years, only a single year would have passed outside. But staying inside for 10,000 years? You definitely won't break through. Alright, now make your choice. The voice remained very certain. Chen Yan looked at the ninth princess and said, what about you? I'll pass. This princess refuses to endure such suffering. The ninth princess replied hastily. If flying were possible, it would be acceptable. But the problem was, flying was not allowed here, only walking. Chen Yan, however, was somewhat unconvinced. Was there really nothing to gain? Chen Yan had always been a contrary person. He would do the opposite of others. Since none of you were going in, he was determined to go inside. I choose to walk through it, Chen Yan said firmly. Haha, you actually have guts, kid. But let me tell you the truth, there really is nothing good about it. Of course, there's also nothing valuable inside. Chen Yan smiled slightly. I understand. Still, I must walk through it. Well done, young man. Your courage is admirable, the voice said with evident admiration. I won't walk with you. I'll wait for you at the end of the path. The princess was still somewhat surprised by Chen Yan's choice. Still, she didn't ask further questions. After all, she lacked such courage herself. Chapter 11, The Test. Everyone else had also chosen to skip directly, and they couldn't figure out why Chen Yan was being so foolish. Was his brain damaged or something? All of you have made your choices. For those of you who didn't choose to take this path yourselves, I will immediately send you over. Of course, as punishment for your cowardice and weakness, all of you will have to wait at the destination. You can only leave after he comes out, approximately 1 year. Naturally, if this guy never comes out, then you'll never be allowed to leave either. When this ethereal voice echoed, the others started cursing loudly. If you aren't afraid of hardship and fatigue, you still have the chance to return now. As a result, everyone immediately shut up. Since none of you believe there's 100 million, let's begin now. With those words, these people vanished. They simply disappeared from here and instantaneously appeared at their destination, a pavilion. From then on, they could only wait. At this moment, Chen Yan saw before him a dead-end path. This path had one step after another, extending all the way to the end of the sky. Looking at this road, even Chen Yan inhaled sharply with shock. One must note that right now, he was just an ordinary person. This indeed required tremendous courage. He then started climbing. However, after 2 hours, his legs and feet were already sore and weak. Looking up, he found that he still couldn't see the summit. Plus, the entire mountain was shrouded in a dull gray haze, giving off a rather oppressive vibe. No choice. What he had chosen himself must be completed, even if he had to crawl on his knees. Chen Yan found that walking on this path felt just like drifting in the middle of the ocean. No matter how far he walked, it seemed to have no end. After one day, Xuan felt so weak he couldn't even stand, and this place felt like it had lasted 10,000 years. Xuan nearly spat blood. This was just day one. It seemed like an eternity still awaited him. Luckily, there were many wild fruits along the road, so when Xuan was hungry, he ate the fruits to satisfy his hunger and quench his thirst. When tired, he slept. The next day, Xuan discovered that his system had no prompt sound at all. Xuan felt a bit heartbroken. Actually, he'd had a plan upon entering, just check in once every day. After 10,000 years and finally exiting, he would probably be very powerful. However, expectations were rich and rosy, while reality was bitterly cruel. After trying everything, he realized that time here didn't pass according to whoever's inside. Powerless, he could only continue walking. This time he was truly tricked. Under such circumstances, perhaps many people might choose to end their own lives. Loneliness and solitude could easily break someone. After 5 days passed, what kept Xuan going was sheer willpower. If not for his strong determination, Xuan guessed he'd have already broken down. Never expected you to last this long. I have some good news for you. Senior, please speak. If you can keep going, you absolutely must break through your cultivation realm. Only by breaking through can you truly persevere. That's the essence of a monarch's path. Everyone entering here will become an ordinary person, then gradually break through and progressively improve. When you cultivate to the realm you entered with, you would have, in fact, walked your own path out. Choosing this path doesn't grant you improvement in cultivation level, but you've already obtained dual souls. Simply put, you possess 2 lives. For example, during a fight when you're exhausted, you can switch to the other soul at your weakest moment. In other words, your combat effectiveness instantly returns to its peak. So keep pushing forward. Hard work equals reward. When you reach the 7th stage of Qi refinement, you will have reached the summit of this mountain. Xuan nodded as he spoke. In other words, if you took 4 years before to reach the 7th stage, now it might take longer, perhaps even much longer. Xuan immediately felt excited. Just a decade or so, and Xuan suddenly felt like he had found his life's direction. 10 years, 10 years. Outside, perhaps not even a single day had passed. Suddenly, Xuan understood the meaning behind it. It was just like cultivation. What mattered most in cultivation was not fearing hardship or fatigue, going against the heavens. Only then could one continue to move forward. However, at this moment, Xuan didn't have the slightest clue how to break through. Still, he believed that even as an ordinary person, the strength of his soul would definitely be far stronger than others. Although he didn't know exactly how to find the opportunity for breakthrough, right now he seemingly had no other choice but to keep climbing stairs. Every undertaking is hardest at the beginning. Once he had that first breakthrough, things would become much easier afterward. Xuan began sprinting. He felt that maybe sweat was the very key to triggering the breakthrough. After several kilometers, Xuan felt like he was about to collapse. His sweat poured down in torrents, his mind turned to mush, and his heart seemed ready to burst out of his chest. At this moment, had it not been for sheer willpower, he would have already fallen down. More than an hour later, Xuan felt he could no longer endure it and collapsed flat onto the ground, realizing he couldn't stand up again. The world spun, his head reeled, and sharp pains surged through his brain. Xuan knew this was exactly the feeling he needed. Amid this endless agony, he began to struggle, and he discovered his dantian slowly began to surface, followed by a faint, barely perceptible aura. Clearly, he had already entered the early stage of Qi refinement. Xuan stood up once more, his legs trembling, yet his heart leapt with joy. Since the most difficult part had finally begun, naturally the rest would be easier. Xuan resumed his journey. He didn't rush anymore. After all, now that his cultivation realm had improved, he could naturally fly. Spring came and autumn went. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years passed, and Xuan's cultivation had risen to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He had also returned to the summit of this mountain. When Xuan saw the pavilion ahead, the people inside screamed, "Brother, you made it so quickly." Only a little over a single day had passed outside. Seeing Xuan appeared exactly as before, they all immediately relaxed. People always hate seeing others succeed. Seeing that Xuan, after over a decade, still looked exactly the same as before, they couldn't help but feel secretly smug. Xuan merely smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't tell them about the benefits he had gained. "You may all proceed forward now." The voice from within the secret realm echoed again. "The most desired things for all of you are probably cultivation realms and skills. Now you have an opportunity. 500 miles ahead lies a place called Matian Cliff. Once you reach Matian Cliff, you will understand. If you're fortunate enough, you can obtain the skill you desire." Without hesitation, Xuan immediately began sprinting ahead. Chapter 12. Exiting the Secret Realm. Soon, the group entered a mountain so tall it pierced the clouds. The mountain appeared extremely smooth, as if it were a finely crafted mirror. It was almost unbelievable how such a formation could naturally occur. Welcome, fortunate souls who have entered the sky-piercing cliff. After 10,000 years, the sky-piercing cliff now offers the chance to obtain a seed for an innate skill. Everyone, make sure you seize this opportunity. Xuan was somewhat astonished. He naturally knew what an innate skill meant, an ability that didn't require comprehension or learning, but could be directly integrated into one's being. Finding such a skill within this valley was truly a stroke of luck. Now, everyone was looking forward to the next 10 days. Of course, although this skill doesn't require comprehension, it is deeply connected to the soul. Put simply, the sharper one's intellect, the more thoroughly one can integrate the skill and thus unleash its full power. Therefore, to avoid wasting such a rare opportunity, it's better for the more intelligent individuals to claim the skill. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. This seemed contradictory. Wasn't it supposed to be a skill anyone could integrate? Why would intelligence matter? I will now pose 4 questions. Anyone can answer. If you answer correctly, you will have the chance to obtain the skill seed. The voice echoed again. Xuan wondered what kind of intelligence test this could be. Still, he wasn't too worried. He had once been a college entrance exam champion, after all. Now let's begin. Everyone, get ready. Everyone attentively listened. A rabbit weighs 18 gene, a chicken 3 gene, and a duckling 4 tails. There are 99 animals in total, weighing 100 gene altogether. How many of each are there? Second question. Oldly has 3 sons. When dividing the family property, the old man declared that among their 17 cows, the eldest son should receive 1/2, the second son 1/3, and the youngest 1/9. How can this be done without killing any cows? Third question. When the fourth question was presented, everyone started thinking intently. Xuan felt speechless. Was this seriously called an intelligence test? He had expected some sort of riddle or brain teaser, but these were just simple math word problems from elementary school. Throwing 4 such problems at them. Was this a joke? Over the next 10 days, Xuan didn't bother to think much about it, and simply took Princess Geo for a walk. Princess Geo had helped him before, so he naturally wanted to return the favor. Thus, he quietly gave her the answers. After both Xuan and Princess Geo revealed their answers, it was evident that they had both answered correctly. Immediately, 2 beams of holy light entered their bodies. Others couldn't help but feel baffled. This actually worked? After integrating the skills, several days later, Princess Geo had awakened. Xuan walked over and sensed his own cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of foundation building. Although this cultivation level was still rather weak, making such rapid progress in only a few days was still quite impressive. As the group continued forward, Xuan suddenly became curious. Princess Geo, why haven't we seen those cultivators who flew in on swords earlier? Princess Geo paused for a moment. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. What's going on here? Forget it. If we can't figure it out, there's no use dwelling on it. Xuan had already benefited greatly from this journey, so he wasn't too concerned. How do we leave this place? You're in such a hurry to leave? Princess Geo looked curious. She was finding it increasingly difficult to understand Xuan. Xuan nodded. Yes, my current strength is still too weak. Who knows what dangers might arise if I stay longer? He hoped to gradually grow stronger, and staying in this secret realm for too long might bring unforeseen risks. Also, he suspected that Qilin hadn't entered. Therefore, he wanted to leave the secret realm as soon as possible. Little boy, already preparing to leave so soon. A soft voice floated in the air. Yes, I was wondering if Senior could help me leave. That ethereal voice must have belonged to the realm's guardian spirit, who controlled everything within. It's rare for newcomers not to want to stay a while. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Few had the fortune to encounter such a secret realm. Even once every 100 years was considered extremely rare. Therefore, after entering such a realm, most people hoped the place would remain open as long as possible. Senior, as the saying goes, contentment brings eternal happiness. I humbly ask for your guidance. Contentment brings eternal happiness? Though the principle seems simple and familiar to all, truly embodying it is extremely difficult. Suddenly, a beam of blue light appeared from the void. Xuan caught it. It was a jade slip in his hand. This jade slip will help you leave. Thank you, Senior. Xuan was instantly filled with excitement. In the future, if you have the chance, I hope you will return to this secret realm. Yes, thank you, Senior. Xuan clasped his fist with both hands. As a young man from the 21st century, Xuan clearly understood that gaining so many benefits in this secret realm was already a rare fortune. TV dramas always depicted it this way. If he continued to be greedy and failed to know when to be content, he would surely gain nothing. What about you? Will you leave now? Xuan looked at Princess Geo. Princess Geo clearly wasn't willing to leave at this moment. Just as the spirit guardian had said, though many understood the saying, contentment brings eternal happiness, very few could truly put it into practice. Xuan didn't insist, and instead activated his spirit arrow directly, exiting the secret realm. When he reappeared, he stood on the back mountain of Xuan Sect. Though the time he had been away wasn't particularly long, because inside the secret realm he had walked that mountain path for a full 10 years, Xuan felt as though he had already been away from Xuan Sect for a long time. Since his arrival in this world upon reincarnation, Xuan Sect had been the only place that brought Xuan a feeling of warmth. As he returned to Xuan Sect once again, Xuan secretly resolved that he would protect this sect for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he hurriedly went to look for Qilin Xuan Divine Hall. The entire hall's atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The elders of Xuan Divine Hall were sighing one after another. Sitting at the main seat, Qilin asked, "Have you found out anything? Is there any news about Onyan?" Disciple leader, Onyan either entered the secret realm or... An elder sighed heavily, clearly implying that the more likely possibility was that Xuan had perished. After all, even if Onyan had entered the secret realm, with his current cultivation level, survival inside would be impossible. Disciple leader, the problem now isn't about Onyan. The real issue is what we should do now. Second elder asked anxiously. Qilin also let out a long sigh. It turned out that Xuan Sect was facing new troubles recently. This time, The young lord of Tamed Sect had sent people to propose marriage, declaring his intent to marry Qin Ningxue. Chapter 12. The threat from Tamed Sect. Tamed Sect is a second-tier sect, nothing like the former Xuan sect it can be compared to. At least for the Beast Tamed Sect now, it's a giant. Everyone was lost in their worries when suddenly a young man walked in. On Yin. Qin Ningxue immediately stood up excitedly. At that moment, she seemed to have forgotten the trouble she was facing and hurriedly came to Chen Yin's side. Where have you been these days, you brat? Yeah, On Yin, what exactly happened to you? Do you know how much everyone has been worrying about you? The elders all gathered around like family, their faces full of concern. For Chen Yin, the Beast Taming Sect was a loving place. Initially, he thought that being a good-for-nothing unable to cultivate would result in mockery, but clearly, no one in the Beast Taming Sect had ever ridiculed him. Everyone had even been continuously trying to help him improve his physique. Many times, Chen Yin had wanted to reveal everything to them, telling them his secret. But ultimately, he held back. Not because he suspected they would harm him, but because once a secret is known by too many people, it ceases to be a secret, and along with that comes danger. Oh, don't worry. I'm fine. Sorry for making everyone worry. It's okay, as long as you're safe. Qin Ningxue's eyes had turned slightly red. She had been constantly worrying about the danger Chen Yin might be in these days. At this moment, Chen Yin saw the other elders and sighed once again. What's wrong? Did something happen again? Chen Yin asked. Judging from the situation, everyone was discussing something important here. Chen Yin instantly felt an ominous premonition. On Yin, our Beast Taming Sect has encountered some trouble again, this time. How did it happen? Although Chen Yin could not cultivate, he still held a place within the sect thanks to his intelligence, so he usually got invited to internal meetings. The matter is like this. Elder Qi, Yu Junshuang, was about the same age as Chen Yin. The two had the closest relationship, so he recounted the entire story from beginning to end. Chen Yin's expression turned gloomy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. He now understood why so much had happened in the sect while he was away in the secret realm. Actually, this matter had some connection with Chen Yin himself. Tamed Sect was considered a second-tier sect. Across the continent, sects were classified as top-tier, second-tier, third-tier, and unranked. There were only the 4 great sects in the top tier. These 4 sects had existed for tens of thousands of years, deeply rooted, and were basically unshakable. There were 12 sects in the second tier, with some changes over time, but generally remaining fairly stable. As for the third-tier sects, there were many, at least hundreds. And unranked sects were even more numerous. Beast Taming Sect was an unranked one. Previously, thanks to Chun Yin's golden sacred dragon and the Xian turtle stepping in, the Xuan sect had been defeated. Otherwise, that would have been the end for them. Such unranked sects normally wouldn't draw the attention of a second-tier sect. The young master of Tamed Sect was Cheng Jiansheng, a notorious playboy, known for his extreme lechery. This time, Qin Ningxue had gone out looking for Chen Yin and just happened to run into Cheng Jiansheng at an inn. Cheng Jiansheng had immediately taken a fancy to Qin Ningxue. TSK. Never would have thought that such a desolate place like Qingzhou would produce such a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. Cheng Jiansheng eyed Qin Ningxue with lust. Young master is interested? Jiang Wei, Cheng Jiansheng's sycophantic follower, grinned. As an ass-kisser, naturally he understood his master's preferences well. Cheng Jiansheng had a particular quirk. He loved conquering women. If women threw themselves at him, he actually didn't like that. Clearly, Qin Ningxue was a woman worth the chase. When Cheng Jiansheng entered the inn, many women shrieked in excitement, sent flirtatious glances, and a few even pretended to fall. Yet, uniquely, Qin Ningxue hadn't even looked at him. Instead, her expression was filled with worry. Little lady, judging from your gloomy expression, may I know what is troubling you? Could I, perhaps, have the honor to help alleviate your distress? Waving his folding fan, Cheng Jiansheng spoke with a graceful air. Handsome in appearance and coming from a prestigious family background, Cheng Jiansheng had developed a massive ego. In his eyes, every woman he desired was his to have. It was only a matter of time. Furrowing her delicate eyebrows, Qin Ningxue looked at the oily Cheng Jiansheng before her and immediately felt displeased. Go away, I'm busy right now. Of course, Qin Ningxue had no idea of Cheng Jiansheng's identity. Combined with her concern for Chen Yin's safety, she impatiently replied, I like a woman with a little fire in her temper. Cheng Jiansheng chuckled as he reached out and brushed his fingers against Qin Ningxue's delicate face. But in response, Qin Ningxue directly kicked him, sending Cheng Jiansheng flying through the air. You shameless lecher, what do you think you're doing? Although Cheng Jiansheng was the young master of the sect, he was nothing more than a spoiled rich kid with weak cultivation skills. He was completely stunned after being kicked away. You mad woman. You actually dared to hit me. What if I did hit you? You shameless lecher. Jiang Wei, that loyal follower, rushed over immediately, but was himself kicked onto the ground in 2 swift kicks. Both men cried out in pain, moaning in agony. You wait for me. I will definitely make you mine. You're asking for death. And with that, Cheng Jiansheng and Jiang Wei were taught a harsh lesson. Qin Ningxue hadn't thought much of the incident. She thought they were merely 2 vulgar aristocratic brats. But what she hadn't expected was that this time, she had made an enemy with someone far beyond her reach. The next day, an envoy from Tamed Sect arrived. When Qin Ningxue saw the Tamed Sect envoy, she sensed something was off. You're Qin Ningxue? The envoy raised his eyebrow, looking at her with clear disdain and arrogance. Qin Ningxue's heart burned with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Someone of this power level was far beyond what she could challenge. Though this envoy wasn't even a match for her in battle, she still had to be extremely respectful. In the world of cultivation, there is no law, only brute strength that decides what is right. It's entirely possible for a cultivator to be killed simply because he passed gas and annoyed a higher being. Therefore, if Xuan Tamed Sect wished to destroy the Beast Tamed Sect, they only needed to send a single elder, and the entire sect could be wiped out completely. Such occurrences are perfectly normal. No one would dare stand up for you. Because this is the world of cultivators. May I ask what business the honorable envoy has in coming here? Despite the dislike in her heart, she still spoke politely on the surface. Chapter 14, Forced Marriage. Gate Master Qilin really is blessed with good fortune. Women have it easy. They can do nothing and still ascend to the heavens like a phoenix, unlike us men, who must strive for everything on our own. The Xuan Tamed Sect's holy envoy spoke in a sarcastic tone. Holy envoy, please speak plainly. I don't understand what you're implying. Xuan frowned. He greatly disliked the man's sarcastic tone and wanted to slap him right across the face, were it not for the fact that he couldn't afford to offend him. Nobody likes being stared at disrespectfully like that. Do you truly not know, or are you pretending to be ignorant? No matter. I won't bother discerning your intentions. This is the betrothal gift. As the envoy spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Betrothal gift? Xuan grew even more confused. What exactly was happening here? And besides, who actually gives a sword as a betrothal gift? You're the one our young master has taken a liking to. Oh, I mean that lecher you previously beat up. What? Xuan was utterly shocked, completely thrown off balance. He knew that he had indeed gotten himself into serious trouble this time. Who would have expected that the lecher he had taught a lesson was actually the young master of the Xuan Tamed Sect? Among the second-tier sects, the Xuan Tamed Sect had always been known for being domineering and left a generally poor impression. Especially their sect leader, nicknamed the Blood-Handed Cultivator, a man infamous for his ruthlessness and notorious for fiercely protecting his own. And the Blood-Handed Cultivator's son, Cheng, was himself a notorious lecher, even worse, a pervert. Cheng's favorite hobby was to force himself onto women. Once he set his sights on a woman, she would be his, no matter the means necessary. Now Qilin understood the meaning behind presenting a sword as a betrothal token. Gate Master Qilin is a clever man. I suppose there's no need for further explanation. The women our young master desires never escape his grasp. Dress in your wedding garments 10 days from now and head to the Xuan Tamed Sect. Naturally, the dowry must not be forgotten. No less than 1,000,000 spirit stones and 10,000 spirit beasts. You're being far too unreasonable. The Grand Elder said angrily. This coercion to marry the sect's leader to the young master of the Xuan Tamed Sect was bad enough already. Demanding such a heavy dowry on top of that would basically jug on them. 1,000,000 spirit stones alone could practically destroy the beast taming gate entirely. Unreasonable. The envoy sneered slightly. 2,000 spirit beasts. You can choose not to pay, for the betrothal token is but a sword. Then Gate Master Qilin shall personally slaughter every member of your beast taming gate instead. After all, if you don't kill them yourselves, you surely understand what fate as slaves will be. Everyone shuddered slightly. In this cultivation world, some sects are indeed reduced to servitude, a fate worse than death. They live lives so miserable that even dogs might be envied for their existence. Xuan's face also turned extremely grim. He even felt a twinge of despair. You have only 10 days. If you don't come after 10 days, no one in the entire beast taming gate will escape. Having said that, the envoy arrogantly walked away. When Xuan learned of the whole matter, he furiously slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Clutching his fist tightly with one hand, Xuan had never so urgently wanted to annihilate someone in his life. This was the first time he so desperately yearned for strength. In this world, without strength, one was absolutely nothing and could only live a life of submission. Xuan smiled bitterly, as if having reached a decision. I will accept this marriage. At that time, the Grand Elder will take over the sect leadership. Grand Elder, in the future, please take good care of Xuan. Gate Master. Everyone bowed their heads, hearts depressed to the extreme. Yet they felt helpless beyond words. In the face of such a formidable faction, what could they possibly do? They did not even have the opportunity to fight back. Alright, that's settled. Sacrificing just me is better than sacrificing everyone. Besides, I might not even be making the ultimate sacrifice. Just as that person said, perhaps I will really ascend to the heavens like a phoenix. Xuan forced a smile, but everyone could see the deep resentment and fury in his heart. Xuan didn't say anything, his mind preoccupied with thinking of ways to resolve the situation. This was not a time for rashness or reckless violence. What they faced was a formidable giant, and for the moment, Xuan didn't know how to break the deadlock. That night, Xuan couldn't sleep at all, sitting in the courtyard the whole night, thinking of solutions. Ultimately, it came down to being too weak. Knock knock knock. Just then, a series of knocks on the door brought Xuan back to his senses. Shaking his head, Xuan opened the door. I thought you might be asleep. Well then, care to have a drink with your gate master? Xuan shook the wine hu in his hand. Good. The two of them climbed onto the rooftop, facing the bright moon, raising their cups and drinking together. At this moment, Xuan seemed as if nothing had happened at all, wearing a warm and gentle smile across his face like a spring breeze. But Xuan knew very well that this woman's heart was currently in immense pain. He understood Xuan well. She was someone who would rather break than bend. If it weren't for all the fools in the beast taming gate, she would rather die. Yen, How many years have you been in the sect? Already 5 years. 5 years, time really flies. When I'm gone, after a while, you should leave the beast taming gate too, marry a woman, and live a normal life. Gate master. Qin looked at him, not knowing what to say, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He knew Qin Ningshua's personality. She wouldn't endure much longer under such oppression. It's alright. Truthfully, becoming the young mistress of the Tamed Sect isn't so bad. As he spoke, his tears became more uncontrollable, but he intentionally tilted his head up, not wanting Qin to notice. By the way, the Tamed Sect is very far from here. How did they end up appearing in Qingzhou? Qin suddenly recalled that the Tamed Sect was indeed very far from Qingzhou, and Qingzhou wasn't even considered a major city. It has something to do with the recent opening of the Secret Realm. From what I know, many major sects have arrived here since the Secret Realm opened. So most of the Tamed Sect's experts have already entered the Secret Realm, including their sect leader Chung Batian. His son wasn't allowed to enter because his cultivation is too weak. So that's how it is. In other words, the Tamed Sect isn't strong here anymore. Qin had entered the Secret Realm before, so he naturally understood how irresistibly attractive it was to cultivators. A vast number of elite experts had already gone inside. In fact, most of the high-level power of the Tamed Sect was already inside the Secret Realm. At that moment, a faint glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 15. 1,000 Faces. Qin remembered what the 9th princess had told him earlier, that the Secret Realm would remain open for 3 months. No one who had entered the Secret Realm would come out in these 3 months. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Ningxue glanced at Qin before turning and leaving. Qin sat alone on the rooftop, drinking 2 pots of wine. Just now, he had come up with a bold idea. He had to kill Cheng Jinfeng, that bastard. With Tamed Sect's interior defense weakened, if he planned well, killing the bastard might actually be achievable. But this mission couldn't be done alone. That night, Qin's mind raced continuously. There was no way he could allow Qin Ningxue to sacrifice herself to protect everyone else. So he decided to take a risk. Of course, Qin didn't voice his thoughts. If he did, Qin Ningxue would certainly oppose his decision to put himself in danger. Another reason was that this matter couldn't be known by too many people. After making his decision, Qin set out that very night. His time was running short. After tonight, only 8 days remained. Cool winds blew gently as Qin left a short note before quietly departing from Yusho sect. Qingzhou was hundreds of thousands of miles from Mei City, where Tamed Sect was located. Normally, there was no way Qin could reach his destination in such a short time. But luck was on Qin's side. After midnight last night, he activated the reducing distance to an inch ability. Thus, by the next morning, this swordsman had already reached Mei City. Mei City was a bustling metropolis. Upon arriving, Qin felt like he had stepped into a major provincial capital. He bought a map of Mei City at the market and checked into an inn. After studying the map for most of the morning, Qin now had a general grasp of the various powers within Mei City. Mei City was a major urban center dominated by 3 main forces: the City Lord, Tamed Sect, and Mayan Sect, 3 second-tier sects, none of which were superior-level sects. Ding dong, it's time to check in. Would you like to check in now? Qin took a deep breath and silently wished. Please let it be something good this time, not another useless pill. Having checked in for such a long time, Qin had already acquired many pills. However, due to his unique constitution, it was very difficult for him to advance his cultivation level. Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 1,000 Faces skill. 1,000 Faces, 1,000 Face Gentleman. This skill allows you to change your face rapidly and even alter your aura, making detection extremely difficult. Limitation. The duration of 1,000 Faces depends on the host's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the skill's duration. Once used, it cannot be used again within 2 hours. After reading the system interface, Qin was overjoyed beyond measure. Truly, heaven protected him. His system had not disappointed him. This 1,000 Faces skill was exactly what he needed the most at this moment. After those words vanished, Qin suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his mind. 1,000 Faces was not a mere facial transformation skill. It worked by changing the arrangement of the bones and muscles on one's face to completely resemble another person, even modifying the individual's aura accordingly. Thus, even experts of supreme power would find it difficult to recognize the transformation. This was exactly the skill Qin urgently needed right now. His eyes narrowed slightly. Cheng Jinfeng, just wait. Daring to bully Qin Ningxue like that? I swear I'll kill you. Qin then started experimenting. He went outside the inn, observed someone randomly, and imprinted the person's appearance into his mind like an engraving. Back in his room, his features began transforming into that person's image. What terrified Qin was that 1,000 Faces didn't just change facial features, it altered the person's physique too. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Qin believed it was a perfect imitation. Not even the original's mother would be able to recognize him. Indeed, this skill obtained through the check-in was powerful. Now, Qin wanted to test how long this disguise would last. He needed to be clear on this or else risk exposure during the operation, which could bring him fatal consequences. 1,000 Faces consumed Yuan Qi to maintain the form. After approximately an hour, Qin noticed that his use of 1,000 Faces had reached its limit, and during intense physical activity, its duration would be much shorter. Yuan Qi. So Yuan Qi is the key. After estimating the time duration, Qin felt quite satisfied. 1 hour, 2 hours in normal time was enough to accomplish a lot. Already, Chun Yin's mind was forming a rather complete plan. When it was time to eat at the inn, Chun Yin sat quietly in a corner, beginning to eavesdrop carefully. Inns were places where people of all backgrounds gathered. These were often good places to pick up important information. Chun Yin was just about to try his luck. Indeed, within the past half hour or so, several martial artists began to talk loudly. Have you heard? The young city lord is getting married next month. There's going to be quite a spectacle in Muyi City recently. You mean Su Donggang? I wonder which poor girl was unlucky enough to catch his eye. Many people sighed in sympathy. Muyi City had 3 young masters known as the 3 Scourges of Muyi, each more beastly than the last. It's Su Xia, the most beautiful woman in Muyi City. Su Xia? Isn't she the new top courtesan in Muyi City? Exactly, but I've heard an even juicier story about all this. What story? Hurry up and tell us. Gossip truly remained timeless, no matter the era. Cough cough, my throat is dry. I understand. Waiter, bring a pot of good wine and some delicious dishes. You really know how to treat people, the man said with satisfaction. Chun Yin glanced at this man. He seemed like a busybody, always eager to overhear things. Such characters were found everywhere. Su Xia is a talented young woman by the Qinhuai River in Muyi City. But tell me, do you know about Bai Qianyue? Of course we do. If it hadn't been for Bai Qianyue's untimely death, Su Xia would never have become the top courtesan. Bai Qianyue was truly the most beautiful woman in Muyi City beyond any doubt. Everyone who spoke of Bai Qianyue expressed some sense of regret. Back in the day, many men had gone to the Qinhuai River to catch a glimpse of her. Then, do you know that originally, it was Bai Qianyue whom Su Donggang had chosen to marry? The nosy man whispered mysteriously. Everyone instantly became excited. Sure enough, there was insider news. Bai Qianyue's sudden death had seemed strange to many. While people lamented, many also found it suspicious. Why had Bai Qianyue died so abruptly? Now it seemed there was indeed a hidden story. The nosy man had successfully hooked everyone's interest. Chun Yin, too, was now deeply curious. He thought this might just be a breakthrough point. Chapter 16, The Plan. Quick, tell us what's really going on behind the scenes. Yeah, boss, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us already. Everyone else was visibly curious and wanted to know what was going on. Cough. Actually, there is something behind this. Originally, Su Donggang, the young master, had his eye on Bai Qianyue. The two were already set to get married. What? Then why did the bride suddenly change? I suppose it's just a case of a beautiful woman's tragic fate. On the eve of the wedding, Bai Qianyue was forced into a relationship by a young lord. This incident eventually reached Su Donggang's ears. How could he accept something like that? He ended up killing Bai Qianyue himself, but the wedding date had already been announced, so they just changed the bride. When this was said out loud, everyone's expressions became quite complex. It was truly shocking news. Chun Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. He and these people could already see a deeper meaning behind this matter. The fact that boss didn't reveal the name of the young lord, and that Su Donggang could only swallow his anger indicated enough about who was involved. In the entire Muchi City, there were only 2 people that Su Donggang wouldn't dare to provoke recklessly. One was from Mayan Sect, and the other was from Xintian Sect. Chun Yin was somewhat excited at this point. Among the 3 pests of Muchi City, the young master of Mayan Sect wasn't particularly lustful by nature. That man preferred fighting instead. Therefore, this incident was most likely the doing of Cheng Jianxing. This was definitely a point worth exploiting. Boss, considered someone who knew a bit of everything, made his living from the intelligence trade. Earlier in the day at the inn, just from a bit of news, he enjoyed excellent food and drink, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Now slightly tipsy, he returned to his room for rest. I really enjoyed the meal today. Who's there? Boss immediately felt a chill go down his spine and jumped to his feet, alertly staring ahead. He finally saw a man before him. The man's appearance was very ordinary, someone he didn't recognize. He didn't look like someone important. However, Boss dared not move recklessly, because there was a dragon in the room staring straight at him. Brother, let's talk things through. The man was naturally Chun Yin. The so-called information Boss shared earlier was only superficial. Chun Yin needed to learn more. How much for your information? You're here to buy information. Boss twitched slightly. He thought, you can just come to me openly to buy information. Why scare me to death? Right? So tell me about it. Well, it depends on what kind of information you're after. Payment can be made in medicinal pills or spiritual stones, of course. Boss glanced at the dragon while he spoke. Can you ask him to leave first? He's kind of scary. Chun Yin waved his hand and withdrew the golden holy dragon into his mountain and sea chart. Then he took out a marrow washing pill. A marrow washing pill. Boss was startled, his heart filled with shock. He looked at the man in front of him once again, finding him rather unfamiliar. Boss was quite familiar with the various factions in the martial world, but he really didn't recognize this man. Just tell me about the story you mentioned earlier. I want to hear the detailed version. Boss looked at Chun Yin again, as if trying to see through the man. Earlier that day, everyone else had tactfully stopped asking questions, because although Boss was brave enough to speak out, they weren't necessarily brave enough to listen. After all, asking further might lead to trouble. What? Not going to talk? You started telling it already. Well, I'll tell you the details. Then he started explaining the entire matter in detail to Chun Yin. It turned out that there was indeed a deeper truth behind this story. It all came down to the long-standing rivalry between Su Donggang and Cheng Jianxing. The two had always despised each other and looked down on one another. However, being from powerful families, things had never escalated too badly between them. Bai Qianyue, in fact, had originally been part of a bet between them. The two agreed that whoever successfully courted Bai Qianyue first would win. So the two young masters used various means and methods, but ultimately Bai Qianyue chose Su Donggang. This was unacceptable for someone as proud as Cheng Jianxing. So he directly took a few subordinates and forcibly took advantage of her, and even had his men join in as well. After Cheng Jianxing raped the woman, even worse, he told Su Donggang, claiming that she had seduced him willingly. When Su Donggang found out, how could he bear this? He flew into a rage and killed Bai Qianyue. Qilin de Nuzu, Yunbi Wei, Zuding and Kaiga, Weitseng Sheng Jing Yinsu, Zhao Dru Sa Shendriao. Although Su Donggang felt extremely humiliated about this incident, a family like his would not let something as simple as a woman destroy their relations completely. Therefore, Su Donggang could only swallow this bitter pill and keep silent. Chen Yan could understand this well enough. A courtesan, no matter how beautiful, wouldn't be worth sparking a full-scale conflict between two major sects. But that was fine. Now that these two already had resentment toward each other, it could be exploited quite effectively. What are Su Donggang's hobbies, or any routines in his daily life? Chen Yan rolled his eyes slightly. This fellow really was practical-minded. He directly tossed him a pill. Boss's eyes lit up. This guy didn't seem particularly famous, but he sure was generous. Su Donggang really enjoys gambling. He comes here every month. In fact, the feud between Su Donggang and Cheng Jianxing began because previously at a gambling house, Su Donggang won a large number of pills from Cheng Jianxing and even made him lose an amulet that his father had originally intended to give to him. Because of that incident, Cheng Jianxing was severely beaten by his father. Oh, so there was such an incident. Chen Yan chuckled to himself. This truly was an unexpected opportunity. With this double layer of grievances, stirring up trouble would be much easier. After asking Boss about some additional details, Boss indeed shared quite a bit more, not withholding anything. Once Chen Yan left, and after making sure nobody was following him, he resumed his original appearance. He had naturally not used his real face when meeting Boss. Letian Gambling House. This was the largest gambling house in Muchi City, where all sorts of people came to play. Truly a place for every kind of crowd. Elegant Su Donggang strode in, holding a folding fan. Behind him followed his loyal henchmen, Chen Buchu and Jiang Wei, who squinted with his plump little eyes. At that moment, Chen Yan was already in the crowd. Seeing the two of them arrive, a slight curved smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. From what Boss had said, Cheng Jianxing was scheduled to appear here today, which was precisely why Su Donggang had come especially. A short while later, Cheng Jianxing himself arrived, accompanied by one of his subordinates. Chapter 17. Killing with Borrowed Hands. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The protagonist had finally made his entrance. Today, Cheng Jianfeng was the key figure. If he didn't show up, things really wouldn't be easy to handle. Beside Cheng Jianfeng stood a little fat boy. He wasn't very tall, with a plump and chubby appearance. Chen Yan knew this was Cheng Jianfeng's lackey, Jiang Wei, whose depravity was even worse than his master's. When Su Donggang saw the two of them, he immediately clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with anger. Master, don't act recklessly. Just teach him a lesson at the gambling table later, otherwise the sect leader will be furious. I don't need you to remind me. Su Donggang snorted coldly. If it weren't for the old man's instruction not to cause trouble, he really would have grabbed Cheng Jianfeng and beaten him within an inch of his life. At this moment, casino staff brought them some food. Less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense passed before Su Donggang suddenly felt his stomach growling. I'm going to the restroom first. Before long, Su Donggang had returned, and no one noticed the barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Come on, let's go over to Cheng Jianfeng's place. Su Donggang elegantly fanned himself with his folding fan and strolled over. Oh my, Master Su, what a rare sight. I heard you're getting married. Congratulations, congratulations. Cheng Jianfeng said in a slimy tone. Hee, Master Cheng, how about we play a few rounds? Su Donggang flicked his folding fan and raised his eyebrows. Sorry, I'm not interested in playing with you. However, I do enjoy playing with Bai Qianyue. Huh, Jiang Wei, is Bai Qian's skin really as soft and smooth as they say? Huh. Cheng Jianfeng naturally had no intention of gambling against Su Donggang. Last time he was completely swindled by him, and he himself was severely beaten by his father. That's right, it's not only as delicate as porcelain, it's also. Jiang Wei suddenly clasped his crotch with both hands. His face turned deathly pale as he squatted down, blood gushing down from his trousers. Dirty dog, I was talking to your master, who gave you the right to speak. Su Donggang, you're out of line. Even when attacking a dog, one must consider its owner. Cheng Jianfeng exploded with rage. He never expected Su Donggang to suddenly attack Jiang Wei. Looking at Jiang Wei's condition, it seemed like he'd never be able to be intimate with a woman ever again. What? Are you going to turn against me for this dog? Su Donggang said arrogantly. You, how familiar these words were. Previously, after Cheng Jianfeng had forced himself upon Bai Qianyue, Su Donggang confronted him, and Cheng Jianfeng had said the exact same words. Poor Jiang Wei never in his wildest dreams expected such a miserable fate. His vision turned black, and he fainted dead away. Seeing Jiang Wei collapse unconscious, Su Donggang sneered coldly. Needless to say, this Su Donggang was certainly not the real one. The real Su Donggang had already been knocked unconscious by Chen Yan, lying in the restroom at that very moment. Chen Yan knew that Jiang Wei was no good man. He was Cheng Jianfeng's strategist in seduction schemes. It was most likely this damn Jiang Wei who was behind the discovery of Qi Ningxue. Therefore, Chen Yan's crotch kick was merciless, ensuring Jiang Wei would have no descendants. You're brutal enough. Cheng Jianfeng said angrily. Just as he was about to leave with his men, Su Donggang suddenly spoke. Cheng Jianfeng, do you know why Qianyue chose me instead of you back then? Cheng Jianfeng turned his head to look at Su Donggang, narrowing his eyes slightly. He didn't expect Su Donggang to bring this up at this moment. What do you mean? Deep down, Cheng Jianfeng had always felt annoyed and resentful about this. By looks, he was more handsome than Su Donggang. By status, he was certainly no less important. However, Bai Qianhua had indeed chosen Su Donggang. The reason is quite simple. She told me that you're not good in bed. You can't last even the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. No wonder you always have to bring this dog with you whenever you force yourself on a woman. I can understand now. If you can't last even a cup of tea time, it's truly embarrassing. After this statement, the entire casino had become strangely quiet. Everyone was staring wide-eyed at Su Donggang. Cough cough. At this moment, Su Donggang's own lackey coughed dryly, thinking to himself, Master, you say people shouldn't attack others' weaknesses. Wasn't this going a bit too far? Saying in front of so many people that a man couldn't perform and putting it so crudely. What man could accept this? As expected, Cheng Jianfeng's face darkened dangerously. You shut up. Master Su, you can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. Speaking recklessly? Do you think I have any reason to lie? In fact, it's very simple to tell whether you are capable in that aspect. Stick your tongue out. If it has a break in the middle, doesn't it prove it? Cheng Jianfeng's face turned increasingly grim. In truth, Cheng Jianfeng indeed had physical issues, a result of excessive indulgence and lust, compounded by consuming too many random and unregulated medicines. However, Cheng Jianfeng was extremely proud, pretending to be strong and frequently replacing his concubines. So today, Su Donggang had mercilessly pulled off his veil of shame, and in that moment, he was consumed with rage. Haha, why so silent now? Cheng Jianfeng, sometimes I truly despise you. Your tool is practically junked, yet you still pretend to be strong. By the way, your third concubine is pregnant. Are you sure that's really your child? Or could it be this mutt beside you? Damn bastard. I'll kill you. Finally, Cheng Jianfeng had been completely provoked by Chen Yin. After a furious roar, he charged directly at Su Donggang. Like I'm afraid of you. Su Donggang rushed forward, and the two crashed into a fierce brawl. Chen Buchu, watching from the side, was inwardly trembling. He thought his young master was seeking revenge. The two fought violently. Meanwhile, Chen Yin observed how best to kill Cheng Jianfeng. Cheng Jianfeng was just a spoiled brat in the qi condensation stage. With Chen Yin's cultivation level, killing him wouldn't be difficult. However, Chen Yin also knew that disciples of such a high-status background would certainly carry some soul imprint left by their elders. Killing him would be easy, but once Cheng Jianfeng died by his hand, that soul imprint would definitely enter his body. If that happened, the wrath of the Su clan would be something he couldn't withstand. Soon, Cheng Jianfeng was slammed onto the ground and beaten fiercely. Master's fists are fast indeed. Chen Buchu was somewhat surprised. Though it looked like wild, unregulated fighting, he noticed his young master's punches were exceptionally fast and forceful. Young master, stop hitting him. Keep this up, and someone might die. Seeing the situation reaching a limit, Chen Buchu quickly stepped forward to intervene. After all, if something happened to this second young master, he'd suffer greatly. In short, no matter who lived or died, he would be unable to escape responsibility. Chapter 18, Assassin. At this very moment, Chen Buchu stepped forward to break up the fight. He happened to be holding a short knife, because just earlier the people from the gambling house had tried to step in and were repelled by him. Chen Yin curled the corner of his lips into a mischievous smile, directly shoving Cheng Jianfeng forward. Puchi, Chen Buchu's dagger pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. In that instant, a deathly silence fell over the gambling house. Master, Jiang Wei, who had just regained consciousness, saw a dagger penetrating his master's chest. Blood continued to gush out relentlessly. Cheng Jianfeng had already begun to feel sharp pain from his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end said nothing. Chen Buchu was stunned, as he felt a stream of energy suddenly enter his body from Cheng Jianfeng. No, it wasn't me. Chen Buchu naturally understood what that energy meant. Master, please help me. Please, it really wasn't me. Chen Yin pretended to panic and hurriedly retreated out. He went to the restroom, removed his disguise, and dressed Su Donggang properly before quietly slipping away. After the flawless ploy of using someone else's blade to kill another, Chen Yin felt quite pleased inside. Once Chen Yin left the gambling house, he leisurely walked all the way back. Only after obtaining the sign-in system did Chen Yin gradually start feeling the sense of controlling his own destiny. Previously, he felt he had no control over his fate. To be honest, being reincarnated into a cultivation world and being a useless nobody was really a painful thing. Though he appeared to be wandering aimlessly, in reality, his divine sense continuously extended outward, observing everything around him. Although this affair was handled extremely well, Chen Yin still dared not be careless because there were many experts in this world. Soon, he sensed someone following him. He was somewhat surprised in his heart. He kept changing directions. This was quite frustrating for the one tailing him. The one following Chen Yin wasn't sent to kill him, but to protect him. It was sent by Qin Ningxue to watch over him. After Chen Yin left the Beast Control Sect, Qin Ningxue was finally relieved. In her view, as long as Chen Yin could leave, at least he could live a better life. Knowing Chen Yin lacked cultivation power, Qin Ningxue had secretly arranged for a powerful expert to protect him. The guard originally thought this young man was just a useless waste. Protection should have been simple. But who could have imagined that following him over the past few days would almost give him a headache so bad he couldn't handle it, completely unable to keep up with this kid's rhythm. This kid kept appearing and disappearing abruptly. Many times he nearly lost sight of him. More than once, the old man wanted to show himself just to give the brat a proper lesson. Chen Yan, however, could also sense this person was likely there to protect him. He could roughly guess that it was because Qin Ningxue was still worried about him. Deep in his heart, he was touched. It was worth everything he did for her. After entering the bustling city center and successfully shaking off the guardian, the old man almost coughed up blood. But now, he decided to first return and report to Qin Ningxue the shocking news of Cheng Jinxing's death. Finally got rid of him. Chun Yan exhaled in relief. The feeling was actually quite satisfying. The reason he needed to shake off the guardian was because Chun Yan was afraid his secrets would be discovered. If anyone found out he had impersonated Su Donggang to kill Cheng Jinxing, that would be the end of him. So the best idea was to let this secret rot within himself. Suddenly, Chun Yan's body shuddered slightly. He sensed a burst of killing intent. There's actually an assassin. Earlier, when he signed in, Chun Yan obtained a skill related to assassins, so he understood their presence well. Chun Yan felt a bit awkward. Was he pushing his luck too far? Having just lost his guardian, he hoped he wouldn't end up killed right away. Of course, this guy was only thinking idly. He still had strong hidden powers of his own. Just at this moment, a series of footsteps approached from ahead. A luxurious palanquin appeared. The palanquin looked elaborately inlaid with jade stones. Isn't this the princess of the dynasty? In this continent, apart from cultivation sects, there were also royal dynasties. This dynasty was known as the Great Qin Empire. In its heyday, the Beast Control Sect had even been a vital ally of the empire. The Great Qin Empire's princess was Qin Diawu, known as the Delicate Princess. Chen Yan actually knew Qin Diawu, for in the past the Beast Control Sect had served as the imperial sect sponsored by Great Qin, so Qin Ningxue had once taken him to the palace. The relationship between Qin Ningxue and Qin Diawu had always been quite close. In fact, it was precisely for this reason that the Beast Control Sect had decayed to such a degree without yet being annexed. So it's not here to kill me, but to target her. Chen Yan muttered to himself, instantly feeling this possibility was very likely. After all, he didn't seem to have much reputation, so probably not many people wanted him dead. However, Chen Yan felt curious. It was after all the capital city of the Great Qin Empire. Who could dare to carry out an assassination on the delicate princess here? What nerve? This princess was the most beloved daughter of the Great Qin Emperor. If she were killed, Chen Yan couldn't even imagine the consequences. At this moment, the palanquin had already arrived in front of Chen Yan. A guard stepped forward angrily and shouted, "Who are you? Get out of the way immediately." Chen Yan scratched his back and spine, then stepped aside. He now became certain those assassins hadn't targeted his useless self. They were indeed here for this woman. He hadn't considered interfering in this mess. Come on, this woman was extremely temperamental. She looked down on this one, that one, and also on himself. Chen Yan had no interest in inviting trouble. He was willing to save Qin Ningxue because she treated him very well, so risking his life for her was worth it. But as for this woman, he barely knew her. Still, Chen Yan found it suspicious. Previously, whenever this woman traveled out, she always had crowds of attendants. This time, however, she had only a few guards. Now she was being targeted, which seemed odd. Chen Yan twitched slightly, then decided to give up. Better stay far away from her. This woman was deeply repulsed by him, since she always felt that Qin Ningxue, keeping him around and being kind to him meant she had romantic interest in him. Thinking he was unworthy of Qin Ningxue, Chen Yan naturally held no good opinion of her either. He even avoided glancing at her. At this moment, one of the assassins hidden in the shadows quietly said, "Isn't that Chun Yan from the Beast Control Sect, the useless one? Chun Yan? The person Qin Ningxue always protects. Yes, should we take him out together too, just to make Qin Ningxue lose her mind in fury? Right." Chapter 19, Playing Dead. Chun Yan muttered to himself not to soften his heart at this moment. This was definitely not the time to show off, or else he would get dragged into this mess. Now that Cheng Jianfeng was already dead, he should leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as Chun Yan was about to slip away, he suddenly felt two presences locking onto him. Damn it, Chun Yan cursed under his breath. What had he done to deserve this? He was merely a passerby, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, several figures dressed in black dropped down from the sky. In a flash, more than a dozen flying daggers shot out, filled with true qi, sweeping fiercely downward. After a few cries of pain, the guards' meager cultivation levels met their end. Assassins. At that moment, two men in black leapt down from the roof, charging straight toward Chun Yan. Chun Yan quickly judged that both were at the high cultivation stage, far beyond what he could currently handle. Damn it, do you have to respect me this much? Chun Yan felt like spitting blood. His current cultivation stage was only at Lian Qi and Zuji, and unless he exposed his hidden strength and summoned the golden holy dragon and the Xian turtle, he wouldn't stand a chance. Yusho Min, as it stood now, wasn't something a second-rate sect would target. And since he had cleverly used others' blades to kill Cheng Jianfeng, Cheng's father probably wouldn't suspect him. But if he exposed his true power, people would immediately start suspecting. Chun Yan had no doubt about that. If anyone discovered he could command both the golden holy dragon and the Xian turtle, Yusho Min would probably be doomed. After all, Yusho Min had once been a giant power. Chun Yan quickly stepped backward, activating the Xianyuan method he had obtained earlier to protect his internal organs. With a pung sound, a long sword pierced into his chest. It looked as though Chun Yan had died beyond any doubt, but in reality, it was just a superficial wound. The Xianyuan Yulong method wasn't just an internal martial arts technique, it also possessed the power to heal the body. The attacker sneered when he saw Chun Yan pierce through, then kicked him hard. sending him flying toward the palanquin. They all knew Qilin was a nobody. There was no way someone like him could survive. Especially that kick, delivered by a powerful cultivator at the Paigu stage, was strong enough to shatter one's heart meridian. What they didn't know, however, was that as Qilin was hit, a Xiangui armor appeared on his chest, dissipating nearly all the force from the kick. Everyone on the princess's side was already dead. These two assassins rushed straight for the palanquin and tore it apart in an instant. Just as the two assassins thought they were about to succeed, a graceful figure swept out from within. Qingdiu charged out. At that moment, fury and resentment filled her heart. Qingdiu's cultivation level was at Paigu stage, which at her age was quite extraordinary. As soon as she emerged, she instantly struck out with two palm techniques. The two assassins quickly raised their swords to block. Both were sent flying backward, and the princess's complexion wasn't much better either. Clearly, she was injured. Even though she was a genius, there was still a gap between her and her opponents. The two assassins sneered coldly and charged again. They had no intention of sparing this woman. Already wounded, Qingdiu quickly retreated, yet she found herself completely unable to escape the sword pressure locking onto her. Because of her injuries, her energy flow had become chaotic. I refuse to accept this. Am I really going to die here? Qingdiu roared, but faced with two opponents far superior to her, she truly had no means of escaping death. Just as the sword was about to pierce her throat, no one noticed the cold gleam flashing from Qilin's hand, which had been assumed to be as dead as a lifeless fish. Originally, Qilin hadn't wanted to interfere, but those two assassins were just too vicious. They stabbed him with a blade and kicked him. That was simply intolerable. Since you're so ruthless, then I'll just ruin your plan. Therefore, at this critical moment for the beautiful princess, Qilin gathered the aura of the Xianyuan Yulong method into a flying dagger and launched it forward. Of course, the most remarkable ability of the Xianyuan Yulong method was its power to mimic the aura of a powerful cultivator. So when Qilin released this sword chi, it carried the aura of a cultivator at the Jin dance stage. The two assassins were deeply shocked. They sensed a flying dagger coming toward them, wrapped in eerie light, rushing between the assassins and Qingdiu. The two assassins were frightened into hastily retracting their swords. Come on. They could both feel this was the power only a Jin Dan level cultivator could emit. This was absolutely beyond what someone at their Paigu stage could resist. When facing Qingdiu, naturally they could handle the situation with ease, but before a Jin Dan level cultivator, the local authorities were just like vegetables ready to be chopped. After all, even among second-tier sects, how many Jin Dan level experts could there be? They were also somewhat frustrated. How could a Jin Dan stage expert appear here? The dazzling sword shadow on the flying dagger seemed to possess no actual combat power, yet it had already forced the two assassins to stop instantly. Are you kidding? A Jin Dan level expert had already sent out a warning with the flying dagger. If they didn't stop now, they wouldn't doubt that the next dagger would pierce straight through their heads. Jin Dan level experts were known as earthly immortals. They had lifespans of 500 years. Indeed, a godlike existence in the eyes of commoners. From the dagger's aura, they could sense that this expert was likely not merely at the early Jin Dan stage, but had already reached middle Jin Dan. Of course, they could tell the opponent had no intent to kill them. This was just a warning. Yet the more composed the person appeared, the more fearful they became. In the eyes of the Heavenly Gate, perhaps this expert truly regarded the Yaman as nothing more than tiny mice. If they didn't know when to retreat, he would certainly use his strength to suppress them mercilessly and kill them outright. On the princess's side, they had also just exhaled in relief. It had truly been a close call. When she saw the flying dagger, her eyes brimmed with deep gratitude. Without that flying dagger, she would have already passed beyond this world forever. I wonder which senior is present. Please come out and show yourself. The leader of the assassins clasped his fists respectfully and said. Of course, he was merely pretending, feigning ignorance toward the meaning of the unseen expert's intervention. In truth, he was testing the waters. If they simply turned back now, they'd likely face even worse consequences. Therefore, they needed to attempt something. If they could confirm that the senior expert truly intended to protect the princess, then they could only withdraw. But the Yaman just couldn't figure it out. This was just a princess, after all. How could she possibly possess a Ni Dan level expert as a bodyguard? Come on, even the emperor himself wouldn't possess such a privilege, right? After all, Ni Dan level experts were already practically considered earthly immortals. Chapter 20 Shimin Shui Shue. No sound could be heard around. Just then, from afar, the sound of galloping horses kept coming. Obviously reinforcements were on the way. The black-clad figure slightly narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, preparing to try once more. If the opponent still wanted to fight, then he would make his move. As he stepped forward 2 steps, suddenly a whirring sound filled the air, and a flying dagger rotated in midair, then made a thud as it struck into the previous dagger. Only this time it was faster and fiercer. Right now, an assassin hiding in the shadows, who had reached the peak of the Bigu stage, released a powerful spiritual sense to locate the expert's position. But unfortunately, even after using all his strength, he found no trace at all. Large drops of sweat rolled down his face. Who exactly is this? Who is helping the princess? How could he know that the reason he couldn't sense anything was because Qinyan's aura was too weak, and thus was simply ignored? The assassin was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. In his mind, this land immortal was clearly choosing not to bully the weak, and was merely warning him again and again. Upon realizing this, he felt immensely grateful. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. Younger generation takes his leave. Saying this, he quickly withdrew with his men. You think you can just leave after killing people? It won't be that easy. Just as they were about to retreat, suddenly a middle-aged man blocked their path. The man emitted a gloomy aura, mixed with the air of poison cultivation. When people saw him, they felt a sense of melancholy. Uncle Xuan, it really is you. Several of the assassins also sucked in a cold breath. The white-clad swordsman, Xuan, you are a swordsman, aren't you? Since when have you started showing off with flying daggers? Humph, killing a few of you wouldn't even need a sword, chopsticks would work. Coldly gazing at the assassins, Xuan finally turned his eyes to the princess among the crowd, revealing a touch of tenderness. Uncle Xuan, how lucky you are here. At this moment, the princess did not act like a proud royal, but more like a little girl who had just seen her uncle. Xuan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, muttered under his breath. Xuan? This guy was known as the lone guest, a core formation early-stage expert. Yet, this person was also a tragic figure. Qin had once told him that over a decade ago, Xuan was a refined young nobleman, and Xuan and the current empress had actually been lovers. However, the Xuan clan, just like the Beast Tamed Sect, suddenly fell and was destroyed by Machi City. The once elegant young nobleman was reduced to a nobody. Of course, the imperial family would never accept such a destitute son-in-law, and the couple were forcibly separated. It was said that back then the empress tried to commit suicide several times. Later, somehow things changed. She heard news that Xuan had gone into a duel and died. In despair, the empress finally chose to enter the palace, becoming today's empress. Xuan had gone to seek cultivation masters back then. When he finally completed his training and returned, hoping to reunite with the woman he loved, he discovered that the woman he loved had already become the empress of the land and had a 7-year-old daughter. His heart had shattered completely. It was said Xuan's hair turned white overnight, and from then on, he grew extremely reclusive in character, thus becoming this solitary guest. Yet, to Qin, he truly treated her as if she were his own flesh and blood, which was why Qin had such behavior in front of him. In fact, he was Qin's secret protector and the only emotional pillar left in his life. Actually, this matter was a royal secret within the palace, unknown to outsiders. The reason Xuan knew about it was due to Yusho's sect being the empire's guardian sect, and also because Qin and Qin were best friends. Naturally, these assassins knew nothing about it. If they did, they certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to come here. This wasn't assassination, it was suicide. Now, in Xuan's eyes, killing intent slowly built up. Xuan could understand perfectly. Qin was Xuan's forbidden topic. Whoever dared to harm her, even the young master of a second-tier sect, he would kill without hesitation. For Xuan, Qin was his forbidden topic. Die. These assassins were so angry they could spit blood. Earlier, we asked if you had any instructions, and you just wouldn't show up. Now you're here again showing off. Are you playing with us? They didn't realize, however, that all along there were actually 2 separate people involved. Still arrogant? Just an old sword. I want to see how much you're worth. The assassin leader was also furious. Even if you are powerful, don't treat us like clowns. We have our pride too. Shoo. Endless lonely sword Qi shot forth continuously. The gap between the Bigu and Jingdan stages was like comparing an adult to a toddler who hadn't even learned to walk. It was completely incomparable. In an instant, several of them were slaughtered. Retreat quickly. Without hesitation, a few of them turned to flee. Unfortunately, against a Jingdan stage expert, fleeing was nothing more than a joke. One after another, screams rang out as heads flew through the air, and in no time at all, almost all of them were dead. Xuan, watching from the side, felt a surge of longing. This was true power. If only he had such strength, he wouldn't have to scheme so hard to kill Qin Jianfeng. Just then, one of the assassins fled toward Xuan. He sneered. Earlier, he had barely survived, but now, he could properly take this one down. The assassin's mind was now calm. As he ran, he suddenly saw Xuan on the ground staring at him. Even winking, the assassin froze for a moment. Clearly, Xuan was focused on capturing his companions alive and wouldn't target him just yet. So he lunged straight at Xuan, preparing to deliver a killing blow. But at that moment, a flying dagger shot from Xuan's palm, flashing a deep blue chill. In that instant, the assassin's mind buzzed with shock. Jingdan stage. That was the only thought flashing in his mind. Then in an instant, the dagger pierced through his throat. He died without understanding how or why he had died. Xuan was clearly still chasing his other men. How could his dagger be here? In the end, the assassin still had no clue how he had died. Xuan certainly wouldn't tell him that he had obtained the little leaf flying dagger technique through the sign-in system. Combined with the Xianyuan Yulongju, he could afford to show off a little. On the other side, Xuan had successfully captured one alive. Talk, who sent you? Xuan knew that the mastermind behind this must be uncovered. After all, he couldn't protect Qin forever. Chapter 21, The Cultivator. Ha ha ha, Xuan, you're truly ridiculous. Do you think I would talk? You're such a fool. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was clear that he had crushed his teeth and died, beyond any hope of recovery. Such a potent poison indeed. Still, he was a man after all. Xuan said with an expression of disdain. It seemed that all the assassins who had ambushed them were now dead. Xuan twitched in disbelief. Is this what legendary heroes are like? Of course, real heroes don't think things through like ordinary people. This killer's suicide had nothing to do with being a brave man. It was desperation, because Xuan wouldn't let him live, and neither would the assassins behind him. Qin Yan felt a bit of contempt for this fool. With his cultivation level, he could have easily restrained the man and interrogated him slowly. But obviously, heroes just didn't think that way. He recalled how it was portrayed on TV dramas back on Earth. Qin Yan suddenly felt that the TV dramas from Earth had not deceived him after all. The scene was quite bloody, and Princess Dai Wu wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Uncle, when did you master such an amazing technique? You have to teach me later. At this moment, Shimin Chushua suddenly recalled what had happened. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for coming to my rescue. I am forever grateful. If there's ever a time when I can be of use to you, please, but speak a single word. I shall devote my life in service. He had regarded Dai Wu as his own daughter. Thus, the mysterious expert saving her was equivalent to saving himself. However, there was no response for a long while. Shimin Chushua sighed, realizing that the cultivator had already left. Uncle, you mean, you didn't do that? No, I'm nowhere near that level of cultivation. Whoever that was has reached the peak of human capability. Princess Dai Wu was visibly shocked. In her eyes, her uncle was already an immensely powerful expert. Yet, apparently, there existed someone even stronger. It's true, Shimin Chushua said with solemn sincerity. What a pity, I didn't even get the chance to meet him. Anyway, you should return earlier. At this moment, the sound of galloping horses was rapidly approaching. Obviously, the palace guards had arrived. Dai Wu nodded slightly, with a hint of reluctance. Qin Dai Wu picked up the throwing knives lying on the ground. She looked into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy. Actually, Princess Dai Wu was quite intelligent. In the past, whenever she left the palace, there had always been at least a Pai Gu stage expert accompanying her. However, this time, the guards had been mysteriously reassigned, and yet she still encountered assassins. Clearly not a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Qin Dai Wu pressed her chest, heart aching unbearably. The conclusion was too painful to contemplate. She had never wanted to get involved in their battle for the throne, but now she had become a tool in this ruthless game. The realization filled her with deep sadness. Looking at the two knives in her hand, she unexpectedly felt a sense of security and great admiration for the mysterious cultivator. If she knew these were Chun Yan's knives, she might vomit in fury, because she despised Chun Yan most of all. Yet at this moment, Qin Dai Wu truly believed that whoever left the knives must be a noble soul. Saving someone without revealing one's name, like a mythical dragon revealing only its head. Suddenly, she felt like she had found someone she could truly trust. At this moment, Morong Shui suddenly noticed a young man staring at her, his eyes filled with infatuation. This annoyed her, provoking an inexplicable sense of irritation. The man was Nan Gongxiao, who secretly supported her faction. They were also in a rather complicated emotional relationship. Nan Gongxiao was hailed as a promising young talent of his generation and was also the disciple of the city lord of Beicheng. Since the moment Nan Gongxiao first saw Qin Dai Wu, he had completely fallen for her, so much that he even abandoned his prestigious position as the master's most favored disciple and came to the imperial capital to become the leader of the imperial guards, solely to chase after Qin Dai Wu obsessively. Although Nan Gongxiao was courteous and possessed impressive cultivation, Qin Dai Wu found him excessively hypocritical. Every time he acted so deeply emotional and sincere, it made her stomach turn. Because even she couldn't tell how much of him was real and how much was pretense, and that was terrifying. Another suitor was Chun Jinbiao, the #1 literary genius in the empire. As for him, she couldn't even begin to understand. So in her heart, she feared both of these admirers equally. After the princess left, Qin Yan had long since vanished without a trace, though the sword wound he received had left him quite seriously injured. After a few steps, Qin Yan ran into the old man sent to protect him. Dog de Shu. Qin Yan was somewhat startled. He hadn't expected that Dog de Shu was also a high-level expert. This man was just a menial worker in the Beast Taming Sect who fed the spirit beasts and cleaned the place. Qin Yan had always assumed he was a nobody like himself, never imagining he was actually a high-level expert. You little brat, the moment you escaped from me, you were ambushed by assassins. Be honest, did you hire these guys yourself? What? No way, Dog de Shu. How could you even think that? Why would you suspect something like this? Don't think I don't know. Back in the capital, you used to be Qin Jiawu's apartment caretaker. Are you trying to play the hero saving the beauty act again? What? Qin Yan almost spat blood in shock. Was this old man's imagination really necessary? Old dog, I'm injured too, you know? I nearly died. Now that you're here, why don't you hurry up and help me up? I'm in excruciating pain. You ungrateful brat. The sect leader was worried about your safety, so he sent me to protect you. And you actually ditched me to flirt with girls. I really didn't. Qin Yan was practically crying with frustration. Kid, let me ask you something. Was Chung Jinfeng's death your doing? Old dog asked as he finished tending to Qin Yan's wounds, his squinty eyes staring intently and seriously at him. No connection at all. How would I even have that ability? Although, well, that short-lived bastard is finally dead, which means our Beast Taming Sect is now safe. Safe? This matter might not be that simple after all. Let's drop it for now, you're coming back with me. The sect leader is very concerned about you. Old dog said gravely. You go back first. I'll stay here for a while and see what's going on. Fine then. Take care of yourself, brat. Old dog felt like he was starting to not understand this kid at all. Though his cultivation wasn't great, his intelligence was high, and his actions were unpredictable. Old dog had a feeling that this time's incident somehow involved the kid. He just couldn't find any evidence yet. After old dog left, Qin Yan chose to remain in Beicheng because he sensed that Beicheng was no ordinary figure. He also wanted to observe how the relationship between the city lord and the Tamed Sect would develop further. Chapter 22. A Trap. Xuan now had a plan. He wanted to establish himself in Beiyue City. If their Beast Taming Sect could survive this current crisis, then his next move would be to relocate the sect into Beiyecheng. Xuan was preparing to visit the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion. However, this Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Without some wealth, stepping in would be extremely embarrassing. Most importantly, the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion was quite mysterious. Few people knew who actually owned it, nor could they say which faction it belonged to. Xuan knew that the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion was not affiliated with the royal dynasty, for it had existed through many dynastic changes and remained standing. Many people had considered targeting it before, but all ended in disastrous failure. This place was quite strange. Even those noble sons would behave respectfully here. Back then, Xuan had been too weak and poor to ever dare come here. But now, things were different. Xuan thought to himself, if he set fire to the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion, wouldn't that be exciting? With the face-changing technique, Xuan had already robbed several wealthy tyrants in Beiyecheng. So now, the one thing he didn't lack was money. Previously, the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion had been mighty, but Xuan now thought it would be amusing to just come here and take a peek. Of course, this mischievous thought was just passing fancy for now. At the moment, he was still behaving properly and had come here to attend an auction. Stepping into the Qin Royal Treasure Pavilion, Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply, taken aback. It was simply enormous, bigger than the royal palace itself. Clearly, it was looking down on the emperor's palace. But the truth was, they had the strength to do so. The palace could only pretend not to see with one eye and close the other. Xuan knew that there were private boxes inside. Those were symbols of status, reserved for nobles like Beiyecheng. Xuan had never come here before. It was his first time. Now, when he spread his divine consciousness, he was shocked. He discovered that there were many guards here at the early Golden Core stage. The guards alone were at this level. Xuan had entered a lower-tier private box since those high-end ones were all reserved, and he definitely couldn't enter them. At this moment, Xuan sensed a familiar aura from two nearby private boxes. Those were the same auras he had encountered from those assassins that day. Xuan inquired discreetly from someone nearby, and learned that those boxes belonged to the second prince and the third prince. Could it have been them who orchestrated the assassination attempt? Xuan silently cursed to himself. If it was indeed so, then he must make them pay dearly. Because Xuan remembered well, those two, the second prince and the third prince, were no good people. Back then, they had constantly plotted against Qin Xuan and often physically assaulted her. Xuan was thinking, was it the second prince or the third prince? Doesn't matter. Neither of them is decent anyway. Xuan muttered. Xuan, is that really you? You little fellow, when did you come back? Suddenly, someone called out to Xuan. Sun Kai, is that really you? Wow, it really is you. It's been years since we've seen each other, brother. Sun Kai was also the second young master of a prominent family in the imperial city, just like Xuan, one of those useless individuals who couldn't cultivate. So back in the day, the two had been pretty close. After exchanging greetings, Sun Kai said, Onian, you won't believe it. Qin Xiong and Meng Hao, those bastards, are here too, in the box right next to ours. Damn troublemakers. Xuan was familiar with Qin Xiong and Meng Hao. Those two were definitely no good company. What happened? Have they been bothering you recently? You wouldn't believe it. Earlier, these two bastards tricked me and almost made me lose my wife. You really are pathetic, getting played by those little punks. I just don't have your brains, okay? Okay then, I'll help you get back at them, but you need to do me a favor. Really? Then what is it? Sun Kai was instantly excited. Though they were both considered useless, back in the imperial city, Xuan's methods had always surprised people. And that was simple. Being someone who had crossed over from the same earth, Xuan's forward thinking wasn't something they could match. Brother, name any condition you want. I'll definitely agree. If I don't take this opportunity to vent my anger, I'll never feel right again. Easy. Later, I intend to bid for a few items, but I don't want others to know that I bought them. So, you'll do the bidding for me. I'll give you the money. Xuan originally wanted to disguise himself, but if they detected it here, it would be extremely awkward. At the moment, he wasn't daring to take risks. What kind of condition is that? Brother, I'll just buy them for you and give them as gifts. We've been brothers for so many years. It's only right that I give you something. There's no need for that. I don't like taking advantage of people. The most expensive thing is free, and Xuan understood this well. Therefore, if possible, he preferred not to take the favors of others. Alright, you decide. You haven't changed a bit from back then. Sun Kai said helplessly. As long as he could get back at those bastards, anything was fine with him right now. A golden light flickered deep within Xuan's eyes. Instantly, the private box next door became as transparent as glass, allowing Xuan to clearly see everything inside. This eye technique was called Golden Eye, obtained from a check-in reward yesterday. Xuan was growing more and more fond of these check-in rewards. This eye technique was simply too useful. It could even see through walls. And it had another effect, slowing down opponents' attack speed. That was absolutely incredible. At this moment, in the middle of the grand hall, an old man had already taken the stage to deliver a few polite words, and now the auction officially began. By the time the sixth item came up, the auctioned item was just SOSO. Xuan wasn't particularly interested. His golden eye noticed that the nearby private boxes remained unusually quiet. Xuan now felt an inexplicable irritation. The reason he had come here today was because he had his eye on several rare herbs. These herbs were quite obscure, but judging from the current trend, their prices would certainly skyrocket. What exactly was going on here? Just then, Chun Yin noticed movement from the two princes in the neighboring boxes. Looks like they were about to make their move. And upon seeing Meng Hao and his gang getting excited, Chun Yin grew more intrigued. Clearly, they were still eagerly anticipating this item. Sure enough, the item presented was a fine one. It was actually a jade coral. Bid aggressively. Don't give them a chance to place any bids, Chun Yin suddenly said. Thanks to the extraordinary power of the golden eye, Chun Yin could even see their heartbeats quickening. Naturally, he wanted to cause some chaos. Are we going to end up buying it ourselves with this approach? This thing doesn't seem very useful. Just trust me and place the bid. Chun Yin said confidently. All right, I trust you. My trust in you has always been blind. You've always been like this since back then. Chapter 23 bid up the price ruthlessly. Chun Yin could employ any underhanded tricks when dealing with his enemies, but toward his friends, he remained loyal, dependable, and resolute. Sun Kai followed Chun Yin precisely because of this, doing everything Chun said without question. After all, so far, he hadn't suffered any losses. What everyone sees before you now is a jade coral. Since many of you must already be familiar with it, I won't go into too much detail. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. After the elderly man introducing the auction item spoke, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. At first, the crowd was extremely quiet, as though everyone was hesitating. Certainly, nobody in the main hall made the first move. Inside several private boxes, however, activity began under Chun Yin's golden-eyed observation. And judging from what he saw, the two princes were the most excited. As if I'd let you have your way so easily. I bid 500,000 spirit stones. A young voice rang from one of the boxes. A starting bid of 500,000. This was a substantial sum even for a wealthy family. Commoners in the lower hall could hardly compete with such figures. Only 500,000. I bid 800,000. Soon, another voice rose from a different box. Jade coral could gather spiritual energy to some extent, altering the surrounding environment, and could even be used as a material for cultivating rare and precious treasures. Though its effects weren't overly exaggerated, its versatility made it extremely valuable. Whoever acquired it was assured a profitable deal. The two princes didn't seem particularly anxious. As the bid of 800,000 hung in the air, the room quieted momentarily, and the elderly auctioneer merely smiled slightly and tapped the table. 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. Wait, I bid 1,500,000. At this sound, even those without funds to bid gasped involuntarily. 1,500,000. What a staggering amount. Nearly double the previous bid. Who dared to go head-to-head with someone so boldly raising the price? Sun Kai felt a bit uneasy. Adding up all the spirit stones he had access to, it was roughly about this amount. If the price continued to climb, and, in the end, the other party decided to back out, then all the losses would fall on him. This auction house was no place for jokes. Losing money would be one thing, but losing his life was another matter entirely. Brother Nian, should I do it now? This is exactly the right moment. Chun Yan held up 2 fingers. Sun Kai swallowed hard and entered a number on the auction array. Some people avoided revealing their identities and thus never spoke their bids aloud. Likewise, others deliberately announced their offers to reveal their identities, deterring rivals from competing further. The second prince was one of the latter. Through the power of his golden eyes, Chun Yin could see the second prince glance toward the direction of their private box. Being noticed wasn't too big of a concern. The private boxes weren't connected, and nobody dared to cause trouble here. Later, they could simply conceal their identities and leave through another exit. 2 million spirit stones. Any further bids? Normally, for a jade coral of this size, 2 million would likely be the final sale price. But he knew full well, today featured the presence of 2 royal princes. Those were the true bidders with their eyes on this treasure. 2,500,000. 3 million. Sun Kai's hands moved swiftly, though sweat already trickled down his forehead. Brother Nian, are you sure it's okay to raise it so drastically? Chun Yin merely smiled. It was natural for Sun Kai to feel nervous. He wasn't like himself, able to observe the other bidders' heartbeats and pulses. As long as the rivals' aggressive momentum continued, there wasn't much problem. Besides, a large increase was safer. A small hike, however, might be perceived as deliberate provocation, which could lead to serious consequences. Eventually, the price kept climbing, and both the second and third princes looked like they'd turned into blocks of ice. Damn it, who the hell is sabotaging us? I will certainly investigate exactly who is inside that private box. Beside the second prince stood an old man who slightly shook his head upon hearing this. Your Highness, you must understand where we are. Even if the king of Qin himself came in person, these people might not show him any respect. This old man beside the prince was not only his guardian, but also something of a mentor. If he truly brought trouble upon Qin Wang Baoji's rules, nobody could predict the scale of chaos it might bring. Wait until I find a way to overthrow my elder brother and ascend to the position of crown prince. Once I sit upon the throne, I will surely place Qin Wang Baogu under imperial jurisdiction. The old man didn't take these words seriously. If it were truly that easy, Qin Wang Baogu wouldn't have been in operation for so many years. The current bid is 5,400,000. Jade coral. First call. The elderly man responsible for announcing the bids had already begun calling out the price, and this figure was nothing short of astronomical. Even Chun Yin himself felt somewhat curious. Why were the two princes so fixated on this jade coral? 5,400,000. This was more than enough to buy 2 pieces of jade coral of the same size. Could it be that this one held some hidden secret? Chun Yin merely entertained the thought. After all, He currently lacked the capability to challenge the two princes head-on. Sun Kai, on the other hand, had completely relaxed. When the price reached 5 million, Qilin had already instructed him to stop bidding. If they had continued, it might have led to serious consequences. There were others in the middle who occasionally called out a bid, and a few in the private boxes had placed offers as well. However, the prince's bids were clearly higher, with Sun Kai playing the role of aggressive bidder. In the end, the second prince managed to obtain the item, though his expression was extremely grim. By the way, on Yin, what are you planning to buy? The jade coral had already been taken off the stage. As for the subsequent auction items, Qilin showed no interest at all. The most pressing matter now was to enhance the overall strength of the Yusho sect. To achieve this, simply improving the cultivator's cultivation levels was far from sufficient. 4 beast taming specialists, besides one's own cultivation, the strength of the contracted beast was also a major factor. Although Qilin was only responsible for looking after the beast for Qin Ningxue, he handled many of the sect's general affairs. He also oversaw the medicinal feed used by disciples and elders. The herbs he recently acquired were all of the highest quality, beneficial to humans, and even more so for beastly creatures. During his daily sign-ins, he had obtained a fragment of a rare beast formula scroll. Initially, he hadn't known what it was, but as he continued to sign in, the scroll was finally completed a few days ago. It contained ancient medicinal recipes used only by beast tamers of ancient times to nourish and strengthen their beasts. This auction item is a mutated herb, Dragon's Breath Grass, also known as Dragon Breath Essence. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones. Chapter 24 Dragon's Breath Herb. Sun Kai, I have things, sir. The rest is up to you. Upon hearing these words, Sun Kai immediately patted his chest. Look at you speaking like that. Since you're willing to help me settle this score, how could I possibly take money from you? Just leave it to me. Qilin didn't respond. Previously, he simply didn't want to owe any favors, but now he felt that Sun Kai was a bit too cocky. One must understand that as soon as the Dragon's Breath herb appeared, Qilin noticed many people were interested. It was going to be a fierce battle this round. The reason why the starting price was lower than that of the Jade Coral wasn't because the Dragon's Breath herb was inferior. It was the Qinhuang Treasure Gallery's pricing rule. All auction items in the same batch had no particular order, and their prices were determined by their intrinsic value, not the expected closing price. Although the Dragon's Breath herb was a mutated medicinal herb, unlike ordinary herbs, it couldn't be consumed directly and must be processed by an alchemist. This extra requirement significantly reduced the herb's value. The Jade Coral could produce effects immediately upon placement, clearly superior in comparison. I'll bid 100,000 rings sure. I bid 150,000, 320,000, 500,000. Sun Kai was the first to shout 100,000 Ningxue, thinking he was sure to win. But upon hearing the continuous shouts of others, naivety indeed. Sun Kai wasn't too familiar with the rules here and thought the starting bid was only 10,000, imagining it would be easy to win the item or at least not cost too much more. Now that he had already bragged, he could only keep bidding. I bid 550,000. Unfortunately, his bidding speed was far outpaced by the soaring price. Just as Sun Kai was about to continue, Qilin held his hand back. I'll cover it. I have money. He still held up 2 fingers. Sun Kai forgot to bid for a moment, shocked by Qilin. The two were quite close, so Sun Kai knew Qilin's status. Even if the Beast Taming Sect was once a national protecting sect, it would still be hard to produce this much money quickly. Where did he get it? 2 million Ningxue. Once this quote came out, the whole auction house was stunned. It wasn't that the price was too high. The Jade Coral had previously reached over 5 million Ningxue. It's just that the Dragon's Breath herb wasn't worth it. Qilin, the person involved, didn't seem to care in the least. After all, the money was loot he had acquired. No use leaving it unused. Moreover, although the Dragon's Breath herb indeed didn't appear worth this price, practical considerations must be taken into account. Qilin wasn't ready to reveal his identity temporarily, which made directly offering money for the herb unfeasible. Therefore, the auction house was the only reasonable route, and the backing of the Qinhuang Treasure Gallery also ensured that it could help him avoid some troubles. Therefore, paying such a high price for him meant guaranteed profit. 2 million Ningxue sold. Not only were people stunned during the 3-time price announcement, even after they regained their senses, no one dared to intervene. Come on, disregarding the previous Jade Coral situation, who could possibly have such background to pay 2 million for Dragon's Breath herb? Wouldn't it be just plain stupid to intervene now? Prince San's eyes flashed with coldness. Just now, he hadn't yet acted but was also determined to acquire this Dragon's Breath herb. He had originally thought reserving 1.5 million Ningxue would guarantee his victory. Who knew that around the 1 million Ningxue mark, someone abruptly jumped the price to 2 million. Uncle Yu, help me investigate who ended up obtaining this Dragon's Breath herb. The Jade Coral was difficult to trace since the person merely raised the price without revealing his voice. Until the item was in someone's hands, it would be hard to find any clues. The Dragon's Breath herb was different. It needed to be delivered. And anyone knew that without an alchemist's help in making pills, the Dragon's Breath herb could well be considered a poison. The dragon chi contained within could instantly kill a person. To find where it went, one only needed to inquire about the movement of alchemists. As for the buyer, if they themselves were an alchemist, it could be similarly traced. Yes, third prince. Qindong, though aware through his golden eye that the third prince had intentions towards the item, hadn't expected the prince's determination to be so strong. This action truly did offend both princes as he originally thought. The Dragon's Breath herb was quickly brought into the private room by a servant girl. Qilin quickly completed the Ningxue transaction. Sun Kai, standing by, was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. 2 million. Yeah. This is 2 million Ligshirv. Yeah. Suddenly, Sun Kai hugged Chen Yin tightly. Brother, from this day on, you're my real brother. Do me a favor. Chen Yin raised his eyebrows. After all, Sun Kai was the second master of a major family. How could he be so short on money? It wasn't that he himself lacked comprehension regarding the sum of 2 million Ligshirv. Sun Kai had definitely seen so much Ligshirv before, and normally didn't have major expenses. How could he have ended up in a situation where he had to ask for help now? We'll talk after the auction ends. Okay, sure thing. When Chen Yin said that, Sun Kai immediately knew he was genuinely offering help, so he stopped talking further. What came up next were several pretty decent minor items. There were also some weapons and fabao among them. Various blades, spears, swords, halberds, or even soft and hard armor. The Qin Treasure Gallery truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned establishment passed down through the years. Even just randomly displaying something, even if they were only minor objects, they were all rare treasures that couldn't normally be seen outside. In between, there were actually several other medicinal herbs presented, though none were as astonishing in value as the Dragon's Breath herb. Sun Kai used the formation in this private room to place bids, which didn't attract too much attention. At this point, Prince Sin had already nearly confirmed that the person inside this private room must be an alchemist. Other than the Yushan Wu and the herbs, which were major expenditures, the person had only bought some minor objects. In reality, these small items were all purchased by Sun Kai. The total was only several 10,000 Ligshirv, exactly the kind of things that only the people downstairs in the main hall would be interested in. Sun Kai and Chen Yin also took this in-between time when some items were unsold to chat about what had happened during the long time they hadn't seen each other. As time passed, finally the auction was approaching its climactic finale. For this final part of the auction, it was no longer hosted by the elderly man from earlier, but had switched to a young and beautiful lady, dressed in a red dress and wearing a veil over her head. But judging by her graceful figure, she was undoubtedly an exceptional beauty. Miss Ningyu. Actually Miss Ningyu indeed. Not only the people downstairs in the main hall, but even the individuals in the surrounding private rooms became somewhat excited. Even Chen Yin was momentarily stunned at the sight. Just who was this Miss Ningyu? Seeing Sun Kai beside him also getting excited and waving his arms around, Chen Yin directly patted his shoulder. Just who exactly is this person? You're kidding, right, boss? You came to the auction without even knowing who Miss Ningyu is. Chapter 25 Relic of the Beast Tamed Sect. Chen Yin nodded. He didn't know who this girl was, but was it really that shameful? Sun Kai smacked his lips. At first, he thought Chen Yin had also come for the girl named Ningyue, but now it appeared completely different. So, taking this opportunity, he began introducing her to Chen Yin. Ningyue was only the name she publicly used. As for her full name, she had never announced it to the public. Her identity was quite mysterious. Some claimed she was the young master behind the scenes of the Qin Bao Pavilion. Others said she was the young master's lover. There were even people who believed she represented another faction, merely cooperating with the Qin Bao Pavilion. But none of these rumors had ever been confirmed. The only certainty was that she was absolutely no ordinary person. Once at an auction, when the final highlight was presented, someone had tried to make a move on her. No one even saw who did it. Within the blink of an eye, blood splattered, and that man was dead without a single wound on his body. His death was indeed bizarre. To this day, no one knows who killed him. Since then, no one dared to have any impure thoughts about Ningyue. The Qin Bao Pavilion has countless branches, and every time Ningyue would attend an auction, it was always announced beforehand. And wherever she appeared, the auction was inevitably packed. According to Sun Kai, Chen Yin was just incredibly lucky to be here at the right time. However, Chen Yin didn't take this sentence too seriously. He simply smiled casually. Ningyue was indeed quite intriguing. Leaving everything else aside, her skill at making money was impressive. With her as a draw, these already priceless highlight items might attract even more bidders. Moreover, Chen Yin guessed in his heart that various major factions likely already had suspicions about this woman's true identity, perhaps even intending to capture her. Whether or not she had powerful backing, the fact that she was associated with the Qin Bao Pavilion alone was enough to make them take notice. As for Sun Kai, like Chen Yin himself, he was publicly regarded as an unqualified waste unable to cultivate. Naturally, he couldn't know the bottom line of others and could only listen to rumors. Thank you all for your affection for Ningyue. Tonight's auction features 3 final highlight items. As for the first item, please take a look before speaking. The maid nearby carried a stand upon which rested an exquisitely antique token. On this token was written the character Beast, and everyone, upon seeing it, looked puzzled. This item is called the Divine Beast Token. It's said to be a relic from the Beast Tamed Sect. According to our speculation, it might even be related to the sect's original founder, the legendary genius of that era. Upon hearing these words, murmurs filled the entire auction hall. Although the Beast Tamed Sect had declined, in ancient times it had once been among the top 3 sects, unquestionably powerful. How remarkable had the sect's founding master been? Just this possible link to him made the token's value beyond measure. Noticing that the atmosphere in the hall had been completely stirred up, Ningyue continued her introduction. According to the experts in the Qin Bao Pavilion, this divine beast token appears to contain techniques of beast taming and even secret methods for a Aoshou to break through their bloodline. What you do with it is up to you. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones. A starting price of 500,000 spirit stones already excluded most of the audience from participating. As for the few people still qualified to compete, the beast taming techniques were just an extra bonus. Unless one was from the Beast Taming Sect, hardly anyone else would really be interested in such techniques. Coincidentally, there was exactly one such person present. Sun Kai knew very well. Wasn't Qin from the Beast Taming Sect? Logically, this token should be considered an heirloom of his sect. If the true owner was already here, how could he not claim it? Sun Kai, I know what to do. After witnessing the previous 2 million bid, Sun Kai was now very confident. As long as Qin was willing to speak, he was willing to bid. Through his golden eyes, Xuan observed and noticed that more people seemed to be interested in that bloodline breakthrough secret method. This was normal. For the various factions, finding powerful Yasuo cubs and having them sign a master-servant contract with their younger generation was a way to enhance their strength. But merely one contract beast, after careful selection, wouldn't create much of a burden for major factions or powerful noble families. However, the Beast Taming Sect couldn't offer every disciple such a configuration. Thus, their purposes and methods naturally differed. Qin had his own thoughts on this. This token itself likely had meaning only as a legacy. Apart from the techniques inside, there probably wasn't any other special function. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this simple to put up for auction. He certainly didn't believe the Qin Wang Bao Pavilion would casually place their top treasures on display without reserving some for their own sect's inheritance. Didn't Qin Ningxue already regard him as a senior expert from the Beast Taming Sect? Then he might as well use this identity. As long as he could quietly place the item inside the Beast Taming Sect, he believed Qin Ningxue would handle the inheritance matters well. 1 million spirit stones. Compared to the previous bids, this token had immediately started at 1 million spirit stones. Among the numerous ordinary participants below, none could possibly afford such a highlight item, but that didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. Although the amount of spirit stones Qin had looted back wasn't small, it was only relatively so. Just how much could a few rich families possibly stockpile? Compared to powerful noble families or cultivation sects, the amount he had was still significantly smaller. Counting the spirit stones already spent, he probably only had about 24 million left. At first glance, that seemed like a lot, but truly speaking, when it came to bidding for the highlight items, it might not even be enough. 5 million spirit stones. Sun Kai felt himself trembling slightly. What was going on? 5 million right from the start. Had spirit stones become something you could just pick off the street? One power after another declared their bids, some from private rooms, others from the hall while masked. For them, a bid sometimes didn't even represent a serious attempt or their final limit. After all, regardless of how powerful the Beast Taming Sect had once been, in their eyes, it was now obsolete. As for this divine beast token, Despite that, more and more forces joined the bidding. The price had already soared beyond 10 million spirit stones. Brother Nian, this. Don't rush. Sun Kai had already started to sweat. Although he hadn't placed a single bid yet, the longer he waited, the more intense things were going to get. He originally wanted to persuade Qin to give up, but before he even finished speaking, Qin just said nonchalantly, "Don't rush." Was this really the time not to rush? The current bid is 17,850,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be at least 50,000. Does anyone else want to bid higher? The current price was held by a mysterious person in a private room. He used a formation array to display the bid, never uttering a sound from beginning to end. Sun Kai bid this amount. Chapter 26 Obtaining the Divine Beast Order. Qin stretched out his hands and flipped them over. Sun Kai helplessly slid off his chair. Brother Nian, really? Qin nodded. Somebody offered 2 million spirit stones. Hearing this number, everyone's attention once again turned toward the private room where Qin was. The mysterious figure who had bid 1.7 million just moments ago immediately turned grim. This divine beast order looked a lot like the key to a secret realm discovered by his sect once before. Although only the outline matched, the secret techniques within still held certain value. He only had 1.9 million spirit stones on him. With the price raised to 2 million, he couldn't even keep up. Cursed, realizing he no longer had any chance of acquiring the item through bidding. The mysterious figure began thinking of ways to kill and steal. The divine beast order was not something that could be easily hidden. Some high-level monsters or similar events always left behind traces. This secret realm matter was of grave importance. It seemed he would have to report back to his sect. 2 million spirit stones once, 2 million spirit stones twice. Is no one else going to raise the bid? Qin knew that at this point, he had essentially exhausted the remaining value of the divine beast order in everyone's eyes. Even though GoldenEye still detected someone being tempted, no one was willing to pay a higher price. 2 million spirit stones, 3 times. Congratulations to this lucky gentleman. As Ningyu's voice fell, the divine beast order was soon delivered to the private room by a servant. After completing the exchange of spirit stones, Qin couldn't help but feel a strange sensation when holding the item. Sun Kai's eyes looked at the divine beast order, less like viewing an auctioned item and more like gazing at 2 million spirit stones. Though Qin was eager to examine what secret this token held, the auction was not yet finished, and he was still in some danger. There were only 3 final auction items in total. Lucky that the divine beast order appeared as the first. If it had appeared as the last, with Qin's possible bad luck, he might have had to give it up, not to mention exposing his identity. Setting aside the origin of the divine beast order, just the beast taming technique alone could easily remind someone of the Beast Taming Sect. Since Qin had already acquired the divine beast order, for the remaining 2 auction items, he must bid high again. Otherwise, people would inevitably associate him with the Beast Taming Sect. Regardless of whether suspicions might eventually fall on him, he had to eliminate every potential danger at its earliest stage. The next auction item is an ancient divine sword found within a secret realm. It contains the sword intent of an ancient expert. Xuan didn't bother listening carefully to the introduction of the other two auction items, because he no longer had enough spirit stones. What was the point of listening to items he couldn't obtain? Sun Kai, weren't you saying earlier you wanted me to do you a favor? Yeah, brother Nyan. When Sun Kai heard Xuan bring up the subject voluntarily, he immediately started talking nonstop. Actually, this matter also involves Qin Xiong and Meng Hao Sai. In Sun Kai's description, recently he had taken charge of some family businesses and made a little money. Later, he heard someone mention a newly opened casino, where one could make money simply by entering. Out of curiosity, he went for a visit. When Xuan heard this, he was momentarily stunned. What kind of casino allows one to earn money by entering? Who would believe that unless they were a fool? Sun Kai felt somewhat embarrassed, but didn't refute this, instead describing exactly what this casino was about. On the surface, the casino appeared very legitimate, and the gambling projects there seemed to involve certain mathematical methods. The games didn't rely entirely on luck. By betting reasonably after correctly calculating the right numbers, one might really have the possibility of profiting every time. However, Sun Kai himself was too greedy. The first few times, he did earn some money. Within a single game, one could bet on different numbers and then split the profits based on the winning ratio. Overall, there were both wins and losses, but after settling the accounts, he always gained money. These early successful experiences gradually made him more daring. Later big bets indeed brought him substantial returns. Eventually, he became a VIP and was allowed to play on higher floors. Each floor had its minimum betting amount, and after moving to the upper floors, his luck seemed much worse. Moreover, the number calculations also became increasingly complicated. Xuan interrupted him here. How exactly does calculation lead to profit? The game actually involves a competition. Each side sends representatives to snatch a precious token in the sky and bring it back to their side. The side with more tokens wins. When Xuan heard this, he felt strangely familiar. Then what does this have to do with Qin Xiong and Meng Hao? When Sun Kai reached this part, he began gnashing his teeth in anger. It turned out the mysterious backer of this new gambling house was connected to those two, and on that day, they had deliberately set a trap for him. As he was brought to higher floors, the money he carried naturally became insufficient. Sun Kai had been winning more and losing less as he played, becoming somewhat carried away, unwilling to stop. At that moment, someone approached him, offering to lend money from the gambling house temporarily, as long as he signed an agreement with a handprint. Sun Kai hadn't thought much about it at the time, especially since he had been continuously winning. Without hesitation, he agreed. However, after that, his luck seemed to get progressively worse, and the huge amount he borrowed quickly lost half its value. By the time he wanted to leave, he finally noticed a hidden trap within the signed document. The borrowed money had to be repaid the same day, otherwise, he would have to hand over his wife as collateral. That was when he discovered the involvement of Qin Xiong and Meng Hao. Fortunately, that day his own uncle happened to pass by and greeted him, or else he would have lost his wife. When Xuan heard this, he already roughly understood what had happened. He gently comforted Sun Kai, telling him not to worry, those two rotten brats would be dealt with by him. The final two auction items ended up selling for no less than 30 million spirit stones each. Xuan had even bid as high as 28 million at one point, but eventually gave up. Even the most cautious person would probably not suspect him of having any connection to the Beast Taming Sect. When the auction ended, Xuan and Sun Kai exited through the special passage reserved for private rooms at the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. Walking outside, Xuan arranged a meeting spot with Sun Kai for the next day before the two parted ways. Right now, he was extremely curious about this divine beast order he had obtained. He randomly picked a tavern and rented a high-grade room. Once inside, he immediately entered the sea and mountain chart. Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu, upon seeing Xuan enter, approached curiously. That's when something miraculous occurred. The divine beast order seemed to resonate with Xiao Jin. Roar. With a dragon-like roar, the divine beast order emitted a bright glow. Chapter 27. The Secret of the Divine Beast Talisman. At first, Xuan didn't know what was happening. Although he also valued the divine beast talisman greatly, after all, it was an incomplete artifact. Moreover, if there was truly any trickery within this treasure, the Qin King's treasure pavilion probably wouldn't have put it up for sale. Precisely because of this thought, he had entered the mountain and sea scroll merely as a precaution. Who could have guessed that he would witness such a miraculous scene? The golden holy dragon actually had some sort of reaction to the divine beast talisman. If it weren't for Xiao Jin's current behavior appearing perfectly normal, without any signs of pain, Xuan would probably have already started thinking about how to retrieve and store away this talisman. Compared to the talisman, the divine beast that had been accompanying him for so long was obviously far more important. After the light gradually faded away, the various transformations that had occurred within the mountain and sea scroll gradually quieted down. Thank goodness nothing happened. Rubbing the golden holy dragon's tiny head, Xuan smiled. Just kidding. If this little guy were to run into trouble, he'd probably be heartbroken beyond repair. When he looked again at the divine beast talisman, he found that its appearance had completely changed, utterly transformed. Originally, it had seemed no more than a broken, ancient token, with the character for beast engraved on it, but otherwise nothing particularly special. If someone carelessly dropped it on the ground, passers-by would probably be too lazy to even pick it up. However, this token was now completely renewed, its previously damaged edges fully restored, making it look like brand new. This wasn't an ancient artifact? How could it possibly restore itself so miraculously? It was truly unbelievable. Filling with curiosity, Xuan submerged his spiritual awareness into the token. He wanted to quickly grasp whatever arcane method lay within. Roar. The moment his spiritual force entered, he felt an immense impact. Inside the talisman, a dragon's roar erupted. At the exact same moment, Xuan also let out a roar, after which the talisman gradually calmed down. Could it be that the reason the Qin King's treasure pavilion released this talisman was because it was guarded by a dragon's soul? Xuan could sense that if not for Xuan's presence, his spiritual force would probably have already been torn apart. Injuries guaranteed, though perhaps not fatal. Yet it was clearly a trap, as the Qin King's treasure pavilion had given no prior warning before releasing the item. But for other cultivators who might struggle with the dragon's soul sealed inside, for him, it was truly like offering a meat-filled bun to a dog. No room for complaint. With the dragon's soul subdued, Xuan discovered a golden, glowing totem inside the talisman. Inside the talisman were 3 stone pillars and a painting. The first stone pillar was probably where the dragon's soul resided. As for the other 2 pillars behind it, they likely held the arcane methods he wanted to obtain. Filled with curiosity, Xuan approached one of the stone pillars. Instantly, a stream of information pierced straight into his mind. If it were anyone else, even if they managed to subdue the dragon's soul ahead, obtaining the inheritances contained within these 2 pillars wouldn't have been easy. However, with Xuan present, Xuan had already gained the talisman's recognition. In a certain sense, he had already become the heir to the first sect leader of the Beast Tamed Sect. Yet Xuan himself had no interest in that identity. In the future, he planned to pass the talisman directly to Qin Xue. This cultivation technique truly is profound and extraordinary. The more Xuan read, the more astonished he became. This technique allowed its practitioner to directly gain a portion of their contracted beast's abilities. Some abilities might alter one's physical form, while others directly enhanced one's cultivation strength. No matter the type, each would greatly boost a beast tamer's combat power. Needless to say, merely possessing this ability alone would be enough to elevate the Beast Tamed Sect's power several times over. Because, according to the manual, the deeper one cultivated into advanced stages, the more power one could acquire, and even simultaneously obtain abilities from multiple beasts. Xuan could already vividly imagine how incredibly mighty the Beast Tamed Sect had been back in ancient times. From another perspective, the current techniques passed down through the sect were incomplete. Some things had even already been lost to history. Back in the sect, since Xuan had originally been unable to cultivate, he had read countless ancient texts. In the old days, aside from training various techniques and finding their bonded beasts, young beast tamers needed to do one especially crucial thing: find a master. To learn more powerful beast taming techniques, one must find a teacher. Many of the sect's secret skills had been passed down from elder to disciple in a single lineage. Once an elder and his chosen successor perished while traveling outside the sect, carrying those secret techniques with them, then those arts would be completely lost forever. Although the sect had many disciples, and there were often incredibly talented individuals, the passage of time could not be resisted, and the number of lost techniques kept increasing. Perhaps this was also a major reason why the Beast Taming Sect was now declining. Xuan sighed. After learning this technique himself, he certainly planned to pass it on to Qin Xue. Now was the most dangerous time for the Beast Taming Sect. If they didn't find a way to comprehensively improve their strength from all fronts, the situation would only get worse. Approaching the other stone pillar, Xuan experienced the same effect. The moment he stepped close, a ray of golden light shot directly into his mind. Oh, this is actually a rather peculiar cultivation method. The method wasn't bad, though it was only not bad. Its effects were decent, but the price required to implement it was simply too high. Currently, the Beast Taming Sect was not capable enough to perform the method as described. Firstly, one would need a sufficient number of EngSub, especially those with powerful bloodline talents containing divine beast lineage. Then, one must search for rare herbs and medicinal plants, and hire alchemists of sufficient rank. Finally, they had to refine the beast blood pill. This pill could not be consumed by humans. It was exclusively for EngSub. Once ingested, the EngSub's divine beast bloodline within its body would be enhanced. As the divine beast bloodline became increasingly refined, mutation could eventually occur. Whether the EngSub became even stronger or regressed into an ancestor beast with pure divine bloodline, either outcome was considered a favorable one. After finishing reading the recorded method, Xuan suddenly realized. It seemed this method wasn't something he could even use. Since he already possessed divine beast bloodline, how could he possibly improve further? However, after thinking for a while, Xuan realized he had been overcomplicating things. Where would he even find so many divine beasts? He just happened to have a check-in system. He was simply lucky. He chuckled to himself and carefully memorized the technique. Finally, he shifted his attention to the painting in the center. The moment he looked at it, it was unbearably dazzling, making it impossible to see clearly. Only 2 words were vaguely visible on it: secret, realm. After trying every possible method and failing repeatedly, Xuan ultimately gave up. He would figure it out later once his cultivation improved. As he withdrew from the divine beast talisman, his face was filled with excitement. Chapter 28, Myriad Beast Transformation. Although he had thought of many ways to help strengthen the Beast Taming Sect, thinking of methods was one thing, and successfully achieving results was another. Now that he had obtained these techniques, he finally had a clear direction for becoming stronger. Among them, the secret skill of incorporating the power of statues into one's own body, Myriad Beast Transformation, was something he definitely needed to learn. Chun Yin spent the entire night studying this secret art within the mountain and sea chart. Meanwhile, someone else had been searching for him the entire night. The second prince was fine. After all, he had no leads. Being angry was one thing, but he wasn't stupid. The third prince, however, acted rather rashly. On that very night, nearly every alchemist in the imperial city was investigated. For those he could confront, he directly challenged them. For those he couldn't face head-on, he used connections to pressure them. The whole city was in chaos, but there was still no sign of the person who had accepted the dragon's breath grass. Third prince, this path you're taking may lead to significant trouble. I am the prince of Qilin, and under heaven, everything is the king's land. Within the royal capital, what trouble could there possibly be? While the words sounded commanding, spoken like that, they also revealed a certain immaturity. The old man beside him, hearing this, knew persuasion would be useless. He sighed and said no more. By now, Chun Yin had completed his cultivation. No wonder a beast contract was required to transmit power. This secret art seemed inherently tied to some sort of law linked to the contract itself. Though Chun Yin's cultivation level wasn't high yet, and he couldn't fully grasp its profound mysteries, whenever he wanted to use this technique, the contract would respond with a matching fluctuation. It appeared the effectiveness of using this technique could also be affected by the emotional connection between himself and the beast, as well as the type of contract they shared. Take the equal contract for example. The amount of power he could obtain and how long he could use it depended on mutual discussion with the beast. But Chun Yin currently used the master-servant contract, which meant he could use it however he wanted. It was entirely up to him. Of course, his relationships with Xiao Jin and Xiao LV were very close, so the power transmitted when using this technique far exceeded normal levels. At this point, he had barely succeeded in cultivating the technique. He could only draw power from a single beast, and that power could remain within his body for at most an hour. Moreover, there were limits to the power he could borrow. These limitations came in three types. First, the maximum physical endurance of his own body. Second, the upper limit of the beast's power. Third, the power level he could draw upon through the contract. If he exceeded his body's capacity, he would die from his body exploding. If there was a massive gap between their powers, it was fine if the beast was far stronger. But if the beast's cultivation level was close to or comparable with his own, the enhancement would be significantly reduced, as he could only borrow a part of the beast's power. As for the third limitation, since he was not currently affected, he didn't investigate it deeply. Xiao Jin, myriad beast transformation. Roar. A golden light burst from Chun Yin's body, accompanied by a powerful aura spreading throughout his limbs and flesh. The power gap between himself and Xiao Jin was massive. Even a portion of the dragon's strength had already reached the limit his body could withstand. After testing the power with a few simple movements, he couldn't tell exactly what level he had reached now. Looks like he needed to find a chance to test this power properly. His attacks now bore the effects of a dragon claw, and this golden light also seemed to offer powerful defensive capabilities, making his offensive and defensive moves equally formidable. Xiao LV, myriad beast transformation. The Saint Spirit Mystic Turtle also gave Chun Yin a chance to experience this transformation. Quack. The sensation felt like gaining invincible defense, a unique wave of energy circling his body, spreading a heavy pressure into the air. It felt as though his every move was as immovable as a mountain. If I ever encounter any danger, this might become my life-saving trump card. Muttering to himself, Chun Yin believed tonight's biggest gain was the myriad beast transformation. After dispelling the transformation, Chun Yin exited the mountain and sea chart. It was still late at night. He still had time for a little more cultivation. Early the next morning, Chun Yin checked out of his room. He had already arranged a meeting time with Sun Kai in advance. This was not only to resolve this issue, but also because he wanted to examine the location beforehand. The casino's backing wasn't a problem. He had already communicated with Sun Kai about it yesterday. After all, Sun Kai was from a prestigious family and wouldn't find it difficult to contact senior family members if he were ever in danger. Possessing a talisman to call upon the elders meant that his actions today would be completely safe. Chun Yin had no intention of resolving this through direct combat. A casino, huh? If you're going to cheat, then I'll make sure you lose so badly you won't be able to afford to reopen. As for whether or not there were people like Chun Xiong or Meng Hao behind the scenes, Chun Yin didn't really care, as long as he helped Sun Kai settle the grudge. Boom. When the two arrived at the casino, Chun Yin took a look around and found it truly bustling with noise. Never mind anything else, just the gambling fees collected in a single day here were unknown and unimaginable. Brother Yin, you're here. Sun Kai had truly brought out all his savings today. After all, Chun Yin was someone who had crossed over to this world. How rich was his life experience? Back in the days when the two of them hung around together, they had come to casinos to make money. At that time, Sun Kai had already looked up to Chun Yin as a celestial being. Joking aside, he almost never lost money, and there had never been any danger. You must know, the most dangerous people in a casino are those who make money. But following Chun Yin, he himself had never run into any trouble. This was also due to Chun Yin's cleverness. The gambling techniques of this world were still too, how should one put it, primitive. Because of cultivation skills, the more powerful a person was, the easier it became for them to blindly trust their own strength. Sometimes, what's truly reliable is intelligence. You can't just make money and run away, but if before you leave, you give back a bit of the money you've earned, leading others into a ditch. Would the casino owner really care about such small details? Using this method, Chun Yin had back in the day made a name for himself in the casinos around the royal capital. Brother Yin, let's go in. This casino never closes. When they went in, they found below a large platform, with many people similar to contestants on both sides of the platform. Sun Kai had already explained the rules yesterday, and seeing it in person today immediately gave Chun Yin a general understanding. Come place your bets. Come place your bets. The next round will start in 3 minutes. Sun Kai kept watching Chun Yin, not moving unless Chun Yin did. Not in a hurry. Let's watch one round first. We have plenty of time. Hearing Chun Yin say this, Sun Kai followed him to find a seat. The news of Sun Kai appearing at the casino immediately reached Qin Xiong and Meng Hao through their underlings. 2 young masters, the guy we've been keeping watch on at your request has come again. Chapter 29, An Enemy Encounter. Hearing those words, Qin Xiong's face showed a hint of surprise. Sun Kai is such a coward. If it weren't for our luck last time and catching him off guard, we wouldn't have gotten so much money. According to logic, based on Sun Kai's usual behavior, he shouldn't dare to come to a gambling house again. Regardless of whether he had money left or not, wouldn't he be afraid of losing it all again? At this moment, the man tailing them added from behind, that kid seems to have someone with him too, but we can't identify who it is. Oh, Meng Hao's first thought was whether the other party had invited some rich young master from the royal city or an influential figure from his own family to seek revenge. Which family's young master is it? No, in the royal city, everyone in business knows all the lords. From what I understand, this person should be an outsider. This time, both Qin Xiong and Meng Hao were left puzzled. After some contemplation, they decided they should go and check it out themselves. If it turned out to be someone not to be messed with, it would not only cost them money, but also bring serious consequences. Let's go. Lead the way. Alright, while these people were heading toward the gambling house, Chen Yin had already watched an entire round of the game. Isn't this just like the sports betting from the World Cup in his previous life? One could bet on the outcome or the total score, except that instead of football, these men were fighting over treasure cards. But the scoring rules hadn't changed, and based on different odds, it was indeed possible to bet on both sides and still make a profit. Latest intelligence. Full game info for all teams today, come and buy one. Hearing this hawking voice, Chen Yin walked over immediately. Unexpectedly, the vendor was a small child. Kid, how much is that little notebook you're selling? 50 spirit stones, no bargaining. Before Chen Yin could even reply, Sun Kai, overhearing the price, objected. How can something so thin and tiny cost so much? If you don't want it, don't block my business. My price is absolutely fair. All of today's team outcomes are recorded here. Do you think this information comes easily? Although young, the child spoke in an extremely mature and sharp tone. Chen Yin didn't dwell on it. He simply handed over the spirit stones. Nian Gu, I think this is just a scam. You aren't actually falling for it, right? We don't have much time here, and our knowledge about these teams is limited. Although our calculations might not necessarily be worse than theirs, predicting the outcome isn't the same. Chen Yin was very clear. The little notebook wasn't likely made up by the kid himself. There must be someone behind him guiding him, possibly even the owner of the gambling house itself. What was inside could be trusted, but not fully believed. At least basic data, such as the cultivators' levels of the two teams, would be factual. But whether they were strong or weak, and the real outcome of a match, wouldn't be clear unless one actually saw it. A notebook couldn't possibly include everything. Precisely because he understood this thoroughly, Chen Yin still chose to purchase the book. The next two teams to play were already listed here. One team clearly stronger than the other. As long as the basic win/loss prediction was correct, Chen Yin could observe whether the player descriptions matched reality or had noticeable discrepancies. An artisan must sharpen his tools before he can do his work well. To ruin the gambling house, no effort should be spared. After watching several matches and using his golden-eyed vision, Chen Yin gradually understood the gambling house's strategy. It was simply by having some players appear weaker on the surface but then unexpectedly gain strength, either through pills or sudden power surges, to alter the score, causing a large number of bettors to lose. It seemed like there were both winners and losers, and even many people got big payoffs, but the only real winner was the dealer. Only a small number of people won each round, and since people spread their bets out, they became emotionally numb to the losses. A wise smile appeared on Chen Yin's face. Just as the two were preparing to head to the betting counter, someone suddenly blocked their path. I wonder who it was. So it's you two. Oh, the little beast tamer has come for gambling. Pity. These days, your status in the Beast Taming Sect is nowhere near ours anymore. Qin Xiong and Meng Hao showing up here was actually within Chen Yin's expectations. Since the house had already exploited you once, they wouldn't let you escape twice. How is it? If you can come here, why can't I? Or is this entire bookie joint owned by you? Chen Yin's reply was calm and simple, yet both men answered with a deep, scornful laugh. Alright, welcome to play, but I wonder how many spirit stones you have, enough to even cause trouble here? The two of them didn't really believe that Chen Yin could possess much wealth. Even during his time at the Beast Taming Sect or the Guardian Sect, the situation had definitely not been prosperous. Qin Ningxue, as sect leader, had always been quite frugal. They were well aware that, indeed, Chen Yin had earned some money at the gambling house before, but all of it had secretly gone to support the Beast Taming Sect. Such underhanded dealings weren't hard to uncover for someone who bothered to investigate. Yet, Chen Yin had always been a useless cripple who couldn't cultivate, hardly worth attention. Moreover, people with high status generally paid little attention to gambling affairs. To a cultivator, such matters were merely trivial and vulgar. Moreover, Chen Yin never directly handed over the spirit stones to Qin Ningxue himself. Naturally, with time, everything had been quietly concealed. Are you two planning to play around together with me? Chen Yin took the initiative to issue an invitation at this moment. It was indeed rare for someone to come offering themselves for a beating, but since this opportunity had presented itself, it absolutely couldn't be missed. Sun Kai clenched his fists tightly, knowing that the chance had finally arrived. Back then, they had been quite envious of the money Qin Yan had earned at the gambling house, but each time they tried to take him on personally, they got beaten down. So many years had passed, and now they wanted to settle the score. Don't worry, the teams here are entirely under our arrangement. Seeing Chun Xiong hesitate, Meng Hao whispered this into his ear. Fine, let's play. A crowd moved toward the betting counter. The spectators, whether they were from branch families or were merchants and civilians who liked to visit here for fun, recognized the young masters of the several major families in the royal city. Lord Masters, didn't expect you all to arrive so early today. Just some interest, bringing a friend to see what the fuss is about. This friend, of course, was Chun Yan, but the words and tone subtly suggested he was a country bumpkin. Chun Yan remained indifferent, but remembered everything said. The next match is Chuyun versus Feihong. Hearing the announcer shout these words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Chapter 30, 10 million spirit stones. Wanna play? How come it's their team's turn already? Also, the arrangement of this formation seems problematic. Someone raised the question, naturally drawing responses from others around. Chun Yan heard it, but treated it as if it were nothing. You two go ahead and place your bets first. The two exchanged glances and placed two large bets. When calculated in terms of ratio, no matter who won or lost between the two, it balanced out exactly. They'd been around this casino for quite some time and knew many of the tricks and techniques. The surrounding crowd began placing their bets as well, but most people were betting on the number of treasure tiles. On one hand, of course, the odds for the treasure tile numbers were more gone than those for winning or losing. On the other hand, naturally it was because the strength disparity between the current two teams was just too great, making the outcome a foregone conclusion. Most people were essentially betting on the winner simply as a safety net for betting on the number. Chun Yan casually bet a small amount, then lightly pulled Sun Kai's hand. This was the secret signal they had discussed beforehand. As long as he did this, it meant Sun Kai wouldn't place a bet. Chun Yan needed to create a false impression, an open and blatant trap. The two teams quickly began their battle on the arena, their cultivations flaring up against each other. The radiant beams of light from their treasures shot up into the sky before being drawn back to each team's camp by the competitors. In the end, when they tallied the scores, it really was the kind of numerical comparison seen only in a one-sided victory. I won. Many people who had bet on the number of treasure tiles could now be considered instant millionaires. But the 10,000 spirit stones Chun Yan had placed earlier were completely lost. Chun Xiong and Meng Hao both felt intense excitement in their hearts. It seemed this kid still didn't understand how to play to win. With such an obvious contrast in strength, placing a bet on the win would guarantee profit no matter what. And losing money in such a situation meant this person in front of them must truly be a novice. Their chance for revenge had finally arrived. The two continued arranging seemingly unreasonable matchups to set traps, and in the first few rounds, wherever they placed bets was guaranteed to win. Finally, when round 4 came, it's really boring watching you lose all the time. Want us big brothers to teach you a thing or two? By this time, the onlookers also began to see the truth. The relationship between the two sides didn't seem like the imagined friendship, but rather resembled a grudge between enemies. No need. Chun Yan remained as calm and indifferent as ever, but this time, he didn't pull Sun Kai's hand. Sun Kai, following Chun Yan's instructions, bet against wherever he placed his bet, choosing the ones with the highest odds, without overbetting. Soon this round ended. Of course, all the spirit stones Chun Yan held were lost, but when actually calculating the profit, to lure Chun Yan into the trap, the amount that Chun Xiong and Meng Hao had invested in this round alone exceeded his. On the surface, Chun Yan appeared to be gradually understanding the rules, with more winning rounds now, though only able to see the general direction of the matches. In reality, however, the one actually raking in the money was Sun Kai. He always bet on the options with the highest odds, and the matches when Chun Yan didn't pull his hand, allowing him to bet, were always the ones where the power imbalance was most obvious. If it weren't for Chun Xiong and Meng Hao intentionally trying to set a trap for him by manipulating the formation arrangements, he couldn't have controlled things this precisely. In the current scenario, whenever Chun Yan placed 10,000 spirit stones, Sun Kai could easily make back several 10,000 through a few thousand per bet. And when Chun Xiong and Meng Hao placed their bets, Chun Yan also started following suit. He won quite a few times, seeing that their scheme seemed to be effective. Switch positions. Chun Xiong suddenly changed his betting position. Chun Yan didn't hesitate and followed over, but Sun Kai once again bet in the opposite position. They hit it. In this round, not Chun Xiong, Chun Yan, nor Sun Kai made any profit, and even Meng Hao merely broke even. But this was exactly the effect the two wanted. Oh my, seems like your luck isn't so good. After hearing this, Chun Yan voluntarily raised the stakes. 10,000. Anyone dare to bet? 10,000 spirit stones? In all the time they had played so far, they had only spent 20 or 30,000, with wins and losses mixed. Was Chun Yan bold enough to bet this much? No. Wait, did he even have this much money? Whatever the case, it showed that Chun Yan was getting anxious. Sure, what's there not to dare? Chun Yan pulled Sun Kai's finger. The following betting rounds became almost magical. Wherever Chun Yan bet, he won. Even though Chun Xiong and Meng Hao had secretly signaled their members to take medicinal pills, the final outcome barely changed, and their own side even suffered heavy losses. How is that possible? There must be something wrong here. It seems like you two aren't so financially stable after all. How about we make it simple, bet 1,000 each round. I haven't seen you two in a long time. Don't want to make it too hard on you. The more disdainfully Chun Yin acted toward them, the more they felt they had to show him who was boss. Just then, Sun Kai happened to mutter a sentence from the side. Originally, I thought we'd be betting 1,000,000 each round, but it seems you two aren't even up to that level. Sun Kai's words completely crushed their pride. It was one thing for Chun Yin to win money, but for you, someone they had nearly swindled out of his wife, to act so arrogantly here. Who did he think he was? What did you say? Seeing that Meng Hao was about to lose his temper and start a fight, Qin Xiong quickly held him back and hatched a scheme. If you two really want to play big, then I'll play big with you. But this time, bet start at 10,000,000 spirit stones. How about that? As soon as Qin Xiong said this, everyone watching opened their eyes wide in shock. In this casino, players betting at the million level were already extremely rare. No one had ever seen a bet exceeding 2 million before, and now someone was openly asking for 10 million. Hearing the commotion downstairs, even the high roller players from the premium upstairs area rushed down. The casino's back-end owner seemed to catch wind of this as well and dispatched his own enforcer. You young lords, just having some fun around here is fine, but 10 million? Is that reasonable? Qin Xiong gave a meaningful look to this enforcer and immediately took over the conversation. Just a way to entertain our friends. If a rich gentleman wants to challenge us properly, we certainly can't afford to be impolite. And if he can't come up with 10 million, I'm sure the casino wouldn't mind lending a hand. Just, of course, with some interest. By this time, some people around had already sensed something was off. That interest rate would likely be a massive trap. Without even asking, Chun Yin agreed immediately. He had already figured it out. This casino must be connected to Chun Xiong's family. Just bring out all your tricks. Choose your team well. We'll settle this in one round and decide the winner. Chun Yin spoke with full confidence. Qin Xiong had been about to throw in a few sarcastic remarks, warning him not to end up unable to pay his debt. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared from the casino's back office, exuding an air of dignity. Uncle, you actually came. Chapter 31 Su Yifan. Everyone present was now looking at the middle-aged man who had just appeared. Although Chun Yin didn't know who the man was, he could tell immediately that this was no ordinary person. I just heard that there's going to be a match involving 10 million spirit stones. It really caught my curiosity about which young man would dare to do something so bold. It seemed that the middle-aged man was referring to their small group earlier. In reality, however, Chun Yin knew all along that the man's attention had been fixed solely on him. Someone who is merely bold is nothing more than a reckless brute. I, Chun Yin, don't consider myself as just a reckless brute. Sir, I think you might have mistaken me. Chun Yin displayed neither servility nor arrogance. Though he understood the man's status was certainly high, the higher one's position, the less likely they were to lose their temper at a time like this. If it had been some minor individual with a little power and status, he might already be jumping up in anger. Oh, if you're not a brute, then what do you think you are? Chun Yin smiled slightly, then replied. In the end, what I am depends on how you judge me, not how I judge myself. After this sentence, a silence fell across the area. The middle-aged man before them was Su Yifan. Though his own cultivation was nothing extraordinary, within the city of Beiya, nobody would dare to offend him. Even aside from his familial ties with the city lord, he himself oversaw the entire financial affairs of Beiya City. One could say there were many people here who relied entirely on him for a share of the spoils. The Tianla gambling house has powerful backing, right? It was the largest gambling house in the city. Logically speaking, when such a black market business was controlled by someone, others in the city usually couldn't set up competition anymore. But Su Yifan had managed to establish a completely new gambling house by himself under such circumstances, introducing a different kind of gambling game. Tianla could refuse to admit defeat, try to compete, or even imitate. But they couldn't resort to underhanded tactics. They simply dared not. Young man, today I will personally find out exactly what you are. Su Yifan was usually expressionless, with a very strict demeanor. Even the young city lord dared not smile in his presence. That day, Chun Yin had spoken so much to him, and even caused a hint of smile to appear on his face. This puzzled everyone greatly. More importantly, it increased people's wariness of Chun Yin. There's an old saying, before you hit a dog, check who its master is. Whether Chun Yin was a dog remained uncertain, but if Su Yifan really became his protector here, anyone in Beiya City thinking about moving against him would certainly have to weigh carefully whether they were capable enough in front of Su Yifan. Chun Yin didn't think about these things. He knew this man before him was high-ranking, but what did that have to do with him? If that's the case, then please take your seat quickly. The good show is about to start. With Su Yifan, the actual boss behind the scenes, here to personally choose teams, it not only ensured fairness, but also ensured that nobody would dare to manipulate things under his nose. Qin Xiong and Meng Hao now found themselves in a difficult spot. One reason they had agreed to compete was because they figured that Chun Yin, due to his inexperience, might still be beatable. The other was their intention to secretly order their teammates to cheat. Unfortunately, that last strategy was now out of the question. Though Meng Hao had just called the man uncle a moment ago, the relationship was so distant that nobody could say whether the man would even acknowledge it. When Meng Hao had arrived in Beiya City, his family elders had warned him repeatedly. Under no circumstances should you provoke Su Yifan. Although Su's cultivation level was only at the refinement stage, only nascent soul cultivators would be considered strong outside. His family had been so anxious, how could Meng not be nervous? Especially after seeing with his own eyes how subservient the young city lord had been toward his uncle, it had deepened his sense of fear. He had long learned that his uncle had no tolerance for any deception. If they wanted to cheat, they would have to wait until Su was no longer present. Now it was clear Su Yifan was here just to watch. What do we do? Never mind, we'll just press ahead. Qin Xiong nodded in agreement. Both of them were bold individuals and still had a chance to win. Regardless of whether Qin Yan would drag Sun Kai down after a loss, with Su Yifan here, Qin Yan wouldn't dare default on the 10 million debt. Begin. A moment later, two new teams appeared on either side of the arena platform below. Clearly, these were the split-up members from previous teams. As for the strength of each side, it could only be judged by appearances. Qin Yan scanned left and right briefly. His golden eyes could directly see the opponent's vital energy. Generally speaking, the stronger the vital energy, the stronger the opponent would be. Even if there were exceptions, the difference wouldn't be very significant. After gaining a rough idea of each team's strength, the next issue was the odds. With the education level Qin Yan had obtained from 9 years of compulsory schooling, calculating such odds required a cautious approach. After all, this was a 10 million stake bet. He first calculated a safe break-even point for himself. Since it was a two-party competition, according to the agreement, once one party completed their betting, the other had to finish theirs within a certain period. No one had expected that the one to act first would actually beat Qin Yan. Can you make sense of his move? I've never seen this young man around here before. I think he's just a novice trying his luck. Look how he placed bets everywhere. That clearly shows he lacks confidence in himself. The words from the onlookers sounded quite reasonable. Sun Kai, watching the distribution of bets, also felt somewhat confused. Only Qin Yan himself remained calm, sitting there with his eyes closed after finishing his bets, as if nothing was going on. Qin Xiong and Meng Hao each calculated one side, finally completing their bets at the last possible moment. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? You just wanted to place random bets in the shortest possible time, trying to force us to make mistakes without enough time to think, causing us to lose the match. The key to winning or losing this match lay in the final count after the competition ended. Whoever still had more spirit stones left from the initial stake of 10 million would be the winner. If someone truly suffered losses, bad luck could indeed lead to defeat. The onlookers now also believed this must be his plan. Although success wasn't guaranteed, such tactics could be considered clever and strategic. Qin Yan didn't respond to their provocations, but directly shouted "Begin" to the referee in the middle of the arena. The two teams faced off in the arena. These two teams were hastily assembled by Su Yifan. He had personally selected each member. For such temporary teams, throwing off their formation was the easiest thing to do. Considering their cultivation levels, the outcome between the two sides was practically neck and neck, with neither having an obvious advantage. Chapter 32. A tremendous victory of 10 million spirit stones. The talismans have all returned to their positions. The match is over. As these two teams fought fiercely, the onlookers around began to shout cheers and encouragement. Qin Yan, for a brief moment, felt as if he were back on Lanxing, but the feeling quickly faded. After the match ended, the biggest question on everyone's mind was who had actually won. On the surface, Qin Yan seemed to have placed bets all over the place, some big, some small, as if he had practically given up and was simply relying on luck. But upon closer inspection, one could see that he had nearly locked in the victory of one particular team, and he had bet quite heavily on the number of winning tiles. However, because his bets were spread too widely and too thinly, Qin Xiong and Meng Hao naturally didn't have enough time to study all the details. Eventually, the match results were revealed. Qin Xiong excitedly clenched his fist in the air. The side they had bet on had won the match. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Qin Yan had also bet on the same side, but the amount was significantly smaller. Qin Yan, you should start thinking about how to pay back that 10 million debt. Don't leave something behind in this arena. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Of course, the gambling house never allowed Zedong credit. If you couldn't pay the price, you would have to leave something behind. Qin Yan didn't say much in response to their words, only offering a mysterious, unfathomable smile. True, he hadn't bet heavily on the outcome, but on the other side, that meant he had placed a substantial bet on the count of winning tiles. As long as the distribution was sufficiently reasonable, professional staff members from the gambling house had already begun calculating the gains and losses for both sides. Although the volume of calculations was large, since there were only 2 participants, the tally was completed rather quickly. Lord Qin Xiong and Lord Meng Hao's final spirit stone balance, 11,320,000. Qin Yan looked at the self-satisfied expressions on their faces, believing they had definitely won, and could only shake his head in disbelief. He stood up directly and prepared to leave. What are you doing? Are you planning to run away without paying? Qin Yan rolled his eyes but remained silent. At this moment, the announcer from earlier continued to speak. Qin Yan's final spirit stone balance, 18,960,000. What? Not just Qin Xiong and Meng Hao, but even the onlookers had previously believed that Qin Xiong and his group had won. Qin Yan's bets looked far too scattered, nothing like someone about to make a profit. It would be good enough if he hadn't lost any money. How could he surpass their 1 million plus profit? It was absurd. Yet Qin Yan not only did it, he remained incredibly calm, as if what he'd done was a mere triviality. I left earlier not to escape, but simply to preserve a bit of dignity for you two. This sentence from Qin Yan was like a slap across their faces. It's impossible. There must be a mistake in the calculation. Meng Hao rushed over, frantically checking each number, each item one by one. There had clearly been so many losses in between. How was it possible for him to nearly double his money in the end? Impossible. Qin Yan did not refuse his review. Su Yifan had remained silent throughout the entire process. The sound of papers scattering to the floor filled the air. Meng Hao slumped down on the floor. He had checked it himself. Qin Yan had indeed won. Sun Kai covered his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Even he began to doubt whether there was some hidden trick in this gambling game. Otherwise, how could Qin Yan have accomplished such a miracle so effortlessly? Recalling how, back in the Imperial City, Qin Yan always found loopholes in games, he felt he had uncovered the truth. Very well. It seems the result has already been revealed. At this moment, Su Yifan spoke. As long as he affirmed the result, the matter was essentially settled. Meng Hao went mad with desperation and grabbed his uncle's pant leg, trying to plead desperately. But Su Yifan didn't even bother to look. Qin Xiong and Meng Hao owed Qin Yan 10 million spirit stones. I, Su Yifan, bear witness. And if anyone can't pay, I won't mind collecting the debt myself. While speaking, Su Yifan glanced at Qin Yan. Uncle, I am your nephew after all. 10 million spirit stones. Even if you placed. Don't. The pant leg he was holding was suddenly yanked away. Su Yifan performed this action as if the person begging was a complete stranger. Qin Yan considered this for a moment. The events of today had already been loud enough, likely to provoke thoughts from many watchful eyes. His identity wasn't hard to uncover, a good-for-nothing disciple of the Beast Taming Sect. If he really carried such a large amount of spirit stones on him, that would practically be asking for death. Moreover, the last thing he wanted right now was to draw attention from others. If even a single person connected today's events back to him, especially regarding the matter of Cheng Jianxing, it wouldn't take much more than a fleeting thought for a major sect to decide to erase him completely. At first, he really had intended to play it safe and settle for a draw. But with this unexpected stroke of luck, several of his heavy bets, all placed on the count of winning tiles, had miraculously paid off, especially the largest one. According to the odds, that's how he managed to amass such an astronomical sum of 18 million spirit stones. Qin Yan, what do you think? Su Yifan spoke first. Qin Yan had also just finished his contemplation and gave his answer. I came here today just to help a friend settle a grievance. Whatever amount he lost within this place, I simply asked these two to pay it back. As for compensation, I'll leave that to your judgment, senior. Whatever the number, I'll accept it, and we'll consider this matter closed. Qin Yan's words startled both Qin Xiong and Meng Hao, and even caused Su Yifan to look at him with newfound respect. As for Sun Kai, he was already overwhelmed with gratitude. When Su Yifan first met Qin Yan, he had sensed a strong sense of arrogance from him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that initial conversation. Originally, he assumed that now that he had won, a proud person like Qin Yan would surely carry through with the arrangement, especially since the bet itself clearly indicated the two sides had a prior conflict. Yet Qin Yan had actually let up. Truthfully, Su Yifan hadn't been unwilling to assist his nephew. Unfortunately, Meng Hao was simply too much of a lost cause. Would pleading with Su Yifan actually help? Although he was the owner here, Su Yifan was also a person of reputation. If he directly helped Meng Hao today, wouldn't that ruin his own reputation? The only one who could genuinely help Meng Hao was Qin Yan. Only if he spoke would there even be a possibility of a convenient resolution, a smooth turn of events. Unexpectedly, before his own nephew had even realized, Qin Yan voluntarily offered Meng Hao a chance to back down. This made Su Yifan even more intrigued by Qin Yan. This young fellow wasn't ordinary. As for what came after, things became simple. Sun Kai regained everything he had previously lost, and received a compensation of 2 million spirit stones as well. Chapter 33. Would you like to join the City Lord's Manor? Older brother Yan. You're amazing. Did you see the looks on their faces just now? Qin Yan smiled. He had merely fulfilled a promise. There was nothing to be proud of. Please, stop for a moment. Su Yifan walked over to Qin Yan's side on his own initiative. Qin Yan bowed slightly. Do you know who I am? I have no idea. Then why did you bow? The junior bows to his elder. Su Yifan's eyes lit up, and he said, good, 3 times in a row. Would you like to join my City Lord's Manor? Forgive me, but I already belong to a sect. This reply wasn't really a surprise to Su Yifan. Everyone knew that recently a secret realm had appeared nearby, full of unknown experts and powerful figures from various sections. Beicheng was the first major city near the secret realm, so it was quite normal that some younger disciples from sects hadn't entered. What sect is it? The Beast Taming Sect. This time, Su Yifan was truly shocked. In his mind, he had already prepared for many possible answers. Su Fan seemed to lack any cultivation, so probably his sect wasn't especially powerful. Under normal circumstances, such a disciple would at best belong to a second-rate sect, or at most a third-rate one. Su Yifan never expected the answer to be the Beast Taming Sect, because it wasn't merely weak, it was abysmal. But precisely because of that, it gave him an opportunity. Just give me a nod, and I will speak to the Beast Taming Sect on your behalf. In my manner, you will have better prospects for development. With these words from Su Yifan, one could be almost certain that if Qin Yan chose the City Lord's Manor, his future path would be smooth sailing. Unfortunately, Su Fan shook his head again. Forgive me. The Beast Taming Sect is like my home. Not only does the sect leader have my gratitude, but who would leave home under such circumstances? Thank you for your kindness, sir. Qin Yan's words came entirely from the bottom of his heart. Su Yifan had met countless people in his lifetime, and naturally he could tell. Even if he revealed his identity, even if this young man understood what rare opportunity he was turning down, he still wouldn't look back. Though somewhat regretful, Su Yifan couldn't help but feel admiration toward Qin Yan. Go ahead then. The onlookers began to gossip, thinking the boy too foolish to appreciate such a golden opportunity placed right before him. However, Qin Yan paid no attention to their remarks. Opportunity? With his sign-in system, opportunities were never lacking. Once he possessed sufficient influence, he could establish cooperation with the city lord's manor, an arrangement far superior to being under the city lord's command. After finishing up at the gambling house, Chun Yin and Sun Kai left, wandering around for a while outside. Sun Kai asked him about the secret. Chun Yin chuckled and gently tapped Sun Kai on the head. There was no secret at all. Everything he won was purely through his golden eye and his arithmetic abilities. He even advised Sun Kai to stay away from places like gambling houses sooner rather than later. After wrapping up all the affairs here, Chun Yin specifically changed his appearance and headed to nearby tea houses and taverns. Where else would be more convenient for gathering information? The news of Cheng Jinxing's death had definitely spread by now. Now he only needed to observe the reactions from various factions. By chance, today he encountered Bao Tan, the gossip hound, at the tea house. He really wanted to see how much Bao Tan could dig up. If not even this man could uncover any clue leading to him, that meant the Beast Taming Sect was temporarily safe. Have you all heard? There's a big incident at the City Lord's manor recently. Yeah, nobody expected the young City Lord to go this crazy over a woman. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. If someone from the Xiantian sect hears you, you might lose your head. As soon as Bao Tan sat down in the tea house, people immediately gathered around him, eager to know the details behind this incident. Bao Tan's methods remained the same as always. His main goal was always tea and money. But today, there were many people here, including even some cultivators with seemingly formidable cultivation bases. They had probably heard of Bao Tan's reputation and came over to learn more about the matter's beginning and end. After all, the Xiantian sect was a second-tier sect. Whether one intended to establish good relations or had other purposes, knowing the whole story could never be a bad thing. I bet you've all heard something. Recently, a major event occurred at Letian Gambling House. As soon as Bao Tan raised his voice, everyone attentively leaned in to listen. Chun Yin sat nearby, close to the entrance, ready to leave at any moment. Let me tell you, first of all, the young city lord certainly didn't send the assassin. What? This single sentence already surprised many people. But Chun Yin knew perfectly well how easily this piece of news could be discovered. Su Donggang had been found unconscious in the restroom, completely naked with his clothes scattered about. Forget anything else. Even a basic memory check would be straightforward enough to perform. What truly intrigued Chun Yin was how the matter was handled afterward. Do you know a man named Zhang Wei? He's like a strategist who's always around Cheng Jianqing. He witnessed the whole incident that day and now, well, he can't even be considered a man anymore. Chun Yin smirked inwardly. Indeed, that kick of his had been ruthless enough. The truth behind this incident is actually very simple. Someone came seeking revenge, killed the young heir of the Xiantian sect, and framed the young city lord. However, Zhang Wei wasn't willing to accept this injustice, and neither was the Xiantian sect. If someone dies on your territory, naturally you're expected to provide compensation. Worse yet, someone is now pinning the blame directly on you. Whether you like it or not, there's no way to deny it. Indeed, the bigger the power, the more they focus on interests rather than relationships. By treating the dead young heir as a bargaining chip, the Xiantian sect aimed to bleed the city lord's manor dry. Some might even believe the Xiantian sect gained an advantage. After all, over the years, Cheng Jiansheng had used the Xiantian sect's name to cause countless troubles, and considering how useless he himself was, trading him for significant benefits was, in their eyes, a good deal. Chun Yin's thoughts flowed deeply, though Bao Tan couldn't offer further details. The timing was too sensitive. Even he dared not approach Bao Tan afterward, not even at night. At a time like this, whoever inquired about it would be seen as the one who pulled the trigger. The general direction of the matter is basically settled. The only problematic issue now is that the Xiantian sect's experts and even their sect leader are still inside the secret realm. No one knows what might happen once they emerge from it. When Chun Yin heard this, he knew there was no longer any need for him to stay. Staying here any longer would only be a waste of time. He'd rather go back to the Beast Taming Sect. At this moment, every minute counted. The highly cautious Chun Yin waited until reaching outside the city before reverting to his original identity and heading toward the Beast Taming Sect. Chapter 34. A shocking proposal for a ghost marriage. When he returned to the Beast Taming Sect, Qi Ningxue was already waiting for him. Inian, are you okay? How's your wound? Chun Yin felt a warm sensation in his chest upon seeing how carefully Qi Ningxue looked after him. Don't worry, sect leader. I'm tough and durable. I won't die so easily. You better not run off carelessly anymore. Now that the secret realm has opened, even Beiching is in chaos. If you encounter assassins again, you may not be so lucky to survive. Qi Ningxue kept advising him again and again. What could Chun Yin say? He simply accepted all her words and asked about the sect's current situation. At first, a bit of happiness flashed across Qi Ningxue's face, but it quickly faded into gloom. Chun Yin noticed the change, but couldn't quite understand why. Based on what he knew, after Cheng Jianqing's death, she should have been full of smiles. Sect leader, did something else happen? I heard outside that Cheng Jianqing died in Beiching. Shouldn't that be good news? Why does the sect leader still look so troubled? Qi Ningxue gave a bitter smile and led him back to the main hall of the sect. Inside the meeting hall, all the elders greeted Chun Yin warmly. They genuinely liked and cared for him. But now, every face was filled with worry. What's going on? Elder Zhao, the sect's eldest elder, initially didn't want to say anything, but considering Chun Yin had always given good advice before, he thought this time might be the same. It's those bastards from the Xiantian sect. Their young master has died, and now they actually have the nerve to ask the sect leader to marry him in death. A ghost marriage. What? Upon hearing this, a surge of rage flared in Chun Yin's heart. At that moment, his aura became slightly unstable, almost revealing his secret. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. The surrounding elders and the alliance leader hadn't noticed the brief, subtle change. Don't they care about laws anymore? When you've got the strongest fists, you make the rules. We're just a minor sect, we can do nothing. Chun Yin suddenly thought that there might still be a chance of turning the situation around. When Elder Zhao heard these words, he paused, then chuckled while shaking his head. What was he expecting? Probably. What Chun Yin said was just comforting words. After all, their cultivation levels were miles apart. The matter involving Tamed Sect had already gone far beyond his capabilities. Qilin then set a tone, telling everyone not to discuss this matter further and to return to their duties. Even if it truly came to that, on that day she would resign as sect leader and let Elder Zhao properly lead everyone forward. Although that's what she said, no one responded, but Qilin understood everyone's feelings. What else could be done? She grabbed Chun Yin and left the main hall. Anian, this is for you. Chun Yin looked at the small pouch in his hand, unsure what it contained. When he opened it, he saw that it was ordinary money used in the mortal world. Why sect leader are you? Anian, don't think too much of it. I'm just making some plans for your future. Though the Beast Taming Sect has improved somewhat now, no one knows how long it will last or how far it may go. If there really comes a day when the sect disappears, I want you at least to have a home of your own. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin suddenly felt his nose tingle and his eyes welling up. He silently vowed from the bottom of his heart that, no matter what happened, he would protect the Beast Taming Sect and Qilin, whatever it took. All right, go take care of your business. Let me be alone for a while. Chun Yin opened his mouth, almost wanting to confess all his secrets, but he stopped himself at the last moment. He returned to the back mountains. He couldn't go to his little house yet, because the secret realm's location was near there. It would definitely be inconvenient. Chun Yin went to the place where Qilin raised the beasts. By now, he was quite familiar with the three creatures. After making sure no one was around, he went to a quiet corner and entered the scroll of mountains and seas. The preparation of the dragon's breath grass must be done. However, according to the records, the method he obtained might cause strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. He must proceed cautiously. If someone mistook it for a valuable treasure appearing, would the Beast Taming Sect be utterly destroyed in an instant? At this moment, Xiao Jin and Xiao LV rushed to Chun Yin's side from their own living areas, curiously staring at the medicinal herb in his hand. Xiao Jin could sense a familiar power from the small herb, and it seemed beneficial to him. Roar. Xiao Jin, be good. This isn't for you to eat. There will be better things later, don't rush. After hearing these words, Xiao Jin seemed to think for a moment, then cried out 3 times. It was as if he declared that whatever came next had better be 3 times better, or he wouldn't accept it. Chun Yin chuckled, then lightly tapped Xiao Jin on the head. Ga. At this moment, the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle also popped out to beg for a share. You two gluttons only know how to cry here. You want food? Fine, but you have to work for it. Roar. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jin immediately leaped high into the air, his body soaring. Countless golden rays radiated from him, creating a powerful and magnificent presence rising to the heavens. Ga. The Holy Spirit Xian Turtle, having been nurtured for some time now, had also made some progress in strength and was full of anticipation for going out to work. In his current understanding, all he had to do was deal with some weaklings, and he would receive tasty rewards and even grow stronger. Why wouldn't he be happy about that? Chun Yin smiled slightly. Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu were now his trump cards, the key to turning everything around. If possible, the longer these cards remained hidden, the better, even better if they never had to be revealed at all. But now the Tamed Sect had gone too far, forcing him to act. Although using Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu's full power would cost tremendous energy, as long as it was handled well, defeating the Tamed Sect was still possible. The tricky part was making sure nobody found out, especially ensuring no connection to the Beast Taming Sect. The real core target of the Tamed Sect was Cheng Jinxing's father. His position as young master had been granted by his father. Others in the Tamed Sect might not even bother going through trouble for a dead man who no longer had backing. Besides, Chun Yin wasn't completely without support. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. He could assume the identity of a mysterious, strong cultivator. The City Lord's mansion would surely be more than happy to have someone assist them in resisting the Tamed Sect. Thinking this far, Chun Yin's mind was now clear. In his hand, the dragon's breath grass had completely turned into powder and was now placed inside a small bucket. A single drop of lightning tribulation condensation dew, obtained from daily check-ins, fell onto the powder of dragon's breath grass. In an instant, a sudden transformation erupted. Chapter 35, Terrifying Thunderjet. Inside the Shanheitu, a massive thundercloud had appeared. Originally, the weather within the Shanheitu had always been clear skies without a cloud in sight, let alone any overcast days. Both the Golden Holy Dragon and the Sacred Spirit Qingui were auspicious beasts, and thus the Shanheitu naturally followed this basic law. Chun Yin hadn't expected such a massive disturbance, but even more unexpectedly, the commotion had spread beyond the painting. The place where he entered the Shanheitu leaked a ripple of energy into the outside world. Above the headquarters of the Beast Taming Sect, countless magical beasts in the mountains began roaring loudly. All kinds of growls and roars made the entire sect aware that something extraordinary was happening. Disciples quickly summoned the sect leader and elders, but none of them, despite their vast experience, could figure out exactly what had occurred to cause so many magical beasts to go mad. After hesitating for a long time, the Grand Elder suddenly thought of something. Master, he said, could it be that our sect's esteemed senior is undergoing some sort of crisis in cultivation, thus producing such a heaven-shaking anomaly? This idea was actually quite plausible. After all, the senior's cultivation level was unknown and unfathomably high. If some abnormal phenomenon were to occur at this moment, it would make perfect sense. Xuan inclined toward this possibility after hearing those words, but ultimately, this was nothing more than speculation, uncertain and inconclusive. Earlier, when they gathered, they had already ordered their disciples to scout the area where the strange noise originated, hoping to find some clue. Report. A disciple rushed into the assembly hall, and both Xuan and the elders turned their gazes toward him. Any results? Do we know where this anomaly originated? The disturbance was no longer as localized as it had initially been. The radius of the phenomenon had become extremely wide, with the entire back mountain now shrouded in thick spiritual energy. Most disciples of the Beast Taming Sect were not very skilled, and even if some among them were particularly talented, they still couldn't advance far into the area under the pressure of such intense spiritual energy. Upon hearing the report, Xuan personally led the elders to the back mountain, hoping to see what exactly was going on, but they could only penetrate roughly a third of the way inward. Getting anywhere close to the epicenter was completely impossible. During cultivation, spiritual energy is usually the thicker the better. However, spiritual energy in the midst of heaven's anomalies is often unusable. If one were to forcefully enter, the imbalance of spiritual energy between the inside and outside of the body would be dangerous. It was almost like suffocation, and this condition could even kill people. The Beast Taming Sect no longer had any means to protect their own sect's territory or to keep secrets hidden. Simply put, any strong cultivator could come and investigate. This was also why there was practically no defense when the secret realm manifested on the sect's back mountain. What exactly is happening? Could it be a rare treasure is emerging into the world? Powerful cultivators continuously flew over the sect, pointing and discussing the strange phenomenon below. Xuan, within the Shanheitu, was equally shocked. The medicinal recipe he had obtained was a reward from the check-in system. Its name sounded rather ordinary, supposedly only a formula meant to enhance the bloodline strength of magical beasts. However, he never expected that the result of his use of it would be so dramatic. As for the additional ingredients he used, Xuan himself didn't fully understand their actual value. The power of the Thundergear existed, but for others, collecting it was simply impossible. He had obtained just a few drops of it purely by chance while receiving a check-in reward from his system. Today, after pouring just one drop into the mixture, a Thundergear appeared within the Shanheitu, utterly terrifying. Roar. Guagua. Both the sacred spirit Qingui and the golden holy dragon seemed extremely excited, as if something irresistible had been born. Xuan poured all of the spiritual liquid he had bought from the Qin King Treasure Pavilion into this small bucket. No one could imagine that such an extraordinary spiritual treasure was, in Xuan's eyes, already diluted. A powerful and mysterious aura instantly surged forth from this small wooden bucket. In the air itself, a strange energy seemed to be floating. The golden holy dragon snorted as it came over, inhaling deeply. Roar. A faint purple glow seemed to flicker across its body, but it disappeared almost instantly. Roar, roar. The golden holy dragon was visibly displeased. It nudged against Xuan repeatedly with its head. It seemed to be saying, if you don't leave me some of what's in that bucket today, I'm definitely going to throw a fit with you. Xuan hadn't expected such an outcome either. True, he indeed wanted to strengthen the Beast Taming Sect's power, but obviously, any particularly exceptional item would naturally also be used on his own magical beasts. So he took out another small bucket and poured 1/3 of the mixture into it. Just as he was hesitating over which bucket to use, Xuan was caught off guard by an ambush from the sacred spirit Xiangui. The sacred spirit Xiangui immediately shoved its head forward, wrapped a wisp of spiritual energy around the larger bucket, and snatched it away. Then the golden holy dragon and the sacred spirit Xiangui, two sworn enemies, went off to divide their spoils. Xuan was slightly stunned, but let out a few chuckles. After all, how could he possibly hold a grudge against his two favorite magical beasts? 1/3 was 1/3. It was already quite generous. The dragon's breath grass was indeed no ordinary item, as one could clearly sense the powerful dragon aura radiating from the liquid. To magical beasts, this dragon aura was an extraordinary treasure. It could be used not only to enhance their inner pressure, but also to release during battles as a means of intimidation. Even if one simply absorbed it into their body, for a magical beast, it would already be considered a great boon. However, Xuan soon realized that the best item wasn't even the dragon's breath grass. It was the Thundergear, condensed dew. This substance was so precious that he only had a few drops originally, and he had previously assumed it would only be effective when used within a specific recipe. But now, Xuan clearly understood, he had been too naive. Such a powerful item, with such immense strength, would be beneficial in any way one could absorb it. A recipe? That was merely one of many possible usages. He had already made up his mind that unless in an extraordinary situation, he wouldn't casually consume the Thundergear, condensed dew by using it in potions anymore. What if in the future, he could directly absorb it into his own body to enhance his combat power? Wouldn't that be far better than using it to enhance the strength of his magical beasts? Xuan had always believed that one must be strong oneself first. While magical beasts were indeed part of one's power, they were not the sum total of one's strength. He continued to inspect the Shanheitu, checking over everything he had acquired from the Qin King Treasure Pavilion. Then, finally ready, he prepared to step outside. Chapter 36, A Fright Without Real Danger. Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the sky, directly striking the mountaintop behind the sect headquarters. The power released by this lightning strike carved a large crater into the ground, and the onlookers could clearly feel that it resembled the heavenly tribulation undergone by powerful cultivators. Could it be that this was not the appearance of some rare treasure, but rather a powerful cultivator undergoing tribulation? At first, everyone naturally suspected the Beast Taming Sect, but they quickly dismissed that thought, because they all knew this sect had become completely insignificant. How could such a sect suddenly produce a cultivator powerful enough to undergo tribulation? Tribulation like this requires reaching at least the bitterness stage. Otherwise, no matter how gifted one might be, it would be impossible to summon the heavenly lightning. The one undergoing tribulation now might not even be from the Beast Taming Sect. After all, wasn't a secret realm opening up behind the sect's mountain? It could easily be a master from another sect undergoing cultivation breakthrough here. But they couldn't be certain yet. If a powerful treasure were to manifest in the mortal world, with abilities too formidable and profound, the heavens might also react with a lightning tribulation to prevent it. Everyone should wait until everything settled down, then go inside and thoroughly investigate what had truly occurred. For now, patience reigned among the crowd, except perhaps for the members of the Beast Taming Sect themselves. Master, the lightning tribulation has already descended. I believe the one undergoing it must be that senior without a doubt. Elder De spoke with great certainty, and the other elders, unable to offer any other explanations, nodded in agreement. Yet, on the sect leader's face, there was still no sign of joy. Qin Ningxue naturally understood that this was currently the most plausible theory, but strangely, it was precisely this scenario that she least wished for. Everyone was staring at the celestial anomaly. If it had truly been some powerful artifact manifesting, the sect would have been helpless to claim it anyway, and more importantly, once it vanished, it wouldn't be linked to them at all. If something they didn't possess appeared here, and simply vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of their involvement, that would be a tremendous blessing. No complications, no suspicion. But the situation was now completely different. If a cultivator were undergoing tribulation and someone managed to identify their identity, they would immediately know which faction they belonged to. Then came the inevitable question. Did this cultivator have enemies? And if so, would this place become a battlefield? Qin Ningxue knew all too well that a cultivator undergoing lightning tribulation would be at least at the bitterness stage. Even if a battle did break out, the issue was where it would occur, right on the sect's own grounds. It wouldn't just threaten the sect's disciples. Even she herself and the elders present might not survive the collateral damage. At that point, the entire Beast Taming Sect would surely vanish into the annals of history. However, if the cultivator underwent the tribulation successfully without being recognized, and left afterward, that too would be fortunate. As long as he departed, any outcome would be fine. No attention would fall back onto the sect. After all, if the sect were to suddenly gain a bitterness stage cultivator now, its entire status would undergo a tremendous transformation. Whether or not real benefits could be obtained remained uncertain, but at the very least, no one would dare to bully them anymore. Most of the surrounding cultivators who came to watch had their own sources of information and were aware of the recent incident involving the heir of the Xiantian sect forcefully marrying the sect leader of the Beast Taming Sect. Now, whispers had even spread that the Xiantian sect might demand a ghost marriage with her. Many secretly hoped this mysterious cultivator would indeed belong to the Beast Taming Sect, imagining the two sects fighting each other would give everyone a chance to benefit from the chaos. But what truly troubled Qin Ningxue was her sect's senior elder. He had been cultivating in the back mountains. If he succeeded in the tribulation, things might still be manageable. But if he failed or encountered some other calamity, the Beast Taming Sect might suffer a disastrous fate, possibly even be completely eradicated. How could Qin Ningxue possibly feel joy in the face of so many worries and dangers? Moreover, she had no intention of sharing these concerns with the elders present. Speaking out wouldn't necessarily solve anything. It was better to remain silent. Qin Ningxue saw the situation clearly. Above, the lightning tribulation was gradually dissipating. It seemed to have finally ended. But still, waves of spiritual consciousness swept ceaselessly over the back mountains, as if searching for even the smallest clue. No place was left untouched. Not even the Beast Taming Sect's assembly hall, where people shamelessly entered and searched openly for traces. Qin Ningxue's face turned dark with anger, but lacking the strength to oppose them. She also lacked the capital for retaliation. In the world of cultivation, without sufficient power, even one's dignity could be stripped away. Finally, after quite some time, the disturbance and probes gradually ceased. The crowds gathered around also slowly dispersed. Still uneasy, Qin Ningxue pondered for a moment and decided she should go look for Chun Yin first. Only after stepping out from the grand hall did she suddenly realize, wasn't Chun Yin always staying at the back mountains? Whoever it was that underwent the tribulation, whether it was a powerful artifact or a senior expert, Chun Yin definitely wasn't someone capable of enduring such pressure. That overwhelming spiritual pressure. Who knew whether he was still alive at this moment? The more Qin Ningxue thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she quickly rushed out. Chun Yin had just finished his work and hadn't come out immediately. Now, when he finally walked out, the peak period when powerful experts had been scanning the area had already passed. Chun Yin didn't plan to immediately enhance the bloodline of the sect's spirit beasts. He had planned to carry out the task at night. It was just too noticeable during the daytime. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Ningxue rushed directly toward him, her hands frantically checking his body over and over, wanting to confirm whether he had been injured anywhere. Chen Yan's face flushed slightly. Although he understood that Qi Ningxue was only acting out of deep concern for his safety, he was still a decent man himself. Soft, delicate hands moving all over his body. How could he possibly not have a reaction? Are you okay? Qi Ningxue hesitated mid-sentence when she suddenly noticed Chen Yan's pants. His current appearance looked somehow different. Although she had no experience in such matters, her face immediately turned bright red. At once, she dared not look there anymore. You're all right, so I'll take my leave now. Before Chen Yan could even say a single word, she was already preparing to excuse herself. However, this was probably for the best. It saved him from having to make up excuses. When night finally fell, the commotion had long since dissipated completely. Unless another celestial anomaly occurred, no one would pay attention anymore. Come on, was it that easy to encounter a heavenly omen? Some people would spend their entire lives without witnessing even one. How could a tiny, insignificant sect like theirs expect to see one whenever they wanted? Hardly anyone would believe it if you even claimed it was true. Under the cover of night, Xuan Yin quietly made his way toward the spirit beast rearing peak. Chapter 37. The transformation of Spirit Spring into Sacred Spring. As the name suggested, Beast Feeding Peak was where most of the disciples' spiritual beasts were usually kept. The environment there was quite exceptional. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but occasionally medicinal herbs and rare treasures also emerged. In a sense, Beast Feeding Peak could be considered one of the greatest assets of the Beast Taming Sect. Yet now, an uninvited guest appeared here. He held a small bucket filled with pale violet liquid and was heading toward a crystal-clear spring at the summit. This was the spirit spring of Beast Feeding Peak, the core of the entire mountain. All the spiritual beasts and herbs on the mountain had been nurtured by this single spring. Xuan Yin had previously mixed the marrow washing pills here and fed them to the spiritual beasts. Looking around to confirm that no one was following him, Xuan Yin quickened his pace. The violet liquid radiated a faint thunder aura. Even the parts that touched the air after the wooden bucket's lid was removed produced faint crackling sounds like sparks. Xuan Yin even thought that if people from his past life saw this operation, countless scientists would be rolling in their graves. Liquid electricity? Chuckling, he dumped the entire contents of the bucket into the spirit spring. After finishing this, he left the area. The bucket's capacity seemed limited. Though it might amount to several teapots worth when poured out, in the grand volume of the spirit spring, it barely made a difference. Xuan Yin had assumed that it would take some time before any effect showed. Each night under the starlit sky was his ideal time for cultivation, so he didn't want to waste time lingering here. Boom. This thunderclap was extremely faint. Unlike ordinary thunder rumbling from the sky, this one came from deep within the spring itself, as though a terrifying energy was gathering, gradually forming a center. The truth was, this spirit spring wasn't originally a spirit spring at all. Since ancient times, the location of the Beast Taming Sect had remained unchanged. However, as the sect's power waned, its territory shrank continuously. In ancient times, there had been numerous formations, arrays, and treasures, but over the years, they were either used up or lost. Indeed, this spring belonged to the Beast Taming Sect, but in truth, it was a degraded sacred spring. Sacred and spirit differed by just one word, but their effects varied nearly tenfold. The enhancement gained by drinking it exceeded even that multiplier, an extraordinary treasure, a realm of heaven and earth. Xuan Yin had unintentionally poured all of his prepared medicinal liquid into this degraded sacred spring. Its degradation was originally due to insufficient energy, lacking enough power to reignite its vitality. But now, everything had changed. Thunder tribulation condensation contained unknown amounts of thunder energy. Spirit springs and spiritual veins were most easily capable of forming their own core. Only with such a heart could a heavenly and earthly realm continuously generate spiritual energy, blessing the surrounding environment. The faint flickers of lightning within the spring were reforming into a small core. Although it was just a tiny point, it had indeed formed. Even if degradation were to occur again, it would require a major incident. At the very least, all the energy within this core would need to be depleted before such a situation could occur. Xuan Yin hadn't stayed to witness it. A great loss indeed. Within 3 minutes after the birth of this core, the water flowing from the spring already carried a faint shade of violet. This hue was due to the thunder energy, but the potion contained more than just lightning. Besides dragon breath grass, there were many other herbs. Together, they had the effect of enhancing the bloodline quality of spiritual beasts. Although they couldn't grant divine beast lineage directly, the beast's inherited bloodline would regress or mutate, always toward a stronger path. Even the emergence of dragon-like beasts was entirely possible. With thunder refining and absorption, evolution was unavoidable. Xuan Yin now sat joyfully in a newly found quiet place in the sect's rear mountains, re-entering cultivation. The stars above began pouring their energy into his body, slowly transforming into his power. He still didn't fully understand this force, but the transferred stellar energy in the Shanghai chart felt just like the energy flowing into his Dantian. Consuming a certain amount of star energy could illuminate the endless sky within the Shanghai chart. Just by lighting a single star, he had already gained a significant boost in strength. Here, the night sky was filled with countless stars. If he could light them all up, he would probably become the strongest cultivator in the world. But Xuan Yin knew that was just a joke. Even after absorbing power for such a long time and undergoing arduous cultivation, he had barely managed to illuminate a single star. If he truly wanted to light up the entire sky, he probably would need to live for centuries more, spending a lifetime to refine the Shanghai chart. If anyone actually tried that, they would surely be a fool. Boom. A powerful force surged from within his body. Just now, the starlight he had gathered slowly condensed into a tiny star. In the distant sky, a corresponding star lit up, and then the power within his body automatically began to break through to the next realm. He had previously been at the 9th stage of chi condensation, and now he had naturally reached the foundation building stage. Foundation building marked the true entry into the path of cultivation. One could now use basic techniques for combat, and the power displayed was vastly superior to that of the chi condensation stage. Compared to his previous state where he couldn't cultivate at all, this situation already satisfied him greatly. However, his cultivation level was still relatively low, insufficient even for doing much outside work. Xuan sensed the power enhanced within his body. He discovered that the Shanghai chart indeed functioned just like his Dantian, and the spiritual energy he used could be manifested through techniques like the Xianyuan Yulongju. The energy consumed came directly from the Shanghai chart. In a way, this was incredibly good news for him, meaning he could still employ countless supreme techniques and their derived martial arts in battle. But the bad news was the speed of cultivation. Upgrading the Shanghai chart was extremely difficult. Despite spending so much time and consuming numerous rare resources to boost his cultivation, he had barely reached the first substage of foundation building. Sighing, Xuan withdrew from the Shanghai chart. He was preparing to greet Qin Ningxue before heading out again. Chapter 38, entering Beiya City again. His current situation was rather special. Of course, it was still beneficial for what he was about to do now. As long as Xuan didn't use the power within his body, he would remain the ordinary person with damaged meridians, as everyone thought. Under such circumstances, pretending to be weak and then striking decisively wasn't difficult at all. People wouldn't take him seriously, which greatly helped him conceal his identity. The only inconvenience was that if he wanted to do something meaningful, he would need to hide his identity or find a suitable cover. If there was an opportunity afterward, that would be fine. But if he wanted to settle a score face-to-face immediately, it would be difficult. When Xuan found Qin Ningxue, she was sitting in the courtyard staring at the moon in the sky, lost in thought. Gate Master, Onion, why are you still awake so late? You're not asleep either, Gate Master? I know. Xuan wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could hear that the Gate Master had things on her mind. Are you worried about the Tamed Sect? Qin Ningxue didn't confirm nor deny it. She simply replied a while later. Circumstances are stronger than people. Some things won't change whether you worry about them or not. After hearing this, Xuan remained silent. But in his heart, a completely opposite thought had arisen. Since circumstances are stronger than people, he'd find a way to disrupt those circumstances and see who's really stronger. Everything the Tamed Sect had done had already angered him thoroughly, especially forcing Qin Ningxue into a loveless marriage. If it was merely the previous incident with the young sect leader, there would be a clear culprit. Once the person died, if there was no retaliation afterward, this matter could be put to rest. After all, the beast taming gate wasn't strong at all now, and the weak do get beaten. But if you intend to force her into a loveless marriage, insulting Xuan himself could still be endured, since a true gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge. But hurting Qin Ningxue? Sorry about that, but you must die? Xuan had completely set himself against the Tamed Sect. Gate Master, I ran into Sun Kai in Beiya City not long ago. You know he used to be my playmate back in the Imperial City. Oh, so you met him. Nothing serious, then. If you want to go, just go ahead, but make sure to stay safe. After hearing this, Xuan nodded slightly. Staying safe was, of course, essential. The Gate Master probably still wasn't at ease and would secretly ask Old Dog Uncle to keep an eye on him. But Old Dog Uncle would certainly have to be shaken off. The things he needed to do now weren't suitable to be exposed before anyone, so Xuan could only silently apologize in his heart. Then, saying his goodbyes, he directly left the beast taming gate and headed for Beiya City. By the next morning, Xuan had already arrived in Beiya City. To be exact, he had arrived a while earlier. Actually, finding Sun Kai was only a poor excuse he had come up with. If Old Dog Uncle truly followed to protect him, he would soon discover that Sun Kai had already left. Not only Sun Kai, but Chen Xiong, Meng Hao, and all the others had left the city as well. Even the prince and princess had gradually departed from Beiya City. Most of them had come to this place because of the auction at the King Qin's treasure pavilion. A smaller part, of course, had their own separate intentions. Xuan once again sought out Ba Datong. This time, of course, he assumed a completely new identity and took a totally different approach. He had many valuable treasures on him. The last time he had traded with pills. This time, he used other items instead. Ba Datong would buy anything he recognized as valuable. To him, these items were equal in worth to spirit stones. As for why he didn't just use spirit stones, the reason was simple. He needed to spend them himself. No matter what he wanted to buy, even if he wanted to make a purchase while hiding his identity, real money was still necessary. If he always went to a place exchanging things for spirit stones, it would be easy for people to link all the transactions to the same person. Ba Datong had had a little drinking the previous night and was still lying in his inn room, not having woken up yet. Using the golden eyes, Xuan bypassed every spy's watchful gaze through means of Toshru and other judgment techniques, sneaking quietly to the door of Ba Datong's room. Knock knock knock. Xuan knocked directly on the door. Who is it? Ba Datong carried too many secrets, but he knew what should be spoken and what shouldn't be. In the intelligence trading business, one always had a few life-saving tricks. Whether in broad daylight or in the dead of night, he actually didn't fear the possibility of being killed off. As for the way Xuan greeted him last time, that dragon truly scared him badly. One could say it was unforgettable for the rest of his life. Even with life-saving tricks, once someone's cultivation reached a certain level, such measures simply wouldn't work anymore. If someone wants to kill you, they'll just kill you. No need to go through all that trouble. Who are you? Ba Datong glanced at Chun Yin's current appearance and, confirming that he didn't recognize him, quickly lost interest. Those who came to him in Beia City for business were usually regular customers, and they all understood the rules, never ask about things they shouldn't. That was how he had managed to stay alive all this time. A person looking to buy information. Chun Yin knew this guy wouldn't act without proof. As he said this, he pulled out a piece of beast armor from his robe. This item was something occasionally shed by the divine spirit tortoise as it grew. If used to craft a defensive armor, it would likely be at the level of a spiritual treasure without much effort. However, Chun Yin possessed the 10,000 beast transformation. Even without using that secret technique, his pact with the divine spirit tortoise allowed him to enhance its defense, so he had no need to use these discarded pieces for armor. Not only would it be devaluing, but the defensive enhancement wouldn't be much anyway. This item was definitely worth a great deal. It could even be considered a rare treasure fit for an auction house. As for dragon scales, their value would be even higher. However, although Chun Yin had some, he dared not take them out now. If he did, the man in front of him might guess his identity. At first, Ba Datong didn't seem interested, but after taking the item into his hands and weighing it, he immediately retrieved a treasure sword from his spatial ring and slashed hard at it, leaving not even a scratch. Hiss, what a treasure. Come. Dear customer, what information are you looking for? They call me Ba Datong. Ask me anything about Beia City. Chun Yin had no intention of waiting for the man to finish his boastful introduction and interrupted directly. What's really going on between the Tamed Sect and the City Lord's mansion? The boasting stopped immediately. Ba Datong's expression turned extremely serious. He gave Chun Yin a long, deep stare, then retrieved a formation map from his ring. Chapter 39. People are already dying. Chun Yin didn't know what this object was or what its purpose was. Seeing the other person setting it up, Chun Yin became subtly cautious in his heart. If I let my guard down for a moment and someone betrays me, what if I end up capsizing? As if noticing Chun Yin's movement, Bao Datai paused for a moment, but quickly raised his hands. Don't worry. This formation diagram of mine is just to block the sound of our conversation. After all, walls have ears, so we must take precautions. Chun Yin nodded slightly without saying anything further. In his heart, he also thought it better to be cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to avoid everyone when coming upstairs. Why do you ask me this? Do we now have to question who the employer is when trading intelligence? The sentence exchange between Chun Yin and Bao Datai was as sharp as a needle against thread. Neither side gave in, but neither rushed forward. This was the moment to see who could keep calm longer. If you lose your cool first, you'll be dragged entirely off track. If you can stay calm, eventually one of you will become anxious. All right. It's not my business to interfere. But if you're doing something dangerous, don't say the intelligence came from me. Chun Yin smiled faintly on his face, showing no reaction, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. But in his mind, he scoffed. The Beia City was small enough. There were only a few channels through which information could be obtained. Besides the insiders, certain intelligence could only be sourced through Bao Datai. If something really happened, even if I don't say anything, others will still think of you. The City Lord's mansion and Tamed Sect seem calm on the surface. The matter is being handled peacefully for now, and everything will be decided after the experts from Tamed Sect come out. On the surface? Bao Datai nodded, emphasizing it was indeed just on the surface. People have already died at both the City Lord's mansion and the Tamed Sect. What? Chun Yin was rather shocked. How could things have escalated to this point in such a short time before everything was fully uncovered? Originally, he planned to stir things up, but he hadn't expected matters to already blow out of proportion before he even made his move. He wasn't sure whether this development was ultimately good or bad for him. Bao Datai raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a trace of pride while speaking. Let me tell you, this piece of intelligence of mine is absolutely unique in Beia City. No duplicates anywhere else. Chun Yin gave a somewhat flattering look on the surface, but in his heart, he wanted to criticize it badly. You yourself said it's a one-of-a-kind source, yet you want me to not mention it's from you if anything goes wrong? Do you really think others are all fools? A personal guard close to the City Lord has died in the City Lord's mansion, and likewise, one of Tamed Sect's law enforcement disciples has also died. As soon as Chun Yin heard this, he understood just how tense relations had already become between the two sides. At this moment, a strange thought emerged in his mind. The City Lord's mansion daring to act against the Tamed Sect at least indicates one thing. The City Lord's mansion definitely has the confidence to counter them. Otherwise, while the experts from Tamed Sect haven't returned yet, if you hit them hard now, what would you do when they come back to seek revenge? As for whether you're in the right or not, in the cultivation world, strength is the only argument. Even if you suffered injustice now, as long as they are stronger than you, you can only accept it. Chun Yin didn't voice the deduction in his mind, and it was precisely this point that caused his understanding to differ slightly from the actual situation. Bao Datai didn't know that the person in front of him had already started considering the conflict between these two major forces. The actual situation was that the City Lord's mansion could barely stand against Tamed Sect in its current state, but once those experts returned, they would have no chance at all. They dared to act so boldly simply due to the City Lord mansion's uniqueness. The Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire was quite strong. The national sect protecting the empire was a second-tier sect, and compared to the Tamed Sect, it was only stronger, not weaker. If you really wipe out a City Lord's mansion here, they have all the reason to come and debate with you. Moreover, the Great Qin Empire itself was a major power. When faced with it, even the Tamed Sect would find it hard to withstand the pressure. Unless a first-tier sect or a top second-tier sect. Otherwise, when dealing with these cultivation empires, most sects wouldn't want to antagonize them to the death. Even if their strength might not necessarily surpass yours, they had far more connections than you did. Various sects also needed to seek out outstanding talents from both the secular and cultivation empires. Without these empires, such sects would have a much harder time carrying out their affairs normally. Precisely because of this, practically all cultivation sects had an unspoken agreement with the empires in the mundane world. Any movement from the Tamed Sect recently? When Xuan said this, in his heart, he wasn't actually asking about the situation within the city lord's mansion at all. What he truly cared about was the Tamed Sect's stance on the matter of the beast taming gates to Waga. However, Bao didn't know this. He continued on his own accord. The Tamed Sect is just waiting now. The elder who makes decisions has already come to Beia City. The meaning is simple. If you continue to target our people from the Tamed Sect, then the city lord's mansion won't have an easy time either. Xuan suddenly asked what cultivation level that elder possessed. After all, if they were going to make a move, they might as well go all out. If they could take down an elder of the Tamed Sect directly, the sect would probably be much quieter for some time. Moreover, the one who had made enemies was the city lord's mansion, not the beast taming gate at all. Then, there probably wouldn't be much time left to investigate a dead young sect leader. This elder's cultivation is also pretty decent. He can be considered a pillar within the Tamed Sect, mid-tier heaven venerate king realm. Xuan nodded slightly, while at this moment, Bao was observing the expression on Xuan's face. Facing an expert of the heaven venerate king mid-tier, being able to remain expressionless and calm clearly meant he did not hold the other in high regard. So what was Xuan's actual cultivation level? Probably unfathomable. In Beia City, someone at the heaven venerate king level was terrifying enough, even reaching the point where one could act as he pleased. As for Yang Wu and Qin Ningxue, both possessing the reincarnation king realm, such a case was considered an exceptional circumstance. The reason Yang Wu's Xuan sect and Qin Ningxue's current beast taming gate weren't even considered average sects was purely because their overall strength was insufficient. Xuan sect was a third-tier sect, with a large number of disciples, plus having elders at the reincarnation king realm to maintain the appearance. It had reached the standard of third-tier sects. But the beast taming gate relied solely on Qin Ningxue. Even if there were other elders or experts in the sect, their cultivation levels hadn't reached the reincarnation king realm, which failed to meet the minimum requirement for third-tier sects. Therefore, the beast taming gate being regarded as low-tier was mainly reflected in terms of its overall level, not that it had truly sunk to the point of being trampled on at will. Chapter 40. The person Qin Ningxue likes. Do you know where this elder usually stays, or what his daily routine is like? Bajidin, Mr. Gossip, had already anticipated this question. You had shown so much interest in this elder just now, so of course you'd ask about his residence and habits. The answer was already ready in his mind. His daily routine is extremely simple. I mean, he's actually quite ostentatious. When Xuan heard this response, he paused for a moment. What did it mean by simple yet ostentatious? Bajidin immediately explained further. By simple, I mean he does just one thing every day, setting up a table in front of the city lord's mansion and drinking tea there. As for being ostentatious, it's because he places the table right at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. As long as he is there, no one can enter through that gate, and must use the side door instead. When Xuan heard this, he was truly astonished. Well, someone dares to openly challenge the city lord's mansion? Has no one taken any measures against it? Seeing the surprise on Xuan's face, Bajidin smiled slightly. What he's doing is practically provoking the city lord to act. If the city lord really does anything, the disciples and forces already prepared in advance in Bay City would probably charge out all at once. Upon hearing this, Xuan silently nodded. So, he had a backup plan. No wonder he dared to be so fearless. As for the residence you're asking about, every night he is at the most famous singing house in Bay City, listening to songs all night long. And he always requests the same girl. After hearing this, Xuan already had a plan in his mind. If your daily routine wasn't so predictable, it might be difficult to catch you. But if you go to the singing house every night and always request the same girl, won't that give me plenty of opportunities? Sir, I must remind you, he might be listening to music there, but there are other people from Tamed Sect in that building as well. Xuan nodded, understanding that Bajidin was advising him not to act recklessly. Without proper preparation, he might get stopped before even seeing the target. Of course, Bajidin was even more worried that if something went wrong and he was caught, he would be exposed. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Anything else happened recently in Tamed Sect? Since Xuan had not yet obtained the information he needed, he wanted to ask more questions, cast a wide net, and perhaps he'd catch a fish. Recently? Not much, I think. Bajidin showed a pained expression, and Xuan also felt somewhat speechless. If it were another sect or a noble family in Bay City, the answer wouldn't take this long to come. It was simply because the Beast Taming Sect had now completely declined that it took so much effort to recall something even when asked about the sect leader being forced into a life of enforced widowhood. You know what, come to think of it, there actually was one thing recently. The Beast Taming Sect, have you heard of them? Once among the top 3 sects in the realm, I've naturally heard of them. When Bajidin heard Xuan's description, a slightly disdainful smile appeared on his face. Top 3 sects? They couldn't even make the third-rate list anymore, save the exaggeration. You've heard of them. Well, their sect leader is an absolute beauty. Not long ago, she incurred the wrath of Tamed Sect's deceased young master and was going to be forcibly married. Now that the young master is dead, they still want her to live as a widow. As Xuan listened, anger flared up in his chest. Bajidin didn't notice this at all and kept talking, revealing details only he knew. Gossip is the sixth instinct of humanity. Nearly everyone is highly interested in such information. An information dealer cannot just deal with major factions and martial cultivators. Naturally, they should also pay attention to popular gossip to earn a bit of team money. I know a bit more than most, so whether you're interested or not, dear customer, depends entirely on you. Upon hearing these words, Xuan naturally understood Bajidin's meaning. However, this time, he simply handed over some mundane coins directly. Anyone who inquires about intelligence must be able to assess its value. Otherwise, besides being cheated and overcharged, they'd easily bring danger upon themselves. Alright, although it was just secular money, since it was only some gossip, whether he spoke about it or not didn't really matter. The Beast Taming Sect was a fallen sect. What harm could mentioning their sect leader cause? Bajidin wasn't afraid at all. Actually, I heard that the sect leader of the Beast Taming Sect, Xuan, already has someone she likes. In fact, that person is even from within their own sect. Who? Originally, Xuan had only planned to casually inquire about some interesting information without even knowing what exactly to ask. But when he heard that Xuan actually already had someone she liked, he immediately jumped up. Within the sect? Who? Xuan himself didn't know why he reacted so excitedly. Whether or not she had someone she liked seemingly had nothing to do with him, yet he still jumped up like that. Bajidin was directly startled by his reaction. It's a guy named Xuan. He has damaged meridians and normally can't even cultivate, but apparently, Xuan has kept him within the sect for many years already. When Xuan heard this answer, he was completely stunned. What the heck was going on? Just a moment ago, he got so excited, and now they were saying that the person Xuan liked was actually himself. But how come he didn't know the sect leader liked him? Wait, why was he even thinking about this question? Xuan felt his mind had turned into a mess. He took several deep breaths, suppressing all the confusion and chaotic thoughts in his heart. None of this was important, he thought, returning to his original calm demeanor. I only got this information from rumors. After all, nobody's actually seen Xuan and Xuan together, so it might not even be real. But regarding the matter of enforced widowhood, I do know some inside details. At these words, Xuan's eyes immediately sharpened. The inside story of the enforced widowhood was exactly what he most wanted to know. Naturally, he became deeply interested now. Bajidin was most familiar with the gleam in someone's eyes when they were truly interested in intelligence. Then he stretched out a hand and rubbed his fingers together, the universal gesture for asking for more money. Oh, not enough. What comes next involves the Tamed Sect. Big or small matter? Big. A big matter involving the Tamed Sect. Definitely worth this price. Another dark, pitch-black material was handed over to Bajidin's hand. Chapter 41, Chengjian. When Bao Dadi first got his hands on the item, his face was filled with confusion. The previous one was at least identifiable as high-quality material suitable for armor, but this pitch-black thing, what was it? Xuan immediately knew from that look that the other didn't recognize what a precious thing lay before him. So he gave a gentle reminder from the side. Starfall iron. When Bao Dadi heard the answer, his hands trembled all over. The reputation of Starfall iron was well known not only in the cultivation world, but even among ordinary folks. Falling from the heavens as meteoric ore, it was indestructible and capable of piercing anything. It could be said that any divine weapon or magical treasure, as long as infused with Starfall iron, would inevitably become an extraordinary masterpiece. Its rarity was on par with the various rare treasures found outside. In some smaller places, it could even be considered a family heirloom. For those insignificant sects, it could serve as something valuable enough to trade for a powerful cultivator's protection. Almost no one in the cultivation world wouldn't desire Starfall iron. This. The item isn't given away freely. Since you know what it represents and its immense value, then the information I want. Master, take this. Bao Dadi suddenly held out an object in his hand that looked peculiar, like a token of sorts. As long as you possess this item, whoever you are, as long as you come to me with it, you'll receive one free piece of information per day. Xuan's eyebrows slightly rose. Bao Dadi never acted unless he saw results first, and he had never been so generous without reason. Such sudden generosity meant either hidden conditions or some sort of trickery involved. These pieces of information aren't going to be that simple, right? Hee, no wonder you're my master. Since it's free, obviously certain special types of information won't be included. As for those specific cases, money will still need to be paid. Xuan nodded thoughtfully and tucked the token into his robe. After all, there was no loss in accepting it. As for this inside information, it's actually also related to that elder I mentioned earlier. That elder from the Heaven Sundering stage? Exactly. From Bao Dadi's words, Xuan learned an alternate version of events. That elder and the young sect leader were extremely close. More than just their sons serving as attendants to the young sect leader, the elder himself often took care of some private matters for the young sect leader. Of course, behind all this lay hidden benefits. According to Bao Dadi's estimation, over the past few years, the elder's cultivation level had risen noticeably, likely due to help from the young sect leader himself. Everyone knew the young sect leader didn't enjoy cultivating. His strength had entirely come from rare medicinal herbs and treasures forced into him, and even then, the progress wasn't particularly fast. But the word on the street was someone had done the math. Given all the cultivation resources the young sect leader had obtained, and properly utilized. With his talent, there was no way he should have such a low cultivation level by now. As soon as Chun Yin heard this, he already suspected one possibility. Could it be that the young sect leader used those cultivation resources to bribe the elder to do things for him? Obviously, the only way to mobilize a high-ranking elder of a sect would be through cultivation resources. And now, as long as the elder remained firmly on the side of the young sect leader, even though the latter was already dead, his father wasn't. Once the sect leader of Tamed Sect returned, wouldn't he immediately promote and reward this elder? At this thought, Chun Yin couldn't help but mutter in admiration. Killing two birds with one stone, slowing the son's cultivation progress while getting endless benefits, while at the same time earning the appreciation of the father. This elder really knew how to play the game. This very person is currently in charge of the Tamed Sect. When someone mentioned that the young sect leader had already died and suggested perhaps canceling the wedding arrangement, he said, "How fitting. Allowing the master of such a declining sect as Xuan to serve as a mourning widow for our young sect leader is already a tremendous favor. Since they're so eager to climb upward, they must fulfill their roles properly." Upon hearing these words, Chun Yin's eyes shot out a fierce killing intent. What a favor. What a tremendous kindness. This old villain, I will surely kill him. Have I forgotten to tell you his name? He's named Chung Jian. Don't be misled by the surname Chung. Though it's the same character as the sect leader's family name in Tamed Sect, he changed it himself later on. It was all just to flatter, so when he went out and encountered people unfamiliar with his background, they would fear him more. Chun Yin couldn't help but think, what a clever old fox. After thoroughly inquiring about other detailed matters, he exited the room. At this moment, Baodadi deactivated the sound ceiling formation array. Just as Chun Yin left the room and turned the corner into an alleyway, the effect of 10,000 faces immediately disappeared. This time gathering information had truly taken quite a long time. All in all, it had already been more than 4 to nearly 5 hours, an improvement compared to the beginning. Chun Yin figured this was also related to his own growing cultivation strength. He nodded with great satisfaction, then followed the flow of people to the front of the city lord's mansion. What a sight. Indeed, the city lord's mansion was magnificent. The main entrance itself was quite grand. Having lived in the imperial capital for some time, Chun Yin was quite familiar with the large households there and their elaborate gate designs. This city lord's mansion truly possessed great prestige. Unfortunately, this magnificent place was practically empty now. Outside, there was a table nearly falling apart, on which sat a jug of wine, some peanuts, and a few small dishes. A middle-aged man, looking somewhat shabby and sleazy, was seated there. Several disciples or attendants were nearby, tending to him. This fellow was actually quite enjoying himself, being able to block the entrance of someone else's mansion while someone poured his wine and served him snacks. There was a back gate to the city lord's mansion as well, originally used by those who didn't want to enter or leave through the main entrance, or for servants going out to run errands. Now, this was the only available passage. Wouldn't the city lord be furious about this? Of course he was angry, but even if he were furious, there was nothing he could do. From what Baodadi had previously explained, Chun Yin roughly understood the current situation of the city lord's mansion. They weren't completely without experts. There indeed were high-level cultivators, but some things simply couldn't be handled by such people. There was a guardian sent by the great Qin Empire. He had real strength and was indeed at the heaven-venerated stage, but only in the early stage, and couldn't match Chung Jian, who was in the middle stage of the same realm. As for the city lord himself, he was still stuck at the late core formation stage. Even if he faced 2 heaven venerators, though only at the early stage, he still wouldn't be able to put up a proper fight. After carefully observing the surrounding terrain, Chun Yin directly left. He waited until the cooldown of 10,000 faces ended, and once again changed his appearance. Chapter 42, Wuxia Flawless. It was still early, and the task he had to do was to find the pleasure house where Chung Jian usually went. You aren't supposed to go to the same place every day to listen to songs, and you're quite fond of that young girl, always asking for her specifically each time. Then he might as well see for himself what was so special about this girl. Finding that place wasn't difficult. After all, within the entire Bay City, this pleasure house was the most upscale and the most packed. As for the girl herself, she ranked among the very top. Although she was one of those girls who sold performances, but not herself, her singing skills were truly unparalleled. Chun Yin quickly understood why Chung Jian had chosen her. Hey, young sir, may I ask what brings you here today? If you just want to look around and listen to some songs, you can sit in the main hall, but the fee for drinks and snacks needs to be paid first. Chun Yin's current appearance and posture resembled a somewhat down-on-his-luck scholar. Although he didn't carry much money, he gave off an air of being well-educated and refined. Generally, people like him who came to these places to listen to music preferred to maintain a certain decorum. Even if they sat in the common hall, they still paid without haggling. Precisely because of that, the owner liked to chat with scholars like him a bit more and was willing to guide them inside. I came here to request a performer. When Chun Yin said those words, the old woman clearly didn't believe him. But when she saw the spirit stones he took out from his chest, oh my, this is a big customer. Quickly, prepare one of the best private rooms. Girls, come out quick. A young master wants to choose someone. Chun Yin spoke up before the old woman could go further. I only want one girl. Her name is Wuxia. The old woman looked at Chun Yin somewhat strangely, as if not understanding why he would make such a choice. But since the customer had specific requests and it wasn't against any rules, she eventually just nodded. Girls who sold performances but did not sell themselves generally came in 2 types. One type created a sensation and earned an unusually large amount of money. The second type simply had a bit of talent, earning only occasionally a little money, not too little, but also not a lot. So naturally, when there were men willing to request the company of one of these lower-earning girls, the owners preferred to send in the ones who sold both art and body. It wasn't about anything else, it was all about money. For a girl you can see but not touch, how much could you charge? But for one you can both see and enjoy, the profits would obviously be much higher. Xuan entered the room first and waited quietly. Soon the door slid open, but the woman had a veil over her face. This made him rather curious. Generally speaking, even if you only sold your performance and not yourself, you wouldn't go as far as covering your face. Wuxia moved very slowly. Though her movements carried a certain grace, there was also a peculiar aura to them, as if she were blind, unable to clearly see the surroundings. That strange sensation changed the moment the girl's hands touched the zither strings. A beautiful melody burst forth from the instrument, creating in Xuan's mind an entirely new picture, vividly colorful and incredibly beautiful. If Xuan had to use one word to describe this music, that word would be soul. This piece had a soul. Clap, clap, clap. After the song ended, Xuan clapped enthusiastically. Truly an excellent zither performance. You flatter me, sir. The girl's voice was very pleasant, with a calm and peaceful tone that could bring tranquility to people. Xuan felt increasingly that this woman was no ordinary girl. Might I ask the lady to remove her veil? When Xuan made this request, he could clearly feel the girl tensing up in front of him. No big deal. If there's something you'd prefer not to do, then there's no need to take it off. His tone carried a note of comfort. Wuxia hesitated for a long time before finally lifting her veil. What lay beneath was a face of startling beauty. But it was also a face filled with sorrow. Her eyes, there was a terrible scar running through them. Looking at the scar, one could see a deep blackness hidden within, as if it carried the trace of some unknown tragedy from the past. Looking at her somewhat hollow eye sockets, Xuan could imagine how much pain she must have endured. If the sight of me affects the gentleman's enjoyment, Wuxia can put her veil back on. No need. Let me offer the lady a toast. Xuan suddenly said these words, then poured himself a cup and drank it down, without reason, and without needing one. Wuxia reached out to find her wine cup on the table, but it was empty. She couldn't pour for herself because she couldn't see. Xuan picked up the wine pot and filled her cup. At first, Wuxia had already been about to put the cup down, but when she felt the cup being filled with wine, a dazed expression flickered across her face. This was the first time someone had filled her wine cup, and also the first time she felt the urge to drink a cup herself. Even with such a terrifying scar around her eyes, Xuan couldn't help but admire her inner beauty in his heart. Whether it was her figure or her facial features, everything was of the highest quality. Just one glance was enough to leave an unforgettable impression. Wuxia coughed several times after drinking that cup of wine. It was clearly something she wasn't used to. What exactly happened to your eyes? Can you tell me? When Wuxia heard this question, she fell silent for a moment, then finally shook her head without saying anything. It was understandable. After all, they had just met. Without some level of caution, it would be impossible to survive in a place like this. Why did you come here? To live. Xuan hesitated slightly. He remembered vividly how, when he first arrived in this world, he nearly starved to death. Exactly, just to live. He understood. They didn't talk much. Most of the time, it was Xuan asking questions and Wuxia answering. For those questions she didn't respond to, he never pressed further. They drank quite a bit and also listened to many songs. Xuan glanced outside and realized it was time for him to leave. Will you come again, young sir? Xuan hesitated slightly, then finally nodded and said he would. Wuxia bowed to him and said, then Wuxia will wait for your return. Xuan could tell this was not like the usual generic invitation spoken by courtesans. Rather, it sounded like a heartfelt promise. Wuxia, if one day you had the opportunity, would you leave this place? Wuxia seemed unprepared for this question. She finally shook her head. Xuan sighed. Did she really not want to leave? Wuxia doesn't know. If the youngster really wants to ask, when we meet next time, Wuxia will give you an answer. That's fine. After speaking, Xuan left from here. The night was approaching, and he still needed to prepare more. As soon as the city lord's gate closed for the night, Changjian rose as if his shift had ended, immediately ordering his disciples to pack up and head straight toward the pleasure house. Chapter 43. Changjian's Purpose. Changjian himself didn't know exactly what tune he was humming, but he was clearly enjoying himself as he strolled into Chunmanlu. Oh sir, you're here. Given Changjian's status, he naturally carried himself with great arrogance. He had always walked with impunity in Beijing, so what was there to fear? Where's Wuxia? Same room as always. Of course, the old lady also favored clients like him, generous and consistent. Changjian always used the same private room, and when the time drew near, the old woman would send Wuxia to wait inside. Though every time he asked Wuxia to do something more proactive, she would nod in agreement, yet show no real response. If not for the money she brought in, she'd have already taken other measures. This Chunmanlu was not run like a charity house. A brothel existed only for profit, not for benevolence. As for Wuxia's own thoughts, who truly cared in this cutthroat world? After all, she was just a frail woman, alive today, dead tomorrow. Who could say it mattered? With his usual deliberate stride, Changjian soon reached the room he visited daily. When he entered, he shot a glance at Wuxia, and a flicker of intense desire passed through his eyes. There was, however, one thing that neither his associates nor even his own son were aware of. Changjian had always harbored a special fascination for those with physical imperfections. His childhood had been miserable. He grew up as a servant in a wealthy family. It was only because a certain elder from the Tamed Sect had passed by and noticed his decent spiritual roots that he was taken away to cultivate. Otherwise, he might have spent his entire life suffering beatings and abuse in that household. The mistress of that courtyard back then was a woman with physical impairments. Since then, perhaps to satisfy some inner need for revenge, whenever he met a woman with similar imperfections, an urge to torment and dominate overtook him. But Wuxiao was different. She was unusually calm, like moonlight shining within the infinite cosmos, illuminating the abyss. She was the only woman whose imperfection brought him calm rather than dominance. The flash of desire in his eyes moments ago was simply the hope of possessing her. Therefore, on one hand, he used his authority to ensure long-term interaction with her, and on the other hand, he strived to maintain a demeanor befitting a courteous gentleman. Whether genuine or feigned, he intended to use this time to gradually dissolve the wariness in Wuxiao's heart. Wuxiao herself found the whole matter quite strange. The client she met in the afternoon in the nightly presence of Chengjian. If she had to choose, in terms of manners and treatment, Chengjian was perhaps the superior, nearly flawless, while Chunyin appeared slightly flawed. Because Chunyin's interest wasn't in her, she could even sense a hint of murderous intent from him. Yet oddly, Wuxiao felt absolutely no wariness toward Chunyin and had even seriously considered leaving this place for his sake. However, around Chengjian, she always felt a subtle and profound unease lurking beneath his seemingly kind exterior. Though unsure exactly what that was, Wuxiao simply could not let go of her vigilance. She felt afraid and didn't know how to react. Previously, she would have shut her heart away, but today, the voice from Chunyin's conversation in the afternoon echoed in her mind. She could not see Chunyin, but she could hear his voice. Just the melody I've loved most lately. Yes. As Wuxiao played the guqin, Chengjian sat down. Neither noticed that across from their Chunman Lu, someone was watching their room. Chunyin had left early to make preparations. He couldn't target Chengjian or Wuxiao directly. The risks were too obvious, and discovery would be likely. Therefore, the only viable targets were the people within the establishment itself. Outside the Chunman Lu ran a main street, so finding people who had just exited the brothel was effortless, especially those who either looked somewhat down on their luck or clearly came from affluent families. Such individuals were either wandering failures or spoiled young masters. With a few words of sympathy, a bit of money, or a few well-placed compliments, they could be made to obey easily. Chunyin didn't intend for them to do anything major. Since they came out at this hour, they must be frequent visitors, making the extraction of certain information simple enough. He chose not to seek out professional informants, partly due to cost, and partly to avoid tipping anyone off to his actions. With any information broker, you could trust the information you received from them, but you could never allow them to know your own secrets. To lack such caution was dangerous in the Jianghu, and could only lead to a nameless grave. From them, Chunyin learned that the room located third from the end on the right side of Chunman Lu was where Chengjian always went. There were no people in the surrounding rooms, as if the space had been specially cleared for this important figure. Every night, only the guqin music from Wuxiao could be heard from within. The old woman didn't care much anyway. As long as money was paid properly, everything was acceptable. Chengjian sat drinking in his seat, while Chunyin remained motionless atop the building directly across from the brothel all night. No one came to disturb them, nor did anyone bring additional wine. Throughout the night, Chengjian drank only 3 bottles and spent the rest of the time sitting with eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Wuxiao's guqin music ceased precisely at midnight. Then she stepped out of the room. Everything appeared perfectly normal, but Chunyin hadn't stayed there simply to stand idle. Each night was a crucial cultivation moment for him. He no longer needed to monitor anything beyond midnight. After returning to an inn, he guided the power of starlight into the mountain sea chart. Once again, that celestial energy began to flow within his body. The rate at which stars lit up remained unchanged. The speed of his cultivation truly wasn't sufficient anymore. Chunyin sighed heavily. Recent sign-in rewards had nothing to do with his cultivation, mostly materials or spiritual artifacts. Many of them were completely useless. He even started considering whether it would be better to exchange all these materials for spirit stones. Humph. He exhaled deeply. Right now, what he needed was to figure out how to deal with Chengjian. Knowing Chengjian's whereabouts didn't necessarily mean having a way to eliminate him. Fighting head-on, with the golden holy dragon and the holy spirit Ingui, wouldn't be an issue, but the key remained. How to do so without revealing his identity. Or, perhaps he could simply frame the City Lord's mansion. After all, the City Lord's mansion currently had 2 people most likely suspected of committing such an act. As this thought struck Chunyin, he started meticulously plotting. Yet, he gave no thought at all to the fact that someone had been desperately searching for him. Dog Uncle, with a dark expression, wandered aimlessly through Beicheng. Chapter 44, The Sad Middle-Aged Dog Guy. He originally thought that finding that kid Chunyin wouldn't take much effort. He could find him with little trouble. But arriving at Beicheng left him stunned. The people from the big royal families, like Sun Kai, had already left long ago. Now, there was only a small nobody like Chunyin left. Who could he even ask about him? And that wasn't all. Today, the dog uncle's luck wasn't bad either. He didn't know at which corner he actually saw Chunyin's figure. But by the time he rushed over, the person had already disappeared. If it had only happened once, it could have been mistaken for a hallucination, but when it happened 2 or 3 times, even the dogmaster started questioning his own sanity. Now he looked just like a discarded young bride, adding one more sorrowful soul to Beicheng, walking along the street. Pack. He found a corner and squatted down, pounding the ground with his palm. What kind of situation was this? Him, someone assigned to protect another person's safety. How had he ended up in such a miserable state? The more Dogmaster thought about it, the angrier he became. He'd already made up his mind. If he met Qilin again, he would definitely give him a good lesson. The last glimmer of starlight of the night entered his body. Faintly, he could already see the sun about to rise outside. Perhaps he could make use of Su Yifan after all. That was the idea Qilin had come up with the previous day. Since he needed to go meet Su Yifan, he would need to use his true identity. Just stepping out of the inn and walking on the street, he hadn't gone far when he noticed a familiar figure curled up in a corner. Qilin first felt somewhat hesitant, then puzzled, finally twitching his lips and walking over. Dog uncle, Qilin softly called out. The dog uncle, who had seemed to be lying there asleep, immediately jolted awake at the voice. The moment he shot up from the ground, he saw Qilin standing beside him. The expression on his face then became quite fascinating. The two stared at each other for quite a while. Eventually, the result was that Qilin treated the dog uncle to a good meal at a restaurant, and was thoroughly charged for it. As for why Qilin had so much money, the dog uncle didn't want to ask, nor did he bother to. Whether it was given by the sect leader or his own money, he simply wasn't curious. You little brat, just tell me honestly, what exactly are you doing coming to Beijing? Actually, Qilin was a bit hesitant about whether or not to tell him. If he told the truth, it might expose his identity and could bring about many changes. But if he didn't speak up, it wouldn't be easy to shake off the dog uncle from his side again. Last time, shaking him off had already required a lot of effort. And besides, the dog uncle had been assigned for secret protection, so it was relatively easy to shake him off because he couldn't openly follow. Now though, the man stood directly in front of him, had already eaten a meal paid by him, and stuck close behind every step he took. How was he supposed to get rid of him now? Thinking about it, since he would have to use his real identity when meeting Su Yifan anyway. Dog uncle forget it. Since you've treated me so well, I won't ask about all these things. But you remember, don't you dare die, or the sect leader will be heartbroken. Although everyone in the Beast Taming Sect could be considered his family, Qilin clearly knew that the one he was closest to emotionally was still Qin Ningxue. If he really died, she would probably, purry. What was he thinking about death for? Dog uncle, if you can keep it a secret, I don't mind telling you. Don't pull that with me. The dog uncle immediately raised his hand forward. All of you always want me to keep secrets. My head isn't that complicated. You do as you see fit. Then he simply left the place. But Qilin could clearly sense that he was still watching from the shadows. That was even better. After leaving, Qilin headed straight for the city lord's mansion, though through the side entrance at the back. If possible, he wanted to avoid meeting Cheng Jian at all costs. If a meeting was truly unavoidable, then the only face-to-face encounter would be at the final moment before his plan was executed. The less contact, the higher the chance of success. Otherwise, suspicions might arise, and traces could be discovered. Halt! What's your business here? Qilin had planned to go in through the back, but guards were still stationed there, blocking him at the entrance. I need to see Su Yifan. Please announce me. Su Yifan was indeed famous. How could just anyone go and meet him? Moreover, judging from Qilin's appearance and dress, he certainly didn't look like he came from a wealthy family. There might even be no connection between them. Kid, I suggest you don't come here causing trouble at the city lord's mansion, just leave quickly. As he spoke, one of the guards stepped forward, attempting to grab Qilin. Just at that moment, hold, a somewhat imposing man walked out from inside. The two personal guards of the city lord's mansion showed a slight degree of respect toward this man. Captain, what's going on here? Though the captain asked that, his eyes never left Qilin, and what appeared in his eyes wasn't hostility or disdain. It was simple curiosity. Have we met before? The guards, upon hearing Qilin's words, thought he was trying to get on friendly terms with their captain and revealed a sneer of contempt on their faces. Who knew the personal guard captain actually nodded. We met once at the casino. The guard captain still remembered this youth who had refused his master's invitation. Even after returning, he often heard Su Yifan sighing with admiration for Qilin. Casino? Qilin understood. Considering Su Yifan's low cultivation base but still daring to walk around outside, there was no way he wouldn't have a bodyguard by his side. Most likely, this personal guard captain was Su Yifan's protector. I'd like to see Master Su. Come in. When the two guards at the door heard that, they were both somewhat incredulous. In fact, the moment the two started talking, they had already begun feeling uneasy inside. They could only hope Qilin wouldn't hold a grudge. Passing through some pavilions and corridors, the city lord's mansion was very large, and the number of people inside it was both many and few. There were numerous servants and cultivators, but the city lord's family line wasn't flourishing. When Qilin saw Su Yifan, the latter was just drinking tea. Qilin? Haha, I never expected you to come find me. Qilin walked over and gave a bow. Su Yifan quite enjoyed Qilin's courtesy. Compared to others who showed respect out of fear of his status, Qilin's appeared more genuine. The kind of reverence Su Yifan liked the most. Go ahead, tell me what you need. Master Su, I don't know if what I'm about to say today, regardless of the result, can be kept between us and never mentioned to others. Upon hearing this, the guard captain's expression darkened slightly as he looked at Qilin. Chapter 45, Becoming Friends. This kid was really pushing his luck. What an exalted identity his master possessed, and yet he was actually negotiating terms with him. Just being granted an audience should have been something to feel grateful for. Although the guards looked dark with anger, Su Yifan himself showed no reaction. His expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard that remark at all. Do you play chess? A little. Come then. There was a chessboard on Su Yifan's tea table. After arriving in this world, Qilin, despite being unable to cultivate, had learned many other things. Chess playing was only part of that. With memories from his previous life on the Blue Star, his chess skills had naturally improved remarkably. At least in the beginning, both players moved their pieces quickly, each immediately making a move without much thought, black and white pieces exchanging blows back and forth. However, as time went on, Xuan moves became slower and slower. But his slowness didn't make him anxious. Actually, he could still move fast if he wanted to, but there was no need. He wanted to make the other side anxious. The game wasn't deep, not complicated at all. It was still a straightforward match, where each move was almost obvious. Xuan's slowness started making Su Yifan uncomfortable. But eventually, he could only wait, and gradually began thinking more deeply as well. As Xuan continued his unhurried pace, the game had already reached the point where nearly 3/4 of the board were filled. Just when the decisive moment arrived and the outcome was about to be determined, everything changed. In an instant, Su Yifan picked up the speed of his moves, as if someone were chasing him. Though there were no words or pressure, holding the chess piece in hand gave Su Yifan the feeling of someone right behind him. Click. Ha. Xuan placed his final piece. My humble victory, Director Su. Quietly seated, neither of them spoke for a moment. Su Yifan couldn't figure out exactly where he'd lost, but upon recalling, he guessed it had been when Xuan subtly took control of the game. Truthfully, their skills hadn't been tested much during this match. The game itself wasn't deep, but the situations that arose midway made Su Yifan regard Xuan even more highly. Many people could beat him. His chess skills, while good, weren't at the level of an expert. Yet no one had ever beaten him in mindset. Suddenly, Su Yifan laughed. I accept your terms. Good. Nodding, Xuan started to explain his purpose for coming. Just as he opened his mouth to say the first few words, Su Yifan suddenly asked beside him. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? What if I pretended to agree, tricked you into revealing your intention, then went back on my word? Xuan took a sip of tea from the table. It's possible, but unnecessary. Su Yifan was momentarily stunned, then burst into a loud laughter. If I hadn't already investigated your age, I might suspect you were some old guy pretending to be young again. Just for that sentence. It's possible, but unnecessary. I, Su Yifan, acknowledge you as my friend. The captain of the personal guards was genuinely confused now. Looking at the difference in status between the two, the gap was pretty large. One was a boy from a declining sect, without cultivation skills. The other was an official in the city lord's mansion, with influential background behind him. Judging from any angle, there seemed no basis for these two to ever get together. The reason the captain knew so much was because most of the intelligence on Xuan that Su Yifan collected had been found by him. Now speak. What exactly do you want to do? Since Director Su is willing to call me a friend, I'll show some sincerity to my friend too. Xuan paused and asked. Do you people want to kill Qingjian? Su Yifan's pupils slightly constricted, though his expression remained calm. Qingjian sits right at the main gate of the city lord's mansion every day. If I say the city lord doesn't want him dead, that would be a lie. But right now, the city lord cannot kill him. He's mid-heaven venerable realm. I can kill him. If he was slightly surprised before, now Su Yifan was genuinely shocked. Unless someone was deliberately investigating, no one would normally inquire about Qingjian's cultivation level. And even if someone found out, whoever dared to claim such a thing was either exceptionally capable or outright mad. Of course, when Su Yifan understood the phrase, I can kill, he didn't interpret it as Xuan intending to kill him personally. It meant Xuan could find someone else to do it. If this matter could truly be accomplished, it would bring nothing but benefit to the city lord's mansion. Su Yifan hesitated slightly. Xuan, meanwhile, calmly continued sipping his tea. The reason Xuan revealed this information was, in fact, to test something else. It was said that Su Yifan's identity wasn't ordinary. Now he wanted to find out who truly controlled the city lord's mansion. Bay City's common folk generally believed that the city lord was the one in charge, but Xuan personally didn't think so. How do you plan to kill him? The problem isn't how to kill him, but what happens after the person is dead. Then how do you suggest we handle it? When Xuan heard this question, he knew his idea had a chance. I need the city lord's mansion to take the blame. Without hesitation, Su Yifan shook his head in refusal. The matter involved too many serious implications. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple matter between the ruler of a city and a second-rate sect, but the people representing each side weren't the same. Although Qingjian currently took charge in Xiantian's sect, when the sect's grandmaster and experts re-emerged, their stance might no longer be the same as now. In other words, Qingjian could only represent himself, not the entire sect. How could the city lord's mansion not know about his conflict with the young master of the sect? That's exactly why they wanted to delay things, waiting to see how it would play out. But for the city lord's mansion, the meaning was even more significant. Defending against the oppression of the Xiantian sect represented one thing, but eliminating a staying elder of another sect was a completely different matter. Put nicely, it was called taking preemptive action. Bluntly speaking, it meant the Great Qin Empire was preparing to move against second-rate sects. Su Yifan couldn't possibly agree to all these complex relationships. However, after shaking his head, he realized this wasn't a decision he alone could make. He could only decide whether to take the blame or not. But who lived or died was now entirely the decision of this young boy before him. If I refuse, what would you do? Kill him anyway. You'll bear the responsibility yourself? I can find a way to make the city lord's mansion bear it. Su Yifan fell silent again. He understood that although what Xuan said seemed extremely unreasonable, from a capability standpoint alone, if he could indeed kill Qingjian, then making the city lord's mansion take the blame would actually be a minor matter. With an expert like this, whether operating secretly from the shadows, stirring up troubles, and creating another bloodshed, or directly carrying out the act in plain sight through disguise and impersonation, since the City Lord's mansion already had suspicions, naturally someone would believe it. Xuan knew he'd eventually understand, and didn't feel the slightest bit anxious. Chapter 46. Everything is ready. What are you going to do after the City Lord's mansion takes the blame? Wait. Xuan had his own plans for everything that was happening. On the surface, the City Lord's mansion had taken responsibility, but in reality, it only shifted the conflict. As long as the City Lord's mansion refused to admit guilt, nothing would happen. Moreover, after some time, evidence could be presented to prove that they indeed hadn't killed the person. All factions involved weren't fools. The City Lord's mansion and the Beast Tamed Sect were clearly not at that level of confrontation. If they had the strength, they would have stepped forward immediately. How could they let someone place a table right in front of their gate for such a long time? So obviously, there was someone else behind this. The reason Xuan did this was to stir up trouble. Everyone knew someone else was responsible, but was it the enemy of the City Lord's mansion, or the enemy of the Beast Tamed Sect? In any case, as long as the City Lord's mansion firmly denied involvement, they would be in no trouble at all. As for that final word, wait. What Xuan waited for was the end of the 3 months' time. Once the secret realm ended, everyone inside would come out. That was when the real sect leader of Xuan and the senior elders emerged. This was where the key lay. A sect elder and his own son. Xuan didn't even need to think. The sect leader would use his son as the excuse for provocation. That would have nothing to do with him anymore. Most likely, what followed would be that the imperial court would send people to appease the Beast Tamed Sect, and then compensate them with certain benefits. The death of one additional elder wasn't that impactful. Only a slight increase in the concessions needed at the negotiation table. Xuan shared this analysis with Su Yifan. And this wasn't even the best-case scenario in his mind. The best case would be if all the senior members of the Beast Tamed Sect died in the secret realm, or even just one. That would already be satisfactory enough. The sect leader himself. Only if this guy died would the death of the young sect leader finally be free from pursuit. At that time, at least the safety of the Beast Tamed Sect and Qilin Xue could be ensured. Faced with Xuan analysis, Su Yifan couldn't help but admit that he hadn't found any clear flaws. How do you want me to help? I need a set of clothes destined to be lost. Other than that, during the next few nights, the night watchman of the City Lord's mansion can be withdrawn. Although Su Yifan hesitated for a long time, he eventually agreed. Compared to the risks hidden within, he felt the rewards were greater. It wasn't just about killing Xuan to restore the City Lord's mansion's reputation. More importantly, it was about gaining favor with Xuan. That was his real motive. Xuan also completed his test. Since Su Yifan had agreed in this situation, his control over the City Lord's mansion must be far stronger than Xuan had imagined. This was the true decision-maker of the City Lord's mansion. Xuan took the items and left immediately. After he left, Su Yifan sat in the pavilion with a sense of reflection, unmoving for a long time. Not long after returning to the inn, the dog uncle entered the room. Where did you go earlier? To the City Lord's mansion? Although the dog uncle could secretly protect him from such a distance, not even lip reading was possible, so he was quite suspicious when Xuan entered the City Lord's mansion and actually talked with Su Yifan for such a long time. They had tea together, played Go together, and got along very well. Then Xuan even brought back a piece of clothing. There must be something fishy going on. Looking at the dog uncle, a sudden idea came to Xuan. Wasn't he thinking about a way that wouldn't completely expose himself, yet solve the Chungjin problem? Come on, dog uncle, try this piece of clothing, see if it fits. You? What are you planning to do? This old man is an upstanding individual. Xuan's face now bore an expression of as much creepiness as possible. Eventually, the dog uncle still put on the guard uniform from the City Lord's mansion. Could he say it fit perfectly? Not really, but it was definitely wearable. Perfect. Kid, you haven't told me clearly what all this is for. What's going on? Xuan explained the whole matter about Chungjin, even mentioning that idea about the widow situation being Chungjin's suggestion. As for where all this intelligence came from, naturally, it came from the City Lord's mansion, of course, because he had earned Su Yifan's favor. As for this favor, just ask around the gambling halls about the high-stakes bet from that day, and all the stories would be there. The dog uncle definitely wouldn't go confirm things with Su Yifan, so what was there to fear? That doesn't make sense though. What does giving you these things have to do with solving the problem with Chungjin? This, dog uncle, you don't need to know. Anyway, you're here for my safety, right? The dog uncle nodded. Then tonight, you wait outside the mansion. As soon as someone shouts, quick, run, you shoot an attack at the mansion and immediately head to the City Lord's mansion. Easy, right? You kid, trying to play riddles with me now? It took a long time for Xuan and dog uncle to negotiate and set the terms, but finally everything was settled. Although the dog uncle was quite curious about how exactly Xuan intended to kill Chungjin, he also understood that everyone had their own secrets. As long as Xuan remained safe, that was all that mattered. As for suspects, truthfully speaking, after thinking through every possibility, he never once suspected Xuan himself. That would have just been too absurd, let alone killing someone. Unless Xuan possessed strength sufficient to rival a heaven venerate expert, the sect leader wouldn't have sent him to protect Xuan in the first place, would he? Moreover, Xuan was known to be a total wreck. Everyone in the sect was aware of this fact. In the end, once everything was arranged, Xuan left the inn. Before tonight's true plan commenced, he wanted to meet Wu Xia one last time. This time, he didn't change his appearance, his voice, or even his aura. Because he wanted Wuxia to truly see him once, even if she couldn't actually see. Oh my, haven't seen this young master before. May I ask which household you're from, sir? Qilin had spirit stones, and after changing into better clothes and grooming himself appropriately, he came to the mansion. Is Miss Wuxia here? The old woman couldn't help but feel suspicious inside. Why had someone come asking for Wuxia so frequently these past few days? Strange indeed, though as long as there was money to be made, she didn't question it too much. She's available. Please come in, young sir. Though Wuxia couldn't see, he still felt somewhat nervous. After waiting in the room briefly, he heard the door open. Wuxia sat down in the correct position. My lord, may I ask which song you'd like to hear today? I didn't come here to listen to songs. After Qilin said this, the room fell into a heavy silence. He was choosing his words carefully, unsure exactly how to explain himself. Meanwhile, Wuxia hesitated briefly before removing her veil. Seeing this gesture, Qilin froze. So, you were also the one from yesterday afternoon, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Qilin's heart skipped a beat. His secret technique, 1,000 faces, had never once been discovered since he mastered it. Height, appearance, figure, even his aura, everything could be changed. How had Wuxia recognized him? Chapter 47. Wherever the young master goes, I will follow. Qilin was very clear. The girl before him was definitely an ordinary person without the slightest cultivation ability. Except for her eyes, which had been injured and left her blind, she was no different from a regular person. Even if a cultivator saw her in person, they wouldn't be able to connect her to her previous identity. Someone so ordinary, whom he had never seen before, recognized him immediately. If there wasn't some kind of secret behind this, he wouldn't believe it. How did you recognize me? Since Qilin had chosen to meet her in his true identity today, he naturally wasn't worried about Wuxia revealing his true identity to others. In fact, from Qilin's perspective, Wuxia's ability to recognize him might even help him fix certain vulnerabilities in his illusion of 1,000 faces. After all, he concealed his identity in order to carry out affairs that must not be discovered. If you don't mind, I won't ask further. A silence settled between them. Suddenly, Wuxia spoke. Young master, I can feel that your heart is in turmoil. Do you remember when I asked you a question last time? You were asking whether I would be willing to leave the Chunman Pavilion? Another silence fell between the two. Qilin suddenly sighed. Well then, if you're unwilling to leave tonight, please make sure to stay safe. After saying that, he prepared to leave the private room. But just at that moment, Wuxia spoke again. Where is the young master planning to take me this time? To any place, as long as you can live properly. Wuxia turned her head toward Qilin. Although she could not open her eyes and only bore terrible scars, she still displayed the gesture of wanting to look. Wherever the young master goes, I will go. Qilin paused for a moment, but finally nodded. He didn't understand why Wuxia had made such a decision. Tonight, does the young master need help? Qilin had originally intended to remind Wuxia to remember to leave early in the evening, but Wuxia proactively offered to help. But how could a blind, ordinary person be of any assistance? In the following time, Qilin continued to ask Wuxia about why Qingjian had chosen to target her. But Wuxia herself also didn't know the man's purpose. Thinking about it repeatedly, when a man seeks a woman, it's usually for just a few reasons. If he wanted to find a suitable identity that would make it easier for him to approach the place tonight, perhaps he could start with Wuxia. After thorough preparation, night fell again. Old Dog felt slightly annoyed. He had expected that the young brat, Qilin, would at least tell him something, but since he left, he hadn't contacted him at all. It was now unrealistic to go searching for someone. It was better to wait in the agreed spot as planned. Once he shouted, quickly go, they would dash toward the city lord's residence. Would such an obvious framing and false accusation actually work? Old Dog thought uncertainly. Qingjian once again strutted in with his usual aristocratic stride into the Chunman Pavilion. But this time, the elderly woman working at the pavilion wasn't sure what to do. This gentleman came every day to request Wuxia specifically. But today, by sheer coincidence, another customer had been monopolizing Wuxia since the afternoon. After all, running the Chunman Pavilion was for the sake of money. If someone could pay more, why would they force him to leave? Esteemed sir, I'm so sorry today, but something has come up with Wuxia. She may not be available to serve today. Originally, the old woman had expected Qingjian to hear that and simply choose another girl for service or to do something else. But Qingjian's reaction was completely off the track the old woman had expected. What happened to Wuxia? Did she fall ill, or is she facing some trouble? The old woman wore a strange expression on her face. How come this man seemed almost delighted to hear she was in trouble? Though she thought this, she couldn't possibly say it out loud. Besides, how could one explain such a situation? If she didn't give a proper reason, this gentleman might destroy the entire pavilion. Yet if she said directly that Wuxia was currently attending to another customer, regardless of how she phrased it, the Chunman Pavilion would certainly end up in trouble. The old woman clearly understood. How many people had fought fiercely over just a single woman? The Chunman Pavilion hosted many cultivators, and such situations were not uncommon. Usually, such incidents required someone to mediate. Should we go to the city lord's residence? Don't even think about it, sir. If you go out and ask around a bit, you'll know exactly what this guy has been up to lately. This is someone who can sit directly at the city lord's doorstep, blocking everyone else from entering. Even if the city lord's men came to mediate, whether they'd be heard is one thing. This guy might even get angry and wipe them all out. Why aren't you speaking? Apparently catching something from the old woman's expression, Qingjian's face darkened, and his tone grew increasingly stern. This, Miss Wuxia has actually been requested by another customer. Who? Qingjian's expression gave away neither sorrow nor joy. He simply asked that one question and obtained the room number. All of this had been predicted by Chen Yan. The old woman of Chunman Pavilion definitely wouldn't offend a regular customer like Cheng Jian, a loyal patron who had come repeatedly, for the sake of a guest like Chen Yan, who had only visited once. Obtaining this room number was practically inevitable. The only remaining issue was how to lead Cheng Jian into the trap. Crack. The door was locked from the inside, making it impossible to open from outside. Yet as soon as light hit it, a figure shimmered into existence outside. The entire door split open down the middle, leaving the lock completely useless. Chen Yan's eyebrows lifted slightly. It seemed Cheng Jian was indeed a hot-headed man. If he truly wanted to lure him away, perhaps there was indeed a chance. Who are you? I am Cheng Jian, an elder of Tamed Sect. And who might you be? Cheng Jian's eyes now practically shot flames. From outside the door, he could already sense two presences extremely close to each other. Without actually seeing for himself, he couldn't tell what exactly was happening. But as soon as he entered the room, he felt a rush of blood surge straight to his head. The very girl he had longed to win over was lying in the other man's arms. And at that very moment, Chen Yan still had one hand gently stroking Wuxia's back. Cheng Jian could hardly contain himself anymore. Chapter 48, Going All Out. So it's you, an old man, causing trouble at the city lord's mansion all day long. Cheng Jian only now noticed that the young man before him was wearing the uniform of a city lord's guard. Whether he was simply ignorant or had some other motive, one thing was certain. He had now seriously enraged Cheng Jian. This young kid didn't even possess high cultivation skills. Cheng Jian, with his Tianzuan-level strength, could walk with arrogance through the city. How could he possibly fear a mere guard? Kid, you're quite bold too. What relationship do you have with this girl beside you? She's my woman. As soon as Chen Yan said these words, Cheng Jian, who had just calmed down after breaking the lock, immediately took out his sword again and pulled it halfway from its sheath. Among Cheng Jian's past psychological wounds, any relationships that were betrayals or deviated from what he imagined would cause him a sense of betrayal. Wuxia had been the biggest betrayal he had ever experienced in years. While he was still planning how to win over this woman, she had already become someone else's plaything. This infuriated Cheng Jian beyond tolerance. At the same time, a mighty aura exploded from him. Cheng Jian was a man who placed immense value on dignity, a fact Chen Yan had learned previously from Bao Dayan's investigation. At this moment, with his powerful cultivation revealed, other disciples of the Tamed Sect inside the Chunman Lu immediately gathered around to see what had happened to their elder and why he was about to fight someone. Get back, all of you. This matter doesn't require your interference. No, retreat outside the Chunman Lu entirely. How could Cheng Jian, so obsessed with reputation, allow others to witness his disgrace? Naturally, he wanted to drive all his disciples and guards outside, hoping nobody would ever know exactly what transpired here. Chen Yan displayed no sign of fear whatsoever, and his gentle stroking of Wuxia's back behind him didn't change for a second. Whether feigned or real, this calmness showed Cheng Jian that something was distinctly off. Wuxia, we once shared nights of intimacy. Why haven't you ever treated me this well? Cheng Jian's tone now resembled that of a jilted lover lamenting how unfairly he had been treated. Yet, by referring to their nights together, he was simply trying to appear sophisticated, hoping to become more familiar with her and make his move. As for why she never treated him so well, clearly his only objective was to obtain Wuxia. In situations like this, one could more clearly understand someone's true intentions. Previously, Wuxia had thought highly of Cheng Jian merely because she felt more drawn to Chen Yan, hence agreeing to act together with him. Now, however, she felt nothing but a faint disdain toward Cheng Jian. Too many convoluted tricks often achieved nothing. Sometimes, being straightforward helped people gain more. If he just wanted her, then why all the pretenses? When Wuxia heard Cheng Jian's question, she supported herself up from Chen Yan's embrace. Previously, she had been completely nestled in his arms. Now, having raised herself, she turned to face the person before her. I played music for you to earn my keep, but he is my ideal companion. Naturally, it cannot be compared. Anger twisted Cheng Jian's face into laughter. Good. Then I'll kill your ideal man, and kill every man by your side. Let's see who dares approach you then. Chen Yan had already risen, positioning himself to protect Wuxia behind him. Though he himself lacked the power to defeat Cheng Jian, his Alshou could handle the challenge. Now that he had confirmed all of the sect's members were outside the Chunman Lu, a perfect, secure battlefield had been created. There was no need to fear interruptions or worry about escape routes. Self-inflicted misery can't be saved. If you are reincarnated next life, remember not to provoke those you shouldn't and end up helping others take what should be yours. This excessive calmness from Chen Yan was highly unusual, keeping him constantly on edge. Seeing this man, clearly only at the foundation building stage, actually dare to initiate an attack was unthinkable. Rebellion incarnate. Swish. With a single sword slash, the force destroyed everything inside the room except for the two of them. If he dodged or blocked this strike, Wuxia right behind him would be instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Chen Yan had promised to ensure Wuxia's safety, and he wouldn't allow such an attack to go unchecked. 10,000 beasts transformation, he murmured silently in his mind. The power of the holy Ning turtle directly covered him, merging with his own energy to form a protective barrier around him, sheltering Wuxia inside. Cheng Jian's last attack had aimed to eliminate both of them, but to his surprise, it was blocked. Even if the person in front of him was merely a foundation building stage cultivator, it was absolutely impossible for him to withstand such an attack. In theory, any foundation building cultivator under his pressure should have turned to dust in an instant. Yet the current situation clearly exceeded his expectations. Chun Yin was either concealing his true cultivation or was an extraordinary prodigy. Regardless, the humiliation of losing Wuxia and the possibility that she might actually be from the city lord's mansion had already solidified Cheng Jian's resolve. Since he had made his move, he was determined to ensure his enemy would never leave here alive. Boom. His surging aura erupted skyward, instantly turning the corridor and surrounding rooms into rubble. Chun Yin himself didn't have the ability to levitate or fly. His cultivation base simply wasn't high enough. The more chaos they created, the more attention they would draw. Since the battle had officially begun, he had to end it before things escalated. Go all out. Chun Yin immediately took out the mountain and sea chart. This was no longer a time for hesitation over whether or not to reveal his identity. If Cheng Jian hadn't started damaging the building yet, he could have taken his time. But now, once destruction began, he no longer had the luxury of preparation. Even if it meant exposure, he had no choice. The figure of the golden holy dragon appeared in the space. Within the mountain and sea chart, it had already received the alert beforehand and had prepared a blast of golden breath. Cheng Jian barely had time to raise his sword in defense against this sudden attack. But such a defense was practically useless. His weapon completely melted under the intense heat, becoming nothing but scrap. Only with the full extent of his cultivation could he barely endure this assault for a few more seconds. After all, this was a divine beast of the creation realm. Dealing with him was no different than how Cheng Jian could easily crush a foundation-building cultivator. Chapter 49, a perfect ending. Cheng Jian gradually started to feel somewhat overwhelmed. It was obvious that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own. The only reason he was still barely clinging to life was entirely due to his weapon's self-sacrificing protective effect. Taking advantage of this effect, he escaped from his opponent's range of attack. Run. This was clearly a well-planned assassination. Regardless of whether the person before him was truly the city lord's mansion or not, he needed to leave immediately, or he might never leave this place alive. Want to escape? Die first. Chun Yan, at this moment, launched a direct attack straight to the rooftop of the Chunman building. In the middle of this motion, at a point too fast for anyone to see clearly, he had already activated the 1,000 faces, 1,000 people technique. Everyone's attention had only just shifted here, so it was perfectly timed to use the 1,000 faces, 1,000 people technique to completely conceal his identity. More importantly, regarding Cheng Jian, he could easily determine by sheer strength alone that the person trying to kill him could not possibly be the young boy he appeared to be. Although at first the opponent seemed to possess very little cultivation, his later actions and abilities were absolutely not something a foundation-building cultivator could achieve. Because Yao Sog had appeared, and combined with the words Chun Yin had previously spoken, Cheng Jian immediately suspected the Yusho sect. After all, no one would willingly accept being left alone as a widow or widower. However, what puzzled him most was this. If the Yusho sect had already obtained such formidable power, why would they simply sit back and do nothing? Cheng Jian, it's time to repay the blood debt from years ago. Chun Yin deliberately left this sentence behind, for at this moment, Cheng Jian was already cornered. A powerful surge of energy directly burst forth from behind Cheng Jian. The dragon wave from the golden Sheng dragon froze Cheng Jian midair. Chun Yin had prepared every role and the entire stage required for this performance. Puxi, the heavenly sovereign level of cultivation simulated by the Xianyuan'er dragon method, left a wound on Cheng Jian's body. After all, it was just a simulation, and the difference between this and true heavenly sovereign power was enormous. Even with the use of the 10,000 beast transformation now, it still could not bridge that enormous gap. Want to break through defense? As long as Cheng Jian remained on defense, there was no way to break through. But the overwhelming dragon wave from the golden Sheng dragon suppressed Cheng Jian far beyond his cultivation level, rendering him completely helpless. His spiritual energy couldn't even circulate anymore, and he could only watch helplessly as a sword pierced through his throat. Flee quickly. Suddenly, from the rooftop of the Chunman building, Chun Yin shouted loudly toward the city lord's mansion. In fact, the dog elder had been observing the battle up until now. He also wanted to see who had come to kill Cheng Jian, who knew he would suddenly see a flash of golden light followed by a sword beam clearly much stronger than himself. Just like that, Cheng Jian was dead? The dog elder was completely stunned. Since when had killing a heavenly sovereign realm expert become so simple? The more unbelievable it seemed, the more convinced he became that this young Chun Yin must have some huge secret he was hiding. But his feelings for the Yusho sect were beyond reproach. Having power was naturally only beneficial and not harmful to the Yusho sect. Upon hearing Chun Yin's cry of "flee quickly," the dog elder finally snapped back to his senses. Otherwise, he probably would have lost himself in thought. Swoosh. His cultivation strength was fully exposed. After all, his cultivation was also at the heavenly sovereign level, making him the perfect scapegoat to divert people's attention. Bad. The elder has been killed. Where are you running, scoundrel? Chase him. The sudden voice from behind caused all the Xiantian sect disciples around the Chunman building who hadn't yet figured out what was happening to quickly regain their senses. They saw a streak of attacks shoot out from the Chunman building in the direction the dog elder had fled. Then countless figures chased in that direction. As for what followed, it all depended on how the dog elder performed. As for the people inside the Chunman building, apart from those already dead, the rest had long since fled outside. When cultivators were fighting and creating chaos, ordinary people who came to witness the spectacle had great judgment. They would never watch from close range, because everyone valued their own lives. When Chun Yin started the final confrontation and released the golden Sheng dragon, there were practically no people left inside the building. Looking upward from below, one could only see brilliant golden light. After everything was done, Xuan had already sealed the golden Sheng dragon back into the mountain and sea scroll. At this time, Xuan quietly carried Wuxia out from the back entrance, planning to find a safe place. Wuxia gently wrapped her arms around Xuan's neck, her entire body slightly dazed. This was the first time she had ever felt such a strong sense of insecurity. When Wuxia was little, she had actually grown up in a prestigious family, though she never took interest in cultivation. Her parents and the elders in the family treated her very well too. Since she had no interest in cultivation, she simply did not cultivate. But everything changed one day. That day, what she saw was a sea of blood. Her entire cultivation family, every single member, high and low, was dead, leaving only her, a little girl. She was about to die as well, at the hands of one of them, when an old man suddenly appeared. This little girl isn't a threat to you people beyond those eyes of hers. Today, we'll ruin her eyes. Since she has no cultivation, just let her live out her life as an ordinary person. This old man seemed to be no ordinary person. After rescuing her, he brought her to the great Qin dynasty. What Wuxia could remember about her past was only this much. In the days that followed, under the guidance of this old man, she learned many things. The music she played on the guqin had been mastered during those carefree days back in her family. The music she played back then was cheerful, but now most of what she played was filled with sorrow. And yet, this added a touch of melancholy that gave her a uniquely enchanting quality. The reason she had returned to the Chunman building was because the old man had left. According to his words, it was a reluctant decision, and he did not wish for his affairs to endanger Wuxia. Wuxia was her given name. As for her family name, the old man had told her never to mention it again for the rest of her life. The massacre of her entire family had nothing to do with this old man. He was merely a wandering cultivator who happened to pass by, someone with compassion who pitied the suffering of others. Wuxia held onto Xuan's hand even tighter. It was as if she wanted to memorize this feeling, to memorize this sensation. This sense of safety she had not felt since the old man had left. Those earlier shouts, the sword beam that finally shot toward Elder Dog, and even the command that finally caused the Tamed Sect disciples to give chase, had all been orchestrated by Xuan alone. That was exactly what he wanted, to draw all Elder Dog's attention elsewhere. Otherwise, forget about taking Wuxia away. Exposing his identity, leaving alone, would have been the only option. Are you okay? Did you get injured anywhere? Xuan asked. Chapter 50. Don't get the wrong idea. Wuxia shook her head slightly at Xuan's question. Now both of them had arrived at an inn. At first, Xuan had intended to rent 2 rooms, but considering that Wuxia couldn't see at all, it would probably be inconvenient for her, so he only rented 1 room. As for whether this was truly the only reason, only he himself knew. Xuan swallowed hard. Wuxia had a great figure, while holding her on the way hadn't felt like much. After all, they were in a hurry to escape, but now that they were inside the inn, things were different. Wuxia, maybe you should get off me for a moment? Xuan had already placed half of her body onto the bed in the room, but the hand around his neck hadn't loosened yet. Or don't you want me anymore? Xuan fell silent for a moment. It wasn't because he was having some internal struggle in his mind. He was just thinking about many other things, and finally sighed, gently patting the arm wrapped around his neck. Wuxia loosened her grip. Xuan brought over a chair and sat by the bed. Wuxia, even though you've left Chunmanla now, I won't restrict your freedom. I hope you can live freely, and I don't want you to live in any other way. Xuan assumed that Wuxia might only be staying with him now because he had taken her away, in order to survive and please him. He didn't want to see a Wuxia like that. Like a lotus rising unstained from the mud, Xuan didn't want her to change in that aspect. Wuxia didn't respond. She clearly knew Xuan misunderstood, but just now she indeed had meant to test him slightly. Staying silent was best at this moment. So much has happened today. Rest well on the bed. I still need to cultivate. After saying this, Xuan sat cross-legged on the chair. Innumerable starlights gathered into his body from the outside. Xuan, with his eyes closed, didn't notice the gaze by his side, watching him. To Wuxia, she had always seen nothing. Not even colors, only faint outlines, and even that only for certain special people and objects, which could give her such a sense of outlines. But right now, Xuan as a whole seemed to coalesce into light within her vision. At a glance, she could grasp his entire form. The radiant image of Xuan was imprinted in her mind. The battle tonight had brought significant gains. Chengjian had a storage ring whose contents had yet to be checked. Presumably, being a high-ranking elder, there must be at least some good things inside. Plus, he had received cultivation resources from the junior sect leader, perhaps something useful for himself or disciples from the Beast Tamed Sect. While excited, Xuan also started feeling anxious about his cultivation speed. Today he had used the myriad beast transformation to the fullest. Although his aura wasn't too stable, it was at least at the peak of the refining stage or the early core formation stage. That was barely enough to handle some major confrontations. If he truly encountered stronger experts, Xuan feared he still only had the option of running away. When the starlight of the night was completely absorbed, it merely lit up one more star within the star ocean chart. Xuan once again felt his physical strength improving. Although not as strongly as before, this sensation was genuine. Squeezing his fist, he threw a fierce punch at the air. According to his cultivation level, he should now be at foundation building stage 2nd layer, but his physical strength was more apparent, an estimated 3rd or 4th layer. The progress appeared quite fast seemingly, but this was all based on him having consumed so many pills earned through daily check-ins. If he didn't have the star ocean chart and couldn't cultivate using it as a core, Xuan guessed he would have given all these pills to the Beast Tamed Sect. Yet even after consuming them himself, the efficiency was somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Dog Uncle had, according to their previous plan, run ahead to the City Lord's mansion. After all, he had to lead people here to solidify his identity. Later, when those disciples couldn't keep up, he would intentionally or unintentionally slow down his pace slightly, allowing the others to catch sight of him. Finally, he broke into the City Lord's mansion right in front of them, yet the mansion remained completely undisturbed. Such a sight couldn't help but make some disciples wonder whether the mansion was even guarded. Some approached it, but suddenly a few experts rushed out from within, quickly wiping out everyone in no time. The remaining disciples now felt somewhat at a loss, caught between advancing and retreating. The murderer who had killed Elder Qingjian entered the City Lord's mansion without even a hint of response. It could only mean that the City Lord's mansion itself was behind it. But should they return to the sect now, or wait here for the sect leader and the other experts who had entered the secret realm? At this moment, one of the disciples, who was considered more insightful, took the initiative to give orders. Send a few people back to the sect to report what happened here to the elders still within the mountain gate. The rest of us will temporarily stay in the city to gather information and observe how things develop. With this arrangement in place, the disciples of Tamed Sect departed. Dog Uncle was now in a courtyard, where several people stood looking at him. Su Yifan was also present at this location. I'm returning this outfit to you now. May we know your identity? A Tianzuan stage cultivator was a rare and valuable individual anywhere. It was only natural to try and befriend such a person. The strongest cultivator within the City Lord's mansion was only at the initial Tianzuan stage, and even that was someone sent by the imperial court, requiring constant consultation for major decisions. The City Lord's mansion had its reasons. If they could get on good terms with the assassin who had killed Qingjian, then should any serious issues arise in the future, they would have 2 Tianzuan experts available for support. Dog Uncle had no particular interest in the City Lord. As for the young lord, Su Donggang, he had never been a good person either, so it was likely that the father wasn't any better. What position I hold isn't important. Now that matters are settled, I shall take my leave. Esteemed sir, please don't rush. Killing an elder of the Tamed Sect like Qingjian, if your identity is discovered, even with your cultivation level, it could become a serious problem. Perhaps it's better to temporarily take shelter here in the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion hadn't yet given up, still trying to negotiate further. However, it was precisely this sentence that led them to receive an unexpected piece of news. You're all mistaken. I was just a decoy, nothing more than someone to lure others away. I didn't do anything except run during this stretch. Even if Qingjian had some means of tracking the killer, it won't land on me. Seeing the shock on the faces of those present, Dog Uncle simply dusted himself off and left. A few flickers of his figure later, he had vanished completely. Chapter 51, The Whole Story. The next day, the news of Elder Qingjian from Tamed Sect being publicly murdered in Beia City had already spread throughout every street and alley of the city. With such a story circulating, no one even tried to stop the spread. The tale became more exaggerated with each telling, growing ever more absurd and unbelievable. Initially, the version closer to the truth was that he had offended a certain martial arts expert at the Chunman restaurant and got into a serious fight. Later versions, however, claimed he had died fighting over a woman with another expert. Yet regardless of which account was accurate, whoever eliminated Qingjian must certainly be an extremely powerful expert. But the most critical point among all of this was the stance of the City Lord's mansion. Right from the beginning, the situation with the City Lord's mansion had been shrouded in mystery. That Tamed Sect and the City Lord's mansion had fallen out was something known to all. However, whether Qingjian had actually been killed by someone from the City Lord's mansion, no one dared say for sure. Chen Yin still used the old method and directly went to the tea house. Bao Datai, Mr. Know-all, made his living precisely through this sort of work, coming to the tea house each day at the appointed hour to either spread news or gather new information. It was an unshakable routine. The disguise Chen Yin used now was the same one he'd used previously when exchanging information for star meteorite materials. The news he had gathered, and then the death of Qingjian. To say he had nothing whatsoever to do with this matter, probably not even a fool would believe it, much less Bao Datai. In fact, during this period, the other party had been actively looking for Chen Yin's trail. After all, Tamed Sect had placed an exceptionally high reward for finding the murderer of Qingjian. Bao Datai naturally received that bounty and was now mobilizing his contacts and resources. He had indeed learned something about what had happened that night at the City Lord's mansion. It appeared that the City Lord's mansion had received information in advance, so they immediately pulled their night watchman off duty that evening. Seemingly, someone really did arrive at the City Lord's mansion that night, yet without causing the slightest ripple. Therefore, this incident must definitely have something to do with the City Lord's mansion, but whether the person involved belonged to the City Lord's mansion was still hard to say. When Chen Yin arrived, he directly walked up to Bao Datai. What's wrong, sir? Wait, it's you. That's right. Come with me. First, Bao Datai was delighted but then immediately became apprehensive. Someone who dares to kill Qingjian, calling me out like this. Could he possibly be here to silence me? Chen Yin saw the expression of fear on Bao Datai's face and naturally understood what the man was thinking. Have you stopped doing business already? Upon hearing this sentence, Bao Datai relaxed. The two once again entered a private room in the inn where Bao Datai worked. Just as usual, Bao Datai took out a formation plate and immediately sealed off the sound between the inside and outside of the room. After finishing this, even Bao Datai himself appeared visibly excited. I never thought you really killed him. You better not talk nonsense. I didn't kill him. I simply happened to ask about such news. If I had really killed him, then today, if I came to find you, it would definitely be to kill you to cover up the tracks. After hearing this, Bao Detai nodded with an expression on his face, but his heart did not feel the same at all. Except for you. There really is no one else with both the guts and opportunity. But even if you won't admit it, I won't call you out on it either. Although the bounty from Tamed Sect was high, Bao Detai clearly knew that since the other party dared to approach him directly, naturally, they were not afraid of him leaking their trail. In reality, both sides were engaged in a psychological battle, and in this round of mental contest, they reached a draw, knowing only the bottom lines of the other party. So today, you've come here to ask me for news again? Rather than say you've come to ask me for news, it would be better to say you want to know how much I know about what happened last night. Bao Detai's eyes flickered. He knew that if he spoke his gathered information aloud and verified it against the other's account, he would be able to reconstruct the entire incident. Simply doing that would bring him considerable profit. After all, so many people wanted to know exactly what had happened last night. Now, there was a chance he could be the only one who could know all the facts. How could he not be excited? Last night, Chun Yin listened carefully to Bao Detai's description, nodding in some places, frowning at others. But overall, the big picture was indeed laid out with clarity. Truly worthy of being an intelligence broker, knowing clearly the authenticity of gossip and how things were supposed to unfold. In response, Yixian subtly added some noticeable errors and small details that could affect judgment. Don't get the wrong idea. Chun Yin wasn't here just to help selflessly. The reason why he was verifying all this was, in fact, to achieve his own goal. Who says the details he was revealing were all true? Bao Detai himself probably also understood that not all the information could be fully trusted, yet everything Chun Yin had revealed fit logically. Now you have a complete story. Chun Yin wasn't wrong. This was indeed a complete story, though not necessarily the truth. In fact, the real truth might never be known. What do you want in return? Although Chun Yin hadn't given him the absolute truth, this complete version alone would bring him tremendous gains. The relationship between the two hadn't reached the point where either would freely help the other without anything in return. You know so much intelligence. Why don't you help me keep track of Tamed Sect and the City Lord's Mansion's future actions? And while you're at it, try predicting what might happen next. Bao Detai pondered the request for a moment. What the Tamed Sect and the City Lord's Mansion would do next seemed difficult to judge at first glance, but once you thought about it, it was actually quite simple. Most likely, the City Lord's Mansion would just let things drift for now and maintain silence. Ask them anything, and they would simply deny it. As for Tamed Sect, Master Elder, what do we do about this situation now? The whole city is talking about it. If we don't take action and respond soon, the prestige of our entire sect will be greatly affected. Prestige? You're talking about prestige at a time like this. After Cheng Jian's death, the new acting elder of Tamed Sect was named Hui Dao. By seniority and generation, it was naturally his turn to lead. However, this man's approach was extremely impulsive, quick to anger, and prone to violence. In terms of cultivation level, he truly was slightly higher than Cheng Jian, but he hadn't broken through into the celestial sovereign realm. Otherwise, he would have gone with the sect leader to the secret realm. Didn't they need to leave behind adequate defensive forces to protect the sect, while those who went inside the secret realm would bring back treasures anyway? Even though those remaining would receive some of the spoils, the best items would naturally be picked first by those who had gone in. Though frustrated, he still held deep feelings for the sect, so Hui Dao harbored no real resentment. Chapter 52 Elder Hui Dao of Xuan. These bastards at the City Lord's Mansion. I'm going there right now to confront them. Hui Dao had only just arrived in Beia City today. He hadn't even gotten his footing yet, and knew nothing about the current situation here. He believed that relying on his status from a second-tier sect to pressure the City Lord's Mansion would surely be more than sufficient. Plus, there was the matter with the young sect leader previously. Old grudges and new hatred would all be settled today. Saying that, he led all his disciples straight toward the City Lord's Mansion. Unknown to many pairs of eyes watching this Hui Dao who had just entered the city, everyone was very curious about what he would do next, except of course the City Lord's Mansion and some wandering cultivators. Other third-rate sects and several nearby second-tier sects also paid great attention to this matter. Cheng Jian might as well be considered famous far and wide. Although not necessarily for good or bad reasons, people were quite familiar with him. Though he is now dead, he left behind an extremely complicated network of relationships. How to deal with all this was indeed a bit of a quandary for the City Lord's Mansion. One fan, do you really believe we can trust that kid? It's not a matter of whether we can trust him now. It's that we have no choice but to trust him. What do you mean? Su Yifan was now sitting in the courtyard playing Go with the City Lord. However, neither of their minds was on the game board, but rather on the assassination incident from last night. The name Chen Nian had entered the City Lord's ears for the first time. Perhaps he had heard this name before, but to the City Lord, it wasn't even worth remembering. It belonged to a nobody, a person without cultivation. But last night, this nobody came up with the plan, this nobody arranged everything. This nobody even found a powerful expert and actually eliminated an enemy that the City Lord's Mansion couldn't even touch. Terrifying. To speak plainly, if Chun Yin truly harbored any sinister intentions, he could just as easily disguise himself as someone from Xuan and eliminate members of the City Lord's Mansion. So long as no evidence was left behind, as long as everything logically added up, truth and falsehood could become hopelessly entangled. The ones who would suffer losses would be inevitably the City Lord's Mansion and Xuan. We all underestimated him. That Heaven Sovereign who escaped last night clearly had a different attitude toward that kid. That old dog uncle clearly followed Chun Yin's orders, and even if it wasn't strictly an authoritative command, there definitely was some other bond connecting them. definitely more than just an employer-hired relationship. Most crucially, nobody really knew what exactly happened at Chunman Tower last night. And the only one present who could possibly know everything was that courtesan girl, Wu Xia. Yet Wu Xia had simply vanished, as if she had never existed. Everyone knew she must have fled amidst the chaos from Chunman Tower, but no one knew where she had disappeared to. Su Ruofeng, come out and die, you bastard. Su Ruofeng was precisely the name of the Beiya city lord. Regardless of who he was, being loudly shouted for in public like this was undeniably an embarrassing loss of face, and he was undoubtedly furious. Who dares to cause such a ruckus here? Su Ruofeng directly stepped out from the city lord's mansion and sent forth a strike toward the figure outside. The man who had been shouting also showed no fear, and his spiritual energy surged up. Boom. A relatively deep crater appeared on the ground directly in front of the city lord's mansion. Come down. Along with this furious shout, a massive blade suddenly appeared in his hand and slashed downward. Without hesitation, Hu Yidao started swinging his sword the moment he arrived. Who cares if there's reason or not? As long as my blade is stronger, that alone is reason enough. Su Ruofeng originally thought it was just a sect disciple sent by Xuan to provoke him, but he didn't expect it to actually be an elder, and one whose cultivation level surpassed his by quite a margin. Stop. If Su Ruofeng were actually hit by that attack, he probably wouldn't survive. From within the city lord's mansion, another elderly figure appeared, a heaven sovereign realm cultivator present at last night's events, aside from old dog uncle. Boom. Two streams of spiritual energy of different colors collided, producing a powerful shockwave that tore a huge hole in the mansion's outer wall. This incident immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although no one dared to come too close, cultivators from all corners of the city were watching eagerly from the rooftops. Who wouldn't want to witness such a spectacular confrontation between the city lord's mansion and Xuan? Chun Yan, too, felt startled in his heart upon sensing the sudden disturbance within the city. Exchanging glances with Bao Detong, the two of them hadn't yet reached any conclusions from their earlier conversation. But hearing such a tremendous commotion outside, both immediately suspected that something had already happened at the city lord's mansion. As the formation disc was retracted, the two of them simultaneously arrived outside the room, looking toward the direction of the city lord's mansion, where two figures stood facing off midair. If a heaven sovereign realm expert truly went all out in battle, though it wouldn't necessarily destroy the entire city, destroying half of it wouldn't be too difficult. Hu Yidao wasn't a complete hothead. Without a minimum level of intelligence and ability to handle affairs, he wouldn't have reached the position of elder. Su Ruofeng, stop hiding downstairs like a coward. Today, you must give me a proper explanation for this matter. Actually, Hu Yidao's current approach was the most beneficial for him. Since a man had died, he could position himself as being in the right no matter what. Regardless of whether it was really the city lord's mansion that had done it or someone else who fled there, the city lord's mansion bore the responsibility. Worst case scenario, he had been assassinated within the city lord's territory, and the two sides already had prior conflicts. Cheng Jinfeng was killed by Su Donggang. Wasn't that your son, Su Ruofeng? That incident occurred openly under the eyes of countless witnesses. There was no faking that. Even if it turned out you were truly framed, or had other reasons entirely, Xuan could simply ignore all these additional proofs and evidence. They only needed to go by what their eyes saw. Right now, Hu Yidao clearly wanted to solidify this perception, and under the scrutiny of all witnesses, publicly humiliate the city lord's mansion, thereby salvaging Xuan reputation, which had already plummeted to rock bottom. How could a second-tier sect tolerate being bullied by a mere city lord of a dynasty? It's one thing if our experts aren't back at the sect, but whether others fear us is another matter entirely. Hu Yidao, let me give you a piece of advice too. If you act recklessly here, do you really think this matter is as simple as it seems? The waters run far deeper than you know. To put it plainly, this wasn't done by the city lord's mansion, and as for who actually did it, I don't know. Su Ruofeng shouted directly into the air while rising upward to reply. Chapter 53, Su Yifen's background. The answer contained some rather thought-provoking implications. You could say it didn't reveal much, but it wasn't entirely vague either. At the very least, it hinted that things weren't as simple as they seemed, and that it wasn't the city lord's mansion responsible. Believe it or not, I'm not taking responsibility for this incident, nor will I bring up the previous matter of the young city lord killing the young sect leader. Hu Yidao also clearly understood that today's commotion had primarily been intended to regain some prestige, and at the very least, to make others realize that the Tamed Sect wasn't some weakling that others could take advantage of as they pleased. His actions were also mainly aimed at deterring those with ulterior motives through sheer strength. Otherwise, everyone would try to get a piece of the action. If someone were to attack Tamed Sect disciples in the chaos, things would become a problem. His revelation of his cultivation would force others to become more cautious. Although Hu Yidao hadn't voiced it aloud, he already had a general suspicion in his heart. Some enemy was taking this opportunity to undermine the Tamed Sect. At first glance, this logic seemed perfectly sound. Yet the most crucial question remained. Who exactly was this enemy? Recently, they hadn't offended anyone other than the city lord's mansion, and the city lord's mansion clearly lacked the capability. This was what truly perplexed them. As the saying goes, heaven watches all. Based on just your words, I can only leave it to heaven to supervise you. I hope you don't end up with bad luck and die some miserable, unknown death. After saying this, Hu Yidao simply walked away, not giving the other party a chance for verbal confrontation. This infuriated Su Ruofeng immensely. As the ruler of an entire city, when had he ever gone anywhere without receiving universal respect? At the very least, his status and strength were generally acknowledged. But in front of Hui Dao, he had become a despicable, deceitful scoundrel, a person unworthy of trust, even receiving such an unjust curse. Who could possibly endure such humiliation? Yet, he couldn't very well order the other party to stop and settle the matter, because they simply couldn't beat him. Hui Dao was stronger than Cheng Jian, and the City Lord's mansion only had a late-stage Sky Venerable cultivator. Even at mid-stage, there would still be a noticeable difference compared to Cheng Jian, an experienced mid-stage expert. How could they fight? The fact that Hui Dao hadn't killed anyone earlier clearly showed that he hadn't come here for murder today. Otherwise, how could a mere early-stage Sky Venerable stop Hui Dao? Let's go back to our rooms. After witnessing this scene, Chen Yan found the atmosphere somewhat heavy. This wasn't an issue that could be easily resolved. Even if he wanted to secretly arrange a killing, it would require a considerable gap in power to succeed. If killing Hui Dao was really so easy, he wouldn't have to worry like this in the first place. Besides, considering past precedents, Hui Dao would likely be more cautious this time. Even if he tried, would the other party even give him such an opportunity? One person had already died at the Chunman Pavilion. There was no way Hui Dao would die there again. Chun Yin grew increasingly anxious as he thought, yet on Ba Doding's face was a relaxed expression. If you're worrying about this matter being exposed or causing further trouble, then that's unnecessary. Oh, Chen Yin looked at Ba Doding with mild surprise. I've also heard some things about Hui Dao. Although his cultivation is formidable, the man isn't someone who plots or schemes. His schemes run shallow. Against someone like that, even a little planning can produce tremendous effects. Ba Doding's analysis calmed Chen Yin somewhat. While it did sound convincing, he suspected the reality wasn't so simple. If it really were this easy to eliminate such an old fox, then countless people would have already tried. Today might seem like Hui Dao had acted rashly, but all along he hadn't crossed his opponent's bottom line, never pushing the other side into a desperate last stand. This suggested that everything was within his planning. His apparent recklessness was just a facade. Most likely, this was a familiar tactic. Putting Hui Dao aside for now, are there any hidden forces or potential experts behind the City Lord's mansion? Otherwise, an unusual expression appeared on Ba Doding's face. If the City Lord's mansion truly had any powerful experts, wouldn't they have shown themselves already? How could they tolerate watching their city lord be insulted in such a manner? After all, this also touched upon the dignity of the royal family itself. To have been directly insulted and scolded publicly, who could possibly endure such humiliation? However, Ba Doding suddenly thought of something. There's a rumor, its truth unknown. I at least lack the means to verify it, as I'm not especially familiar with these second-tier sects, though I have some knowledge of the region. Go ahead and speak. Do you know of Su Yifan? Chen Yin hesitated. Of course he knew. How could he not? After all, it was from Su Yifan that he had borrowed the City Lord's mansion guard's uniforms. It said that this person has deep connections with a certain second-tier sect, a sect whose power approaches that of a first-tier one. Precisely because of this, he's practically someone none of the sects dare offend. Su Yifan? Chen Yin was now truly astonished. He had considered many possibilities, but never expected the key to everything to rest with Su Yifan. But then, what exactly was his background? If there really was such a second-tier sect, surely it wouldn't remain so ambiguous by now. Surely it would have shown itself and revealed some clues. Where did this come from? The origin is unknown, but it's true that on several occasions when Su Yifan was in danger, a mysterious force rescued him. Upon hearing this information, Chun Yin's belief in the other's special identity was now at least 3 parts convinced. After all, not just any force could be called a mysterious force. On one hand, it needed to be powerful. On the other, it had to remain completely undetected. Only then could it truly be called mysterious. Chen Yin continued chatting with Ba Doding for a while longer, but realized he wouldn't be getting any further information. Immediately after leaving, he hurried back to the inn. Now, Wu Xia had become the top priority for everyone's attention. On one hand, he couldn't allow anyone to find her. On the other, he had to find a way to personally escort Miss Wu Xia beyond the borders of Beicheng. The only place that came to mind was the Beast Taming Gate. Chapter 54, Making the Rounds. Honestly, Chen Yin still felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he himself was a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate, and now he had brought yet another useless person into the sect's mountains. Although the Beast Taming Sect's current situation could easily support one more useless individual, this act still made him feel uneasy. Before returning, Chen Yin had already removed his disguise and met the dog uncle halfway. Hey, you brat, you really are too heartless. Last night, in such a dangerous situation, you told me to run off. After I fled, when I returned to the inn, you didn't even come back the whole night. What kind of meaning does that carry? Chen Yin smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to inform dog uncle about his overnight plan and destination. Firstly, he apologized sincerely. Then he bought a bunch of snacks that dog uncle loved, finally taking him back to the inn together. Inside the inn room where they currently stayed, Wu Xia was staring blankly out the window. She couldn't quite make sense of the vision she had seen in her eyes last night. Why had so many shimmering beams of light poured into Chun Yin's body from the sky? Moreover, those lights seemed to possess a particularly miraculous power. When Chun Yin entered from outside, Wu Xia was still lost in thought, not even noticing someone had walked in. Did you rest well last night? My young master, you're back. The dog uncle wore a very odd expression on his face. He knew that Chun Yin had gone to the pleasure district, but going there was one thing. If you actually took one of the girls out, that became a completely different matter. And judging by appearances, the old dog uncle, with all his experience, couldn't possibly believe that nothing happened between them. After all, Chen Yin looked nothing but a young, healthy man. If some dry and flammable incident had indeed happened, well, one couldn't be too surprised. Xuan Yin, shouldn't your old dog uncle step out for a while first, and let you two have some time to chat properly? Upon hearing the cough, Chen Yin immediately figured out what kind of thoughts had filled dog uncle's mind, his face darkening as he shook his head. What nonsense are you thinking about? Don't you remember who people across the streets and alleys are searching for right now? Dog uncle blanked out for a moment. Frankly speaking, he momentarily forgot what was going on. As soon as he regained his senses, he blurted out, Wuxia. She's her. She's Wuxia. Chen Yin simply nodded. The dog uncle instantly understood how grave the situation was. Fortunately for Wuxia, no one had yet found her. But if someone had located her, her fate would undoubtedly be extremely grim. Whether she was willing to reveal the truth of that night or not, once the Tamed Sect found this girl, death would be the inevitable outcome awaiting her. What do you plan to do? Chen Yin let out a bitter smile. It's not about what I intend to do anymore. It's about whether we can do anything at all. Besides gathering information today, he had subtly learned some details about Wuxia from Bao dating. To put it plainly, every inch of the city and its surrounding areas had been thoroughly infiltrated with various informants. Even Bao dating himself had many of them lying in wait within the city walls. If Wuxia were to step outside, she'd probably be surrounded within minutes, and they wouldn't even be able to get out. As for trying to wear veils or other disguises, countermeasures against such tactics had likely already been put in place. Hearing this, dog uncle grew worried too. My young master, please don't worry yourself so much. If nothing else, let me stay behind in the city. Chen Yin immediately refused upon hearing those words. What else would you find by staying? Death. From that sentence alone, Wuxia could tell that the speaker was not attempting to get something from her, but simply cared about her and wished for her to survive. How about finding a way to confuse others' vision, letting others impersonate Miss Wuxia, then slipping through the city gates amid the confusion? Chen Yin rolled his eyes at dog uncle's suggestion. Though the plan might have a certain chance of success, the underlying precondition was that they would inevitably expose their identities. The current Beast Tamed Sect could not withstand such turmoil. Starting such a massive disturbance within the city might completely erase all the tricks and diversions they had previously laid down. And worse yet, the murder of Cheng Jiansheng by Su Dongyang might eventually be traced back to the Beast Tamed Sect. As for expecting help from the City Lord's mansion again, forget about it. The City Lord's mansion would rather someone else take responsibility for Cheng Jiansheng's death. Right now, the sole reason both sides could cooperate to a certain extent was that the City Lord's mansion had already reached an irreconcilable conflict with the opposing side, having exhausted all possible escape routes, hence having no other choice but to seek assistance from outsiders. Chen Yin saw through the entire situation very clearly. Just as Chen Yin had an idea, sudden knocking sounds came from outside the room. Room check. Room check. Business of the Tamed Sect. Bystanders stay clear. Chen Yin's pupils shrank. Clearly, the enemy had decided to take radical action this time. If you're hiding in the city, then I'll turn the entire city upside down until I find you somewhere. Master, you should leave from here. If they come to this room and see only me inside, they won't be able to lay blame on you. Wuxia bowed respectfully to Chen Yin, then quietly sat motionless on the bed. Chen Yin clenched his teeth. He had one particularly big secret. This secret could resolve the current crisis, but originally, he had no intention of revealing it to others. Dog uncle, step out for a moment. Okay. Dog uncle even closed the door behind him when leaving, giving the young couple some private time in his mind. Wuxia, later I will take you somewhere. Don't be nervous. Wuxia understands. My young master will never harm me. Wuxia's voice remained extremely calm. The only idea Chen Yin had was the mountain and sea chart. And the sole reason he was willing to do this was Wuxia's eyes. These eyes couldn't see anything at all, so naturally there was no possibility of exposing the mountain and sea chart. Most importantly, Wuxia currently lacked the ability to protect herself, meaning he could control her completely. Trust already existed between them. What remained was simply to let fate decide. Dong dong dong. Open the door, people inside. Business of the Tamed Sect. Chen Yin calmly opened the door. Originally, he had booked this room for a single person, so the disciples entering for inspection saw no sign of anyone else. Dog uncle outside was extremely nervous, even already thinking whether a fierce battle might erupt any moment. Chapter 55 Can't Leave. Dog uncle was observing from the outside, thinking about how he could take Chen Yin and escape. Meanwhile, he also kept a close ear on what was happening inside the room. If he were to directly unleash his cultivation and fight his way out, would there already be hidden experts waiting outside? He was extremely anxious, yet there wasn't a single sound coming from inside the room. What's going on? The disciple from Tamed Sect who was checking rooms walked out, causing dog uncle to freeze in place. As the man entered the room, he stared blankly at Xuan. Where is he? It's a secret. Wait until the people checking rooms have moved on before coming in. Dog uncle didn't say a word, and simply exited the room obediently to continue watching what was happening outside. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yin hurried into the Shanheitu to assess the current situation. Wuxia, at this moment, felt extremely astonished. Gazing at this realm before her, she sensed the infinite mysteries radiating from every corner. Even though she was blind, she faintly saw a few bright, glowing spots in the sky, and it also seemed like two powerful beings were approaching this place. When Chen Yin entered, Wuxia happened to be facing away from him, so she didn't see the look of shock on his face. You can stay here for a while longer. I'll release you only after all those searching for you have left. Thank you, young master. After saying this, Chen Yin exited the Shanheitu. Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, the two powerful beasts, curiously observed the figures standing not far ahead. Wu Xiao was also looking at them. To her eyes, the two beasts radiated different glowing lights, yet both were wrapped in a kind of surreal aura. This is truly incredible. As Wu Xiao thought to herself, Xiao Jin, being more curious, reached out his paw wanting to touch her. Startled, Wu Xiao took a step back. After all, although Xiao Jin was the distant-looking golden holy dragon, filled with aesthetic beauty when seen from afar, up close his massive body exuded a majestic and oppressive presence. How could Wu Xia, a normal, untrained woman, withstand such pressure? She was immediately pushed to the ground, her body somewhat out of her control. Roar! After letting out a loud roar, Xiao Jin soared high into the sky, soared through the clouds for a while, and then dived into the depths of the sea. Though curious, he could also tell the woman was afraid. Gua gua. Xiao LV moved slower, but eventually arrived nearby as well. He didn't show as much curiosity. After glancing at her a couple of times, he retreated into his turtle shell. It was time for him to sleep now. Though untrained, Wu Xiao knew quite a bit about the cultivation world. Those two beasts were definitely fearsome entities. That young master who had saved her had killed Cheng Jian. This wasn't hard to guess. At such a young age, possessing such formidable cultivation abilities, how had he achieved that? At that moment, Chen Yin became an extremely mysterious figure in Wu Xiao's mind, but this didn't affect her trust in him at all. Besides, if Chen Yin hadn't trusted her, he wouldn't have placed her inside this space. If it were only for himself, escaping from Bay City would be too simple. Therefore, Wu Xiao always remembered the kindness of Chen Yin. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door outside. From inside, Chen Yin shouted that he was coming soon. Releasing someone from the Shanhei took but a single thought. When Dog Uncle entered the room, Wu Xiao had already sat back down on the bed. You kid really have some skills. Disappearing a whole person right under everyone's nose like that, and none of them could find her. Dog Uncle spoke with admiration. Chen Yin offered no explanation, nor did Wu Xiao utter a word. What's the situation like outside now? Can't say it's good or bad. Although those disciples have all left, the experts haven't. If you two were to openly walk on the street now, it wouldn't take them more than minutes to find you. We'll have to wait until tonight to see what happens. Chen Yin mused, then said goodbye to Dog Uncle, telling him that he needed to leave for a while and asking him to look after Wu Xia. Where could you possibly go at such a dangerous moment? Chen Yin smiled, shook his head, and walked downstairs. Dog Uncle wouldn't stop him, not bothering to ask for more explanations. After all, no matter what method he had used, he had truly killed Cheng Jian. Whether it had been through summoning experts or setting up ambushes, Dog Uncle would never again underestimate the young man, Chen Yin. Back in the room, Dog Uncle remained very curious about the gossip between Wu Xia and Chen Yin. Chen Yin went into a corner, confirming that no one was around, then used his Qian Rin Qian Mian technique to transform his appearance, and began seeking out Hui Dao. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures 100 battles without peril. The opponent had sent such a powerful expert. The simplest way to leave the city safely was either to eliminate Hui Dao or gain his permission. In Bay City, there were many people who wished to leave freely, and it was impossible for all of them to travel without female companions. Hui Dao? What do you mean by this? Princess Qianqian, old man has no intention to offend, but I cannot allow your maid to pass through with you. Qin Diawu's face had turned dark with anger as she glared at the man before her wielding the large blade. Although the Tamed Sect was merely a second-rate sect, and the Great Qin dynasty was only a second-tier faction, there was still some difference between a sect and a cultivation-based royal dynasty. It was understandable that Hui Dao wouldn't show her respect, but understanding didn't equate to acceptance. After all, she was a princess of the realm and represented the dignity of the imperial family. If she backed down so easily, she wouldn't be the only one losing face. Besides, among her maids, there were also some powerful individuals. Since her elder brother had already begun deploying assassins for political power struggles, it was necessary for her to have an extra layer of security. She didn't believe that her journey back to the imperial palace would be smooth sailing. Chen Yin witnessed the confrontation between Hui Dao and Qin Diawu at the city gate quite clearly. There might be two ways to resolve this situation. The first was to assist Qin Diawu in exiting the city while having Wu Xia hide among Qin Diawu's maids. The second method was to consider joining forces with Qin Diawu to take down Hui Dao. Speaking of which, the first option seemed more feasible. The latter would require the presence of powerful experts. Though there was someone like Sima Chuxua, he was only at the core formation stage, utterly no match for Hui Dao. It was likely that Qin Diawu might have other experts, but they probably didn't reach Hui Dao's level. Has the Tamed Sect grown so arrogant as to provoke a war with the Great Qin dynasty? Chapter 56, a recommendation. Where's the princess getting such an idea? How could we possibly be heading toward war? It's just that we've encountered some matters that need resolving within the city. We hope the princess can understand. The words were spoken lightly, and after finishing, Hui Dao simply left from here, seemingly having no intention of continuing to engage with the princess. Even though Qin Diawu was furious, she could do nothing but temporarily remain in the city. Let's go. When Qin Diawu returned to her quarters, the people from the city governor's mansion had already arrived. Uncle Su, Your Highness, the princess. One gave a junior's bow, while the other performed a half-kneeling royal salute. The relationship between the two appeared quite good. The one who had come to visit the princess was none other than Su Yifan. It seems the princess has not succeeded in leaving Bay City after all. You know yourself, Uncle Su, my personal guards are already limited to begin with. If I have to leave behind my attending maidservants as well, our defensive forces will be reduced by half. If assassins were to come again. Su Yifan had recently learned about the assassination attempt on the princess, but to his great relief, she hadn't perished. Instead, she had been rescued by a mysterious martial cultivation expert. Old Su, I didn't expect you to show up here, Shimin Shushua remarked as he stepped out from the backyard, somewhat surprised upon seeing Su Yifan. What's wrong with me being here? As a matter of fact, I do have some familial ties with the city governor. That explained it. The three spent a while catching up, showing a very friendly rapport. Since you're here, do you know anything about Cheng Jian's death not long ago? If I must say, my knowledge on the matter is limited, but I do have some involvement. Both Shimin Shushue and the princess looked stunned upon hearing this. Not because they were shocked by the news, but rather because they couldn't understand it. If you were involved, how could you claim not to know much? Sensing their confusion, Su Yifan shut the door and set up some protective measures. Only then did he speak. The truth is, I know who actually killed Cheng Jian or hired someone to kill him. The city governor's mansion is merely taking the blame. As long as they refuse to admit it, nothing will happen to them in the end. Su Yifan then recounted to them all the details he had previously discussed with Chun Yin while playing chess under the pavilion. Absolutely incredible. I never imagined that such an extraordinary young talent would exist in Bay City. What the princess desperately lacked was a clever strategist at her side. Previously, she hadn't considered opposing her older brother, but now that her brother had begun moving against her, if she still didn't start resisting, she wouldn't even know how she had died. Though the strategists and advisors she already had listened to her and gave suggestions, they were not truly her loyal followers. They were people with personal ambitions of their own, a huge difference. If she could somehow bring over the young man Su Yifan just mentioned, this situation could instantly change. Others would struggle to insert their own people here. Moreover, she wouldn't immediately become the target for others' hostility. The young man would be the one bearing the brunt of their attacks. She was playing her cards well, both gaining benefits and diverting attention. I wonder what this remarkable young man's name is. Su Yifan hesitated for a moment before answering directly. I'm just wondering, princess, what exactly do you need from him? Qin Diu sincerely laid out her intentions. Some relationships had to be dealt with openly and honestly. If she hesitated now, her loss might be more than just missing out on this promising youth. If that's the case, I really don't think he will agree to your request. It's quite possible the two of you might end up parting on bad terms. Qin Diu was slightly taken aback, not quite believing the outcome. She was very confident in her own beauty and had met quite a few young talents across the land. Usually, when she offered favorable terms, gaining someone's cooperation wasn't too difficult. From what Su Yifan had said, this young man's current situation was rather precarious. He had no powerful backing and was, in fact, pretty much alone. In this situation, she, as the princess of the Great Qin dynasty, was reaching out on her own initiative. Any sensible person would readily accept. So why would Su Yifan suggest there was a chance they would end up clashing? Su Yifan smiled. Princess, don't take this lightly. His aspirations don't lie in that direction. He doesn't desire fame or success. So the things you could offer him might not hold any value at all. Though incentives can influence people's behavior, not everyone is driven by self-interest. Though Qin Diu nodded at the moment, she didn't truly take those words to heart. In her eyes, everyone under heaven bustles about for personal gain. The reason the other party wasn't tempted was simply because the right bargaining chips and a sufficiently high price hadn't yet been offered. As long as they could meet in person, everything could be discussed. Su Yifan only needed a single glance to realize the princess hadn't given up on this idea. Alright then, if there's an opportunity for you to meet him, I'll ask about his thoughts. If you do want to meet, I can make the introduction for you. But between him and me, we aren't really that close. We're only mutual friends. Actually, this statement from Su Yifan wasn't entirely truthful in saying he didn't know Chun Yin well. It was more of a warning to the princess not to try to act under his name. Because they were friends, if the princess claimed it was Su Yifan's idea, Chun Yin might actually lend a hand for Su's sake. But that would certainly strain the relationship between Chun Yin and Su Yifan. Naturally, Qin Diu also knew her limits. If someone was already willing to give guidance, that could be considered utmost generosity. It would be too unkind to drag the person further into the matter. Her own uncle Shimin Shushua might be able to act this way with Su Yifan, but although she was a princess of the nation, she could not. Since things have already been settled, if you have anything else you wish to understand, feel free to come find me in Chengdu anytime. But for now, I shall take my leave. Su Yifan volunteered to leave first. Qin Diu glanced at Shimin Shushua. Uncle Shimin, what do you think about this matter? I'm not particularly skilled in such affairs, but old Su's judgment has always been quite good. That young man must have real ability, and his character is likely also quite strong. If you can't achieve your goal, it's best not to force it. Diu understands. The more these people spoke highly of Chun Yin, the more determined she became to try every possible means to win him over. In truth, Qin Diu had always been fiercely competitive since childhood. Chapter 57. Hope you are well. The reason things seem much better now isn't because she has become less competitive, but because such trivial matters no longer stir the princess's competitive spirit. For her, Chun Yin is now a matter of great importance. Meanwhile, the person himself had actually been outside the whole time. Chun Yin was just outside the courtyard where the princess lived, thinking about how to sneak inside, when he saw Su Yifan approaching from afar. Facing this guy, Chun Yin was naturally cautious. He pretended to pass by casually and naturally. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Yifan entering the princess's courtyard. Here to see the princess? Chun Yin muttered to himself before quickly turning his head, finding a place to deactivate his thousand faces technique. When Su Yifan came out, Chen Yin just so happened to emerge from a nearby shop, bumping into him face to face on the street. Oh, haha, didn't expect to run into you here. So, are you looking for me for something? It's not exactly urgent, but perhaps we can have a cup of tea and play a game of chess at the city lord's mansion? Sure. Chen Yin smiled, holding the bottle of wine he had bought from the shop, appearing perfectly calm and collected. Chatting and laughing, they made their way back to the city lord's residence and into the same courtyard as last time. By now, most of the personal guards at the mansion had seen Chen Yin. If he came again in the future to visit Su Yifan, no one would dare stop him. Well then, the tea and chess are just excuses. You probably have something serious to talk about, right? Chen Yin was very direct and spoke up first. On the chessboard, both players had their pieces laid out, each one carefully considering their next move. Su Yifan simply smiled. We'll talk after this game. Forget tea today. Let's drink wine instead. Haha, someone might think you bought all this wine just for my arrival. Who says I didn't? Chen Yin replied with a grin. They were not only engaged in a game of chess, but also engaged in a deeper mental contest beyond the board. Yet Chen Yin remained unfazed. No matter how hard Su Yifan tried to probe, Chen Yin stayed on his own path. In terms of chess skill, Chen Yin and Su Yifan were quite evenly matched, with wins and losses often hanging by a thread, neither significantly superior to the other. Suddenly, the captain of the guards rushed into the courtyard to find Su Yifan. Lord Su, Princess Qianqian has come to visit. Upon hearing the news, Su Yifan paused slightly before shaking his head and smiling. It seemed that the two of them walking together from the street into the mansion, chatting all the while, had already drawn the princess's attention. If that was the case, it would be better to bring her in together. It would be safest to handle matters in front of him. In that case, let the princess come directly to the backyard. Yes. The guard left. Chen Yin and Su Yifan continued their chess game, but their minds were already elsewhere, on the princess. Aren't you curious as to why the princess came? And you aren't the least bit intrigued by her. Why is the princess here? Won't we know when she arrives? There's no rush. As for whether I find the princess interesting. In the end, Chen Yin simply shook his head and laughed lightly, refusing to continue the conversation. Su Yifan found this situation quite curious. Judging from the circumstances, it seemed Chen Yin must know the princess, not just a passing acquaintance. He must have interacted with her before. But if that were true, why wouldn't the princess recognize Chen Yin? That was truly strange. By the time the princess got the news, she had already deduced that the only young man in Bay City who could receive such a warm welcome from Su Yifan was that exceptionally talented youth. Since it would be their first meeting, she wanted to make an excellent first impression. So before coming, she had carefully prepared herself, not wearing extravagant clothes, but making sure her appearance, posture, and graceful, dignified demeanor were all on full display. Not only would she attract the attention of any gifted young man, but even in the royal city, she could draw the gaze of countless people. Qin Diawu was very confident in her appearance and attire. She had imagined many possible scenarios before arriving, but never did she expect to see him here. Uncle Su, I came uninvited and I hope I'm not interrupting. Come on in. No big deal. Where's Shimin Shui? Big guy, you're loud even from far away. Are you drinking that terrible tea again? Do you even have any wine? Shimin Shui appeared right behind the princess and greeted them in his usual sharp tone. Su Yifan blinked in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. I do only have tea, but fortunately, my friend today brought wine with him. Looks like your friend has much better taste than you do. What man drinks tea? Having wine, that's life. By now, both parties had drawn close and turned around a corner of the courtyard, where they could already see the small pavilion. When Qin Diawu caught sight of that figure, she felt something oddly familiar. Though it was a side view, she still managed to recall a very familiar face from memory. Chen Yin? No, I must be seeing things. Qin Diawu's expression quickly turned sour. She had absolutely no good impression of Chen Yin. Within her eyes, he was nothing but a toad dreaming of swan meat. With no cultivation at all, lazy, gluttonous, and addicted to gambling. He was definitely a disgraceful person. As she approached, Qin Diawu thought of many different opening lines in her mind, but not a single one left her lips. Lord Su, it seems you've lost. Huh. The final piece dropped. The black pieces moved first and had already formed a long dragon coiled across the board. Though the white pieces had struggled fiercely several times, in the end, they were still suppressed beneath the black dragon. You brat, this doesn't count. Just now I got distracted saying hello to them. This excuse works only once, you know. Watching Chen Yin and Su Yifan joke and chat with each other, Qin Diawu suddenly felt a deep sense of unreality. No, he just looks like Chen Yin. He definitely isn't the same person. She kept trying to convince herself, almost succeeding. Chen Yin suddenly turned his head, bowed to the princess, and greeted her. Princess Qianqian, it's been a long time. I hope you've been well. At this moment, both Su Yifan and Shimin Shui froze. The reason they had just interacted was not only because they were familiar with each other, but also because they wanted to create a more relaxed atmosphere for them to get acquainted. Never did they expect Chen Yin to start with such a sentence. It clearly showed that he had known the princess beforehand. That made the current situation particularly interesting, especially judging from the princess's current expression. Chapter 58 The Dilemma of Qin Diawu. The moment the phrase, hope you've been well, was spoken, Princess Qin's entire expression changed. All the words she had previously prepared to say were completely forgotten. She stared blankly at Chen Yin, as if unsure what was going through her mind. Su Yifan and Shimin Shui were the same. They were waiting for the princess's reply at this moment. If the princess wouldn't speak, how could they speak? Then, the four of them froze in place. The only one whose facial expression and behavior remained normal was Xuan, who was calmly drinking his wine. The princess remained silent for quite a while before finally managing to utter a few words. It's been a long time. After saying that, she didn't know what to do next. Xuan might not have known how the two of them had met in the past, nor did he understand exactly what relationship existed between them. However, if no one stepped in to ease the tension now, the situation would become too awkward. All right. Whatever you have to say, let's sit and talk about it. Standing here is so uncomfortable. Inside the pavilion, the four of them sat opposite each other. Xuan had originally been playing Go with Su Yifan, so they were already facing one another. At this moment, the princess hesitated. Should she sit beside Xuan or next to Su Yifan? After hesitating for a long time, Xuan made the decision for her. With a plop, Xuan sat right next to Su Yifan, the two immediately chatting happily while raising their wine cups. This left only one seat left. When Xindiawu sat down beside Xuan, she instinctively moved to a spot farther away, as if she were only half sitting on the seat, leaving a considerable space between them. Su Yifan and Xuan naturally saw this, but they said nothing. It was only normal for a princess to keep her distance from another man. Besides, perhaps something had happened between them in the past. Xuan exchanged a glance with Su Yifan, then continued chatting on their own without paying attention to the two younger people. Actually, Xuan was quite curious about Xuan. When he returned after finishing his studies elsewhere, the Beast Taming Sect was already leaving the imperial city and was no longer the kingdom-protecting sect. He had seen Qin Ning's before, but as for Xuan, he had never met him nor even heard of him being part of the Beast Taming Sect. Right now, Xindiawu was feeling very conflicted. Could this really be the so-called young prodigy? With the fact that he couldn't even cultivate, that alone should discredit him, right? The more she thought about it, the more something seemed off. Could it be that Su Yifan had been deceived by someone? But what kind of person was Su Yifan? Xuan might not know, but wouldn't Xindiawu know? If even Su Yifan could be fooled by a nobody, then truly the world would be abnormal. Drink some wine. Xuan suddenly spoke a sentence. Still deep in thought, the princess instinctively shook her head. Then, a cup was placed in front of her. Although there was wine he had brought along on the table, there was also tea that had already been placed there earlier. Xuan poured the princess a cup of tea. What do you want to ask? Xuan's proactive questions startled Xindiawu, making her feel somewhat different. Back in the days when the Beast Taming Sect was still in the Qin Empire's capital, she and Xuan would never have had a conversation like this. Even if Xuan was willing, she wouldn't have been. Had the Xuan, who had always appeared in her mind like a toad, actually been misjudged by her? Hesitating for a moment, Xindiawu picked up the teacup on the table and finally spoke. I heard you killed Xuan. Xuan smiled. People don't usually ask questions like that directly. Right now, Su Yifan and Xuan weren't making noise at the side either. They were carefully observing Xuan and Xindiawu. Xuan cherished Xindiawu like his own daughter and was quite familiar with her matters. Her current reaction struck him as a bit odd. Their past was neither like enemies nor exactly like friends. If they were merely acquaintances, Xindiawu wouldn't be having such an abnormal reaction. Strange, very strange. It was me who killed him. Xuan's words actually contained a bit of strategy. It was indeed him who had killed Xuan, but everyone assumed it was someone he hired who did the deed. The distinction was worlds apart. What he said was the truth, but it wasn't the truth as they understood it. How did you kill him? Xuan smiled without answering, instead picking up his wine cup to toast Xuan. I assume you must be Master Xuan. It's an honor to finally meet you. Before Xuan had time to react to Xuan raising his cup, Xuan lifted his cup with a smile, and Xuan downed his wine in one gulp. This naturally displeased Su Yifan a little. You're drinking at my place, yet you haven't toasted me once. Haha. Indeed, I forgot to toast you, Senior Su. At this moment, Su Yifan did not pick up his wine cup. Forget calling me Senior Su. Just call me Brother Su. The difference between these two forms of address was enormous. Xuan paused for a moment, then smiled. All right, 3 grown men were drinking here, occasionally chatting about romantic escapades or sharing opinions on various matters. Xuan seemed to fully rue the atmosphere of their conversation, expressing his own views on different issues, some of which even surprised them pleasantly. The discomfort Xindiawu had initially felt was gradually fading, but looking at Xuan now, she really couldn't reconcile this image with the one she remembered from the past. With his golden eyes, Xuan could directly see the heartbeat and pulse of those around him. He clearly understood the general condition of everyone nearby. Feeling the moment was about right, Xuan decided he should speak up. This Xiantian sect has blocked the entrance. I want to go back, but I can't. Go back? Go back where? Xuan didn't quite understand the meaning of these words. He had assumed Xuan was from Beijing. Back to my sect. This time, Xuan really did become curious. From their earlier conversation, he could tell that Xuan was no ordinary person. Though young, he clearly had some skill. What sect? The Beast Taming Sect. Oh my. When Xuan heard the sect name, he froze. Xindiawu's heartbeat clearly quickened by a beat. The Beast Taming Sect, isn't that? Xuan looked at Xindiawu, then at Su Yifan, who nodded. He had imagined many possible sections. A faction capable of opposing a second-tier sect should at least itself be a second-tier sect, or even if slightly inferior, should still rank among the top of the third-tier sects. The Beast Taming Sect, however, now barely qualified even as a third-tier sect. Xuan took a sip of wine to hide his embarrassment. As far as I know, Princess, you yourself can't leave Beijing either. So what do you intend to do? Qin Diawu indifferently took the initiative to continue the conversation. Chapter 59, No Regrets. She wanted to take a good look and see exactly what Chen Yin was about to do. Or perhaps she wanted to expose Chen Yin's true face. She wanted to see him revert back to the weak, pathetic image from her past memories. Although Qin Diawu didn't show it outwardly, she had always been a very proud person. She rarely changed her decisions or judgments, especially those tied to deep-rooted impressions in her mind. But Chen Yin had actually changed so much, which was why Qin Diawu desperately wanted to prove to herself that she was right. Her mindset had changed. I need to bring someone out with us. I hope to hide them within the princess's entourage and then part ways once we're outside the city. Fine, but you have to tell me who it is. Wu Xia. Su Yifan did know who this person was and what had happened, but the princess and Sima Chueshua weren't nearly as informed. They could easily find out who Wu Xia was by asking around, but unless they had specifically looked into the details of the assassination attempt, they wouldn't fully understand the circumstances. A woman. That's right. I promised I'd ensure her safety. Chen Yin nodded. Playboy. Qin Diawu muttered under her breath, clearly unhappy. Though her voice was soft, none of the people present were ordinary. There was no way they could have missed it. Chen Yin's lips twitched slightly. He opened his mouth to explain, but eventually said nothing. Su Yifan and Sima Chueshua, on the other hand, exchanged strange glances and smiled slightly. So, kid, what exactly is your plan? Su Yifan didn't dwell on the complicated relationship between them, but cut straight to the practicalities. This was something Chen Yin had already thought through carefully, even before he approached the princess. I can find a way to draw Hui Dao away. As for everything else, I'll need you all to handle it. The experts sent by Tamed Sect won't all be stationed at the city gate in case of emergencies. So as long as you're willing to apply pressure and force your way out, leaving the city shouldn't be a problem. Once we're outside, don't follow the usual route. I'll mark a meeting point on the map for you. Chen Yin was well aware that although he could distract Hui Dao, the time would be limited. If they followed the normal path leaving Bay City, they probably wouldn't get far before Hui Dao returned and discovered them. In that case, no matter whether someone had hidden in the group or not, Hui Dao might use the opportunity to create chaos. There were too many unsafe variables. However, if they reached the prearranged meeting point he had chosen, Hui Dao would never think to look there. The paths in and out of Bay City intersected briefly at one point before diverging completely into different routes. The meeting point was at this intersection, but further along the entrance path, there was a valley beyond it. Only after crossing the valley would one reach the intersection. What they needed to do was go back along the path they had taken into the city until they reached that valley. Hui Dao would obviously search from the exit point. Chen Yin was certain of that. But the entourage will have to split up a bit, because we need to move quickly. Untrained individuals should not accompany us this time. Even among those with cultivation, we should try to screen who is stronger or weaker. Because the person you need to take with you doesn't have any cultivation base, so I must trouble the seniors here to give them a lift. Everyone present nodded in agreement. For the most part, they were satisfied with the plan. The hardest part was drawing Hui Dao away. Who knew how long that distraction would last, and how exactly it would be done? That was the real key to whether this plan would succeed. Though Chen Yin didn't reveal his specific method, he had already ensured there would be no losses on the princess's side. After all, if Hui Dao could not be successfully lured away, the princess and others would simply remain in the city instead of insisting on going out. All of these conditions are manageable. As for those attendants without cultivation, I can hire an additional escort group here in the city to return them to the imperial capital once the issue with Hui Dao has passed. The princess briefly mentioned this, and then fell silent. It wasn't necessarily because she deeply cared for her attendants, but purely because this reflected the dignity of the royal family. Since they bore the royal name, everything they did had to reflect that status. In that case, let's settle on evening as the time. I'll make the necessary arrangements first. Chen Yin bowed briefly to the others, and then left the city governor's mansion. As soon as Chen Yin was gone, Su Yifan and Sima Chueshua immediately turned their gazes to the princess. Now, aren't you going to come clean with us? Come clean about what? You and Chen Yin, how exactly did you two meet? Qin Diawu hesitated for a long time, but eventually said nothing, pretending not to have heard the question at all. The teacup in her hand quietly switched to a wine glass. We two old folks don't have much to say. We just hope all you young people can live a little better, without too many regrets. When Qin Diawu heard these words, she nearly facepalmed. What did without too many regrets even mean? She certainly knew the story between Sima Chueshua and her mother. As a listener, or even a half-participant in that story, she indeed felt moved. But, were she and Chen Yin a tragic love story just like that? Why did Sima Chueshua make it sound as though they two were just like him and the Empress back in the day? Su Yifan smiled slightly from the side. He was probably the one person present with the clearest grasp of the actual relationship dynamics. Sima Chueshua was simply a little drunk, and even now, he couldn't quite let go of the past. What he had said was essentially drunken rambling. If one truly wanted to understand the exact nature of the relationship between Qin Diawu and Chen Yin, one would have to ask Chen Yin himself. After all, the princess was the princess. The words she spoke represented royal authority, and there were certain things she could not say, even if nobody else was present. Chen Yin returned to the inn. Dog Uncle had remained inside the room the entire time, extremely anxious. He didn't have the Shanghai too. If someone suddenly turned back now and rechecked the rooms, he wouldn't even have anywhere to hide, let alone hide someone else. After a long period of nerves, the moment he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door, Dog Uncle nearly released his cultivation force in alarm, ready to blast the door open. Open up, it's me. Hearing Yin's voice, the two inside the room both exhaled in relief. As soon as the door opened, they immediately pulled Yin inside and shut it tightly. How is it outside? The same as before. But I have a plan. You'll leave the city together with the princess's entourage. Chapter 60 White Robe Sword Sect. When Yin revealed his plan, the Dog Elder and Wuxia were both stunned. What? How did it involve the princess again? But both of them trusted him completely, so whatever he said, they would follow. The time is about right. We should head to the princess's residence now and blend into their group. The Dog Elder wasn't required to actually integrate into the group. He was an extra safeguard Yin had prepared for the group. After all, if a Cheng Jian had died here, there was no telling how many others, Hui Dao, Huer Dao, or even Husan Dao, might still be out there. A Tianzun realm expert might be a rarity for the City Lord's mansion, but if the Tian sect told him that they couldn't even muster someone from the Tianzun realm at their current sect headquarters, Yin wouldn't buy it for a second. Just to be safe, the Dog Elder had made additional alterations to his appearance. Some secondary sects wore fairly uniform attire that made them highly recognizable on the road. Citing this style of dress usually allowed one to identify their sect immediately. What Yin intended was to create a misleading trail, shifting blame to others. Whether it succeeded or not wasn't the point. All it needed to do was spark suspicion. From the beginning, his aim hadn't been truly to drag other sects into this, but simply to muddy the waters. After all, a murky pond made it easier to catch fish. Alright, we'll do as you say. There's a sect known as the White Robe Sword Sect. When their disciples travel abroad, they wear white robes and carry swords at their waists. Among the second-tier sects, it was a relatively well-known sect. Although its strength might not be the strongest, its members were undoubtedly the easiest to identify. High-level experts at the Tianzun realm usually had certain status and would look down on disguising themselves. After all, just one more step forward would bring them to the wheel-turn realm, a level of cultivation sufficient to found sects for certain third-rate, or even worse-ranked schools. Some powerful experts at the Tianzun level already had reputations and strength that weren't lacking. Why would they resort to disguise? That would be too despicable. But Yin was exactly that shameless, and the Dog Elder had never cared much for such empty reputations either. They purchased white robes from the outside and made a few simple modifications. Yin had only learned the rough design of the White Robe Sword Sect's attire through hearsay and some understanding, but there was no way he could achieve a perfect disguise. But that wasn't necessary either. After all, if the situation required a brief public appearance, the Dog Elder only needed to make a distant attack and then draw the enemy away. It wouldn't be that complicated. Wuxia, later I'll hand you over to a senior martial cultivator. When we leave the city, you must always stay beside him and follow his instructions. Wuxia nodded. The three of them departed from the inn. Upon arriving at the princess's residence and meeting the Dog Elder, the princess was slightly surprised as well. The Dog Elder indeed belonged to the Beast Tamed Sect. However, during the time when the sect had stayed in the imperial city, he had been traveling around hoping to find an opportunity to revive it. It was during those years that his cultivation had advanced from the core formation stage to the Tianzun stage, so Princess Qin Dai Wu had never met the Dog Elder before. Witnessing Yin commanding someone of the Tianzun realm's power naturally amazed her greatly. This is Miss Wuxia. I promised to ensure her safety, so don't worry. With us here, not a single hair on your young lady's head will be harmed. Yin looked at the lingering flush still on the face of the Western Gate below snow. After he had left, just how much had those guys continued to drink? It almost felt like Western Gate bleed still hadn't sobered up. Upon hearing this remark, Su Yifan laughed heartily. The only one whose expression remained calm and unreadable was the princess herself. Yin merely nodded and gave Wuxia a couple of final instructions before departing from here. The Dog Elder found a place in the princess's courtyard to change into the modified white robe prepared by Yin. This is the attire of the White Robe Sword Sect. Su Yifan took a glance and found it very familiar. Hearing this identification, the Dog Elder smiled. It seems that kid's idea really wasn't bad. Yin was no longer here. Before leaving, he had only left behind one sentence. I still need to make some arrangements to draw Hui Dao away. Although everyone was willing to help, he shook his head. This was something he couldn't allow others to assist in. If others helped, it would mean exposing his secret, and even with assistance, the outcome might not be much better than doing it alone. When it came to the effectiveness of diverting someone, the limiting factor was the weakest point among those involved. Yin was very clear. Among all the present cultivators, even the Dog Elder, the one with the highest cultivation, would become the weakest link if he accompanied him. After the Dog Elder voiced Yin's assessment, Su Yifan and Western Gate Below Snow exchanged glances and couldn't help but admit their respect. Before leaving, they had already considered the possibility of encountering such a situation, but Yin had already gone. There was no way to warn him now. They had originally been debating whether they should ask the Tianzun expert from the City Lord's mansion for help, just in case the Tian sect had more than one Tianzun level expert remaining in the city. That would certainly come in handy. They never expected that Yin had already made provisions for this scenario, and even prepared a disguised identity in advance. If they were to involve the Tianzun expert from the City Lord's mansion, it would be impossible to leave no trace behind. Once the Tian sect noticed, they would immediately shift their focus toward the City Lord's mansion. For them, this wouldn't be good news at all. Yin's plan had flawlessly avoided this risk. The time is almost here. Let's move out. Wuxia had originally been walking beside Western Gate Below Snow, but suddenly, just before departure, she was summoned into Princess Qin Dai Wu's carriage. Your Highness, Commoner Wuxia greets you. There's no need for formalities. Let's just treat each other like ordinary friends. Actually, Princess Qin Dai Wu didn't really have ulterior motives toward Wuxia. She simply wanted to learn more about Chun Yin through this woman, his character, and the nature of his relationship with Wuxia. Even Princess Qin Dai Wu had already decided she'd use Wuxia as leverage to argue against Chun Yin when speaking with Qin Ning Shui, hoping she would chase him away. Even though Chun Yin had clearly changed in many ways, she still believed he was unworthy of Qin Ning Shui. She exhaled deeply. Right now, Chun Yin was crouched at the corner wall of an inn, wearing a feminine dress that he had changed into from his usual attire. In his hand, he held a low-grade treasure sword, won and used reward from check-ins. The 1,000 faces, 1,000 expressions technique wasn't just about facial disguise. Though it couldn't completely alter one's gender, disguising a man as a woman was manageable. He was about to plant a new hidden thread in the story. Chapter 61. Lure him out and eliminate. At this moment, the princess and others were all waiting for Chun Yin to send a signal. The sentence he left behind was very clear. The signal would be visible to everyone, and it would be extremely obvious. What kind of signal would it be? Chun Yin didn't say. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from an inn. Flames shot up into the sky, and then a figure leapt high into the air. Under the golden light, one could faintly see it was a woman wearing a white dress. Who is that? A voice suddenly roared as someone flew out. It was Hui Dao. Chun Yin used 10,000 beast transformation, and during the attack, he utilized the power of the golden holy dragon. It was an immensely powerful force. Amplified by the sword, with one strike, he destroyed the entire inn. However, Chun Yin had carefully observed the surroundings with his golden eye before attacking, and noticing that there was no one nearby, he wasn't worried about causing any problems. Stay right there. Hui Dao let out a thunderous shout, his flying speed suddenly increasing. How could Chun Yin just stand still and wait for him to catch up? He turned around and gave a countershock, and his speed instantly surged. It looked like a casual move, but in reality he was already using his full strength. At the same time, he employed the Xianyuan dragon control technique to imitate the power of a heaven venerable as best as he could. This was the true effect he wanted to achieve. The lingering power and aura left Hui Dao deep in thought. But there was no time for much consideration. He chased after Chun Yin immediately. What was that just now? Everyone in the princess group was stunned, all looking toward the distant golden light in the sky, which was now gradually flying away. Heaven venerable? Another heaven venerable. Su Yifan and others were stunned. What the hell is going on here? Normally in Beiya City, you couldn't even encounter one heaven venerable. But now, they were coming one after another. What's going on? Also, the dog elder felt that something was really off. After all, Chun Yin had grown up under his watchful eyes. Well, even though he had only watched him for a few years, at least he thought he knew him thoroughly. The Beast Taming Sect had no such experts at all, and Chun Yin usually stayed within the sect, so he should have had no chance of meeting any other masters. How could this happen? Chun Yin said earlier he was going to make further arrangements. Was it really him who appeared just now? Don't be ridiculous, impossible. What kind of master looks like Chun Yin? Also, he didn't show even a trace of cultivation power. The dog elder also knew very clearly that his meridians were damaged. The only reason he thought along these lines was because what had happened here was simply too strange. He couldn't help but make the connection. Forget about what happened over there. This is not something we should be worrying about. Right now our priority is to get everyone out of the city. Right. Shimin Shui's words reminded everyone to quickly gather everyone together, and a large convoy set off toward the city gates in a grand procession. The dog elder did not travel with the group, but instead followed from a distance behind. As one of the group's hidden aces, if he followed directly with the convoy, wouldn't that give people an opening to attack? Only by trailing from a distance could he attract attention when necessary. Chun Yin had already decided where he would lead Hui Dao when he flew away. Actually, he had another plan in mind. Luring the enemy away was one thing, but killing him was another. After all, the enemy was already his enemy. No matter from what perspective, it was always better to have one more enemy dead than one of their own people dying later. Everything required a suitable opportunity. Around Beiya City, there were also some relatively dangerous places. For example, 3 miles away lay a demonic beast forest. There were many powerful demonic beasts inside, and at the end of this forest was a large canyon, where, according to legend, someone once heard the roar of a dragon. However, this was merely a legend. Many experts entered the forest, but found nothing. Yet, after the story spread, the canyon became even more mysterious in the eyes of outsiders. Many high-level experts and sects would also send disciples into this demonic beast forest for cultivation, and at the passage backed against the canyon was once a station outpost. Though it had been a long time since then, and the outpost had long since fallen into ruins and no one stayed there anymore, yet a new legend had spread from that place. It was said that many powerful demonic beasts existed inside the canyon, and the reason for establishing the outpost at the canyon's entrance was to prevent those demonic beasts from coming out. Most people who heard this rumor found it very strange. After all, whether or not those demonic beasts could actually come out was irrelevant to ordinary people, and even to ordinary cultivators. There must be some great secret hidden within this story, but unfortunately, Chun Yin no longer had enough time to think about these things. He was already planning to lead Hui Dao deep into the demonic beast forest and eliminate him. Stop right there. Chun Yin's movement speed was never this fast to begin with. The reason he could move even faster than a heaven venerable was purely due to clever tricks. His real body was inside the mountain and sea chart, while a portion of the golden holy dragon's manifestation carried him forward. Although this method slightly reduced his speed, The golden holy dragon was ultimately a cultivator at the creation stage, compared to Hu Yidao, a heaven venerable, who was 2 major cultivation stages lower. No matter how much his speed decreased, he would still be slightly faster. If it were just about escaping without trying to kill him, he could have easily left from here. Xuan Nian perfectly controlled the distance between them as they arrived above the demonic beast forest, but it wasn't deep enough yet. He needed to go further inside. 3 minutes passed, and they reached the central part of the demonic beast forest, where beasts appearing here were at least at the core formation stage or above. Suddenly, Xuan Nian concealed all his power. The golden glow around his body vanished completely, and he immediately descended into the forest below, diving straight into one of the caves. At the very moment this happened, the golden holy dragon's speed suddenly increased, making it temporarily impossible for Hu Yidao to keep up. He was practically seeing red now, convinced in his heart that this white-clad woman before him was none other than that heaven venerable who had killed Cheng Jian. This was the perfect opportunity to avenge his sect's elder. He didn't consider any other possibilities at all. Since the person had disappeared here, he would search right here. Even if it took days and nights, he would find them. From the aura he sensed just now, although it was a heaven venerable, it didn't seem overwhelmingly strong. Obviously, this person possessed a considerable level of cultivation to have killed Cheng Jian. Chapter 62. Annihilation of Hu Yidao. The reason for his current situation is most likely due to having already been injured when he killed Cheng Jian. Because of this wound, whether for recovery or suppression, he was unable to unleash his full power. But judging from his panic and careless escape just now, it seems he must have worsened the injury. Now that I'm pursuing him is the best opportunity. Hu Yidao pieced everything together logically, then released his aura, launching fierce attacks at the spot where the golden light had disappeared. As for the yaoi beasts that appeared around, they didn't dare to come near. Please, do they even know who they're dealing with? Under the pressure of a heaven venerable's aura, even the strongest yaoi beasts here barely reached foundation-forming stage. How could they possibly challenge a heaven venerable expert head-on? They were running away as fast as they could. Even that wasn't enough. They had to flee with their tails tucked, fearing being spotted by that expert and killed out of displeasure. Hu Yidao condensed all his strength into his long saber, sensing the final lingering aura in the air, and swung violently toward a cave. Golden light. Finally found you. Now pay with your life. Hu Yidao immediately saw a flash of golden light inside the cave. The strike he launched exploded upon encountering the golden barrier, causing the cave to emit a collapsing roar. Without hesitation, he dashed straight into the cave, heading toward the collapsing area with his war saber clearing the way. Xuan Nian's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Before entering this cave, he had deliberately left traces of his aura outside, so Hu Yidao would enter from the outside and give him the chance to launch a sneak attack. All along the way, he had been putting on an act, making Hu Yidao believe that he was now weak and couldn't defeat him, thus choosing to flee. But never did he consider that his actual combat strength might be even stronger than Hu Yidao's, and more importantly, he had the advantage of ambush. Chasing me? So happy chasing me. Then when you die, can you die just as happily? Xuan Nian muttered silently, fully activating the power of the mountain and sea chart. The golden holy dragon and the holy spirit mystic tortoise were both released from within, and inside the cave was a vast hidden space. Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, you two prepare yourselves. As soon as he shows his face, launch your strongest attacks. Roar, cackle. 2 mighty Yao beasts let out low growls at this moment. Xuan Nian made it very clear before this battle. Whoever performed better would receive the life elixir, while the one who underperformed would have to endure training. In truth, this training was also a form of cultivation. Xuan Nian had discovered that when cultivating alongside Yao beasts, he could absorb more starlight. While Yao beasts could absorb this starlight as well, it was of little use to them. In a sense, it was like being punished with detention. The Yao beasts could only stand there, helpless and dazed. Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, having been free-range since childhood, could hardly bear such a punishment. Upon hearing the word training, both became extremely excited, determined to give their all and definitely kill Hu Yidao. He's coming, Xuan Nian suddenly whispered. Immediately, the 2 yaoi beasts grew silent and concealed their auras completely. Boom. The passage ahead, although already partially collapsed, opened wide when a long saber sliced through it, creating a massive gap. Ha! So you're trapped in this cave. Dare to kill my sect's elder. You must pay the price. His voice traveled far before his body even emerged from the passage. Xuan Nian smirked slightly and assumed a meditative posture at the farthest point in the cave from the opening. A faint golden glow surrounded his body, concealing his features. Though he had already used the 1,000 faces technique, the more cautious and careful he appeared, the more the enemy would believe in his assumption. This was psychological warfare. Sure enough, aside from his desire to kill him and avenge the sect elder, Hu Yidao also closely pursued him to find out who he really was. Thus, concealing his face was only standard procedure. If you know what's good for you, then roar, cackle. The golden holy dragon attacked first, releasing a dragon's breath from its mouth, a scorching torrent of unimaginable destruction. The first part of Hu Yidao to emerge from the small opening was his weapon. To avoid being ambushed, he extended his weapon forward to establish combat readiness and defense. However, the golden holy dragon's attack directly melted his weapon, the weapon of a heaven venerable expert. Even the simplest one was a rare divine artifact. In fact, Hu Yidao's fame was also closely related to this saber of his. It was once an ancient weapon he had obtained through auction at the King Qin's treasure pavilion. But the golden holy dragon used its full strength for this dragon's breath attack. It was the strongest attack he could currently launch. Even during ancient times, if such a powerful attack struck this precious saber, it would surely be destroyed in an instant. Let alone that from ancient times till now, although the saber still retained the characteristics of a divine weapon, its body was no longer as strong or durable as before. It had only recovered about half of its former power after being nurtured by Hui Dao until now. Melting from the heat wasn't hard to imagine, but that was from Chun Yin's perspective, someone who already understood the golden holy dragon's power. What about Hui Dao? This is impossible. This is a dragon. Cackle. The Holy Spirit Mystic Tortoise was very dissatisfied. Actually, it had launched an attack at the same time as the golden holy dragon, but there was a gap in strength between the two Yao beasts. Furthermore, the Holy Spirit Mystic Tortoise's main talents lay in defense, so naturally, it was no match for the golden holy dragon in offensive power. His powerful attack had been completely neutralized by the golden holy dragon's breath even before reaching the enemy. Now, the opponent had noticed the golden holy dragon first, not even sparing a glance at him. The Holy Spirit Mystic Tortoise was furious. A countless number of wind blades immediately shot forth. They directly tore Hui Dao into pieces. In his final moments, he never even saw the Holy Spirit Mystic Tortoise's form. At this moment, Chun Yin also removed his disguise and used the mountain and sea chart again to seal both all beasts back inside. He quickly approached Hui Dao's remains and looked at what was left, sighing. Damn, these attacks from the Golden Holy Dragon and the Holy Spirit Mystic Tortoise were just too brutal. Losing his weapon was bad enough, but even his spatial ring was destroyed. This was a massive loss. Chapter 63, Encountering the Elder Again. Although Chun Yin spoke like that, his actions were not slow in the slightest. Hui Dao was indeed dead, but whether his body was torn into pieces or left mostly intact didn't matter. Only one part was truly necessary. The head. Nothing would be more convincing than Hui Dao's head. If that were thrown into the base of Bay City, the entire city would be thrown into chaos, and Xiantian Sect would undoubtedly react in some unpredictable way. However, those weren't his immediate concerns. Chun Yin thought for a moment. Since he had now arrived at the Spirit Beast Forest, it would be best to wait a day before heading back. With the dog uncle as a double safeguard, it shouldn't be difficult to leave the area safely. Besides, even though Qin Jiawu looked down on him, she was still a person of her word. If she promised to get someone out, she wouldn't abandon them midway or try any underhanded tricks. Cultivating here for a day was absolutely fine. If he headed out immediately to meet them and ran into members of the Xiantian Sect along the way, things might go awry. The agreed meeting time with them was within 3 days. It was only the first day now. They would also need a day to reach the valley, and with the gold holy dragon transporting him, there wouldn't be any delays. He stepped into the Shanheitu. Roar. Cackle. The gold holy dragon and the Holy Spirit Tortoise approached Chun Yin. A smile appeared on his face. These two were truly his most important and spiritually connected companions. With them around, he feared no challenge. Although now, perhaps he could no longer refer to them as little guys. Judging solely by their size, both had grown into massive beasts. Generally speaking, as spirit beasts grow stronger, unless they are among the rare bloodline types, most grow larger in size as their power and bloodline strength increases. Come here. These are the life potions I promised you. Go ahead and divide them up. Yi Xian separated most of the food and potions he had accumulated through check-ins over the past few days, items suitable for cultivating spirit beasts. Both the Holy Spirit Tortoise and the Gold Holy Dragon were overjoyed. After eating, they began playing and chasing each other happily. Oh right, Xylf, you're going to train with me tonight. Upon hearing this decision, the entire tortoise drooped depressingly, letting out a few soft cries before resigning itself to sitting on the ground with a gloomy expression. Seeing this reaction, Chun Yin found it quite amusing and patted its back gently. As for the Gold Holy Dragon, it looked rather amused, flying circles around the Holy Spirit Tortoise. Meanwhile, things with Princess Qin Diawu unfolded exactly as Chun Yin had predicted. To prevent another situation where an elder was sent and promptly killed, the Xiantian Sect had secretly hidden another elder among the disciples sent alongside Hui Dao to Bay City, though only at the early Sky Sovereign stage. In an actual fight, even an average mid-stage Sky Sovereign might not easily defeat him. Although he was unable to kill a mid-stage Sky Sovereign, defending himself wasn't a problem. It was precisely because of this backup that Hui Dao dared to behave so arrogantly. His immediate challenge to the City Lord's mansion upon arrival was all because of this elder's support. If there really was a hidden expert lurking within the City Lord's mansion, this accompanying elder would surely fight alongside him. However, in order to avoid revealing this hidden elder and prevent a ploy like the empty fortress strategy Hui Dao had pursued alone this time. Moreover, he had already sent out a signal when he set out. Chun Yin's disguised aura was extremely low, his Sky Sovereign energy thin and faint, seeming like a seriously injured late-stage expert. The elder left behind saw no danger for Hui Dao and therefore allowed him to proceed with confidence. I must leave the city. Oh, it's the princess. You may go, of course, but these people may not leave with you. Who are you anyway? Qin Diawu found herself stopped again as she tried to leave the city, her anger only growing stronger. Before, it was Hui Dao, his position and mid-stage Sky Sovereign strength were understandable. But now, who was this person, daring to give orders here? Do they really think I'm made of clay, a princess of the Qin Empire? My humble self is an elder from the Xiantian Sect. Old Lu Qi. Old Lu Qi. This man was quite a well-known figure in the Xiantian Sect, though his fame paled in comparison to that of his older brothers. Nevertheless, as an elder of a second-tier sect, his words still carried considerable weight. Never thought you'd actually be here. But what's wrong with the princess leaving with her attendants? Do you think the Xuan Tamed Sect is so powerful that you dare to challenge the Qin Empire in war? The reason Qin Diawu spoke this way was actually based on Chun Yin's instructions. He wanted the news of the princess leaving with her entourage to spread publicly, and it was crucial that she made a big scene about it. The bigger the commotion, the more confidence it showed. There absolutely couldn't be any suspicion of foul play. Otherwise, wouldn't it be exposed the moment someone investigated? Trying to leave quietly, sneaking people out secretly, would only raise more suspicion. Besides, whether it was blown out of proportion or not, the real issue here was that the Xuan Tamed Sect was taking itself too seriously. Since when could the princess of the Qin Empire be blocked at the door by just any sect elder? And this was Bay City. Since when did sects have the authority to interfere directly in city defense? Based on actual status, Qin Diawu's position now was comparable to the younger generation of sect leaders. She was of the sect leader's bloodline, while elders like this carried far less weight. Unless someone was on the level of an elder patriarch or guardian, there was no reason for the princess to yield. And were there any of that rank here? No. Anyone at that senior level would be powerful experts, all of whom had followed the sect leader into the secret realm. Old Lu Qi himself also knew he was on shaky ground, but he absolutely couldn't let her go so easily. Even if there wasn't anything suspicious, he had to investigate first. Wuxia was very easy to identify because all the patrons of Chumanlu knew the girl Wuxia had an injured eye and was blind. As long as they investigated based on that, they would get results right away. Swoosh. Without warning, a white-clothed figure appeared in the distance, drawing a long sword from his waist without hesitation. A single slash of sword chi came straight toward old Lu Qi's face. Chapter 64. Luring away old Qi Lu. The sudden attack completely stunned old Qi Lu. Judging from the intensity of the attack, it was definitely from a Saint Sovereign level expert. Who was it? Boom. Old Qi Lu's weapon was an axe, one that could grow or shrink depending on how much power he infused into it. It was extremely convenient to use and possessed incredible power. At such a close range, he still managed to react in time and block the fatal strike. If his hands had been just a second slower, his head would have been completely sliced off by that sword chi. Swish. Seeing that his sword strike failed to achieve the desired effect, Dog Uncle immediately leaped into the air, twisted his body, and rushed off in another direction. Old Qi Lu had nearly been killed just now and certainly wouldn't swallow this indignity quietly. He immediately swung his axe toward the direction Dog Uncle was running. But Dog Uncle had already fled without looking back. Such an attack barely struck thin air. Damn it. Leave a trace behind. Old Qi Lu was truly furious. Since becoming a senior of the Xuan Tamed Sect, no one had dared to provoke him like this. If the opponent had already made the first move, why should he hold back? He soared into the sky and directly gave chase. At this moment, Qin Diawu didn't know what emotion welled up inside her heart. Chun Yin really had calculated too well in advance. Initially, she thought it was unnecessary for Dog Uncle, a Saint Sovereign expert, to disguise himself as part of the White Robe Sword sect. Who could have guessed that the Xuan Tamed Sect actually had hidden traps set up in ambush? Shimin Shui Shui and Su Yifan exchanged glances. Whether Qin Yin acted on concrete intelligence or merely followed his intuition, in the end, his preparations had had a tremendous impact on today's outcome. This young man is no ordinary person. That's an understatement. This is my friend Su Yifan's buddy. Heh, say he's out of shape, and he starts panting. Su Yifan didn't leave the city with them. Delivering them to the city gates had already fulfilled his purpose for today. Going beyond that to the outer city limits might cause unnecessary suspicion. From afar, Shimin Shui Shui and Su Yifan exchanged a casual greeting. With the elders already gone, how could the other disciples dare to block the princess? More importantly, they couldn't even find someone equal to reason with her. The princess could argue back at a senior elder. How else could the disciples respond except with self-inflicted reprimands? Though Dog Uncle might not surpass old Qi Lu in terms of actual strength, he had a significant advantage when it came to escaping speed. After all, in fleeing, the head start always gave the runner an advantage because they could control the direction of escape. Suddenly turning back or hiding one's trail would greatly increase the difficulty of being tracked. Old Qi Lu, tailing behind, was practically steaming with rage. Worse yet, there were times he was about to give up when his pursuer would stop far away, glance back at him, even slowing down deliberately. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Even if the princess's caravan did have issues, it was already too late to turn back now. Chase, I'll chase you down and find out exactly who you are. Although he couldn't catch up from the opponent's appearance and that previous sword chi strike, it clearly belonged to a swordsman in white. Wasn't this exactly the outfit of the White Robe Sword sect? Though the distance was too great to see clearly, the guess wasn't far-fetched. Every swordsman in the White Robe Sword sect considered themselves lofty and righteous, maintaining only distant relationships with other sects, neither overly friendly nor holding any particular grudges. Had the Xuan Tamed sect offended someone there and now invited vengeance? Such a scenario wasn't impossible, especially considering the young master heir Cheng Jiansheng was a real scoundrel. If the White Robe Sword sect had discovered some despicable deed committed by Cheng Jiansheng, it wouldn't be surprising for the Xuan Tamed sect to take the blame. But whether justified or not, this person must be detained. Dog Uncle calculated the distance and thought silently, it should be far enough now. Actually, when Chun Yin had handed over those clothes, he had already planted secret measures in them. A long time ago, when doing daily sign-ins, some useless trinkets were awarded. He had stored them all in his ring and never used them before. It wasn't that he forgot about them. Rather, they neither enhanced his cultivation nor increased his combat capabilities, making them practically worthless. Things like flame talismans and explosion talismans. Though not entirely useless in battle, they were still unsuitable for actual fighting. At best, they were just threats to younger, weaker opponents. Facing core formation experts, those items were little more than jokes. Would Qilin need such external help to deal with mere juniors now? Drawing a sword would have cut through them all anyway. So either they weren't useful before, or they weren't needed now. It was just easier to leave them gathering dust. Today, while modifying this white robe outfit for Dog Uncle, Qilin had secretly sewn in quite a few fire talismans. Once you've lured him far enough away, find a spot where there's a decently powerful beast nearby, then just chuck the robe straight onto the beast. When Dog Uncle heard about this contingency plan, he felt a slight chill down his spine. This fellow appeared on the surface to be a perfect gentleman, yet the things he came up with behind the scenes were just so dirty. Still, he liked it. Actually, wouldn't you know it, there really was a beast nearby, a 9-stage core formation beast. Given some time, it might even achieve full ascension within the core formation. But the conditions required for a beast's evolution and growth were somewhat different from those of humans. It was inside a cave dwelling, guarding over a medicinal herb. Once this herb matured, upon consuming it, the beast would instantly break through and ascend to the Saint Sovereign level. This was naturally a monumental occurrence for it, not something it could afford to be careless about. Today, from afar, two presences seemed to be chasing one another, moving straight toward its cave dwelling. Under normal circumstances, the beast would have charged out long before to confront them. But now, sensing the auras of these two pursuers, they appeared significantly more powerful than itself. As the beast hesitated, Dog Uncle had already arrived near the cave, catching sight of the pair of bright, gleaming eyes glowing within the dwelling. "You're the one." Old Qi Lu helplessly watched as the white-robed swordsman suddenly descended into a dense forest nearby. Moments later, flames burst forth and a beast's roar echoed. What kind of situation is this? If you were to say he was blocked by some beast, it didn't seem quite right either, since nobody would deliberately land there. But if you say he was trying to kill a beast while escaping, was that guy out of his mind? Why stop and fight when you were supposed to be fleeing? Chapter 65. How did they meet? He was very clear, there must be something fishy going on. Lu Laoqi wasn't like Hu Yidao, that reckless brute. Approaching cautiously, he saw in the roaring flames what seemed to be a demonic beast howling in fury. Swish! A gust of wind blades shot directly toward Lu Laoqi. What the hell? He had only come from behind to see what was going on. How come he suddenly became the target of an attack? Originally, when the dog elder hurled the white robe, triggering the incendiary talisman, the aura of his strength had abruptly vanished. The only remaining thing that still carried the dog elder's aura was the white robe before him. Moreover, he had sprinkled a special medicinal powder over himself and consumed a breath-sealing pill. This wasn't simple at all. The special medicinal powder had been given to him by Qilin. Although he might not be particularly strong in cultivation, he certainly had extensive knowledge regarding Beast Tamed Sect scriptures, especially in matters of special taming powders or odd little tricks. This special powder had been specially concocted by him to emit a scent disliked by demonic beasts. Though not top grade, it was more than sufficient against any beast below the Sky Sovereign stage. This was still not enough. To avoid detection, the dog elder also prepared himself with the breath-sealing pill. Once swallowed, he could freely move for an hour without needing to breathe, without affecting his combat capabilities. The demonic beast guarding the spiritual herb was furious. He had waited so long for the herb to mature. But unexpectedly, right at the last moment, someone interrupted him, causing all his efforts to go to waste. The cave's aura and heat made the spiritual herb wither rapidly, and he didn't have time to save it at all. Roar! Even more infuriating, the aura he sensed had vanished into thin air. Could that person have escaped already? Coincidentally, Lu Laoqi arrived at this moment. And it wasn't bad enough he came. He had to sneak in stealthily instead of coming directly. Of course, the beast wouldn't believe that this man wasn't responsible. Lu Laoqi was deeply frustrated. He had barely seen the flames, and didn't know why the beast suddenly rushed at him to attack. He originally intended to escape the beast's mental control, and continued searching the vicinity for the dog elder's shadow. The man had descended in this area. That flash of white inside the flames was obviously a robe. But this demonic beast was really annoying. The more you ignored it, the more stubbornly it pursued a fight. Enough already. As time passed, the opportunity of finding dog elder was growing slimmer. This beast truly enraged Lu Laoqi. After all, he was a Sky Sovereign expert. Even a 9th-stage core formation beast was nothing more than tough skin and thick hide. There was no way it could block his attacks. He landed several quick strikes, inflicting unimaginable damage. You want to run now? He had already let the guy in white from the sword pavilion escape. Now this beast dared provoke him again. If he allowed it to escape as well, would Lu Laoqi even have any face left? Die? Blood flame axe. Radiating terrifying heat, the axe instantly cleaved the 9th-stage core formation beast where it stood. After searching the area for a bit longer and finding no trace, Lu Laoqi could only sigh, hoist the beast's body over his shoulder, and head back toward Beicheng. All this chasing had already driven Lu Laoqi to madness. It was only after Lu Laoqi had left the area for quite some time that the dog elder finally emerged from underground beneath a distant tree. After completing what he needed to do, once he sealed his aura, he had gone far off, pressing into the ground using his spiritual power to create a concealed hiding space. Using the surrounding branches and grass, he easily masked his presence. Anyway, with the breath-sealing pill, Unless someone saw him with their own eyes, there was no chance a Sky Sovereign expert could locate him. Even if he had particularly bad luck and was found in this location, he still had ways to escape. Didn't he also have Sky Sovereign cultivation? At worst, he would simply flee again. Did you think you could find me once and keep finding me endlessly? Without a difference in strength, whoever would get exhausted first would be the loser. When Lu Laochi beheaded the beast and carried its corpse back to Beietching, the dog elder couldn't help but chuckle from his hiding place. Lu Laochi's mood must already be beyond rage by now. Meanwhile, on the carriage, the princess began a conversation between the two women. How did you meet Qin Yan? A few days ago, Gongji Qin Yan came to the pleasure house. When Qin Jiawu heard these words, a faint cold smile appeared on her lips. Good. So you Qin Yan actually dared to visit the pleasure house. In Qin Jiawu's eyes, all of Qin Yan's money came from Qin Ningxue. That he was being supported by someone else, yet still dared to go to the pleasure house, was simply inexcusable. If Qin Yan were present and could understand her inner thoughts, he would certainly cry foul. Indeed, both worldly wealth and spirit stones had originally been given by Qin Ningxue, but Qin Yan had barely touched any of it. Every single coin he had spent this time had been looted previously from corrupt and unscrupulous rich men. He hadn't even spent all the money at the auction of Qin Wan's pavilion. Though Wu Xia could not see Qin Jiawu's face, she could sense some of her movements. Could it be that you have some misunderstanding about Master Qin Yan? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could a princess possibly have? Qin Jiawu spoke in a rather unpleasant tone. Wu Xia's identity as a pleasure house singer, along with her defense of Qin Yan, irritated her greatly. Then may I ask how the princess met Master Qin Yan? How do you know I know him? Qin Jiawu's first thought was that this guy must have mentioned while at the pleasure house that he knew the current princess. Her mental image of Qin Yan had already collapsed beyond recognition. If you didn't know him, why would you even ask? At this question, Qin Jiawu hesitated slightly but didn't answer. Instead, she asked a completely new question. What exactly did you two do at the Chunman Pavilion? What Qin Jiawu was now hoping was to find some evidence that Qin Yan had done something wrong to Qin Ningxue, so she could immediately have Qin Ningxue expel him. If Wu Xia still couldn't sense that Qin Jiawu had some kind of grudge against Qin Yan, she wouldn't have survived this long at the Chunman Pavilion. If the princess wishes to hear, then I will recount it in detail. Outside this carriage, Shimin Shui was also listening closely. Chapter 66, The Assassin's Pursuit. Truth be told, Shimin Shui was also quite curious about Qin Yan. Just now, he had thought himself lucky that Wu Xia managed to ask the princess how exactly she and Qin Yan came to know each other. But the princess hadn't answered, which had left Shimin Shui feeling disappointed for a while. Now that there was a chance to hear some gossip, how could he possibly stop listening? Wu Xia thought simply. If she and Qin Yan had really gone through anything, she would naturally side with him regardless. As for the princess, Wu Xia didn't hold a particularly good impression of her. Just a few days ago, the day before Cheng Jian's death, I met Master Qin for the first time. In Wu Xia's telling, the story of what had transpired between them unfolded fully before the princess and Shimin Shui. There were, however, certain parts that were slightly embellished, things that Wu Xia had sensed, but that Qin Yan himself had never explicitly said. After hearing the entire tale, Shimin Shui's impression of both Qin Yan and Wu Xia changed immediately. One was a young girl whose family had been destroyed, disabled in body but unbowed in spirit. The other, a man of purpose and integrity, who kept his promises. To a cultivator, an ordinary person without cultivation skills, no matter how beautiful, was nothing more than a plaything. Perhaps Wu Xia was indeed very beautiful, but those injured eyes of hers were grotesque no matter how one looked at it. Shimin Shui knew clearly that those in power or with strong cultivation abilities would never place much value on appearances. Qin Yan couldn't possibly have kept Wu Xia because of her beauty, but he could have done so out of a sense of commitment. To a man who kept his word, Shimin Shui felt great admiration. Though Wu Xia had revealed almost everything, she had still kept certain things unsaid, the part about the battle that had led to Cheng Jian's death. But she didn't need to feel conflicted about it. Although she could sense it had been Qin Yan who struck the fatal blow, she had no cultivation, so saying she didn't know would be perfectly believable. Did he tell you where he was taking you? Aren't you even a little concerned? Master Qin saved my life and brought me out of Chunmanlo. Even if there is danger, I'm willing to follow him. This single sentence alone was enough to greatly enrage Qin Jiawu. Meanwhile, Shimin Shui outside grew more and more impressed with this pair. Following the planned route, they traversed through mountain forests, and upon reaching the crossroads, instead of continuing outward toward leaving the city, they headed into the mountains in the direction they should have taken entering the city. What's going on? As they continued according to plan, a few assassins cloaked entirely in black perched silently atop a distant tree, watching the caravan with confusion. Where exactly are they going? Luckily we were sent to watch this path, otherwise we really would have let them slip away. Their target was still Qin Jiawu. The previous failed assassination attempt had already enraged their employer greatly. Now, Qin Jiawu surely had her suspicions. If they failed to kill her here, the trouble she could cause upon returning to the imperial capital was unpredictable. Because of this, elite killers had been sent in advance to wait here. The assassins sent this time had been informed about the presence of Shimin Shui. Professional killers were always highly valued, no matter where they were. Although this one was merely at the early core formation stage, even without a successful sneak attack, he could still match Shimin Shui head-on without falling behind. Add in assistance from other assassins, and killing Qin Jiawu would become a guaranteed success. The moment these assassins sent word, those lying in ambush along the road leading out of the city immediately received the information. After analysis, it seemed likely that the princess and her group would choose to return the way they had come into the city. Never would have imagined she'd still be this cautious even after leaving Beijing. No wonder the master told us to deal with a mere princess. It seems she might cause even more trouble than a prince. Enough talk. Get everyone gathered quickly and head to the valley ahead of time to lie in wait. Yes. The entire team of assassins assembled and made their way through mountains and forests toward the valley. Though the princess's group was also moving quickly and riding in carriages, the assassins moved faster, traveling light. Night finally arrived. Xuan spent a bit of time hunting nearby and obtained some demonic beast meat, roasting it over fire until golden and crispy. It was delicious. After finishing their meal, it was time to cultivate. With the Shanghai chart unfurled, the Holy Spirit Qian turtle appeared beside him. Inside this cave, countless strands of starlight were drawn from Xuan and the Holy Spirit Qian turtle, slowly flowing through their bodies before being injected into the Shanghai chart. The power of this starlight gathered within the infinite stars depicted on the Shanghai chart, eventually lighting up one star after another. The effect is pretty good. Xuan had only tried once before, at the very beginning, to have either Xiao Jin or Xiao LV join him in absorbing starlight for cultivation. But back then, perhaps because he hadn't yet mastered the true method of using the Shanghai chart, the efficiency of their cultivation was extremely low, and much of the energy was wasted. Now, things were completely different. The amount of starlight energy that the Shanghai chart absorbed from both him and Xiao LV was significantly greater than before. Xuan also had a new hypothesis. Perhaps within these wild, spiritually rich mountain forests, one could absorb far more starlight power than in the city. Though it was just an intuitive judgment with no logical foundation, at least it pointed him in a direction worth testing. Ga. The Holy Spirit Qian turtle let out a cry at this moment. Through their spiritual contract, Xuan sensed what it was trying to convey. You mean the starlight is also increasing your strength inside your body? Ga. Xuan and the Holy Spirit Qian turtle communicated for a long time. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. The starlight indeed benefited spirit beasts as well. However, despite all the discussion, Xuan still couldn't quite grasp exactly what kind of benefit it was. In any case, if there was a benefit, that was enough. Xuan started considering whether he should find a way to leave the Beast Taming Sect for a while and go out into the world for cultivation. Although it was possible for spirit beasts to absorb starlight even while inside the Shanghai chart, the effect was far too weak. If he were to release the spirit beasts, under the current circumstances, he would definitely need to find a sufficiently secluded location. Troublesome. Sighing, Xuan continued to maintain his cultivation state. This power of starlight mainly enhanced his physical body. His cultivation had improved very little. Xuan began to feel anxious about how to increase his cultivation base. Chapter 67. The Beast Soul Technique. Xuan understood that cultivation was not something that could be rushed. If he used the myriad beast transformation now, his strength should already be stably at the peak of the core formation stage. In the ordinary sects, this was already considered quite high-level cultivation, and among his peers, he could even be called a minor prodigy. This was not because Xuan had become satisfied with this minor achievement. He simply had no other choice. His current cultivation depended entirely on the mountain and sea chart within him. Without this replacing his Dantian, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate at all. The issue of damaged meridians was a major problem, one he couldn't resolve at present. Even if a solution existed, Xuan likely wouldn't pursue it at this time. Damaged meridians meant he was regarded as a cripple. Aside from the possibility of pretending to be weak while secretly strong, such a crippled identity offered significant advantages for concealing his true power. Unless the situation reached a critical point, even if he found a way to fix his damaged meridians, he wouldn't reveal his strength. Once healed, his cultivation wouldn't be easily masked and could instead bring greater danger than he currently faced. After much contemplation, without finding a perfect solution, Xuan simply gave up thinking about it. His cultivation hadn't noticeably improved after an entire night's practice. System, check in at the monster forest. Xuan hadn't properly checked in for quite some time. Lately, wherever he was each day, he would just check in there. There had been no particularly significant rewards, except for the golden eyes, a small surprise obtained in Bay City. Other than that, nothing notable had come up. Ding! Check-in complete. Congratulations, Master, you have received the Beast Soul Technique. What is this? Xuan thought curiously as he looked at the scroll offered by the system. Just from the name, it appeared to be a cultivation technique related to Yao So, spirit beasts. Wasn't this exactly what suited him best? He casually flipped through a few pages. The difficulty of mastering it was indeed low. One could probably learn it without any major problems. Even ordinary disciples from the Beast Taming Sect could master the basics within a short period. However, the Beast Soul Technique possessed many incredibly powerful attributes. In this world, cultivation techniques were generally divided into 5 levels of proficiency: lesser vehicle, greater vehicle, perfect harmony, perfect completion, and transcendent. At the beginning, even if one had just started, it wouldn't count as reaching the lesser vehicle level. What made the Beast Soul Technique special was its unique ability. It allowed cultivators using this technique to grow stronger alongside their contracted spirit beasts. However, this effect could only be applied to a limited number of beasts. Initially, only one beast could be bonded. With each level of improvement in proficiency, 2 more beasts could be bound. At the highest stage, Transcendent, The beast soul technique allowed a total of 9 beasts to be bound. But don't misunderstand. This wasn't about how many beasts a cultivator could contract with. It only referred to how many beasts cultivation progress could be enhanced through the beast soul technique, and once bound, the connection couldn't be severed. Even if the beast died, it wouldn't break. Therefore, choosing which beast to cultivate together with was a crucial decision. However, this choice wasn't hard for Xuan. He could pick anyone he wanted. Would either the golden holy dragon or the divine spirit Xian turtle not qualify as divine beasts? Was there really any hesitation here? Besides, with such things, it was always better to focus on quality, not quantity. Xuan was fully confident he could control himself well. Another important reason why he felt he could even transmit this technique back to his sect was that one didn't need a contracted beast to cultivate it. The difference was only that without a bonded beast, one couldn't accelerate the beast cultivation and some special skills within the technique. Those that required a bonded beast to activate would remain inaccessible. But for Xuan, none of these issues had much significance anyway. He had already decided to bind a beast. In a sense, the beast soul technique was practically designed specifically for beast tamers. According to the records, it could be cultivated up to the level of Misery's realm, perfect completion. A cultivation technique reaching this level was extremely rare. How many times more advanced was it than the sect's current foundational technique, the beast taming formula? Just thinking about bringing this back to Qilin made her imagine how delighted she would be. At this thought, Xuan couldn't help but smile faintly. He glanced at the time. Outside, the sky had cleared, and the sun was slowly rising. Now wasn't the right moment to start cultivating. First, he needed to catch up with the group and reunite with the princess's caravan. Xuan once again used his tried-and-true method, allowing the golden holy dragon's power to drive the mountain and sea chart forward. This method was several times faster than the maximum speed he could achieve using the myriad beast transformation. In the blink of an eye, he was transported from this place to the outside world. Although Xuan wasn't good with directions, he had placed a talisman on Wuxia. It didn't have any special effects other than letting the master talisman sense the other's location. This was a precautionary measure. Besides, he couldn't be certain that unexpected situations wouldn't occur. For example, a third sovereign realm expert blocking the princess's caravan, or perhaps the dog uncle failing to lure the pursuers away successfully. He didn't have time to return to the city first to check if they had already left, so it was necessary to leave behind a means to determine their location and assess the situation. Feeling the direction, Xuan smiled slightly. From the indication, they should have already exited the city and traveled quite a distance. Today, when they met up, they would probably be at the valley they had agreed upon earlier. After thinking this, he issued an order to Golden Holy Dragon to move at full speed. As Xuan drew closer to the valley, the more he felt that the atmosphere around was somewhat off, but moving at such a fast pace, he couldn't clearly sense the specifics immediately. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. For whatever came next, as long as they met up, with Shimin Shui, a core formation realm expert present, common riffraff wouldn't be a concern. Even if there were stronger experts, protecting himself wouldn't be difficult. He would see everyone in the group first before deciding anything else. Xuan landed not far from the valley entrance, concealing his presence, and then putting away the mountain and sea chart and other secrets. These were things he couldn't afford to reveal before the princess. When he approached, Shimin Shui immediately sensed his arrival. Didn't expect you to return even earlier than Dog Uncle. Since the dog uncle refused to reveal his real name, everyone continued to call him by that title. Xuan simply smiled without elaborating and asked whether the current mission plan was still going smoothly. Shimin Shui burst into hearty laughter. Thanks largely to your contingency plan. Chapter 68, finally reunited. Shimin Shui's admiration for Xuan grew stronger with each passing day. Regardless of whether there were any complex backgrounds or Gaoshu standing behind him, the sheer intelligence and tactical brilliance he displayed were enough to earn anyone's respect. Xuan truly embodied the saying, taking one step forward while already seeing 3 ahead. His arrangements were seamless, so much so that even someone like Shimin, who had spent many years navigating both the cultivation world and the official circles of the Qin dynasty, couldn't help but feel immense admiration. This wasn't the same as cultivation. Cultivation could be boosted by rare treasures, fate, or even raw talent and natural gifts. But when it came to intelligence and strategic thinking, those could often be more deadly than sheer power. Look at Cheng Jian, wasn't he dead? And what about Hui Dao and Lu Laowo? Weren't they both completely outmaneuvered? Not to mention, even a Tianzuan-level expert like Big Uncle Go was willing to take orders from him, which made him far more impressive than someone like herself who was merely at the core formation stage. Qin Diawu also noticed Xuan's arrival. During the journey, she had spoken extensively with Wu Xia, yet she hadn't managed to learn a single thing that could be considered useful or something she wanted to hear. She didn't know what kind of bewitching words Xuan had whispered to the girl, but whatever it was, it convinced her without question that there was nothing suspicious about him. Not much information had been gathered about the details of that night either, particularly how Xuan managed to kill the experts from Tamed Sect. There was still no lead. Such complete lack of control over the situation frustrated the princess immensely. You're here. Where's Lady Wu Xia? Inside. Xuan didn't greet the princess directly. Instead, he immediately went to check on Wu Xia. Unlike the princess or her maids, among all the people present, Wu Xia was probably the only one who possessed absolutely no cultivation base and had never practiced cultivation before. The long and exhausting journey must have been physically demanding for an ordinary person. If one couldn't endure it, it could even lead to severe exhaustion or physical damage. After checking Wu Xia's condition, Chen Yin found nothing serious, yet he still gave her a healing pill. Most of his pills came from the system. For ordinary people, they simply improved physical health and vitality, without any side effects even for those without cultivation experience. Wu Xia trusted Chen Yin completely. She swallowed the pill as soon as she got it, instantly feeling a cool, refreshing energy wash over her entire body, dispelling all fatigue. Thank you, Master Chen. It's nothing big. Since I brought you out, I naturally have to ensure your safety. Chen Yin smiled and climbed down from the carriage, only to see Qin Jiawu and Shimin Chuxue walking toward him. What's the plan now? For safety's sake, let's wait until Big Uncle Go comes back. Of course, if you're in a hurry to leave, you can go ahead. They discussed this matter casually, because to them, reaching this place already meant that they had said goodbye to danger. No trouble would arise from here on, so waiting a little longer or less wouldn't matter much. Then we'll wait a bit longer. Only the princess could make such a decision here. Chen Yin was definitely staying to wait for Big Uncle Go, and Shimin Chuxue was only accompanying her as a protector. Therefore, the princess's single statement sealed the matter. Chen Yin, don't you think you should introduce me to this lady Wu Xia? I can introduce her, but is it necessary for me to do so with the princess? What? Are you saying you look down on me? Upon hearing this, Chen Yin smiled. It wasn't exactly about respect or disdain. It was just that, from start to finish, the princess had been targeting him. How could he possibly introduce Wu Xia without asking for trouble? Shimin Chuxue calmly moved away from them. It was fine for her to listen briefly to some conversations among the youth, but staying close would only make them uncomfortable. At the core formation stage, even standing at this distance, it wasn't difficult for her to clearly hear what was happening. So, how did you meet this lady Wu Xia in Beicheng? She's just a friend I made there. A friend? What a friend? Then tell me, would you consider me a friend as well? Upon hearing this question, Chen Yin's expression stiffened. This was essentially a death trap. If he said yes, the princess would likely think she was being overly generous, but if he said no, then the princess would definitely fly into a rage. Sensing his current thoughts, the princess didn't push for an immediate answer. How is the Beast Taming Sect doing? The same as before, although things are slightly improving now. Chen Yin briefly explained what had recently happened, naturally following the sect's standardized narrative and attributing all unusual events to that mysterious senior cultivator. What truly concerned Qin Jiawu wasn't the Beast Taming Sect, but rather Qin Ningxue. Upon hearing that the young sect leader of the Xiantian sect had wanted to force Qin Ningxue into marriage, and that even after his death, the Xiantian sect still demanded that Qin Ningxue remain a widow for life, Qin Jiawu was so enraged she could barely speak. Although she was a princess of the Qin Empire, she simply didn't possess the authority to make the Xiantian sect fear her. After all, in terms of actual power, the Xiantian sect and the Qin dynasty were essentially on par. In that regard, her status wasn't even as valuable as Cheng Jinxing's. Yet, the princess's next words were still believable. If you ever encounter any unavoidable danger, come find me in the Imperial City. Although I may not be able to protect the entire sect, safeguarding 1 or 2 people is still within my capability. Then I'll thank Her Highness on behalf of the sect leader in advance. Chen Yin knew very well that the 1 or 2 people the princess mentioned certainly didn't include himself, but he didn't care. As long as Qin Ningxue had a way out, that was enough. Moreover, with him secretly pushing things forward, the Beast Taming Sect might still have the chance to regain its former glory. As they spoke, they remained completely unaware that the entire valley was already surrounded by a dense cluster of assassins. The assassins who had been dispatched this time, both in terms of numbers and quality, were leagues ahead of those inexperienced amateurs from the city. 3 assassins had arrived at the core formation stage, and the strongest among them was nearly at the late core formation stage. Shimin Chuxue was only at the early core formation stage. How could she possibly hold them off? Clearly, the mastermind behind the scenes had already made up their mind to use deadly force, determined to eliminate the princess at all costs. Big Uncle Go was still walking at a leisurely pace on his way back. His mission had already been accomplished, and he didn't know what method Chen Yin had used to lure Hui Dao away. The enemy's remaining Tianzuan expert could no longer keep up with the carriage convoy, so why should he worry about anything? Chapter 69 The Princess Wept. Boss, what's the plan next? Are all the men surrounding the target already in their positions? Yes, we've covered the front and back around the valley, with spies and setups everywhere. Wait until it gets darker, until they start making fires and preparing dinner. That's when we strike. The signal will be the red smoke. Understood. After the trained assassins relayed the orders, they crouched silently around the valley, motionless. Even when some guards or servants passed within mere feet of them while walking around the convoy, not one of them made a reckless move. Sometimes, assassins require stricter self-restraint than soldiers. They had to confine all their behaviors within a strict framework, for any unnecessary action, even the slightest, could bring immeasurable danger to the mission and to themselves. Chen Yin felt uneasy for some reason, though he couldn't quite place what was wrong. He could only repeatedly review everything he had seen and heard on the road, hoping to find the source of the problem. Shimin Xuan noticed that they had stopped talking, the sky was gradually darkening, and dinner time would come shortly. Chen Yin, since you're not in a hurry to leave, later you can stay and have a drink with me. All right, then I'll have a drink with Lord Shimin. Come on, don't call me Lord Shimin anymore. Either call me by name or just Big Brother. Chen Yin could tell that Shimin Xuan was a rather forthright fellow, though the matter of the queen had caused him tremendous emotional and psychological damage, leaving him somewhat defeated. Still, he remained a bold and generous soul. Qin Dai Wu and Wu Xia, the 2 women, went into the carriage to chat about something. Actually, it was Qin Daiwu who had many questions about the wound around Wuxia's eyes. She wasn't the first to have seen someone blinded or wounded in the eyes. But the condition around Wuxia's eyes seemed different from those she had seen before. Usually, a wound in such a sensitive area as the eyes would leave a scar, not soft, healed-over marks. It seemed as though the wound hadn't fully healed, yet the flesh had grown back together. There must be something strange going on here, and the princess was naturally very curious. Wuxia, can you tell me the story behind your eyes? Since you wish to hear, I'd like to hear a story as well. What kind of story? The story of Master Xuan. Qin Daiwu fell silent at that moment, but Wuxia didn't stop speaking. From what I overheard of your conversation with Master Xuan earlier, it's clear to me that the two of you already knew each other beforehand. Whether there was a real conflict or just a misunderstanding doesn't change the fact that I still want to know more about Master Xuan. This line of reasoning left the princess with no room to refuse. In fact, she had neatly boxed the princess in with her words. First, she suggested that they had only a misunderstanding, subtly advising the princess not to be too harsh toward Chen Yan. Then, she followed up by saying that regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, the matter between her and Master Xuan was none of the princess's business. At this point, the princess had only two options. Either, I won't tell your story, and you don't tell Master Chen's, or it could naturally be a trade. Qin Daiwu hadn't expected that a mere brothel girl could be so difficult to deal with. Yet after a moment of silence, she finally agreed to the trade. Wuxia first recounted the story of the massacre of her family, and also the details concerning her eyes. In fact, the secret about her eyes was something she had no intention of ever revealing. But the current situation was different now. The princess wouldn't harm her. Wuxia knew well enough how proud the princess was. Moreover, even if the princess did try to harm her, Chen Yan wouldn't just stand aside. The reason she revealed the secret was that she hoped to use the princess's influence to seek some way to recover her sight. Right now, she really wanted to see what Chen Yan looked like. She couldn't even explain to herself the strange feelings stirring in her heart. But what Wuxia had never expected was that as soon as she finished her story, the princess began to cry, and the weeping grew louder and louder, eventually leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? Chen Yan and Ximen Shui were still outside, preparing to call the others to start cooking. Then they suddenly heard the sobbing from the carriage. That, of course, changed everything. What happened? Why is she crying? Wuxia is so pitiful, sob. This was the first time Chen Yan had ever seen Qin Daiwu like this. Yet in truth, even Qin Daiwu herself didn't understand why she was crying at that moment. Even when she felt sad from time to time throughout her childhood and growing up, she would always cry alone. She just couldn't bring herself to cry when others were around. The only exception, perhaps, had been Qin Ningxue. But now, she broke that rule again. Why? Shua? An arrow came flying out of nowhere. This carriage hadn't been specially reinforced. The wooden planks were only enough to defend against ordinary attacks. Clearly imbued with spiritual energy, the arrow struck with tremendous power, directly shattering the carriage to pieces. Assassins! At the sudden shout, from the surrounding mountains and forests and from both the front and back roads, countless black-clad assassins appeared. The sun had just set westward, and the light was fading fast. At that moment, as Chen Yan heard the shout of assassins, a sudden spark of realization struck his mind. He finally figured out what had fell off during their journey. Around this valley, there had not been a single sound from birds or beasts. Everything had been too quiet, unnaturally so. Obviously, this area had already been cleared out before they arrived. It was to ensure no animals were present to inadvertently alert them. How could he have missed something so obvious? Chen Yan himself felt a pang of guilt. When Princess Qin heard the cry of assassins, she immediately stopped crying. Her maids and guards quickly surrounded the carriage. All the arrows launched at them were blocked by Ximen Shui. At this point, the entire escort team had already been reduced by half. Many of them hadn't even made it to the carriage before being ambushed and killed by hidden killers. Among the black-clad assassins, a few figures dressed slightly differently finally emerged. Based on the insignias on their clothes, they were clearly at least minor leaders. Your Highness, you truly made us search high and low for you. Who exactly sent you to kill me? I deserve to know at least that much before I die. The leader of the assassins let out a cold sneer, but said nothing. Chapter 70, Flying Daggers Unleashed. Who would be so foolish as to reveal to their target who the employer is? After walking a short distance, Chen Yan made a mental note of some intelligence, knowing it would never again be safe to speak of it. The more he saw of their enemy's performance, the more he worried about their own side's condition. As for the princess, there was no need to speak further. There was no way she could help. Her current strength was barely enough to engage in direct combat with an ordinary assassin, with only a slight chance of victory. The hired killers sent here were no pushovers. Although their highest ranks were only at the late foundation formation stage, they had numbers on their side. The palace guards surrounding the princess were practically equal in cultivation to the assassins, but they were greatly outnumbered. Besides, the enemy only needed a single expert at the foundation formation level to keep Ximen Shui occupied. It wasn't even necessary to kill Ximen Shui. With that one distraction, the other two killers could finish off the princess. The princess is already as good as dead anyway. Who cares whether or not she understands the truth now? Without waiting for the princess to reply, the leader of the assassins raised his hand. Come forth. Escort the princess to the underworld. The killers immediately began surrounding them and attacking. This was not an honorable duel. Advantage was advantage, and it must be exploited. Soon, The majority of the guards, servants, and female attendants in the outer ring were either killed or gravely wounded. Damn it, Shimin Shui was already completely engaged. It wasn't so simple to compensate for the gap in cultivation levels by mere tactics. Besides, the enemy wasn't just ordinary opposition. How easy could a fight on a moon level even be? Little friend, quickly take the princess and escape. Shimin Shui knew very well that Chun Yin was the only unpredictable variable present on their side. If even Chun Yin couldn't get the princess out of here, then today, even if he gave his all, it would be useless. 3 foundation formation experts, even if all at the early stage, were more than he could handle alone. Boom. One of the foundation formation level assassins was now fully approaching the perimeter of the carriage where the princess sat, slashing a heavy sword strike. The powerful sword Qi completely shattered the carriage. Luckily, just before the force erupted, Chun Yin had already pulled the 2 women off the carriage and retreated to the rear. Remaining here to fight head-on was clearly unwise. Their enemies had already laid a sky-covering net, and anyone who stayed behind was as good as dead. Once the princess moved, the attending maids and guards around her naturally followed. With these people serving as shields, Chun Yin figured they might as well try to get as far away as possible. At first, Qin Diawu felt grief and fury, soon giving way to despair. In her eyes, survival was now hopeless. There was simply too large a disparity in power, leaving her with no will to resist. And as Qin Diawu internally gave up, her hands had now been carelessly grasped by Chun Yin, dragged forcibly away. Uncle Shimin, you leave now. Please live. Tell my mother everything that happened here today. How could Shimin Shui possibly abandon the girl he regarded as his own daughter? At this moment, he had even unleashed all his abilities to fight back. But the gap in cultivation was just too large. If he engaged in a drawn-out battle, there might be a chance to survive longer. Yet, he stupidly chose to clash head-on with the enemy, playing right into their hands, a perfect opportunity to injure him and capture him completely. According to their employer's instructions, Shimin Shui was not supposed to be killed, at least not yet. Therefore, they didn't take initiative to kill him but instead dispatched subordinates to seize and restrain him. Chun Yin's escape with the 2 girls continued. Originally, if Shimin Shui hadn't foolishly clashed directly with the enemy, their chance of escape would have increased by at least 2-fold. After all, tying up Shimin Shui had truly ensured that their side's only foundation formation expert couldn't break free. But on the flip side, their enemy's late-stage foundation formation expert was also held up by Shimin Shui. Now, Chun Yin and the others had to face 3 foundation formation experts head-on. That was truly an impossible task. Chun Yin had never even considered dying here. Judging from the situation, he had no choice but to reveal his true cultivation level, hoping only that he could deal with the aftermath using other means. Midway through their flight, ambushers suddenly appeared right in front of them. Chun Yin knew that continuing forward meant running directly into the trap, and staying here for battle would also not give the enemy total advantage. Suddenly, Chun Yin stopped. The surrounding assassins also gathered around but did not immediately launch an attack. The mirror-level killers were now silently communicating among themselves. Who is this kid? He wasn't mentioned in the files. Look how far he ran while holding the princess' hand. Maybe he's another guard? I don't think so. While the assassins discussed, Chun Yin was also surveying the surrounding terrain. Whatever. If we can't kill him, let's capture him first. Fine. In their eyes, Chun Yin was clearly an ordinary person with no cultivation. Even if he had somehow concealed his cultivation level, he was still just a young man. If he were truly capable of defeating them, would he even be fleeing at a time like this? At the order of the assassin leader, the killers positioned at a distance all drew out their bows and arrows. It was obvious they intended to strike from afar. The guards around them were naturally their main targets. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained standing by their side. The defensive perimeter shrank more and more, until everyone was packed tightly together and the bows and arrows were finally withdrawn. Princess, one assassin shouted. If you step forward from their protection right now, perhaps in the end we will kill only you and spare the others. Otherwise, when we truly strike, don't blame us for being merciless. Xuan, a flying dagger, moving at an angle and speed unimaginable to ordinary people, shot directly toward the early-stage core formation expert who had been speaking. The attacker was Chun Yin, but no one saw how he had done it. Chun Yin still had some of those flying daggers used by the previous assassins, which he had casually collected. Using an enemy's weapon was the best way not to reveal one's own identity. Keeping a stock of ammunition for the flying dagger's skill was truly excellent. At this moment, Chun Yin had already activated 10,000 beast transformation, enhancing his strength to the peak of the core formation stage. Qin Diawu was astonished beyond words when she sensed a terrifying, oppressive aura radiating from Chun Yin beside her. Although it lasted only an instant, she felt even her breathing had been suppressed. And at this moment, the flying dagger had already reached the core formation assassin. Pucci, the leader did not understand why a sound of a weapon piercing flesh suddenly came from his side. By the time he turned his head to look, his comrade, who had been standing right beside him moments ago, had already been pierced directly through the forehead by a flying dagger, instantly killed. What? Who did this? Even the leader himself was startled into a cold sweat. He had been standing right here. How could someone die beside him without him sensing a thing? What kind of expert possessed such strength? Chapter 71, the exact same knife. Qin Diawu naturally saw how the enemy's core formation expert was killed by a flying dagger. She replayed in her mind every scene she had encountered the night she made the prediction. It seemed as though she had discovered something new, some details she had previously overlooked. At that time, Shimen Shui had said the person who launched the attack had already reached the peak of core formation cultivation when using the flying dagger. Qin Diawu was eager to find out who this noble cultivator was that had saved her life. Leaving no name behind, such a graceful and refined person was definitely someone Qin Diawu, had to get to know. Unconsciously, the princess reached into her robe and touched the few flying daggers she had carefully hidden close to her heart. Who dares to attack shamelessly from the shadows? You assassins actually have the audacity to call others shameless. When Chun Yin heard this, he could hardly suppress his anger. In his eyes, such a behavior was even more despicable than a thief shouting for others to catch a thief. You, brash little brat. Let me take your damned life. The leader of the assassins, being the one with the highest cultivation among the present, had a clear judgment of the current situation. Since the enemy was capable of silently killing a core formation expert, there was a good chance he could eliminate the rest the same way. Rather than be assassinated and ambushed by stealthy methods, he would rather finish the assassination mission assigned earlier. Qin Diawu must die today. A sharp knife in his hand emitted a powerful glow. What's happening? Everyone present was forced to shut their eyes because of the dazzling light. They couldn't see anything at all. This brightness was simply too intense. Only the leader of the assassins remained unaffected. Just when the attack seemed certain to hit Qin Diawu, Chun Yin suddenly sprang into action. In front of the assassin leader's stunned gaze, he accurately blocked the attack using a small piece of green-colored shell in his hand. The flashing white light only lasted for a short moment. For any assassin, such a sight-obscuring technique needed only a bit of time to keep the enemy unaware and defenseless. An assassin at the late core formation stage could be a real threat even to experts at the Heaven Reverence level. After all, simply speaking of defensive capabilities, there was not a qualitative difference between the Heaven Reverence and core formation stages. If a Heaven Reverence early stage cultivator was targeted by an expert at the late core formation, the chance of a successful assassination was extremely high if the opportunity was right. Since Qin Yin was able to block his attack, it meant he naturally had corresponding cultivation skills. Core formation early stage? Not enough. At the very least, it had to be mid-core formation or higher, and his tool must be a defensive treasure. That small green fragment didn't even emit a hint of light. It clearly wasn't anything special. Qin Yin was so young. Could he possibly be at the late core formation stage? A wave of fear surged through the heart of the leader of the assassins, and he dared not think further. After this failed attack, he immediately started retreating while not daring to take his eyes off Qin Yin. If one person alone couldn't defeat the princess, then maybe the chance would come if all the assassins attacked together. You're just a high-level expert. Could it be that 1,000 blades can't take you down? Everyone, attack together. There's a great reward for killing the princess. For assassins like them, apart from completing missions assigned by their organization, they could also earn rewards when facing tough adversaries. At this moment, the princess herself had become the bounty for their mission. If they completed the mission smoothly, they would receive only the standard reward for completing the mission. However, if unexpected circumstances occurred, such as the princess being protected by a particularly powerful individual, the leader could decide to grant them an extra reward. Qin Yin didn't expect something like this. Most importantly, the cultivation level of the surrounding assassins was clearly higher than his protective force. Facing such overwhelming numbers, it truly became impossible to cope. Retreat. From what the leader of the assassins had just said, Qin Yin could already determine their main target was the princess alone. As long as the princess escaped, the assassination attempt would fail. Hand in hand, Qin Diawu and Wu Xia hurriedly ran for their lives. Qin Yin covered the rear. Qin Diawu had no time now to ask Qin Yin exactly what was going on. Wasn't Qin Yin a failure? Wasn't he unable to cultivate? Why could he now wield a fallen guard's blade and fend off the attacks of the surrounding assassins? Leaving everything else aside, many of the assassins had higher cultivation levels than even Qin Diawu. Cursed, the assassin leader had also mixed himself into the ranks, occasionally launching a powerful attack. Another core formation expert did the same. However, his condition was clearly worse than that of the leaders. After all, a companion with the same cultivation level had just died before his very eyes. If he charged too recklessly, he might suffer the same fate. Swoosh. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight toward Qin Diawu, its spiritual energy seemingly as powerful as the spell that had blown up the carriage. Duck down, Qin Yin shouted quickly, but it was already too late. In the final moment, Qin Diawu only managed to turn her body slightly. As she saw the arrow flying straight toward her from not too far away, she used her last bit of strength to push Wu Xiao aside and prepared herself for death. Everything slowed down in this instant. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from Qin Yin's hand. It was fast, even faster than the arrow, so fast the human eye could hardly catch it. What was it? Qin Diawu didn't have much time to think about this question. Ding! Boom! The arrow collided with the ray of light right in front of her eyes. The explosive spiritual energy sent her flying backward, though she wasn't severely injured, just slightly disoriented with her internal energy flow disrupted. Her clothes were torn, but she remained decently covered. Clang! The bright light fell from the sky and landed beside the princess. It revealed the true nature of the light. It was a small flying dagger, which, from the collision with the arrow, had now become completely twisted. The princess's heart suddenly sank. Her hand slightly trembled as she reached out and touched the dagger. Then she pulled out another identical one from her own bosom. A simple comparison showed they were exactly the same knife. Qin Yin, witnessing the scene before him, probably would have wanted to make a sarcastic remark if asked. After all, these knives had originally been taken from those assassins. Were flying daggers not all made the same? However, These flying daggers held completely different meanings for the princess. She wasn't stupid either. From the trajectory and power of the dagger just now, the princess had clearly understood it was Chun Yin's flying dagger. Chapter 72, Then Come at Me. This made her understand even more clearly now. Chun Yin was the one who had saved her that night. It was an answer she had never imagined before, an answer that left her now unable to figure out what expression she should show whenever she looked at Chun Yin. She had always looked down on Chun Yin, and when they met again in this base city, right from the beginning of their encounter, they had constantly been at odds. She had never given him any face whatsoever. From any angle, there was no reason for him to rescue her. Hell, he could have just ignored her existence. Compared to herself, Wuxia probably deserved such salvation far more. After all, Wuxia had always believed in Chun Yin, and there was definitely deep camaraderie between the two. On that night in the alley, when she was attacked, her identity had obviously already been exposed. Although Chun Yin didn't know why he had saved her, he had not left his name nor his trace, which was certainly due to her attitude toward him. In this instant, Qin Diawu's mind raced through countless thoughts, so much so that she thought about far too much. Chun Yin was almost furious at this point. He had barely managed to block the previous attacks to buy them more time to escape further. But these two people, okay, one being blind and couldn't see where he was going, but the other actually just sat there, knife in hand, daydreaming? Haven't you run off yet? Upon hearing Chun Yin's furious shout, Qin Diawu immediately scrambled to her feet. She patted off her clothes, gathered everything into her bosom, grabbed Wuxia, and began sprinting. The assassin leader clearly saw that unless Chun Yin was killed first, there was no way they could go after the princess. Chun Yin's cultivation was clearly higher than he had estimated. Not only a core formation late stage, but a core formation peak cultivator. Furthermore, that flying dagger he threw just now, his initial core formation early stage expert, had obviously been killed by Chun Yin. This realization sent fear through him, but also clarified the situation. This was now a matter of life and death. It was no longer whether the mission could be completed or not. It was whether they wanted to survive or not. Chun Yin must die. Everyone, kill this guy first. Orders from the same generation meant the field commander of the assassins. As long as they followed the command accordingly, they wouldn't be considered at fault. Otherwise, even if the mission was completed, they would still be punished. Everyone immediately abandoned pursuit of the princess and surrounded Chun Yin completely. However, Chun Yin showed no fear on his face at all. In fact, a faint sneer appeared, as though he was laughing at their foolishness. You sure want to keep me trapped here? Once you're taken care of, that princess and the blind fool won't escape our clutches at all. Chun Yin didn't reply to that sentence. Instead, he threw away all his weapons and just stood there quietly, as if waiting for them to make the first move. Then come at me? Chun Yin hooked his fingers mockingly at the assassins. Such an obvious provocation caused some worry among them. How could a cultivator at core formation peak just give up resistance like that? If he really wanted to flee, these assassins might not be able to stop him even at the cost of every one of their lives, given the terrifying difference in cultivation levels. Especially since his last strike had been easily blocked. It was likely that this young man didn't even consider these assassins worth his time. Why don't you come then? Attack. At the leader's order at this moment, the closest group of assassins all launched their attacks. Within several seconds, all these assassins lay with their heads separated from their bodies. Before them appeared a golden giant dragon, and with a light sweep of its claws, the dragon sliced marks across each of their necks. Under the golden holy dragon's aura of overwhelming dominance, everyone on the scene, including the assassin leader, could not move even a muscle. They could only watch helplessly as the attacks landed on their own bodies and ended their lives. With a mere command from Chun Yin, everyone at the scene was completely wiped out. Go back first, Xiaojin. Xiaojin nodded. Even before Chun Yin summoned him, Xiaojin had been in contact through their contract, understanding beforehand that once he emerged, he absolutely must not roar or raise a ruckus. He had best eliminate all enemies silently and invisibly. This way, Chun Yin's identity would not be exposed and could easily cover the matter up. Seeing some chaos far in the distance, Chun Yin immediately headed toward the direction in which the princess and Wu Xia had fled. Because of the previous chase, the distance between them and Shimin Shui Shui had become quite large. After Shimin Shui Shui was bound by a few assassins and left in place, the guard stayed put. The leader had said not to kill him, so naturally they could not move forward on their own. They would have to wait until the leader returned to make a final decision. Dog Uncle felt very strange. Logically speaking, there should have been many people in this valley, but from a distance, it looked completely empty. The closer he got, the more suspicious things seemed. The carriages and the corpses scattered on the ground appeared to have already been attacked. This immediately threw Dog Uncle into panic. Everyone knows that Chun Yin is useless. If he had dared to come here for the rendezvous and ran into some assassins, getting killed in the process, wouldn't that have made Qin Ningxue cry to death? Dog Uncle hurriedly rushed over and examined the corpses scattered across the scene. Surprisingly, Chun Yin wasn't among them. Not even Shimin Shui Shui or the princess could be found. He assumed they must have been somehow removed from here. Even if they hadn't managed to escape entirely, as long as they weren't here, there was still hope. While letting out a sigh of relief, Dog Uncle immediately followed the trail to search further. Soon enough, he discovered Shimin Shui tied up tightly beneath a distant tree. Well now, even an early core formation cultivator had been subdued. Did the others even stand a chance? Who goes there? Dog Uncle drew the long sword at his waist. The few assassins before him couldn't even withstand a single move from him. not even managing to leave a visible trace. A Grand Jing expert transcending such a massive cultivation gap. Eliminating a few chickens like them was already showing them too much respect by using a weapon. Dog Uncle, hurry and save them. What? Shimin Shui, seeing that it was Dog Uncle who had come to rescue him, urgently gestured for him to chase after the direction they had fled. There was no time to think now. With a few slashes, Dog Uncle cut the ropes binding Shimin Shui and then immediately dashed forward. Shimin Shui could only put all his strength into chasing behind, but the cultivation gap made it extremely difficult to match his speed. Following Dog Uncle's trail, the distance between the two gradually widened, until Shimin Shui was nearly unable to keep up with even Dog Uncle's shadow. Suddenly, Dog Uncle came to a stop. Chapter 73, Exposure. The Dog Uncle hovered midair, staring at the bloody scene before him, struggling to imagine what kind of battle had erupted here. Especially the aura lingering in the air. Even an expert at the Tianzuan level like him felt immense pressure. This was definitely no ordinary Galshku. Whoever had fought here must be a top-tier expert. Startled for a moment, Shimin Shui also arrived. His perception wasn't as strong as a Tianzuan's, but he found the sight before him unbearably brutal. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to check whether the princess was still alive. There are no bodies of the princess and the other two here. Does that mean they're still alive? Not necessarily. The Dog Uncle glanced at Shimin Shui, then grabbed him with one hand and flew toward the distance. Chen Yan had already caught up with the princess by now. The three of them found a place to temporarily hide. Of course, Chen Yan didn't say anything about having already eliminated everyone. Since the princess wanted to hide, he just helped her find a good place to lay low, a chance to rest as well. Chen Yan, are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? Chen Yan smiled and shook his head. But you're not supposed to cultivate. Why do you have such powerful combat strength? Faced with the princess's question, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave no answer. Just consider it my secret. The princess nodded slightly and made no attempt to ask further. No matter what, the man before her had saved her life. Regardless of their past relationship, the princess, for now, in terms of both strength and other aspects, no longer had the standing to remain as arrogant before Chen Yan, especially when she took out the two throwing knives from her bosom, put them together, and handed them back to Chen Yan. These are yours. Oh, I've got plenty of these. Chen Yan took out the remaining throwing knives from his bosom, but quickly froze. When he had attacked earlier, the princess should have only picked up one at most. Yet now, there were 3 throwing knives. One still carried a residual trace of his power. Looking at its twisted shape, it was clearly from the earlier impact with an arrow. Then, where had the other 2 come from? Soon, Chen Yan recalled. The night of that assassination attempt, hadn't he used a few throwing knives he'd simply picked up from the ground? He had never imagined the princess would collect and keep them. Now face to face, Chen Yan felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether he should speak or not. Why aren't you saying anything now? Chen Yan coughed lightly twice, then tucked the knives back into his robe. As for the ones offered by the princess, he didn't reach out to take them. Thank you for that night. Princess, I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. As long as I know. A faint smile appeared on Qin Diawu's face, and even Chen Yan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. After all, Qin Diawu had always been a beauty, perhaps one of the rare few in the entire Qin dynasty who could rival her. Qin Ningsu happened to be one of them. But the kind of smile on Qin Diawu's face was somewhat unfamiliar to Chen Yan. It wasn't that he had never seen the princess smile. Sometimes, when she faced ministers, guards, or various distinguished guests and talents, she would display a standardized smile. It appeared emotionless, as if merely going through the motions of smiling. Yet Chen Yan clearly knew this time. It was a genuine, heartfelt smile from the princess. He found this sight a little touching. But soon, he averted his gaze. You were here all along? Are you alright? The Dog Uncle and Shimin Shui had chased all the way from far away. After searching, they finally found them here. Chen Yan supported Wu Xia and walked out of the forest. What happened in the battle just now? Looking at the solemn expressions of the two before her, the princess had no idea what had occurred, since Chen Yan had acted long after she had already left and couldn't see him anymore. Chen Yan didn't want his cultivation level exposed here, but he was too late to stop the princess from speaking. Uncle Shimin, Chen Yan saved me. Chen Yan immediately covered the princess's mouth. Actually, I just barely pulled the princess and Wu Xia away from 2 assassins. Qin Diawu didn't understand why she needed to lie or what Chen Yan's intentions were for concealing his cultivation base. But soon, she stopped resisting. Chen Yan cautiously removed his hand. The princess didn't continue speaking, but simply nodded. This made Shimin Shui feel quite surprised. He had never encountered someone who could make the princess behave so submissively, especially when this person seemed to have had some past conflict with her. Big Uncle Dog's face also showed confusion, clearly finding the previous scene hard to believe. The princess twirled her eyes and shot back with a question. Did something happen? Shimin Shui and Big Uncle Dog didn't answer. Instead, they led everyone back to where the assassin leader and others had been brutally slain. It was clearly a site of massacre. All these assassins hadn't even managed to offer resistance before being slaughtered where they stood. When Big Uncle Dog had forced his way in from outside, he had encountered a few scattered assassins, probably scouts positioned at the perimeter to prevent information from leaking. The main force had all been here, yet not one of them remained. Qin Diawu's face was filled with shock. She clearly understood what level of strength the leader had possessed, not to mention all these subordinates and another foundation-building expert. To say it was Chen Yan who had done this killing, she didn't believe it for a second. Yet something inside her whispered that this was exactly the truth. Otherwise, why earlier had he covered her mouth so desperately, afraid of her saying anything? Do you know what happened? Qin spoke up before the princess could. This was how the situation unfolded. In Qin description, the princess had taken Wu Xia and fled first, while he stayed behind as rearguard. When he broke away, these people hadn't been dead yet. While distancing himself, he seemed to have heard screams from behind, but he lacked the courage to look back. After rejoining the princess, he had no idea what exactly had occurred there. At first glance, nothing seemed off, but certain illogical details lurked beneath. His cultivation level. Qin was merely an untalented good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate. How could he possibly resist so many killers? Seeing the expressions on Shimin Shui and Big Uncle Dog's faces, Qin gave a bitter smile. He would have to reveal at least part of his secret. Of course, perhaps this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Chapter 74 Limited Confession. As soon as Qin finished describing what had happened, the two people, Situ Shui and Go Dashi, immediately started circling around him, as if they were carefully observing him from head to toe to figure out exactly what was going on. One at Golden Core stage, the other at Heavenly Sovereign stage. Neither could sense even a hint of cultivation fluctuation from Qin. This was strange. Very strange. Moreover, the aura surrounding Qin was too stable. Even if you concealed your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to hide it this completely. The two of them even went as far as touching Qin's pulse directly. What's going on here exactly? I said, if you want to ask questions, just ask. But please don't go touching me. We're all men after all. Physical contact isn't appropriate. As Qin said this, the two women, Princess and Wuxia, were standing nearby, their expressions odd as if they were trying hard to suppress laughter. Stop fooling around with me and just speak up. Tell us, what exactly is going on with you? I can tell you, but everyone here today must swear to keep it a secret. Situ Shui rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how this kid could have so many conditions. What he didn't know was that Qin had always been considered a useless person with broken meridians. Now that he suddenly possessed cultivation, it came as an enormous shock to those who knew him and his background. Until this mystery was sorted out, Qin's life wouldn't exactly be peaceful. Don't worry, you still doubt Go Dashi after all this time. The princess and Wuxia also reacted quickly, immediately adding their own promises of secrecy. Situ Shui, under the combined stare of the four people before him, looked visibly uncomfortable but finally gave his assurance as well. Only then did Qin activate the myriad beast transformation. However, he remained cautious. The strength of the cultivation energy that the transformation distributed could be controlled by himself. At the moment, he only allowed himself to display the power of early Golden Core stage cultivator so as not to attract undue attention. Although the princess knew this wasn't his full strength, she held her tongue at this moment. So, you've been hiding your strength and have secretly reached the Golden Core stage? How come you managed to conceal it so thoroughly? What exactly is your motive? There was a strange expression on Qin's face. Shouldn't I be celebrating the fact that I've developed cultivation? And you're all suspecting my intentions. At this point, the princess stepped in with a fair remark. No matter what, if it weren't for Qin, I would have died long ago. So whatever his motives may or may not be, the fact remains that he saved me. Alright, we're just teasing you a little. Why so eager to jump in and defend him? Is it because you feel we're bullying your beloved? At this, Situ Shui winked and made a joke, but this time the princess really did blush. She had placed great expectations on the master of this flying blade. In recent nights, she often dreamt of that night when she was assassinated. Now, Qin appears before her, revealing his identity. Though it was due to a coincidence, that same coincidence has saved her again. A very real case of a hero rescuing a beauty. It would be untrue to say Qin felt nothing for Qin. But was there any possibility between them? Practically none. Not to mention the differences in their identities making any relationship between the two impossible. But also, Qin and Qin Ningxue were actually very close friends and best confidants. To Qin had always belonged to her sister. She had always thought Qin, a useless nobody, wasn't worthy of her sister. Now, she found out Qin was not only a master of high skills, but better than she had imagined. This striking contrast made Qin feel completely different toward him. Seeing the blush on the princess's face, Situ Shui's expression also changed slightly. He knew very well how highly Qin regarded herself, and how high her standards were. Just who was this Qin anyway? Where did he even come from? Not only did he possess formidable cultivation power, placing him above his peers, but he also won the heart of the princess who was like his own daughter. Situ Shui became increasingly curious about Qin, and consequently, increasingly curious about the Beast Tamed Sect and Go Dashi as well. Alright, let's leave it at that today. Everyone, keep this to yourselves. Since it's a secret, then keep it secret. When you're ready to tell us more, then speak up. Go Dashi summarized the matter decisively. He understood well why Qin wanted to continue keeping it secret. He was the most powerful among them and the expert brought by Qin himself. Since he had already made such a statement, the others wouldn't refuse out of respect. What are your plans next? Although the assassination attempt here has ended, the guards and attendants accompanying you have already been eliminated. Qin thought for a while before asking a question. In truth, his main concern wasn't the princess's safety, since with Situ Shui around, sneaking back to the imperial city with only 2 people wouldn't be much of a problem. It was just that so many people had died here, which made him feel deeply sorry. Human life was always something special, and seeing one life after another vanish before his eyes had left a strong impact on Qin. Because he had no cultivation, he rarely encountered real danger. Even when he did face danger, he had always relied on his wit to get out of it. Even after obtaining combat strength, during the invasion of the Yikao sect, he had sent his summoned beasts, Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu, to fight in his place. That feeling was completely different from personally engaging in battle face-to-face with enemies. Qing Jianxing? He had it coming. As for the people from Xiantian sect he had killed later, they were all one-on-one fights. But this time was different. The guards and servants beside him, though he had only known them briefly, had been alive one moment and corpses the next. This made Chen Yan's hands tremble slightly. Suddenly, the princess spoke up. They died protecting me, and their families will be taken care of by the princess's mansion. All right, Chen Yan responded briefly. He adjusted his mood. I think it's getting late. If you want to return early, you should travel while it's still dark tonight. Chen Yan took out a map from his body and marked a few places on it. It's better you avoid these areas. Although I don't know if the enemy has left any traps behind, just to be safe, try your best to bypass these spots. The places Chen Yan marked were small towns and villages that appeared to be of no importance. But if one or two spies were placed inside, Princess and Situ Chue Shui were simply too recognizable as a pair. Chapter 75. The Princess's Manner Token. Although they could indeed change their appearances or alter their attire, the aura surrounding these two individuals was simply too difficult to eliminate. In fact, beyond just their aura, a single glance at them would surely leave an indelible impression. Not everyone might be able to recognize their identities, but as long as someone found their appearances suspicious, the assassin organization would send others to investigate further. Chen Yan, though unfamiliar with exactly how the assassin organization operated, suspected that such basic measures would definitely be in place. Shimin Chue Xuan nodded in agreement. He was genuinely impressed with Chun Yan's intelligence. Throughout the journey, nearly everything had gone exactly according to Chen's calculations. Without him, today would likely have ended in disaster. Well then, we'll part ways here today. The princess stepped forward on her own, bidding farewell to Chen Yan. Truthfully, Chen felt a bit uneasy about her sudden display of initiative. Still, since she had come with good intentions to say goodbye, he had no reason to refuse. I hope we meet again in the future. The princess nodded, then removed a token from her body. Written on it were the words, Princess's Manor, and judging by the token's design, it must have been something only Imperial family members could possess. If one day you arrive in the Imperial city, remember to visit my manor. Chen Yan was stunned. The princess directly placed the token into his hand. Uncle Shimin, let's go. Shimin Chue Shui chuckled loudly, quickly moving forward with the princess. In no time at all, they disappeared down the road. The reason the princess was in such a hurry to leave was precisely to avoid giving Chen Yan the chance to return the token. Evidently, Shimin Chue Shui understood this as well and happily cooperated, laughing loudly as he departed. Dog Elder suddenly spoke up from the side. What's wrong? Zoning out, and can't even walk anymore. If you really think the princess is beautiful, go chase after her. Didn't she just give you that token? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yan turned around, shooting Dog Elder a glare before tucking the token into his robe. No one could tell what he was thinking. Instinctively, Chen Yan reached for Wuxia's hand, and Wuxia obediently allowed herself to be held. Seeing this, Dog Elder couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid really had extraordinary luck with women. No matter where he went, he met beautiful girls who all seemed to secretly have feelings for him. Kid, do you have more secrets to share? Since everything's already been exposed, why don't you tell your dear old Dog Elder all about it? Chen Yan had known Dog Elder would come asking eventually. After all, they had been living in the same sect for such a long time. Dog Elder might not know much about Shimin Chue Shui or the princess, but when it came to Chen Yan himself, he probably knew more about him than anyone else, inside and out. From Chen Yan's hesitation earlier, and from the way the princess helped answer for him, Dog Elder sensed that there was definitely something suspicious going on. Chen Yan was only unwilling to reveal the truth in front of outsiders. As for Dog Elder, he could be trusted. But some secrets were just too big. He simply couldn't say them out loud. So during the earlier display of his cultivation, he'd secretly reserved some strength. Chen Yan had now released the beast form transformation. His displayed cultivation level was the one granted by the Mountain Sea chart, merely at the middle foundation building stage. When Dog Elder noticed this, his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. Hiding one's true cultivation was possible. Enhancing it artificially was also possible. But to be able to strengthen it by so much and hide it so thoroughly, Chen Yan was truly an anomaly. Just what exactly is going on here? Chen Yan had already prepared an explanation. Actually, the core formation stage cultivation I displayed earlier was something I could temporarily access. My real cultivation is currently only at foundation building. Dog Elder sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth. He clearly misunderstood what Chen had just said. In Dog Elder's mind, the phrase, temporarily accessible cultivation, meant Chen had some secret technique that could forcibly boost his cultivation to the core formation early stage. Since this was a secret technique, it also meant that once his actual cultivation broke through, the upper limit of the technique would also increase. If, while still at foundation building, he could exhibit core formation level strength, then how powerful would he become after advancing further? Once he reached the Bigu cultivation stage, wouldn't he already possess the power of the late core formation or even early heavenly sovereign stage? That was simply unimaginable. He hadn't thought along those lines at first, but now that he considered it, if Chun Yin really had that kind of power, it was quite likely that Chang Jianfeng had indeed been killed by Chun Yin himself. That would also explain why Chun Yin had tried so hard that night to shake him off. However, since Chun Yin hadn't outright admitted it, Dog Elder decided to act as though he hadn't figured it out, and better still, Pretend the matter had never happened, at least until he found other clues that might lead to even bigger trouble. Still, there remained one major question he had yet to resolve. The biggest problem emerging today, however, was still Hui Dao. Whether in terms of cultivation strength or other threats, Hui Dao posed a far greater danger than the assassins here or Lu Laoqi, who had been tricked away by Dog Elder. If Hui Dao wasn't dealt with, it would have been utterly impossible for them to make it out today. How exactly did Chun Yin manage to lure Hui Dao away? Realizing the odd look in Dog Elder's eyes as he stared at him, Chun Yin quickly figured out what the older man was thinking. Enough of this idle chat in the middle of this wilderness. Let's hurry back to the sect. We still need to report to the sect leader about everything that happened in the city lately, and about Wu Xia as well. Dog Elder, of course, could tell that Chun Yin had no intention of explaining further. However, secrets were something everyone had. Dog Elder himself was no exception. If someone asked him about his, he wouldn't talk either. The three of them sped on their way without delay. Dog Elder held one in each hand, carrying them like two little chicks, quickly crossing mountains and valleys until they reached the location of the Beast Taming Sect. Wu Xia still wore her veil. As they entered the mountain gates, they encountered some disciples, exchanging greetings with one another. Upon reaching the Beast Taming Sect, Dog Elder immediately concealed his cultivation. Seemingly, his identity here was nothing more than that of a janitor, someone who swept the floors and fed the beast companions. Nothing much else to it. Holding Wu Xia's hand, some of the disciples noticed and couldn't resist teasing Chun Yin. After all, Wu Xia's figure was undeniably alluring. Though her face remained hidden behind the veil, her silhouette alone betrayed an unmistakable beauty. Arriving at the conference hall, they found Qi Ningxue and the other elders already present. Dog Elder's true identity was no longer a secret to the elders' level. When they entered, Qi Ningxue was just in the middle of a discussion with the elders. Seeing Chun Yin's return, she joyfully stepped forward to greet him, but upon noticing his hand entwined with Wu Xia's, her expression briefly turned wistful. Chapter 76. The Letter from Tamed Sect. This subtle change was actually noticed by everyone. Perhaps the only two people who hadn't realized it were the ones directly involved. Qi Ningxue glanced over to check whether Chun Yin had any injuries. Only after confirming he was fine did she loosen her grip. At this moment, the Grand Elder smiled. It's good that you're back now. Recently, something big has happened in Bay City. Just now, the sect leader mentioned that he wanted to find ways to call you two back immediately. The Grand Elder's words filled the faces of several people with surprise. Exactly what kind of major incident could it be? Something unknown to people in Bay City, yet already spread to the mountain gate. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, the Grand Elder stroked his beard and began to speak. In fact, Chun Yin could already sense some joy in their expressions. He had more or less figured out what major incident they were referring to. The fact that Cheng Jian had died was already old news to everyone, something people had already come to understand and concluded. What truly shocked them was the death of Hui Dao. The most stunned among them should be Uncle Go. After all, just yesterday, Hui Dao had been lured away by Chun Yin's scheme. It would be hard for anyone to believe that his death had absolutely nothing to do with Chun Yin. But then again, saying Chun Yin personally killed him also wouldn't be credible. Uncle Go turned his gaze to Chun Yin almost immediately. The Grand Elder didn't react at all and continued speaking. It said that a female sword cultivator launched a fierce attack to provoke Hui Dao, directly drawing him into the beast forest. According to eyewitnesses, that's all they saw. As for the rest, including how Hui Dao's death became known, was something publicly announced by Tamed Sect. Elders of such a level can leave behind their soul pearls within sects that meet certain conditions. Having such an item allows a sect to judge the elder's condition from afar. Of course, soul pearls are only suitable for experts reaching the Tianzuan realm at minimum. Soul pearls also vary in quality and capabilities. For high-quality ones, when the owner dies, one can often see the final moments before death. For the more basic types, they only indicate whether the person is still alive and when they died. As for what exactly happened at the time of death, it remains unknown. Chun Yin felt somewhat nervous inwardly, hoping that the soul pearl Hui Dao used was only a basic version. If it could display the last moments before death, then the golden holy dragon, even if the beast taming sect didn't have him now, could easily be found by others later. Yet, once connected to beasts, the Tamed Sect would definitely link it back to the beast taming sect. If that happened, all the efforts he had made to confuse the trail recently would have been in vain. However, currently, the Tamed Sect can only confirm that Hui Dao is dead. Exactly where he died and who killed him remains undetermined. The most likely assumption so far is Wu Xia, the girl from the Chunman building. She herself is a top expert. Both Cheng Jian and Hui Dao died by her hands. When Chun Yin heard this last sentence, he exhaled in relief. So long as there were no other speculations or conclusions, it would be fine. But Wu Xia, she was right beside him. How could she be some powerful expert? Chun Yin found it amusing himself. After finishing his story, the Grand Elder curiously looked at Wu Xia, who was standing in the assembly hall. He had noticed her as soon as she entered. Although she lacked cultivation abilities, there was something particularly strange about her aura, one that naturally drew attention without seeming odd. Who is this young lady? When the Grand Elder asked about Wu Xia, Chun Yin took the opportunity to explain. This is the mighty expert you were just talking about. What? She is the Wu Xia you mentioned just now. Hearing this, the Grand Elder froze completely. Wu Xia had been brought back? What happened exactly? At this moment, Chun Yin explained their experiences in Bay City briefly. Naturally, there was a specific way to phrase such things for the elders, although the true details were known by Uncle Go, Wu Xia, and whoever else might have known more than others. Chen Yin would definitely explain things to Qin Ningxue later, though not in the assembly hall. According to Chen Yin's account, Cheng Jian had been killed by a mysterious expert. He had helped that expert with something small, earning their appreciation, which led to the expert killing Cheng Jian on his behalf. As for bringing back Wu Xia, it was done at the behest of that same expert. Not wishing innocent people to be implicated because of his slaying of Cheng Jian, the expert had requested that Chen Yin bring her back and treat her kindly. As for Hu Yidao's death, he simply claimed ignorance, explaining that he had left together with the princess and others in their caravan. The female sword cultivator mentioned in the rumors, and the white-clothed sword sage, Chen Yin, knew absolutely nothing, or so he claimed. As Chen Yin spoke, Wu Xia removed the veil covering her face. The complex scars covering her eyes made it obvious that she could no longer see. Uncle Ghost simply smiled and gave a slight nod at the end. After all, it was Chen Yin himself who had done these things, and the story he had made up. Whatever he said, went. Let's not dwell on this. Before we walked in, what were you all discussing? A message from Tamed Sect. Here, take a look. When the second elder heard this question, he sighed deeply and picked up a letter from the nearby table, handing it over to Chen Yin. Again from Tamed Sect? Were they really this persistent? Chen Yin held his breath as he tore open the envelope and quickly scanned through the letter. In the end, his entire face turned pitch black with anger. Tamed Sect had already lost Cheng Jian, then Hu Yidao. They still couldn't determine who had been behind it. But to prevent weakening their overall power and to strengthen their sect, some idiot within Tamed Sect must have come up with such a terrible idea. It was stated bluntly in the letter that since Qin Ningxue had become the young sect leader's wife, the Beast Taming Sect she belonged to should naturally be merged into Tamed Sect as part of her dowry. All the disciples, territory, elders, and even the tamed beasts of the Beast Taming Sect were to be transferred under Tamed Sect's control. They dressed up such a despicable, robber-like act as if it were perfectly reasonable and proper. Worse yet, the letter was written as if they were doing Qin Ningxue a great favor, giving her an extraordinary opportunity, all out of generosity. Chen Yin was so furious that he nearly lost control and revealed his cultivation. Qin Ningxue reached over, retrieved the letter, and placed it back on the table. In the last moment before the letter disappeared from his hands, Chen Yin caught sight of the final paragraph. The meaning was simple. With Cheng Jianxing already dead, it was suggested that she marry someone else from Tamed Sect instead. Such a beautiful woman. To have her was a waste not to, and even if he did, no one would suffer a loss. Chapter 77. The Great Change at Beast Taming Peak. The name written on the letter was Lu Lauer. Chen Yin immediately remembered this name, but it wasn't just the name he remembered. Qin Ningxue calmed Chen Yin down slightly. This is just a letter now, no need to rush things. Wasn't there also the matter with Cheng Jianxing before? The person is already dead now, right? On the surface, Qin Ningxue appeared rather relaxed about such things. Who knows, perhaps someone brought it upon themselves. Maybe they're dead again this time too. Though said as a joke, everyone clearly understood it was only a playful remark. What was Cheng Jianxing's cultivation level? To put it bluntly, among the elders present, any of them could have killed him as easily as playing a game. And Lu Lauer? In the entire Tamed Sect, as long as you asked around a bit, you could find out about this name. Even among the elders, he was definitely a named expert, rumored to already be in the middle stage of the cycle realm, possibly breaking through to the late stage anytime. Such a presence, even if only one came, the entire beast taming hall would have no chance of survival. Qin Ningxue glanced at Wu Xia, hesitated briefly, and then spoke. On Yan, regarding Miss Wu Xia, how do you plan to arrange things? Well, that should be arranged by the sect leader. After all, she's a woman. I wouldn't feel comfortable arranging her myself. The reason why Qin Ningxue asked this question was to see whether he had any intentions towards Wu Xia. If he did, naturally they could be arranged to live together. Previously, she had also advised Chen Yin that he could find a regular civilian to settle down with. If he didn't, then Wu Xia settling permanently in the beast taming hall wouldn't be bad either, since she was sent by a senior expert. Seeing Chen Yin's reaction, Qin Ningxue nodded. In that case, starting today, Miss Wu Xia will live with me. Would that be inconvenient for the sect leader? Chen Yin immediately worried that he might have caused trouble for Qin Ningxue. Qin Ningxue smiled. My courtyard is rather quiet. Having another person around might make it livelier. After saying that, everyone dispersed from the meeting hall. Chen Yin had been in Beijing for a while and hadn't yet learned about the current state of the beast taming hall. Chen Yin headed first to beast taming peak. He'd made many modifications there before, hoping to enhance the overall strength of the beast there. However, he had hurried off to Beijing without knowing what had happened since. Upon arriving, he found that the lower grade beasts here had benefited the most. In terms of their overall strength, they had improved dramatically compared to the previous state. Beast taming peak was usually quiet, with not many people passing by, except for those who raised beasts. If there was something to be handled, masters of these beasts could directly communicate with them through the contract. So there was no need to come here in person. As the number of disciples of the beast taming hall continued to dwindle, Chen Yin could practically be considered the last one who frequently came here. Roar! Suddenly, a huge black bear jumped out from the side, nearly startling Chen Yin. The massive palm of this bear almost hit his head before it stopped, and then got on all fours, nuzzling against Chen Yin's body affectionately. Chen Yin had stayed on beast taming peak for a long time. Even though he hadn't been here for a while, his aura had long been remembered by many beasts. Chen Yin retrieved some life elixir water from his storage ring and fed it to the bear. Not every beast here was bound by a contract. The giant bear in front of him was one such example. The Beast Taming Hall raised many beasts naturally in this place, and they could be considered members of the hall. Some of these beasts were eggs or cubs brought back by disciples from their journeys outside. They were raised here since childhood and regarded the Beast Taming Hall as their home. Of course, these beasts were generally never forcibly restricted in their freedom. In the history of the Beast Taming Hall, there had even been stories about strong beasts that were released and their offspring later returned to repay the kindness. But Xuan always treated these stories like fairy tales. More beasts were born right here. For example, if Xuan's golden holy dragon had offspring born in the Beast Taming Hall, it would likely be raised here and become one of its guardian beasts. Even if no one could form a contract with it, out of respect for Xiao Jin and Xuan, it would protect the peace of the Beast Taming Hall. This giant bear's mother had once been the contract beast of one of the elders of the Beast Taming Hall, but both the elder and his contract beast had never returned after a trip outside. Back then, Xuan had taken on the responsibility of caring for it. Unconsciously, he had raised it to this size. Roar! The bear patted his back with its paw, and Xuan smiled and climbed onto it. He saw many familiar figures, including the Tian Mountain Hawk, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf, and the two-headed saber-toothed tiger, all of which were beasts belonging to Qilin. Unconsciously, he had already arrived at the summit of Beast Taming Peak. He still remembered his previous modifications here. Now, the results looked remarkably noticeable. When he had left before, the spiritual spring had only shown a faint trace of purple. Now, when he looked at it, it was completely covered in purple. It was indeed somewhat unbelievable. Looking at the color change of the spiritual spring, if the location hadn't changed, nor the surrounding scenery, Xuan almost couldn't recognize it. The energy contained in this spiritual spring was simply too abundant. This wasn't the first time Xuan had seen a spiritual spring. For his check-in purposes, he had previously run off to remote places with Golden Holy Dragon. However, even the best quality spiritual springs he had encountered outside couldn't be compared to the liquid in front of him now. With this dime purple spiritual water, no wonder the beasts at Beast Taming Peak grew so fast. But in that case, he must hurry up and pass down the Beast Soul Technique to Qilin. The Beast Soul Technique allowed beast tamers to cultivate together with their contracted beasts, increasing each other's cultivation levels. It could also promote the tamer's cultivation through the beast's improvement. Now, with such a great resource, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Xuan clearly understood that this was a great opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Beast Taming Hall. After Xuan finished inspecting the situation at Beast Taming Peak, he left. Qilin brought Wuxia to her own residence. Although Qilin was the sect leader, her living place wasn't particularly luxurious. It was just a small courtyard, but it was perfectly suitable for Wuxia to live in. Miss Wuxia, from now on, you will live here. Thank you, sect leader, for taking me in. As Qilin smiled and prepared to leave, Wuxia suddenly called her back. Sect leader, is there really nothing you wish to ask me? Qilin paused, somewhat startled. She indeed had many questions she wanted to ask, but didn't know where to begin. And yet, Wuxia, who clearly couldn't see anything, how could she have known this? Chapter 78, Let It Glow a Bit. Even though Wuxia can't see, she can still sense the concern and curiosity the sect leader has towards Master Xuan. Out of trust, the sect leader won't question Master Xuan directly, so the only option is to ask Wuxia. Just at this moment, Uncle Dog also arrived and bowed slightly to the sect leader. Leader, I have something to discuss with you. However, before Uncle Dog could speak, Xuan also showed up. Now this was perfect. Everyone gathered right here. The several people looked at each other awkwardly. If Qilin couldn't tell at this point that everyone had something they wanted to discuss with her, then she would truly be an idiot. Go ahead and speak. In the courtyard where Qilin lived, there was a stone table and a kulti. Everyone sat there. In any case, it was only proper for Xuan to go first. On one hand, Uncle Dog didn't want to embarrass him, and on the other, if Xuan wasn't ready and blurted something out, it could cause problems on both sides. It's actually like this. Xuan hadn't come here intending to expose himself. He'd thought long and hard and finally found what seemed to be a reasonably believable excuse. Leader, I picked up a token at the foot of the Beast Taming Peak. Take a look, is it something from our sect? A token? Qilin indeed became genuinely curious. She hadn't thought much of it as Xuan handed it over, but once she held it in her hand, something fell off. As the sect leader, she knew the sect's history thoroughly. The moment she saw the token, she immediately placed it on the table, then rushed into her room, pulled out a diagram. Right on the first page, she saw the 3 large characters that read Spirit Beast Token, and its appearance was nearly identical to the token in the diagram. Qilin felt joy but also sensed something wasn't right. She knew that at the auction at the Qin Royal Pavilion not long ago, a Spirit Beast token had appeared, apparently bought by a mysterious person. The truth was, not only did the Beast Taming Sect not have enough funds to compete for the token at the time, but even if it had been obtained, there was no certainty it could be kept. Therefore, after a period of time watching, she gave up. And after such a long time had passed, no rumors had emerged of any sect or noble family cultivating a powerful beast. It seemed the token itself must have encountered some problem. According to the records, the item contained within the Spirit Beast token was of extremely high level. Even if it wasn't usable, it was definitely a fine item that could improve combat capability. However, there was also a record stating that the Spirit Beast token had been damaged in a major battle long ago and had already gone missing since then. But the one in front of her now was shining golden, as good as new. Qilin started to suspect it might be a counterfeit. Could it be some bait meant to lure someone out, accidentally dropped here at the Beast Taming Sect? Chen, exactly where did this thing come from? Really just picked it up at the foot of the beast taming peak. Chen, recalling how he first saw the spirit beast token in a broken, tattered state, guessed Qin Ningxue probably didn't believe him. Well, since everything was just a lie anyway, what difference did the details make? Actually, when I first touched it, it looked dull and gray, nothing like a treasure at all. But once I held it, something happened. It emitted a golden glow and then changed into this state. Qin Ningxue felt confused. Chen had a damaged meridian system and couldn't cultivate at all. How could the spirit beast token emit light in his hands? At this moment, Uncle Dog chuckled. Then why don't you let us see it glow again? Before Chen could say anything, Qin Ningxue directly threw the item into his arms. Surprisingly, upon holding it, it really released a golden light. Although it dimmed quickly, it definitely had glowed. The spirit beast token was extremely mysterious. After all, it belonged to the first sect leader. After Chen obtained it, he didn't even research it much. Practically just a few days later, he placed it inside his spatial ring without even touching it. The token itself felt rather resentful. It had its own consciousness when it was with the first sect leader. Though it was damaged later, losing many of its original functions and even basic inheritance, it was then auctioned off by the Qin Royal Pavilion. However, after Chen simply repaired the spirit beast token using the power of the golden holy dragon, the lost consciousness had already shown signs of recovering. Small signs, but significant. It was extremely unhappy about being shoved inside the spatial ring and ignored. Therefore, when thrown back into Chen hands just now, it deliberately glowed. Besides Wu Xia, the other two people observed Chen expression. Qin Ningxue was stunned. Uncle Dog was first shocked, then immediately looked delighted with a hint of mockery. You want to pretend you have no cultivation? Want to keep pretending you're still a nobody? Well, go ahead and explain that now. I really don't know why. It's probably just coincidence. Look, it's not glowing anymore. As soon as Chen finished speaking, the token glowed once again. Now Chen truly felt like spitting blood. Qin Ningxue took the spirit beast token and gently stroked it twice. Do you feel anything special? Special feeling? I don't think so. According to the diagram, it belongs to the Beast Tamed Sect. Naturally, it should be up to the sect leader to decide. What Chen wanted most was to pass this object to Qin Ningxue. How could he say he had any special feelings about it? Although this item would definitely be useful in the future, nothing mattered more to Chen than his feelings for the Beast Taming Sect and for Qin Ningxue. Once given away, it was fine. With his system, would he ever lack treasures in the future? If that's the case, then this item will be kept in your care from now on. Hearing these words, Uncle Dog was stunned. In the past, the spirit beast token had been the sect leader's emblem, a token of authority and identity. If Chen hadn't been crippled in cultivation, Uncle Dog would have thought the succession was already destined for him. But thinking about it the other way, Chen was no longer the useless cripple he once was. With high cultivation, and using that secret technique later, his future was boundless. Moreover, Chen was clever. Appointing him as successor wouldn't be a bad choice either. Nowadays, there were indeed not many people in the Beast Taming Sect who could shoulder major responsibilities. Uncle Dog found himself thinking far ahead unconsciously. But leader, I can't cultivate this. Don't think too much about it. Since the spirit beast token glowed in your hands, there must be a destined connection. Perhaps by holding it, your broken meridians could even be healed someday. Just accept it. After saying this, Qin Ningxue paused slightly. Still, I might need to give it to you a few days later. Inside it lies the Beast Taming Sect's secret technique, myriad beast transformation, as well as some inheritance potions. I'll record these things first before handing the token over to you. Upon hearing this, Chen relaxed slightly. As long as the secret technique was handed over, whether the token remained in his possession or in Qin Ningxue's made little difference. Then I'll follow the sect leader's arrangement. After speaking, Chen turned to look at Uncle Dog. That mocking, gloating smile of his had not escaped Chen eyes. I wonder what business Uncle Dog has with us now. Chapter 79, What's next? When the old dog master heard Chen suddenly shift the conversation toward him, his smile vanished instantly. He coughed twice. No problem, I was just walking around randomly. Oh, if so, then how about joining me for a walk? Without a word, Chen walked over, grabbed the old dog master's arm, and pulled him away, leaving Wu Xia and Qin Ningxue looking at each other in confusion. Once outside, the old dog master asked curiously, You really just randomly picked up that sacred beast token somewhere? Chen rolled his eyes and didn't respond. How could someone just randomly find such a valuable item? Facing the old dog master's question, Chen only thought he was out of his mind. Yet he himself hadn't considered that if the sacred beast token hadn't emitted light earlier, how could the old dog master possibly believe it? For Chen, half the mission was done. The 10,000 beast transformation had already been handed over, but he hadn't given the soul beast art to Qin Ningxue yet. It was easier with the 10,000 beast transformation. Once he presented the sacred beast token, which clearly had belonged to the Beast Taming Sect long ago, people would believe him. But the soul beast art was different, revealing it would immediately cast doubt on his identity. So should he have someone else give it to Qin Ningxue instead? That would be difficult too. If he, himself, could randomly find good items on the beast taming peak, maybe others could find treasures here as well. Suddenly, this idea struck Chen as perfectly valid. Maybe he could stage a situation so that someone else could hand the soul beast art to Qin Ningxue naturally. After reaching this conclusion, a smile surfaced on Chen face. Seeing Chen didn't answer, the old dog master didn't press further. This kid was full of secrets now. Just by being willing to reveal the sacred beast token, It showed that the Beast Taming Sect and Qilin mattered more to him than treasures. That was enough. No need to overthink. Seeing Chun Yin smile, the old dog master, unaware of what the young man had been thinking, asked instead, "What's your next move?" "Haven't decided yet, but I do need to deal with the Tamed Sect. If we don't take care of part of it while their experts are still inside the secret realm, things will get more complicated." A month had passed since the secret realm opened. Chun Yin wasn't getting carried away by the current success. The Tamed Sect had given the Beast Taming Sect no chance to survive. They had kept crossing lines. At this point, the situation boiled down to a life-or-death struggle. And if the Beast Taming Sect alone pursued this course, they would definitely lose. So Chun Yin had no choice but to act first. If all their top experts were stuck in the secret realm, then in the next 2 months, I'll make sure every high-level figure of the Tamed Sect outside this realm is dead. The goal Chun Yin set for himself was nearly impossible, but he had no alternative and nowhere to retreat. Whatever you do, don't go alone. The old dog master clearly meant this as a way of offering protection, and Chun Yin understood it well. Don't worry. If there really is an action coming, even if the sect leader doesn't call you to join me, I will include you myself. High experts at the celestial master level aren't common. The old dog master smiled. Me? I'm no expert at all, just someone in the Beast Taming Sect sweeping floors and doing odd jobs. Hearing this, Chun Yin rolled his eyes again. He's pretending now, isn't he? Back at the small courtyard, Wuxia and Qilin sat quietly sipping tea. "Miss Wuxia, is there still a way to save your eyesight?" Wuxia does not know. In her heart, she truly didn't know. According to what the old man who had taken her in had said, she might have a chance only if she acquired a supreme treasure of the spiritual treasure class. But not just any treasure. It had to possess purification and restoration effects. However, such treasures were nearly impossible to encounter for ordinary people. Even those at the reincarnation stage, even if they got lucky and encountered one, rarely had a chance to obtain it. Come on, treasures of that level would have guardian beasts naturally guarding them, each one far beyond the strength of someone at the reincarnation stage. Perhaps only cultivators at the calamity stage might stand a slight chance of obtaining such a treasure. But even then, what then? Wuxia clearly understood the balance of interests involved. Would a cultivator at the calamity stage who came upon such a treasure give it to someone like her? A mere passing star? What difference would restoring her eyesight really make? There's no such thing as free kindness or baseless cruelty. Wuxia knew she had nothing of equal value to offer, so she had long since abandoned hope of curing her blindness. Just having a place to live was already a blessing. Qilin sighed softly. Though she didn't know Wuxia's story well, she could guess it must have been tragic. She didn't press for details. Sometimes, women can be more understanding of the pain women suffer. Just stay here peacefully. Although the Beast Taming Sect has declined, it can still provide you too with a decent life. Wuxia understood that the Qilin referred to also included Chun Yin. She smiled slightly and nodded. Qilin greeted them and then went off to handle matters concerning the sacred beast token. Chun Yin found a spot on the beast taming peak and entered the Shanheitu. Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu were playing noisily inside, clearly having great fun. Chun Yin intended to cultivate the beast soul art and see exactly how much benefit binding the golden holy dragon and the holy spirit Xian turtle could bring him. Originally, the beast soul art was a technique through which beast taming cultivators enhanced their own cultivation to benefit their beast companions. However, due to the presence of these two powerful divine beasts, Chun Yin's application had completely flipped this idea. He now used enhancements from the beasts to promote the cultivator's growth. Roar! Quack! Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu quickly noticed Chun Yin's presence and rushed toward him. All right, no more playing around. I need to practice my cultivation technique. Be good. He sat cross-legged. The techniques of the beast soul art were vividly and clearly appearing in his mind. After all, it was something the system rewarded him for check-in, so although he had to learn it himself, everything else was worry-free. A mysterious aura began to radiate from his body. Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu quickly sensed something unusual. The souls of one human and two beasts began to intertwine. If Chun Yin could see his own soul right now, he would notice two glowing spots, golden and green, circling his soul. Entering the gate of the beast soul art was very simple. Any ordinary beast tamer could accomplish it. The initiation phase was somewhat similar to the process of forming a beast bond, an incredibly wondrous experience. Chun Yin could be considered an expert in this field. He quickly advanced beyond the beginner stage and reached a basic intermediate level in the beast soul art. Done enough. Now it's time to test this beast bonding training step. Eager to try, he couldn't wait. Although he currently didn't command many beast companions, he didn't have to worry about the disadvantage of low proficiency limiting the number of beasts he could bind. Chapter 80. The more senior, the more reliable. His requirements for himself were very simple. All the mystical beasts he had under contract must be bound by master-servant pacts. It was terrifying to even think about a beast turning against its master. Moreover, in the process of nurturing these beasts, he needed to use many treasures gifted to him through the sign-in system. If one of the beasts were to betray him, he would suffer a huge loss. At the very least, he needed a master-servant contract to feel secure. Other than that, he had a slightly unreasonable demand. Even all the celebrated figures throughout the history of the Beast Taming Sect, including the founding sect leader, would never have thought of such a thing. All contracted beasts had to be at least on the level of divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, this was practically impossible. Wasn't every beast tamer progressing from weak to strong? Even if you happened to encounter a divine beast from the beginning, how could you possibly form a contract with it without possessing sufficient soul power? As for newly hatched divine beasts, perhaps there was a slight chance. But contracting such a beast was essentially useless. The beast might still be immature when you reach old age and face death. Things like the elixir of life. Qilin had never even heard of them in the outside world. If it weren't for the system granting him these items through sign-ins, he could never have brought the gold sacred dragon and the holy spirit Xuan turtle along without them remaining forever immature. So even if someone else could achieve such an absurd goal, only Qilin in the entire history of the cultivation world would have the possibility of accomplishing such a feat. Roar. The gold sacred dragon seemed extremely curious. He could feel his soul becoming even more deeply linked with Qilin. This close, intimate feeling made him feel incredibly comfortable, so he instinctively let out a roar. Qilin could sense through the beast soul technique that he had already formed an inseparable connection with the two divine beasts. They were now bound together. When he cultivated, part of his strength would resonate through the spiritual tether, creating a shared resonance with the beasts. It was a very strange sensation. Eagerly, Qilin hurriedly took out items like the elixir of life, wanting to test whether feeding these to the beasts would bring him some corresponding benefits. Before attempting this, he was excited and thrilled. If this method really worked, he would have found a bizarre but effective way to rapidly increase his power. It could be said that as long as there were enough treasures provided to the beasts, his cultivation could grow in an instant. Then, not only the Heavenly Lord expert currently sent out by the Beast Tamed Sect, but even if all the experts inside the secret realm were to come out, they would still be doomed. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Both divine beasts consumed what he offered. He could clearly sense the energy building up within their bodies, but as for Qilin himself, there wasn't the slightest change in his cultivation. This method he had imagined for cheating his way to power had clearly failed. Beast tamers could still enhance their own cultivation through training techniques and refining spirit energy, thereby boosting their beast companion's strength in turn. But how about the beasts? Qilin himself became somewhat confused. The gold sacred dragon and the holy spirit Xuan turtle indeed seemed to be growing. He still hadn't found any reasonable explanation by the time he was about to leave the mountain and sea chart, so he eventually gave up, thinking that maybe something was off, and he'd figure it out once he had time to study the techniques further. He planned to visit Bay City in the next couple of days first. The problem with the Beast Tamed Sect must be dealt with urgently. Hui Dao was already dead. Whether they would send someone else, or not send anyone at all, was uncertain. Going earlier would allow him to gain control over the situation more easily. Initially, Qilin considered simply dropping a copy of the Beast Soul Manual on a disciple's path, but he soon realized that this method wasn't particularly reliable. What if the disciple couldn't be trusted? After all, it was such a good item. Although Qilin could copy the manual as many times as he wanted, and didn't worry about losing the originals, he simply didn't have time to stay around and monitor whether the disciples would hand the materials over properly. He needed to find a trustworthy person. Who was the most reliable in the sect? The older the better. The elders who remained in the sect under the current circumstances could practically all be considered pillars of the sect. The senior elders ranked highly, each devoted to the development of the sect. After completing the copying, Qilin one night simply tossed the manuscript directly into the courtyard of the Grand Elder, then left. He didn't stick around after delivering the item. In the following days, he stayed atop the beast taming peak and focused on his cultivation. Occasionally, he still sensed a bit of cultivation progress. However, was that truly the effect of the Beast Soul Manual? Somehow, it felt like there was a certain discrepancy between the description and the actual result. When he eventually descended from the beast taming peak, the sect leader was just summoning everyone for a grand sect assembly. All the disciples and elders gathered together. Qilin naturally showed up as well. Seeing the Beast Soul Manual in Qin Ningxue's hands, Qilin let out a sigh of relief. This meant he had completed the final preparation for the sect before heading to Bay City. Qin Ningxue had been in a daze for several days. That night, Qilin threw the manuscript into the Grand Elder's courtyard, and by the next morning it had already been discovered and then delivered to her own courtyard. After discussion among the elders and the sect leader, they found the item appeared to have no flaws and was very likely genuine. One of the elders with relatively low cultivation base volunteered to test it first. Should there be any hidden dangers within the manual, an elder with insufficient cultivation wouldn't cause much damage to the sect's overall strength. After repeated confirmations, the manual was indeed harmless and its effects were obvious. Then all the elders, including the sect leader Qin Ningxue, began cultivating the Beast Soul Manual. Everyone was greatly astonished by the results this technique produced. Just this one manual alone could be said to have increased the Beast Taming Sect's overall power by at least 20%. It was a technique that could be widely adopted, allowing every disciple to practice. As for its difficulty, that was almost irrelevant. The most important thing was that it was practically tailor-made for beast tamers. Grand Elder, where exactly did you get this from? Sect leader, you know me well enough. If I had possessed such a treasure beforehand, wouldn't I have already submitted it to the sect? Why wait until now? The second elder, standing nearby, also appeared deeply puzzled. Now they all knew about Qilin's finding the divine beast order. Thus, a suspicion had formed in their minds. Do you think this thing might have been picked up again from somewhere by that kid, Nian? Other elders now looked at the second elder as though he were an idiot. The incident of him finding the divine beast order had already seemed far-fetched enough. If now this cultivation manual had also been found, wouldn't that be even more ridiculous? Yet if it had been directly placed in the Grand Elder's courtyard, it didn't seem much more plausible than the found explanation either. Chapter 81. Could it be a senior? When everyone was puzzled over this question, Elder 5 suddenly let out a sound of realization. I get it. The voice of Elder 5 was so loud that it immediately drew everyone's attention. Do you all remember what happened when the Mountain Reliance sect invaded? Everyone quickly fell into thought and soon understood the key point Elder 5 was hinting at. You mean, Elder 5 wore a proud expression, as if he had just spoken the undeniable truth. This kind of treasure must have been left behind by a senior of our Beast Taming Sect back then. The reason he left it by simply dropping it must have been to avoid leaving his name behind and not wanting us to feel indebted to him. Qin Ningxue felt this was currently the most plausible explanation. Even if Elder 5 had misinterpreted the senior's intentions, he probably wasn't too far off. It was possible that the reason only the cultivation method was left behind was to encourage them to rely on themselves and work hard in cultivation instead of relying on the strength of elders. Thinking to herself, Qin Ningxue felt she had already pieced all the clues together. No matter what, our top priority now is to strengthen the entire Beast Taming Sect. We should immediately announce the discovery of this cultivation technique so our disciples can enhance their power quickly. Although the Beast Taming Sect seemed to be developing rapidly, it was actually in great danger. The Xiantian sect was like a mountain looming over them. The only reason they had not acted yet was simply because the timing was not right. For a long time, they had been prey, helpless prey, and everything depended on when the predator decided to feast. Back then, Qin Ningxue could still extricate herself from the sect's entanglements through resignation, avoiding the Beast Taming Sect from becoming her dowry. But now, it was obvious that the other side had its eyes on the Beast Taming Sect. Whether she resigned or not made no difference anymore. Master, if this item was truly left by a senior, then Onyen's divine beast token might very likely also be the will of the senior. Qin Ningxue thought for a moment and realized it was indeed so. That a senior would favor Onyen was a great opportunity for him. She had nearly completed the compilation of the secret techniques related to the divine beast token and resolved to return it to Chun Yin as soon as things settled down. Thinking that the senior might have also noticed Chun Yin filled Qin Ningxue's heart with happiness. The elders also held Chun Yin in high regard. If it weren't for his lack of cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the best choice for the next sect leader. Clever, resourceful, courageous, and possessing sound judgment with a calm demeanor in crisis. These were all essential qualities that a sect leader should possess. Everyone was quite pleased at the possibility of Chun Yin being noticed by a senior. After informing everyone, Qin Ningxue dismissed the summoned disciples and called for Chun Yin to come to the meeting hall together. Master, what happened this time? Usually, Chun Yin was only called to the meeting hall when something important occurred. When he arrived, he found all the elders were already there. Onyen, you must take good care of this divine beast token now. What? Actually, Qin Ningxue had already discussed with the elders beforehand. If Chun Yin could succeed, his future as the next sect leader was practically decided. If not, at least he would hold a status token that would grant him high standing in the Beast Taming Sect in case of any future changes. The reason all the elders were here was to bear witness to this moment. Elder 1 looked kindly at Chun Yin. You should keep it well. If you ever meet a senior expert, do not be impolite. We hope you can start cultivating soon. All the elders offered their blessings. Chun Yin was a bit confused, feeling something strange about their behavior today. Could it be his cover was blown? Did they know he could cultivate now? But it didn't seem like that was the case. All right, nothing serious, go take a rest. After saying that, Qin Ningxue saw that Chun Yin had not left yet, which puzzled her slightly. It's like this, master. I promised to help the city lord's mansion with something, so I have to go to Beiyeching once again. Dog Uncle knows about this already. What do you think? Qin Ningxue pondered for a moment. Anything Dog Uncle knew probably wouldn't be a big issue. Plus, having an expert at the Sky Sovereign Realm level accompanying him, he should be safe even in Beiyeching. You go ahead then. Since you've already made the promise, you must fulfill it properly. Yes. Chun Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, quite a few people had died in Beiyeching, but they were all members of the Xiantian sect. Still, Qin Ningxue might have worried about his safety and refused to let him go. If she had indeed rejected his request, he would have had to find another way, which would be much more troublesome. Chun Yin didn't linger even a second after leaving the meeting hall. He went straight to find Dog Uncle and urged him to head to Beiyeching right away. Hey, what's the rush, kid? Beiyeching isn't going anywhere, whether you arrive a bit earlier or later, Dog Uncle asked suspiciously. Are you hiding something from me? Chun Yin let out a laugh to brush it off. Hui Dao had already been dead for several days. Whether the truth had been uncovered and how the matter was handled afterward, Chun Yin wouldn't find peace until he knew the results. If word really got out that it was he who had killed Hui Dao, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chun Yin had to take all these into account. Upon arriving at Beiyeching, Chun Yin immediately booked a room at an inn and then ran off, leaving Dog Uncle behind. His speed left Dog Uncle feeling quite dispirited. Chun Yin was the one who dragged him along, and now Chun Yin had run off and left him behind. It was truly disrespectful. But Dog Uncle knew that this kid had been acting secretive lately, so in his heart, he didn't really blame him. In the cultivation world, fewer people knowing your secrets was always better, even for those closest to you. Even if those close to you would never betray you, it was still hard to guarantee your enemies wouldn't use some underhanded methods. With high enough cultivation, whether one could perform the soul-searching technique wasn't even a question, it just depended on whether they were willing to use it. Chun Yin reached a secluded alley and activated the Thousand Faces technique, instantly transforming into a graceful young scholar with a fair complexion. With his current appearance, he was definitely no less handsome than any literary genius. On the street, numerous young ladies were already sending flirtatious glances his way. Initially, Xuan hadn't intended to be this ostentatious, but later he thought about how being ostentatious also had its extra benefits. To divert people's attention. He was now a white-clothed scholar. If he stirred up any chaos and ended up fleeing before being caught, then none of it would have anything to do with Xuan. There were countless things that could possibly anger the Tamed Sect. Xuan sneered coldly in his heart. Chapter 82. The Afterthought of Pao Dantang. Looking at the time, the tea house wouldn't be open yet. If he went directly to Pao Dantang's inn, he might find him right away. If one wanted to gather information, naturally one had to find Pao Dantang. When Xuan arrived at the inn, Pao Dantang was just about to go out. Seeing Xuan blocking his way, Pao Dantang stepped aside slightly, intending to leave. Xuan stretched out his hand and blocked him directly. What do you want to do? Pao Dantang was also nervous being stopped like this. Xuan flipped his hand and revealed the token he had given before. Pao Dantang's expression changed slightly, and he glanced around. Follow me. He whispered urgently into Xuan's ear. Xuan was slightly taken aback, but still followed behind Pao Dantang. After leaving the inn, they didn't head toward the tea house, but instead went to a secluded courtyard in the city. After taking out a key and entering, he took out a piece of jade. It seemed like he deactivated something before stepping inside. Xuan followed all the way behind, without showing the slightest worry about potential danger ahead. Obviously, Pao Dantang was hiding from someone, and whoever he was hiding from definitely wasn't Xuan. A person in a rush to escape wouldn't do anything that might reveal his position. He could frame Xuan, but that would involve the risk of exposure. Speak. What information do you want? After they entered the room, they found a secret passage under the floorboard of one of the rooms. Now, both were inside this cellar-like place. Before I ask for the information, I'm more curious who exactly you're hiding from. When Pao Dantang heard this question, his face changed slightly, but after hesitation, he spoke up. Although Xuan's appearance had changed somewhat, the fact that he could produce the token Pao Dantang had previously given meant he must have certain status or connections, at the very least considerable financial resources. Facing such a person, revealing his troubles might even earn him some generous help. As for the exchange, it was likely to involve the information he provided. In the information business, exchanging intelligence for solutions to one's problems was naturally acceptable. Disciples from Tamed Sect are after me. Oh, why are they looking for you? Because I know how Hui Dao died. When Pao Dantang said this, he was looking at the table and didn't see Xuan's eyes narrow slightly at the news and a flash of killing intent pass over his body. Hui Dao's death was the biggest secret Xuan wanted to hide. If Pao Dantang knew, that meant the secret was at risk of exposure. Now both were in the secret room. Xuan was not at all worried about exposing the secret of the golden holy dragon. Killing Pao Dantang would be as good as certain. Well, then explain properly how Hui Dao actually died. I don't know the exact details, but I do know the one who killed him was definitely a beast demon, and the body was found in the beast demon forest. That's it. That's it. Xuan let out a sigh of relief at hearing this. So he only knew the killer was a beast demon and that the body was found in the beast demon forest. As long as this didn't implicate Xuan himself, Pao Dantang wasn't necessarily worth killing over. Moreover, right now he was still a reliable source of information. Killing him so soon would be a real pity. But then again, how exactly had Pao Dantang figured this out? Xuan immediately voiced his doubt. Pao Dantang now had a little pride on his face. My family has a small tradition of fortune-telling techniques. Although my cultivation isn't high, and the tradition has nearly been severed, I've still learned some of the basics. Some of the information I share isn't really what I've investigated, but rather the result of fortune-telling interpretations. While I can't guarantee the accuracy of the details 100%, the general direction is usually quite close. Xuan now understood why Pao Dantang was able to know so much. Besides his connections, that skill in fortune-telling was indeed something Xuan hadn't expected. After a moment of silence, Xuan asked again, do you know what happened in Tamed Sect after Hui Dao's death? Since Xuan could produce the token, as far as Pao Dantang was concerned, he must be one of their own. He described what had happened that day in Beijing, including the suspected man in white from Jianzhong who made a move, old Lu Qi being lured out of the city, and everything that followed. Xuan listened carefully, though nothing much surprised him. After Hui Dao's death, Tamed Sect sent word telling old Lu Qi not to act rashly, since old Lu Qi's abilities were even below Hui Dao's. The disciples of Tamed Sect stationed in Beijing began their moves immediately, yet the city lord's mansion was not a pushover either. In the past few days, both sides had frequent friction, though restrained, the confrontations were all in secret. Actually, in this matter, Tamed Sect was both justified and not entirely in the right. They had reason to investigate since the incident happened within the city and the victim was one of their own. A prestigious sect like theirs naturally wanted answers. But on the other hand, the way the sect went about things was indeed excessive. After all, they were merely a second-tier sect, and though they had their own territory, Beijing certainly wasn't theirs. Their behavior of acting like masters of the city naturally upset the city lord's mansion. Besides, there had already been tensions between the two sides ever since the conflict between the sect's young master and the city lord's heir. Worse still, many believed the sect's young master had died at the hands of the junior city lord. This issue hadn't even been resolved yet, and now all these consecutive events had happened. At first, Pao Dantang spoke freely and confidently, but as he approached the end of his explanation, something suddenly struck him. He abruptly realized something. Just how many tokens had he actually given out? Ever since he started his information business, he had given out no more than 5 or 6 tokens total. and most of those recipients had long since vanished without a trace. When they couldn't get ahead, people would seek information, but once they succeeded, the usefulness of his intelligence in Bei etching naturally diminished. So it was only natural they didn't come looking for him again. Therefore, the owner of the token in front of him now must be someone who had come to him recently. There was only one such person. The more Pao Dantang thought about this individual, the less simple the matter seemed. The information sought by that person seemed always somehow connected to the Tamed Sect. If it were just a vague link, that might not mean much. But every time he gave an intelligence report, a major event soon followed, people dying one after another. Could the world really be that coincidental? Clearly, someone had been deliberately orchestrating these events. Wasn't that someone likely the owner of the token he had given out? This white-robed scholar showed the token right from the start, asking specifically about the Tamed Sect. Pao Dantang couldn't help but swallow hard. Anyone daring enough to move against the Tamed Sect was either insane or extremely powerful. And he, just a small fry, wouldn't even have a chance to defend himself if they wanted to silence him. Would he even survive this meeting? Chapter 83. Keep stirring the waters. Chen Yin now appeared to be completely unaware of everything going on. He faced Bao Dayton casually, as if completely oblivious to what was going on in the other's mind. However, Chen Yin could clearly sense that Bao Dayton's voice slightly trembled when he spoke. As for the current situation of Tamed Sect, Bao Dayton instinctively leaned backward slightly as he spoke. Although he knew very well that with his cultivation, in such a narrow space, dodging was utterly impossible, he still couldn't help but attempt it. What's wrong with you? Chen Yin suddenly asked. Bao Dayton felt his whole body stiffen. Nothing. Nothing at all. Don't be nervous. Chen Yin only spoke 3 words like this. From Bao Dayton's state, Chen Yin easily determined that the other had already recognized him. There were so many coincidences in this world. 3 times seeking intelligence, all related to Tamed Sect. He wasn't stupid. From those 3 words alone, Bao Dayton realized he was right. The current white jade scholar and the previous 2 figures were actually the same person. Still, he couldn't be certain whether among those faces was truly the man's genuine appearance. Maybe yes, maybe no. Chen Yin just sat quietly on his seat, thinking about his next plan of action, paying no heed whatsoever to Bao Dayton's condition. From what he'd learned, the Tamed Sect was already recalling its elders and supervisors who were out of the sect. Moreover, it had dispatched many people gathering towards Beiyao City. This was no small matter. At its smallest, it meant the sect was looking for revenge. But at its largest, it could mean a sect going to war with the city lord's mansion, and even against the great Qin Empire. The implications here were not simple. Since the waters had already been stirred up, why not drag even more factions into it? Regardless of whether it was real or fake, as long as it worked. Chen Yin did not lay a hand on Bao Dayton, but left directly. The image of the White Jade Scholar was particularly popular among female disciples. Chunman Pavilion had already been rebuilt. Whether the current owner was the original boss was unknown, but there were still many courtesans within. As he passed, Chen Yin stayed for a while inside to gather information. He found out nothing particularly worth paying attention to. After he withdrew from the Qian Mian state in a corner and returned to the inn, Uncle Dog had already gone out. This was the perfect time to thoroughly inspect the items in his storage ring. Hideo must have carried quite a few good things on him. Already the wealth like spirit stone stored inside was surprising enough, and there were also plenty of materials and pills casually scattered inside. After seeing all this, Chen Yin's eyes were gleaming with excitement. He struck gold. He had robbed many rich men with ill-gotten gains, yet his funds still ran dry after just one auction at the Prince's Treasure Pavilion. But now, even if he spent at the same rate as last time, he could easily attend not just 1, but 3 auctions. Hideo could be considered an established expert. Within the sect, and even beyond it, there were plenty who wanted to curry favor with him. He was also one of the few influential individuals known for being approachable when given gifts. Others might still care about reputation or appearances, but he was straightforward. Offer him things, and he'd give you favors, no pretense whatsoever. Amazingly, despite his straightforwardness, his reputation hadn't gotten worse. Instead, his personal fortune had piled up endlessly. Unfortunately, all of it now belonged to Chen Yin, now that he was dead. Looking around for a while, Chen Yin was happy, yet slightly troubled. The best way to stir the pot was by having Hideo, his remains, appear. Once they did, he couldn't say what other factions might do, but Tamed Sect would certainly go mad. According to his plan originally, weapons should at least remain intact. Who knew his golden holy dragon's breath would destroy everything? Now, he had lost an important bargaining chip. After rummaging around the ring for a long time, Chen Yin finally noticed a pile of books in a corner, hidden beneath other things. In a storage ring belonging to a cultivator at the Celestial Sovereign stage, would he place anything useless taking up space? When he opened one volume after another, Chen Yin's eyes immediately sparkled. These were all the secret scriptures of Tamed Sect. Among them were cultivation manuals exclusive to inner disciples of the sect. To powerful sects, these things represented the very foundation, absolutely forbidden from spreading outside the sect. Even internally, they were strictly controlled. Yet now, they had all fallen into the hands of their opponent, Chen Yin. With these treasures in hand, Chen Yin was not the least bit worried about Tamed Sect staying calm. Sensing someone approaching from outside, Chen Yin hurriedly returned everything back into the storage ring. Creak. Uncle Dog had returned, bringing a lot of delicious food. Where did you get the money? Chen Yin hesitated for a moment before asking Uncle Dog. If Uncle Dog had money, he wouldn't have had to follow him around during their time in the latter half of Bei etching. Chen Yin was quite familiar with Uncle Dog's financial status. Although he was a sovereign-level cultivator, when it came to mundane wealth, he was practically broke. I'm definitely broke, but if I go to the city lord's mansion, someone will treat me. Tisk, uncle, I don't mean to say this, but we should at least have some self-respect. Xuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He finally understood. So the reason he hadn't seen Uncle Dog all day was because he'd gone to mooch off the city lord's mansion. Still, this showed how clever Uncle Dog was. Wouldn't the city lord's mansion be eager to fawn over a sovereign-level expert? What was just a meal? Even if they were to eat the entire city lord's mansion into bankruptcy, as long as they gained favor and the effort paid off, it would be worth it in the end. But was Uncle Dog really the kind of person who would lend a hand? He might assist if it involved the beast taming gate, but what concern were other factions to him? What's that supposed to mean, kid? I was even thoughtful enough to bring you plenty of leftovers. Xuan hadn't said a word. He simply picked up his chopsticks, dipped them into one of the dishes on the tray before him, and pointed to a half-eaten pig's elbow. Are you sure this was left for me with good intentions? Uncle Dog shifted his gaze to the side deliberately, pretending not to see it, treating the matter as though it had never happened. Xuan wasn't really trying to hold a grudge. Since you're back, eat it here. I have something to take care of outside. What now? Why are you always so secretive? Uncle Dog grumbled a bit, but his hands worked steadily all the same. He waved his hand at Xuan, clearly indicating for him to finish his business and return quickly. Truthfully, there was no longer any need for Xuan to deliberately lose Uncle Dog, who was secretly guarding him. After all, Uncle Dog already knew what he needed to know. Chapter 84, The Six-Finger Gang. As for those things that shouldn't be known, even if you follow, you still wouldn't find out. Xuan had already changed into a completely new appearance when he left the inn. The reason he could wait here for Dog Uncle was also because he needed to wait for the cooldown of 1,000 faces to finish. It's always better to be cautious. Xuan wasn't the kind of person who would recklessly go out using his real face. Qinhuang Baogu had offices practically in every major city, and even some relatively unique smaller cities. Though they were called offices, each was actually a magnificent tower, extravagantly built. Once Xuan found the entrance and walked in, someone immediately came to greet him. Excuse me, esteemed guest. May I ask what important business brings you to Qinhuang Baogu today? Xuan's voice now carried a tone of age and weariness. He looked exactly like a middle-aged uncle. Under the effect of 1,000 faces, he additionally wore a robe that made him look very mysterious. Yet there was one subtle detail on the robe. It bore the image of a hand. Unless observed closely, one might not notice anything unusual about it. However, with a careful look, one would realize this hand was abnormal. It had 6 fingers instead of 5. This was something Xuan deliberately prepared specifically for his visit to Qinhuang Baogu today. Similar to the scheme he used earlier when he arranged for Dog Uncle to lure away old Seven Lu, the identity he now impersonated belonged to an organization known as the Six-Finger Gang. But in a sense, the Six-Finger Gang was completely different from the White Robe Sword sect that he had imitated before. The White Robe Sword sect was a genuine sword cultivation sect, enjoying a reputable and generally positive image in all aspects. But as for the Six-Finger Gang, that was an entirely different matter. Though not exactly infamous, it was certainly not a decent organization. The Six-Finger Gang wasn't a martial sect, but rather a group formed by a gathering of cultivators, essentially a band of shady individuals who protected each other under one banner. Most of its members were adept at theft, which also explained the origin of the name Six-Finger. Though the average cultivation level within the Six-Finger Gang wasn't high, since most of their business involved petty thievery, the gang itself wielded fairly decent strength. There were even rumors that several cultivators at the Wheel Return realm were hiding behind the organization. Although there were no experts in the Gurjing, the group itself still couldn't be considered strong enough to enter the upper tiers. Still, no one would bother to pick fights with them without reason. If you lost something and the Six-Finger Gang had taken it, those who possessed greater power or influence might still have a chance to get it back, even if already sold off. There could still be compensation and information on where it went. That was considered the Six-Finger Gang backing down. As for those who lacked strength, they were always the bullied of the cultivation world. Swallowing their broken teeth whole was all they could do. The attendant at Qinhuang Baogu saw the hand pattern on Xuan's robe. He had obviously recognized the emblem. I'm here to sell something today. The attendant simply nodded without any sign of surprise. Occasionally, the Six-Finger Gang would obtain treasures they themselves couldn't handle and would entrust various auction houses to sell them. Qinhuang Baogu was one of their long-term partners. After all, Qinhuang Baogu possessed a background of profound mystery and unmatched strength compared to other auction houses. So once something was brought to Qinhuang Baogu, it had absolutely nothing to do with its original owner anymore. Whoever wanted to take it would have to rely on profit or wealth. As for power, perhaps someone might actually surpass Qinhuang Baogu, but so far, not a single such individual had appeared. Please follow me. Xuan followed the attendant to a small room in a corner. When the door opened, everything inside was pitch black until a beam of light suddenly illuminated a chair in front. Xuan sat in the chair and soon heard several voices echoing around him. What item are you selling? Xuan didn't waste time. He directly retrieved from his spatial ring the several manuals he had collected. The books lay on the table surface. Although not opened, the sheer number of them was immediately noticeable. The voices from earlier vanished into silence. After a moment, another chair appeared before him, and an old man sat down facing Xuan. Didn't expect you to get these manuals. Where did you get them from? I remember although Xuantianzhong has suffered many setbacks lately, the internal defense of the sect is still quite strong. Did the old guard in the scripture pavilion fall asleep? The old man was leafing through the manuals on the table to verify their authenticity. Upon hearing this question, a faint smile appeared on Chun Yin's lips. Taken from Hui Dao's corpse. The old man's hand paused abruptly. The rustling of pages ceased instantly. You said just now Hui Dao? Did you kill him? Chun Yin now appeared to possess no cultivation at all, but from the old man's perspective, it was quite normal for a powerful expert to hide his cultivation and identity. Looking at the middle-aged Chun Yin before him, the old man couldn't be certain whether it was some secret method concealing his true strength or if his own abilities simply weren't sufficient to fully sense Chun Yin's aura. Chun Yin didn't answer this question, but merely urged, "How much are these manuals worth?" The old man continued flipping through the manuals for a while, confirming their authenticity one by one. They are genuine, but as for the price, it's difficult to estimate for now. After all, their value doesn't just depend on their intrinsic worth, but also on what someone willing to pay for them is thinking. Chun Yin understood that the people the old man referred to, who were willing to pay, weren't necessarily cultivators wanting to practice these techniques, but rather the Xuan Zone. The Zhongmun's core manuals and techniques being leaked to the outside world would certainly make the Zhongmun want to retrieve them before anything serious developed. But was it really that simple? If Qin Baoge had connections with the Xuan Zone, perhaps a private transaction could be arranged, but whether the Zhongmun would offer the Chuma Qin Baoge desired was another question. If the two parties had no secret contact at all, then this matter would become even more complicated. A public auction, whether it be lone cultivators truly interested in the manuals, rival sects seeking to study weaknesses in the techniques, or even those just coming for the chaos, wanting to make trouble for the Xuan Zone. Nobody would easily allow the Zhongmun to simply take the items back, inflating the price to an astronomical level. That was entirely possible. Chun Yin knew what the old man meant, so he remained silent, expecting the next words. If you're asking for spirit stones, it would be difficult to offer a fair price. However, if you have your eyes on certain treasures from Qin Baoge, this old man can make the decision directly. It all depends on what you want. Chapter 85, The Black Jade Token. Chun Yin smiled faintly. No wonder this old fox had started trying to set a trap for him even at this stage. The rules of the Six Finger Gang were clear. They only conducted transactions for spirit stones, never exchanged physical items, and never offered credit. What the old man had just said appeared to be discussing a favorable deal, but in reality, it was a test of Chun Yin's identity as a member of the Six Finger Gang. If he had agreed to the terms without knowing the rules, he would have fallen right into the trap. But Chun Yin was no careless fool. Since he had considered the idea of pretending to be a member of the Six Finger Gang, how could he leave such an obvious flaw unaddressed? I only want spirit stones. As for how much you offer, I'll just nod if it looks reasonable. I won't ask for too much, because this item is quite hot to handle. After hearing these words, the old man showed no surprise, but still added one last sentence at the end. I can give you a special entry pass and arrange a special seat for you, making it convenient for you to join the auction. Then, I can give you a discount on the final auction price. How does that sound? The old man appeared very sincere, but his intent had already been seen through by Chun Yin, so it was naturally rendered useless. Six Finger Gang doesn't do credit. Without further words, the old man pointed at the stack of manuals on the table. Among these, the 3 cultivation techniques from the Tamed Sect are relatively valuable, each worth 18 million spirit stones. The remaining 4 secret techniques and martial moves aren't that valuable. Combined, I'll charge you 30 million for them. How's that price? Chun Yin thought for a moment. The value was about right, so he nodded in agreement. Cultivation techniques had direct value for study or practice, but as for martial moves, these particular ones contained no rare secrets. Though difficult to master, there were still ways to learn them. Even hostile factions wouldn't necessarily have to purchase them to research them. After years of conflict, it was possible that these moves' characteristics were already well understood by rival forces. After seeing Chun Yin nod, the old man briefly left the small room and returned shortly afterward holding a ring. Chun Yin checked the number of spirit stones stored inside. They were neatly stacked in boxes, easy to count. No problem. As the deal was completed, the old man suddenly called him back. Any other matters? Don't be tense. This old man really likes cooperating with valuable people. No matter what method you use to obtain these items, you've passed the test. Take this token. A small, dark green badge flew from the old man's hand to float in front of Chun Yin. After catching it, Chun Yin found it was carved into the shape of a small treasure pavilion, with no writing on it. This token doesn't have much use. Consider it a sign that you are now an outer member of our Qin Treasure Pavilion. As for its specific function, you can figure it out yourself. In reality, anyone with even a little knowledge of such things would recognize its use. Since Chun Yin supposedly belonged to the Six Finger Gang, there was no reason why he wouldn't know. If he didn't, he could simply ask someone within the gang. This was exactly why the old man didn't bother explaining. There was no point in wasting words when the other person probably already knew. But the truth was, Chun Yin's current identity was entirely fake. His understanding of the Qin Treasure Pavilion was limited to hearsay alone. At first glance, receiving this token left him completely confused. Still, his primary objective for today had already been achieved. The wisest move now was to leave smoothly. Nodding slightly, Chun Yin retraced his steps and left the Qin Treasure Pavilion. Chun Yin gave a bitter smile. Thinking carefully, he realized he was carrying a surprising number of tokens these days. The princess had given him one, the Divine Beast Order counted as another, and now the Qin Treasure Pavilion had added one more. Not to mention the intelligence token from Bao Dan too. Right now, Chun Yin couldn't even tell which tokens held real value and which were practically useless. After changing back into his usual attire, he returned to the inn and met with Dog Uncle. Finished everything. Done. Xuan casually answered. He thought it would be better to consult with Dog Uncle, who had extensive knowledge. Do you know what this is for? He tossed the dark green token from the Qinhuang treasure pavilion onto the table, treating it like a scrap item. This is... Dog Uncle hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he clearly saw the image of the pavilion on the token, he quickly picked it up and began inspecting it carefully. Where did you steal this from? Hurry up and return it. A strange expression appeared on Xuan face as his lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by asking where he had stolen it from? Was he really so suspicious looking? It's mine. Yours? Why would the Qinhuang treasure pavilion give you a token? Because of your big face? Xuan was furious at these words and immediately tried to grab the token back, but Dog Uncle gave his hand a swift shake, giving Xuan no chance to retrieve it. After a moment, Dog Uncle's suspicious gaze fell upon him once again. This is really yours. Do you think you could steal something like this anywhere else? If I had stolen it, either I wouldn't have taken it out in the first place, or I wouldn't be asking about its use. True enough. If you really stole it, you wouldn't bring it out or ask about its purpose at all. Dog Uncle, looking slightly reflective, tossed the token back into Xuan hand. Before Xuan could ask further questions, Dog Uncle began explaining the token's origins. The Qinhuang treasure pavilion was also an old established faction, existing for an unknown number of years. Inside the pavilion, there were two kinds of tokens. One was the outer member service token, and the other was the inner member's authority token. These two tokens differed only slightly in the carvings on them. The external token was relatively common, shaped like a small pavilion. Though exquisitely carved, it was still just a small pavilion. Rank was conveyed through symbols and colors on the token. On the side of the pavilion, one could actually see a unique symbol. Different symbols represented different ranks, corresponding to the numbers 1 through 9, with the smaller numbers indicating higher status. As for the color, it related to the materials used. Xuan's token was made from the lowest grade black jade. Nothing special to speak of. Counterfeiting or imitating such tokens wasn't completely impossible either. There was a particular formation embedded inside for identification. All staff at the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion's branches could verify someone's status. As long as a special cultivation technique was used to activate it, the authenticity of the token could be revealed. Besides that, practically nobody dared to imitate or forge them. Doing so was practically asking to get yourself killed. Just imagine, what if someone forged the Emperor's imperial seal? Whether it worked or not was beside the point. If you dared to make one, you'd be sentenced to death. Xuan nodded continuously as he listened, but Dog Uncle hadn't yet mentioned the key point. What was this token actually used for? Chapter 86 The Lowest Heaven Venerating Sage Realm. Just to prove one's identity? Not even granting a single privilege. Perhaps detecting a lack of care from Xuan's indifferent handling of the token, the Dog Uncle chuckled. You better keep your token safe, kid. It can save you quite a bit of money. Save money. The Dog Uncle proceeded to explain the functions of this token. He didn't really understand the actual use and benefits of the command token, but the service token, now that was something worth talking about. Everyone knew, the Qin King Treasure Pavilion was renowned for possessing countless treasures. It wasn't only during auctions. Most of the time, the pavilion was filled with precious goods, and directly purchasing them required an astronomical amount of spirit stones. With this token, however, you could receive discounts, which, in fact, was its most basic function. Of course, the actual discount rate depended on the level of the token. For example, this lowest grade dark green token only gave a 10% discount. Though it didn't sound like much, for transactions in the millions of spirit stones, 10% meant savings of tens of thousands. That's why many cultivators would also go to the Qin King Treasure Pavilion to get a token. The pavilion itself was more than happy to hand them out. It was a way of making good connections. After all, these tokens symbolized a certain level of status. Furthermore, the token wasn't something freely handed out. Wanting one wasn't just about power alone. You had to work for the Qin King Treasure Pavilion, earning a certain amount of contribution to obtain it. As the Dog Uncle explained this much, he scrutinized Xuan with a puzzled expression. It was simply hard to imagine what Xuan had done to actually earn one of these tokens. While it might not be especially difficult for a high-level cultivator, for Xuan, I mean, kid, do you even know what cultivation realm is the minimum requirement to obtain one of these tokens? Minimum realm? Xuan pondered for a while before replying with core formation stage. After all, outside here, core formation stage was already a rather formidable expert in any city. Bay City was this big, and even its city lord's mansion only had someone at the heaven venerating sage stage. However, the moment he said that, he saw the Dog Uncle's expression twist into one of mockery. Core formation stage? You really are too naive. Though sounding impressive enough, what kind of existence are you talking about here? The Qin King Treasure Pavilion. The Dog Uncle thought for a moment, then took out a token from his ring. It was also dark green. This immediately astonished Xuan. Weren't these supposed to be rare? How come the Dog Uncle pulled one out so easily? Didn't seem too hard to acquire after all. If the Dog Uncle knew that was what Xuan was thinking, he might have started a fight immediately. This token had cost him considerable effort. Only after fulfilling certain conditions during a tough trial was he finally able to meet the requirements of the Qin King Treasure Pavilion and obtain it. To obtain a token from the Qin King Treasure Pavilion, from what I know, the absolute lowest cultivation stage required is Heaven Venerating Sage. To the Qin King Treasure Pavilion, core formation stage is nothing but an ant. Absolutely not worthy of a single glance. Holy, the minimum requirement was Heaven Venerating Sage? This meant this token could be used for hiding his true identity. Instantly, an image popped into Xuan's mind, himself brandishing the token from the Qin King Treasure Pavilion, pretending to be a Heaven Venerating Sage expert. Definitely worth holding on to this token. Just as the dog uncle finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He carefully examined his own token before putting it away and stared at Qilin with an especially resentful gaze. What's wrong with you? Looking at me like that gives me the creeps. I worked my ass off to get this token, and mine only has the number 7 on it. Yours has the number 5. Your status is higher than mine. This is absolutely outrageous. I challenge you to a duel. Qilin tucked the token away smugly, strolling around the room with an arrogant, swaggering gait. Alright, stop showing off. Hurry up and tell me how exactly you got this token. The dog uncle was genuinely curious about this matter. Could an ordinary person even obtain such a thing? Even for Qilin, he shouldn't have been qualified. So what exactly happened? Qilin vividly described the entire process of going to the Qin King Treasure Pavilion today to sell his items. He didn't even conceal the use of his face-changing technique, leaving the dog uncle completely flabbergasted. So what you're saying is, you now have 84 million spirit stones. The dog uncle painfully covered his head with his hands and squatted on the floor. He felt as if his entire life had been meaningless. Of course, wealth-surpassing knowledge wasn't rare. There were plenty of people richer than Qilin. But this was a fortune he himself had never even come close to possessing his whole life. What pained him the most was how easily Qilin had earned all this money, as if it had just dropped out of the sky for him. The dog uncle also saw through the matter of the token. It was simply a mistake in judgment. He had mistaken Qilin's weak physical constitution as the effect of a high-level expert suppressing his aura. Moreover, someone who could bring out items belonging to a heavenly sovereign expert was reasonably assumed to himself be a heavenly sovereign expert. As for why Qilin's token ranked number 5 while his was lower, it was simply because Hui Dao was at the middle stage of the heavenly sovereign, whereas he, the dog uncle, was merely at the initial stage. Originally, this matter was already settled, when suddenly he noticed something odd. The items Qilin sold belonged to Hui Dao. On Yen. Yeah. How did Hui Dao die? I don't know either. When Qilin said this, he suddenly seemed to realize something as well. Both men fell into silence, staring at each other across the room. You don't know either? Then continue explaining. The dog uncle glared furiously. Qilin was hiding too many secrets, and he was clearly quite upset, although exactly how much of that frustration was due to the 84 million spirit stones wasn't clear. From the time Qilin left the Beast Tamed Sect to the present, his free time since arriving in Bay City hadn't even been enough for him to reach the Beast Forest, so there was no way he could have later sneaked in and stumbled upon the body. Even if he wanted to do that, he wouldn't have known the location. That left only one possibility. Qilin hadn't lured Hui Dao away from the start. Instead, he must have secretly colluded with someone else to kill Hui Dao and seize his storage ring. Yet this entire plan had been hidden from the dog uncle from the very beginning. Scratching his head, Qilin simply said, All right. Next time, I'll bring you along, happy? The dog uncle gave a slight humph and let the matter drop. In truth, he wasn't really angry at Qilin. He just hated being kept outside the loop. Inside the inn, the two of them went back and forth over this token while the outside world was already flooded with rumors. Have you heard? The Qin King Treasure Pavilion is holding another auction soon. Didn't they just hold one not long ago? Why is this one so soon? What are they selling this time? Chapter 87. The Sect Summons Order. The person who had been speaking immediately lowered his voice. He quietly approached the one who had asked the question and leaned close to his ear. Hui Dao isn't dead already? These are his belongings being sold. Really? Upon hearing this news, the person whispered in shock. This was truly shocking. If it was true, wouldn't Tamed Sect go crazy? That's why the news spread so quickly. On one hand, it was because of the Prince's Treasure Pavilion hyping it up. On the other hand, it also had much to do with the Tamed Sect itself. If they wanted to retrieve the items without them going on auction, and without damaging the sect's dignity, they definitely would have to offer considerable benefits. But if you looked at the Tamed Sect's current treasury, there wasn't much left worth coveting. They couldn't offer benefits. Even if they truly wanted to teach them a lesson, it wouldn't take much effort. In such a situation, the Prince's Treasure Pavilion's best interest was obviously to publicize the matter widely and hold the auction as soon as possible. When the Tamed Sect learned that their martial cultivation manuals and scriptures had been stolen and were going to be auctioned off, almost all the high-ranking sect members who were away from headquarters went wild with fury. Suddenly, Bay City became rather turbulent. To put it simply, any influential faction in the surrounding areas had arrived here. The current person in charge of the Tamed Sect in Bay City was Elder Lu Laowu. Listening to his disciples' report on recent intelligence gathering, each new piece of information deepened his gloomier expression. By the end, his face was pitch black with rage. He viciously kicked over the furnishings in the room. Are they really treating us Tamed Sect as if we're just soft persimmons to squeeze? Who exactly is it who dares to auction off the martial arts manuals of our Tamed Sect? Lu Laowu indeed wanted to trace the source of what had happened, but his hand couldn't reach inside the Prince's Treasure Pavilion. The only possible source of the leak must have been Hui Dao's corpse, or his storage ring. After all, they had already checked the sect's scripture pavilion, and nothing there had been lost. That meant the missing manuals must have been copies taken out by the elders. In that case, investigating now might kill two birds with one stone. Once they found out who had sold the items, they would also find out who killed Hui Dao. Logically speaking, it made sense that the killer had taken the deceased's belongings. One could say this was the only remaining clue to uncover the truth. Lu Laowu asked about the surveillance reports from recently. Wave after wave of Tamed disciples had arrived, and now they practically understood all the movements within Bay City, better than even the city lord's mansion. Report, Elder. Generally, there hasn't been anything abnormal. However, someone did see a cloaked man wearing a hood with a pattern entering the prince's treasure pavilion. Hearing that, Lu Laowu suddenly became attentive. Did you get a clear look at what he looked like and the exact pattern on his clothing? By his intuition alone, this person might very well be the seller of the martial manuals. Based on the disciple's report, this person's timing was just too coincidental. On the day the incident happened, apparently this man was the only one who had entered the prince's treasure pavilion. And as for those who entered and left, their timing was far too quick, clearly not someone who had conducted a transaction. As Lu Laowu thought about these issues, he searched his mind for countermeasures. The Beast Tamed Sect was considered among the second-tier sects as a rather central force. It definitely was not weak at all. But it also had very powerful rivals, or perhaps more accurately, destined enemies, the Beast Sect. The very name of this sect clashed directly with theirs. Everyone found it odd if the two sects didn't come into conflict sooner or later. One belonged to the heavens, the other to the earth. Reportedly, the initial grudge had originated from the founding masters of the two sects. The two founders had mutual hatred between them. The specifics of the original incident had long been forgotten, but the hatred had led the sects they founded into rivalry through generations. Afterwards, hostilities continually escalated, even to the point of bloodshed, and the feud became set in stone. As time passed, more and more blood had been shed between them, making the hatred ever more difficult to forget. By now, countless generations had clashed in hostility. One could say either side would rather annihilate the other immediately, if given the chance. Currently, the Beast Tamed Sect was in a period of unrest. With so many things happening, it was impossible for the Beast Sect to show no reaction whatsoever. However, the masters of both sides were currently inside a secret realm. The remaining people outside knew full well that if a battle erupted, it would likely end up as an even match. Since there was no overwhelming advantage shown on either side, rash moves were best avoided. However, the upcoming auction wasn't something the others wouldn't rush here just to spend money to mock and provoke you. If you're lucky enough to buy them, then we can start studying your cultivation methods. Maybe there are loopholes in your martial arts techniques. If you're not lucky enough to get them, it doesn't matter either. Naturally, the price will definitely rise. As for how high the final price will be driven, even the Beast Tamed Sect itself has no idea. Originally, Lu Laowu had been sent here just in case, mainly because of Hui Dao. Now ironically, the main person was killed, while the assistant had to take command. Upon hearing this news, the headquarters of the Beast Tamed Sect had already started sending messages ordering the swift return of elders who were away undergoing trials. This secret realm had indeed attracted most of the core members and top experts from many sections. But naturally, not all experts had entered inside the secret realm. There were always those who were undergoing trials elsewhere and couldn't return in time, or those assigned to protect external forces of the sect, thus remaining outside. Unless the situation grew severe, they wouldn't be summoned back to the sect, because doing so would imply that it was already a matter of life or death for the sect. Senior, here's a letter for you. Lu Laowu looked at the letter in his hands. It was written in his second older brother's handwriting. After reading it slightly nodding, he simply destroyed the letter. His second older brother, Lu Laowu, was currently the most powerful among the elders and directors openly stationed in the Beast Tamed Sect. Reincarnation Realm, 8th Ascension. Absolutely one of the strongest individuals. Don't be deceived by his mere status as an elder. He alone could easily rival a mid-level sect master. Qi Ningxue herself was only at the early Reincarnation Realm stage, clearly unable to match someone so far advanced. The moment the sect began transmitting summons messages, Lu Laowu had received the news already. Pass my orders. From now on, everyone is to enter a state of alert to avoid suffering further strikes. Just keep a close watch on every movement nearby and wait for reinforcements from the sect elders. The disciple nodded and passed the message down. Looking silently out the window, Lu Laowu couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was approaching, with the wind already filling the city. Chapter 88 Choosing a Side, the City Lord's Mansion. What exactly are you up to, Chen Yan? You kid. Ever since the news about the auction spread, Chen Yan had completely retreated with old dog into a life of utmost laziness. Day in and day out, all he did was eat, sleep, and occasionally take a stroll around town, doing absolutely nothing. He lived like an ordinary citizen in this city. Whether or not it was boring wasn't the issue. Even old dog himself started to feel anxious. The changes in Bay City had become increasingly noticeable these days. In the past, when walking around the city, the average cultivator one encountered rarely exceeded the core formation stage. Occasionally, with extremely good luck, you might come across one or two heaven lords. Now, however, things were different. As long as you strolled down the street, you didn't even have to pay attention to where you were heading. Almost everyone's cultivation level was at least at the core formation stage. It was as if those with lower cultivation levels had lost the right to walk in public. As for the heaven lords, although their numbers weren't huge, if one truly wished to see them, there were ways. They certainly weren't few in number. The overwhelming presence of such powerful figures made Chen Yan feel a bit uneasy. He had worked so hard to boost his own strength, but when compared like this, it didn't seem like it was much after all. Not only was he still no match for them, but there was also the possibility of losing everything completely. However, this situation indirectly revealed one thing. This auction was going to be huge. If they were going to host an auction, they wouldn't just display a few cultivation techniques. At the very least, they would also add some heavenly herbs and spirit medicines to the mix. Just those cultivation manuals, though they might fetch a high price, weren't actually that valuable. They were practically only good for annoying people. When calculated in actual worth, they couldn't even be considered as the auction's highlight. Chen Yin saw through this quite clearly. Yin, kid, don't you think it's time you started preparing? Tomorrow night is the auction. Prepare what? Just wear the identification token when something happens and put on the six-finger gang's robe. That's all set, isn't it? Old Dog twitched his lips. Unquestionably, when it came to dealing with enemies, this kid Chen Yin truly knew how to act despicably. Throughout the Beast Tamed Sect, countless enemies had already been provoked unknowingly. The White Robe Sword Sect matter was a perfect example. After having Old Dog temporarily impersonate someone, it had produced quite a bit of effect. From the gossip he'd collected, it seemed that the Beast Tamed Sect and the White Robe Sword Sect had already had some initial friction. As for whether this dispute had already been resolved or whether the conflict was going to escalate, that remained to be seen. Now, with the Qinhuangfu Treasury and the Six-Finger Gang also dragged into this, the originally first entering City Lord's Mansion had surprisingly become the calmest faction currently. Kid, where are you going? To the City Lord's Mansion. These days, Chen Yin and Old Dog had visited the City Lord's Mansion countless times, often hanging around Su Yifun's place for free meals. Of course, both sides seemed more than happy about it. Moreover, Chen Yin already had his own strategy regarding the current predicament Bay City faced. After the announcement of the auction, Bay City had continuously seen an influx of experts, naturally causing numerous issues related to law and order. During patrols, the city lacked any high-level individuals. The city guards had previously found it effortless to capture ordinary criminals, but once many powerful experts flooded in, things became complicated. The strong could not only escape capture, but you might even lose your life chasing them. The weaker ones might be related to some experts as their entourage. In short, the City Lord's Mansion wanted to manage these affairs, but simply lacked the capability. At this point, Chen Yin had directly proposed a solution. Whether you truly wanted to control things or just pretended to, you could simply hand it all over directly to the Qinhuangfu Treasury to handle. If you were hosting an auction while making the entire city chaotic, then the Qinhuangfu Treasury, with its outstanding reputation, probably already had measures in place for such situations. Even if they truly ignored the matter, Chen Yin still had a backup plan. Put up a notice board in a public area listing the misdeeds of offenders, detailing what they had done and who they were. In the cultivation world, anyone with a name and status valued their reputation greatly. Even if someone had done some underhanded petty deeds that were exposed, they would still feel ashamed. Unexpectedly, after Chen Yin's methods were implemented, they proved genuinely effective. The city lord looked at Chen Yin as if looking at a rare treasure. If he hadn't been fully aware that he absolutely couldn't recruit this kid, the city lord probably would have drooled over him. You kid actually had time to come today? Are you here to mooch off me for a meal again? Recently, Su Yifan had already become accustomed to Chen Yin and Old Dog visiting unannounced. But today his guess was wrong. Old Su. Today I came not for anything else. I want to talk to you about where exactly the City Lord's Mansion should be positioned moving forward. As soon as Su Yifan heard this sentence, his expression changed. This was no small matter. It could be said to be a conversation truly standing upon the foundations of two minor factions. But what exactly did Chen Yin represent? The Beast Tamed Sect or himself alone? In Su Yifan's mind, Chen Yin had the means to kill Hu Yidao, and at the very least, when facing the City Lord's Mansion, he already had the qualifications to be considered as an independent force. Since his return, Su Yifan had learned of Hu Yidao's death, and he'd secretly guessed it was Chen Yin's doing. The how wasn't important. Knowing who had done it mattered the most. Even if it had been another ambush, so what? Hadn't Cheng Jian perished in the same way at the Mansion Pavilion? What's your opinion on this? As far as I know, the City Lord's Mansion hasn't begun discussing compensation regarding Cheng Jianxing, right? Right. For now, this matter is being dragged out, and the other party seems to be quite indifferent about it. Chen Yin smiled. Naturally, they weren't taking it seriously. Their biological father was still inside the secret realm. Cheng Jian, who had genuine ties to the matter, was already dead. How could other elders possibly risk a direct confrontation with the City Lord's Mansion over a dead man? Old Su, I won't stand on ceremony with you. My goal is simple. Before the secret realm closes, I want to completely destroy the current forces of the Beast Tamed Sect. When Su Yifan heard this news, he was utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief at such a revelation. If someone else had come saying this, he might have laughed it off as a joke, but when it came from Chen Yin, that wasn't the case. He wouldn't dare guarantee success, but clearly there was considerable confidence behind such words. What kind of help do you need from me? Decisive and straightforward. Judging from Su Yifan's tone, he had already decided to side with and assist Chen Yin. If things were still as they were when the two had first met, he might not necessarily have agreed to such a thing. But now, Su Yifan had absolutely no doubts in his heart. After seeing how Wuxia handled things, along with his long-standing understanding of Chen Yin's style of doing things, he knew clearly. Chen Yin wasn't the kind of person who would treat his allies as expendable pawns. Knowing that alone was enough. Chapter 89. Everyone, don't mislead yourselves. If it were someone else trying to use the City Lord's Mansion to get involved in such a dangerous mission, there was a high chance that they intended to drag the City Lord's Mansion down with them. But Chen Yin had never betrayed his own people before, and Su Yifan felt it was worthwhile to place a bet on him. Moreover, with the matter of Cheng Jiansheng, Beast Tamed Sect would definitely not let the City Lord's Mansion off the hook. Since everyone was already in opposing camps, there was no need to be overly concerned about niceties. Do you think the City Lord's Mansion has enough money? The auction at Prince Qin's Treasure Pavilion can't be missed. After a day of discussion, by the next evening, when preparations for the auction were about to begin, Su Yifan himself appeared at the entrance of Prince Qin's Treasure Pavilion. An old man was standing at the entrance to greet people. This elder had always kept a very calm expression when facing others, and rarely had he been seen initiating greetings with anyone. There were numerous heaven-venerating experts entering, but none seemed to earn his attention. However, when Su Yifan approached the gate, the elder walked out from the interior to greet him. Moreover, he clearly wore a smile on his face as they shook hands. Such a clear disparity in treatment couldn't be ignored. Any clever person would definitely not overlook such details. It seemed the identity behind Su Yifan might be much more noble than what he had initially assumed. As Chun Yen was thinking, he followed behind Su Yifan into the private room reserved for him. Last time, Sun Kai was there. This time, in order not to expose his identity, Chun Yen had no choice but to sneak into Su Yifan's private room again. Luckily, the identity of the private room was, in theory, known only to the room's host and Prince Qin's treasure pavilion itself. Though there was no saying for sure at other times, today, on this day intended to target the Tamed Sect, Chun Yen was confident that no matter what he did, Prince Qin's treasure pavilion would support him. When he passed through the entrance, he locked eyes with the elderly man at the gate. From that pair of eyes came a distinct feeling of pressure, an undeniable indication that the old man was an extremely powerful expert. Even more surprisingly to Chun Yen was that this was not the first time he had seen this man. Last time, in that small room where the martial arts manuals were being sold, there might have been some intentional design in the room itself that had prevented him from sensing a strong aura from the elder. The old man also found something odd upon meeting eyes with Chun Yen. Why was there such a peculiar person by Su Yifan's side? Chun Yen had already used the face changer technique to disguise his appearance as he followed out. As for the dog uncle, he had actually entered the auction earlier. Although later they were going to share the same private room, arriving a little earlier helped avoid being seen as a single group. The three of them regrouped inside Prince Qin's treasure pavilion and slipped into their reserved private room during a lull. The auction began soon after. Chun Yen activated his golden eyes and found that their private room sat exactly in the center among all the private rooms, positioned equally distant from both sides, offering the perfect vantage point to observe everyone. For Chun Yen, this was undoubtedly a piece of great news. With his golden eyes, when it came to raising bids, he was already invincible. That the Tamed Sect's martial arts manuals were up for auction sparked attention from all sides. The presences emanating from surrounding private rooms were each far stronger than that in Chun Yen's own room, which only contained one heaven-venerating expert. From his perception, there might even be someone of the reincarnation realm attending. There was little introduction for this auction, with the main attraction being the cultivation manual. No mention was made of anything else. A dazzling woman then appeared on the stage below. Though she fell short compared to that one-time acquaintance, Lady Ningyu, she was still stunningly attractive. Welcome to tonight's auction at Prince Qin's treasure pavilion. I imagine most of you have only heard about this auction because of the manuals we are selling. But I promise everyone that tonight's auction will leave no one disappointed. Such words needed to be said regardless of whether anyone believed them or not. The auction was divided into 3 rounds, and for each round participants could obtain a list of the auctioned items. Among this round's list, Chun Yen focused specifically on the Tamed Sect's technique. As for the other items, he gave them no thought and immediately closed his eyes to rest. The next item up for auction is the cultivation manual of the Tamed Sect, called Xuan method. This is an inner disciple's cultivation technique, which can be practiced all the way up to Kui realm, definitely qualifying as a top-tier advanced martial arts manual. Cultivators need the appropriate techniques to guide them if they wish to reach higher cultivation stages. The most basic techniques might only support reaching the core formation realm. Slightly better ones could allow advancement to the heaven-venerating realm. Techniques enabling cultivation into the early reincarnation realm were classified as intermediate. Anything beyond that belonged to the advanced category. Of course, cultivation methods reaching the nirvana realm were called divine techniques by some, though not everyone agreed with such classifications. Many cultivators who had reached the late stages of the heaven-venerating realm began bidding directly from the main hall below. With their high cultivation levels, they naturally possessed a large amount of spirit stones. Even more crucially, as wandering cultivators with no attachments, their sole purpose was to obtain the cultivation manual and break through to a higher realm. If they actually managed to purchase it, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them afterward. One was as tough as a ball of steel rolling on a blade. There had been precedents in the past where a sect's cultivation technique ended up in the hands of a wandering cultivator. After gaining power, the cultivator inflicted serious losses, but the sect ended up unable to do anything about it. Chun Yen, when are you planning to make a move? Me? No rush. Didn't you see that not a single person from any private room has acted yet? Just after finishing his sentence, a number appeared from one of the private rooms. 10 million spirit stones. For such a cultivation manual, this price was barely fair, obviously not enough to secure it. Another private room lit up, but this time instead of a number, someone directly announced his bid. I am Lu Laoqi, a senior elder of Tamed Sect. This cultivation manual belongs to our sect, so I ask all of you not to make a mistake. I bid 15 million spirit stones. When Chun Yen heard the words Tamed Sect elder, he immediately noticed many changes through his golden eyes. Within the private rooms around them, some people seemed to be mocking others, remaining completely unaffected in mind. After all, everyone in a private room had their own status. Who would be afraid of anyone else? As for the people in the main hall below, their expressions showed their emotions more directly. The Tamed Sect's treasure must definitely be something extraordinary. Gentlemen, may I bid 20 million spirit stones? The speaker stood in the main hall. Judging from his physique, he was exceptionally strong and exuded a rugged masculine aura. He appeared to have a certain level of fame as well, since many people around him nodded in agreement and even cheered. The situation not only failed to stabilize but instead became even more chaotic. Lu Laoqi felt a sense of frustration rising in his heart. Chapter 90. Enlightenment Tree Sapling. Today, the Tamed Sect publicly auctioning cultivation techniques and secret manuals that originally belonged to the sect was already a very humiliating affair. Now that he had revealed his identity, his hope was simply that by invoking official policies, he could minimize the number of participants and preferably discourage minor players from competing, thus preventing the price from being driven too high. Yet he never expected that his actions had instead incited resistance from the crowd. After mocking the Tamed Sect relentlessly, the bidding price just kept rising. Of course, he couldn't possibly let it go like that. 270 million spirit stones. As soon as old Lu announced his bid, someone immediately countered with 250 million without hesitation. Sabotaging with malicious intent also carried risks. This was the Qin King's treasure pavilion, and you had to remember the rules here. No matter what you did, you couldn't violate them. Otherwise, as long as you overstepped, you would face punishment. Chen Yin was well aware there were 7 secret manuals in total, and this Xian Yuan method ranked lowest in value among the first 3. Since someone had already engaged the opponent head-on, Chen Yin didn't need to jump in so early. The final price for this manual was 31 million spirit stones, which was eventually won by old Lu. But instead of feeling pleased with his success, he was actually quite furious. It was all because the stout man who had initially been competing with him from the audience suddenly withdrew at the last minute, turning around to say, "It seems the Tamed Sect's trash cultivation technique isn't worth such an astronomical price after all. Well then, let the Tamed Sect just take their own garbage back." Chen Yin listened to the roaring cheers from the main hall below. Clearly, many of the attendees at today's auction were enemies of the Tamed Sect. Every one of them raised their fists, and it really seemed like they were ready to tear the roof off. Su Yifan had been dragged along purely to occupy a private room and add to the atmosphere. At first, he hadn't been very interested, but the man from downstairs had truly sparked his curiosity. The following auction item is the Qiyang fruit, a rare fire element fruit that can be used directly to enhance one's fire element cultivation or to aid in comprehending the essence of fire. Chen Yin thought about it for a while before finally deciding to compete for this fruit. Actually, for him, simple elemental treasures weren't going to offer much improvement. Compared to elemental treasures, pure energy entities might be more beneficial to Chen Yin. However, the Qiyang fruit did seem somewhat useful for Xiao Jin, but anything that could help his companion couldn't be missed. Anyway, the auction hadn't yet reached its climactic final phase. Although everyone was competing with their own strength, not many people were rushing to bid. A few million or 10 million spirit stones were enough to buy them away. Throughout the auction, Chen Yin continuously monitored the people around him, sensing how they all seemed to be waiting for the final moment. Initially, he thought they were waiting for other cultivation secrets from the Tamed Sect, but as time passed, more and more techniques surfaced. Once the bidding prices had already peaked, these people still hadn't shown any reaction. Chen Yin then realized the true focus must lie in the final 3, or even just one, highlighted auction item. This situation naturally stirred sufficient curiosity in him for the final, most prized treasure. Old Lu was really furious today. The Tamed Sect buying the items back wasn't a big problem. It was just a matter of spending enough money, and the items were guaranteed. But how much it cost to buy them back, that was where the issue lay. Old Lu finally realized some guys in the private rooms just loved tormenting him, and there was also a fellow in the main hall who never gave him a break. These individuals kept pushing the price up repeatedly, eventually driving it to an astronomical level. They had accurately calculated that he would definitely respond. Actually, he still had the choice not to respond, which would force the person raising the bid to actually purchase the manual. Yet in such a psychological showdown, with the presence of his golden eye, Chen Yin practically had an unfair advantage. Alright, the last Tamed Sect manual was just bought by the opponent's elder, behind these words. Yet the final price. Congratulations, this auction item has been sold for 47 million spirit stones. Chen Yin was confident that even if old Lu still had some spirit stones left to fight for the remaining highlighted treasures, the amount certainly couldn't be significant. At last, it was the crucial moment. Ladies and gentlemen, today is different from usual. There is only one highlighted auction item, and that is the sapling of the enlightenment tree. The beautiful woman who had spoken earlier stepped down from the stage. The old man they had met at the entrance earlier now came forward to present this item. His powerful cultivation radiated silently, and from behind him, a red cloth was pulled back, revealing a small tree sapling. Chen Yin felt extremely strange. His golden eye had always possessed the abilities of Toshru and aura sensing, yet had never perceived anything else beyond that. But when he looked at this enlightenment tree sapling, it was truly extraordinary. Around the sapling, layer upon layer of glowing halos appeared to surround it, as though something on it was continuously spreading outward. Yet when Chen Yin deactivated his golden eye, he saw absolutely nothing, no strange phenomena at all, as though it were merely an ordinary tree sapling. Regarding this strange occurrence, Chen Yin quietly asked the dog Deshu and Su Yifan beside him. Surprisingly, even though the dog Deshu was at least a heaven sovereign expert, he seemed to know less about it than Su Yifan. Truly strange. This enlightenment tree is indeed a rare treasure. No matter to whom or which faction it goes, it can directly shift the balance of power. From what Su Yifan explained, this tree was only particularly useful to experts above the heaven sovereign level. Once reaching the Heaven Sovereign stage, one had to begin cultivating the might of heaven and earth. The enlightenment tree could accelerate one's comprehension of martial intent. Even with the same spiritual energy cultivation at the Heaven Sovereign level, differences in the depth of one's martial intent could determine the disparity in combat strength. Will this thing be useful for Yalso? When Su Yifan heard this question, he hesitated briefly, but quickly understood when he recalled Chun Yin's background. Indeed, a disciple of the Beast Mastery sect was always thinking for the sect. There's definitely some use, though I'm not exactly sure how significant it may be. Chun Yin didn't dwell too much on the matter. So long as it was useful, that was enough. Starting bid, 10 million spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must be increased by no less than 100,000 spirit stones. Hardly had the old man announced the rules before Chun Yin immediately raised the bid directly to 50 million spirit stones. Everyone was taken aback. Who in their right mind would do such a thing at an auction? But given the sapling's immense value, others weren't hesitating to challenge it either. When the price reached 70 million spirit stones, someone finally grew restless. I am a senior elder from the Medicine Valley. Please, everyone, grant the Medicine Valley this favor regarding the Enlightenment Tree Sapling. Chapter 91. The Reputation of the Medicinal Valley. The Medicinal Valley? If this faction wants everyone to show respect, there will indeed be people who oblige. After all, how many cultivators these days don't rely on pills? Not to mention that cultivators often need alchemists to help enhance their cultivation during practice. Even those who don't rely on such methods will occasionally suffer injuries and require medicinal treatment, right? There are many kinds of rare and precious herbs that cannot be processed on one's own. Cooperation with alchemists is required to see if pills can be produced, right? No matter what the cost may be, offending an alchemist is definitely not worth it. Since offending just one alchemist is already not worth it, offending a whole group is something nobody would dare to do. The Medicinal Valley is a faction formed by a group of alchemists gathering together. Honestly speaking, there aren't only the Medicinal Valley as the cultivation force consisting of alchemists combined together. But in this region, one that is well known near and far might just be this one alone. Moreover, the Medicinal Valley sometimes acts reasonable, sometimes extremely domineering. Alchemists generally possess certain abilities. Those within the Medicinal Valley also tend to have rather eccentric personalities. Sometimes if they take a liking to you, whatever you say seems right. Other times, if they don't like you, no matter how reasonable your argument is, they'll just force you into submission. It seems the Medicinal Valley's elder handled this matter in a way somewhat against the established rules. Some people will give face to the Medicinal Valley, but there are also those who will not. Some wandering cultivators or clan forces simply ignore the Medicinal Valley's attitude. Indeed, everyone needs cultivation resources and Danyao, cultivation pills, but the whole world doesn't depend solely on alchemists from the Medicinal Valley. Not to mention some wandering cultivators themselves may have good talent for alchemy. Even if they can't find any, isn't forming good relations with some clans for commissioning still a possibility? One must remember there are also several top-tier aristocratic families around here, most of whom have cooperative alchemists internally. Each year, these alchemists can generate enormous wealth, and the families are also responsible for nurturing and supporting their growth to even higher levels. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Relatively speaking, the Medicinal Valley's reputation has been worsening in recent years. Being an alchemist is not something easily found or cultivated talent. With the passing of some elder alchemists of the Medicinal Valley, nowadays, it is not easy for the Medicinal Valley to find even one capable alchemist who can handle matters independently. Chen Yin, through his golden eyes, could tell that after the Medicinal Valley statement, only a small portion of people gave up on competing further. Of course, this small portion referred to those still eligible to compete at this point. After all, within this hall, including everyone inside the private boxes, very few could afford to spend tens of millions of spiritual stones. Chen Yin, what do you plan to do? What do you mean, what to do? I really don't understand what you guys are talking about. How could Chen Yin not understand? Su Yifan looked at Chun Yin's eager expression. You surely don't intend to oppose the Medicinal Valley head-on. Chun Yin didn't answer, showing neither agreement nor refusal. After the Medicinal Valley's elder publicly made that statement, it essentially broke a certain rule of the Qin King Treasure Pavilion. The auction house's purpose is exactly to let you compete by bidding, right? If everyone came here relying on the power of their own factions to bully others, then could the auction continue? They may as well directly give the goods cheaply to whoever has the biggest faction. If they can't sell it for a high price, how can the auction house profit from commission? Chun Yin clearly knew that this elder of the Medicinal Valley may not have intended to offend the host of the auction originally, but his actions had already led to this consequence. If he were in charge of the Qin King Treasure Pavilion, he might remain calm at this moment and even try to cover it up, continuing to maintain the order of the ongoing auction, yet secretly seeking a chance to settle the score with the Medicinal Valley. 80 million spiritual stones. Chun Yin suddenly announced his bid at this moment. He didn't shout out the number with his voice, but instead used the formation inside his room. The number displayed on it caused the previously slightly noisy atmosphere outside to suddenly fall silent. Although some people just now expressed their reluctance to give face to the Medicinal Valley, saying so and actually placing a new bid at this time are two entirely different things. One is just mouthing words, the other is taking direct action, declaring, I simply do not regard you Medicinal Valley as anything significant. Everyone focused their gazes on the Medicinal Valley after Chun Yin's bold action. Didn't you act so tough, just now? Didn't you just demand everyone give you face? Well, now someone is not giving you any face, so what are you going to do? If you fight back, then you're the unreasonable one. This is clearly an auction, and the other party was simply bidding normally without even uttering any threats. But if you do nothing, where exactly are you placing the medicinal valley's reputation? It was indeed an unsolvable dilemma. No matter what choice you made, there would always be people who could find faults in it. Xuan, through the penetrating effect of his golden eyes, could already see that the elder's expression was practically unbearable. Elder, let's not continue the bidding for now. We should find a way to locate the person afterward and then just take the item. Wouldn't that solve it? The medicinal valley's strength, when compared among the forces present here, was undoubtedly among the top ranks. In fact, if luck was on their side, the medicinal valley could possibly rank as number 1 among all the factions present today. However, whether they could truly reach the top was uncertain. After all, the identities of those inside these private rooms remained unseen. The elder hesitated on his expression. They still had spiritual stones, quite a few, in fact, but releasing them now would require substantial amounts of medicinal herbs for refining pills. A large portion of these spiritual stones had been specifically reserved for acquiring rare ingredients needed for future pill cultivation. Inside these ingredients were numerous heavenly treasures and Earth's rarest herbs, none of which could be purchased anywhere recently. So the medicinal valley intended to offer substantial rewards for people to gather them from the Yaosho, Beast, forests. A large portion of their spiritual stones were allocated for these rewards. Yet, the sapling of the Wu-Dao-Shu, enlightenment tree, was just too important to the medicinal valley. On one hand, it could enable those elders within the valley who still had the opportunity to advance further in cultivation to break through their bottlenecks, extend their lifespans, and continue protecting the medicinal valley. On the other hand, the Wu-Dao-Shu itself belonged to one of the precious Tiandi-Ling-Yao, celestial and terrestrial spirit herbs. The effects of the Wu-Dao-Shu could accelerate the growth rate of spirit herbs, which would provide extremely powerful benefits for the medicinal valley's herb gardens. Chapter 92, 10,000 spirit crystals. And the real reason behind this effect was precisely why the medicinal valley was determined to obtain the sapling of the enlightenment tree. Xuan didn't care about all that. He knew this sketch of the enlightenment tree was definitely a good thing, and he was determined to get it. As for whether others wanted it or what they might say, it had nothing to do with him whatsoever. 9 million spirit stones. Someone else called out a bid at this moment, but the moment this price was offered, Xuan immediately followed up with another. 9.5 million spirit stones. Suddenly the atmosphere grew somewhat quieter, or perhaps one could say everyone had become even more expectant. All eyes seemed to be fixed on those private boxes, waiting to see who would raise the price to the figure they had in mind. 9.5 million spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? The elderly man below said this without a hint of regret, as if this figure didn't impress him in the slightest. Actually, in a certain sense, the sapling of the enlightenment tree truly could be considered an invaluable treasure. The Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion had gone to great lengths to acquire it. Nowadays in the outside world, enlightenment trees were already extremely rare. This type of heavenly and earthly treasure required particularly unique conditions in order to grow, and an unimaginable amount of time as well. Even a Sage cultivator could spend his entire lifespan and still not live long enough to see an enlightenment tree mature. This is the consequence of lacking the suitable environment or enough heavenly and earthly treasures to cultivate the enlightenment tree. Now, this was merely a sketch, and if it couldn't be properly cultivated, it would hold absolutely no appeal for powerful experts. And if it could indeed be cultivated successfully, they might still hesitate to invest all their resources into the enlightenment tree. Ultimately, it all came down to a matter of worth. This primarily mattered to top experts and influential factions. Any sufficiently large faction would not let an enlightenment tree slip through their fingers, never mind other considerations. Being able to produce more experts was reason enough for any faction's leadership to go after it relentlessly. 10,000 spirit crystals. For a brief moment, the entire auction venue fell silent. Then everyone turned their gazes toward the box that had placed the bid. Xuan had already noticed earlier that someone in one of the boxes was extremely interested in the enlightenment tree. But it was only now, at this point in the bidding, that this person finally made their first move. Xuan knew what spirit crystals were, though he had never actually seen one himself. One could treat them as a unit of measurement, or as actual physical objects. Spirit stones contained spiritual energy. Their value was categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers based on the quantity of that energy. But spirit stones were relatively common. Even though they varied in value, the differences weren't that extreme. Spirit crystals, however, were different. Spirit crystals were essentially the essence of spirit stones, and they were encountered only very rarely during the mining of spirit stones. Moreover, these crystals were also graded in terms of quality, yet even the lowest grade could equal 1,000 spirit stones in value. The spiritual energy within these crystals was many times more potent than spirit stones if used directly for cultivation. Among powerful clans and large factions, when cultivators experienced shortages of spiritual energy during their training, they often directly used spirit crystals as supplements, treating them as a sort of universal currency. At this point, Xuan hesitated for a moment before increasing the price somewhat, though not by much. 10,100 spirit crystals. As a matter of fact, Xuan did have a certain number of spirit crystals on him. In this auction, spirit crystals were mainly used as a unit of valuation rather than requiring that payment be made exclusively in actual crystals. As long as the corresponding value was offered in spirit stones, that would suffice. Xuan had earned several tens of millions of spirit stones by selling cultivation manuals, and Master whose storage ring also contained a significant amount of spirit crystals. The higher one's cultivation and the stronger one's power, the more accustomed one became to carrying important items on one's person. At this level, cultivators trusted no one else, only their own strength. In such circumstances, what they could directly hold in their hands became especially precious. With his check-in system, Xuan vision had broadened considerably. Although there were many good things in Master Hu's ring, none of them were of any use to him personally. He could save them for later as gifts to gain favor. But as for spirit crystals, the kind of hard currency, he had to use them himself. After calculating back and forth, he estimated that he had roughly several tens of thousands of spirit crystals. It remained to be seen whether using them all, along with his spirit stones, would be sufficient to acquire the sapling of the enlightenment tree. Xuan only knew this was a good item, though he didn't have a specific understanding of it. Getting it would naturally be good, but if not, it wouldn't matter much either. The medicinal valley now appeared to have completely withdrawn from the struggle between both sides. It had entirely become a battle between the mysterious figure who suddenly made a move just now and another mysterious figure in a different private box. Xuan could sense the other side's urgency. As for himself, he was only giving it a try. Seeing the price continue to rise steadily, he decided to simply bet everything he had. 17,000 spirit crystals. When this price appeared on the scene, an uproar spread among the crowd. Earlier, the bid had barely reached over 13,000 spirit crystals when Xuan immediately raised it by nearly 1/3. What did it mean? Was he showing off his wealth arrogantly? Or had he already decided to risk everything on this final move? No one could tell for sure. After all, what was being auctioned here was merely a sapling of the enlightenment tree, and this sapling came with a particularly important detail. You could take it with you, but whether you could successfully grow it was unknown. When you took it, it would definitely be alive, which was not a problem. But the sapling of the enlightenment tree wasn't the actual enlightenment tree itself. Its value was inherently limited. Around 15,000 spirit crystals was about the maximum reasonable value. Any higher than that, and you would definitely suffer a loss. If it survived and grew, you might make a small profit, but if it died, it wouldn't simply be a loss, it would be a massive loss. Xuan's sudden action startled both Su Yifan and Master Go. It would have been better if he had consulted them beforehand. Instead, he had bet everything with not a single word of warning, leaving both of them speechless. As for this matter, Xuan was rather relaxed about it. After all, this is all money I got through robbery. I spent it, but it doesn't hurt me. Money is worthless. When we lose it, we can just earn it again. Upon hearing these words, Su Yifan keenly sensed what was going to happen next. If Hu Yidao's money was being spent, then Lu Laoqi's wouldn't be far behind either. Xuan was already prepared to completely discard all pretenses. Killing one was killing, and killing Lu Laoqi wouldn't be any different. Chapter 93, Absorbing Dao's Resonance. 17,000 spirit stones for the first time. Second time, the old man fell silent for a moment, glancing across the hall where no one had stepped forward. Third call for 17,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to the gentleman in this private box for obtaining the enlightenment tree sapling. At this moment, a faint smile finally appeared on the old man's face. Truthfully speaking, this price had already exceeded the previous estimation by the Qin King's Treasure Pavilion, because among the participants attending this event, no one seemed particularly wealthy. Even those who were slightly well off could be evaluated based on estimations of their wealth. Those who weren't genuinely rich and extravagant wouldn't stubbornly insist on bidding for the sapling of the enlightenment tree. Xuan didn't know that the mysterious bidder he had overbid against had, in fact, only a total of 16,000 spirit stones in his possession. His impulsive move essentially meant he had paid an extra 10,000 spirit stones. If that other person ever found out, he would probably be heartbroken beyond repair. Of course, right now, completely unaware of the truth, Xuan felt no regret whatsoever. The servant girl brought the sapling to his private room, and the deal was concluded with money and goods exchanged hands. Dog Uncle and Su Yifan both knew of this item. Most veteran cultivators would have at least heard the legends of the enlightenment tree. According to legend, many powerful cultivators of ancient times had connections with the enlightenment tree. Therefore, they naturally regarded this item highly. However, Xuan just happened to be an anomaly. This looks kind of dry and brittle, seems unlikely to survive. Could it be already dead? Upon hearing this, Dog Uncle twitched the corner of his mouth, utterly unsure what to say. After a brief period of cultivation beside the sapling, he could sense a wondrous Tao resonance and spiritual energy entering his body. Xuan, watching nearby, his golden eyes enabled him to see this entire process with greater clarity, sparking even more curiosity about this plant. What status did Dog Uncle hold? A celestial sovereign. How ordinary could an item be that even someone at his level required? Xuan decided to try for himself. He found that the energy could indeed enter his body, yet it brought no noticeable change, and he couldn't even determine where exactly within his body this special energy had gone. How strange. The puzzled look on Xuan's face somewhat surprised the two people present. For a long time, in the eyes of both Su Yifan and Dog Uncle, Xuan had always seemed like someone who never faced a problem he couldn't solve. From scheming against the Tamed Sect to maintaining peace in Bay City at the City Lord's mansion. If you could raise a problem, almost certainly you'd find a solution through him. It's truly rare to see you look puzzled like this. What happened? What do you call that thing emitted by the enlightenment tree? Tao resonance. Dog Uncle had been stuck at his current cultivation level for quite some time now. Reaching the celestial sovereign realm, one couldn't advance easily just through ordinary cultivation. Compounding this was an old, grievous injury he'd sustained, for which he had been rescued by the former sect leader of the Beast Tamed Sect. This was why he ended up serving as a simple old man in this sect. Qin Ningxue's reaching the reincarnation realm had partly been a matter of clever opportunity. On one hand, she already possessed accumulated strength ready to burst forth, along with great natural talent, and the former sect leader left behind treasures sufficient for her cultivation. On the other hand, it had also been due to Chun Yan, who had fed so many premium items to the beasts he tamed, allowing them to reach the reincarnation realm. The breakthroughs of these spirit beasts had, to a certain extent, driven Qin Ningxue's own cultivation advancements. As the sect leader, the cultivation techniques she practiced differed from those of regular disciples. Just like how external disciples in other sects have different cultivation methods from inner disciples, so too did their accessible cultivation arts vary. However, nobody thought this odd. The differences of status meant such an equality was entirely expected. If any ordinary disciple could practice secret techniques reserved only for the sect leader, wouldn't it be as simple as sending a spy into the sect to steal all of its secret techniques? Can one absorb Tao resonance without reaching the celestial sovereign realm? Dog Uncle shook his head immediately upon hearing this question, without the slightest hesitation. Impossible. You're thinking way too much, kid. Before reaching the celestial sovereign, your spirit hasn't fully matured. How could you possibly absorb Tao resonance? I thought you. Midway through his sentence, Dog Uncle suddenly froze. Why would Qin Yan ask such a question? If he were unable to absorb it, there'd be no need for him to even ask in the first place. Since he actually brought up the question, it could only mean, you actually can absorb it. What exactly is Tao resonance? Some call it fragments of cosmic truth, while others believe it to be an opportunity to approach the heavenly Tao itself. Whatever it may be, this substance is undoubtedly a crucial component on the path to becoming powerful. Never before had there been anyone capable of connecting with Tao resonance without reaching the celestial sovereign realm. To put it bluntly, if your soul hadn't reached a certain level of cultivation, there was simply no way to sense this kind of thing at all. If you couldn't even perceive it, how could you ever hope to absorb it? It was as if a thin layer of paper separated the two. You could know it was right there, yet you had no way to accurately grasp it through that barrier. That Qin Yan could accomplish this. No one could say whether it was a blessing or a curse, whether he was a genius born from heaven or hiding some underlying issue. But one thing was certain. Qin Yan was very special. At least for now, this peculiarity was something worth their great anticipation. What did it feel like after you absorbed it? I can't really describe it. This thing was emitted from the enlightenment tree sapling and entered my body, but I couldn't find any trace of it inside me. Chun Yan's current cultivation level already allowed him to observe his inner self clearly. Inspecting his body's interior, including his dantian, posed no secret to him. Yet after searching thoroughly, finding no change, he felt slightly discouraged. The Tao resonance isn't in the dantian. Can you enter your spiritual sea? Can you see your soul? Chun Yan shook his head. He was still at foundation building stage, and reaching this level required at least the core formation stage, when one's soul could be considered as having just barely stepped beyond the mundane. He was still laying the foundation now. Don't rush. We'll talk about this once your cultivation advances. Chun Yan gave a bitter laugh. No matter what, the fact that he could absorb it meant it must be beneficial to him. But when exactly this benefit would reveal itself, no one knew. As for advancing cultivation, he wanted to as well, but didn't know how to speed it up. Others usually advanced quickly when their cultivation level was low, but he was the opposite. He was now stuck at foundation building. If it weren't for the 10,000 beast transformation and the 2 divine beasts, he probably wouldn't have been able to get by at all. With a flick of his hand, Chun Yan stored all his belongings into his storage ring, but he was quickly stopped by Su Yifan. Wait, your storage ring probably can't keep living things alive. Don't put the enlightenment tree sapling inside yet. Why not? If you do, the enlightenment tree might die. Chapter 94, Taking Root and Sprouting. Chun Yan was accustomed to stuffing all his treasures into his storage ring. Since everything placed inside was always inanimate, he had never considered this an issue. Of course, the more crucial point was that he already had the mountain and sea chart, which was truly the place for storing living things. Earlier, when he absorbed the enlightenment-seeking tree, it was done instinctively, without much thought. Now, upon reflection, it was actually a grave mistake. Fortunately, Su Yifan reminded him just in time. Otherwise, when he returned home and realized that the precious treasures bought at such a high cost had been carelessly destroyed, he'd truly have cause to weep. At this moment, Uncle Dog's expression also became somewhat grim. When they had purchased the tree, they were full of excitement, and knowing it could be used had only increased their delight. But now, how are they going to get it out? Damn it, if we want to openly carry it out, everyone here will notice. Then countless people will lie in wait to ambush us, said Uncle Dog. Su Yifan nodded as he spoke. Everyone involved in the world of cultivation knew the deal. Everyone fought and scrambled for treasures, let alone a sapling of the enlightenment-seeking tree, which would certainly attract many people willing to pay handsomely for it. Not to mention, even just the value of the more than 100,000 spirit crystals alone was already enough to make people take desperate risks. What should we do? Su Yifan asked this question aloud. Actually, from a moment ago, Chun Yan had been standing there with one finger pointing at himself. But both Uncle Dog and Su Yifan completely ignored him. How could Chun Yan handle such a matter? If they were able to find a solution, then that would be considered an achievement. Finally, Chun Yan could only sigh. It's just that ordinary storage rings can't contain living things. But I can. Chun Yan said it so easily and casually that it immediately shocked both men. What did you just say? Chen Yin himself didn't understand what he had said to cause such a reaction. Many people possessed storage rings, and crafting one wasn't particularly difficult. However, any space that could contain living beings must be tied to profound cosmic principles, and anything related to such laws of existence was considered a rare and supreme treasure. Any existing artifact today that could store living creatures was mostly refined by ancient experts from the distant past. Nowadays, cultivators who desired such treasures had almost no other way to obtain them aside from venturing into those ancient secret realms. And even then, such expeditions were nearly always deadly, with countless experts losing their lives inside. So who would care about one more person missing? How could Chen Yin possibly own such a treasure? Why are you looking at me like that? Because both the mountain and sea chart and his storage ring were obtained via check-ins. He didn't know the significance or implications of these things at all, so he spoke without hesitation. Now, when he saw both men staring at him with eyes like they wanted to devour him, Chen Yin also felt uneasy. Where did you get it? Found it. Yeah, right. Clearly just a made-up excuse, simply not wanting to say the truth. But Uncle Dog understood too. This kind of thing really couldn't be casually revealed. Are you sure it can hold living things? Of course. Certainly could. Inside it wasn't just two spirit beasts. Wu Xia had even entered before. Chen Yin spoke confidently, clearly not lying. With a wave of his hand, the enlightenment-seeking tree sapling vanished into the mountain and sea chart. Via the contract, he gave orders to Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, the two spirit beasts, instructing them to protect the enlightenment-seeking tree and not let it die. When Su Yifan and Uncle Dog followed behind Chen Yin, leaving the Qin King's treasure pavilion, they still felt dazed, as if walking on clouds. Chen Yin, on the other hand, remained as usual. In fact, he noticed many strange details about the Qin King's treasure pavilion today. Because they had messed around a bit inside, they exited rather late. But even so, there shouldn't have been so many people gathered outside, seemingly waiting specifically for someone to come out. After a moment of thought, he immediately understood what was going on. Since even Dog Uncle and others knew that storage rings couldn't contain living things, whoever purchased the enlightenment-seeking tree sapling would inevitably have to carry it out manually. These people were planning to attack whoever came out. Chen Yin's eyes turned rapidly, already plotting in his mind. If this plan succeeded, the Xiantian sect would definitely suffer dearly. Though still in shock, both Su Yifan and Uncle Dog had already reached the outside, not being in a private space anymore, so both carefully concealed their expressions and reactions. They brought Chen Yin to the city lord's mansion, and for safety reasons, Su Yifan arranged accommodation for the two of them there. That evening, Chen Yin checked his things in his room and then entered the mountain and sea chart. Originally, he intended to cultivate and handle the matter of the enlightenment-seeking tree sapling. However, once inside, he realized immediately that he had been overly optimistic. Don't even mention the things he wanted to deal with. He couldn't handle them at all. When he put it inside, for some unknown reason, the jar containing the sapling actually shattered, and the precious spiritual soil had already scattered onto the ground. The enlightenment-seeking tree sapling somehow had already taken root and sprouted. Xiao Jin, Xiao Lu, both of you come out. What exactly happened? Chen Yin's current reaction resembled those people who had pets at home, only to find their house completely destroyed and desperately looking for the pets to confront them. Roar. Quack. The two divine beasts eagerly tried to describe the situation. Through the contract, Chen Yin could understand exactly what they said and what they meant. However, the information they conveyed was vastly different from his guess. He originally thought this thing was purely shattered due to his own carelessness. But upon asking, he learned the truth. When the enlightenment-seeking tree sapling was first brought inside, it was perfectly stable and resting on the ground. For some unknown reason, the two divine beasts saw the jar suddenly shatter by itself. Then, the enlightenment-seeking tree sapling actively rooted itself into the soil. This part Chen Yin could now clearly see with his own eyes. He wouldn't believe himself if he said it wasn't intentional. What kind of sapling could develop roots so deep underground in such a short time? It was obvious it had grown them on its own. Sighing, it seemed this treasure worth 170,000 spirit crystals could only be shared between himself and the two divine beasts. Originally, after purchasing this thing, he intended to place it directly inside the beast taming gate. But now, the enlightenment-seeking tree had chosen its own home and started sprouting roots. When they reached the beast taming gate, they could attempt to transplant it. If not, then so be it. Alright, let's begin today's cultivation. After saying this, the two divine beasts followed closely beside him. Since discovering that absorbing star power could also benefit the divine beasts, whenever conditions allowed, Chen Yin would come in and cultivate together with Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu. The city lord's mansion was currently still safe, fully meeting the necessary conditions for cultivation. Chapter 95, Cultivation Transformation. A streak of starlight faintly shimmered in the sky above Chen Yin and shot directly into his body. Of course, this was a scene visible only within the sea and mountain scroll. From the outside, it would simply seem that the room where Chen Yin resided was receiving slightly more starlight than other places. Not many people would question this. Dog Uncle was snoring heavily inside the room. This courtyard belonged to Su Yifan, and practically no one ever came here. A heaven lord from the city lord's mansion arrived at the courtyard entrance and knocked on the door. Who is it? Su Yifan naturally knew exactly who it was. However, he voiced the question so that Chen Yin and Dog Uncle inside the room could hear it. Whether they heard or not wasn't important. The fact remained that these two, staying within his courtyard, deserved to know. Su Yifan made it a point to ensure they stayed informed. Needless to say about Dog Uncle, Chun Yin's current identity and actions were particularly sensitive. It wouldn't be surprising at all if someone wanted him dead. Su Yifan might not care about others, but he would certainly take Chun Yin's feelings into consideration. However, Chun Yin himself was currently inside the Sea and Mountain Scroll and had no idea at all that a visitor had arrived. The Heaven Lord from the City Lord's mansion delivered his greeting, then stayed outside the courtyard without stepping inside. He placed a letter into Su Yifan's hand and then left. Finding the visitor's behavior a bit strange, Su Yifan watched him leave, then returned to the courtyard to open the letter. While he found what he needed inside, the content written on the letter somewhat surprised him. Guess I'll have to wait until Chun Yin wakes up tomorrow before deciding anything. Inside the Sea and Mountain Scroll, the night sky lit up again with several new stars shining overhead. This round of cultivation was noticeably more effective than usual. When Chun Yin opened his eyes, the two divine beasts beside him also appeared much more energetic than usual. Roar, quack, quack. When Chun Yin heard these sounds, he paused for a moment. Through the contract bond within his mind, he could understand what the beasts wished to convey. These starlights seemed to enhance the energy within their bodies. It was like previously filling a wooden bucket with loose soil, while now the starlights acted like hammers, compacting all the soil tightly inside. Now the bucket could hold even more soil, and the soil itself became denser and heavier. This was only a metaphor, but Chun Yin felt genuinely delighted that his two fighting companions could improve and increase their potential. As for himself, though there hadn't been significant progress tonight, his physical body had clearly absorbed more star energy and undergone strengthening. This method of cultivation mainly focused on strengthening the physical body, giving him an illusion. Could this be how beast cultivators trained? As everyone knew, beasts generally possessed far superior physical bodies compared to humans. If these were indeed methods for beast cultivation, it wouldn't be hard to understand the focus on physical strengthening. But after all, he was a human cultivator who would eventually need various spells and techniques to defend himself. Possessing only a strong body would merely make him a brute. After much thinking, without finding a better alternative, Chun Yin sighed and planned to leave the Sea and Mountain Scroll. What's going on here? While Chun Yin had been cultivating, the two divine beasts were also in cultivation. Obviously, none of the three had moved. Yet now, the nearby enlightenment tree, not far from where they sat, had grown even more robust compared to its rooted, sprouting state earlier. Testing the situation, Chun Yin absorbed a bit more starlight, clearly sensing that as the celestial force descended, a portion of it was absorbed by the enlightenment tree. Under normal circumstances, if energy was absorbed like this, it should mean he'd gain less. Yet tonight, Chun Yin distinctly felt his progress was significantly greater than usual. After absorbing the starlight, the enlightenment tree not only boosted its own growth, but the Tao resonance it emitted seemed to be imbued with a faint glow. Before, only the golden eye's ability could detect such glows, but now faint luminous rays circled the tree and were directly visible to the naked eye. Chun Yin experimented cautiously by absorbing this new energy into his body, discovering that it produced a better effect than directly absorbing starlight. This peculiar development made him feel as though he had touched upon some unknown territory he had never before encountered. The enlightenment tree. Indeed, his understanding had been too shallow. He must go outside and search for related records and legends. It was possible he could find a method that would benefit him. Chun Yin keenly sensed that absorbing starlight directly seemed to strengthen the physical body. But when transformed by the enlightenment tree, this energy appeared to directly boost his cultivation level. If he could find a suitable method, he could break free from the previous limitations he had considered and cultivate at a faster pace to elevate his cultivation realm. Feeling the growth of his internal cultivation, Chun Yin was now quite happy. The two divine beasts sensed his mood and began making noises, cheering him on. After playing with them for a while, Chun Yin left the Sea and Mountain Scroll. After lying down on the bed, instead of thinking about cultivation, he focused on sorting out the items he had recently obtained through check-ins. He had been too busy. Sometimes he'd glance at the rewards from the check-in system before hastily shoving them into his storage ring or similar places, not touching them again afterward. Aside from the daily cultivation items he used regularly, including the pills and potions for the two divine beasts, nearly everything else had been left unsorted, piling up into a small mountain in one corner of the room. Chun Yin recalled seeing some alchemy-related items among them. Although he wasn't sure whether he had the potential to become an alchemist himself, simply relying on the check-in system to obtain enough resources would never be sufficient. To allow the entire Beast Tamed Sect to achieve significant growth and power, he had to solve the issue of resource consumption at its very root. Becoming an alchemist to produce the necessary cultivation pills was the best solution. The Pills Sutra? When this scripture appeared before him, Chun Yin suddenly recalled an old saying he had once heard. These days, the shorter the name of the scripture, the better, like the Tea Sutra and others. Such titles sounded grand, and their content was surely filled with priceless treasures. Although Chun Yin knew one shouldn't generalize like this, there was indeed much truth in the idea. Those lengthy, flashy titles, unless universally recognized as great works, chances were they might just be some sort of scam. Opening the Pills Sutra, Chun Yin discovered an extremely detailed introduction covering the basics, as well as various methods to determine whether one possessed the innate talent to become an alchemist. Chapter 96, The Beginning of Alchemy. At just a glance, his entire attention was drawn in completely. The Bunjing, Danjing, didn't contain overly complex or abstruse content, quite the opposite. It was actually easier to understand compared to most cultivation scriptures. It was just like medical books. there's no need to write them in an obscure manner. The more easily understandable the content was, the more it showed how skillful the author was in writing the book. Alchemy was more of a practical skill, unlike reaching a certain level in cultivation, which required insight and understanding. Xuan continued reading while the sun outside had long risen, the room now brightly lit. Yet this did not cause him to even slightly divert his eyes from the scripture in his hands. Big Dog felt quite strange. He himself had overslept a bit after drinking, but Xuan certainly wasn't someone who enjoyed sleeping late. He should have woken up earlier than him. Now that he had already been up for a while, how come Xuan hadn't even left his room? Suddenly, a chill ran through his heart. Could something bad have happened last night? He was supposed to be guarding Xuan, yet he hadn't sensed any danger at all. That was a major failure of duty. Moreover, the personal relationship between the two of them was very close. If Xuan came to any harm, Big Dog himself would feel deeply regretful. Su Yifan didn't know their usual routines. And indeed, Xuan had consumed quite a lot of alcohol the previous night. To him, waking up a bit later wasn't a big deal at all. In the quickest possible time, Big Dog rushed to Xuan's door and knocked loudly. So anxious was he that he even kicked the door, breaking it right open. Su Yifan watched Big Dog's actions with a straight face and followed along. The two of them then looked at Xuan, who appeared completely unaffected, sitting on the bed and reading the book with intense concentration. What's going on? Could he have gone into some kind of spiritual breakdown? Xuan, Big Dog suddenly shouted, right next to his ear. Even if Xuan had been totally immersed in the book, he was still startled by that yell. Then, the two men examined him closely, checking his forehead and various parts of his body. What are you two doing? He really hasn't gone into spiritual turmoil? Xuan felt like a giant question mark appeared on his forehead. Seeing that Xuan was perfectly fine, both of them shifted their attention to the book in his hands. The title Danjing, was quite plain, and the entire scripture was bound in a very ancient style. It clearly looked like a book that had been passed down for many years and was frequently flipped through, yet the text itself was inscribed using an extremely sophisticated technique. Nowadays, when people wanted to pass down their techniques or scriptures, they usually employed methods capable of storing visual images. For example, jade slips or other such methods. Even spirit Mingku methods were possible. But in ancient times, transmission methods weren't so fancy. At most, they'd leave written words, though there was one powerful method of Mingku, that could form a spiritual cycle with the text. Within that cycle, one could use spiritual power to directly contact the words and delve into their meaning. Now it was understandable why Xuan had become so engrossed in reading the Danjing. His cultivation level had not yet reached the stage where his spirit was stabilized, so what he used to read this scripture was purely his own mental strength, naturally making him lose awareness of the outside world. Let alone someone knocking on the door. Even if the house collapsed, unless it directly affected him, it might not disturb him at all. After Su Yifan explained all this to him, Xuan understood what state he had been in moments ago and realized that the two were only worried about him. However, the term Danjing, kept occupying Su Yifan's thoughts. He always felt like he had heard it somewhere before, yet couldn't recall exactly where. And that term undoubtedly concealed a big secret. Just an ordinary word wouldn't have left such a deep impression in his mind. Big Dog curiously poked Xuan beside him. Where did you get this from? By the way, Big Dog, will learning alchemy affect our normal cultivation? After hearing this question, Big Dog rolled his eyes. He could clearly see that Xuan was dodging his previous question, but he himself didn't really need an answer. It won't affect cultivation at all. In fact, it can even significantly benefit your spiritual cultivation. In many ways, alchemy was directly connected to the soul. Unlike the potions created by potion masters, what alchemy produced were pills, and the flame required for alchemy was soul fire. Anyone capable of condensing soul fire could at least reach the early Sage King realm in the future, which could be considered a ticket to becoming a true expert. However, not every type of soul fire could be used for alchemy. Therefore, even those possessing soul fire might not necessarily become alchemists. All these points were actually recorded in the Danjing. It was just that Big Dog was willing to speak, and Xuan didn't intend to interrupt him. When Su Yifan heard them discussing alchemy, he suddenly recalled where he had heard the term Danjing before, and his expression immediately turned to shock. He quickly grabbed the book into his hands. After repeatedly checking some details on it, he returned the book to Xuan. What's wrong? Su Yifan had always been a very calm person. Normally, he rarely showed any emotion on his face, as if nothing could truly startle him. But just now, his facial expression had clearly lost control. Moreover, for such a refined and gentle person to actually snatch the book himself meant the situation was definitely not ordinary. This Danjing, remember this, never show it to outsiders. Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he hadn't thought much of the book's appearance, treating it merely as an old manuscript. He hadn't considered it particularly special. But from what Su Yifan had just said, it seemed the book had quite a significant background. Seeing the clueless look on Xuan's face, Su Yifan knew he was waiting for an explanation about the book's true origin. Do either of you know how many years the development of alchemy has gone through up to now? We don't know. Neither Xuan nor Big Dog were alchemists, so of course they wouldn't have researched this before. Even Su Yifan shook his head at this moment. Xuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you joking? To be exact, nobody truly knows. However, there is a legend that the earliest alchemy originated from a single book, called the Danjing. Chapter 97, Top-Tier Talent. When Xuan heard these words, his eyes widened dramatically. What did this mean? It was said that rarity made things valuable. When something was one of a kind under the heavens and desired by everyone, it became a death warrant. Although the heritage of alchemy had existed for a long time, a longer history didn't necessarily mean better development. On the contrary, many things had been lost through the long river of history. The Danjing undoubtedly contained many secrets that current alchemists desperately hoped to obtain. Whether it was some long-lost alchemical techniques, ancient prescriptions that had vanished, or even methods of preparing crucial ingredients needed for certain pills, all of these were treasures for alchemists. All these treasures were now in the hands of one person, Xuan Yin. My goodness, no one must ever know what happened here today. As Su Yifan said this, he glanced at Dog Uncle. Dog Uncle looked back at him. Don't worry, apart from us three, no one else will know about this book. Xuan Yin decided that, for safety reasons, he would go into the mountain and sea chart in the future to deal with these matters. That would be more reassuring. However, since Su Yifan and Dog Uncle already knew about this book, he might as well partially share its contents with them. Now that you have the Danjing, do you want to test whether you have the talent to become an alchemist? If you do, your future achievements will be immeasurable. Of course, Xuan Yin's current talent alone was already enough to ensure a bright future. If he added the identity of an alchemist and the Danjing as support, his future self would almost certainly be a dominant figure. Right now, all he lacked was time, and time could never be rushed under any circumstances. Fine, Xuan Yin himself originally wanted to give it a try, but acquiring the required items required certain connections. It was obviously better to let Su Yifan handle it than do it himself. After half a day, countless tools and materials were delivered into the courtyard. The city lord's mansion clearly understood Su Yifan's position here, so they just followed his orders without asking questions or trying to figure out who it was for. Xuan Yin searched through the items and found what he needed before releasing his spiritual energy. Although soul fire was a must-have for alchemy, testing alchemical talent didn't require such a thing. Without sufficient cultivation, one could not condense soul fire. Lower-level cultivators could only use spiritual energy, so they focused their spiritual energy. Here, this is the divine origin furnace. It's a tool that lower-level alchemists use before they can condense their own soul fire. Just inject your spiritual energy into it. Xuan Yin was now at foundation building stage. Although he was still unfamiliar with the use of spiritual energy, basic control wasn't a problem. The divine origin furnace in his hand looked like an alcohol lamp from his past life and appearance, but its inner structure and function were completely different. Once his spiritual energy was injected, a small flame ignited on the furnace. This flame even had an unusual color, not simply red like ordinary fire. Dog Uncle and Su Yifan were already very satisfied with what they were seeing. If the divine origin furnace could be lit, it meant the basic requirements were met. In the future, he would surely be able to condense soul fire. This tool wasn't only for beginner alchemists. Even cultivators who had talents and spiritual abilities used it during their early stages to train their spiritual energy, building a foundation for using and condensing soul power. Xuan Yin's performance exceeded their expectations. What should I do next? Did you see that stone over there? Xuan Yin nodded. Hold that stone with something and place it on the divine origin furnace. Burn it with your spiritual flame and observe the changes. Hearing this requirement, Xuan Yin felt slightly confused. In fact, the Danjing contained many different methods to test whether one had the talent of an alchemist. Unfortunately, most of these ancient techniques could only be used in ancient times. Nowadays, not only were the required materials often missing, but cultivators might also not meet the required cultivation levels. Although alchemists were trained from childhood in ancient times, people back then were generally powerful. When they started learning these things, they were already at core formation stage. Since Xuan Yin's cultivation level didn't even meet the basic requirements, naturally, he couldn't use those ancient methods. The methods currently used were developed over the years, gradually lowering the requirements for alchemists, which led to these identification techniques. Yasanshi certified on Mojong progress. Following Su Yifan's instructions, Xuan Yin used something to hold the stone and placed it over his spiritual flame, continuously roasting it. After a long time, a faint fragrance gradually emerged, and the aroma was becoming more and more intense. From the stone's surface, one could even see a trace of moisture. It seemed like the stone was turning into liquid. Su Yifan's face was filled with surprise and joy. All right, that's about enough. And I'm honored to tell you that you absolutely have the potential of an alchemist. Moreover, your potential is extraordinary. When Xuan Yin heard these words, he was also very happy. Su Yifan explained further. This stone was a special medicinal stone, one that had accumulated countless residues and medicinal energies left behind from alchemy. Through long-term condensation, these substances had formed into medicinal stones. For those who had the potential to become alchemists, as long as they burned the stones with soul fire or spiritual flame, they could release the medicinal energy within. The released energy would then turn into the fragrance they just smelled. The more intense the fragrance, the higher their talent. But for the highest level of potential, or a certain kind of talent, there was another way to judge. That was whether the medicinal stone, when heated to an adequate temperature, would transform into a liquid. Generally speaking, there was still residual pill energy within the medicinal stone. If one's talent was high enough, this energy could be extracted, and the resulting liquid was the extracted residue of the pill. Those without such talent wouldn't be able to extract anything. Even if they could generate spiritual flame, they could only burn the stone to ashes. Chapter 98. The Princess's Secret Letter. The difference between the two is enormous. A person without talent couldn't even produce any fragrance, let alone melt it into liquid. They'd just end up with a pile of black ashes. Precisely because of this, it was particularly easy to judge. In Su Yifan's eyes, earlier on, Chen Yan had merely possessed the qualifications to be his friend. Later, he became someone worth getting to know. Finally, he transformed into a future powerhouse worthy of trust. So now, if not for the prior relationship as friends, the current Chen Yan could already be considered entirely and completely a pill master worth fawning over. Owning the Danjing itself could only count as having good fortune. You could say it was a resource that all alchemists would envy. But if you yourself are a pill master, then this resource rapidly transforms into your own power. That was the truest form of wealth. The dog uncle hadn't expected it either. The kid's luck was just too good. Xuan actually possessing the talent of a pill master. Actually, Qi Ningxue had long suspected whether Chen Yan had the potential to become a pill master, but there had never been any test conducted, mainly because cultivating pills also required foundational cultivation. Since Chen Yan's meridians were damaged and he couldn't cultivate, even if he had such potential, it would only bring trouble. So they had never even performed a test. Now, with this result obtained, everyone was extremely happy. Su Yifan suddenly recalled something and took out an envelope from within his robe. Chen Yan, there's a letter here from the princess that I'm supposed to give you. Originally there were 2 letters. One was addressed to me, and I've already taken it. When Chen Yan heard this, his expression froze. What? Why would the princess write to him? They had never had a good relationship before, nothing familial nor romantic. Although she had been saved by him once, truthfully speaking, it didn't seem to reach the level of such deep concern. While thinking this, Chen Yan still accepted the envelope. Only after opening it did he realize what trouble this letter contained. In essence, it said that to ensure his safety, the princess had assigned him a Heaven Sovereign stage early cultivation expert. Also, she hoped Chen Yan could help resolve the current conflict in Beijing. The conflict in question naturally referred to the Tamed Sect, and beyond that, there remained for him a massive responsibility. To handle this affair, Chen Yan's identity would be as the princess's special envoy, and even the city lord's mansion would follow his commands. Chen Yan felt that the token he had previously received from the princess was actually part of a scheme, and a scheme he had no choice but to accept. Sighing softly, although the letter stated he could consider whether or not to accept, how exactly could one refuse such a thing? The person had already been sent over, and the token was already accepted. Now they're saying I can refuse? I can't even find you to return the token anyway. If I back out at this point, who knows what that Heaven Sovereign Realm expert would do? Although the dog uncle was here, naturally there wouldn't be any major trouble, but what kind of situation was this anyway? Actually, Su Yifan had already read the content of the letter yesterday. The night before, he received another letter granting him permission from the princess to examine the contents of the one addressed to Chen Yan. According to the princess's instructions, if the mission wasn't accepted, Su Yifan had the authority to retrieve the token on behalf of her. The mission still needed to be completed, just that it would fall upon Su Yifan to figure it out instead. Though no further details were given, Su Yifan could clearly sense that while writing this letter, the princess's heart had undergone a great deal of inner turmoil. Actually, the princess had already returned to the imperial city many days ago. Everything around her seemed to have returned to normal, and the people around had also heard about that assassination attempt. The actual mastermind had already been found. Although everyone knew it was a scapegoat, at least it provided some explanation to her. Yet countless times during midnight dreams, Qin Duwu could still remember that young man who had told her to leave first. Sometimes, people are indeed very contradictory creatures. Before, perhaps you strongly disliked this person, even wishing they would disappear from existence. Yet as time passed and your perception suddenly changed, that person would leave a deep impression in your mind. And this impression could even lead you into the illusion that you love them. Did the princess love him? She herself didn't know. After returning, she had crafted an amulet with the character Nian engraved on it. Looking at the amulet's shape, it strongly resembled a miniature flying dagger. Shimin Xuan knew about this, but he didn't say anything, merely observing everything in silence. Holding the letter, Chen Yan hesitated for a long while, finally frustrated beyond measure, and tore the letter directly into pieces. Probably not a single person in the entire Great Qin dynasty would dare to tear apart a personal letter written by Princess Qianqian. Su Yifan sighed. It seemed that Chen Yan had already decided not to accept this mission. According to the letter's instructions, he wasn't supposed to bring up the part about returning the token if he refused the mission. He had to wait until Chen Yan made his decision before informing him that the princess wished to reclaim the token. Princess Qin Jiwu, with her royal status, was adored not only by noble officials and young talents from various sects, but also by common wandering cultivators and ordinary citizens. There were countless people who held feelings of admiration for her. If others found out that someone had torn the personal letter written by Princess Qianqian specifically for him, likely each and every one of them would spit on Chen Yan, enough to drown him alive. Whatever will be will be. Just come get me when the person arrives. After saying this, Chen Yan directly walked out of the courtyard. Su Yifan originally intended to mention the matter about the princess's token, but he was left speechless by Chen Yan's sudden declaration. What did he mean by come get me when the person arrives? Clearly referring to the expert sent by the princess. So did that mean he'd accepted the mission? A somewhat relieved smile surfaced on Su Yifan's face. In both sentiment and reason, he sincerely hoped that Chen Yan would take care of this task. On one hand, it would help form a connection. On the other, Chen Yan's intelligence and capability made success significantly more likely than if he himself handled it. Moreover, Dog Uncle was also a Heaven Sovereign expert. If Chen Yan didn't participate, the difficulty of this mission would increase notably. 2 Heaven Sovereigns versus 3. Although just one difference, it might directly influence the outcome. Right now, Qin was actually quite angry. Without even a word of warning, they had assigned him this ridiculous mission. Anyone placed in this situation would be unhappy. And yet, the one assigning it was the princess herself. Carrying this irritation, Qin stepped onto the streets. Chapter 99. Do you want to live? Under normal circumstances, the auction should have already ended, so there shouldn't be too many experts lingering in Beijing now. Yet as Qin walked down the street, he noticed an endless stream of experts passing by. What's going on here? Of course he couldn't ask just anyone on the street. The passerby might not even know the reason, and a sudden nosy inquiry could easily draw unwanted attention, making him a target. He casually strolled around the street, and finally made his way to the residence where Ba Datian had previously taken him. Inside, he easily found the basement's location as if he'd done it countless times. Who's there? Don't be tense. Ba Datian had everything he needed in the basement, so Qin's sudden appearance frightened him slightly. That day when Ba Datian brought Qin here, the upper-level disguises weren't yet in place. If anyone paid attention, it wouldn't be hard to find something suspicious. But now, this basement was fully equipped, and the courtyard above had residents already living in it. All of Ba Datian's living necessities, as well as intelligence exchanges, could be achieved through the people he had stationed above as decoys. One could say that unless someone leaked the location, the place could remain safe indefinitely. Qin did not use his 1,000 faces this time, because he intended to play his hand openly this time. The unfamiliar voice did not dispel Ba Datian's suspicions. Rather, he became more nervous, grabbing whatever was nearby, and shrinking to one side. As Qin approached, he took off a token from his person and threw it directly toward Ba Datian, then casually took a seat nearby. Ba Datian blinked in surprise, looking at the token he had just caught in his hand. Princess Mansion. Clatter. The token dropped to the floor, then Ba Datian quickly picked it up again, sitting down on the other side of Qin. Hesitating, he couldn't figure out what to say. This honorable sir, could it be that I have offended Her Highness the Princess somewhere unknowingly? Qin picked up a teapot from the table and poured himself a cup. His movements were unhurried, and he savored the tea deliberately. Your tea is quite good. Last time I came by, you didn't have such fine things. Last time, Ba Datian, being a sharp-witted person himself, naturally caught the subtle implications in that sentence. Clearly, this indicated that the visitor had been here before. But the one who came before was definitely not this person. Again, another token was taken from Qin's body and tossed onto the table. It was exactly the intelligence token that Ba Datian had once given him. This is. Upon seeing the token, he immediately thought of the multiple identities Qin had previously used to meet him. However, he couldn't be sure whether this face was truly his. After all, as for tokens, someone could easily send a trusted subordinate carrying it to meet him for information exchanges. It was quite common. Meeting him in one's true form would instead be unusual, or even make him feel uneasy and dangerous. Just as the saying goes, knowing too much is not necessarily good, especially for someone like him in the intelligence trade. Once people have seen your real face, they might kill you just to cover their tracks. At that thought, he even secretly hoped that Qin hadn't come here under his real appearance. No matter what he was thinking, now that Qin had actually arrived, he certainly couldn't afford to slight him. Ba Datian quickly understood his current position. Might I ask what orders Her Highness the Princess has for this humble servant? This time, the person undoubtedly came with orders. Otherwise, there'd be no need to bring a token from the Princess Mansion. Just the intelligence token would have sufficed. Qin smiled. Not in a hurry yet. After saying that, he retrieved his Zhutian sword from his storage ring. He had obtained this weapon inside a secret realm, though he hadn't really used it much since. He slammed the sword down on the table with a loud clang. As if he hadn't even noticed what he had just done, Qin continued pouring himself another cup of tea, calmly enjoying it as if nothing had happened. Qin could remain composed like that, but Ba Datian could not. Looking at that sword, it felt to him as though it was hanging over his neck, ready to sever his head with just the slightest tilt. Gulp. He swallowed hard. This honorable sir. My name is Qin. Qin spoke almost to himself, not even glancing at Ba Datian, who was now drenched in sweat. From the Beast Tamed Sect. Qin calmly stated his own information. Ba Datian was stunned at first, then quickly seemed to recall something and began to tremble violently. He now resides in the city lord's mansion, as the princess's special envoy, resolved the conflict between the Tamed Sect in Beijing, eliminated Chengjian, killed Hu Yidao. Ba Datian was practically scared out of his wits. If at first, upon hearing those personal details, he could have stopped Qin in time, perhaps he still would have had a way to survive. But now that he had learned so many secrets, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. The sword lying on the table already made its meaning clear enough. This was an unmistakable signal to kill him. The princess's special envoy, resolving the Tamed Sect's conflict? Was the princess about to move against the Tamed Sect? This was huge news. If it weren't for Qin possessing the token from the princess mansion, Ba Datian would not have believed a word of it. The information involved was simply too vast. Any slight mistake could trigger unimaginable consequences. If this were false news, and even a single word of it spread from him, both the princess and the Tamed Sect would personally wipe him out. And if it were true, the outcome would be no better. How could ordinary people like him ever come to possess such highly confidential information, regardless of whether it was leaked or not? After hearing the names Chengjian and Hu Yidao, he had completely given up any thought of resistance. Over the years, he had gathered a few subordinates for his intelligence business. Although only 2 were Foundation establishment early-stage experts, that was already enough to ensure his personal safety in Beijing. But Chen Yin had killed experts of the Saint King realm. What chance did he even stand? If he called for help, they would die anyway. It was better not to call at all. Perhaps by showing a good attitude, he could beg for mercy. Moreover, revealing the names of those 2 individuals meant that Ba Daiyan's suspicions about Chen Yin's identity had all been confirmed. With such detailed personal information, Chen Yin couldn't possibly be wearing a disguise now. Do you want to live? Chen Yin asked this question directly and bluntly. I do. After hearing that answer, Chen Yin gave a slight nod. Sign a master-servant contract, and I'll let you live. This was the worst scenario Ba Daiyan had anticipated, and yet he still offered a bitter smile. It was still better than dying here. The master-servant contract was something that had existed even before the Beast Taming Sect had formally emerged. Initially, the main subjects of such a contract were slaves. It had been created precisely to control others. Ba Daiyan knew that once he signed a contract, he would never be able to resist the man before him again. Chapter 100. Movements from all sides in Beijing. Chen Yin's actions today were actually the result of deep and careful consideration. It seemed as though he had only acquired a subordinate, but in reality, he had eliminated many potential threats. Although he always used the 1,000 faces, 1,000 people technique to disguise himself every time he came here, it could only hide him from most people. It might not be enough to conceal his identity from Bao Dantu. Moreover, since his recent actions had become increasingly focused and targeted, it was very easy for Bao Dantu to sense something unusual. After all the information Chen Yin obtained was purchased through Bao Dantu. If the latter couldn't detect any patterns, he wouldn't have lasted so long in the intelligence business. Kill him? Chen Yin had certainly considered it before, but doing so would be a waste. Bao Dantu had survived and thrived in Beijing for many years through his own capabilities alone. Regardless of how his network of forces or intelligence system had developed, the mere fact that he had remained alive all these years was proof enough. This man was capable, and Chen Yin's first thought was naturally to bring such a person under his control. Killing him was always the worst possible solution. What Chen Yin intended to do was develop the Beast Taming Sect and establish a mature network. This was not something he could accomplish alone. He needed capable and trustworthy assistance. Bao Dantu might not yet possess such strength, but he had the potential. If Bao Dantu had resisted today, Chen Yin would have killed him. But since he had submitted, things would proceed more smoothly. By revealing his true identity up front, Chen Yin had forced the issue, and the token from the princess's mansion had served as a background support. To Bao Dantu, a powerful expert or a minor sect like the Beast Taming Sect wouldn't be sufficient reason to trust him. However, if backed by the princess's mansion, the situation offered much room for negotiation. All right, I'll sign. Don't resist. Chen Yin left these words before using his spiritual power to form a binding contract that linked directly to Bao Dantu's mind, the effects of which soon took hold. Chen Yin immediately sensed a spiritual connection between himself and the other. With a mere thought, he could cause the other intense pain or forcibly take over his consciousness. Even causing the other's death was possible. Bao Dantu's expression was grim. After all, anyone would feel completely at a loss after suddenly losing their freedom and becoming someone else's slave. I won't force you to do anything that violates your principles, but if you dare to betray me, you know what awaits. Yes, Lord. If you behave well, believe me, you will never regret the decision you made today. After hearing these words, Bao Dantu's face remained expressionless. With the master-servant contract already signed, even if the other party drew the most beautiful future for him, he had no choice but to accept it. Why is Beijing in such chaos lately? The auction has already ended, so why have so many experts not left the city? Bao Dantu pondered briefly before opening a cabinet in the basement and spreading out all the relevant files. Before, he might have been cautious about revealing such information. But now that this person had become his superior, he no longer needed to hide anything. He could look or not look as he pleased. Chen Yin had no intention of interfering and simply sat sipping tea. Half an incense stick's time later, the relevant materials were organized. According to Bao Dantu's explanation, it seemed that Chen Yin himself had played a part in this mess. The Medicine Valley desired the Enlightenment Tree, as did many other factions, but among them, the Medicine Valley was the most prominent and the first to act. That night, when Su Yifan had realized that a storage ring couldn't contain the Enlightenment Tree, others had thought of the same thing too. From the moment they exited the auction hall at the Qin King's treasure pavilion, numerous spies had already been waiting outside, watching closely to find out who had purchased the sapling of the Enlightenment Tree. However, to everyone's disbelief, the buyer had not appeared. But that was impossible. Although the treasure pavilion contained countless passageways that made it difficult to distinguish who exited from inside versus who came from the auction hall, one thing was certain: the auction hall was not a sanctuary. Merely because someone had bought something there didn't mean they could remain hidden indefinitely. Otherwise, anyone who got into a conflict or incurred a deadly grudge could simply attend an auction to hide, and the Qin King's treasure pavilion would be endlessly drawn into disputes, which would clearly contradict their interests. Therefore, the hall was always thoroughly cleared out after a certain period following the auction. Now an even more critical question had arisen. What Su Yifan had once told Chen Yin was true: treasures capable of storing living beings were extremely rare. The reason why so many people were still here watching, or rather probing each other, was to figure out exactly who or which faction currently possessed the item. This kind of ancient treasure, everyone wanted it. Chen Yin rubbed his nose thoughtfully. It seemed this matter really had no solution. Whether using diversion tactics or other methods, the moment the slightest movement occurred, these people would swarm over like a pack of wolves, not even leaving time for an explanation. Troublesome. Letting out a sigh, Xuan then heard Bao Dantu continue. There's another reason. Someone purchased the cultivation technique of the Beast Tamed Sect, and now the sect is going crazy trying to track the person down. They don't just want to retrieve the technique. They're probably planning to kill the thief as well. After hearing this, Xuan let out a cold chuckle. The Beast Tamed Sect might be a powerful force, but who among those willing to step into this mess was an easy target? Old Lu Qi probably had grown arrogant from years of unchecked behavior and hadn't even considered the hidden dangers. If things continued like this, once the Beast Tamed Sect stirred up too much resentment, it might save Xuan quite a bit of trouble in the long run. Never mind this matter for now. Keep a close watch on the movements of every faction. The next time I come, I hope to see information on which forces have recently arrived in Beijing and which experts have shown up. Yes, Lord. Xuan nodded approvingly. Before leaving, he left behind a substantial amount of spirit stones and worldly wealth. Some unused items from Hu Yidao's storage ring had also been carefully selected and left here with Bao Dantu. His intention was very clear. If you can obtain the intelligence I desire, you may keep these things. If you lack the ability, then use these items as leverage to open doors. Although Bao Dantu was already his subordinate, perhaps even a servant, it was only natural to provide rewards to make someone serve wholeheartedly. Xuan didn't linger outside for long. The current Beijing resembled a plain riddled with landmines. It seemed wide open at first glance, but no one could tell where the hidden dangers lay buried. Chapter 101, Butcher Yang. When Xuan returned to the city lord's mansion, there was already an extra person in the courtyard. This individual's appearance was rather distinctive, and judging purely from his physique and looks, he was definitely a butcher by trade. If he were to change into some regular clothes and carry a few slabs of meat to the city market, he would look just like a typical butcher shop owner. You must be Master Chun. My surname is Yang. Please call me Butcher Yang. Xuan paused slightly upon hearing that introduction. Wow, so he really was a butcher. But since the man was willing to introduce himself that way, Xuan figured he might as well go along with it. After greeting Yang, Xuan returned to his room. As for the assignment given by the princess and how exactly he should use Butcher Yang, he still had no clear idea at all. The princess's intention was likely to end the conflict between the city lord's mansion of Beist City and Beast Tamed Sect, though naturally this meant the city lord's mansion should not suffer losses and ideally gain some benefits. Currently, the city lord's mansion not only lacks justification for its position, but also holds no strength advantage. To fulfill the princess's expectations would be extremely difficult. But the princess's goals were not necessarily Xuan's goals. Since someone had already handed him an expert, how could he not take a big risk and make the most of it? With the city lord's mansion expert, Butcher Yang, and his own old dog uncle at his side, all three were in the early Saint King realm. Then with proper planning, even killing someone at the mid-Saint King stage was possible. You Beast Tamed Sect have experts? Let me see how many of them you can afford to lose. Xuan got serious, and his plan was straightforward. Just like he had said to old dog uncle before leaving the Beast Taming Sect this time, completely eradicate Beast Tamed Sect's power outside their secret realm. With his objective set, things became simpler. Xuan had been dealing with the Beast Tamed Sect for quite a while now. Their disciples had distinct uniforms that immediately identified them as members of the sect. For third-rate sects, perhaps this wasn't considered important, but second-rate sects already enjoyed considerable prestige, and their disciples generally felt a strong sense of belonging to the sect. Normally, they would wear their sect attire wherever they went to show off their identity. Xuan directly sought out Su Yifan. Old Su, can you get your hands on the Beast Tamed Sect's robes? The ones worn by the disciples. You bet I can. But what exactly are you planning to do? Getting hold of the sect's robes wasn't hard, but it was different from the previous time when they had swapped into the city lord's mansion uniforms to disguise themselves. Back then, you were simply an assassin, able to pretend to be anyone, and use any techniques or weapons you liked. However, when it came to the Xuan disciples, the issue wasn't just about weapons. What about their martial arts techniques? Xuan understood Su Yifan's concern and immediately used the Xianyuan dragon riding art to simulate the effect of the Beast Tamed Sect's techniques. Back when Hu Yidao's ring had been looted, all these martial arts had become objects for Xuan's experiments. Previously, Xuan had known the Xianyuan dragon riding art could mimic spiritual energy at different stages. But could it also mimic the effects generated by practicing certain techniques? If that worked, it would make it much easier for him to hide his identity in the future. Xuan tried it out and found that it actually worked. It felt as though he were using one martial art to practice another martial art, which sounded convoluted but was truly amazing. However, this kind of practice was only a disguise, and it shared one particular trait of the Xianyuan dragon riding art. That is, the scent of spiritual energy would be just right, while the actual effect remained different. Though it could simulate the energy signature of the Xianyuan technique, it didn't actually possess the real characteristics of the true Xianyuan energy. So Xuan's dream of using Xianyuan dragon riding art to imitate powerful techniques from across the world was crushed the very day he tried it. How did you do it? It's just a small trick of mine, but this secret art doesn't have much practical use. It can only imitate the aura. After offering a brief explanation and demonstrating further, Xuan showed them the unique ability of the Xianyuan dragon riding art. Even so, it's still a powerful ability. Clearly, Su Yifan also realized Xuan's intentions at that moment. I'll have your clothes delivered tonight. Xuan gave a nod. At this point, Butcher Yang approached. Master, what about me? What should I do? Chen Yan gave Butcher Yang an up-and-down glance. Honestly, he really wanted to assign him a task like bringing some slabs of meat to lay low at the market. But the man was a Saint King realm expert, after all. He could make jokes, but shouldn't go too far. You don't have anything to do for now. Just stay in this courtyard. Eat, drink, sleep as you please. When we need you, we'll let you know. Also, in the future, call me young master, not master. Yes, young master. Actually, Chen Yan was a bit surprised. Why would Butcher Yang obey him so readily? As he thought to himself, a powerful expert like Yang still likely had his own sense of pride, even though Chen Yan himself got along quite well with old dog uncle. When it came down to actually getting things done, Chen Yan always discussed matters with others. Yet this Butcher Yang seemed completely different. He gave off the impression that he would obey whatever Chen Yan asked without question. It was truly strange. I asked you to call me young master because the title master is too conspicuous outside these walls, Chen Yan explained. Yang, who had already turned to leave, paused at these words. He turned his head back and smiled slightly. Van Lao Yang Naozig Bushur Kurabia Hausher, I may not be particularly sharp, but I have strength to spare. When it's not my place to think, I'd rather not. The princess told me clearly before I left. No matter what orders you give, Butcher Yang must obey. So there's no need for you to explain anything to me, young master. After hearing this, Chen Yan nodded slightly, then shook his head. If the princess gave such an order, then listen carefully now. Forget how you were before. From this moment on, you need to learn to think for yourself. Not too much, just enough to understand whether the things you do might get you killed. Your first order is, survival comes first above all else. With that, Chen Yan turned and went back to his room, closing the door behind him. Butcher Yang opened his mouth as if to speak, but eventually said nothing. Everyone hopes for obedient subordinates, one who will die for you when commanded without hesitation. But that was not what Chen Yan wanted. Puppets, suicide soldiers, these were not what he needed now. Since the princess had sent someone like this to stand by his side, he intended to turn this man into his own ally. A heaven sovereign realm expert. Where else could he find one of those lying around? Chen Yan's words had deeply affected Yang. He had been one of the princess's personal guards, carrying out numerous missions and fulfilling many of the princess's personal assignments. Yet all those missions always placed priority on the objective, never on his own safety. This was a completely different attitude. Chapter 102, entering Chunmanlu again. He couldn't quite say he had any special fondness for Chen Yan, but this particular gesture from Chun had indeed surprised him slightly. In the evening, Su Yifan delivered the clothes to Chen Yan's room. Throughout the afternoon, he'd either been thinking about their next plan or reading the Bunjing, classic of pill cultivation. Since he already possessed talent, it was only right to work harder. If his progress in daytime cultivation was minimal, he would simply immerse himself in the study of pill making. Moreover, this knowledge wouldn't be useless. The Dunjing not only covered pill-making techniques, but also numerous prescriptions used by apothecaries. The threshold for becoming an apothecary was much lower than that of a pill master. It primarily involved studying the principles of medicinal ingredients and memorizing various formulas. One could say that being a pill master required both cultivation ability and natural talent as prerequisites, while being an apothecary resembled a skill that practically anyone could learn. As long as one worked diligently enough and had a capable mentor to guide them through the Rumenmankan threshold into the craft. Some of the remedies described in the Banjing left Chen Yan astonished. You skipped dinner entirely? That's too much dedication, Su Yifan remarked, patting Chen Yan's shoulder. Instantly, Chen Yan emerged from his intense focus on reading. Given what he now knew, it wasn't surprising that he hadn't noticed night had already fallen. Seeing that the food on the table in his room had long gone cold, Chen Yan smiled wryly. If you're hungry, you can grab something from the kitchen later. After all, the city governor's mansion is practically under the management of you, the princess's special envoy, Su teased. Chen Yan checked the clothes carefully. The size fit, and the details appeared correct as well. Old Su, did you make these or steal them? Obviously I made them. Could stolen clothes really fit this perfectly? Su Yifan rolled his eyes. Shortly afterward, Chen changed into the clothes in the courtyard. Nothing dangerous is going to happen tonight, right? The dog elder asked with concern. Although Yang Tu and Su Yifan didn't speak, their worried gazes revealed exactly the same sentiment. Don't worry. Do you think I wouldn't value my own life? After chuckling slightly and waving off their concerns, Chen Yan exited the mansion through the back door and vanished into the night. This kid's getting bolder and bolder these days, muttered the dog elder. He then turned to ask Su Yifan to fetch more wine and drag Yang Tu along. Originally, Yang Tu had no intention of participating. He had learned a bit about Su Yifan's identity from the princess, realizing that Su's background was formidable. The dog elder also appeared mysterious, and although both were in the early Saint Sovereign realm, Yang Tu could sense danger emanating from the dog elder. Still, since the invitation came directly from them, he couldn't refuse without appearing impolite. You're so big and strong. Surely you can handle a bit of alcohol, right? The dog elder said to Yang Tuesday. The latter could only smile without answering. Chen Yan had already sneaked into Chunmanlu at this time. When Cheng Jian died, Chunmanlu was nearly destroyed, practically reduced to ruins. Yet Chen Yan hadn't expected that it would actually be rebuilt. Upon entering, he noticed the madam was new. That made sense. Most likely the previous staff had been disposed of by the Shantian sect. He chose to come here specifically because it had been mentioned clearly in Bao Dayao's report. It was a place filled with people. High-level martial artists and disciples from various sects frequented it. Men could be predictable sometimes. According to the collected intelligence from Bao Dayao's reports, after its destruction, The Xiantian sect had secretly become the new backers of the rebuilt Chunmanlu. And compared to before, this new version had become significantly more sinister. Back then there had been at least the pretense of performing but not selling one's body. But under Xiantian sect's control, whether or not the girls wanted to sell themselves, they simply had no choice. That had placed the girls in a very tragic situation. The reason behind the Xiantian sect's move sounded noble and reasonable on the surface. They claimed it was to protect the girls from homelessness after the destruction of Chunmanlu, and also to continue investigating Chengjian's death. But whether anyone was still seriously investigating Chengjian's death was unknown to Chen Yan. After entering, Chen Yan randomly selected a quieter-looking girl and went to a secluded private room. "Young master, what song would you like to hear today?" While the girl was setting up the qin, Chen Yan had already walked behind her and struck her neck, rendering her unconscious instantly. After confirming the room's interior was safe, Chen opened the window and climbed onto the corridor balcony outside. This part of Chunmanlu was a secluded corner that was naturally rarely visited. Moreover, he was wearing the identification token of a guest, so he didn't worry about bumping into other people. "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhou? Didn't expect to see you here today. Haha, I heard that Chunmanlu recently acquired a new girl. I've been dying of curiosity. I've always been quite fond of affairs of love and desire, you know." As this young Master Zhou spoke, he signaled his men to disperse. Chen Yan slightly narrowed his eyes. This time he had selected a few targets in advance. Although Bao Dayao had not yet completed the task of compiling a full list of all factions in Beicheng, it was still possible to focus on a few particularly notable sects. And this young Master Zhou turned out to be an excellent target. Putting aside everything else, the fact that he was the grandson of the elder sent by the Medicine Valley this time was more than enough. The elder sent by the Medicine Valley was none other than the one who had tried to intimidate others with the prestige of the valley during the auction. That old man was no good, and now it turned out his grandson was just as much a beast. "These girls are not bad. Call that other one too and send them both to my room." The madam's face changed slightly upon seeing this. "Master Zhou, but there's a girl here who—" "Don't talk nonsense with me, you little money-pinching wretch. Am I short on payments?" "This? No. Then get the hell out of my way." Without waiting for the madam to respond, he directly kicked her aside. At this moment, some of the other guests nearby began whispering quietly. Chen Yan listened in and gradually pieced together a rough understanding of the situation. It turned out that this so-called young Master Zhou, on the very first day he arrived in Beicheng, had come straight to Chunmanlu. At the time, he had summoned several girls into his room. Since he had shown himself to be generous with money and of high status, initially the madam had been very happy. But what none of them had expected was that the next morning, the girls were barely alive, left as cripples. No one knew exactly what had happened to them during that night. From that day onward, young Master Zhou had become a nightmare for Chunmanlu. None of the girls dared to be chosen by him, but such decisions were beyond their control. The Xiantian sect behind the scenes knew of Zhou's identity and had long issued orders to ensure he was properly attended to. No one had any power to resist. After identifying the room where Zhou stayed, Chen Yan slowly disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 103, Killing Young Master Zhou. At first, when Chen Yan chose this target, he was somewhat hesitant, uncertain about how far he should go. After all, his intention in coming here today was to swindle someone. But as soon as he saw how much of a beast and scum Zhou was, his psychological resistance disappeared entirely. With a long sigh of relief, he now felt confident in his plan. Chen Yan, who had seemingly vanished into the crowd, had actually approached the private room where Zhou was. Nobody paid much attention to what happened inside the other rooms. By the time Chen Yan arrived near the room, Zhou had just entered moments ago. "Oh, didn't expect that today would actually bring me some fine goods." When Zhou spoke, none of the girls who had entered the room with him dared to say anything. Their faces were filled with deep fear. "What? Have all of you suddenly turned mute?" With a loud slap, Zhou slapped one of the young girls across the face. Judging by the look on her face, the blow had not been light at all. Just from this single slap, her face swelled immediately, and blood began trickling from the corner of her mouth. Because of the pain, she burst into tears. Zhou, rather than feeling any sympathy, instead felt a strange sense of excitement arise within him. "Ha ha ha, exactly, that's the sound I want to hear. I love seeing you beautiful girls making such sounds to please me. Scream louder." As he spoke, he hit the other girls as well, making them all cry. But even this was not enough for him. As Chen Yan approached the door, he had just heard the first slap and the following disturbing behavior. Looking around at the crowd, he noticed that no one's attention was focused on him. He silently poked a hole in the door. In a place like this, physical fights were rare, so the partitions used to build the rooms were merely ordinary wooden planks. For anyone with a bit of cultivation, doing something like this would be incredibly simple. Although foundation building stage cultivators were often considered bottom tier in actual combat or among young peers when comparing achievements, making a silent hole in a wooden door was nothing more than child's play. Chen Yan pulled out a small pearl from his sleeve, rubbed it for a moment, then threw it through the hole into the room. The pearl made no sound as it hit the ground. Not only was Zhou's attention not on the door, but even if it were, he probably wouldn't have noticed the pearl at all. This item was something Chen Yan had obtained from the check-in system, though he had always wanted to complain about it. What use did he have for something like this? After all, he was a decent, upright man. What was he supposed to do with such hazy, questionable items? But the system didn't care about his thoughts. The items provided were always random. He still had quite a few such sedatives and drugs. Originally, he had intended to use them on villains when he set out on his journey, only to discover that he simply had no chance to slip medicine to any criminals. If he had any vendettas, they were usually settled on the spot. Thus, these special drugs and powders had gathered dust in a small corner of his storage space. If he ever rummaged through them, there was quite a collection of fine things to be found. Quietly waiting outside the room, Xuan started walking around its perimeter, inserting himself into conversations whenever he found a topic he could naturally participate in, even acting like a passerby interjecting casually. He couldn't stay crouched by the door forever. He needed to blend into the surrounding environment. The best way to do that was to find some people to talk to, and the more public these interactions were, the better. Xuan hadn't observed the crowd randomly earlier. Since he already knew there were representatives from several other factions here, how could he possibly ignore such a perfect opportunity? He actively moved around to speak with people from different factions, discussing general knowledge while subtly doing something to them. Sedatives were not like other tools. There were countless ways to put them to use. Xuan had already taken an antidote earlier. While chatting with others, the sedatives on his person were already taking effect. Even after walking away, their effects would have already partially settled into his targets. Generally speaking, the higher a cultivator's cultivation level, the weaker the effects of such external medicines became. An ordinary person reaching the core formation stage would already become completely immune to common illnesses. Not only that, attempting to poison a cultivator would require a much greater cost, and the effects of the poison must be far more potent than what would affect a regular person in order to succeed. Mystic drugs were not rare in the secular world, and many people used them for evil purposes, but very few of them could affect cultivators at the core formation stage or above. Even if there were some that could, most had to be mixed into drinks and consumed orally to have any effect. This kind of gaseous drug was particularly difficult to guard against precisely because it worked through unpredictability. By the time Xuan returned after walking around the venue, Zhou's room had fallen silent. Zhou was down, just like those pitiful girls, all collapsed on the floor inside. Xuan opened the door and checked. No one was watching him enter. Then he closed the door and locked it from the inside. At the Spring Fullness Pavilion, almost no one dared to recklessly enter another's room. So locking doors wasn't a habit everyone practiced, and it wasn't particularly difficult to open them from the outside. After all, if there was a new girl who needed to go in, it wouldn't be unusual. Inside the room, Xuan looked at Zhou's unconscious body on the floor, bloodstains on his hands, his face cold. After Xuan left, Zhou had continued beating the women for a while. The effect of the sedative gradually sapped his strength, forcing him to stop, but bruises were still left on their bodies. Thinking about it, the effects of the sedatives Xuan had received from the check-in system were more than enough to keep ordinary people unconscious for several days. As long as he didn't use the antidote to wake them up, they would be fine. After unfolding the mountain and sea chart, he absorbed these women into it. Pulling out the Zhu Tian sword from his robes, after confirming that Zhou carried nothing that might expose him, Xuan ended the young master with one slash. To be honest, Xuan still felt somewhat unsatisfied. The young master's numerous atrocities made Xuan feel that he had died too easily. After carefully staging the scene inside the room to appear natural, Xuan left behind a trace of spiritual energy that mimicked the Xianyuan Yulong technique, an energy signature at the late core formation stage, a level of cultivation that would mark someone as an elite disciple within the Xianyuan sect. He didn't leave behind a signature of arbitrary strength. These details had been carefully investigated through his intelligence-gathering network before he decided on this plan. Chapter 104. The secret is out. Since everything had already been decided, if one intended to stir up trouble and profit from the chaos, then one must put on a full performance. Compared to seeking intelligence on other factions, how long had those disciples and attendants of Xianyuan sect been staying in Beijing? Obtaining intelligence on them was the simplest thing in the world. In Beijing, there truly was a disciple of Xianyuan sect who had reached the late golden core stage, and this individual was also somehow related to Lu Laoqi. Lu Laoqi was the younger brother of Lu Lar, while this elite disciple was among Lu Lar's apprentices, albeit only one among several, but also a promising one. As long as this person got dragged into the mess, then Lu Laoqi had no choice but to step in. Lu Laoqi was currently the acting head of Xianyuan sect in Beijing. If even he got involved, then the entire Xianyuan sect wouldn't have a single soul escaping. Xuan's approach was nothing less than an open and righteous stratagem. Even if you knew exactly what I intended to do, by the time you noticed, you'd already been ensnared. Xuan walked out of the room, openly leaving the place, and this wasn't the end. He returned to his private room. Earlier, he had already prepared a lot of alcohol, which he poured some onto the young woman playing the guqin in the room, leaving the scent of wine on her, while he himself drank quite a bit, half lying on the edge of the bed. Earlier, when he did those things, he used the Thousand Faces technique, simulating the appearance and body shape of the disciple from Xianyuan sect. The robes he wore were also provided by Su Yifan. These alone were enough to fool anyone into thinking it was real. Xuan went through such trouble precisely to create an alibi for himself, while leaving behind evidence for the other side. Baodating was still the go-to man for information in Beijing. What would happen if tonight's truth was spread by him? Though Xuan himself didn't appear openly, he was still engaging in intelligence trade. Moreover, Xuan's disguised form, using Thousand Faces, was recorded entering and exiting the room by people previously arranged, with a spirit-reflecting stone. Young Master Zhou, what do you have to do with this elite disciple from Xianyuan sect? Whether you explain or not, you will have to take the blame. Even if you didn't do it, now it can only be your doing. Xuan began his evening cultivation by moonlight, though this time he dared not enter the mountain and sea chart, fearing the girl in his room would wake up. If she noticed he wasn't in the room, the disguise would be completely wasted. Though this method weakened his cultivation results, for the sake of his own plan, it was worth enduring. As one night passed, the Chunman building continued its usual atmosphere of romantic indulgence, unaware that young Master Zhou had died in his room. It was only the next morning when Madame, worried her girl might have died in the room, sent someone to call Zhou. However, when the servants opened the door, they found only the corpse of young Master Zhou lying there. Such a death, with head and body separated, could only be described as brutal, with nearly all the blood already drained and death having occurred long ago. As for the girls who had been brought into this room previously, they all vanished without a trace. This suggested two possibilities. Either there was something wrong with these girls, perhaps one of them was an assassin who committed the murder, or perhaps the killer rescued the girls, possibly her lover. Everything would now depend on how the situation unfolded, or what information could be uncovered through investigation. Madame understood exactly what had happened in the Chunman building. Now, the backer behind the scene, the Tamed Sect, already had someone dead. Qingjian? Now this happened again? Once discovered, the news quickly spread. The death of young Master Zhou was absolutely something that couldn't be hidden. The elders of Medicine Valley rushed to the Chunman building immediately, rushing to their grandson's room. Upon seeing the sight of a head and body separated, they were so angry their entire bodies trembled. Back then, the room had been violently destroyed by a strong aura, but no one dared to say a word. The forces of Medicine Valley and Tamed Sect were on par, both being second-tier sections. Neither feared the other. Since my grandson is dead, regardless of the situation, I must demand an explanation from you lot. The logic was the same as when the young master heir of Tamed Sect, Cheng Jianfeng, had died in Beicheng, demanding answers from the city lord's mansion. Since the person is already dead, I no longer care. What exactly happened here? Lu Laoqi was notified immediately, and upon arriving, he saw the scene. The Chunman building couldn't even continue business as usual anymore. This entire area was utterly ruined. The elder of Medicine Valley was named Zhou Fuchong, and Lu Laoqi was somewhat acquainted with him. Zhou Fuchong, stop at once. What do you think you're doing? Do you want to start a war between Tamed Sect and Medicine Valley? Truthfully, if it had been an ordinary person's death, Zhou Fuchong wouldn't have reacted like this. Even if it was his grandson, as the Medicine Valley elder, he had many grandsons. He wouldn't go to war with Tamed Sect over the death of an ordinary grandson. He had responsibilities to uphold. But this grandson was different. Zhou Fuchong had discovered an extraordinary talent for alchemy in this grandson, and the talent wasn't weak at all. If properly cultivated, this young man might have inherited Zhou Fuchong's position as elder in the future, bringing immense benefit to the entire Zhou family. Yet now, his promising grandson had died here under such murky circumstances. Even if he gained some benefit from this, he was still at a tremendous loss. How could he not be furious? Lu Laoqi, regardless of such considerations, knew many factions were present here. If you made trouble in my place, you were disrespecting Tamed Sect itself. No second-tier sect would tolerate such a loss of face. You undermine my reputation, making me lose dignity. Then I have no choice but to strike back. Seeing that his shouts had absolutely no effect on Zhou Fuchong, Lu Laoqi stepped forward and struck him with a palm attack. Their actual strengths were about equal. Unless they were truly trying to kill each other, there was no way to determine a victor right here. Tamed Sect, very well. All of you are absolutely amazing. My Zhou family member, my Medicine Valley member, died here. You remember this, Zhou Fuchong. If this young Zhou had no talent as an alchemist, then seeking support from the Medicine Valley for revenge would be out of the question. But this situation coincidentally made things different. Half the Medicine Valley already knew about his grandson's alchemical talent. Whether Tamed Sect provided an explanation or not, this matter wouldn't end so simply. Although Zhou Fuchong left, the news still spread completely from Chunman building. Within merely half a day, who in all of Beicheng didn't know the young Master Zhou had died in the Chunman building? Everyone began to investigate the truth behind the incident. Understanding more could bring tremendous benefits to every faction. The madam was brought by Lu Laoqi into a room. Talk. Exactly what happened last night. Don't leave out even a single detail. Chapter 105. The Medicine Valley enters the game. The madam was terrified, her voice trembling as she spoke. But how much detail could she really know? Last night, the things she knew about young Master Zhou were no different from usual. And the only one who truly knew what had happened the previous night, Chen Yan, had already left the Springview Pavilion. The girl he summoned to the room was easily convinced that she had simply drunk too much and lost her memory. Such a major incident had occurred inside Springview Pavilion. Everyone who shouldn't remain there had hurriedly fled, and those reactions were perfectly normal. Uncle Dog, worried about his safety, secretly watched over him from a distance through half the night. Seeing Chen Yan now walk out through the main entrance looking fresh and composed, he felt relieved. According to Chen Yan's plan, Bagdatai should have received the recording stone with the imprinted memories last night. If no one came looking for him today, then tomorrow Chen Yan would take matters into his own hands and ensure the news spread himself. Back at the City Lord's mansion, Chen Yan felt a bit of a headache. At first glance, everything had gone very smoothly, successfully instigating conflict between the two parties. But now he had brought back a few burdens instead. If they were to be killed, he should have done it right then in the room. But if he wanted to save them, who could say what might slip out? As Chen Yan hesitated, young Butcher and the others had already gathered around him. Well, what happened? You could at least say something. Since you walked through the door, your expression has been unreadable. What's going on in that head of yours? Let me guess, some more rotten ideas in the works? What do you mean, rotten ideas? Chun Yin immediately bristled at the accusation, but before he could finish protesting, Uncle Dog, just returning from outside, interrupted him. You're always coming up with underhanded, dirty tricks. If that's not what rotten ideas are for, then I don't know what is. Chun Yin smacked his lips a couple times and said nothing. Then, are there really problems? At first Chun Yin had been about to shake his head, but thinking again, he nodded and voiced his thoughts. I just feel like these two factions started fighting far too quickly. Does the Medicine Valley Elder really care that much for his grandson? This was the part that puzzled Chun Yin the most. The larger a faction is, the more reluctant it tends to be toward large-scale conflict. After all, the death of a single person, even if that person is an elder's grandson, shouldn't prompt such a decision unless it directly threatens the faction's own interests. The value of an elder's grandson to the faction is simply not the same as that of the elder himself. Like Cheng Jianfeng, whose cultivation level was so low, if even a disciple of higher cultivation level died within the Tamed Sect, no one might even care, let alone provoke conflict with the city lord's mansion. When Su Yifan heard this question, he burst into laughter. What? I thought you already knew. Chen Yin looked at him in confusion. Before Chen left, he had said he'd randomly choose a target, and everyone had speculated widely last night about whom that might be. This young Master Zhou had been one of the middle possibilities, neither highly likely nor unlikely. He's got talent as an alchemist. So your random choice really did poke a hornet's nest. Chen Yin nodded. That made the logic hold together, and there was no need to worry about other consequences. Old Su, does the city lord's mansion still take in new people? Hearing this question, the three of them all froze in place. What did he mean? Was Chun Yin planning to join the city lord's mansion? Su Yifan merely thought it over briefly and dismissed the idea. The possibility of Chun Yin joining the city lord's mansion was practically zero. Setting aside other considerations, with his identity as a princess's special envoy, joining would only result in the princess formally reassigning him to the imperial capital. Su Yifan clearly saw the implications of such a situation. Who are you trying to get in? Chun Yin explained what had happened the previous night, including all that Zhou had done. Those unforgivable, despicable deeds that outraged both gods and men. After hearing the story, everyone's faces showed outrage. Absolutely unforgivable. Good for you, Onion. Well done. Didn't expect me, old Yang the butcher, to miss such fine meat. As Yang said this, a fierce killing intent suddenly surged from him, so intense that even Chen Yin felt slightly suffocated. Though the pressure rose quickly, it receded just as fast. But no one dared to underestimate him. Among Heaven Sovereign experts, within the same cultivation level, many factors still determined relative strength. Feeling sympathy for the girls was one thing. Saving them and bringing them back was another entirely. After a pause, Su Yifan spoke up. Fine. Hand them over to me. I'll do my best to arrange safe places for them. But bringing them into the city lord's mansion itself won't be possible. Chun Yin also understood that these people were now tied to the plan's ultimate success or failure. If, in the end, their presence caused unpredictable consequences, there would be nothing he could do if they died. With a wave of his hand, several young women appeared in the courtyard. He could now do this without revealing the true form of the Shantian diagram, simply absorbing or releasing things as if he were using a storage space. When everyone saw the injuries on these women, they once again cursed the already dead young Master Zhou. After they all scattered, Chun Yin's plan was only at its first stage, stirring up the waters. As for what came next, it all depended on when the second phase could truly begin. Whether it was the princess's orders or Chun Yin's own intentions, the only real target was the Tamed Sect. As long as careful planning was done, all the powers could be made to become their allies. Today, the Medicine Valley had already entered the game. Perhaps the Qin King's treasure pavilion could also be drawn in. In the end, everything was simply a matter of interests. Uncle Dog had a black jade token from the Qin King's treasure pavilion. Normally speaking, unless entering the Qin King's treasure pavilion itself, no one wore these tokens all the time. Chen Yin had prepared a mask for Uncle Dog. Everything was for tonight. Lu Laoqi had been unable to get any useful intelligence from the madam. He was very frustrated and ordered his men to leave. Immediately afterward, he heard a report. Zhou Fuchang, together with members from the Medicine Valley, had begun capturing and interrogating disciples of the Tamed Sect. This news enraged Lu Laoqi immediately. The truth had not yet been determined, and already you have started attacking my disciples. What do you mean by this? Elder, come with me. I want to see exactly how far Zhou Fuchang dares to push our Tamed Sect. Now he was truly furious. His letter from his older brother Lu Laer had said he was already preparing to come to Bay City. Though there were still some cultivation-related matters to resolve, he had no idea when his brother might arrive. If the nonsense happening today reached his older brother's ears, even if it was only his younger brother who was at fault for poor supervision, he would still be punished. Who didn't know that in Lu Laer's eyes, the heavens, the earth, and above all, the sect, were supreme? Chapter 106 Night Raid. Because of certain past events, aside from the sect leader, only matters concerning the lead, benefits, of Tamed Sect could stir Lu Laer's heart. His younger brother Lu Laoqi understood this fact all too clearly. By the time he arrived with disciples of Tamed Sect at the inn where the crowd from Medicine Valley resided, several disciples of Tamed Sect were already outside the inn, battered and bruised beyond recognition. The sight was extremely pitiful. Stop. Lu Laoqi's voice carried over. Zhou Fuchang merely responded with a dark tone. Continue. Lu Laoqi's sword, infused with spiritual energy, shot forward directly, while Zhou Fuchang also produced a long saber from his sleeve, and the two clashed right on the street. The battle might between two heavenly sovereign level experts, if left unchecked, might well tear apart a significant portion of Bay City. Fortunately, other factions were also present here. If only the City Lord's mansion were involved, they might not necessarily intervene. Yet holding back didn't mean there was no anger in their fighting. Clang. The clash of blade against blade. Tell me, why are you torturing my disciples from Xuan Tamed Sect? Lulachi, don't pretend with me. Don't you know exactly what your own disciples have done? In fact, Medicine Valley had at least some connections in various cities and factions. After all, when it came to producing medicinal pills, people were usually willing to show respect. It was through this reputation that the news reached his ears. Zhou Fuchang had obtained a copy of a soulstone recording from the previous night. He had seen with his own eyes how a disciple of Xuan Tamed Sect had sneaked furtively into the room of his grandson. After verifying repeatedly, he had become instantly furious, especially when someone identified the person in the secretly obtained recording. Foundation Establishment Late-Stage Cultivator. The traces of cultivation level and martial techniques left at the scene all matched perfectly. Wasn't that already pointing directly to his grandson's killer? A Foundation Establishment late-stage disciple could already be considered an important figure within the sect. After all, every sect relied on disciples to grow stronger, cycling generations as they matured. Then I'll start by killing disciples. However, Zhou Fuchang had still kept one eye open, deciding to first figure out why a Xuan Tamed Sect disciple had wanted his grandson dead. According to the information gathered by his grandson's usual followers, there was absolutely no interaction between the two, let alone any enmity. They might not even have known each other. Was someone setting things up? It couldn't be ruled out. Thus arose the matter of Zhou Fuchang capturing and interrogating the disciples. Upon hearing Zhou Fuchang's words, Lu Lachi stopped attacking. The soulstone they had was merely a copy anyway, so there was no worry about Lu Lachi destroying it. Before everyone present, Zhou Fuchang resolved firmly to ensure the truth of the matter remained on his side today. Lu Lachi also watched the soulstone projection to the end. This matter clearly painted Xuan Tamed Sect completely in the wrong. The disciple in question wasn't even under his tutelage, it was his elder brother's apprentice. But even so, Lu Lachi felt murderous. He had been trying hard to get compensation from the City Lord's mansion as quickly as possible, yet now there were those undermining him from within his own camp. Out of all people, why did you have to provoke the Medicine Valley? This matter, our Xuan Tamed Sect will certainly give a proper explanation. After saying this, he left the place with his disciples, taking the already severely injured with them. Zhou Fuchang knew very well that since Lu Lachi had spoken so publicly like this, a heavenly sovereign wouldn't easily disgrace himself by breaking such a promise. Slap. A fierce slap struck the face of that disciple. You say it wasn't you? Then explain to me. What the hell is this soulstone recording then? Senior Elder, I truly don't know anything about it. That night, I have been in the sect's quarters all along. I never left. The disciple, after having been struck so suddenly, felt very wronged, but for things he hadn't done, he truly couldn't confess. Besides, even if he actually did do it, if there's a chance to deny it, one wouldn't admit to it. Admit it, and would you not know they would hand him over to the Medicine Valley to be executed? Who can provide an alibi for you? And no one. I was cultivating alone in my room. You. Lu Lachi heavily slammed the table with his palm. Under the night sky, Chen Yin and the dog uncle had finalized the details. The location of Xuan Tamed Sect's quarters within Bay City was no secret. Practically everyone knew. Chen Yin was now wearing a disciple robe of Xuan Tamed Sect. Under the darkness, the white robe with its distinct insignia was clearly visible. Sometimes, faces couldn't be seen, so clothing was often the main way to identify someone. Help! There were disciples of Xuan Tamed Sect guarding the perimeter of the quarters. After all, aside from a madman like Zhou Fuchang, who dares to publicly apprehend people in broad daylight, who knows what kind of underhanded moves could come at night. Better to assign people to patrol outside. When the disciples first saw Chen Yin, they intended to call out to verify his identity. But seeing someone chasing from behind Chen Yin, everything became different. It was late at night, and if someone were being chased and fled towards Xuan Tamed Sect's quarters, wearing the correct disciple robe, well, they must be one of their own. Dog Uncle wore a mask on his face. The weapon in his hand was given by Chen Yin. System check-ins had indeed rewarded him with quite a few good items. However, none of these weapons could compare to his own Zhu Tian sword, so he never really used them. Right now, though, they were perfect for disguising his identity. If someone were an imposter, the weapon they carried would certainly not be top-notch. The more common and unremarkable the weapon, the better the disguise. Yet right now in Dog Uncle's hand, this ordinary-looking sword radiated a bloodthirsty aura. The crimson-red longsword, held in his grip, exuded the very air of a god of slaughter. His heavenly sovereign-level cultivation was only revealed when Lu Lachi, having heard the commotion outside, rushed over. Swish! A blade aura shot straight forward. Chen Yin was violently sent flying by the attack, crashing to the ground unconscious. How bold! Daring to attack our Xuan Tamed Sect residents. Surrender your life. Dog Uncle showed no fear. After all, they were both at the early stage of Heavenly Sovereign. Why wouldn't he dare to fight? Moreover, Dog Uncle knew he had one more advantage. Lu Lachi had absolutely no idea where he came from. Behind every Heavenly Sovereign cultivator stood certain forces. Even a wandering cultivator had their own circle of contacts. Nothing was ever simple. Now he had attacked. Was this his own idea, or was there someone behind him trying to target Xuan Tamed Sect? Lu Lachi would definitely hold back, trying to uncover Dog Uncle's true identity or observe his techniques, unwilling to unleash his full strength. But Dog Uncle himself had no such restraints. with a fine sword aiding him, he held the advantage throughout the battle. Although Lu Lachi could not identify his opponent's techniques and fighting style from his memory, his sharp eye suddenly caught sight of a dark green plaque. Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. So this masked person was actually connected to the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. But who exactly was he? Lu Lachi wouldn't take the plaque alone as solid proof of Dog Uncle's connection to the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. After all, he himself also possessed such an official badge. But he wouldn't wear it openly during battle. That's precisely what raised his suspicions. Chapter 107, Disciple's Death. Whether it was a deliberate attempt to frame the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion or whether it truly had something to do with them, Lu Lachi couldn't make up his mind immediately. Chen Yin lay sprawled at a distance, looking rather isolated. Even those from the same sect, with different customs and relationships, had varying degrees of camaraderie. He lay there completely ignored. If he had actually been gravely injured and remained like this, he would have simply become a corpse in the end. Seeing that everyone's attention had been drawn to the commotion with Big Dog, Chen Yin quickly sprang to his feet. Dressed in the robes of Xiantianzong, he moved through the area without suspicion under the cover of night. Soon, he reached the inner courtyard where he found the elite disciple of Xiantianzong whom he had framed. Because the questioning had been in progress, no matter what happened outside, he couldn't leave the area without Elder Lu Laochi's permission. This gave Chen Yin the perfect opportunity to approach unnoticed. Senior brother, why are you here? As Chen Yin approached, he openly addressed the man as senior brother. The other didn't think much of it, considering they were within the sect's territory. Chen Yin bore the status of an elder's disciple. Many within the sect could rightly call him that. Moreover, it was common for people not to remember every disciple's face, so not recognizing someone wasn't unusual. I have no choice, you know. Because of the recent incident, someone impersonated me and killed Zhou Xiao. Now, as Chen Yin listened to the other's complaints, he casually edged closer. The disciple had a rough time. His entire night was spent cultivating peacefully in his own quarters before being apprehended the moment he awoke. When you hadn't done anything wrong, yet couldn't shake off suspicion, it felt extremely frustrating. One couldn't express such complaints to an elder, but with a fellow disciple, there were no such restrictions. Chen Yin's sudden arrival offered an outlet for his frustrations, so he naturally let his guard down, allowing Chen Yin to get close. Oh, then what are you going to do now? What can I do? In cases like this, the decision comes from above, and we can only follow orders below. As he sighed, he suddenly noticed that Chen Yin had drawn extremely close enough to unsettle him slightly. You, senior brother, SHHH. I'll tell you this, there's a chance I know who impersonated you. As soon as Chen Yin spoke, whatever discomfort he caused by his closeness no longer mattered. The Xiantianzong disciple immediately perked up. What? Quickly tell me. Right now, he just wanted some clue that could prove his innocence and convince the elder to let him go. Otherwise, life would be impossible. Senior brother, I'll tell you. The one who impersonated you was me. Humph. A sharp blade appeared in Chen Yin's hand, and with one motion, he drove it into the disciple's chest. This sudden, calculated strike caught the man completely off guard. After all, inside the sect's premises was like being at home. It wasn't the kind of place one would be constantly on alert. And because he himself allowed Chen Yin to approach so closely, not only did he make no defensive move, he didn't even activate his spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, even a disciple at the core formation stage had no chance. Death was the only possible outcome. Only when one reached the divine sovereign stage would there naturally be layers of protective spiritual energy around the body. Attempting the same method against an elder like that would yield almost no result. In terms of cultivation strength, relying solely on physical force to break through a divine sovereign's defensive energy was a pipe dream. Chen Yin first confirmed the man's death, then checked around to ensure no one had noticed the commotion. Thankfully, Big Dog's distraction worked wonders. Nearly all the disciples of Xiantianzong had rushed in that direction. Come on, who wouldn't want to see two divine sovereigns facing off in a direct confrontation during ordinary times? Such an opportunity demanded observation, perhaps even granting some epiphany that would instantly skyrocket their cultivation. It might be a dream, but not everyone was willing to wake up. Chen Yin confirmed that his actions remained undiscovered. He then retrieved a pre-prepared note from his sleeve and even stamped the Medicine Valley's mark in one corner. Written on it in fresh blood were the words, "Kill the killer, only justice prevails." Once this note was found, from what Chen Yin understood of Elder Lu Laochi, the man's intelligence would practically short-circuit. Today, Zhou Fuchang had refrained from capturing and torturing the suspect immediately, so maybe Lu Laochi would still give the accused a chance to explain. But now that bloodshed had occurred, and the body was found alongside this note bearing the mark of the Medicine Valley, well, this time, I've definitely caught you red-handed. Chen Yin had completed everything he needed to do here and was already retreating in a different direction. As he left, he would pass by Yang the Butcher, who had been stationed in advance. Chen Yin's safe departure meant that Elder Lu Laochi was about to face great misfortune. Yang the Butcher and Chen Yin exchanged a brief gaze through the distance, and Yang gave a slight nod. Then, in no time, he soared into the air from the dark alley, naturally taking certain measures to disguise himself, though whether it was effective was questionable, considering his unusually heavy build. He rushed straight to the base of Xiantianzong, which was now truly in a state of commotion. The other factions had been focused in recent days on tracking down whoever possessed the Enlightenment Tree, but now all the powerful experts had gathered here instead, surrounding and watching the clash between Big Dog and Elder Lu Laochi. Though they couldn't fight at full strength yet, and it hadn't escalated to a life-or-death battle, One could still tell from this preliminary exchange who had greater cultivation and stronger combat abilities. Who exactly does this person belong to? Someone pointed at Big Dog and asked. The factions in attendance had some level of familiarity with one another, so they all shook their heads, none recognizing him. That situation immediately became rather intriguing. Only two possible explanations existed when someone could go unrecognized by all. Either this man was truly a secret subordinate of the Qin Wang Treasure Pavilion, or an entirely unfamiliar faction had come to target Xiantian's zone. Everyone could figure this out. Anyone who reached a certain rank within a faction had to have intelligence. While advanced cultivation might not be essential, sharp wits definitely were. If one couldn't even see through such a betrayal, it would be a waste of their many years of cultivation. Elder Lu Laoqi realized that continuing like this wasn't viable. With so many eyes watching, he felt humiliated, as though being treated like a performing monkey. If you still refuse to reveal your identity, today I shall risk. He hadn't even finished his threat when a massive blade suddenly struck from the side, aiming dangerously low at his legs. If Chun Yan were to see this, he'd surely exclaim, "Damn, how despicable." Chapter 108. Enraged to the point of spitting blood. You, Yang the Butcher, are at least a saging expert. We invited you over to help deal with old Lu Qi, but you actually attempted a sneak attack. And not just that, you even aimed for his lower body. Even Lu Qi himself was greatly surprised. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and the quick defense from his weapon, he might have already said goodbye to his future happiness below the waist. Clang. Two weapons clashed together. At that moment, there was actually a great opportunity to kill Lu Qi, but Dog Uncle was utterly shocked by Yang the Butcher's underhandedness. He failed to launch an attack together in time, and when he finally regained his senses, Lu Qi had already escaped from their encirclement. At this point, it became unrealistic to finish the job quickly. Following Chun Yin's plan, Dog Uncle and Yang the Butcher exchanged glances. Not saying a single word, they immediately turned and walked away boldly and openly. They walked very slowly, as if they were saying, "Catch me if you can. If you can catch me, then maybe." The way Lu Qi and his group left leisurely was nothing short of outrageously arrogant. Yet there was little they could do. Pursue them? He had barely escaped from their encirclement, but facing a one-on-two battle head-on, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. After all, everyone was at the early stage of saging. Why would he be any more capable of handling two? Maybe if he reached the middle stage of saging, he might have a chance. Go! Lu Qi was furious and ground his teeth with frustration, yet helpless to do anything about it. With a furious shout, he led all his disciples back to their base. The other forces watching from the sidelines didn't attempt to block Dog Uncle and his companions. Some of them even secretly followed behind, hoping to discover which faction these attackers were from. If they could make contact secretly, perhaps they might even have the chance to grab a share of the benefits. At this point, any sect willing to send out saging experts clearly wasn't fooling around. They must have been motivated by strong interests and specific objectives. However, Chen Yin had foreseen exactly this. Dog Uncle and Yang the Butcher both carried pills that could conceal their spiritual energy. When they reached a certain location, they suddenly accelerated. The night market, a crowded and noisy place. What it lacked was never people. Once they concealed their disguises, blending into the sea of humanity with no traceable aura left behind, there would be no way to track them. They wandered around outside many times, making sure they hadn't been followed, before finally returning to the city lord's mansion. So how did it go? Chen Yin couldn't wait to ask. However, both men looked slightly awkward. To be more precise, Dog Uncle himself felt rather ashamed in front of Chen Yin. The opportunity this time was truly golden, and even repeating it might not ensure results better than this one. But he had let such a golden opportunity slip away with his own hands. Had he simply disregarded his dignity a bit more, maybe the Xiantian sect's base would have been dismantled tonight. Although Yang the Butcher felt slightly dissatisfied, it was ultimately Chun Yin's own expert. He himself must follow orders, and at the same cultivation level, one must give some face. Upon hearing that tonight's plan had ultimately failed, Chen Yin was somewhat taken aback. He carefully inquired about the details to understand what exactly had happened. Upon hearing that the butcher knife in Yang the Butcher's hand had actually slashed at such a despicable spot, Chen Yin himself slightly shuddered with discomfort, but since it was indeed an ally, he didn't choose to dwell on it. It's fine. Lu Qi is still alive, for now, and this might actually benefit our plan. If he dies too soon, we won't be able to drag more factions into this mess. Chen Yin clearly knew that if Lu Qi really died tonight, perhaps he would have already fulfilled his goal, but then, once the situation in Bay City settles down, no one would care much about the affairs of the Xiantian sect, even if the sect sends other elders into the city. There might only be conflicts between them and the Medicine Valley and the City Lord's mansion. No one else would rush to join in the chaos. Under such circumstances, trying to eliminate the Xiantian sect becomes increasingly difficult. Moreover, if he used his old tactics again to incite attacks against the sect from others, people might sooner or later find out the truth. Once people become vigilant, they might start hunting him down. Right now, hiding behind the scenes is still feasible for his small and fragile frame. But if he ever faced off directly against so many saging experts, he would truly be done for. Who did this? Zhou Fuchang, I will kill you. Lu Qi thought that the events of tonight were already unbearable, mainly because of the sheer humiliation. After all, he was a well-known expert with a reputation. Tonight, he nearly got killed in public. How could anyone accept that? Yet what upset him further was upon returning to the sect's base, a disciple lay dead within the main hall of his residence. Although this was his second elder brother's disciple, dying on his territory was a direct slap to his face. Not only that, it was also an open provocation toward the Tamed Sect. He was already worrying about how to explain this to his second elder brother, and now, the only person who could potentially ease the situation had also died. He was practically the only lead in uncovering the truth of that night. If it truly wasn't him who did it, and Zhou Xiao's death had absolutely nothing to do with him, the Medicine Valley would have to pay a heavy enough price. But now, this person was dead. He had failed to protect him, and he was so enraged that he screamed out loud. Then suddenly, with a poo sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Disciple Elder Lu, what happened to you? The surrounding disciples scrambled to support him, carrying him inside in a panic. What happened afterward was no longer visible to the other factions. No one expected another unexpected twist on this already chaotic night. The people from the Medicine Valley were also present. Upon hearing Elder Lu's furious shout just now, Zhou Fuchang himself also felt somewhat puzzled. If he really wanted to kill him, he would have shouted it long ago. Tonight, he hadn't even sent anyone to take action, right? Could it be that Elder Lu suspected the two who attacked him just now were sent by the Medicine Valley? Surprisingly, there were actually people present who indeed thought that. And from a logical standpoint, it made perfect sense. The Medicine Valley had made contact with many powerful experts through their pills, and could be said to be entangled with various factions. Finding a few unregistered wandering cultivators would be no problem at all. Besides, among all the people present tonight, it was precisely the Medicine Valley alone who had conflicts with the Tamed Sect. Who else could they suspect? Especially after Lu Qi's final furious roar and his bloody cough from extreme rage, the suspicions in everyone's hearts were further solidified. Some of the surrounding people began to look toward the Medicine Valley with a cautious gaze. The power of the Tamed Sect was practically on equal footing with theirs. If the Medicine Valley dared to make a move against the Tamed Sect, then who could they possibly be safe from? Given the current situation, some caution was definitely necessary. Chapter 109. Elder Lu Laiqi testifies. Zhou Fuchang also felt extremely frustrated. I haven't even done anything yet, and the way you all look at me is like you're guarding against a thief. Why go that far? Immediately, he waved his hand and led all his disciples back to his residence. It seemed like tonight's incident had mostly come to an end, but it wasn't quite over yet. The final move Chen Yin had planned to truly muddy the waters had already been set in motion before he left earlier that day. Pao Deding's underlings began spreading false rumors throughout the entire city. The content was simple. The Medicine Valley had already located the person who had purchased the Bodhi tree sapling, and there were numerous variations of this rumor, as if they were all true. Some said that the sapling was actually purchased by someone sent secretly by the Medicine Valley, a covert operation meant to create a diversion while the item had already been in Zhou Fuchang's possession. Others claimed that the person who had bought the sapling had long been secretly harmed, and the item had been seized by the Medicine Valley. In short, these rumors forcibly connected the Bodhi tree and the Medicine Valley. Under normal circumstances, perhaps not many people would believe such stories, but then a particularly sensitive piece of intelligence appeared on the radars of all the major factions. It said that the disciples and elders of the Tamed Sect already knew all about the sapling of the Bodhi tree. Therefore, the two sides had begun their secret confrontations, each hoping to seize the item. But no one had expected that the Tamed Sect was one step behind. In the end, the sapling had fallen into the hands of the Medicine Valley. The reason why the conflict between the two sects had escalated to this point was all because of this sapling, and an elder from the Tamed Sect could testify to this. As soon as this rumor emerged, everyone was thrown into an uproar. The various factions hadn't stayed in Bay City just for fun. Everyone had been searching so hard for the Bodhi tree sapling for such a long time, and you, the Medicine Valley, have been making the most noise. Now you've quietly obtained it without a sound. Whether true or false, you owe us an explanation. Furthermore, some factions maintained good relations with the Tamed Sect, or had other dealings, and actually sent people to question Lu Laiqi for confirmation. Lu Laiqi, having already heard about the rumor, smirked coldly in his heart. You think the Tamed Sect is just going to sit here and take the loss? Zhou Fuchang, you love making the first move? Then allow me to add a little fuel to your fire. That's right. I can testify, the Bodhi tree sapling is indeed in the hands of the Medicine Valley. I was greedy too. I also wanted to obtain this item. However, I never expected that the Medicine Valley would send assassins to murder me. After all, Lu Laiqi was an elder of the Tamed Sect, and a public-facing representative of the sect in Bay City. Words from him naturally carried some credibility. At this point, what had initially been rumors had become an unspoken truth in the eyes of everyone. Zhou Fuchang, said an elderly man currently staying as a guest at the Medicine Valley residence, though the visit was obviously more of a veiled threat. You may not even be able to keep that item alive. So why go through all this trouble? He was a wandering cultivator who practiced poison arts, and his skill with poisons could be described as godlike. There had been a complicated history between him and the Medicine Valley. His wife had been killed by someone from the Medicine Valley, but his daughter had fallen in love with one of the sect's disciples, a tangled story that even Chen Yin would have applauded if he were there. Yet none of that stopped him from wanting to obtain the Bodhi tree sapling. To cultivate his poison techniques, he needed to raise various types of venomous creatures. Some materials naturally came from poisonous beasts, but the most effective and efficient were still those poisonous spirit herbs. Cultivating spirit herbs these days was extremely difficult. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of an item like the Bodhi tree? At this moment, Zhou Fuchang's face was dark with anger. Under normal circumstances, how dare this old poison freak dare talk like this in front of me? It was obvious. He was here to take advantage. The Medicine Valley couldn't easily retaliate now. If they did, it would mean confirming the truth of this rumor with their own hands. But if they didn't strike back, one faction after another would keep coming forward, one after another, opening their mouths and demanding an explanation. Give me your grandma's explanation. If the Medicine Valley truly possessed such an item, and you all came looking for trouble, then fine, I'd accept it. But we don't have it. Moreover, in the current situation, even denial would be useless. The Tamed Sect had already testified publicly. No one would believe the Medicine Valley if they denied it. Just let me find out who did this behind the scenes. If I discover who's behind this, I'll tear them apart piece by piece. The big uncle and others learned the details only the next morning. One by one, they went to Xuan to ask exactly what had happened. Xuan explained his arrangements and strategies to them from start to finish. Every single one of them stared at him like he was some kind of monster. Geez, I'm so glad I didn't end up becoming your enemy. If I had ever lost to you, every single move would have been trapped in a loop, completely inescapable. Big Uncle Dog muttered with a sigh, clicking his tongue in amazement as he looked at Xuan. You guys are exaggerating it way too much. Su Yifan and the others exchanged glances. Was this not exaggerated? With your current cultivation level, even if you reached your absolute peak, if you were even a Heaven Sovereign, so what? Which Heaven Sovereign could possibly play all these factions like total fools? And now, you haven't even been exposed yet. There's nothing they can do to you at all. If the situation worsens further, it might lead to an indescribable great war. When that time comes, every faction will jump into the fight, and as long as the City Lord's mansion remains neutral, it won't only escape harm, but actually gain great profit in the aftermath. During the chaos, everyone will naturally seek to ally with that neutral side. Su Yifan clearly understood this principle. Big Uncle Dog thought for a moment. Xuan's current cultivation might not be high, but his mind was truly terrifying. If the Beast Tamed Sect ever fell into his hands. Just as this thought formed, Xuan suddenly leaned in and whispered with a secretive tone. There's still one move happening tonight. Once this part is done, the second phase of the entire plan will be mostly completed. After hearing these words, everyone froze at first. Then all of them grew extremely curious. If the second phase alone had already brought things to this point, then how many phases did the entire plan consist of? And what would the final stage look like? Due to their positions, Su Yifan and Butcher Yang couldn't bring themselves to ask outright, but Big Uncle Dog had no such hesitation and immediately blurted out. Now you're pulling all this first phase, second phase nonsense. How many phases are there in total? There's not really that many. Xuan chuckled and scratched his head slightly. All in all, only 5 phases. Chapter 110, 5 stages. Upon hearing this, Uncle Dog gulped hard. Come on. You brat, you're going to explain this thoroughly today. Xuan hadn't expected them to show little interest in today's mission, but instead become so intrigued by his 5 stages. However, as a strategist, he felt very pleased that his plan had received such attention from others. I won't bother explaining the first 2 stages. After today's plan is completed, the situation should become thoroughly chaotic. Everyone nodded at these words. Xuan focused on explaining the 3rd stage. This was the real phase for profiting from confusion. Once the entire situation turned chaotic, everyone would strive for their own interests. Then, as long as one person takes the first step and makes a move, no matter against whom, others won't be able to just sit idle. Especially if there are gains to be made after the initial move, it would make everyone greedy. By that time, the City Lord's mansion would likely be the only place remaining pure in Baya City. As for worries about damage to Baya City from ensuing chaos, no need to be concerned. The City Lord's mansion also has experts at the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Regardless of numbers or cultivation level, as long as they exist, they can make their presence felt on the stage. They still have the opportunity to negotiate with others. Moreover, not all factions can afford to ignore the Great Qin dynasty. The Great Qin dynasty is also a second-tier cultivation power. In terms of Deyong, it even slightly surpasses the second-rate sections. If not for its vast territory and many cities requiring defense, preventing the full concentration of forces due to such drawbacks, no second-rate sect would dare openly challenge it directly. Additionally, the headquarters of some factions are actually located within the capital city of the Great Qin dynasty. You cause chaos in Baya City, making enemies needlessly? Don't you think they wouldn't find a way to deal with you? If they really wanted to take you down, it would only take a matter of minutes. Blocking you in the Imperial City alone would create endless trouble for you. In Xuan's plan, these were the factions worth seeking alliances with. Even offering them some benefits, proactively sharing certain intelligence, or even some subtle behind-the-scenes support was acceptable. Of course, nothing would be free. Everything required an exchange. Providing less and taking more, the City Lord's mansion could profit immensely through this process of weakening and strengthening. And no one would ever suspect that Batuti, a once independent information gatherer, had completely become his man. Then imagine feeding false intelligence containing misleading elements or intentionally stirring conflicts. By the time this 3rd stage was nearly explained, Su Yifan and the others listened with chills running down their spines. They could already envision a completely chaotic Baya City. Su Yifan swallowed hard and asked, what happens after this then? It's easy enough to stir up chaos somewhere, but calming things down after chaos has erupted is no simple task. Originally, Su Yifan had guessed that stage 3 would be the final one. At this point, all major factions would be completely out of control, unwilling to listen to anyone's command. There would be no space left to operate. Xuan smiled. Stage 4 is actually possible to achieve, but stage 5 will be hard to predict. And even if we succeed, we might not end up with good results. The 4th stage, as described by Xuan, was quite simple. Continually expand the results of conflict in stage 3. Everyone might be in chaos, sure, but if you focus specifically on cornering a few vulnerable groups for some profit, then rush in with everyone else once these factions start showing signs of collapse. Divide and devour. Weakened factions would have no power to stop anything. Of course, the target Qilin had in mind was the Xuan sect. Furthermore, in this process, with everyone dragged into the conflict, Qilin thought the stakes were still insufficient. If they could acquire some treasures and ideally circulate them again through auctions or other methods, preferably using underhanded tactics to bring them back into his possession. Once word spread that Baya City holds so many treasures, then everything will fall into place. More and more people would join the scramble for these treasures. Not only would there be many wandering cultivators joining in, but even many factions might send people out, disguising themselves as independent experts. Qilin could analyze so many details simply because he understood human nature so thoroughly. The deeper the Xuan sect gets involved, the more painful the loss will ultimately be, with such a monster like Qilin lying in wait. Uncle Dog knew exactly what Qilin's ultimate goal was, to completely eliminate the Xuan sect's influence outside the secret realm. If only one sect initiated an attack, once the Xuan sect's experts emerge from the secret realm, any sudden change might lead to an unending battle to the bitter end. No one would want to push things to such an extreme. But what if multiple sects acted together? Once all sects were involved in the act, the resulting consequences would inevitably be shared collectively. Besides, everyone would have already gained some benefits. With many powerful experts from various factions inside the secret realm, once they emerge, would they really fear the Xuan sect alone? If you don't behave yourself, we'll just band together again and wipe you out. Furthermore, those highly desirable treasures inside the secret realm might even include a share for them. Qilin briefly mentioned Stage 5. Because this stage was too idealistic, time within the secret realm was limited. To complete Stage 4 before the secret realm's closure and eliminate the Xuan sect required careful maneuvering. By Stage 5, if all experts from the secret realm had already emerged, then no matter how thoroughly he plotted, nothing would make any difference. In the face of absolute strength, the extent to which schemes and intrigues could achieve was very limited. He certainly didn't believe that those who had cultivated up to the Daijing or even higher realms were fools. For Stage 5, Qilin's idea was to divide and conquer all the major forces. The City Lord's mansion would remain neutral, and hence the least likely to be suspected. Although they seemed to gain considerable benefits, these were the ones everyone was willing to give. They could take lesser items, but not touch the absolute best treasures. As long as this principle was maintained, no matter which faction fell, the City Lord's mansion would never collapse. Even more crucially, the City Lord's mansion had a natural cover. Baya City was originally their territory, and this territory belonged to the Great Qin dynasty. If you fight here, you couldn't possibly drive me out, could you? This was the entire plan Qilin had devised. Chapter 1:11 The Princess's Odd Behavior. After everyone heard this plan, they all stared at him with the eyes of looking at a monster. Someone said that it's already terrifying enough when a person can see 3 steps ahead with every single step. So how much scarier would someone be who can foresee the very end before even taking a single step? Qilin's performance left them speechless. Especially Yang the Butcher. He admired intelligent people the most, especially those who were much smarter than the average person. At the beginning, he listened to Qilin only because of the princess's token. Later, he discovered that many of Qilin's actions were very different from those of other people. The princess wasn't the first time assigning Yang the Butcher such an external mission, but nobody made him feel as comfortable working with as Qilin did. This was purely a feeling. What are we doing today? Since they now knew Qilin had so many plans, they weren't worried anymore. So far, none of them had ever seen this young man suffer a loss. Simple. Since Beijing is already in chaos, let's make it even worse. I've sent people to collect information, find out who went to cause trouble at Medicine Valley today. Qilin smiled slightly as he said this. You all go to these people tonight who harassed Medicine Valley. Kill them. Clearly, this approach was meant as a false flag. But would the others really fall for it that easily? Su Yifan suddenly thought of something. Should we leave something behind, like Medicine Valley's token or something? Qilin shook his head. It's not certain that no one will notice if we plant Medicine Valley tokens now, and besides, nobody usually carries multiple tokens. If they disappear or get stolen, that would only make others even more suspicious. Su Yifan understood Qilin had already considered this point, so he didn't say more. Uncle Go and Yang the Butcher thought this was easy work, didn't even think twice, and directly went back to their rooms to sleep. They wouldn't have much time for rest tonight anyway. When Qilin was also about to leave, Su Yifan called him back. I sent those girls you saved before to another city, entrusted someone to take care of them. They should be fine now. Good. Thanks, old Su. Qilin nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased in his heart. Though someone might have promised to handle this matter, whether they actually completed it or bothered to report back was uncertain. Now that Su Yifan had brought this up, it meant everything was settled. It wasn't about trust. It was just that once something was done, others should be clearly informed. Su Yifan's action was highly appreciated by Qilin. Back in his room, Qilin was fiddling with all the pill-making equipment Su Yifan had delivered a couple days earlier. At the moment, he could produce a spirit force flame, but still wasn't able to directly concoct pills. Without soul fire, he couldn't even make the most basic grade 1 pills. But this didn't affect the preparation of medicinal compounds. As for the ingredients, not to mention that Qilin possessed an innate talent. Even if he didn't, as long as he asked, Su Yifan would supply them. In the Danjing, there were many formulas suitable for low-level cultivators to build their foundations. Qin Yin found among them a potion used to enhance spirit power and widen the meridians. Preparing it wasn't overly complicated with the right tools and ingredients. Although some of the herbs mentioned here had completely vanished by now, many medicinal herbs had undergone mutations since ancient times. Qin Yin compared the Danjing's classifications of herb properties with the current catalog of herbs, finding some alternative substitutes. This kind of learning method was extremely easy for him. He'd gone through 9 years of formal education, after all. Soon, he successfully made a potion, though its smell suggested it tasted awful. It would be better to find someone to test it first. He had heard many stories of Shen Nong, who tasted hundreds of herbs and eventually died from it. So what made Qin Yin think he was any better off? Did he think his stomach was made of iron? Still, making just one potion and then going through great trouble to find a test subject seemed impractical. Flipping through the pages again, there were quite a few basic potions listed in the Danjing. Ones to cleanse the essence and marrow, enhance physical strength, improve something. A small basket full of labeled potions, neatly bottled one by one. Before leaving his room, Qin Yin gave a brief greeting and departed the governor's mansion. Yang the butcher, seeing this, secretly followed him. The mission he was sent on wasn't just the part recorded on the sealed scroll that Qin Yin saw. Princess had secretly given him another instruction. Get to know more about Qin Yin and protect him well. The princess was very concerned about Qin Yin, but she also understood that if she wanted to uncover Qin Yin's secrets, he certainly wouldn't allow it. So she had Yang the butcher investigate covertly. As for protection, sitting in her courtyard, the princess realized many days had already passed since her return from Beijing. Uncle Simon, why have you been staying in this pavilion all day without going out for a walk? Your mother is worried about you but doesn't know what's going on, so she sent me to come chat with you. Qin Diawu smiled and sat down beside Simon Chushua. What could possibly be happening with me? It's hard to say. I heard that Qin Yin was seriously injured in Beijing, and... What? He was injured? When did this happen? After hearing this, Qin Diawu became extremely anxious and raised her voice. The worried expression in her eyes brought a smile to Simon Chushua's face. Diawu, after all, was still a princess. She became aware of her own reaction and of Simon Uncle's slightly teasing smile. Uncle, ha ha ha, and you still say nothing is happening. Which young man in the imperial city wouldn't fall for you in this state? If you say another word, I won't speak to you anymore. Simon Chushua stopped smiling, pondered for a moment, and then asked, since you feel this way, why don't you just summon Qin Yin back? Qin Diawu hesitated slightly, but didn't answer directly. She shook her head and sat in her seat, looking at the scenery in the courtyard, silently expressionless. Seeing this, Simon Chushua realized he probably couldn't convince her otherwise. Sighing inwardly, he patted Diawu's shoulder and left the courtyard. The reason she was sitting in this courtyard was because it was the place where she and Qin Yin used to meet most often. More precisely, this should have been the place where she and her close friend Qin Mingshan used to meet often. However, back then, wherever Qin Mingshan went, she always brought Qin Yin along. At first, this annoyed Qin Diawu quite a bit, but now she thought about it and found it somewhat regrettable. Looking at a corner of the courtyard, there was a stone sculpture beside a rock formation. Every time Qin Yin came over, he would be quietly amusing himself in that corner. Perhaps because every time she didn't give Qin Yin a friendly look, he didn't argue and simply remained quiet, so she couldn't scold him for it either. Chapter 112, A Rival Scheme. Princess felt a slight regret stirring within her. If only she had come to understand Qin Yin earlier, perhaps everything would have turned out differently? She didn't know. But now, at least, she felt an odd sense of guilt. Qin Diawu couldn't quite understand her own feelings toward Qin Yin. Was it really, as Shimin Shue had suggested, that she had feelings for him? But then, what did that make Qin Ningshu? Would she really go so far as to fight her best friend over a man? Qin Diawu felt her mind in chaos. Another reason she had sent Yang Butcher to protect Qin Yin was because she knew Qin Yin would never abandon the Beast Taming Sect. She was well aware how dangerous the affairs of Beia City could be. If things continued like this, it was uncertain what other dangers Qin Yin might face in the future. She had to plan ahead and leave some fallback options. At the very least, she needed to prepare a way for Qin Yin to retreat safely. She became so lost in thoughts of Qin Yin that she completely failed to notice someone watching her from the shadows. After returning from Beia City, the princess had been furious over the assassination attempt against her. Although any sensible person could see it was the prince's doing, no one dared to speak out, nor was it possible to do so. The princess herself was well aware of this, so she made it a point to strike down those connected to the assassination attempt directly. Regardless of who they were, anyone involved would be crushed under Qin Diawu's heel without mercy. Clearly displaying no intent of compromise. As long as the prince's name wasn't dragged into the open, the people involved in this matter would lack sufficient backing, leaving the princess free to deal with them however she pleased. In a short time, she wiped out a number of factions, and made many people clearly see the princess's strength, thereby gaining her a large number of supporters. In this matter, Qin Diawu's suitors, Nangong Xiao and Chen Jianbiao, were particularly delighted. After all, both considered the princess to be their future wife, and naturally, the growth of her power would bring them great benefit. But once this series of events had settled down, the princess's behavior began to appear somewhat off. It was then that the name, Qin Yin, entered their field of vision. Clearly, this name was nowhere to be found in the imperial city. With their resources, it was easy enough for either of them to track someone down within the capital, and they were familiar with the princess's daily movements. The only possible lead was Beia City, the very place where the princess had been attacked. The name Qin Yin gave them a distinctly unpleasant feeling. Though Nangong Xiao and Chen Jianbiao saw each other as rivals, There was a mutual recognition between them, as both possessed considerable backing. Conquering the princess's heart wasn't a simple matter. Up to this point, neither had made much real progress, so neither felt particularly rushed. But the moment the name Qilin came up, it was clear to both of them. This man, who could occupy the princess's thoughts, was an unacceptable presence. Without Qin Jiao's knowledge, both of them secretly dispatched spies to Beiye City to uncover the truth. Compared to Chun Jinbiao, the famed intellectual of the Qin dynasty, Nan Gongshao's methods were considerably more underhanded. He even directly sent assassins. A half-step celestial sovereign-ranked assassin was dispatched, and once Qin Yin's identity was confirmed, he was to be killed without hesitation. No matter the consequences, kill and be done with it. Even if the assassin died, Nan Gongshao wouldn't feel the slightest regret. The assassin didn't belong to any known faction, and the entire arrangement was simply a transaction. Nan Gongshao had already made preparations. Even the person sent to contact the assassin was prepared to be silenced if necessary. As long as nothing could be traced back to him, when the princess was grief-stricken and furious, he might just have an opportunity to swoop in. Qin Yin had no idea that, all the way back in the capital of the Qin dynasty, so many people had already started plotting against him. At this moment, he was simply walking down the streets of Beiye City carrying a basket. He hadn't thought much about it before he left, but once he actually got out here, he realized just how difficult things truly were. Although all the medicines he carried were already prepared, cultivators in general had more trust in pills than in liquid medicine. How could anyone know whether your formula was safe or not? If the liquid medicine caused a problem, who could you appeal to? After all, if there was an issue with the formula, the pill would never successfully form. Therefore, the ingredients that managed to be refined into pills had at least some measure of reliability. Besides, status also played a key role. Anyone could become a potion master with enough training. It was essentially a skill anyone could learn with effort. But alchemists required special talents, making people more inclined to trust the effects of pills. Moreover, there had already been plenty of similar incidents in the cultivation world, potion masters causing deaths by administering incorrect mixtures and the like. As always, good news never traveled far, while bad news spread across the world in an instant. Over time, aside from a few potion masters who still had some reputation, most others without names struggled to survive. Chun Yin had originally used the Thousand Faces technique and set up a stall somewhere. When everyone realized he was selling potions, none of them dared to make a move. Besides, Chun Yin's potions were numerous in variety, but all of them were low-grade. The atmosphere here was too heavily saturated with the idea of using people as test subjects, and quite a few people even directly asked questions about it. On top of that, the pricing was also extremely unreasonable. Chun Yin truly hadn't intended to profit from these items. He had simply calculated the cost of the medicinal ingredients. Some were expensive, others cheaper, but he didn't make any profit from any of them. Most people took a few glances and then walked away. Half a day passed without a single sale. Helplessly, before the effect of Thousand Faces wore off, Chun Yin packed everything up and found an alley to Jechu the technique. As he was preparing to leave this place, he suddenly heard voices from a corner. Wow, you little beggar have guts now, daring to come onto the boss's territory to steal business. Don't you know no other beggars are allowed to put their bowls here? A fat man, with a large belly and a piggish face, stood at the mouth of the alley, hands on his waist, shouting these words. His clothing wasn't particularly expensive, but it definitely didn't belong to a poor man. As for the several henchmen beside him, judging from their appearances, they were clearly not good people. Outside the alley stood two bodyguards. Chun Yin judged from their cultivation that they were at the peak of foundation building. Nothing particularly impressive. And the one being cornered inside the alley was a youth with a cold and stern appearance. He looked much younger than Chun Yin, with flawless, jade-like pale skin. With some effort in grooming, he could easily be a refined young gentleman. During the beating, the youth only occasionally showed anger in his eyes, but made no move to fight back at all. Chun Yin stood quietly in a corner, watching. He sometimes nodded, sometimes shook his head. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Chapter 113, Dealing with Scum. Stop. The fat man earlier, seeing his subordinates beating someone who remained stubbornly silent, appeared somewhat displeased. He walked over and gently slapped the Xuan's face, a mocking expression on his face and a sharp, spiteful tone in his voice. It's not hard to survive here begging, actually. If you're willing to become my dog, I'll tell you who to bite, and perhaps even reward you with a meal when you've done well enough. Upon hearing this, the Xuan still showed no reaction, maintaining his previous posture, lying on the ground like he was already dead. Speak up. The fat man kicked out fiercely, sending the Xuan flying backward several meters. By sheer coincidence, he fell not far from Chun Yin. Objectively speaking, this whole matter had nothing to do with him. Even if you have grudges or disputes between you, I'm just a passerby, you shouldn't drag me into it. But to this fat man, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, he clearly knew who was worth messing with and who wasn't. But such men, used to currying favor with the powerful, sometimes develop poor judgment. In his eyes, Chun Yin's current attire clearly marked him as an ordinary person without power or influence, though he did carry quite a few items in his basket that appeared valuable. You've disturbed my noble mood. Speak. How do you intend to compensate me? Chun Yin was genuinely taken aback when he heard this, pointing one finger at himself, looking at the man. You. Yes, you. What are you carrying behind your back? Chun Yin laughed, and he laughed quite joyfully. He had never been someone who liked trouble, especially not trouble that clearly promised to be a headache. Trapped in this alley, with no way out, this was exactly the kind of situation he'd usually prefer to avoid, just observe quietly from a corner. But now that you've come and provoked me, this matter has taken a completely different turn. Do you think Qin Yin is someone you can bully easily? These are all potions, various kinds. Some can enhance cultivation, others can strengthen physical health. Qin Yin spoke like an enthusiastic merchant promoting his goods, but beneath this enthusiasm lay an icy chill. Obviously, the fat man before him failed to sense any of that. As soon as he heard the word potions, he found himself unable to move a step further. These were valuable treasures, things ordinary people could barely dream of. If he could somehow sell them off, they would fetch quite a hefty sum. Not bad. I think your things are just enough to compensate me for my losses. Fine, leave them here and scram. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin appeared frightened. No way, I can't give them to you. My life depends on these things. They're my only hope for survival. Qin Yin's acting skills weren't all that convincing, but no one present considered the possibility. Hearing his seemingly weak protest, they burst into laughter. If you don't leave the items behind, you can stay here with them. We'll see if you get a path to survival. Two of the goons had already approached quite closely, drawing short knives from their belts as they closed in. Qin Yin had already braced himself to act, but unexpectedly, the Xuan lying on the ground somehow summoned new strength, staggering upright with a clang and stepping in front of Qin Yin. Oh, didn't expect you to have some guts after all. What? Want to play hero? Not even the fat man uttering these words expected the situation to unfold this way, and Qin Yin himself was equally surprised. He could tell, clearly, that the Xuan was only standing due to the last bit of stubborn resolve in his chest. If that resolve gave way, it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed and died. An untrained person beaten by a low-level cultivator could die easily, especially considering the extended beating he had already endured. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth showed the seriousness of his internal injuries. I'll buy you some time. Hurry and leave. The Xuan's voice came out with difficulty, teeth clenched in anger, yet the words themselves carried a warm sincerity. Qin Yin smiled slightly, stepping over and pulling out a healing pill from his storage ring. These pills were usually used as snacks for Xiao Jin, low-grade, but potent enough to show immediate effects even on ordinary people. When Qin Yin practically forced him to swallow the pill, the Xuan's eyes widened, a cool sensation flowing through his body. Quickly, the pain he had felt earlier was gone, healed. He even felt some of his strength returning, slightly enhanced. For ordinary humans, as long as the pill's quality was high, a small amount of spiritual energy inside it could temporarily remain in their bodies. Alright, rest here for a moment. If you really want to help me with something, there might actually be a use for you later. After hearing these words, the Xuan hesitated slightly, then quickly nodded and stepped behind. If someone still didn't realize by now that all of Qin Yin's seemingly weak performances just now were just an act, then they truly must have something wrong with their brain. What did you just feed him? The fat man seemed not yet aware of the approaching danger. After asking this question, his face once again revealed that signature greed. Get him. Capture both the person and the goods. With a single order from the fat man, his men and bodyguards all rushed out. 6 or 7 people surrounded them in the narrow alleyway, creating significant pressure. Unfortunately for them, Qin Yin merely borrowed the power of the holy Lingxian turtle through the 10,000 beast transformation technique and easily knocked all of them down, using rather violent methods. The holy Lingxian turtle excelled at defense. One punch from you did no harm, but one punch from me could hurt you for half a day. After transforming through the 10,000 beast technique, these people, with their mere foundation building cultivation, had absolutely no chance of breaking through his defense. Not to mention the oppressive effect of higher cultivation level, they wouldn't even be able to run away. Qin Yin gave each of them a beating in exactly the same way they had treated the Xuan earlier. The Xuan watching from the side understood clearly that Qin Yin was avenging him. Thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. I merely dealt with some scum. As for these people, Qin Yin had already memorized their appearances and some identifying details. The rest would be easy as long as handing them over to the city lord's mansion. Without giving the fallen scum any attention, Qin Yin walked up to the Xuan. My name is Qin Yin. What's yours? Yi Heng. Qin Yin thought for a moment. Do you have a home? When Yi Heng heard this question, pain flickered across his face for a moment, but was quickly hidden away. Chapter 114, Testing the Medicine. There's nowhere else to go. Qin Yin could detect the underlying meaning behind that reply. Once upon a time, there had been a home, but not anymore. If that's the case, then follow me for now. The boy hesitated briefly before finally nodding. Qin Yin brought the young boy to the city lord's mansion. In truth, Yi Heng had spent some time in Beia City too, and he was well aware of the people present in this city. Could this Qin Yin in front of him possibly be the young lord of Beia City? Yet the rumors told a different story. The young lord was said to be quite a menace. This person didn't fit that image. He was too clever. Yi Heng didn't ask these questions outright. If he wanted to know who Chun really was, he'd eventually find out just by staying around. Surely someone would eventually greet or speak to him, right? In Yi Heng's eyes, Qin Yin's return to Beia City was just like returning home. Not only did the guards at the gate not stop him, but some even saluted him. Could he really be the young lord? As Yi Heng was lost in thought, Qin Yin had already returned to the courtyard, where Yang the butcher revealed himself and landed in the yard. In truth, Qin Yin had always known Yang the butcher was secretly following him. However, this act was similar to Dog Uncle's past behavior, all meant for his protection, so Qin Yin didn't call him out on it, just slightly nodded. At this moment Su Yifan approached and noticed the extra person in the courtyard. Who is this? A new friend of yours, Qin Yin? Though Yi Heng struggled to hide his noble bearing, his present appearance was practically indistinguishable from a beggar's. His overall look was too poor. which naturally made Su Yifan sound hesitant. Chun Yin smiled and proceeded to truthfully explain everything that had just happened in the alley. Since this was an issue concerning public order in the city lord's jurisdiction, Su Yifan quickly found someone to report the incident to the city lord. In ordinary circumstances, if a regular person reported such a matter, it wouldn't be handled immediately. It would more likely be postponed for a while. However, with Chun Yin, the situation was completely different. Now acting under the title of the princess's special envoy, his rank was even higher than that of the city lord. When a superior speaks, can one dare to delay? Yi Heng kept overturning his own assumptions in his mind. At first, he had assumed Chun was the young lord. However, upon hearing the name, he realized they didn't even share the same family name, so obviously not from the same household. Later, upon learning that Chun Yin could directly issue orders to the city lord's mansion, his identity became all the more mysterious. When Su Yifan returned, he brought several robes for Yi Heng to wash up and change into. Chun Yin also explained that he had created a series of potions and needed a test subject. Thinking it was something serious, Su Yifan immediately prepared to call upon the youths within the city lord's mansion to try them out. After thinking for a moment, Chun Yin didn't refuse. After all, Su Yifan's intentions were good, and since these potions were beneficial, accepting would demonstrate appreciation rather than rejection, and that mattered to Su Yifan. When Yi Heng returned to the courtyard, he happened upon the young lord Su Donggang, along with other younger generations of the Su family. Among those in the city lord's mansion, the younger generations were especially discontented with the young man who had suddenly taken residence in the mansion. However, the title of the princess's special envoy had been officially declared by the city lord himself. They wouldn't dare offend him outright, but they still secretly played petty tricks or showed off their tempers when given the chance, something nobody could stop. Chun Yin, though, was clearly more mature than these youths and paid no heed to their provocations. Wisely, Yi Heng remained silent as he watched these junior members of the city lord's mansion bow to Chun Yin. No matter what, the formalities needed to be observed publicly. Special envoy, young lord, everyone else. Beside them, Su Yifan explained that the reason for calling them together was for something. Though the explanation was worded tactfully, hinting at a great opportunity for them, combined with the term potion and the fact that Chun Yin himself had formulated them. Anyone remotely intelligent could figure out what was going on. They were being asked to be test subjects. Su Donggang originally intended to refuse, but when Su Yifan sensed his hesitation, he immediately shot him a stern look. That single glance was enough for Su to lose all courage to say no. Su Yifan's specific rank and background weren't clear to him, but even the city lord, his own father, listened to his uncle Su Yifan. How could he possibly cause trouble? The potions were soon distributed, of various types. The younger generation looked around at each other uncertainly, yet eventually drank the potions. Initially, there was no reaction, and everyone assumed everything was fine. Some even felt a mild warmth spreading through their bodies, as though a current of spiritual energy was surging inside them. Given the current situation, everything appeared to be going extremely well. But soon enough, the first scream of pain broke the silence. The person who drank the soul-enhancing potion felt as if his head were about to split open, his entire mind undergoing intense torment and trial. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and as time passed, it only increased. This kind of pain was also strangely cruel. It not only caused agony, but also prevented sleep. Even fainting was impossible. One remained excruciatingly conscious. At this time, others also began to scream and show signs of distress. Dog Uncle, Su Yifan, and the others watching from the side felt a chill down their spines. After tidying himself up, Yi Heng walked out looking completely like a refined young gentleman. Dressed in white robes, and with his naturally pale jade-like complexion, his handsome features made him a truly attractive youth. Chun Yin saw him from afar and exchanged a brief glance, then stopped paying attention. As the agonized screams of various kinds came to an end, the potion's effects gradually faded. Although all of them had received some enhancement, the extreme pain had left very few of them still standing. Instinctively, Chun Yin took out another potion bottle, thinking of asking if anyone wanted to try it. One by one, he looked around and found various excuses, escaping from the courtyard as if their lives depended on it. Chun Yin scratched his nose, smiling slightly, the scene a bit awkward. Leaving aside everything else, just the pain from these potions, Chun Yin thought he might as well wait until he could create proper pills in the future. But for Su Yifan, the thoughts were different. Firstly, these potions were merely Chun Yin's trial creations. Because he lacked experience, they were newly made. Pain? That wasn't important. The effect of power enhancement was clearly visible to him. As long as the substance itself was good, what difference did a little pain make? This also demonstrated Chun Yin's talent indirectly. The formula was from the Pill Sutra, but Su Yifan had never thought of directly asking for it. Doing so would easily cause Chun Yin's displeasure. The younger generation of the city lord's mansion had all left, and at this moment, Yi Heng stepped forward toward the group. May I try one? Chapter 115, Terrifying Willpower. After hearing those words, Chun Yin was slightly taken aback, then quickly responded. Of course. In fact, I originally brought you here precisely for this purpose. He spoke directly, with no intention of seeking favors in return for past kindness. True enough, Chun Yin had saved him, but the original motive could never be altered. Chun Yin would never deceive himself, let alone others. From the very beginning, he had only wanted to find a lab rat. As for the young generation from the city lord's mansion, that was merely an unexpected bonus. Yi Heng nodded without saying much. Standing in front of the basket, he already knew by now that all the potions inside granted enhancement effects. In other words, it didn't really matter which bottle he drank. After all, he hadn't touched a single one yet. He randomly opened a bottle and poured its contents straight into his mouth. Undoubtedly, Yi Heng's boldness at this moment impressed Chen Yin and the others quite a bit. Not everyone would be willing to step forward and try a potion so decisively, especially right after witnessing another's excruciating suffering. Someone his age who could do something like this likely had their own story to tell. Chen Yin could tell Yi Heng had something on his mind, but exactly what he was thinking or planning remained unknown. At this point, they weren't familiar enough with each other, and even if something important was truly going on, Yi Heng probably wouldn't have told him anyway. Ugh. PHH. Yi Heng managed to suppress himself at first, but the second wave nearly made him spit it all out. Though he only released a burst of air, his expression clearly showed how agonized he felt. Chen Yin glanced at the label on the bottle. It was a potion for enhancing physical strength. Among the several types of potions available, this one was definitely the most painful. Looking at Yi Heng's reaction just now, Chen Yin had assumed he had picked one of the other types. It was normal to feel pain, but others who had taken even milder potions had rolled on the ground screaming in agony. By that standard, Yi Heng's composure already looked quite impressive. Physical enhancer. Chen Yin saw the looks in the eyes of Dog Uncle and Su Yifan and knew what they wanted to ask. He simply raised the bottle and answered briefly. The physical enhancer was a particularly brutal potion. It forcibly cleared the meridians and energy pathways using intense medicinal power. For cultivators with a solid foundation, this would cause pain to a certain degree, since they'd already gone through body tempering exercises. But Yi Heng was different. Everyone could clearly see that he was someone who had never cultivated at all. Simply put, he was a complete novice. Therefore, the effect of this potion on him was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't merely painful. At its peak, it could even kill a person. What do we do now? Chen Yin looked at Yi Heng with a slight trace of concern in his eyes. Whatever Yi Heng planned to do, there was nothing he could do to help at this point. This was the most basic type of potion. Once ingested, one could only endure it alone. For someone without cultivation, having their meridians blasted by such intense medicinal force, the possibility of severe injury or even death was quite high. Yi Heng gritted his teeth and persisted. His aura started to fluctuate unstably, and his facial expressions trembled like in an earthquake. Just when he was about to pass out, the pain gradually faded. Unlike potions that enhanced the soul, which offered a refreshing, rewarding sensation after the pain subsided, the physical enhancer offered no such comfort. This was easily the most painful potion with the least noticeable positive aftereffect. If he could endure this, then none of the other potions would pose any real difficulty. Yi Heng's extraordinary willpower caused Chen Yin's eyes to light up slightly. He had always believed that the ones who could endure the most pain and persist the longest were precisely the most capable individuals. Sometimes, the key to achieving something wasn't talent, but relentless effort. But this wasn't enough. Chen Yin needed a sufficient reason to recruit Yi Heng, and he needed to understand the story behind him. These were the two boundaries he had set for himself. One was not wanting to exploit any debts of gratitude, as doing so to gain someone's allegiance would only leave him vulnerable in the future when unexpected situations arose. This was a consideration of long-term consequences. Compared to objective conditions, Chen Yin always placed more trust in personal charisma. As for wanting to know Yi Heng's background, it was out of concern that something might go wrong. After all, there was no way Yi Heng's identity was ordinary. Congratulations. Chen Yin stepped forward voluntarily to check on Yi Heng. At this moment, Yi Heng still appeared somewhat dazed. Are you okay? I'm fine. When Yi Heng said those words, most of his body had gone numb. Just now, he didn't just feel the pain disappear, he had even lost all sensation. This was the posture of sudden relief after enduring pain to the extreme. Go inside and get some rest. We can talk about anything else once you wake up. Chen Yin could tell Yi Heng wanted to say something, but this wasn't the time. Seeing that hesitant look, Chen Yin made the decision first. No matter what you want to say, your body comes first. Yi Heng didn't refuse, allowing himself to be supported into his own room. Dog Uncle and Su Yifan watched Chen Yin complete all of this, and once he came out of the room again. What are you planning to do with this person? If possible, I'd like to form an alliance. Alliance? Dog Uncle slightly raised his eyebrows. Su Yifan's reaction was even more obvious. They were both clearly puzzled. The term alliance was usually something used only between individuals or organizations of equal strength or influence. After so much time had passed, it was easy for Su Yifan to obtain basic intelligence information. The Yi Heng before them was clearly just a beggar who hadn't even started cultivating. It was obvious the two sides weren't equal. Was the word alliance a bit too much? Chen Yin shook his head, clearly unwilling to explain further. Young Butcher didn't even think when encountering this kind of situation. He just stayed by Chen Yin's side. Night fell quickly, and by dusk, a document arrived at the courtyard. Chen Yin had been waiting impatiently. In these few days, the information network of Pack Informant had obtained a massive amount of intelligence. It wasn't just certain factions. Any minor stir in Beijing could not escape his notice. Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 116, Taking Action to Kill. Chen Yin had immense respect for Bao Detan's ability to gather intelligence. If there was ever a real need in the future, Bao could certainly be tasked with developing more intelligence operatives. If such a network could be expanded across various regions, though it might not uncover every secret, it would still cover most areas where there were cities. This, of course, was a matter for later. Chen Yin focused on the information in his hand, which continued pointing in one direction after another. He decided on the attack targets for the 3 people based on order and strength. Some people had to die, while others only needed to be attacked. The goal was to redirect everyone's suspicions toward the Medicine Valley, nothing more. Zhou Fuchang was furious today. Rumors had spread, and within a mere day, he was already bombarded with inquiries from countless factions. Even within the Medicine Valley, voices of discord had emerged, asking him if it was truly as the rumors claimed, that he had already obtained a sapling of the Enlightenment Tree. Such an item was extremely valuable. If he offered it as a contribution to the valley, he would gain enormous benefits. If he kept it for himself, it would still greatly aid his cultivation and future achievements as a pill master. Therefore, it was possible Zhou already had it, and simply wasn't revealing it, creating a facade to make others believe the item was still elsewhere and giving himself time to shift blame. Although Zhou was the top authority among the forces the Medicine Valley dispatched to Bay City, he wasn't the top figure in the entire valley, a major distinction. Don't you believe me? Yet you'd put faith in baseless rumors from the outside. Zhou Fuchang looked at his utterly useless teammate and didn't know what to say. He had to admit that he had indeed harbored greedy thoughts, but the item hadn't even fallen into his hands yet. No matter how greedy he was, he couldn't just conjure something out of thin air. This old man doesn't believe in groundless rumors. I've served as a steward in the Medicine Valley for many years and consider myself to have a fair understanding of you, Zhou. The elder speaking was a long-serving and highly reliable member of the valley. On multiple occasions, his handling of crises had prevented significant losses to the valley. 可以说在妖谷当中拥有极高的声望，而且人情关系还很好。在这整个妖谷当中，可以说是真的不在长老之位，但行长老之前。这样的一个人，如果跟他站在同一战线里头，可以说这次的事情想要度过非常简单。但是如果这样的人公开的跟他唱反调，周福昌很清楚，自己很可能被妖谷的势力排除在外，所以他才会那么着急，那么生气。真要是到最后都拦不住了，他就只剩下了一招发毒誓。如果发毒誓都没人信他，那周福昌可真就被罗老七这一手为证给弄着下了。妖谷的驻地晚上发生的种种，并没有任何人知道。勾大叔和程主府的天津金高手，还有杨屠夫是一起行动的。大家手里拿着的都是一样的长剑，就是只是兵器，没有任何的区别。走在前面的是勾大叔，陈年之所以选择让他打头阵，就是因为勾大叔勾机灵，想要靠近人家，首先要机灵，其次才是赢。至于程主府的天津金，他并不了解，只是拉来一个宝地，也算是让程主府给。虽然自己是公主特使，一声令下人家都得该听话，但是真参与到事情中来，和他下令是完全不同的两个概念。妖谷这周福昌要真是经个trick发动，明天我就想办法去把他驻地给养了。在他们从家院的阴影处落下的时候，正好听到杜院里传来有人医师的声音。勾大叔听到这句话的时候，觉得简直是靠美妙了。自己刚就可能找不到要杀的目标，结果就有人明晃晃的给了他提示。今天你去妖谷驻地没遇到什么麻烦吧？不过都是一些软脚虾，能有什么麻烦？说话的这个人身上穿着软甲，坐在院子当中有他三处的模样，在平台里摆放的都是些猪肉，吃东西也透露出一股豪爽。至于刚才发问的那个人倒是有些苏生气，像是他的副手。我看你也不要掉以轻心，妖谷的脾气向来不好，之所以现在不出手，完全是因为惹了中了，之后肯定还会在其他地方。话音未落，院子当中就出现了几道陌生的气迹，将两人锁定。是谁？就是你刚才口中说的那些软脚虾啊。Dogdashi's voice was extremely calm and unremarkable. He used spiritual energy to project his voice, subtly altering its tone to create a certain degree of disguise. Medicine Valley people? The ones who want your life. 3 chi presences, each at the Tianshan realm. Although only Dogdashi took action personally, if the remaining 2 truly intended to kill him, there would be no chance of escape. The man who was surrounded and targeted understood his fate immediately. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and began to resist. Meteor hammer? Dogdashi only knew he had to kill the person in charge within, but he had no idea who exactly resided in these courtyards, so naturally couldn't identify what weapons or secret techniques they might possess. At the Tianshan realm, unless their cultivation levels differed, wouldn't every cultivator who had reached this level through years of practice possess some ultimate techniques to ensure survival? To minimize the risk of being identified, Dogdashi used only commonly seen techniques. Many sects might have skills with similar effects. These couldn't be used to determine someone's true identity. Just like how countless people use swords, though not everyone was a swordsman from a sword sect. There were plenty of rogue cultivators or family force members whose subtle differences were numerous. Boom. The battle that erupted in the courtyard could be heard throughout Bay City. Last night there had been an attack on Xuan sect. What was happening now? Some experts soared into the air, rushing over to investigate. Just then, Dogdashi let out a loud shout. The Tianshan realm expert from the City Lord's mansion and Butcher Yang acted, as if receiving a signal, simultaneously launching into action and soaring upward. The two long swords in their hands swung downward without warning toward the figure in the courtyard who had appeared to be the strategist. He was the deputy of the leader, his cultivation base only at the core formation stage. Against an ambush from two experts at the Tianshan level, there was absolutely no way he could survive. He was beheaded instantly. Xiaowu, the man engaged in battle, shouted furiously, blood, chi bursting from his body. Chapter 117, Stirring Up the Storm, Part 1. So it was the Herb Valley, huh? You actually dared to kill Xiaowu? Our war god Hall will never let this go. The man's blood aura condensed into a suit of armor that completely wrapped his entire body, while the surplus energy formed a protective barrier around him. The weapon in his hand, although Xing hammer, seemed much larger at this moment, its presence exuding a pressure that made people's very souls tremble. Go! Uncle Dog gave the order and led the three of them away from the courtyard immediately. Qin Yan had given him on-site discretion. If they encountered a powerful expert here they couldn't handle, they were to retreat first. If they encountered a major faction whose power was clearly prominent, they were to provoke conflict before leaving. Uncle Dog perfectly executed this plan. Now that they had killed this deputy, causing such intense hatred from this man before them, the mission was already complete. You want to escape? Leave something behind. The members of the War God Hall were all madmen. Normally, no one dared provoke them. Even if someone did, people nearby would instinctively keep their distance. The War God Hall was known for their relentless nature. Feuds with them never ended peacefully. They also wielded tremendous power and influence within the cultivation dynasties. Some cultivation dynasties even had branch halls of the War God Hall within them, and their War God manual was particularly suitable for brutal battlefields and frontal assaults. Uncle Dog knew clearly that he had just stirred up a hornet's nest. If he didn't think of a way to clear his own suspicions, it might be him who ends up stung before the Herb Valley even falls into the trap. The three of them turned around and counterattacked simultaneously, holding the man in the courtyard. All of them were at the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. If they truly exerted their full strength to flee in different directions, the man wanted to chase, but in the hesitation of a moment, the opportunity was completely gone. Cursed, due to their madness, members of the War God Hall often didn't like to travel in large groups during normal times. Usually, except for high-level experts and core members, they didn't habitually bring along too many disciples. This time, only the man's deputy and a few of his trusted aides and younger subordinates were accompanying him. Now that the deputy was dead, sending these people out might just endanger them further. Someone come. General. Among the War God Hall, elders were called generals. He now took from his body a token and handed it to one of his subordinates, ordering him to return to the War God Hall as quickly as possible and summon reinforcements. After assigning this task, he left the place alone. In his eyes, whoever had been sent by the Herb Valley were experts. Whether they were hiding somewhere else or returning to the Herb Valley's residence, today he would stake them out. Regardless of whether he could find them or not, he'd remain still in one place. He was ready for a prolonged standoff. After regrouping outside the city, Uncle Dog and the others re-entered through the city gate, encountering no inspections whatsoever. After all, a Heavenly Sovereign cultivator resided in the City Lord's mansion. Surely they had official tokens. The City Lord's mansion tightly controlled certain areas within the city, especially the city gates, which were the most crucial spots for movement, intelligence gathering, and overall control. The soldiers stationed there were from the most loyal and elite factions, not susceptible to infiltration. After re-entering the city, the three of them selected a few more factions to visit. By now, however, it was somewhat down to chance. Word of the War God Hall member being challenged by people from the Herb Valley spread quickly throughout the city. The experts of various major factions had no intention of sleeping that night. Soon, one of these locations was revisited by Uncle Dog and the others. The Herb Valley is growing bolder these days. Humph. No need to waste words. As his number of missions increased, Uncle Dog's acting had grown ever more skilled. At this moment, his performance was so convincing that he appeared exactly like an assassin sent by the Herb Valley. Qin Yan had especially marked a few key locations on the mission list, all places that had to be visited. The reason was simple. They were minor forces within the city, weak in strength but powerful enough in background, only with insufficient manpower. In short, the forces behind them weren't without people. They just didn't care much about what happened in Beijing. Moreover, nobody would be so idle as to go out of their way to provoke them. But coincidentally, almost all of the leaders of these factions had encountered Zhou Fuchang today. That was exactly the coincidence Qin Yan wanted. Golden Core Realm? Not worth looking at. In one night, the events unfolded. Killings, pursuits, escapes, chaos in every form. The people from the Herb Valley were beginning to feel uneasy in their hearts. Inside, whether the supervisors or even common disciples were no exception. Everyone could clearly feel numerous unfamiliar gazes surrounding them, watching every move happening within the courtyard. Although Zhou Fuchang himself was at the Heavenly Sovereign Cultivation Realm, he couldn't afford to act recklessly with so many people observing him. What did he do this time? Why were all these people awake and watching him like this? He had no idea that someone had used the Herb Valley's name to provoke nearly half the forces in the entire Beijing. By the next morning, Qin Yan had already been waiting in the courtyard for the trio's return. The Heavenly Sovereign expert from the City Lord's mansion bowed respectfully to Qin Yan, handed over the item he carried, and then left immediately. In terms of personal relations, Qin Yan didn't have much to say to him. Uncle Dog and Yang Tufu briefly described what had happened the previous night, while Qin Yan listened very attentively. All right, Our basic objective has been achieved. However, suspicions will certainly arise. Did you get the items I asked for? They're all here. Xuan inspected the various garments that Uncle Dog pulled out from his spatial ring. Except for a few useless ones, they had mostly acquired robes from different factions targeted during the night, robes worn by disciples and elders alike. Although their main targets were the faction leaders last night, many of their underlings had also died, and the loss of a few pieces of clothing among all that chaos wouldn't attract much attention. Even if someone noticed something suspicious, as long as the chaos escalated further, the Herb Valley's involvement could easily be cleared, and the blame shifted onto other factions instead. Yiheng's body had nearly recovered, though occasional twitches still occurred. Uncle Dog briefly checked his internal meridians and confirmed that, despite the intense turmoil, he hadn't sustained any real injuries. In fact, he had gained some improvements. This kind of method worked better during the initial stages of cultivation. From this perspective alone, Xuan medicinal formula was undeniably successful and definitely commendable. Chapter 118. Stirring Up the Storm, Part 2. Xuan had prepared for Yiheng some potions to enhance the soul, as well as several other potions that could be combined for mutual effects. Since the most difficult potion targeting body constitution had already been overcome, these other potions shouldn't be a big issue. It was worth trying to gain whatever benefits they could. Yiheng's mind was in chaos, unsure of how to explain his own story. At this moment, Xuan asking him to drink the potion first served as a way to calm him down. This time, he didn't need to stand in the courtyard enduring the pain. He could return to his room and lie on the bed, properly digesting the potion's effects. Su Yifan secretly checked outside the room and sensed around a bit. That Yiheng was indeed a tough man. If this had been placed upon other younger generations in the city lord's mansion, their painful screams would probably be heard directly in the courtyard. Yet Yiheng stayed silent in his room, biting his teeth tightly as he endured the potion's torment without uttering a single sound. If you can gain his loyalty, he will surely be of great help to you in the future. Xuan didn't reply to Su Yifan's remark. Instead, he summed up the events of the night and asked everyone to report the various factions they had encountered. Baodayton, after all, still lacked deep experience. He could recognize that these were outsider factions, but didn't have specific intelligence. Regarding the major factions in this region, Baodayton only knew the rumors that circulated. If one wanted to understand these factions, it was better to ask people like the dog uncle, who either had cultivation or a strong background. Will there be trouble from the War God Hall? It's hard to say. They're all madmen, but they're also stubborn as hell. If that man last night didn't recognize our identities, then this incident can be considered resolved. However, the Medicine Valley will bear the brunt of the backlash. Xuan nodded slightly when he heard this. If their identities had been discovered last night and recognized, then the situation would become a major crisis. Put the War God Hall aside for now. Continue reporting the other factions. At this point, Yang Butcher and Su Yifan each reported the information they had gathered. Xuan sifted through the clothes they had brought back. Based on each faction's methods and behavior, some were placed to the left side, some unsuitable ones to the right, and others set aside for further consideration. You all may rest now. I will handle the arrangements for tonight. After saying that, Xuan left the city lord's mansion and immediately sought out Baodayton once he reached the outside. Master, you've arrived. Your performance in these past few days has been good. Xuan took out some valuables from his storage ring and, together with those, also handed over several rare materials. He gave him quite a bit of valuable stuff. Xuan understood clearly that although he controlled the other's soul, making resistance impossible, the other might still choose to be passively disengaged if not motivated properly. If you wanted the horse to run, you had to feed it grass. When Baodayton received these goods, his heart was somewhat reassured. After all, passing information was his job. Whether he worked for them or someone else, what was the difference? Even though it seemed he was under restriction, in a way, he had found a powerful patron for himself. Besides, the frontline fighting wasn't his job anyway. If something ever went wrong, many people would still have use for an information dealer like him, so he might not necessarily die. Moreover, Xuan seemed young, yet already held a high position. It was clear his future prospects were limitless. Xuan presented the intelligence he needed, and Baodayton quickly retrieved it from his file. These are the latest records on the current situation of the Medicine Valley after the operation. Baodayton recorded the visible surveillance personnel from the various factions, describing their appearances and the number of forces involved. Xuan carefully compared them with the clothes he had seen during the day and nodded inwardly before taking his leave. Before leaving, he gave Baodayton new instructions. The spread of rumors must continue. For a long time, Baodayton's intelligence business had been based on honesty, buyers and sellers without deception. If he wanted his information trade to last, he couldn't afford to sell false intelligence. The rumors Xuan wanted him to spread weren't fake, either. Some were already verified, while others were merely speculations. When he spread this information, he made things clear. If any problems arose, no one could pin them on him. Returning to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Xuan summoned everyone. Tonight, each of you will pretend to be members of different factions. Don't go looking for the Medicine Valley. Instead, trouble each other. Trouble each other? After Xuan said that, they all looked confused. Xuan tried explaining for a long time, but seeing their puzzled expressions hadn't changed, he simply grabbed a piece of paper and wrote out all the known factions they could involve. Then he drew several connecting lines among them. This is your attack sequence targeting Dog Uncle. Remember to change clothes. The other two papers belonged to the remaining two people. They all gathered around, overlapping the 3 sheets of paper, and finally managed to understand some of the hidden tricks. I get it now. You want to make them fight each other, but will it really work? It might not seem effective at first, but as long as one side believes it, the rest will follow. Huh. Chen Yin didn't elaborate further along this line. The current situation was much better than he had anticipated. In Bay City, many forces were still watching from the sidelines. In their eyes, even the city lord's mansion was doing the same. If just one of these forces believed someone was attempting to stir up chaos, then their inner greed would surely lead them into action. Those still sitting idly by might get dragged into the conflict. Once that happened, the entire situation would descend into complete chaos, and his phase objective would be complete. Chen Yin and the others could sit back and enjoy watching others fighting furiously, while they themselves took the opportunity to grab a few strays slipping through the cracks. As events continued to unfold, anyone who might still recognize them would either be dead or unable to identify them anymore. Of course, the city lord's mansion still publicly possessed only one Tianzuan stage expert, which was absolutely necessary. It would give surrounding forces the impression they were worth wooing, while also making them feel secure, believing they were in a dominant position if allied with them. Chen Yin's grasp of human psychology was terrifying. Meanwhile, inside the Medicine Valley, Zhou Fuchang had already completely lost his mind with rage. Just who dares impersonate our Medicine Valley and attack other factions? This matter. Other than you people from the Medicine Valley, who else could be so despicable? Many faction leaders or temporary representatives had been invited into the assembly hall of the Medicine Valley's outpost. Zhou Fuchang raged about the place like a madman, cursing wildly, but no one paid him any attention. Chapter 119, Heaven Soul Pill. The reason they had gathered here today was simple: to gain some benefit from the Medicine Valley. No matter what you give, we will take it. Explanations? Accountings? Those were the cheapest things around. Zhou Fuchang, since everyone is here today, stop acting with us already. Since the Medicine Valley has treated us this way, don't blame us. What exactly do you plan to do? The elder who had previously argued with Zhou Fuchang had also arrived at the assembly hall from the courtyard, but his manner was completely different from Zhou Fuchang's. He was bold and defiant. The moment he spoke, he fired back directly. In his eyes, the Medicine Valley wasn't a place just anyone could dare provoke. Although there were many factions in this assembly hall stronger than the Medicine Valley, there were also others, though also second-tier forces, who couldn't even reach half the strength of the Medicine Valley. Similar to sects, among different forces at the same rank, there were still massive gaps. What do we want? We heard that recently the Medicine Valley successfully refined a batch of Heaven Soul Pills. We want those Heaven Soul Pills. The general from the War God Hall finally spoke. Since the Medicine Valley had killed his deputy general, he wouldn't let the Medicine Valley off easily either. Some had come along just to collect debts, without a clue what exactly they wanted. Now that the War God Hall had spoken, what else needed thinking? Follow along. Just follow the War God Hall's lead. Who among those present didn't know how special the deceased was this time from the War God Hall? Although the victim was merely the general's deputy, the two had shared a bond like real brothers. Throughout, the deputy had been in charge of strategy while the general was solely responsible for battle, a perfect coordination. Even if the Medicine Valley wiped out every single disciple of the War God Hall, it would not have angered the Hall as much as killing that deputy. Disciples are the rank-and-file soldiers of the War God Hall. Though many would die, the War God Hall would still give the Medicine Valley some face. At least, they wouldn't push the Medicine Valley to a corner like this. What exactly is a Heaven Soul Pill? It was a pill specifically refined by the Medicine Valley to help Sovereign Realm experts cultivate and improve. It was difficult enough to gather its ingredients. The refining process also bore a high chance of failure. Even the best pill refiners in the Medicine Valley refined them one by one. They weren't like ordinary low-tier pills. Given sufficient materials, any pill master could produce them in large batches. The Heaven Soul Pills had indeed been recently completed, but the output had not been very good. Demanding the pills now was equivalent to choking the Medicine Valley by its throat. The War God Hall knew perfectly while the Medicine Valley wouldn't hand them over. Both were forces of similar rank, with numerous followers. Obtaining intelligence or taking action was simple. Under normal circumstances, these Heaven Soul Pills would bring the Medicine Valley tremendous profit. But right now, they were literally a matter of life. The previous generation of elders in the Medicine Valley had already reached late or even peak Sovereign Realm. Among them, no fewer than 7 or 8 had reached the peak, though they could consider refining even higher-grade pills. Time and the required materials were a huge problem, and the other problem was quantity. Even if higher-grade pills were possible, they could only produce a few dozen at most, nowhere near sufficient. The Medicine Valley needed to balance both sides, hoping for more elders to improve their cultivation. Even if not everyone could ascend, at least the majority of elders could get a fair share of pills. Ordinary pills provided quantity but little effect, while higher-grade pills made balance impossible. Thus, the rare and precious Heaven Soul Pill became the obvious first choice. Since the Medicine Valley refined them every year, using this year's batch internally wouldn't be a problem. If the elders were lucky, they might break through the Sovereign Realm and gain additional lifespan, continuing to protect the valley. If not lucky, they would use their last breath either to eliminate the valley's enemies or seek greater gains and opportunities from outside. The Medicine Valley had thought things through very clearly, never expecting the incident at Northern Night City to happen. What the War God Hall's general wanted was for the Medicine Valley to hand over all Heaven Soul Pills for distribution. As for the elders running out of time, the Medicine Valley could deal with it on its own. Who among those present didn't know the legendary reputation of the Heaven Soul Pill? Each of them either had already reached or was close to reaching the Sovereign Realm. The Heaven Soul Pill, enhancing one's cultivation, was something everyone desired. The leaders of the other factions exchanged glances and spoke together. Earlier, only small groups had followed the War God Hall's lead, but now the ones speaking were the major powers, the real decision-makers, just like the War God Hall itself. You actually think you can. My advice, think carefully before you speak. Don't always think that the Medicine Valley is the biggest and strongest. If we really take action, humph. The one who spoke was an administrator of the Xuan sect. Although he seemed to hold a position lower than that of an elder, within the Xuan sect, everything was based on the assassin rank. Being an administrator merely signified having some additional authority and the ability to obtain more resources. The Xuan sect was a relatively loose organization. As long as you had the strength and wanted to become an assassin to obtain extra wealth and cultivation resources, you could join. Even if you chose to conceal your identity, many disciples from other factions had joined the Xuan sect. However, most of these people were only there to take on assassination missions. They weren't officially part of the inner circle of the Xuan sect. Those truly considered as forces directly under the Xuan sect had certain ranks or special identification methods. Of course, this was never officially announced by the Xuan sect. Only the enigmatic sect leader and several senior protectors knew the exact list, along with the killers themselves. This was exactly why few dared to openly oppose the Xuan sect. If they felt slighted, a bounty could be placed on your head, and you'd be killed without them even lifting a finger. Just with us here alone is more than enough to wipe out all the people from the Medicine Valley in northern Night City. You'd be gone overnight, leaving nothing behind. The administrator of the Xuan sect spoke as though he was commenting on a trivial matter, showing no expression or concern. Zhou Fuchang's face turned grim, yet he couldn't deny the truth in those words. Even if we agreed, the Medicine Valley itself wouldn't. The Heaven Soul pills are all with the main branch of the Medicine Valley. If you really want them, go and take them yourself. Zhou Fuchang shifted the blame directly onto the main branch of the Medicine Valley, which actually wasn't a bad move. But the general from the War God Hall had clearly expected this. All I need is your agreement, and I guarantee that I can get the pills. Even if I fail, I won't hold you responsible. But if you refuse to agree, it'll become an entirely different matter. Don't you agree, Zhou Fuchang? With these words, the general demanded that Zhou Fuchang take a definitive stance on the spot. Chapter 120, Trouble Finds the Door. Although it was him who initially brought up the matter of the Heaven Soul pill, among all the forces that had joined in, the War God Temple was actually the least interested in obtaining it. His true purpose was revenge. Zhou Fuchang was merely his first target. The reason why people said the War God Temple were all madmen was because they didn't consider the consequences at all. If someone provoked them enough, they would simply exterminate the entire faction. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, someone suddenly barged in from outside. Who's there? Lao Liuqi's voice rang in. His condition had improved significantly by now. The injuries he had previously sustained had already healed, and reinforcements from the Xiantian sect's headquarters had also arrived. At present, in Beicheng, the Xiantian sect was still the most powerful faction, and great power meant great authority. How could Lao Liuqi, not come? How come the Xiantian sect can't enter the Medicine Valley now? Lao Liuqi hadn't just come here to show off today. He was a witness, the first victim, and naturally one of the people most eager to bring the Medicine Valley down. It would be suspicious if he wasn't here. Old Seven Lu, do you really think what you're doing is meaningful? Master Zhou, what exactly are you saying? Everyone knows the Enlightenment Tree is in your possession now. Are you going to hand it over voluntarily, or do we have to take it by force? Lao Liuqi was clear that the Medicine Valley most likely didn't have anything in hand, but since everyone had already agreed on this unshakable belief, right and wrong no longer mattered. Chun Yin was now cooped up in his room, swallowing hard as he hesitated and stared at the vial in his hand. If this potion really had any side effects, it would be pain. He endured it all for the sake of cultivating strength. He poured the entire vial directly into his mouth, swallowing it down. The taste was bitter, but bearable. A wave of warmth surged within his body, but something strange happened just then. Why didn't it hurt? He checked, and was certain that he had picked up the body-enhancing potion. These potions weren't something that could expire once made. So why had he felt no pain after drinking it? This warm sensation wandered inside his body for a while before disappearing completely. Chen Yan was stunned. What did that mean? Had it already been absorbed, or was this potion ineffective on him? After thinking, he took out another vial and poured it into his mouth, determined to get to the bottom of this. The soul-enhancing potion, the spirit force-boosting potion. The moment he drank them, Chun Yin immediately regretted his decision. Crack! Bang! The bottle in his hand smashed to the ground into 1,000 shards. His entire body twisted in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground back and forth. The soul potion wasn't too bad. The pain he felt wasn't too intense, but the spirit force enhancement potion was absurdly painful. It felt like countless needles piercing his body, and those needles were jabbed in and pulled out repeatedly. Fortunately, after some time, Chun Yin managed to endure the potion's effects. Old Go happened to be looking for him at this time. Pushing the door open, he immediately saw the shattered bottles on the ground and Chun Yin just trying to stand up. What happened? You don't have to push yourself so hard. Old Go understood that Chun Yin always carried an urgency deep in his heart, as if chased by something, as if something important had to be done urgently, and he could sense that urgency, but couldn't help. Old Go had already guessed something like this might happen back when these potions were first created. Chun Yin just shook his head without answering. His reasons for taking the risk with the potion were twofold. One was that his cultivation speed was far too slow. The other was although everything seemed to be going smoothly, he was still too far from resolving the Xiantian sect problem. The time limit of the secret realm was already halfway through. If he didn't make preparations quickly, the Beast Taming Sect would definitely be in trouble. After personally testing, Xuan roughly understood the current situation. The body-enhancing potion had effects, but they were very weak, pathetically so compared to the other potions. The reason why he hadn't felt any pain was probably because of his damaged meridians. As for the soul potion, he had just been lucky. He had obtained dual souls within the secret realm. Judging from the overall soul strength, it was already substantial, and the potion's effect was relative to the total soul power. However, the growth effect was based on realm advancement. This meant he only needed to endure half the pain to get twice the improvement. One soul, one level of improvement. This was definitely good news for Xuan. The spirit force enhancement potion that made him roll in agony earlier was actually the normal reaction after consuming the potion. He scratched his head. Were people from the ancient times all monsters? According to the ancient Enjing, these potions were commonly used by cultivators in ancient times from a young age, serving as fundamental aids for cultivation. Xuan sighed and left his room. What he didn't know was that even in ancient times, not every faction could afford these potions. The recipes themselves were secrets, and some of the ingredients used in the potions, although relatively rare back then, were now completely extinct. He had replaced some of the ingredients with substitutes of similar properties, which unintentionally amplified the pain from the potions many-fold. This mishap was entirely Xuan's own mistake. The potions themselves couldn't be blamed. When he came out, everyone was already waiting for him. Take a look. Su Yifan handed him a letter written on a piece of paper. It bore the seals of various sections. The message was straightforward. The city lord's mansion must step forward and deliver justice. Xuan hadn't expected things to escalate to this point, causing such an uproar. Originally, in his plan, this was supposed to be a balanced ploy after dragging the smaller factions into the mess. But what exactly had happened now that required the city lord's direct involvement? Su Yifan quickly explained. All the leaders of the major factions are already waiting at the city lord's mansion. If the city lord fails to handle this properly, and we don't have the ability either, then we can only turn to you. Xuan muttered a complaint. What did they mean by fail to handle it? What did they mean by no ability? In the end, it was all about fear of trouble. Fine. A life of toil. After changing into a new robe, Xuan now looked every bit the distinguished young genius. He liked wearing white robes, but rarely did so. White was hard to keep clean, and it drew too much attention. But in this situation, suddenly appearing in such attire gave him a certain commanding presence. When Xuan arrived, both the city lord and Su Yifan were walking behind him, while the Tianzuanjing expert from the city lord's mansion stood on one side. Old Go and Yang the butcher didn't follow. If they were seen here, certain things would become hard to explain. Chapter 121, Upholding Justice. Everyone had come to the city lord's mansion not only to see what stance the mansion would take, but also to seek some kind of resolution. You ask us to wait, and we waited half the day, but in the end, you put a child in front of us? That seems inappropriate. Haha, the mighty city lord's mansion has turned into a place run by children. This is truly absurd. The laughter came from a burly man. Although his seat wasn't the central one, he must be a deputy or at least a strong enforcer with decent cultivation. Xuan glanced at him and then walked directly to the main seat. This place was normally where the city lord held meetings. The main seat naturally belonged to the city lord, much more luxurious than the other seats for officials and guests. Dressed in white robes, Xuan sat down and immediately exuded a different kind of aura. Whoever speaks out of turn, beheading. Xuan opened his mouth with this harsh command. The noisy hall quieted slightly, and most people burst into laughter shortly after. Even those who didn't laugh bore mocking expressions, except for a few sects that watched Xuan with curiosity or calmness. Yet not a single soul truly believed that the laughing burly man would actually be executed. Pusii. At that moment, an expert from the city lord's mansion at the Transcendent Saint stage moved. The burly man was merely at the core formation stage, so killing him by someone at the Transcendent Saint stage, and with absolutely no defense from the victim, was basically as simple as a passing thought. By the time everyone realized what happened, the man's head had already rolled onto the ground. At that moment, everyone fell silent. The leader of the group to which the man belonged slammed the chair and stood up furiously. What courage! Killing my man, do you not fear? Bang! Xuan also slammed the chair and stood up, his voice cold and sharp. Are you threatening me? Being interrupted mid-sentence was already embarrassing enough, and now he was intimidated by a mere child. His face turned from green to purple in anger. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Xuan swept the room with his gaze and sat back into his seat. The man who had stood up also sat back down, not because he was dropping the matter, but because this was clearly not the right time to push forward. Among the various forces present, his faction was barely middle to low ranking. Wanting to stand out now? That might just be suicide. In this Bayes city, small or big, matters must be handled fairly, as part of the land of the Qin dynasty. Does anyone have objections? Xuan didn't ask what justice they wanted him to uphold first. Instead, he directly raised this bold question. Regardless of the faction, all heard the question and were left puzzled. Isn't this a pointless, obvious statement? Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Xuan continued. If so, then are the people and properties within my great Qin dynasty protected under the protection of the great Qin? The crowd remained silent in unison, as though this was merely a solo performance by Xuan. This esteemed young master, we came here to. I want to uphold justice today first. Xuan completely ignored the speaker's words and cut him off directly. These factions were anxious, but he was not. The general from the War God Hall, however, found this intriguing and picked up the conversation. What justice do you intend to uphold? All of you have been fighting constantly within Baya City, causing countless deaths and massive destruction to homes and property. I wish to uphold justice for the citizens of Great Qin. The standard Qin set for himself was extremely high. So high, in fact, that even though it might earn him enemies, he wouldn't flinch. The key wasn't the princess envoy. It was the stance of the entire Great Qin Empire that mattered. Today, the whole empire would stand behind him. If anything went wrong, none of these factions could escape consequences. Whether they suffered or paid the price, they would bear it. Otherwise, the empire would be ready for all-out war. It wasn't that Xuan was particularly important, but because he had leveraged the empire's authority. If I serve the Great Qin, risk my life, and work to protect its people and maintain its order, and then the empire turns its back on me, ignoring me while alive and not avenging me in death, then who would serve it in the future? Xuan clearly understood this principle. Rulers would never leave themselves with too many liabilities, especially when it came to public opinion. A few perceptive individuals in the crowd had already sensed the crux of this situation. Then, how do you wish to uphold justice? Compensate the people with money, so that they have food to eat and houses to live in. No wealth, but sufficient to ensure a basic living. As for the destroyed buildings, whoever was responsible must purchase them. These two sentences seemed fine on the surface, but the real shock came afterward. 50,000 spirit stones per person, and between 100,000 to 300,000 per house, depending on size. As soon as these words were spoken, chaos broke out in the hall. You must be dreaming. Which faction had entered Baya City without any conflict or accidental injuries during fights? 50,000 spirit stones per person was already unbearable for many, and having to pay for damaged houses, even 1 million per building, would be impossible to afford. Haha, fine, we, the War God Hall, will pay, but I will publicly release the statistics collected. Alright, Xuan nodded. The War God Hall had agreed, but the others hadn't yet. Zhou Fuchang's eyes turned craftily. Of course he planned to dodge payment, but now the War God Hall had cracked open a window for Xuan. Could he himself gain some advantage? Lord, today we also wish to seek justice from you, for these past few days. Stop. Xuan raised his hand, stopping him mid-sentence. You must pay the money first before I can even consider your justice. The people are already suffering. I cannot waste my energy on those who disregard righteousness. Xuan's meaning was clear. You want me to help? Pay first. No payment, no discussion. Whoever pays gets my help. But with so many here, he wouldn't offer justice until all had paid up. After Xuan pulled this move, everyone was furious. This brat, barely grown, dared to twist them all around. Only the War God Hall's general looked at Xuan with increasing approval. Very well said. That settles it for today. They had no problem taking down the City Lord's mansion, but they had to consider consequences. The War God Hall's statement didn't necessarily mean protection for the young boy, but the tone had been set for the day. Any move now would be a direct slap to the War God Hall's face. Do you dare offend a madman? Don't you fear they might destroy your home in retaliation? Thinking along these lines, each left feeling bitterly wronged but helpless. Such mighty authority the City Lord's mansion shows today. We'll take our leave. As they departed, the War God Hall general left a message before leaving. Feel free to visit the War God Hall sometime. Xuan returned a bow. Soon, the Great Hall was completely empty. Chapter 122, The Chaos Begins. Xuan let out a deep breath. In truth, he was quite nervous too. If it weren't for the general from the God of War Hall offering support today, the situation would likely have taken a completely different turn. The City Lord's mansion was clearly the underdog when facing so many factions. Even though he himself had just managed to hold his ground, it was only because the general from the God of War Hall had stepped forward to support him and keep the crowd quiet. Otherwise, the end result would have been that all the faction leaders present would have resorted to force. Even with Old Dog Uncle and Butcher Yang at his side, just how many could they really handle? Power and influence. Xuan had never wanted them more than now. Su Yifan and the City Lord approached along with others, clearly impressed by Xuan. Without him today, things could not have been resolved. Even the City Lord himself felt that if he had been in Xuan's position, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Xuan, although your strategy delayed things for now, dragging it out temporarily won't solve everything permanently. This situation, Su Yifan whispered nervously beside him, but Xuan raised a hand to calm him down. Who said I was trying to delay things? Soon, Xuan led Su Yifan back to the courtyard. After all, he didn't completely trust the City Lord. Once they arrived, Old Dog Uncle and Butcher Yang came over as well, and Yi Hing stepped out from one of the rooms. Xuan explained his idea. Although he had revealed his next move earlier than planned today, it had allowed him to gain a slight advantage. He only needed to delay things for today. Once tonight passed, the situation would completely change. These spirit stones will definitely be paid, and in no small amount. Those who pay would become part of his camp. If he needed to confront a faction or defend against an attack, wouldn't everyone stand together? Moreover, the stronger factions would be less likely to cooperate with each other. Everyone would want to keep all the benefits for themselves. When the profits were limited to begin with, joining together would only reduce them further. By the time the fight ends, kneeling won't be about benefits, but about pride. Compared to the cost, these benefits would be like tasteless meat that's not worth keeping but a shame to throw away. In all of this, the only real beneficiary would be the City Lord's mansion itself. They would collect money and gain allies. But Xuan added one final warning. No matter how much spirit stones were collected in the end, they must ultimately be used for the benefit of the people. That would be the key to keeping the City Lord's mansion beyond suspicion. Countless people would certainly be watching the City Lord's mansion's stash of spirit stones. If someone caught even a hint of corruption, it wouldn't just be one faction rising up, it would be everyone. Su Yifan clearly understood the stakes Qin Yan laid out. Spirit stones could be hot to handle, but even if they were all spent, their actions could still earn a good reputation. As for the city lord, this would undoubtedly be a great achievement. Su Yifan felt deep gratitude toward Qin Yan. With that mind of his, Qin Yan could come up with countless ways to scheme against the city lord's mansion if he wanted. Now, offering the city lord an opportunity to shine, part of that surely came from Su Yifan's own influence. After all, the city lord was his relative. Should something happen, would Su Yifan truly refuse to help? After giving instructions, Qin Yan immediately asked Bao Dedong to compile a rough summary of his findings. Although it seemed as if this task might be difficult, it was actually quite simple. Bao Dedong had plenty of manpower. Regardless of the common people who had suffered losses, it was easy to find out how they were living. Within half a day, enough information had been collected. Old Su, find a board or something, and list all these names outside the city lord's mansion. Remember, it has to be big and clear enough for everyone to see. Got it, leave this to me. As night fell, with the various factions coming forward willingly, the pace of progress had greatly accelerated. Tonight would likely decide whether Qin Yan's ultimate goal would be achieved. Qin Yan also thought about the final invitation from the God of War Hall. He had to go, that much was certain, but under what identity? And who should he bring? All these details mattered. If he went alone, he didn't carry enough weight for meaningful negotiations. If he brought Butcher Yang, then it would represent the princess's envoy. No doubt the God of War Hall could easily verify Yang's background. Qin Yan would never underestimate the power behind any great faction. Representing the city lord's mansion wouldn't be as advantageous as representing the princess's envoy. After thinking it through, maybe only Old Dog Uncle would work. That would require Qin Yan to act as if he commanded a force under Old Dog's control. It would be difficult, but with Bao Detang's intelligence network to back him up, it wasn't impossible. It was late at night, and the streets of Beicheng were completely deserted these past few evenings. Normally, a few merchants might still be out trying to make a sale at this hour, but recently, not a single soul dared to show themselves. Clack clack clack. A series of footsteps echoed down the street, as if some faction was openly marching through the area. Is this the place? Yes, no doubt. Crash. The door was smashed open directly. The commotion immediately alerted those inside, and both sides erupted into a fierce battle. Though the attackers wore masks, certain features were still hard to hide. Baguman, what are you trying to do? Qin Yan had underestimated the patience of the various factions, especially after the incident today at the Medicinal Valley. If the Shashaman mentioned that the Medicinal Valley members could be wiped out here and now, it gave quite a few opportunistic or greedy factions some ideas. In the cultivation world, what method made money the fastest? Of course, robbery. Setting aside anything else, wasn't Qin Yan's own initial capital either from corrupt wealthy tyrants or the cultivation techniques in Hudeo's ring? Weren't they all seized through robbery? When Old Dog Uncle and the others left the city lord's mansion, they were completely stunned. What the hell is going on here? Originally, they had planned tonight to stir things up, but when they arrived, the situation was already beyond their comprehension. To the left someone was setting fires, and to the right someone was raiding homes. Did they even need to act anymore? At this moment, Butcher Yang immediately turned his gaze toward Old Dog Uncle. His brain wasn't very sharp, so he simply stopped thinking. The situation was the same for the city lord's mansion. Everyone knew Old Dog Uncle was Qin Yan's man. Since everything was already under Qin Yan's orders, the on-site judgment was simply left to him. Proceed with the original plan. The three split up, carefully disguising their identities and provoking chaos among the different factions. Qin Yan and Yi Heng sat in the middle of the courtyard, while Su Yifan remained absent. Yi Heng wanted to speak to Qin Yan alone. Any smart person knew when it was time to leave. How is the potion performing? Seeing that Yi Heng remained silent, Qin Yan broke the silence first. It's performing very well. After saying this, Yi Heng seemed unsure how to continue. Chapter 123, The Yi Family of the Southern Prefecture. If there's something you want to say, perhaps it's better to just say it plainly. Qin Yan thought for a moment, then spoke first. Since the two of them had already come to this courtyard today, it was only right they'd clear the air. Whether you speak now or later, there was no fundamental difference. What Yi Heng was feeling inside, Qin Yan couldn't understand, but he didn't need to. Sigh, young master, please accept my deepest bow first. Yi Heng stood up and knelt straight down, and within this single act of kneeling lay many meanings. Gratitude for the life-saving favor Qin Yan had offered back in that alleyway, and appreciation for the kindness that had followed after. Qin Yan was visibly surprised when he saw Yi Heng kneel. From the past few days they'd spent together, he knew very well that Yi Heng was an extremely proud person. So proud, in fact, that his head would never lower for anyone. At the very least, Qin Yan never imagined himself as someone capable of commanding such a gesture. Yet the situation had indeed arrived, surprising and unexpected. What are you doing? Please rise quickly. After helping Yi Heng up, Qin Yan let him sit at the side. Would you like to hear a story? When Qin Yan heard these words, they struck him as very familiar, almost too familiar. They were practically a carbon copy of Wuxia's script. Could it be that this kid also suffered a tragic childhood, enduring trials unimaginable to others? Qin Yan instinctively guessed the word extermination. After all, Yi Heng's aura was too good. He simply did not seem like a beggar surviving in an alleyway, but rather the son of some noble house. Go ahead. A wistful look crossed Yi Heng's face. He was originally the eldest son of the prestigious Yi family from the southern prefecture. By all rights, if nothing unusual had occurred, he would have inherited the clan in due time. Unfortunately, something happened. Nobody knew exactly what. That caused the Yi family to be besieged and completely annihilated in a single night by numerous powerful cultivators. To this day, no survivors had been heard of, not even distant collateral branches outside the city. Every connection with the main branch of the Yi family had been severed. The reason Yi Heng survived at all was because the supreme elder of the family had risked his life to carry him out. He was not ordinary, not referring merely to his identity, but to his very constitution. He was born with the innate body of a sword cultivator. Such a constitution, if brought to a sect that practices sword techniques, would not be overlooked under any circumstances. Even the weakest cultivator with even the slightest potential would be valued simply for possessing this body type. Of course, before such a talent fully matured, it was also highly coveted by dark sects and evil cultivators. They would go to all sorts of cruel and vicious lengths to absorb and steal such talent for themselves. As Yi Heng told his story, Chen Yin truly felt a sense of déjà vu, the same despair he had once witnessed in Lady Wuxia. Simply because of possessing extraordinary talent, others would covet it. And in the end, his entire household would be destroyed. Yi Heng understood full well what it meant to share his story. He had not been without encounters with kind-hearted people before, but this tale brought nothing less than tremendous trouble, tremendous and perilous trouble. The only reason he was still standing here, safe and sound, was that the supreme elder who had saved him had sealed his special constitution with his remaining cultivation power before passing away. Unless he transcended the foundation building stage and reached the core formation stage, his unique body type would remain sealed, hidden from anyone who might seek it. The secret of his innate sword body would remain safe. When he first escaped, he spent time hiding everywhere, gradually settling down, but unfortunately, it wasn't long before his supreme elder passed away from old wounds and poison qi. Left alone, Yi Heng had little means of survival. Becoming a beggar had been his only option. At first, Yi Heng hadn't intended to tell Xuan Yin any of this. Yet in the past few days, seeing the things Xuan Yin had done, he clearly realized that if he were to seek revenge in the future, he would need a powerful background, a large clan's protection, or someone clever and resourceful standing behind him. Xuan Yin was exactly that kind of person, and so he wanted his help. For this purpose, he was willing to offer everything. His loyalty, his life, his all. After telling his story, Yi Heng fell silent. Xuan Yin listened, a little dazed. Do you know who was responsible for attacking your family back then? Yi Heng nodded once, then shook his head. The Supreme Elder gave me an object before his death. But that object, too, bore an additional seal. If my cultivation level isn't high enough, I cannot unlock it. There may be clues inside. Xuan Yin nodded thoughtfully. The Supreme Elder should have been the most powerful and respected figure in the Yi family at that time. Perhaps he had known the truth behind the annihilation. I can help you, but you must first agree to one condition. Young master, please speak. If it is within my power, I shall surely comply. Xuan Yin hadn't planned to make any excessive demands. After all, Yi Heng's current identity was at most that of a beggar, not the son of the Yi family. As for the future, Xuan Yin could see far ahead, but anything too uncertain held little meaning. I want you to hide your identity, starting now. I'll help you cultivate, but I can't promise revenge, because I also have people I need to protect. Xuan Yin spoke sincerely. In his heart, what he valued most was the Yusho sect. No matter how important Yi Heng might be, he could never surpass the importance of the Yusho sect. Agreeing to help doesn't mean I must completely bind myself to your chariot. Xuan Yin originally thought Yi Heng would hesitate at least a little, or at the very least need some time to consider, but he never expected Yi Heng to nod happily immediately after hearing his words. As if noticing Xuan Yin's confused expression, Yi Heng explained, I won't deny that I indeed hope you, master, can directly assist me in taking revenge, even doing what was originally my responsibility. However, I clearly understand how unreasonable this request would be. The fact that master refuses shows that you are truly considering my situation, rather than simply brushing me off. Xuan Yin hadn't expected Yi Heng to think this way, and smiled slightly. Since things have already been decided, from now on, we shall be allies. The two continued talking for a while longer, and Xuan Yin realized that his understanding of this area was still quite lacking, including the concept of innate sword body. The innate sword body possessed surprisingly strong comprehension abilities when cultivating the sword path. To put it simply, any special constitution that matured would produce an innate powerhouse, and among them, the innate sword body could be considered one of the best. Sword cultivators naturally possessed extremely high combat power. At the same cultivation level, battles were practically dominated by sword cultivators. But the innate sword body started off already capable of defeating opponents at higher levels. Xuan Yin clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected Yi Heng's constitution to be such a coveted treasure. As for hiding his identity, there was no need to worry even more. Beiqing was a major city, yet also a border town. Nanjun was located in a rich region, and the distance between it and Beiqing was extremely vast. If not for the Supreme Elder fleeing for his life back then, they wouldn't have made it this far. Chapter 124, A Heap of Useless Things. Xuan Yin nodded his head. If that was the case, then at the very least, safety wouldn't be an issue. Yi Heng hoped Xuan Yin could help prepare more potions, and Xuan Yin had already agreed. Other than his Tansheng Jiantit, natural sword body, Yi Heng's basic talent for cultivation wasn't particularly great. Perhaps slightly better than ordinary people, but compared to top-level geniuses, he still fell far short. These potions were the only chance Yi Heng had to defy fate. Although it came with immense pain, it would never be worse than losing one's entire family. They chatted a while longer in the courtyard before Chun Yin was finally left alone. Family destruction. If he couldn't resolve the matter with the Tamed Sect, then in about a month, the Beast Taming Gate might also face the same fate. Yi Heng returned to his room, staring at the door in a daze. Before his eyes, he could still see Chun Yin's image. In Yi Heng's heart, Chun Yin was not merely an ally. He was his benefactor. This wasn't a partnership to him. It was repayment of a debt. Perhaps he would have a chance to become friends with Chun Yin, but Yi Heng preferred to become the sword in Chen's hand. Yi Heng was perfectly clear. The only thing worth pursuing in his life was vengeance. Everything else was irrelevant to him. The unused potions Chun Yin had just given him were reopened again as he gritted his teeth hard and laid down on the bed. What had happened in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, however, was unknown to those who were out there fighting. Yang Tufu, Yang the Butcher, felt tonight was simply the craziest chaos he had ever encountered. Normally when he launched an attack, he clearly knew which side was his and which side was the enemy. Even if there were onlookers nearby, it wasn't hard to tell whether they would get involved or not. Tonight, though, everything was completely chaotic. Throughout Bay City, the rumbling of battle could be heard everywhere. Many houses that looked intact just a while ago had, after a brief passing, turned into ruins on the ground. Besides this, the residents of Bay City were suffering greatly. Throughout this past month, countless ordinary people or low-level cultivators had died tragic deaths within the city. If it weren't for the fact that leaving the city wall's protection meant facing the sudden appearance of EngSub beasts at any time, many of them wouldn't even want to stay in Bay City. How is everything going? I'm almost done with my part. Dog Uncle and the city lords Xuan met up, both of them looking for Yang the Butcher. It wasn't because he was the slowest, but because his target was the most troublesome. Yang's naturally bulky body meant that most of the clothes brought back could hardly be worn. He simply couldn't fit into them. Even if somehow they did manage to get on, the disguise effect would be weak, possibly even exposing him, which could negatively affect the plan. Therefore, Yang's task now changed into hitting from the shadows and striking treacherously. Wherever a fierce battle was taking place, he'd jump in and take any treasures or storage rings on their person if he got a chance. If there was no opportunity, he would simply pick a side to ally with temporarily, shout loudly to boost their morale, and then look for an opportunity to escape. But Yang the Butcher's fate was bitter. He would approach one side only for them to attack him immediately. The issue was, even if he didn't attack anyone, they still hunted him. Could it be he really looked that much like a villain? The more he was beaten, the more he felt wronged. At last, he finished checking through all the predetermined forces. Didn't expect to finish so quickly tonight. Let's go back. Compared to the previous 2 nights, tonight, the main chaos actually came from various sections. Although related to them, the connection wasn't that deep. When the 3 returned to the courtyard, Chun Yin was waiting for them. After a general inquiry into what had happened, a slight smile appeared on Chun Yin's face. Very good. From now on, we won't interfere in the following affairs. If any further dealings are needed, I will personally take care of it. You just stay here and wait quietly. Dog Uncle and the others exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. With Chun Yin already speaking so clearly, how could they possibly object? Plus, with the current situation clearly under his control, what was there to fear? They didn't exchange much more within the courtyard and each returned to their respective rooms. Chun Yin entered the mountain and sea chart. Recently, what exactly had he acquired through daily check-ins? There were pills, yes, but almost all of them were unusable. They might truly be treasures. Take the Soul Annihilation pill, for instance. Just by its name, it sounded powerful, and indeed its effect was very strong. A Kui Jing, expert who consumed this pill would have both soul and spirit annihilated, dying instantly. But the question was, why would others ever willingly eat this pill? And the most ridiculous part was, no one even knew exactly how this pill had been made. If the pill was broken apart or crushed, it would immediately lose its effect. Compared to ordinary poisons, it wasn't even worth mentioning. It's useless for poisoning. If I could force someone to swallow it, why would I need this pill in the first place? Couldn't I just kill him myself? A pile of useless things. Chun Yin sifted carefully through his inventory and finally found something somewhat interesting among the most recent check-in rewards. A soul-condensing pearl. When he first took it out, he merely felt a cool sensation emanating from his hand. Then, after taking 2 deep breaths, he suddenly felt an ethereal clarity above his head. Strange indeed. The more Chun Yin observed it, the more he felt this object held a mysterious origin, but even the method of using it remained unknown to him. Looks like he'd have to ask about it tomorrow. Having made that decision, he called Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu over and began tonight's cultivation. The enlightenment tree, without him even noticing, had started sprouting some roots and branches. It carried an aura of thriving vibrancy, and around the enlightenment tree, even ordinary flowers and grass were glowing with a faint rainbow-like halo. Chun Yin was at a loss. Could these common weeds actually transform into spiritual herbs? Meanwhile, within the Beast Taming Gate, Qilin Xue was also gazing at the night sky. She had an odd feeling lately that their progress had been unusually smooth. Whether it was the obtained insignias or the Beast Soul Manual, each item was an irreplaceable treasure, especially because these treasures seemed perfectly tailored for the Beast Taming Gate. Initially, the Beast Soul Manual hadn't drawn much attention, but once the disciples began cultivating it, their overall strength started showing drastic improvement. More and more disciples and their contracted beasts experienced a significantly accelerated cultivation speed when using the Beast Soul Manual. Qilin Xue finally recognized the true potential of this cultivation technique. Master, so you're here. Any news from Yin? Regarding Chun Yin's departure, although Dog Uncle had followed him briefly, that didn't mean he was untroubled about it. Chapter 125, 200,000 Spirit Crystals. At this time, the Grand Elder arrived at Qin Ningxue's courtyard, his expression somewhat worried. I don't know the exact details yet, but since someone was watching over her, she probably hasn't suffered any losses. The Grand Elder brought up all the major events that had happened in Beiqing over these past few days. Especially after hearing the city had completely fallen into chaos, various factions engaging in battle, burning, looting, and killing. Qin Ningxue felt an even stronger urgency to find Chunyin again. Gate Mistress, Heaven's Ascension Sect has recently become much more active. I know, but it's not time to show our hostility yet. Even if we decide to take sides, we'll wait until close to when the secret realm opens. Yes. Not long after Chunyin left, old Lu Qi obtained several more letters and once again came rushing to Beast Tamed Sect. This time, he was not only asking for money and people, but nearly demanding that Qin Ningxue be taken straight to Heaven's Ascension Sect's mountain gate. The Beast Tamed Sect maintained a strategy of total disregard, letting him bark his demands outside while ignoring him completely within. The disciples and elders who remained held deep affection for the Beast Tamed Sect. The open provocations from Heaven's Ascension Sect naturally enraged them, and recently, their diligence in cultivation surpassed anything from the past. Qin Ningxue came again to the forbidden retreat at the back of the Beast Tamed Sect's territory. Staring at the barrier, she desired to enter, but ultimately hesitated, shaking her head. Even if she did go in, what difference would it make? The senior expert might not necessarily be able to protect the sect. No matter how strong a single powerhouse was, it was impossible to handle numerous opponents at once. The gap between the Beast Tamed Sect and Heaven's Ascension Sect was just too great. Having one high-level fighter could only maintain stability temporarily. If that person became tied up, the Beast Tamed Sect would still fall, and possibly even drag the senior expert down with it. The night's battle only began to calm as dawn arrived and the sun started to rise. Throughout the entire night in Beiqing, Dada Xiaoshak factions had not ceased their fighting for a moment. Some of the smaller factions had their strongholds completely destroyed, leaving no survivors at all. Many groups prepared to evacuate the city, but even more of the larger ones were already blood-mad, aiming for even greater gains. From the storage rings Chunyin collected, he still discovered some excellent items. He pulled out all martial cultivation manuals regardless of their level. These cultivation techniques are extremely rare treasures outside. What do you plan to do with them? Su Yifan asked, originally thinking Chunyin wanted to cultivate them himself. However, Chunyin immediately shoved them all into an empty storage ring. I'm going to sell these today at the Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion. Everyone was confused by this action. You messed up the situation and got some rewards, and now you're selling them off for money? Many of these manuals didn't belong to the sect. They were personal gains from years of wandering outside. Didn't anyone have a few signature skills? There wasn't much danger in cultivating them anyway. Were you really so recognizable that someone could identify you from the technique alone? These were treasures you couldn't even buy with spirit stones or spirit crystals, yet he wanted to trade them for money, and nobody could understand. I suggest you guys don't even touch these. Anyone who does will invite disaster. Chunyin just smiled without explanation. Taking the ring, he hurried to the Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion, naturally covering himself with the black robe to disguise his appearance beforehand. The Six Fingers Gang's identity was too convenient now. Wearing the jade badge of Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion, Chunyin once again met the old man inside using the same procedures as before. What do you plan to sell today? Chunyin lifted his hand, and, before the old man's eyes, suddenly conjured more than 10 cultivation manuals, making him so shocked that his hand trembled. Just where did this person rate? A dozen cultivation manuals. No single faction alone could have something like this. Among so many sects in Beiqing, which one was simple? Chunyin might only be a member of the Six Fingers Gang, which was a faction rather than a sect. However, if the Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion judged Chunyin to be of enough value, they might go to great lengths to try to court him. The old man started appraising the value of these manuals. Many of them were actually far more precious than the few Heaven's Ascension Sect brought last time. Name a price. The old man offered first. Accurately evaluating these prices in themselves was a real test of expertise. It's just like a thief suddenly returning with a pile of treasures, but you might sell off the most valuable items cheaply, while those you thought were extremely valuable might actually be of little worth. That was simply a matter of perspective, precisely the kind of quality the Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion most needed. In truth, the elder was testing Chunyin's understanding of value, but Chunyin simply refused to play along. Price isn't the key point. I want you to promise me one condition first. Speak. It was rare for someone to negotiate terms with the Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion, but since this was a transaction, there was naturally a basis for discussion. I want these cultivation manuals sold right here in this hall, without holding an auction or any publicity. This request originally violated the rules, as it involved the operations of Lord Qin Treasures Pavilion, but the old man didn't immediately refuse. Instead, he asked a counter-question. I need a proper reason. There is no reason. Chunyin met the old man's gaze fearlessly. What the elder truly wanted wasn't a justification for the action, but rather Chunyin's underlying motive. By answering, no reason, Chunyin was deliberately keeping the pavilion in the dark. The situation grew tense, with neither willing to yield an inch. Hand over your badge. Chunyin took out his ink-black jade badge. I can confiscate this badge. Fine. Chunyin didn't seem particularly attached to the badge anyway. Seeing that Chunyin showed no hesitation, the old man felt a bit troubled. Though the ink jade badge was merely an official token, it still offered significant benefits. Spirit crystal savings alone were quite attractive to cultivators of high ranks. More importantly, certain items within Lord Qin Treasure's pavilion could only be purchased with such a badge, and the badge's rank also determined what types and levels of items one could buy. Of course, Dog Uncle hadn't explained all of this clearly to him back then. In Chunyan's eyes, this badge was no more than a VIP discount card. What's the big deal if it got lost? These cultivation manuals are worth 200,000 spirit crystals. What about the conditions? The price the elder quoted was actually extremely low. If they were really put up for auction, together these manuals could easily fetch over 300,000 spirit crystals. Even as a direct cash transaction, the usual price wouldn't be lower than 250,000 at the very least. Yet now, it was several thousand less, which translated into millions of spirit stones, a shocking loss for any faction. But Chunyan didn't even blink. He only cared about his condition. I accept. Good. Chunyan nodded slightly, showing no surprise whatsoever. Chapter 126, Sharing the Benefits and Building Connections. In fact, this kind of performance is completely normal. Chunyan brought these things to sell, and no matter how they were sold, the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion would absolutely not suffer any loss. Then why can't I give you money and make a small request? Moreover, the request itself did not involve any interest of the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. It was simply a matter of giving more or less money. The reason Chunyan had rejected the auction was mainly due to time. He wanted to sell off the items immediately, to make it harder for the Northern Night City situation to stabilize. If an auction was held, everything would be delayed for several days, and who knows what might happen afterward. You are among the rare few in recent years who have made the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion actually bend a little. Senior, saying bend is exaggerating it. The elder didn't reply, disappearing from the room. When he returned, he held a ring in his hand. This is your spirit crystal. After Chunyan took it, he turned to leave. Wait. What else is there? This time, the elder was truly speechless for a moment, somewhat impressed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a token. It looked somewhat different from the one he had previously used, but Chunyan didn't pay much attention. He simply pocketed it casually. You? Never mind, drop by occasionally. The elder seemed to be slightly angered by his indifferent attitude, and after saying that, disappeared from the room. Chunyan was slightly baffled, but the transaction was complete, and anything else was beyond his concern. After leaving here, he turned through several alleys and used the Thousand Faces transformation skill before finally returning to the City Lord's mansion. This time, the old man followed behind Chunyan personally. Unfortunately, Chunyan's vigilance was extremely high. Putting aside other concerns, the spirit crystals he currently possessed represented a huge sum of money, a fortune enough to tempt any faction. He definitely wasn't that careless. He still had one breath-disguising pill left, which he immediately used upon stepping out the door. He changed his route several times, even disguising himself for a long time before finally returning to the City Lord's mansion. After exiting the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion, the elder began tracking him, but halfway through found it rather difficult to keep up. Chunyan walked ahead, while he followed behind. The routes Chunyan took were just too strange, suddenly ducking into a shop, and then leaving from a room on the second floor of that same shop. Knowing the elder's cultivation realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to have exposed himself. Could it be that Chunyan was naturally cautious? That still seemed unreasonable. When he finally lost track of Chunyan, the elder's expression turned slightly grim. A little anger, yes, but admiration outweighed it. These days, nearly every expert still alive had to possess the quality of prudence. In the cultivation world, people will eat you alive. Soon, the propaganda from the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion bore fruit. One after another, figures from various powerful factions arrived to browse and select items. Some wanted to purchase secret techniques back for their sects. Others, seeing these unique skills, started to develop plans of their own. These were all truly valuable items capable of significantly enhancing combat strength. Although the auction hadn't been held, in the Grand Hall, the assembled powerful factions, by pooling their money together, ended up creating an auction-like atmosphere. In the end, the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion earned more than it would have in an actual auction. Chunyan returned to the City Lord's mansion with the spirit crystals, separating 10,000 of them and giving them to Su Yifan. Then, he took another ring holding 20,000 spirit crystals and handed it over as well. What's this for? Of those, the 10,000 spirit crystals are compensation for your earlier help with the alchemy ingredients and the other matters you've been busy about. As for the following 20,000, of course, I need to ask you again to help me purchase certain things. After all, the City Lord's mansion is more convenient when it comes to action. Su Yifan immediately wanted to refuse. He was trying to build a connection with Chunyan. How appropriate would it be to accept payment at a time like this? But Chunyan was strict about this point. Old Su, friendship is friendship, and business is business. We can't mix those up. Don't worry, if you ever have something you need, I will absolutely not refuse. Seeing that Chunyan was so firm, Su Yifan could only shake his head and accept. However, his heart felt differently. Actually, it was Chunyan who was the one gaining more here. What exactly was 10,000 spirit crystals? 10 million spirit stones. The stuff he had helped retrieve barely added up to 100,000 spirit stones total, at most a little more. This reward was 100-fold in return. As for the additional 20,000 spirit crystals, Su Yifan knew that Chunyan had definitely overpaid again. Just casually giving away several million spirit crystals wasn't something covered under the word friendship alone. What about me? What about me? You brat, I've been working hard too. Didn't the old dog deserve a little pocket money? Chunyan rolled his eyes. Look at you talk. Make it sound like I've been mistreating you. Here, I've already prepared something for you anyway. He simply reached into his pocket and flicked a ring onto the old dog uncle, who caught it without a word. Inside were 50,000 spirit crystals, and upon seeing the reward, the old dog uncle's eyes lit up, but he said nothing. In Chun Yin's eyes, there was still a difference between the old dog uncle and Su Yifan. Although they were friends, their positions were different. The old dog uncle could be said to fully stand on his side, plus he was a member of the Beast Taming Sect. But as for Su Yifan, he had his own background. A few tens of thousands of spirit crystals might earn some goodwill, but it wouldn't be enough to bring him completely over. It was best to stop at the appropriate moment. At this moment, Chun Yin also pulled out a ring from his chest and tossed it to Butcher Yang, though the action was so sudden that Yang almost failed to catch it. "Ah, master, I was sent here by the princess." "Master this, princess that? You're here today helping me, so you're my friend. These spirit crystals are for a friend, not a subordinate. Whether you take them is up to you." After saying this, Chun Yin turned to leave. Butcher Yang stood stunned for a moment, then quickly pocketed the ring. "Hee, I'm the master's friend." Chun Yin nodded and went to Yi Heng's room. While sorting through the rewards for daily check-ins, he found a cultivation manual, the spirit sword technique. Though he didn't know its rank, he guessed it was probably quite valuable. Giving it to Yi Heng wouldn't be a bad move. Chun Yin could see that Yi Heng was a person who showed gratitude and kept his word. Whatever was given to him, it was definitely a worthwhile investment. "Master." When Yi Heng greeted him as master, Chun Yin frowned slightly. "Yi Heng, we treat each other as friends. If it feels right to you, call me Gun Yin, brother Yin, and I'll call you Lao Di, younger brother." Yi Heng hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Gun Yin." From his expression, Chun Yin understood that it would still take some time for him to get used to this new title. It wasn't simple to form any relationship when so much had already happened. "This sword technique was something I came across by chance. I'm giving it to you. Without a proper cultivation method, your progress on building your foundation would be too slow. It's too precious. I cannot possibly." "Gun Yin, thank you." Seeing the look in Chun Yin's eyes, Yi Heng finally accepted the manual. Chapter 127. Reunion at the City Lord's Mansion. Chun Yin casually nodded. Only when Yi Heng's strength improved could he truly benefit. Otherwise, someone who hadn't even entered the first stage of cultivation yet, forget about seeking revenge, surviving in Bay City alone was already impossible. After handing the Spirit Sword Manual to Yi Heng, Chun Yin left the room. Looking at Chun Yin's retreating figure, Yi Heng felt emotional. The Spirit Sword Manual in his hands suddenly felt weighty. Especially after flipping through the cultivation technique, he found it absolutely unbelievable. If the Spirit Sword Manual had just been an ordinary technique, it wouldn't have mattered. But anything from the system, no matter how poor its quality, still held great value in the outside world. Let alone cultivation manuals, anything the system produced had never been of low grade. The Spirit Sword Manual was definitely a top-tier technique, one that allowed cultivation all the way to the Zhao Huajing realm. At a second-rate sect, a technique of this level would be considered a foundational treasure, perhaps even a family-exclusive manual passed down only to direct bloodline descendants. As for Chun Yin though, he practically gave it away without even asking for any promise in return. Yi Heng felt grateful, yet at a loss how to repay him. "Fine then, I hope from now on I can be the sharp sword in your hand." If Chun Yin had ulterior motives, or if he himself were a vile evildoer, Yi Heng would never have made such a commitment. But Chun Yin wasn't bad, nor was he purely good, and that was exactly what intrigued Yi Heng. Becoming a villain, doing evil acts that went against his true nature, he absolutely could not assist in evil. Yet as a good person, good men seldom live long lives. Haven't there been plenty of cases where good people suffered at the hands of villains? He needed to avenge the Yi family, which naturally might involve taking lives. If Chun Yin had been a completely upright person, Yi Heng couldn't follow him either, because he likely wouldn't achieve his goal of revenge. But fortunately, Chun Yin happened to be an authentic figure in between extremes. During his 1,000-mile escape, Yi Heng had learned much about dealing with people, especially the many instructions given by the Grand Elder before his death, which made Yi Heng realize how dark this world was. His perspective had changed significantly compared to before. Chun Yin had become the ideal figure to follow in Yi Heng's eyes. The Spirit Sword Manual opened, and streams of spiritual energy spontaneously began circulating through his body. A Dan Sheng Jiang Teat, naturally built for sword techniques, making his cultivation progress exceptionally efficient. All the pills he had consumed had laid a solid foundation, especially in regards to his soul power, which had reached a level comparable to ordinary cultivators. One's soul awareness begins to slowly strengthen only at the foundation building stage. However, thanks to the soul enhancing potion, despite having experienced the pain of soul division, his current soul strength had already reached foundation building standards. This meant, to some extent, he was essentially free from cultivation bottlenecks at this stage. The Constitution Strengthening Potion helped smooth his fundamental pathways, while the Spiritual Power Potion and Perception Potion had brought him numerous benefits, proportional to the suffering he endured. True, half the effort, double the result, was not so easily said. Inside his body, infinite spiritual energy was slowly gathering. Although the Grand Elder had sealed his Tijuru when revealing it to others, he had also transmitted his own cultivation energy to Yi Heng before death. Due to severe injuries, the Grand Elder retained only a fraction of his power when he passed, but due to the cultivation gap, the energy transmitted to Yi Heng was still immense. This spiritual energy had only two potential uses. In the future, if he encountered danger, by drawing upon this spiritual energy, with a final counterattack, he might have a chance to survive. The other purpose was, under fortuitous circumstances where cultivation was possible, he could refine this energy to rapidly boost his cultivation. Right now, Yiheng was unconsciously refining it. Outside, Chunyin could sense that something was quietly changing within Yiheng's room. The spirit sword manual he gave Yiheng should be a good item, though he himself wasn't entirely sure just how good. All the cultivation manuals Chunyin used, were none of them simple? Even pulling out a random manual could spark bloodshed and chaos outside, so he really hadn't thought much of this spirit sword manual. Besides, since he himself wouldn't use it anyway, what difference did it make who he gave it to? After all, the recipient now was his top right-hand man. Early the next morning, various factions once again sent representatives to the city lord's mansion, though this time it was different. Several minor forces within Baywest City also showed up. Of course, the smaller factions that had been utterly destroyed were truly gone. In the main hall, everyone murmured amongst themselves. Clearly, each had their own interpretation of last night's battle. Where is the representative from the city lord's mansion? We've all arrived. Does he expect us to wait for just one person? Silence. Chunyin intentionally sent some ordinary guards here, all of them bold and courageous individuals, to maintain order at the scene. He himself waited behind, deliberately letting them grow impatient before finally appearing. The city lord's mansion needed to maintain a neutral stance moving forward. If he didn't establish authority early on and let them think he was easy to push around, Chunyin's own plans wouldn't be possible to carry out. Do you really believe that if I killed you right here, the city lord's mansion behind you, your master, wouldn't dare say a single word? The bald man speaking was somewhat thin and frail-looking, which appeared quite mismatched. Generally speaking, bald men were often pictured as tough guys, yet this person seemed unusually effeminate, making him look strangely unnatural. Although he wasn't among the weakest factions present, he certainly wasn't in the most powerful either. In yesterday's battle, his faction had suffered heavy losses, and even the treasures he'd originally retrieved from the prince's treasure pavilion were gone. Going back now would undoubtedly bring severe punishment, and with just a slight misstep, even the possibility of execution. Therefore, he came to the city lord's mansion today already in a foul mood. He didn't really seek justice, he wanted compensation. The city lord's mansion must either retrieve those items from other factions or replace them themselves. In his view, with so many forces present, whatever the city lord said, they had no choice but to listen. As for the notice board set outside, he hadn't even looked at it properly. He'd only casually heard a sentence or two from others, paying it no real attention. What was the city lord's mansion anyway? Who did they think they were, trying to give him orders? He's here, the person is coming. As murmurs spread through the crowd, everyone turned their attention to the young man now standing in the main hall, striding confidently and directly seating himself in the main seat. Where is the city lord? He instinctively asked the people nearby, earning a few strange glances in return. What city lord? From now on, Chunyin is the one in charge. Chapter 128 Casualty List. He heard someone speaking beside him, feeling somewhat confused. Where the hell had this Chunyin come from? He had never even heard of him before. Moreover, what qualification did this immature kid have to serve as the head of the city lord's mansion? Obviously, he was merely a scapegoat propped up by someone behind the scenes to avoid offending the major factions. He felt he had already found the right answer and sneered contemptuously. He didn't even glance at Chunyin, but immediately started shouting. Beietching is truly deteriorating. I never expected the city lord's mansion would actually push out a child to face us. He shouted loudly, completely failing to notice that the other factions at the scene had gone unusually quiet. Arrogant and conceited, that certainly described him. Chunyin hadn't anticipated such a scenario either. In his view, since someone had already died last time, there shouldn't be another idiot daring to jump out like that again. But using someone as a warning example, doing it more than once was always better. As long as each time it produced good results, why not kill one every time they spoke up? After all, these people were neither relatives nor close friends of his. The things they had done were already bordering on brutality and ruthlessness, so why shouldn't he kill them? Silence. Just at that moment, one of the guards standing nearby, upon hearing the bald man's words, slammed his wooden staff forcefully onto the ground. I'll silence your dam. Chunyin heard the bald man cursing the guard, and his expression immediately turned cold. If he doesn't want to be quiet, then kill him. He openly released his killing intent and issued a direct order without any attempt at concealment. Naturally, he left no chance for the bald man to survive. You little brat, kill my ass. You really think that, ugh. Inside the grand hall, one of the city lord's mansion's transcendent experts appeared. Earlier, no one could see where he was, but now, everyone noticed. Suddenly, another figure had appeared among the crowd. In his hand was a slender sword, and now a thin red line had appeared on the bald man's neck. The bald man seemed unable to believe that he was already dead, dying so silently and swiftly. Even trying to grasp at something with his hand was a futile effort. Sir, the transcendent expert from the city lord's mansion had never revealed his name until now. Chunyin didn't know how to address him properly, either. Su Yifan had mentioned some details about this individual, saying he had once received in Huit, a debt of gratitude, from the great Qin dynasty. There was also something about his connection to the previous city lord, which explained why he was here as a high-ranking protector for the city lord's mansion. Although he received offerings from the great Qin dynasty, he couldn't truly be considered part of them. Once his time limit was over, he would regain his freedom. Chunyin nodded slightly. People rarely abandon their past, and it was even harder to prevent others from investigating it. Therefore, the most likely reason for hiding his true name was to avoid potential revenge seekers after Chunyin eventually left the city lord's mansion. That was perfectly understandable. Chen Yin simply gave a casual nod. Transcendent-level experts often held great pride. For him to show respect to a junior naturally carried some meaning. Moreover, most people had no idea what this youth's true identity was or why he had been placed as the head of the city lord's mansion. With no knowledge of his background, targeting him would be difficult. Besides, what most had come here for wasn't Chen Yin himself, but rather the chaos happening outside. Respected sir, today we come again to seek justice from you. I wonder. Hold on. It was the representative from a faction who had already visited the day before. But Chen Yin wasn't going to let him finish. Instead, he stood up and pulled a ledger from his robes. I've already said yesterday. First, give me justice, and then naturally I shall give justice to you. Many people's eyes flickered with surprise. Some factions, during battle, still paid attention to avoid harming innocents. But others were used to acting recklessly, treating ordinary people like insects. Did anyone ever care about stepping on ants when walking? That's exactly why these factions paid the most spirit stones. Although it was all for mutual benefit, and if they refused to pay, everyone would refuse, and if they paid, everyone would pay together. Yet each had their own private thoughts. How easily could that ever be sorted out clearly? The representative from the War God Hall had also come again today. He looked at Chen Yin with appreciation. He truly has the bearing of a great general. This offhand comment unintentionally slipped from his lips and startled both his disciples and the newly assigned general from the War God Hall beside him. The person standing before them held an extremely high status. Within the War God Hall, he was a well-known and respected figure, practically a general of the Dishi Shui main bloodline. His reputation, standing, and battle achievements were all top tier within the War God Hall. If his strength continued to rise, he even had the potential to vie for the position of Hall Master. Never before had anyone heard him speak so highly of a junior. Now, after hearing his words, everyone was utterly astonished. Lord, compiling a casualty list is not something that can be completed overnight. Please first deliver justice on our behalf, and then gradually complete the statistics. Naturally, we shall give you an account afterward. Chen Yin's lips curled into a cold sneer. How could he not understand the implication behind those words? Giving an account would most likely just end in silence. Did they really think he would let them off so easily and hand over real spirit stones? No way. The cold sneer slowly faded as Chen Yin opened the ledger in his hand. I already have a general summary of the casualties, every household, every name, the dates, the places of death, and the respective factions responsible for each are already recorded. As Chen Yin spoke these words, the faces of those who had previously been twitching slightly changed expression once again. Some even revealed a glint of cold light in their eyes. Representatives from the Sheng Men, Qilin Gate, were among them. They were assassins by nature. Killing was what they did best, and they had absolutely no psychological burden regarding it. Even in normal missions, killing commoners was routine to them. This time, amidst the struggles between the great powers, the Sheng Men had held nothing back, causing a significant number of deaths, both deliberately and through collateral damage. I suppose you're all waiting to hear the details. Xiantian's sect killed 42 civilians, destroyed 7 shops and pavilions. The compensation required. Chen Yin continued reading item by item. One by one, the listeners' faces darkened. What Chen Yin was doing now was clearly challenging everyone present. Chapter 129, Evidence. Wait a minute. Esteemed sir, you just recited so many names. Surely you don't expect us to take your word for it? You say it is, and it is. You say it isn't, and it isn't. Naturally, someone would raise objections to avoid paying, and this was entirely within his expectations. Chen Yin smiled slightly. If that's the case, then why don't you report your own cultivation status? I'll be happy to explain everything to you in detail. The man who had spoken narrowed his eyes slightly. I am a disciple of the Tamed Sect. The reason he spoke up at this moment was because their financial situation truly had been tight recently. After spending all his spirit stones yesterday during the rush at the Qin King's pavilion, he was left completely broke. Regardless of whether he intended to compensate the people he had killed, he simply couldn't afford it now. Moreover, disciples of the Tamed Sect were known for their ruthlessness. The number of innocents who had died at their hands numbered in the dozens, at least. The number Chen Yin just announced was close to 100. That translated to tens of millions in spirit stones, something he never had to begin with, and certainly couldn't produce now. Just since yesterday night alone, let me tell you about yourself. You killed 2 people near the Medic Herb Valley compound, 5 more at the Flame Valley compound, 2 near the Ward God Temple. The man, who just moments ago had been loudly demanding an explanation as if he were in the right, now stood frozen in place, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, a few other factions in the room had already begun casting him malicious glances. Everyone present had been out causing trouble last night. Each one had been both attacker and defender. None knew who had started it. After all, everyone had hidden their identities and approached with faces covered. Now, with what Chen Yin said, didn't they already understand exactly what had occurred? How could the same person appear in so many places in a single night and kill nearby innocents? Whether accidental or otherwise, you would at least recognize a human presence there. The general from the War God Temple and disciples from the Flame Valley stared at the main representative of the Tamed Sect, whose face had turned pale, with cold smirks that chilled him to the bone. Shut up. You're lying. This is just a vicious false accusation. Oh, so you don't believe me? Chen Yin suddenly chuckled, a laugh that left everyone puzzled. His calm, self-assured demeanor caused the man from the Tamed Sect to feel as if plunged into icy water. Last night, he had not only covered his face but also used a weapon different from his usual choice. Even if someone saw him, so what? There was no way to prove he was the culprit. Letting out a deep breath, The representative of the Taing sect told himself there was absolutely no need to worry, and he gave a cold snort. If you insist on slandering me, then show proof. Qilin stopped smiling at this point and gave him a cold glare. Producing evidence is no problem, naturally. But you'd better think carefully. Once it comes out, the price you'll pay will be far greater than this. Suppressing the panic in his heart, he believed Qilin was simply bluffing. If he truly had evidence, he wouldn't have hesitated to show it already. Show it. Fine. Qilin slapped the armrest and stood up. I invite all the honored guests here to bear witness, to make it clear to everyone that when I uphold justice, it is always impartial, fair, and transparent. At this moment, the general from the War God Temple also rose to his feet. Even if the Taing sect hadn't attacked them last night, he had always admired Qilin, so stepping forward to support him was a natural move. We from the War God Temple will bear witness. Likewise, the Flame Valley representative standing not far away did the same. Although his faction was much smaller than the War God Temples and under greater pressure, speaking up today might help establish a small favor with the City Lord's Manor or the War God Temple. Even if there was no benefit, how could he remain silent when his compound had been attacked? How could he face the fallen disciples from last night? Qilin pulled a stone from his robes. A recording stone. Without wasting words, Qilin directly infused it with spiritual energy, quickly projecting a clear image of the battle from last night. During the actual battle, people hadn't had time to observe much. After all, everyone had been in the midst of a chaotic melee. But now, with hindsight, things were different. Identifying individuals, though still speculative, wasn't difficult. The War God Temple General's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already recognized the figure in the image, none other than the very representative from the Taing sect who had spoken earlier. However, just as the representative himself had thought, with a changed weapon and a masked face, there was no way to definitively prove identity. Denial would be unavoidable. Qilin saw the smile on the other's face and knew exactly what he was thinking. Without further explanation, he simply let the projection continue. Soon, the battle in this location ended, and even scenes of him fighting at other compounds appeared. This recording stone had practically followed him the entire way, capturing everything from the beginning all the way to the Taing sect's compound, even entering inside. Now, everyone could clearly see everything. In the projection, he removed his disguise in front of everyone. The general from the War God Temple slammed his hand on the armrest, and one of his disciples immediately handed him his weapon. Good, very good. So you dare to provoke the War God Temple now. Is that it? Even the disciples from the Lingu and the Yaogu, who had stood with the War God Temple, now drew their weapons as well. The footage of the general's battle from yesterday had just been shown. In one-on-one combat, he was undoubtedly among the top in the crowd. Without the group attack, those from the Taing sect wouldn't have had a chance. Still someone here has doubts? If so, I don't mind showing you all exactly what you did last night. Qilin loudly shouted this sentence at the right moment. The faces of those present turned green and pale, and most remained silent, clearly no longer daring to question anything. Esteemed senior, please calm yourself. Regarding the matter of the Taing sect, Qilin will give you a proper explanation. Hearing this, the general from the War God Temple paused, then smiled slightly and sat back down, returning his weapon to his disciple. Originally, he thought after standing up, Qilin would use his authority to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, Qilin had told him to remain calm. Now, he really wanted to see how Qilin would give him an explanation. This kid, interesting. The general's remarks startled his disciple again, but given previous examples, the disciple gradually accepted it. The list will be copied and posted publicly, not to be torn or altered. You may choose not to listen, but I won't be responsible for what happens next. This last sentence from Qilin was an open and blatant threat. Chapter 130, Pay Up. Everyone present was a person of status and reputation. Although it was extremely uncomfortable to have a young man defecating on their heads, metaphorically speaking, they still felt quite uneasy. However, they also understood that if they kept arguing over this matter, they would end up being the losers. Who exactly was Qilin? Nobody knew. His background remained a mystery, yet he had the backing of the City Lord's mansion. If that alone wasn't enough, the key issue was that he held something over all of them that they absolutely did not want revealed. Knowledge of their movements during the Great Battle. Those were all potential clues for retaliation. If he really decided to expose whoever displeased him, life would become unbearable for those individuals. As for those among them who had only been defensive without launching any attacks the previous night, although they weren't afraid of Qilin, they weren't unreasonable people either, nor were they driven by greed. The reason they had come here today was mainly for self-protection. They hadn't killed many ordinary people, so the number of spirit stones they needed to pay wasn't particularly large. Qilin opened his mouth and simply asked, if the count is correct, then pay up. A heaven-venerating expert from the City Lord's mansion, who clearly lacked the decorum expected of a powerful expert, stepped forward Judongduk, holding a ring in his hand and standing there. Wasn't that obvious enough? Whoever wanted to pay money should go to him. Among the present factions, most had injured ordinary people to some extent. However, unless the injuries were serious, Qilin had not counted those against them. As for the sects that had not committed murder, he would still record a certain number of injuries to indicate the situation. It wasn't meant to swindle their money. The point was that if someone paid but others were exempt, those who paid would become targets of suspicion or danger. Some minor factions, and those who had not even targeted ordinary people originally now began to consider paying up. From what had just transpired, it was clear Qilin never allowed himself to be taken advantage of. If he set the rules, following them wouldn't leave you at a disadvantage. Moreover, at the very least, the City Lord's mansion had a heaven-venerating expert present, while some of the smaller factions here only had foundation-forming experts backing them. An opportunity to gain protection from powerful experts? Who in their right mind wouldn't want to pay? One after another, people came forward to pay. Among the most powerful factions present, only the War Goddan paid the spirit stones. Though they hadn't deliberately attacked, they had indeed hurt innocent people. Originally, the general had a sense of justice. Since such a sin had been committed, it must be taken responsibility for, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with what Qilin did. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward? Seeing that no one else stepped forward to pay the spirit stones, Qilin asked. Upon hearing nobody respond, he nodded. Qilin added a brief note for those sects who had just settled their dues. Their names would not be recorded publicly in the external ledgers. In other words, paying would at least help preserve your reputation. In that case, the factions who have already paid can now state your grievances. I will uphold justice for you. The faces of the larger sects seated below all displayed mocking smiles. They had already figured it out. Most of those who paid were minor factions. What justice could he possibly bring? The minor factions had the same concerns in mind. Now that they had stepped forward, wouldn't that just give others something to hold against them? If the City Lord's mansion failed to resolve this, wouldn't they essentially be handing over their lives? Flame Valley hesitated slightly. It wasn't toward the City Lord's mansion that he looked, but toward the War Goddan. Clearly, the general of the War Goddan seemed to have taken a liking to the person currently calling the shots at the City Lord's mansion. Coming forward to support him would at least place them on the side of justice. Even if serious problems did arise, and someone targeted them, Flame Valley was by no means a small faction. Finding a way to ally with the War Goddan and stand together, surviving in Bay City shouldn't be difficult. With these thoughts in mind, Flame Valley took the initiative and spoke. Sir, last night, the EngSub lonched a surprise attack on Flame Valley. Please, sir, uphold justice for us. After hearing this, Qilin nodded lightly. If that's the case, then the matter is decided. The EngSub must pay their compensation today and leave Bay City. When this sentence was spoken, everyone looked at Qilin as if he were a fool, but then came the follow-up. If they leave early, or refuse to pay and refuse to depart, then tonight, EngSub shall no longer exist within Bay City. Calling it a departure might sound decent enough, but in reality, it meant they were being driven out. There was no way EngSub could accept such humiliation. Pay money? Their faces were already ruined, so what was the point of paying? Instantly, their leader's face darkened. He kicked the chair aside and attempted to leave the Grand Hall. But before he could exit, an expert from the City Lord's mansion had already unsheathed his thin sword. At that moment, Qilin spoke up. That chair costs 10,000 spirit stones. Compensate me, or you're not leaving. The EngSub's leader was truly furious. How could an ordinary chair possibly be worth 10,000 spirit stones? If there had only been that one heaven-venerating expert from the City Lord's mansion, he wouldn't have felt much fear. But now, the madmen from the War Goddan had actually drawn their weapons again. If a real battle broke out here, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. At that point, whether or not others managed to drive him out, the EngSub would probably be completely erased from Bay City. He angrily threw a ring forward. It landed in Qilin's hand. Inside, quietly resting, were 10,000 spirit stones. After Qilin nodded slightly, the expert from the City Lord's mansion finally put his weapon away. I'd like to see how you plan to deal with my EngSub tonight. With a heavy snort, the leader of the EngSub left, his expression as bitter as if he had just eaten excrement. Is there anyone else who wishes to seek justice? When Qilin asked this question again, everyone fell silent. After a while, seeing no one speak up, he dismissed the crowd, only keeping behind those who had already paid their spirit stones. Though some were curious about what these people would do next, they understood clearly. If Qilin didn't want them to know something, they would never find out. The major factions still planned to wait and see what happened once they returned. After all, whether justice was served or not would be clear once they saw what fate awaited the EngSub tonight. At this moment, Qilin stepped down from the main seat and approached the other factions. Regardless of size, he bowed with clasped hands to each one. Thank you all for your support today. Tonight, we shall uphold justice together. Those who had already made some guesses understood exactly what Qilin intended. Within Bay City, aside from the War Goddan, none of the other factions stood out much individually, all ranked at most medium strength. Originally they had just paid to ensure peace, but now it seemed they had unknowingly gained a few allies. Qilin's intention was very straightforward. If tonight the EngSub refused to obey, they would all go together and wipe them out. The general from the War Goddan slightly lifted his eyebrows. Qilin's idea wasn't bad, but there were still many flaws. Chapter 131, The Stone of Justice. On one hand, everyone valued their lives, so why would they obey your City Lord's mansion's orders? Even if they went with you, there was no guarantee they would actually try. On the other hand, everyone stayed today. Surely the guys from EngSub weren't idiots and could see through that. Who knows how many people they might run into tonight? And if a conflict accidentally broke out, who would win was still uncertain. Qilin seemed to have not considered any of these points at all. He casually made a few arrangements before urging everyone to hurry and leave. He set the assembly time and decided the number of people, seemingly without any real strategy. Senior, you're waiting for me? While all the other forces left, only this general from the War God Hall remained. Qilin approached and politely bowed. The other party's action was clearly meant to say something. Otherwise there would be no need to remain behind like this. Last time I invited you to visit the War God Hall, I could see you were busy, so I came personally to invite you. Qilin blinked in slight surprise. If not for the person telling him directly, based solely on these words, he might have thought it was a kidnapping attempt. Still, Chen had actually wanted to visit them as well. He just hadn't found a suitable opportunity. The War God Hall wasn't related to him by blood or marriage, yet they'd publicly supported him many times already. Whether there were ulterior motives or not, there was now a matter of sentiment involved. You flatter me too much, General. I shall go with you today. Chun Yin stepped aside and gestured politely forward. My name is Zhao Long. Nice to meet you, General Zhao. You shouldn't call me General now. I'm older than you. So what do you say if you just address me as Brother Zhao? Chun Yin nodded. Since the other was willing to offer this formality, he was naturally willing to accept. The two left the city lord's mansion in casual conversation and soon arrived at the War God Hall's quarters. After they came out, they saw the huge stone standing outside the city lord's mansion, engraved with Chun Yin's name, symbolizing the justice he stood for. As for the list itself, it was tied to the rock with a thin rope and nailed in place. People constantly went over to look through it, mostly ordinary people or cultivators with low cultivation levels. Chun Yin and Zhao Long quietly stood by and watched for a while. Is what's written here real? Can ordinary people really receive compensation? I doubt it. This must just be something the city lord's mansion set up to save face. In the cultivation world, ordinary people held very low status. Even cultivators with just a little talent usually lived more comfortably in these chaotic times than ordinary folks did. Of course, this also depended on whether the ordinary person had a sufficiently powerful background. But the low value placed on ordinary people had already become common knowledge. Nobody thought that could change. Some people browsed the list, finding very detailed records written there. Except for a few whose identities could no longer be verified, the names of most deceased individuals had already been confirmed, and the families of the involved parties had even been questioned. What's written here is indeed true. See that Sun family's daughter-in-law mentioned here? That's the tea shop owner at the street corner. At that time I told you. An old man started talking about how someone he knew died, pointing to the list. Suddenly, there was an outbreak of resentment toward the cultivators. After some time passed, just when Zhao Long and Chun Yin were about to leave, creak, the door of the city lord's mansion opened at that moment. Everyone, today we've already received some compensation from the sections. Payments will begin distributing shortly. Let's go. Chun Yin smiled, not wanting to stay here any longer. However, the two hadn't walked very far before a mere glance of their backs drew recognition. Lord. Upon hearing the voice, Chun Yin slightly started. Had he been recognized? The minor official who had just come out through the gate to distribute money suddenly ran up to him. Lord Chun Yin, it really is you. Everyone had previously focused on this official since he was the one handing out the compensation money. Yet now he suddenly abandoned his duty and knelt before a young man. Turning around, the official happily shouted. Everyone, it's because of Lord Chun Yin standing before you that we now have this stone of justice and all this compensation. At his words, everyone turned curious eyes toward Chun Yin. Originally, Chun Yin wasn't a native of Bay City, so few people knew him. Suddenly being stared at, he felt slightly uneasy. There is justice in this world, and justice resides in the hearts of people. Even without this stone of justice, I still believe that nothing unjust will remain unpunished. It's only a matter of time. After saying this, Chun Yin quickly pulled Zhao Long away and hurried off. When leaving the city lord's mansion, Zhao Long had already sent his disciples ahead. Now the two were truly strolling leisurely through Bay City. They had walked a fair distance when the sounds from behind gradually faded away. Chun Yin felt as if a weight had been lifted, letting out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Brother Chun Yin truly is a fascinating fellow. You flatter me, Senior Zhao. Zhao Long's expression suddenly turned serious. He shook his head. I'm not joking at all. In today's cultivation world, very few people actually care about the life and death of ordinary folks. The so-called principles of justice depend entirely on strength, not fairness or righteousness. Zhao Long glanced at Chun Yin again as he spoke. No matter your background or strength, the fact remains that you're in a high position, which already sets you apart from ordinary people. Yet you still care for them, and you're even willing to use your authority to uphold justice. Compared to others, I understand just how difficult this path truly is. Chun Yin hesitated for a moment and shook his head, but he didn't offer any rebuttal. His original intention had been to incite infighting among Bay City's various factions through these methods, which had already stirred chaos, inevitably affecting many ordinary people. His stone of justice and the compensation payments might indeed appear to be defending justice, but weren't they also a form of personal atonement for his own actions? Everything had two sides. Right and wrong couldn't be so easily determined. Perhaps in Zhao Long's eyes he could be considered a righteous man, but in his own heart, Chun Yin did not share that view. He didn't plan to explain much further. The two walked on the street, and before long reached a courtyard. This is the compound purchased by the War God Hall in Bay City. Please come inside and rest for a bit. Chun Yin nodded and followed Zhao Long into the courtyard. As they entered, they saw many disciples from the War God Hall inside, cultivating. Their cultivation methods were different from those of ordinary sects. They didn't just practice secret techniques and elevate their cultivation levels. They also studied military strategy. Truly remarkable, the experts trained at the War God Hall were fully capable of commanding armies and leading troops into battle. Chapter 132, Zhao Long's Invitation. Feeling quite curious, aren't you? Zhao Long noticed that as soon as Chun Yin entered, his eyes had been fixed on the neatly arranged disciples around the courtyard. Each of their positions, the steps they walked, even the movements of their attacks, and the way they raised their staffs were perfectly identical. If I didn't know this was the Temple of War Gods, I might mistake this for an Iron Army. Iron Army? Haha, that's a good name. Zhao Long brought Chun Yin to the inner courtyard, where it was quieter and far fewer noises echoed. The disciples training outside wouldn't interrupt their conversation either. The two sat silently in the courtyard drinking tea, neither choosing to speak first. Qin, what kind of person are you? Zhao Long suddenly asked such a question. I'm not sure what you mean, Zhao Xiao. Qin is just Qin, no one else. There was silence again between the two for a moment. You're not from the city lord's mansion. That's right. He could have avoided answering, but since Zhao Long had already asked directly, he decided to admit it. He remained silent for now only because he didn't know Zhao Long's intentions. Yet, since Zhao Long was so direct, he would respond truthfully, because he knew Zhao Long held no ill will toward him. If that's the case, I'd like to invite you to join the Temple of War Gods. What? I'm afraid I must decline. Qin was startled at first, but immediately chose to refuse without hesitation. This time, Zhao Long turned his eyes directly at him. Give me a reason. The Temple of War Gods isn't a place for just anyone to join. Since I've extended this invitation personally, I wouldn't offer you some lowly position. Zhao Long had assumed Qin might not want to start from the bottom ranks. It was exactly this concern that Zhao Long had wanted all along, to invite a promising young man he admired to be his deputy general. His previous deputy general had passed away, and none of the others were to his liking. It was rare to meet someone like Qin whom he truly appreciated. If Qin were to take that role, he could guide and support him in the future. But Zhao Long had never considered that Qin might actually decline his invitation, as if the Temple of War Gods held no great appeal to him, wasn't even as valuable as an ordinary sect. He was somewhat surprised, but this didn't mean he'd give up so easily. If the refusal was only due to insufficient incentive, he was willing to raise the offer, and the Temple of War Gods had enough leverage to do so. I already belong to a sect. Hearing this response, Zhao Long felt slightly regretful, yet still asked, May I ask which sect has such fortune? I am a disciple of the Beast Tamed Sect. Zhao Long paused midway as he was about to take a sip of tea. Teacup still in hand, he didn't bring it to his lips, but turned to look at Qin up and down. Then he placed the cup down slowly, eyes fixed on Qin intently. You're turning down my Temple of War Gods for a third-rate, or worse, sect. Qin nodded. It might not even qualify as a third-tier sect now, but the Beast Taming Sect once experienced its glory surpassing even the Temple of War Gods. And in the future, I also believe the Beast Taming Sect will be mightier than your temple. Zhao Long smiled knowingly. Are you not afraid that I might just send an army to tear your sect apart to get you? Your only leverage is that your sect leader is in the reincarnation stage, right? However, the Temple of War Gods not only has experts in the reincarnation stage, but several in the hardship stage as well. Are you certain you want to challenge that? Qin's face was resolute, showing not a hint of wavering as he looked at Zhao Long. No matter what actions you take, they won't change my decision. Although the Beast Taming Sect might be weak, it's not without pride. As for me, Qin, especially so. Zhao Long could sense a kind of genuine confidence from Qin, an unshakable sense of self he simply couldn't comprehend. A man like this joining the Temple of War Gods would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger, potentially propelling the temple forward significantly. What a pity, he already belonged to another sect. Beast Taming Sect, truly an intriguing place. That's my home. I see. Zhao Long finally said these words, nodding. The more outstanding Qin appeared, the more reluctant Zhao Long felt. He also felt a deep inner conflict. If Qin were to abandon the Beast Taming Sect now, would he still admire him as much? Probably not. After all, he didn't want someone who betrayed his sect. Smiling to himself, Zhao Long decided to let the matter rest here. Looking from another angle, the Beast Taming Sect was indeed continuously declining. Zhao Long wouldn't deny the past glories of the Beast Taming Sect, but those were history, mere fleeting clouds in the past sky, offering no real support today. Perhaps a few years from now, the sect would no longer exist. If he cultivated sufficient rapport with Qin now, he would have more than enough reason to extend a future invitation to him in the Temple of War Gods, something that would then naturally follow its own course. As for the Beast Taming Sect, if it didn't fall, if Qin truly had the ability to revitalize it, then the Temple of War Gods wouldn't mind having a potential ally with limitless prospects. Even without considering any background influence, Zhao Long himself was willing to make friends with Qin. You should visit the Temple of War Gods more often in the future. When the right opportunity comes, I might even take you to see the mountain. That's where the temple truly belongs. I've also heard of the Temple of War Gods' unmatched bravery. I recall hearing something about a peak named War God Mountain. If I get the chance, I'd definitely like to take a look for myself. Qin parted with Zhao Long at the entrance of the Temple of War Gods base. Instead of heading directly back to the city lord's mansion, he made his way toward Pao Dingto's place. In fact, he had played a clever trick today. The projection stone had indeed been arranged by him, as were the recorded images obtained by following these people secretly. Even the men he left outside to gather information had been his men all along. With all the spiritual crystals he had obtained from the King Qin treasure pavilion, it wasn't hard to find enough hands. Besides, this wasn't even anything particularly dangerous. For convenience, Qin had turned directly to assassins. Who among assassins didn't live on the edge of death every day? Now all they needed to do was follow someone quietly and record everything, then get paid for it. Who wouldn't take such a job? Still, it wasn't entirely realistic to expect complete control over all the activities happening throughout Beijing. Plus, those assassins couldn't be trusted with loyalty. They were just for a single use, a single job, and then they were gone. So Qin had only used them once. In truth, gathering intelligence still needed to wait for Pao Dingto to build his own network of spies and informants. In reality, Qin Yan had assigned the assassins to keep an eye on the key figures and leaders of the major factions. As long as their movements were tracked, the contents of the projection stone would serve their purpose sufficiently. As for the ordinary disciples within the sects, their names wouldn't be recognized by anyone anyway, and they had no fame or influence to threaten anyone. It was enough to scare the leaders who came to talk at the City Lord's mansion. Lord, you have arrived. Chapter 133, Beast Bone Amulet. As soon as Chun Yin arrived at Bao Datan's place, someone immediately reported his arrival. Back when Bao Datan was still in his basement, the place looked somewhat desolate, with only him and some intelligence he had already gathered. But now things were different. Many subordinates had moved in, and they had clear divisions of labor. Information continuously flowed into this location, and new instructions were constantly sent out from here. It had already developed into a certain scale organization. Bao Datan's natural talent for this kind of work was excellent. The reason he hadn't succeeded before was because of other factors. Without a background or support, working in the intelligence business could easily get you killed when gathering information. One must have a reliable backing, not necessarily powerful enough to handle everything, but at least sufficient to guarantee survival. In Beijing, Chun Yin could now provide such convenience. As the princess's special envoy, neither the city lord's mansion nor ordinary people could do anything about it. As for the various sects, they also wouldn't deliberately provoke him. On the other hand, Bao Datan lacked both ambition and the desire to grow big. He used to dream of accomplishing something great, but, after being repeatedly crushed, he ended up becoming a regular chatter at tea houses and taverns, always exchanging gossip. When life goes well, one must enjoy it to the fullest. Wasn't life all about taking it day by day? Chun Yin gave him renewed motivation and a sense of direction. Moreover, they had established a soul contract. Even if he lost all drive, Bao Datan still had to obey Chun Yin's every word. Though this final factor might seem least important, it was actually the most crucial. Money. Gathering intelligence was an expensive and resource-draining business. Although Bao Datan might have been wealthy at some point, he had never possessed enough to fully invest in intelligence operations. And what business was there in Beijing? Daily life was unstable. Sometimes one could barely afford meals. If you earn money but spend it all on intelligence gathering, what would happen if you starved to death? 可以说, Chen Nanzai Zhili, Jiao Feng Jiao Yu, Dao Shi Hairong Ta Shengyi Hao Song Le Shi Duo. After exchanging greetings, Bao Datan followed behind Chun Yin. Though he had received several messages from Chun Yin recently, it had already been many days since he personally visited this basement. Unexpectedly, within such a short period, things had developed on such a large scale. It was almost unbelievable. Zuo de Buchua. Chun Yin Ka Jiang Le Yi Song. Tong So Song Jai Shalik Yi Mei Jin. Di Ge Le Bao Da Ting. Zhili Man de Dongxi, Sini Zhi Pui. Wei Yao de Shi Geng Da de Qing Bao Wang Luo. Dan Yi Ding Yao Ji Zhu, Yong Run Wei Zhong. Xu. Shaoren Ding Ran Ge Ba Ren Ban Hao. Bao Da Ting So Wan Zhi Hua Yi Ho, Zhou Gun Zai Chen Nan de Homan. Ta Siran Yo Ji Tsu Chan Xin Guolat. Dan Shi Qin Zu Sha Dao Zhig Di Sha Li Lai, Yi Jing Shi, Hao Xie Tan Chan de Churchinglat. Mei Shang Dao Dan Dan Zhermig Dan Shijian, Zhou Yijing Fa Zhan Chula, Yu Tse Da de Grimoire. Dong Zhen, Shu Rong Ren Yo Xie, Nan Yi Zhixing. Zuo de Buchua. Shen Yan Ka Jiang Le Yi Song. Tong So Song Jai Shalik Yi Mei Jin. Di Ge Le Bao Da Ting. Zhili Man de Dongxi, Sini Zhi Pui. Wei Yao de Shi Geng Da de Qing Bao Wang Luo. Dan Yi Ding Yao Ji Zhu, Yong Run Wei Zhong. Xu. Shaoren Ding Ran Ge Ba Ren Ban Hao. Bao Da Ting Da Le Yiger Jiao Hu Yi Ho, Zhou Gun Zai Chen Nan de Homan. Ta Siran Yo Ji Tsu Chan Xin Guolat. Dan Shi Qin Zu Sha Dao Zhig Di Sha Li Lai, Yi Jing Shi, Hao Xie Tan Chan de Churchinglat. Mei Shang Dao Dan Dan Zhermig Dan Shijian, Zhou Yijing Fa Zhan Chula, Yu Tse Da de Grimoire. Dong Zhen, Shu Rong Ren Yo Xie, Nan Yi Zhixing. Zuo de Buchua. Shen Yan Ka Jiang Le Yi Song. Tong So Song Jai Shalik Yi Mei Jin. Di Ge Le Bao Da Ting. Zhili Man de Dongxi, Sini Zhi Pui. Wei Yao de Shi Geng Da de Qing Bao Wang Luo. Dan Yi Ding Yao Ji Zhu, Yong Run Wei Zhong. Xu. Shaoren Ding Ran Ge Ba Ren Ban Hao. Bao Da Ting Ren Do Shatlat, Ling Jing. Zhang Jian Shuan Ling Jingak. Zhidi Shi Doma Kongbu de Cai Fu. Kyi Soa Bao Da Ting, Jiu Tong Lai Mei Jiang Guo, Zherma Do Ling Jing. Ling Shu Ta Jiang Guo Doduk. Chan Wan Yabu Shi Moyo. Dan Shi Ling Jing Kuju Shaolat. Sui Wenji, Gong Shi Nanda. Suiran Yuan Ling Jing, He Yi Chen Wen Ling Shi Jiajer, Kyi Duridong. Dan Zhen Zheng Yong Qilat. Yong and Do Shi Ling Jing, Halshira. Zhili Man. Ni Triao Nungo Da Cheng Mudi. Sui Bang Yong. Song Sha de Do Shi Shangge Ni Dat. Wo Triao Jiegua. Chen Yan So Wan Zhi Hua Yi Ho. Zhu Cong Zhili Li Kailat. Bao Da Ting Heng Qing Chu Zuji Da Gai Hui Yong Dao Duosak. Sao Soa, Yin Go Sung Sha, Yuan Ling Jing, Yao Shi Yunqi, Jai Hao Yidan, Sun Li Yidan, Sobu Ding Wan Ling, Jing Do Chu De Lat, Shaoren Ding Jiang Bu Fu Da Run, So Wang. Chen Yan Li Kai Zhili, Li Dao Cheng Ju Fu, Yang Tu Fu, Dong Ren Wei La Song Lat, Go Da Su, Na Shi Li Ke Jiu Jiao La Chi Lat, Ban Jin Tian Wan Shang Dao Di Zimanong, Woman Ji Ge Chu Shou, Na Jue Doi Shi Sang Shou Chuar, Jiu Neng Mer Yi Ge Shili. Go Da Su, Zhi Hua, Hai Zhen Meo Renke Yi Dan Ka Zhang de Cheng Fun, Ting Chi Lai Mir Yiger Shili, Hun Li Ha de Yangzik, Dan Shi Cheng Ju Fu Li de Shili Ju Di, Mei Ge, Yijiu Yilinger Tinzhen, Jing Ju Shou, Ding Tan La Sungra, Ka Yin Zong, Sui Ban Da Ting Yi Sha, Zhu Zhi Dao Dui Fang Dao Di, Yo Ji Jin Ji Lang, 不过就是两个天真经的主题，陈年手下就有三个天真经强者，这项 social 了，那不是轻轻松松的事情。陈年摇了摇头，今天晚上只有成主府的高手跟我一起吃，你们两个不能插手。啊？为什么这么热闹的事情，你居然不让一个大素吃？陈年笑了笑，什么热闹不热闹的，以为是出去玩吗？如果你们吃了饭有可能被人认出来，如果我所料不差，今天晚上各大势力都会起劲，10天中的人也会在。陈年嘴上这么说着，其实更大的原因是担心被一些有心人联想到一起。The City Lord's mansion is now acting publicly and holds the moral high ground. However, if someone were to see Master Dog and Yang Tu appear and suspect that Chen Yin was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, it would ruin everything by staining his currently pristine reputation. Having 3 celestial sovereign experts might seem like a lot, but if multiple factions joined forces, it would still be impossible to resist. Right now, countless eyes were watching Beiching. Today, Bao Tan had also mentioned some outside movements. Other factions seemed to be attempting to enter the city for a share of the spoils. Chen Yin couldn't understand what these people were thinking, actually attempting to enter Beiching at a time like this. They claimed that the situation here might determine the future power balance among second and third tier sects nearby. Regardless of the truth behind this claim, Chen Yin could only continue forward according to his original plan. Fine, but if you run into any danger, you must prioritize your own safety first. At this moment, Yang Tu stepped forward and took out a white piece of bone from his person. What is this? Yang Tu explained it was a beast bone he had obtained from a minor hidden realm he had once explored in his past wanderings. Wearing this as an amulet could withstand 2 fatal attacks. Its power used to be even stronger, but after years of use, much of its energy had been consumed, leaving enough for only 2 life-saving defenses. What level of damage can this withstand? It can definitely block attacks below Kui Jing. If it's against an attack from a Kui Jing expert, it might still work, though I'm not sure. However, the remaining energy would most likely be completely consumed. Chen Yin nodded with shining eyes. It was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Yet Yang Tu was willing to give such a precious item to him. Chen Yin couldn't help but feel deeply touched. He had always been the kind of person who repays kindness with even greater generosity. Old Yang, I can't just take this from you for free. If there's any treasure or anything you desire, just tell your young master. Your young master will definitely get it for you. Chapter 134, Chen Yin panics. At first young butcher wanted to decline, but soon noticed the serious look in Chen Yin's eyes. Understanding that Chen Yin wasn't joking, he nodded. Don't worry, old Yang won't hold back with you, young master. Good. Chen Yin needed to lead the team tonight, so he wouldn't be staying at the courtyard. Before his departure, Yi Heng came out to see him off. The 4 of them stared at Yi Heng with expressions of disbelief as he stepped out from his room. Since when did he start cultivating? Everyone clearly remembered. Just a day and a night had passed, and now he already showed signs of reaching the middle stage of qi condensation? That was just too fast. Even the topmost geniuses they knew would need at least a month to reach the middle stage of qi condensation, while slightly less gifted ones required 3 months. How could Yi Heng possess such extraordinary talent for cultivation? How are you cultivating so quickly? Not only the dog uncle and Su Yifan, but even Chen Yin himself was full of curiosity. It was actually the potion master Nian gave me that played the most critical role. At this point, Yi Heng wasn't telling the complete truth. If it were only the potion, the effect still wouldn't have been enough, but combined with the spiritual sword technique, it became sufficient. It was precisely this combination that brought Yi Heng to his current state. Don't rush too much with your cultivation. Focus mainly on solidifying your current level. Don't worry, brother Nian. No one present cared about their mutual nicknames. The relationship between Yi Heng and Chen Yin wouldn't affect them. The time's about right. I'll go first. After leaving the backyard, Chen Yin quickly arrived at the meeting point, finding it already packed with people. The smaller factions arrived the fastest. To them, only by gathering together could they have sufficient power to face others, which also stemmed from their lack of security. Zhao Long of the War God Hall arrived almost exactly on time with Chen Yin. The two exchanged glances and nodded in greeting. Standing in front of the Fairness Stone, Chen Yin channeled spiritual energy into his voice. Does everyone understand what we're doing tonight? Below, the crowd stirred, but no one spoke. Chen Yin claimed to uphold justice, but didn't elaborate much. The EngSub sect indiscriminately kills innocents and disregards propriety. Tonight we uphold justice. If they refuse to retreat, exterminate every member of the EngSub sect in the city. The heads of some minor factions present heard this loud declaration and suddenly felt afraid, unsure of how to respond. Did you hear that? The shout from Chen Yin included a slight technique. The myriad beast transformation technique only borrowed power. It could be used in small or large amounts. Besides, there was the beast soul art. Wanting to communicate slightly with the Dragon King soul of the Golden Dragon wasn't difficult at all. The dragon soul energy contained in the voice made every person feel tremors in their hearts. Now, upon hearing Chen Yin's question, they shouted immediately. We heard. Move out. The many cultivators who could fly took off into the air. Chen Yin could do the same if he used the myriad beast transformation. But he had to pretend to lure others into the trap. Right now, it was the City Lord's mansion expert who was carrying Chen Yin through the air. Zhao Long hesitated. He hadn't expected Chen Yin to truly have no cultivation. At first, he had thought Chen Yin was using some sort of treasure to hide his aura, hence appearing as an ordinary person without cultivation. Now, it seemed he had misjudged him. But then what was that odd energy fluctuation from earlier? Flying high above, Xiaolong fell into brief contemplation. Chen Yan at this moment was experiencing similar thoughts. This was also his first time being in such close proximity with this city lord's expert. Heavenly sovereign-level experts possessed arrogance, and Chen Yan had initially prepared a different plan, just in case this person refused to carry him. After all, he was the main character tonight, at least outwardly so. Without his presence, nothing would proceed, and no action would begin. Actually, when the expert agreed to carry him, Chen Yan had been slightly surprised, though this did save him from further brainstorming. An ordinary person unable to fly usually feels extreme fear when in the sky, losing control. However, Zhao Long and the other cultivators present noticed Chen Yan traveling through the sky. Although being carried by someone else, his eyes showed no trace of fear, and his body appeared very relaxed. It might have been because of his unwavering trust in the cultivator carrying him. More likely, however, it was due to his own boldness. Zhao Long thought the latter was far more probable, especially since Chen Yan himself had openly admitted that he wasn't part of the city lord's mansion, but rather a disciple of the Beast Tamed Sect. The reason the city lord's mansion was now obedient was either due to coincidence or something else he didn't yet know. Chen Yan's mind was full of confusion. Why could he constantly smell a strange, wonderful fragrance? He clearly recognized this scent. He had never smelled it elsewhere, but it was far too unusual. The person holding him was a man. He had seen this heavenly sovereign-level expert from the city lord's mansion before. Although their interactions were limited to just this one close encounter, they had spoken occasionally before. Judging from both appearance and voice, there was no way this person was a woman, right? Chen Yan couldn't quite make sense of what was going on. Based on his past experiences, a man carrying such a fragrance might hint at some sort of homosexual inclination. Chen Yan began to panic. Given his own delicate and soft appearance, when he thought back to all he'd said and done just now, things that previously seemed ordinary suddenly took on a completely different meaning in his mind. What's wrong with you? Earlier, Chen Yan had looked perfectly calm while flying high in the air, showing no fear at all. Yet now, upon glancing back, the expert noticed cold sweat dripping from Chen Yan's forehead. The expert holding Chen Yan suspected something had happened and asked, with slight concern in his tone. Nothing. I'm fine, absolutely fine. Chen Yan Minchang Lu Chu Ger Xiaolan. Da La Ge Ha. Dong Zherga Gaoshou de Shu Shan Zhonzhou. Chen Yan de Lansura, Yo Kala Shalat. The heavenly sovereign expert was at least on his side, and even if he had ill intentions, whether the myriad beast transformation would be enough to overpower him was still uncertain. If he called on Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, and someone ended up dying, what would they do then? If the expert were truly an enemy, eliminating him would be easy. But with a fellow ally, it was tricky. Anyway, as a handsome man, he would absolutely never give in. The concern and panic Chen Yan had briefly displayed seemed completely normal to the other cultivators flying nearby. They assumed that his initial lack of fear was simply due to shock or not realizing the situation immediately. Chapter 135, Chaos of Battle. Sir, we're almost there. Chen Yan now felt extremely uncomfortable. Occasionally, he could still smell the faint fragrance of a woman, but the sound of the man's voice constantly reminded him that the person beside him was, without a doubt, a male. As his thoughts became increasingly muddled, their group had already flown near the residence of the Tamed Sect. Suddenly, many powerful figures appeared below. Many sects that refused to pay spirit stones that day had also sent people. After returning and thinking it over, they realized that if they didn't show up tonight to take down the Tamed Sect, then no one would come to help them when they faced the same fate in the future. If they didn't want to pay the spirit stones, then they had to put in effort. Besides, who wasn't fighting anyway? Everyone present belonged to other factions. If, during the course of battle, someone actually died, how could their faction withstand the weakened state afterward? Everyone here were old foxes who wanted to maximize their own benefits. Although these factions would probably claim to unite under a banner of joint defense, what use would it be? No matter how much care one might put into another person's small plot of land, how could it compare to caring for one's own home? Is the Tamed Sect here? Chen Yan looked around at the people present and knew it was time for him to speak. Although it wasn't very dignified being carried through the sky by someone else, being lifted by the collar to speak wasn't exactly comfortable either. But the expression on Chen Yan's face was extremely serious. At least none of the people below noticed anything awkward. Humph. A single cold snort came from below, and everyone recognized the voice. It was the representative from the Tamed Sect who had been previously sent to the city lord's mansion. Do you now wish to pay the compensation in full? When Chen Yan asked this question, he was simultaneously addressing everyone. Even though people had arrived, he still wanted to show that he was offering one last opportunity. The more opportunities one gives and proper etiquette one shows, the less pressured the others would feel by overwhelming force. However, Chen Yan clearly understood that these so-called opportunities were all just pretense. The Tamed Sect had neither the courage nor the will to accept them. If they were to accept such an opportunity here, it would be tantamount to bowing their heads to the city lord's mansion. For these cultivation factions, yielding to someone of equal standing was simply unacceptable. In terms of sheer size, the city lord's mansion was much smaller compared to the forces they represented. They were the representatives of their factions, upholding their dignity in the outside world. This was a bow that could not be made. Moreover, the speaker was just a brash young man. If such a reputation spread, even if everyone survived and returned to their respective factions safely, they would still face punishment, perhaps even severe punishment. Chen Yan knew very well how heavy the weight of reputation was in the cultivation world. Piss off. If you want to fight Fight! Stop wasting our time with all this babble. The representative of the Taing sect felt deeply aggrieved. Why did this thing have to happen to him? Looking at the representatives of the various major factions around him, some were allies he had invited over himself. Naturally, they had sent more people, and even their representatives had stood on his side, increasing the number of transcendent experts on his side. But most of them were simply spectators from other factions, here only for show. These made up the majority, so even though the number of his people appeared greater than Xuan's in actual combat effectiveness, they might be weaker. Though he was angry and anxious, he also understood that there was nothing he could do to change it. In that case, I hereby announce, the Taing sect shall be erased from the records of Beiya City. After loudly declaring this, Qilin gave Zhao Long a subtle look. A long spear flashed in the night sky with a bright silvery glow, directly charging toward the Taing sect's leader. Zhao Long, have you gone mad? You dare to strike me? The leader of the Taing sect was furious. Although Qilin seemed to have brought many people, they weren't actually forces directly under the control of the City Lord's mansion. Every action required a leader to initiate it, and here only the War God Temple couldn't barely play such a role, since they were one of the top factions present, and known for formidable combat strength. Once they launched an attack, the other factions would also join in, wanting to gain favor. Otherwise, after the battle, without the City Lord's mansion even needing to investigate, the crazies from the War God Temple would come, one by one, into their sects, to ask them why they allowed the War God Temple to fight alone. The leader of the Taing sect understood this, and naturally, so did others. Very quickly, the battlefield became chaotic, with everyone launching attacks in unison. The sky began to erupt in dazzling, colorful displays of various spells and techniques. A transcendent expert raised his hand, summoning an illusory fire dragon that struck the courtyard directly. Countless disciples of the Taing sect perished or were injured, and most of the compound was destroyed, now engulfed in endless flames. Before departing, Qilin had requested a group of people from Xiaolong. The City Lord's mansion's people were practically useless in such a battle. They could be wiped out in an instant if caught in the crossfire. Therefore, he directly asked Xiaolong for a few disciples with decent cultivation levels. Numbers and quality barely mattered for tonight's battle. What he needed these disciples to do was simple: protect the surrounding civilians, even help them evacuate the area, and inform them that the City Lord's mansion would take responsibility for tonight's losses. Xiaolong, upon first hearing of this, had a glimmer in his eyes and gave Qilin a deep, meaningful look. Qilin couldn't quite understand why Xiaolong would react like that. Could it be that what he did was something special? Xiaolong didn't explain further, yet handed over all of his personal disciple guards to Qilin. It was still a moving gesture to be trusted so deeply by someone. Puqi. The process of this battle was extremely brutal. There were two main reasons for this. Firstly, the Taing sect had many enemies to begin with. Many who came tonight were here seeking vengeance. These people weren't necessarily on the City Lord's mansion's side. Some had even refused to pay spirit stones at the City Lord's mansion's Grand Hall. However, this did not prevent them from lying in ambush here to strike against the Taing sect. As for the second reason, wasn't the very purpose everyone was stirring chaos and commotion here tonight, simply for the sake of seizing more wealth? Destroying other sects and forces could gain many treasures. The Taing sect was certainly no small fry. Erasing it from existence entirely would mean that all the spoils seized during the battle could still be taken away freely. If making money was the goal, why not make it easy and enjoyable by simply pushing over a fallen wall together? All of you die. Hunyuan Xianin possession. Suddenly, a strange aura erupted from the leader of the Taing sect, forming a ghostly illusion in the sky above. This illusion resembled a terrifying monster with fangs, roaming wildly through the air. Chapter 136, Devouring Bait. What exactly is this thing? Some of the Sky-honored realm experts who were fighting in the sky above accidentally touched the monster, or in the process of combat, the monster actively approached them. The spiritual energy on their bodies was instantly devoured by half, and then they saw the ghost become even larger. They could even faintly hear a chilling laugh. Body possession. The master of the Taing sect shouted again. The ghost flew straight back to him, and his aura immediately began to surge. Originally at the third stage of the Sky-honored realm, he had now jumped directly to the seventh stage, skipping right over the middle stage and rushing toward an even higher level. The momentum radiating from his body instantly made him the strongest among everyone present. Once I become a wheel-turning realm expert, I will slaughter every single one of you. This secret technique, Huanyuan Xianin, was something he obtained during one of his journeys long ago. This secret martial skill was quite mysterious, and the energy within gave him a strange, ominous sensation. However, today it had come in perfectly handy because he knew this martial arts manual required a tremendous amount of energy released during intense battle among many powerful experts. The Yin soul within the Huanyuan Xianin manual could absorb spiritual energy. As long as secret techniques and attacks didn't exceed its capacity, it could continuously absorb and strengthen itself, transferring the absorbed cultivation back to the host's body. He could say that his current status was inseparable from the secret technique. Many people who had once opposed him were secretly eliminated using this technique. He absorbed all their spiritual energy before their deaths. Those who didn't know any better thought he was a genius cultivator who had broken through to the sky-honored realm in a very short time. In reality, he had simply used this evil method to transfer others' cultivation power into himself. The more he devoured, the more portions of his soul underwent transformation, but this was something he himself hadn't noticed. He thought the secret technique had been refined to a deeper level and that he was becoming increasingly stronger. At first today, he hadn't intended to reveal the secret technique. However, noticing that the Tamed Sect couldn't hold on much longer if the battle continued like this, whether to save face or to avoid punishment upon returning to the sect, he had already resolved to take drastic action. Moreover, there were so many powerful experts here. If he could truly devour all of them, even if every single disciple of the Tamed Sect died in the Northern Night City, it wouldn't affect him at all. With his current power, he was now at the wheel-turning realm. His aura kept climbing, already surpassing the 9th level of the Sky-Honored Realm, moving from the late Sky-Honored Realm toward its ultimate stage of perfection. During this process, people kept launching attacks toward him in an attempt to stop his growing strength, but the more they attacked, the more energy he absorbed, and no one could figure out exactly what was going on. Cursed. What's happening here? A leader from a faction that had a good relationship with the Tamed Sect had been standing relatively close. Seeing the fighting stop, he had initially intended to step over and offer his congratulations. But before he could even open his mouth, the spiritual energy on his body seemed to sense a master, immediately sucked into a sudden vortex. Moreover, he himself was also pulled inexorably closer toward that vortex. Such a situation filled him with dread, but he was utterly powerless to resist. He could only scream out loud. Seeing this scene unfold before them, everyone else also felt a chill run down their spines. Help me. Somebody help me. He didn't even have time to finish speaking before the vortex beside the Tamed Sect master vanished slowly, leaving a lingering dread in everyone's hearts. Just moments ago, this was a living soul, a Sky-Honored Realm master. Such a being was devoured without any resistance whatsoever. If this were spoken of, no one would dare believe it. This must be a devil's art, a terrifying and sinister technique. If this continues, we might be next. Xuan also hadn't expected the situation to spiral into this. The disciples of the God of War Hall had already returned. All nearby civilians had been evacuated. Now, as they prepared to join the battle, they saw that everyone was gathered here, some flying, others simply standing still. Fall back 50 meters. Xuan suddenly shouted loudly. His words weren't only directed at the faction members who had come with him, but also included the others. Just moments ago, he clearly felt that after being devoured, the opponent's strength surged significantly. If they didn't retreat and someone else was absorbed, today's battle would no longer be worth continuing. Haha. At the peak of the Sky-Honored Realm, just a half step away, and I'll break through to the wheel-turning realm. You'll all become my bait. Senior Elder, should we? A disciple, excited and proud of his powerful senior, happily stepped closer. But before he could even finish half his sentence, he witnessed a horrifying scene. Right in front of him, the Tamed Sect Senior Elder opened a bloodthirsty mouth wide and swallowed him whole. Though one could see it was probably a devouring technique, the image was still nightmare-worthy. Those who had hesitated earlier, unsure whether they should retreat, now wanted to flee not just 50 meters, they wished to fall back even further, letting others take the front. Haha, don't rush to run away, don't worry, not a single one of you will escape. As he said this, a grayish shadow of a soul appeared behind him. Xuan saw it clearly. It was the same Huan Yuan Xian'in soul he had previously absorbed. Yet, he had a very important question. It was not strange for a martial arts manual or secret technique to possess such skills, but actually devouring someone's cultivation power, and even their life itself. In theory, such a process required a long refinement time unless there was an enormous disparity in power, allowing that refinement time to be reduced to the extreme. But was that his case? There wasn't such a huge gap in strength. The only possibility lay in the soul of the Huan Yuan Xian'in. Xuan didn't know why, but he always had a strange premonition, almost as if he could sense that the soul of the Huan Yuan Xian'in still possessed life, rather than being a mere tool used in secret techniques. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How foolish. He had the golden eye, so why wouldn't he use it to look? The moment he activated his golden eye, Xuan's face immediately showed shock. Chapter 137, Soul Seizure and Soul Fusion. His gaze was fixed on the main figure from the Tamed Sect, yet he could clearly see a phenomenon of entanglement occurring inside this person's body. It looked like two souls struggling for control of the same physical body, yet at the same time, it also resembled two souls fusing together within a single form. Meanwhile, the so-called Yuan-Yin void shadow behind him kept spewing forth a kind of black aura that seeped into his body. Brother Zhao, do you know what would happen if someone's soul is forcefully merged or invaded? When Zhao Long heard this question, his eyes suddenly lit up. Xuan didn't ask pointless questions for no reason. He obviously had noticed something. Standing aside, Zhao Long thought for a moment before recalling some ancient records he once read. If one soul is invaded by a stronger soul, there's a high possibility the invading soul will forcefully fuse with it. But when that happens, the identity and memories of the dominant soul may change. This method was quite different from body seizure. The prerequisite for body seizure is that the invading soul must also be relatively intact, and the previous soul must be thoroughly eradicated. After that, one could use soul recovery techniques to bind the invading soul to the body. Only then could the process be considered a successful soul transference. Moreover, during this process, the strength of the invading soul would suffer severe weakening and might also carry unpredictable risks. Soul fusion, however, was different. Some strong souls, though preserved over time, might have become incomplete due to battle damage or injury. In such cases, the method of body seizure wouldn't work, thus giving rise to the concept of soul fusion. Most of the time, soul fusion required the host's consent. After all, a living body inherently resisted an incomplete soul greatly. Forcibly fusing into a body was practically impossible, not to mention the struggle with the body's original soul. Generally, a kind of agreement would be made wherein the original soul would willingly agree to the fusion, typically in exchange for certain conditions or wishes. As for whose consciousness would dominate after the fusion, that too was negotiable. Such agreements could even take the form of cosmic covenants, which were generally more acceptable than soul transference. However, as there were people who followed the rules, there were also those who broke them. Many strong souls disregarded the rules and forcibly merged with unwilling hosts, scattering their original souls and extracting useful fragments to patch into their own. After that, they used soul repair techniques to forcefully inhabit and control the body, just like with soul transference. Such a forced method carried far greater risks than body seizure. It all depended on how damaged the invading soul was and the power gap between the two souls. The larger the gap and the smaller the damage, the lower the risk. The reason why Qilin and Zhao Long had the luxury of discussing all this calmly was because a certain kind of struggle was clearly taking place inside the body of the Tamed Sect's master. Judging from his facial expression alone, one could already see the turmoil. Who are you? What are you? Get out of my body now. Ho ho. Weren't you saying you wanted to turn them all into your nourishment? Well now, you are my nourishment. Although it was strange, and even frightening, for two completely contradictory sentences to come from the same mouth, this did let the experts present know exactly what was going on. It's soul fusion. It looks like he was harmed by that mixed Yuanian thing he used. Zhao Long figured it out upon hearing those two sentences. This must be the situation when a soul was forcibly being fused. But even a Dazun-level expert like himself only noticed this after reaching this point. How exactly was Qilin able to determine this? To Zhao Long, Qilin's cultivation realm was still so weak it could be crushed with a single finger. His soul hadn't even transformed into a spiritual soul yet, meaning he hadn't truly embarked on the correct cultivation path. For someone at this level to perceive problems on the soul level was truly fascinating. Do you have any way to resolve this? Looking at Zhao Long's intense gaze, Qilin roughly understood what he was thinking. But no matter whether something was explained or not, as friends, there were some secrets better left unexplored. There are ways to solve this kind of issue, but the cost involved could be quite high. Zhao Long slightly furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected Qilin to still want to save someone under these circumstances. Zhao Long had no objection. Indeed, he quite liked the idea that Qilin was a good-hearted person. But if he became too soft-hearted in the treacherous world of cultivation, he wouldn't last long. Still, since Qilin had asked, Zhao Long didn't have any reason to hide the truth. As for what choice Qilin would make in the end, that was entirely up to him. If you want to save him, you must find a Jing Hun Shi, pure soul stone. And also, Zhao Long was suddenly cut off mid-sentence. The expression on Qilin's face was not one of saving a life, but rather that of a killer. Save him? He's not even worthy of that. In the face of such an evil entity, we can only kill. Zhao Long now understood exactly what Qilin meant by resolution, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The disciples of Zhan Shindan, or God Hall, behind him were greatly astonished to see their general smiling so brightly. It had been a long time since the general last smiled, especially after the death of his vice-commander. In the eyes of these Zhan Shindan disciples, this young man, Qilin, had indeed left a deep impression. Good. However, to kill him like this won't be possible with just us alone. In truth, the current situation had long exceeded Qilin's authority or capability to decide. Yet Zhao Long still insisted on including him in the decision-making process. He let out a long, sharp whistle, drawing numerous powerful cultivators from the surrounding area. Some of the experts had come to the same conclusion after analyzing the situation, and exchanged a few words among themselves. All right, the key issue now is how to destroy this kind of evil soul. As for what comes after, since the Tamed Sect cultivates evil techniques, every one of them deserves death, which would surely satisfy your desires. Zhao Long well understood that if you want a horse to run, you must feed it. These experts were exactly the type who wouldn't act without seeing tangible results. Some of them, barely even at the Jindan Peak realm, weren't even at the Dazun level, and didn't really want to get involved in this battle at all. They simply came because they feared missing out on a share of whatever rewards there might be. Didn't they all just witness a Dazun level expert being helplessly devoured? Zhao Long, it's understandable that you summoned us all here, but what's this yellow-haired brat doing here? A woman with a scar across her face sneered sharply. Chapter 138, Who Can You Take On? When did the Shashing men become so interested in a mere boy? Qilin understood immediately what Zhao Long was hinting at with those words. The scar-faced woman before them must belong to the notorious Shashing men. Shashing men. This was indeed a powerful faction well known far and wide. However, the deeds they committed were undeniably shameful for such a major force. Generally speaking, the larger the faction, the more pride and principles they tend to have. But the Shasheng men, on the contrary, the bigger they grew, the lower their moral standards became. Some would even say they had none at all. So long as enough resources and wealth were offered, they'd kill anyone you asked. The madness of the Zhan Shindian came from its people, but the Shasheng men, theirs was the madness of an entire faction. Are we supposed to take orders from the Zhan Shindian on what the Shasheng men can or cannot do? When the woman spoke those words, a violent killing intent surged directly at Qilin. Zhao Long was about to step forward to shield him, but someone beside him quietly restrained him. Though her words were harsh, they expressed exactly what the group wanted to say. To them, Qilin was indeed a weak and inexperienced brat with practically no cultivation. and due to the incident with the Justice Stone, he had basically offended them all. In such a situation, a little punishment would be satisfying, but if they could scare him into never opposing them again, that would be even better. Even if he died in their eyes, did the City Lord's mansion even matter? Beside Chen Yin, the City Lord's mansion's expert was about to step in, but to his surprise, Chen Yin held up a hand to stop him. Boy, remember, the Sha Xingmin isn't a faction you can afford to provoke. In that brief moment, the killing intent had already solidified into something tangible. A pitch-black blade of killing energy slashed toward Chen Yin's neck. Chen Yin, Zhao Long roared. If he was merely hit by the wave of killing intent, the worst result might be turning into a mindless fool, though even then it might only be a temporary spiritual injury treatable with rest. But now, it had shifted from intimidation to outright attack, completely different in meaning. If that blade truly struck his head, this man would die. How could Zhao Long allow someone from the Sha Xingmin to kill Chen Yin right in front of him? He immediately unleashed his cultivation strength, but unfortunately, there were many sovereign-level experts surrounding them. His power was far from sufficient to turn the tide. Others understood as well that the Zhan Xindian, a bunch of madmen, were not someone they could afford to anger. So they wouldn't hurt Zhao Long, just trap him. What? After this was over, would he really go against all these powerful factions over a dead junior? Even if he did, it would be everyone acting together that held him back. Then, with all their powers combined, maybe they wouldn't have to fear the Zhan Xindian. Mad as they were, these men weren't stupid. They saw clearly the implications of every twist and turn. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura radiated from Chen Yin. A golden light flashed briefly, and faintly behind him appeared a golden, illusory figure. But no one could make out exactly what figure was hidden within the golden glow. I'm also not someone the Sha Xingmin can afford to provoke. Chen Yin deliberately controlled the figure behind him so that only golden light appeared, without any distinct shape. He was deliberately hiding its true identity to avoid suspicion being cast upon the dragon. The Beast Soul technique had one advantage over 10,000 Beasts manifestation. The borrowed strength did not necessarily involve increased cultivation power. At first glance, this might not seem like a big deal, but upon reflection, the difference was significant. A sudden increase in cultivation power would make others wary of you. However, if you merely borrowed the strength of your contracted beast without increasing your cultivation, it allowed for the perfect disguise of the tiger feigning the pig. That golden glow was exactly the power of the golden holy dragon. Killing intent? This level of killing intent was no more than a tickle to the golden holy dragon. Killing intent was itself a form of ill omen, while the holy dragon was an auspicious being. Such malevolence could not even come close before being completely dispelled. What? Not just Zhao Long was shocked. The other experts on the scene, including the city lord's powerful guardian, all stared in astonishment. What Chen Yin had just done was simply incredible. Even they had to put in some effort to neutralize that killing blade. Yet Chen Yin just stood there doing seemingly nothing, yet emerged completely unscathed. What was that golden light exactly? The mere moment it appeared had made even them feel their hearts skip a beat. Some people's eyes flickered slightly, and thoughts of possible precious treasures began forming in their minds. They couldn't be blamed. In their eyes, Chen Yin's current cultivation level was merely that of a foundation building stage good for nothing. At his age, still stuck at foundation building meant his entire life's potential was practically capped, with maximum luck, maybe reaching core formation. Since it wasn't an issue of cultivation power, the only remaining possibility was the treasures on his person. In an instant, many people's eyes gleamed with greed. The expert from the city lord's mansion, seeing this, subtly shifted his body slightly forward and gently pulled Chen Yin behind him. But even that protection wasn't enough, not even when combined with Zhao Long's. Just at that moment, no, don't. Not far away, the unfortunate disciple from the EngSub sect suddenly let out a scream. Everyone immediately suppressed their greedy expressions. Since the treasure's owner was now clear, obtaining it later would simply require a bit of effort and strategy. If they didn't find a way to deal with this Xuan, they might all end up dying here. Forget about that terrifying devouring power. For now, even that EngSub sect disciple's strength had nearly reached the reincarnation realm. Defeating them would be too easy. This isn't the time to hold anything back. Everyone, think carefully. Do you have any treasures or anything that could help us get through this crisis? Bring them out. Chen Yin's sharp eyes caught sight of Uncle Dog and Butcher Yang in the distance. Trying not to make any sudden moves, he cautiously twisted his head slightly, signaling them to leave immediately. If Uncle Dog and Butcher Yang were beside him right now, things would get truly messy. If the City Lord's mansion became one of the strongest forces present, naturally they'd have to take the lead in handling the matter, something definitely not in Chen Yin's interest. Uncle Dog and Butcher Yang naturally saw the signal too. After much hesitation, they quietly landed and slipped away. What a mess this is. I hope you don't get into any trouble, kid. As Uncle Dog mumbled to himself, Butcher Yang beside him seemed to comfort both himself and the other. Don't worry. With the talisman I gave the young master, he should be able to protect his life at the very least. When the Xuan began devouring wildly, the entire base city was covered in a strange aura, which was precisely why the two had come to investigate. Chapter 139, Servant. Since Chen Yin already had a plan, their concerns could do nothing but make them retreat for now. Wouldn't it be even worse if danger arose from their own rash decisions? Although they were discussing amongst themselves, Chen Yin was also thinking about what he should do. These people could be said to be the strongest in Base City. However, when it came to facing this spirit of Xuan, he didn't believe they had much chance of victory. More people? If that was the case, then cultivation wouldn't matter. Everyone could just gang up every time. He didn't know exactly how great the gap between each level of Tianzuanjing was, but he assumed it wouldn't be any smaller than the gap between stages of Jidanjing. He had used the myriad beast transformation to reach the peak of Jidanjing. Previously, when he encountered assassins in the valley, he had effortlessly killed 3 Jidan cultivators and countless others. For this Yuanyin spirit at the Tianzuan level, killing these cultivators who were merely early or even middle Tianzuanjing experts shouldn't prove too difficult. Do you all know how you want to die? Just as they hadn't come to a conclusion yet, not far behind them, the Yuanyin soul actually spoke. He should already have no connection to the person in charge of Tamed Sect anymore. Although still wearing human skin, his eyes had completely turned red. Such a blood-soaked color seemed to foreshadow an upcoming bloodbath. Before everyone could react, a Tianzuan expert had already been sucked into Yuanyin's body. It seemed as if he had simply gestured from afar, and at the very spot where that expert had stood, a whirlpool-like vortex appeared, swallowing him instantly. The power and spiritual energy erupting from the victim were of no use whatsoever. There wasn't even a chance to struggle. The nearby Jidan experts thought they might at least be able to contribute somehow, but upon seeing how a Tianzuan powerhouse had been killed without even the chance to resist, they began considering retreating. Delicious. Run. Escape. One of the Jidan experts suddenly found the spirit's eyes fixed on him. His legs went weak, and turning around, he scrambled desperately to escape. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the quicker his death came. Run? And where exactly do you think you can go? An invisible force spread from the void, binding the fleeing cultivator in place. It was as though bound by invisible chains. Each time his body moved, one could see some transparent energy in the void, resisting every effort, relentlessly dragging him before the Yuanyin spirit. At that moment, some experts launched attacks into the space around him. Zhao Long was among them. However, the others weren't so much trying to save him as they were attempting to discover exactly what kind of power Yuanyin was using. Someone at the Jidan level couldn't resist it, but they were Tianzuan and Jidan cultivators, a qualitative difference. Flaming clouds burned the heavens. When the Tianzuan expert from the Flame Valley used this technique, the entire sky and earth seemed to be wrapped in a sea of fire. But soon, that vast inferno condensed into a small fireball. Chen Yan dared not underestimate this fireball. Though it lacked the intimidation of the original blaze, the terrifying power it contained was tenfold more terrifying than the flames. Go! Zhao Long and others directly attacked the transparent energy with their spiritual force-infused weapons. But they had absolutely no effect on it. It was as though the two forces existed in separate dimensions. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not break through the barrier. The flaming clouds, after all, were a cultivation technique, an attack made purely of energy, and thus could somewhat affect the ethereal energy in the air. Yet to everyone's surprise, even among those present, no one could claim to be able to take this move head-on and remain unharmed, not even the most powerful among them. They either had to evade or use other formidable techniques to counteract the assault. But now, the transparent energy seemed to view the attack like a delicious meal, and suddenly began transforming into something terrifying. Indeed, while transforming, everyone saw an outline, like the mouth of some gigantic beast. Once the transformation completed, the compact fireball formed from flaming clouds burned the heavens had already rushed forward. Boom. No one averted their eyes from the explosion, despite how close it was. They couldn't wait to discover the final outcome of the attack. What? Unexpectedly, that giant mouth had not been destroyed by the blast, but instead absorbed the spiritual power of flaming clouds, turning from transparent to a blazing red in a short moment. A monster! A monster! Fear finally began to spread in the hearts of everyone. When facing a powerful enemy, perhaps they could still unite and find a way to defeat it. But now they were confronted by an unstoppable monster, a terrifying existence that could threaten their lives at any moment. What they thought about now was not how to fight, but how to survive. Although not everyone was willing to bow down and beg for mercy just to live, no one wished to die either. Zhou Fuchang's eyes flickered with a change of expression. May I ask, Senior, whether you might need a servant? I am skilled in refining pills and would be willing to accompany Senior. Zhou Fuchang, what are you saying? As Zhou Fuchang suddenly stepped forward and spoke these words, the crowd became silent for a moment. Some began to shout and curse. They felt deep contempt for Zhou Fuchang's act of betrayal, but some others started to glance sideways at each other, considering the possibility. They also wanted to survive. They also feared death. If surrendering might work, then to them, it was not a bad choice, even if it meant enduring some disgrace. The Yuanyin soul of Huan Yuan Xianin seemed to be shocked for a moment by Zhou Fuchang's action. After a pause, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Humanity! This is the integrity of your race. Despicable. But I like it. Old man, come to me. After finishing these words, Huan Yuan Xianin let out a roar of laughter. A slight trace of happiness appeared on Zhou Fuchang's face, and he nodded quickly, dashing toward Huan Yuan Xianin without hesitation. At that moment, someone among the people behind him launched an attack. There was no mercy toward traitors. A powerful surge of spiritual energy burst from Zhao Long's spear. If this strike hit Zhou Fuchang, there would be no way for him to survive. His heart had been too full of joy upon hearing he might have a chance to live, and in that fleeting moment of carelessness, he had completely forgotten to defend himself. The strike was already nearly upon him before he realized. No. He turned his head in horror, eyes fixed on Zhao Long's spear shadow. Chapter 140th, Self-Destruction. Daring to lay hands on my servant. Do you mean to say you don't consider me a threat? A faintly amused smile flickered across Hunyuan Xianyin's face as he looked at Zhao Long, his expression as though he had just recalled something amusing. With a casual wave of his hand, the spear shadows that Zhao Long had shot forth were dispelled. He also understood that if Hunyuan Xianying personally intervened, his attack stood no chance of killing Zhou Fuchang. Retreating back into the crowd once again, Hunyuan Xianying spoke again at this moment. I accepted this servant because he can concoct pills, but I do need someone to handle other minor tasks. Is there anyone willing to step forward and serve me? Once these words were spoken, many expressions changed, some faces revealing inner conflict. It was clear this proposal had tempted them. They indeed could not refine pills, but becoming a guard or servant in exchange for survival wasn't a huge deal for certain individuals. The sword-scarred woman from the Path of Slaughter was the first among those present to accept the offer, a heavenly sovereign cultivator. To her, the Path of Slaughter was merely a means through which she could elevate her cultivation, a pathway to greater power. Though she was a member of the Path of Slaughter, she did not hold particularly deep feelings toward the faction. Or rather, a woman like her was not one to be bound by sentimentality. She was solely focused on benefit and gain. As long as enough benefits were offered, betrayal would be nothing. In fact, she'd gladly bite back against the very hand that fed her. Swish. Her form flickered rapidly, closing the distance toward Hunyuan Xianyin's spirit several times, before standing quietly behind him. Clearly, her decision had been made. The reason she had rushed forward silently was mainly to avoid unexpected attacks from behind, like what had happened to Zhou Fuchang, which could place her in danger. As a regular servant, who could neither concoct pills nor offer unique value, she feared that Hunyuan Xianying might not necessarily save her. However, she really didn't need to be that concerned. Among these wavering people, the price for betrayal was growing steadily lower. My senior elder from Tamed Sect, old seventh brother Lu, watched helplessly as the elder accompanying him suddenly rushed out, shouting words of surrender along the way. His expression turned extremely grim. In truth, he himself had some inclination to preserve his life and surrender, but after much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to give up his integrity. He was a proud man, and more importantly, his elder brother old second brother Lu had already reached the reincarnation stage. Although the present Hunyuan Xianying was extremely powerful and capable of quickly devouring others' cultivation to enhance his own, he was still only at the ultimate stage of heavenly sovereign. Even if he broke through to the reincarnation stage within this place, the gap compared to his elder brother would still be enormous. An established expert at the reincarnation stage might kill Hunyuan Xianying effortlessly. If he chose betrayal at this time, judging by his brother's character, he wouldn't even care to inquire into the circumstances or the bond between brothers. Once the reputation and interests of Tamed Sect were damaged, his brother would likely execute him for the sake of justice. Since either way could lead to death, he decided to give it a fight. At this moment, old seventh brother Lu spoke. All disciples of Tamed Sect shall execute anyone attempting to surrender. Among Tamed Sect members present, apart from himself, the other disciple with the highest cultivation was that elder who had just surrendered. Upon hearing old seventh brother Lu's words, the disciples realized that thinking of surrendering again would be no different than playing with their own lives. We dare not. The disciples nearby quickly replied. Chen Yin found this turn of events somewhat surprising, never expecting old seventh brother Lu to hold firm. Regardless of the reason, choosing to speak out at this moment was already quite impressive. I've waited long enough. I'm losing patience. Hunyuan Xianying looked toward the crowd around him, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Come now, my servants. Kill them. When the command was given, everyone's faces turned grim. If Hunyuan Xianying himself had decided to deal with those who had not surrendered, it would have been an effortless task. Moreover, in the process, he could absorb more cultivation energy, which benefited him greatly. The reason he commanded those just enlisted servants to act, to a large extent, was that he merely regarded the entire matter as amusement. Servants? They were just playthings, expendable toys to discard once broken. Seeing no one move forward, Hunyuan Xianying suddenly smiled. It's me. The surrendered elder from Tamed Sect behind him suddenly changed expression. He felt a devouring force resisting his will. By the time he started pleading and attempted to go into battle actively, the devouring force had already erupted fully. In merely an instant, he disappeared from heaven and earth entirely, becoming nourishment for Hunyuan Xianying. Kill. After the elder from Tamed Sect was devoured, the others quickly realized their current situation. They were not safe yet. They were still food, just like before. Perhaps the only difference was that, compared to the people already gone, they might offer slightly more value. Understanding this, everyone, no matter how terrified, gripped their weapons and charged forward desperately. Chen Yin knew that at this rate, not much longer would pass before all those present were completely wiped out. Earlier, he had deliberately lowered his presence. On one hand, his current cultivation level was weaker than an ant, so weak he couldn't even be considered food for Hunyuan Xianying. Lowering his presence would help him survive longer. On the other hand, he was analyzing the current situation. If he had encountered Hunyuan Xianying alone, with no one else around, it was possible he could have resolved the issue. The Golden Holy Dragon possessed innate suppression over such dark and evil forces. The Golden Holy Dragon wasn't at the Heavenly Sovereign stage, not even the reincarnation stage. It had already reached the creation stage, and eliminating Hunyuan Xianying would be extremely simple. But he also had two matters to consider. First, how to act without revealing his identity, and second, Chen Yin wanted to uncover the secrets behind this event, or rather, the secrets hidden behind Hunyuan Xianying. He needed to obtain the storage ring of the one in charge of the Tamed Sect, or at the very least, acquire some part of the knowledge related to Xuan Xianin. Once he revealed himself and eliminated Xuan Xianin, it would mean he had already confronted the enemy. Without gathering some intelligence or information beforehand, Chen Yin would fall into a passive position, something he absolutely would not allow. I must survive. I must survive. The many cultivators around him screamed frantically. Chen Yin shook his head. The situation had already become chaotic, but looking at it differently, this chaos wasn't necessarily bad for him. In fact, Xuan Xianin had unknowingly done him a great favor. Chapter 141, Nowhere to Retreat. The chaotic phase in his plan was going to take quite some time. Whether it was collecting spirit stones as compensation or leading people to expel those sects that refused to pay, both would take a considerable amount of time. Moreover, as time passed, more and more sects would end up paying compensation, which would bring about far more complications. Once someone had already paid their spirit stones, if you wanted to expel them afterward, you would need a much better justification. The concept of upholding justice would also need to be even more just. From the perspective of execution, the difficulty increased substantially. Therefore, he felt grateful for Xian Yin's chaos, which saved Chen Yin from having to work through so many complexities. After today's battle, the forces within Bay City were mostly eliminated, either killed or fled. The remaining powers were no longer strong enough to support their staying. Moreover, after what had happened today, there probably weren't many forces left that still wanted to remain. Chen Yin glanced toward the direction of the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. He still had one last puzzle in mind. The Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion also had a powerful expert in Bay City, the old man. He had met the man more than once, and even Chen Yin couldn't fully gauge his strength. Yet, at a moment like this, the man hadn't appeared at all. What did that mean? Was he secretly watching, waiting for the decisive moment to intervene, or was he simply not planning to act, choosing instead to hide, thinking that Xuan Xianin wouldn't cause persistent trouble? Chen Yin couldn't figure it out, but Dog Uncle and Butcher Yang knew the reason. When they had set out from the city lord's mansion, they sensed that the entire Bay City had been wrapped in a strange energy. This energy restricted their movement in and out. While its effect might not be significant on ordinary people, cultivators like them immediately felt a powerful devouring force pulling at their bodies as soon as they approached the city gates or tried to fly over the walls. In the area around Chen Yin and the others, perhaps because of the nightfall, it wasn't easy to see clearly. In truth, they had already entered another spatial dimension. From the outside it seemed connected, but actually, it was sealed off. Xuan Xianin had stood there for so long not just for merging the soul, he had also used a secret technique to seal the surrounding space. What a bunch of useless trash. Seeing one of his own men, who had surrendered earlier, being annihilated, Xuan Xianin sneered slightly. With a wave of his hand, he began launching a large-scale attack. I'm tired of playing around with you people here. After I devour all of you and send you into the cycle realm, I still have more interesting things to do. As he spoke, countless individuals, including even those who had surrendered, were transformed into nourishment for him. No, I have become your servant. You cannot. The one speaking was the scar-faced woman from the Xuan sect. She glared hatefully at Xuan Xianin behind her, and due to cultivating a unique secret technique, she could still speak a few more words than others. But that was all. Half of her body had already been devoured. There was absolutely no chance for her to survive. I will never let you go, even in death. Xuan Xianin didn't take these words seriously at all. More and more people were being devoured. Watching from the side, Zhou Fuchang was filled with terror and started trembling. Earlier, he hadn't rushed forward into battle because he had received special permission from Xuan Xianin. His main job was refining pills, and going into battle now would only be a waste. Initially, Zhou Fuchang thought his new master truly valued him, and he had even felt a bit happy. But thinking about it now, where was the value in being valued? It was nothing more than being kept like livestock for food. Once the day came when he was no longer useful to Xuan Xianin, his fate wouldn't be any better than the others. But he still had a bit more time. He still had more choices. Perhaps in the future, Xuan Xianin might even set him free? As Zhou Fuchang was thinking along these lines, Chen Yin had summoned an expert from the city lord's mansion and called over Zhao Long. The three of them began to retreat. To prevent Zhao Long and the expert from the city lord's mansion from disobeying, Chen Yin confidently claimed that he had a plan. Both individuals highly recognized his intelligence, so the likelihood of them believing his words was great. Indeed. Chen Yin, what's your plan? First, head toward the city lord's mansion. Move. Zhao Long felt puzzled but didn't ask further. He knew Chen Yin was no coward. But wasn't there already a supreme saint expert from the city lord's mansion here? Going there now would be completely useless. The expert from the city lord's mansion had the same thought. Seeing the two hadn't asked further, Chen Yin let out a sigh of relief. He didn't actually have any plan at all. He just didn't want the two people by his side to die pointlessly. If they could reach the city lord's mansion, perhaps he could find a way to make them stay behind, and then he could go out and handle Xuan Xianin alone. That would be the best scenario. Boom. The three of them were moving fast, without realizing that someone had already blocked the way ahead. When they collided with the transparent membrane, Chen Yin finally understood why the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion hadn't sent anyone. At the beginning of the battle among the major forces, the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion had no stake in the conflict, so there had been no need to send anyone at all. And now, they probably couldn't even detect what was happening in this area. Even if they had experts, no one would dare to enter this place recklessly. These tiny insects actually want to escape from here? How laughably arrogant. With a flicker, Xuan Xianin's figure appeared and quickly blocked the three of them. As for the few remaining Celestial Saint experts who had been left barely alive before, they were now reduced to just a handful. Spotting a brief moment to catch their breath, they didn't hesitate and fled far away regardless of everything else. If no one noticed, it wouldn't have been too difficult for Chun Yin to leave with the two of them. But now that Hunyuan Xianyin was staring at him directly like this, Chun Yin felt a chill. He instinctively swallowed hard. He had already witnessed the fates of those experts earlier. They were practically devoured in an instant. Did he really think he could withstand such a force? Most likely not. However, Hunyuan Xianyin clearly didn't see him as worth the effort. A foundation-building cultivator wouldn't even be worth swallowing. It might get stuck in his teeth. And considering that he had two Celestial Saints following him, Hunyuan Xianyin already regarded Chun Yin as someone of significance. Once he had finished devouring all the available prey here, he could focus on Chun Yin next, forcing him to lead the way to his true masters so Hunyuan Xianyin could continue feeding and growing stronger. Therefore, for now, he had no intention of killing Chun Yin. If there's nowhere left to retreat, then I will fight. Zhao Long's long spear let out a soft hum as his momentum surged to its peak. You know what? Hunyuan Xianyin spoke. I absolutely love your eyes. That exact same pair of eyes, the same ones that arrogant human cultivators had when they sealed me away back then. Right after those words, a massive devouring force surged toward Zhao Long from all around his body. Chapter 142, Chun Yin unleashes his power. Zhao Long. Chun Yin still held a great deal of goodwill towards him, and Zhao Long was also a key piece in his plan. 10,000 Beast Transformation. Chun Yin elevated his power to the maximum extent possible at this moment. Thanks to his recent cultivation, his physical body had been strengthened to the point of reaching the verge of Celestial Sovereign. The holy light of the golden holy dragon made Hunyuan Xianyin feel extremely uncomfortable. He hadn't expected that he had misjudged so badly. This insignificant ant who was originally only at the foundation building stage had actually become a cultivator on the verge of Celestial Sovereign. But no matter. This was even better. A young cultivator at the verge of Celestial Sovereign. Surely he could provide sufficient nourishment. Chun Yin could feel his spiritual energy being rapidly consumed. While the power of the golden holy dragon could indeed suppress Hunyuan Xianyin, the devouring force the opponent wielded was not inherently demonic. Fortunately, with the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle's defense as a backup, a pale cyan energy appeared around them, encompassing both Zhao Long and the experts from the City Lord's mansion. Don't move around inside my defensive area? When Chun Yin said this, both Zhao Long and the City Mansion's experts were visibly shocked. What was this? A secret technique? What secret technique could boost someone from foundation building straight to core formation? No, even to the verge of Celestial Sovereign. Such a secret technique was terrifying. If it could be applied on a large scale, it wouldn't merely enhance the entire sect's strength, it would invite covetous eyes from the Qin dynasty itself. If this technique were applied to the martial cultivators of the Qin Empire's army, sweeping across other cultivation dynasties would be effortless. But both quickly considered the cost. The amount of energy the human body can withstand is not unlimited. If the limit is exceeded, the consequences would be severe, at best, turning someone into a cripple, at worst, death. Chun Yin had no time to think about what the two behind him were contemplating. Maintaining this level of massive consumption was already difficult enough. Now he understood. Those transparent energies were essentially the power of Hunyuan Xianyin, while the devouring force was more like the opponent's divine ability. If not for the golden holy dragon suppressing Hunyuan Xianyin, his opponent could have easily defeated him using just that transparent energy. Thanks to the golden holy dragon, he now had the chance to use the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle to defend against the devouring force. The Holy Spirit Xian Turtle naturally possessed an extremely high defense. But after all, Chun Yin himself was only at the verge of Celestial Sovereign. Facing attacks from a fully realized Celestial Sovereign, he was merely borrowing the Xian Turtle's power, not that he possessed a shell as tough as the Xian Turtles. Was he destined only to be stuck here enduring? Chun Yin activated his golden eyes. Although doing so unknowingly increased his energy consumption, in the current situation, it hardly mattered whether he consumed a little more or less. Surviving was the key. From Hunyuan Xianyin's body, waves of negative qi were dispersing. Clearly, this intense level of attack was also a burden for him. Don't let his current expression of sinister malice mislead you. As if, given enough time, he wouldn't defeat Chun Yin with ease. Actually, even he had begun to consider retreat. Chun Yin could hold out for how long, he didn't know. But if he continued attacking at this intensity, it might very well be him who gives way first. Hunyuan Xianyin was originally an ancient demon imprisoned away, retaining only a portion of his former power and memory, latching onto the secret scroll and being regarded by the EngSub's leader as a secret art to cultivate. Each time he was used, some of the negative energy would follow along with the absorbed cultivation energy, transforming his soul. And today, in one go, he devoured so much power from the Hunyuan Xianyin that it immediately initiated soul fusion. Due to the effects of the devouring ability, it completely eliminated the EngSub leader's soul from this body. Originally, once sufficient strength was obtained here, he could go outside and venture freely, the sea wide for fish to leap, the sky high for birds to fly. He had been a powerful figure since ancient times. Although his memories were incomplete, relying solely on his devouring power, he could still become an unparalleled being. Yet, he had never encountered such a situation before. The devouring technique was supposed to absorb others' power for one's own use. Though Chun Yin's power had already been devoured, he simply couldn't use it to replenish his own spiritual energy. Too strange. This was actually the real reason why Hunyuan Xianyin was beginning to struggle. Chun Yin's current approach was to use spiritual energy to channel the powers of the contracted beast, even using the divine abilities of these contract beasts. He consumed spiritual energy, but what was being devoured wasn't his energy itself. Thus, Hunyuan Xianyin naturally gained no replenishment. Chun Yin hadn't expected the surrounding devouring forces to actually begin weakening. Without overthinking, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. Heaven Sundering Sword Go. Since he obtained the Heaven Sundering Sword from the check-in reward, naturally he had studied and practiced it. He had even observed the sword techniques from Ling Jianju before passing it to Yihong. 9 turns of Ling Jian. The Heaven Sundering Sword suddenly shot out from behind Chun Yin and formed 9 sword shadows in midair. Then, Chun Yin injected the power of the golden holy dragon into each of these sword shadows. Originally bright and shimmering white, the sword shadows now turned golden. Hunyuan Xianyin raised his hand and unleashed the devouring force again. He hadn't completely reached his limit yet. He simply realized that continuing this prolonged battle might not guarantee victory. Even if he won, it would likely end in mutual destruction. If he withdrew now, he still had a chance to preserve himself. But he never expected that Chun Yin would choose this moment to fight him head-on, not even uttering a single word. At first, the sword shadows appearing in the sky didn't bring that oppressive feeling of imminent danger. In fact, by using the devouring ability, his spiritual energy had been slightly replenished. However, before he could be too pleased, the sword shadows turned golden, and the aura they emitted became as toxic as poison to his essence. Strike! The 9 sword shadows slashed downward at the same time. Hunyuan Xianyin's power wildly erupted, barely managing to block 7 of them, but 2 still struck through. 1 pierced into his lower abdomen, while the other severed one of his arms before vanishing. Zhao Long was stunned. What kind of sword technique was that? From the power alone, it wasn't significantly stronger than his own techniques. How did Hunyuan Xianyin actually lose? Looking at the golden glow, Zhao Long appeared deep in thought. Chun Yin didn't dare to relax his guard and did not dismiss the defense of the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle. Since it could only function at close range, he brought Zhao Long and the others forward to stand directly in front of Hunyuan Xianyin. Who exactly are you? What kind of power are you using? Hunyuan Xianyin felt wronged. During ancient times, his devouring ability had roamed unchecked, dominating without rivals. At that time, he had already become an unrivaled powerhouse. There were practically no cultivators who could stand against him head-on, much less an energy-draining battle like this. But eventually, he had encountered an invincible expert. That person had used the power of contracted beast forces to block his devouring ability and later employed an unmatched cultivation method to seal him away within a secret realm. Chapter 143, The End of the Great Battle. He never expected that, just as he had regained his freedom, everything that had happened before would repeat itself again. Was his power of devouring really failing? Could anyone he ran into now suppress him? Xianyin Hunyuan was almost frantic, shouting loudly, while Chun Yin naturally had no intention of offering any explanation, his face revealing a meaningful smile. From the moment Xianyin Hunyuan cried out earlier, his golden eyes had already seen through him. The current Xianyin Hunyuan was still speaking, but in fact, his soul body had already started to separate from the physical form. After the soul fusion, Xianyin Hunyuan could now be considered a complete soul entity, no longer as before, reliant on scrolls or artifacts and now possessing the capability to take over a new body. Moreover, Chun Yin noticed that even after Xianyin Hunyuan's soul body detached itself, it didn't retreat far away. Instead, it coalesced into a skull and shot straight toward Chun Yin's direction. Brat, if you spare me today, I can guarantee I will absolutely not die already. Mid-sentence, suddenly it roared, go to hell, and immediately afterward, the remains of the Grand Elder of the Tamed Sect fell lifelessly onto the ground like a corpse. Zhao Long and the other expert thought that it had finally been eliminated. But at this point, Chun Yin had not yet released the defensive state of the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle. Through his golden eyes, Chun saw the giant skull directly flying straight to his face, attempting to burrow into his head. Chun Yin had no intention of being careless when it came to souls. Never would he let an unknown soul inside his body, or else it could spell disaster if he couldn't handle it. However, there was still the mountain and sea chart. As soon as he willed it mentally, the soul of Xianyin Hunyuan rushing forward immediately flew inside the mountain and sea chart. He exhaled heavily, dispelling the protective barrier and the multi-beast transformation state, also letting the earlier formed attack from the Zudiando dissipate. This Grand Elder of the Tamed Sect had long since died beyond any possibility of resurrection. Sheathing Zudiando, Chun Yin seriously addressed the two of them, Zhao Long and the City Lord's expert. All the truth of today's battle must remain locked in your minds. Never, ever mention it to anyone else. This Xianyin Hunyuan here was destroyed entirely by your joint efforts. There is absolutely nothing to do with me. Got it. Zhao Long and the City Lord's expert both nodded. It was clear Chun Yin wanted to conceal his identity and not be exposed. If that was the case, they might as well treat it as a favor and claim it as their own deed. It wasn't really a big deal, after all. No problem. This matter will remain locked inside our mouths permanently. Chun Yin nodded. Although the battle had ended some time ago, the surrounding area was still completely silent. No one else appeared. Earlier, part of the sect forces had managed to escape. Considering the current situation, it seemed they all wanted to pull their heads in like turtles and weren't planning on reappearing. Chun Yin silently sighed and then smiled. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Muttering softly, While Zhao Long had yet to react, Su Chun had already started gathering the corpses. So many cultivators had died here, their storage rings, all sorts of weapons and artifacts. All of it could be collected directly. Of course, though it appeared to be a large amount, it wasn't that much in reality because many had been devoured directly by Xianin Hunyuan. This devouring force, not only were cultivators like them unable to resist, even their weapons and magical treasures were unable to withstand it. The devouring ability operated at an extremely high level of power, and once a storage ring was devoured inside, it exploded open, so a great deal of treasures and riches had essentially vanished. Needless to say, Chen Yin felt deeply regretful upon hearing this news. While Zhao Long stood momentarily stunned, Chen Yin had already looted the storage rings of nearly half the corpses on site. The expert from the city lord's mansion glanced at Zhao Long. If the other party didn't intend to act, naturally he himself wasn't going to let the opportunity slip. The rest of the corpses were soon cleaned up by Chen Yin and him together. Alright, since no one is coming, we should also leave quickly, pretending that nothing ever happened here. Chen Yin could tell that Zhao Long had many questions, but he didn't want to answer them now. Actually, tonight he had revealed far too many secrets. If he hadn't at least somewhat understood Zhao Long's character and had a degree of trust in him, he never would have acted so recklessly. Since Xianin Hunyuan had been erased, the barrier that previously sealed off the entire city and the battlefield had naturally disappeared. Then, Brother Chun, and you, sir, let's part ways for now. Before leaving, Zhao Long slightly bowed toward the two. He had said brother so naturally. At this point, Chen Yin indeed deserved the title of brother. Joking? Didn't you see how many Tianzuan experts had died here? That Chen Yin managed to eliminate Xianin Hunyuan, regardless of the means used, whether it was simply because the opponent had been suppressed, was in itself a display of strength. Zhao Long understood better than anyone. Battles only cared about the outcome, not the process. Never had he imagined Chen Yin could be hiding so much power. Thinking further, recalling the various faction battles, the incident with the Fairness Stone, and everything that had happened tonight, could it be that all of this had already been calculated by him from the very beginning? Everyone had assumed he was just a powerless commoner. If Zhao Long tried to re-examine all those past events with his old assumptions, he really would be an idiot. He smiled. Regardless of everything, they had formed a favorable connection, which certainly wasn't a bad thing. Back inside the city lord's mansion, Big Dog Uncle and others immediately rushed over to greet them, asking if they were injured while checking them carefully. Su Yifan asked about the current situation within the city and how the other factions were faring. Chen Yin paused in thought, and could only give a general response because upon returning, he had no idea how those sects that fled first had ended up. Of particular irritation to Chen Yin was the fact that Zhou Fuchang had escaped, as had old Lu No. 7. In his original plan, both of these men were targets meant to be eliminated at all costs. If Zhou Fuchang survived, the Medicine Valley wouldn't necessarily be forced into a deadly conflict with the Xianyuan sect. More importantly, there was a possibility Zhou might be exonerated someday. At that point, both the Xianyuan sect and the Medicine Valley would likely retaliate against whoever had plotted behind the scenes, meaning Chen Yin himself. Whether they could find him or not was one thing, but the risk was still real. Chen Yin never ignored any risk. As for Lu No. 7, had he died here today, according to the information Zhao Long had provided earlier, even if Lu No. 2 didn't go completely insane, he would at least tear this entire place apart in rage, and Zhou Fuchang, along with the Medicine Valley backing him, would have been the first to bear Lu No. 2's fury. That had been one of his strategies. Unfortunately, forming another deadly trap now was practically impossible. It really was a pity. Chapter 144, Xiao Jin and Xiao LV's toy. The personnel deployed in the city by various factions had now suffered devastating losses. Although Hunyuan Xian had died, that didn't necessarily mean these factions would continue sending more people. Beforehand, Beiqing had already become tasteless to hold yet regretful to abandon. The reason for continuously reinforcing it had merely been to stay in the competition among major powers. As the saying goes, they were fighting not for the steamed bun, but for the principle and reputation. Now that the tide was receding, these factions might no longer have strong intentions for the Enlightenment Tree, and other factions could use this opportunity to withdraw from Beiqing. Chen Yin understood this clearly. The leaders of these factions weren't fools. They would know how to judge the situation correctly. Now, perhaps the only option left was to force things, even if that meant exposing Big Dog Sr. and Butcher Yang, and even if it invited suspicions. After everyone had observed Chen Yin long enough and confirmed that he was harmless, they briefly talked about the events that had occurred tonight before heading back to their rooms to rest. Out of caution, before entering the Shanhei, Chen Yin used the soul contract to contact the Golden Holy Dragon first. Xiao Jin, what's the situation with Hunyuan Xianyin's soul fragment that went in earlier? Oh. Chen Yin paused at this response. Didn't see him? That was impossible. As soon as Chen Yin entered the Shanhei, he saw a grayish small ball in Xiao Jin's hands. Chen Yin couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. So it wasn't that he didn't see him. It was just that he didn't recognize what the object was and treated it directly as a toy. On this grayish small ball, one could vaguely see the shadow of a skull. Upon seeing Chen Yin enter, it seemed as if the ball had seen a family member, immediately transforming from its spherical state back into a spirit body rushing toward Chen Yin. However, halfway through, it was bound by golden light and once again compressed into a spherical shape. Ho, ho, gua, gua. Beside him, Chen Yin also saw the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle. The two seemed extremely satisfied with this new toy. The Golden Holy Dragon would throw the ball, and the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle would use its head to bounce it back. It looked like a friendly game of catch. However, for these two massive beings, with cultivation levels reaching the creation and tribulation stages, this game of catch was simply too thrilling. Xiaojin, wait a moment. Lend me this ball. I need to talk with him about something. Oh. The golden holy dragon seemed slightly confused. What could its master possibly need to discuss with its toy? Still, it obeyed as expected from a contracted beast. Pum. At the last catch, Xiaojin suddenly turned around and forcefully slammed the gray ball onto the ground right in front of Chunyin, creating a huge crater. Chunyin finally understood why the soul fragment had turned into a gray ball. It simply couldn't resist their strength. With that power, how could he possibly resist? From the crater made by the impact, Chunyin carefully walked forward, trying to pull the spirit out. But the moment he approached, the little ball instantly extended two tiny hands and hugged Chunyin's leg. Faced with this unexpected reaction, Chunyin instinctively wanted to strike, even drawing out his weapon unconsciously. Yet he heard sobbing sounds instead. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please don't make me a toy anymore. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to form a soul contract with you. Chunyin stared at the spirit before him, who was crying and clinging onto his leg while mumbling endlessly. Were Xiaojin and Xiao LV really that terrifying? When Chunyin looked toward them, both Xiaojin and Xiao LV pretended they knew nothing and looked completely harmless. A slight smile curled at the corner of his lips. Stand up. I won't unless you promise me. Then I'll just leave. Shua. In an instant, Hunyuan Xian returned to his human form. Although he had used soul-fusing techniques to absorb the leader of the Tamed Sect, since he himself remained the main entity, his soul wasn't restricted to a human form. Had a human expert entered here, it would have been impossible for his soul to be compressed into a ball like this. Such compression would have already resulted in death, turning into a blob of soul energy without an owner. Exactly what are you? Chunyin's question made Hunyuan Xian hesitate. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. Rather, even he wasn't entirely sure himself. From the ancient era when he was sealed until now, much of his past memories had already dissipated or become blurred. While he had recovered part of his strength, only some fragments of his soul could be found. He needed to search for them to make up for the missing pieces, and those lost fragments carried important memories. After hearing this, Chunyin displayed a look of disinterest. If that's the case, then what use would I have for keeping you? You can't even help me. Upon hearing this, Hunyuan Xian immediately became displeased. Don't do that, master. I can be your most loyal enforcer. Oh, Chunyin, to be honest, actually felt a bit tempted when he heard this suggestion. He had quite a few enemies to deal with at the moment. In fact, what he lacked most were powerful experts capable of standing on the grand stage. Old Lu No. 2 had reached the reincarnation stage. This was an imminent danger right nearby. To eliminate Xiantian Sect's forces outside the city, Old Lu No. 2 had to die. Dog Uncle and the rest were merely Heaven Monarch stage experts. Among the entire Beast Taming Sect, only Qin Ningxue had reached the reincarnation stage, which wasn't sufficient to make a difference. Even if they allowed Qin Ningxue to fight, whether she could win was another question entirely. Chunyin certainly wasn't willing to gamble with her life. Then Hunyuan Xian could actually be a decent choice, except that his current state, having lost his physical body, meant his strength was greatly limited. Whether he could defeat the opponent was still uncertain. Additionally, after absorbing countless powerful experts previously, he'd only managed to recover to the peak Heaven Monarch stage. If he needed to find another new physical body to restore his full power, where could he possibly find so many powerful experts to absorb? At this thought, Chunyin fell silent. Hunyuan Xian panicked. If Chunyin refused to keep him, then he'd only have two options left. Either continue staying as a toy, or face certain death. Hunyuan Xian regretted endlessly. Why? Just why had he impulsively decided to confront Chunyin earlier? If he hadn't done that, he might have had a chance to retreat and flee the city. If he was lucky enough to escape from here, he could finally soar freely like a bird in the wide sky. It's not that he hadn't considered attacking Chunyin, he just couldn't. This space was entirely under Chunyin's control, and the golden holy dragon's power could completely suppress his absorption ability. Even if he entered the soul realm, he could still be forcibly separated from the main soul entity. Seriously, this was a creation stage golden holy dragon. Chapter 145, Taming the Xianyin Spirit. Let alone the fact that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Even if he had, what could he do? Back in ancient times, his peak cultivation hadn't even surpassed the creation realm. Even if he recovered now, he would still be suppressed by the other party. Fighting head-on, that would be outright foolishness. Since he couldn't win, why not just join instead? Yuan felt his little head was simply brilliant beyond compare. The only thing was to make his new master satisfied. How much of your power did you recover tonight? Upon hearing this question from Chunyin, Yuan immediately understood what he was worrying about. It's very simple for me to regain my power. As long as you find me a physical body, even one half dead would work. Oh, but isn't absorbing cultivator's power the way for you to grow stronger? When Chunyin said this, Yuan patted his own chest proudly. Just leave regaining my strength to me. Are there any places nearby filled with EngSub? Hearing this, Chunyin suddenly understood. Yuan, not being human himself, of course could absorb power from not just humans, but also EngSub. Humans might be hard to find, but EngSub? That was simple. Outside Beiya City, where Hu Yidao had been killed, lay a EngSub forest. Even deeper inside, past the canyons, EngSub would only grow denser. Was he worried about not being able to recover his strength? Thinking thus, Chunyin had already made up his mind. Then let's form a contract. Yuan nodded excitedly. His decision to become Chun Yin's servant wasn't without personal motives. That was because Chun Yin himself was just too mysterious. Right now, he seemed weak in cultivation, but last night's sudden burst of power had shocked even Xuan Yin. Whether through some special technique or not, to be able to instantly enhance one's strength to the level of near-heaven monarch, that was truly something. He was still young, yet already had 2 divine beasts as contracted pets. What immense fortune was that? Plus, he wasn't short on treasures either. This Shanxi map itself contained a world of its own. Unlike the gold holy dragon and the holy spirit Qinggui, Xuan Yin, as an independent spirit, could more deeply sense the extraordinary nature of this world. Just lifting his eyes to gaze at the stars above, it felt as if a soul-piercing force were descending from the heavens. A power that made him unable to entertain even the thought of resistance. The Shanxi map was definitely far more than what he could currently perceive. And what had he just seen? An enlightenment tree. Such a rare treasure growing right here. To those unfamiliar with its nature, the enlightenment tree would seem simply too difficult to grow, but to ancient cultivators, it was different. Hard to grow? No, it was actually far too easy to plant. The real difficulty lay in making it willing to live. Without sufficient Ningxi or the right conditions, this tree simply couldn't survive. And Xuan Yin began to reflect on his own past. In ancient times, due to lacking a powerful backer, his cultivation had become increasingly difficult at the creation realm, and he had accumulated many deadly enemies along the way. Of course, cultivating meant competing against both heaven and men. Otherwise, where would the resources and treasures come from? With competition inevitably came grudges, and in the end, besides his misdeeds, it was precisely the sheer number of enemies that had led to his downfall. Following a master as rich and powerful as Chun Yin, perhaps that would be the way forward. Now that he had been revived, of course he didn't want to die again. If he was going to live, he had to live well. The master-servant contract burst into a radiant glow, covering both of them. Xianin spirit, paying respects to my master. Chun Yin gazed at the spirit kneeling before him, then pondered slightly. Since now we are bound by contract, you are family. Let me give you a new name. Grateful for the name bestowed by my master. From now on, I'll call you Old Ghost. Old Ghost. That name sounded somehow strange, even a bit like the nickname of a cranky old man. Xuan Yin looked at the serious expression on Chun Yin's face, knowing full well he had no power to protest. Yes, master. With a bitter expression, he reluctantly accepted the new name. Let me introduce your companions. This one is Xiao Jin, and that one is Xiao LV. Old Ghost opened his mouth wide in shock. By the time he snapped out of it, he felt like maybe the name wasn't that bad after all. If the master happened to have a strange thought and had named him Xiao Gui instead, that really would have been. Without waiting for Old Ghost to finish thinking, Chun Yin immediately summoned Xiao Jin and Xiao LV. We're going to begin cultivation now. Will you join us? Cultivation? Old Ghost was somewhat confused. What kind of cultivation was this? Was there some special meaning behind it? As Old Ghost was still lost in thought, Chun Yin had already instructed the 2 great Yaosu not to bully him anymore, and as for using him like a ball to play with, Chun Yin would figure that out later. Xiao Jin and Xiao LV had just recently become fond of playing ball, but since their master had already given orders, they didn't intend to refuse either. Chun Yin sat down steadily, the 2 great Yaosu standing by his side. Then, from the 9 heavens above, starry force descended. The enlightenment tree also began emitting waves of Taoist aura, its immense power enveloping Chun Yin. Old Ghost was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. You call this cultivation? Who cultivates all day while simultaneously attaining enlightenment? But Old Ghost's shock hadn't ended yet. The starry power did not enhance one externally, but instead condensed internally. Practitioners in cultivation usually transformed spiritual energy into spiritual force. This was a commonly accepted truth in the entire cultivation world. Since ancient times, this had never changed. Even if some occasionally cultivated other kinds of forces, like killing intent, blood energy, they were classified as heretic paths, and even considered inferior and unworthy of elegance. In simple terms, these alternative paths had never produced top-tier experts. Even when a few high-level experts or geniuses occasionally appeared, they only lasted like fleeting flowers. The starry power had indeed been considered before in ancient times. Someone had tried walking this path before, and coincidentally, Old Ghost knew a bit of the secret behind it. The starry force was too vast and grand, carrying the essence of eternity from the highest heavens. Such a power could be cultivated and used to strengthen one's body, but there was a prerequisite. Fate fortune, an inherent destiny. The fate fortune had to connect to the grand momentum of the world, otherwise one could not suppress the ancient power of millennia. As for inherent destiny, or life fortune, it had to be extraordinary and beyond the ordinary. This, extraordinary and beyond the ordinary, had a very simple definition in ancient times. Even in ancient times, many powerful cultivators reached the soul-seizing realm, which was the highest Jingjie recorded. But in reality, it wasn't so. It was said that after reaching this Jingjie, the cultivation path still existed, but no one had ever truly reached it. Not even with continued practice would there be results. Chapter 146, Alone. Not a single top expert, upon reaching the peak of their power, would ever willingly stop progressing. There was always the desire to become even stronger, to contend for the title of the greatest of all time. Innumerable extraordinary talents have failed, and once there was a so-called hope child who set the record as the youngest soul-seizing realm cultivator. But it was all for naught. When he too reached the peak of the soul-seizing realm, he was equally overwhelmed with uncertainty. Some paid great prices, while others seemed to discover faint traces within ancient ruins. Indeed, there exists a realm beyond the soul-seizing realm. However, this next realm transcends the ordinary and is called the saintly realm. That was a bit of recorded knowledge discovered within those ruins, but no one truly understood what this realm entailed, nor did anyone know how to reach it. Even in ancient times, those of the saintly realm seemed incredibly rare. In the ancient times, there were countless talented individuals. When their life limits were approaching, they risked their lives to calculate the future and eventually reached one answer. Fated Constitution. When Lao Gui saw the starlight energy being absorbed by Chunyan, his entire body shuddered. He firmly solidified his determination to remain by Chunyan's side. As long as he could stay close, there was a chance to break through to the realm he had never reached before. No chance to become a saint. Then what about reaching the soul-seizing realm? Swallowing hard, Lao Gui instinctively stepped closer to Chunyan, and suddenly he felt as if a bit of starlight from above had seeped into his body. What? In shock, he realized that some of the damage sustained within his soul body had actually improved slightly from the starlight's effect. Quickly, he sat cross-legged to meditate. Even though he was only a soul spirit, he could still circulate his soul energy to cultivate. A rare chance like this. In the future, he absolutely could not miss out on this cultivation opportunity. After one night of cultivation, Chunyan examined his current cultivation level. He had consumed all the pills accumulated from recent daily check-ins and barely reached the late foundation building stage. Too slow. Way too slow. Actually, in terms of cultivation speed, he was already incredibly fast for an average cultivator, and the quality of his power was extraordinarily high, more than capable of defeating opponents far beyond his level. The reason he felt it was slow was mainly due to the sheer amount of pills he had consumed. Leaving aside other factors, just based on those pills alone, he should have more than enough energy to become a late core formation expert. Reaching only the late foundation building stage felt utterly ridiculous. Seeing Lao Gui also cultivating along with him, he inquired and found out that Lao Gui, too, gained benefits from the starlight energy. Since Lao Gui was now essentially part of his group, naturally, Chunyan gave him strong encouragement and support. All right, you stay here for now. I need to go out for a moment. After releasing the Mountain Sea chart, Chunyan reappeared inside the room. When he walked into the courtyard, everyone had already gathered there, including Zhao Long. Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to. Brother Chunyan, you really are acting unfair here. Zhao Long spoke with a hint of reproach in his voice. Zhao Long had been among the onlookers when Yang the Butcher and Dog Uncle had ambushed Old Seven. Dog Uncle wasn't easy to recognize. He had no notable characteristics. But Yang the Butcher was easy to identify. With that kind of figure, a Heaven Sovereign Realm expert, there was probably only one like that in the entire Bay City. Hearing Zhao Long's words, Chunyan roughly understood what he was referring to and smiled slightly. It wasn't intentional to keep secrets from Brother Zhao, but I admit I did wrong you. If there's anything I can give to make it up to you, short of my life, feel free to take it. Seeing Chunyan's reaction, Zhao Long raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean by that? Chunyan had now moved to stand beside Zhao Long. Although it was done to stir up chaos within Bay City, I have to admit that your deputy general was indeed killed because of my plan. I should offer you some explanation. Neither Dog Uncle nor Yang the Butcher had expected Chunyan to openly bring this up. Zhao Long's gaze shifted subtly. After returning home last night, he had carefully considered everything. He felt that with Chunyan's strength and the events that had occurred along the way, something deeper was hidden behind them. Especially when gathering up the spoils from the fight the night before. He instinctively thought of the martial arts techniques and scriptures inside the Prince of Qin's treasure pavilion. And if Chunyan was involved, it was possible the entire incident was orchestrated and pushed forward by him alone. The implications were far deeper than imagined. So this morning, Zhao Long made a point to arrive early at the City Lord's mansion to meet Chunyan. As a general of the War God Hall, a Heaven Sovereign expert, who dared to block him? And even if someone tried, who could actually stop him? As soon as he arrived at the courtyard and saw Dog Uncle and Yang the Butcher, things clicked into place inside his head. In fact, when Chunyan came out, Zhao Long was giving him the chance to decide how to handle this situation. If Chunyan's choice didn't satisfy him, perhaps this friendship, this brotherhood, would end right here and now. The War God Hall might turn from ally to enemy. Yet the way Chunyan handled it was something Zhao Long had never imagined possible. Openly admitting his actions, and taking the initiative to apologize. It sounds the simplest, yet how many could actually do it? Because there was no evidence. What happened that day was something only heaven, earth, you, and I know. There could be suspicions, but no solid proof. If it really escalated, the War God Hall could only go mad, but had no actual grounds to stand on. Even if someone supported them from behind, it would only be for self-interest, not because they truly believed in the War God Hall's claim. Zhao Long came back from his thoughts and looked at Chunyan. You killed one of my deputy generals. Then I shall ask for someone from you. Who? I want him. Zhao Long pointed at Yi Heng in the courtyard. I want him to join the War God Hall and become my deputy general. Chunyan paused slightly, a faint smile forming on his face. He's also my brother. If you want him to go, you'll have to ask him yourself. I won't make the decision for him. Master. Yi Heng also called out to Chunyan softly from the side, but Chunyan didn't respond. Instead, he turned and explained the background of the War God Hall and Zhao Long's identity, allowing Yi Heng to make the choice himself. Zhao Long looked approvingly at Chunyan before turning his gaze toward Yi Heng, waiting to see his decision. I want to join the War God Hall and become stronger. That way, I can help the young master. Brother Nyan. However, there's one condition. I won't take part in any action against Brother Nyan. Agreed. I accept. After Zhao Long nodded, Yi Heng's matter was settled. Yet Qin then spoke up. Regarding that deputy general, does he have any family left? Yes. What are you planning? Zhao Long said this while watching Qin's expression. Because of my decision, his life was lost. I can provide money to support his parents for the rest of their lives, and I can burn a stick of incense at his grave. Would that be enough? Chapter 147. Continuing the killing scheme. Zhao Long remained silent for a moment. Frankly speaking, what Qin had agreed to wasn't just sufficient, it was far too much. For any ordinary cultivator, or even an accomplished senior expert, after someone had already died, it would have been generous enough just to nod in respect. Expecting anything more at that point, that'd be nothing but a dream. But Qin was different. He truly embodied values like benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and trust in every word and deed. One could call him naive, perhaps, but nobody could fault him morally. It's more than enough, Brother Chun. Today, I genuinely admire you for this. Zhao Long clearly understood that although he himself stood on the side of righteousness, if he were in the same situation, he wouldn't have been able to act as Qin had. What are your plans next? Now that Zhao Long knew everything and could essentially be counted as being on his side, it wasn't necessary anymore to intentionally hide the upcoming plans. Everyone gathered around, looking at Qin. Qin himself stood silently for a while as well, because the current situation was quite different from his original plan. From a structural perspective, it could be said that half of his original plan had already been completed, but the other half had no further opportunity to proceed. The unexpected appearance of Old Ghost had brought the final confrontation forward. That battle had erupted earlier than expected, pulling everyone into it before they were even prepared. Originally, Qin could control the timing of delivering the spirit stones as compensation. He'd even arranged the time for them to enter the battlefield and the time of their deaths. But now, I'll explain the details after I get back. Right now, I must leave for a while. Qin quickly went to Baodanta's place. The events of the entire night in Beia City had been too numerous, and even here, gathering complete information would take a little time. After waiting a while, Qin finally received the intelligence report, the thickness of which was rivaling the total amount of reports from the past 2 days combined. Last night's battle in Beia City had nearly devastated many of the city's factions, especially the medium-sized ones. These factions didn't have many powerful heaven-venerated elders. The people consumed by Old Ghost last night were mostly the dispatched elders who were supposed to operate externally. In earlier struggles, these factions had merely sent out disciple formation stage apprentices to gain experience, without greater intentions. Now, they all suffered tragic losses. Few disciple formation apprentices remained, and even the external elders sent here to handle matters were wiped out. They hurriedly sent messages back to their sections. At this moment, various forces were withdrawing from Beia City. The previous enthusiasm over the Bodhi tree auction by the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion had completely disappeared. What about the Medicine Valley? Qin flipped through the intelligence report for a while, discovering that there was no mention of the Medicine Valley at all. This was the most critical point. He had specifically asked Baodantu to investigate it. Why wasn't it here? Master, it's not that I didn't try to gather news for you, but currently there's not a single person from the Medicine Valley left in the city. What? Hearing this, Qin was shocked inside. He clearly understood that Zhuo Fuchang had already fled in the end last night. He definitely was still alive. It couldn't be like this. All right, I understand. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Qin's lips. He seemed to have already considered a possibility, one that could allow him to fulfill his remaining plans and achieve his singular objective. Whether or not it was actually done by the person he imagined didn't matter. He should still be grateful that Zhuo Fuchang was dead. Without his death, there would be no such opportunity. Baodantu, starting from now, you immediately spread a certain message outside. Don't care whether it's true or false. Treat false things as if they were real, and make sure every tea house and tavern in the city carries the discussion about it. I must hear people talking. This is exactly what I'm best at. Rest assured, Master, I will handle it. Please tell me what message. The message Qin wanted to spread was none other than the one claiming that Lu Laoqi from the Tamed Sect had killed Zhuo Fuchang from the Medicine Valley to seize the treasures. Not only that, but according to the message, Zhuo Fuchang had the Bodhi tree with him before he died, and now both he and the treasure had fallen into Lu Laoqi's hands. The most beautiful aspect of this setup was that it all came full circle. It was actually Lu Laoqi who had initially accused Zhuo Fuchang, the one who claimed that Zhou must have the Bodhi tree in his possession. Now this matter had simply returned to its starting point, back onto his own head, and there was no one else left to testify for him. Master, leave this to me. After saying this, Baodantu hurried away. He knew that Qin didn't care too much about ceremony or flattery. What Qin cared about was simply whether the job could be done, how efficiently it was handled, and whether it was done well or poorly. Qin nodded and directly walked out of this basement, preparing to return to the city lord's mansion. When he came out, he also made a brief stop at the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion, but to his surprise, for some unknown reason, the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion was actually closed for business today. As everyone knew, the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion was open all year round and practically never took any breaks. Clearly, something unexpected had happened, but right now, Qin had no intention or capability to get involved in whatever had occurred. Returning to the city lord's mansion, several people immediately gathered around him once again. How was it? Did you find anything out? Qin explained everything he had learned, and Zhao Long frowned slightly. However, when he heard how Qin had cleverly used the news of Zhuo Fuchang's death, he was momentarily stunned and then shook his head with a bitter smile. What's this, Brother Zhao? Why the bitter smile? That shaking head movement was too noticeable, and Qin caught sight of it immediately. I was just thinking, if I were in your position, what would I do? What could I do? Oh, but Zhao Long immediately continued. I realized that even I couldn't have done better than you. Chen Yin also shook his head, and Zhao Long, seeing this, curiously asked, little brother, why are you shaking your head? Do you mean you also think I wouldn't have managed? It's not that I think you wouldn't manage. It's just that we're standing in completely different positions, thinking from completely different perspectives. My true objective has always been just one sect. Every other thing I've done has either been for personal interest or preparation. Zhao Long slightly started, sensing something unusual within these words. The sect you've always had in mind. Surely you mean the Tamed Sect? Exactly. Chen Yin openly admitted it. On one hand, everyone present was on his side, and on the other, he still had tasks to assign to them. Chapter 148. I don't have that kind of preference. Before he admitted it, actually, only old dog uncle truly understood his intentions. Su Yifan might have known a part of it, but as long as Chen Yin hadn't openly declared it, he would pretend to know nothing. Whether it was killing Hu Yidao or other matters, though Su Yifan had participated, all could be seen as calculated moves, not necessarily meaning that the City Lord's mansion was really going after the Tamed Sect. As for the letter from the eldest princess later on, and now Chen Yin's status as a special envoy of the princess, in a sense, they were forcing the City Lord's mansion into making a decision. Young Butcher was originally one of the princess's men, but judging by the current situation, he had already become more or less one of Chen Yin's people. Also, within the courtyard, the City Lord's mansion's Heaven Sovereign expert who was previously stationed there was actually present today. Chen Yin had just heard from old dog uncle that this person had come to look for him, though he had no idea what for. He intended to handle that matter later. Their interactions had always been minimal, and the two had never had any substantial collaboration. The only thing that could be said to exist between them was the battle they had experienced together last night, and, in a sense, Chen Yin having saved this person's life. The Tamed Sect must have done something to offend you, little brother. Zhao Long had his own thoughts when asking the question. Chen Yin's persistent pursuit of revenge reminded Zhao Long too much of the War God Hall. While this could be a good thing, it could also be bad. Such people were too reckless, too prone to extremes. Without enough restraint, chaos could easily ensue across the land. Though the War God Hall was known as a group of madmen, the things they did were never truly reckless. They always had reasons behind them. But what about Chen Yin? Did he have similar reasoning? I'm from the Beast Tamed Sect. At that time, the young lord of the Tamed Sect. Chen Yin didn't waste words, directly recounting everything. How Qi Ningxue had suffered, how the other party had pushed relentlessly, and every action of his had been something he could stand by without shame. When he finished speaking, everyone around him was silent. The Tamed Sect has committed countless atrocities, lawless and arrogant. It seems this is finally their reckoning. Zhao Long's words essentially affirmed what Chen Yin had done. The Heaven Sovereign expert from the City Lord's mansion beside him also showed a look of anger on his face. The Tamed Sect deserves to be wiped out. Chen Yin slightly raised his eyebrows, wondering why this person seemed so angry about the matter. But just as he was about to say something, the man had already come to stand beside him, and a certain fragrance once again reached his nose. No way. Chen Yin immediately thought of the scent he had smelled while being carried through the sky by this person yesterday. Suspecting that the man might have homosexual inclinations, he felt nervous all of a sudden. You spread this false rumor, making the Tamed Sect suspected by all. Though it's a clever tactic, it doesn't necessarily mean others will be willing to act against them. Chen Yin nodded. This was likely the biggest flaw, or rather, the biggest problem. Flaws could be fixed, but problems needed to be solved, and right now, he couldn't do either. Little brother Chen, if you're willing to give me your word, perhaps I can help you take care of one issue. You can speak, elder brother. Even if you can't resolve the issue here, I would still agree to your request. Zhao Long was a reasonable man. Any promise he asked for would never be to Chen Yin's disadvantage. I just want you to promise that, in the future, if the War God Hall ever encounters difficulties and requires help, you'll be willing to step in and give us a hand. Chen Yin revealed a faint, bitter smile. Elder brother, you know how strong I am right now. I don't know if I can really keep that promise. Zhao Long smiled and added a clarification. Of course, if you still aren't strong enough by then to help with the problem, there's no need for you to stick your neck out. Hearing these words, Chen Yin felt it would be unreasonably stubborn to refuse now, so he promptly nodded in agreement. Zhao Long was clearly pleased and quickly continued. The Tamed Sect is currently only rumored to possess an enlightenment tree. With the major factions in Beia City weakened, they're either retreating or hiding in the shadows. But what if someone uses their name now to rally them together, or tries to act on their behalf? Chen Yin immediately grasped Zhao Long's intention. Quickly, Zhao Long departed to arrange the matters he had promised, intending to spark another major battle tonight, with the Tamed Sect and Master Lu Qi at its center. Chen Yin looked at the person before him. If it weren't for old dog uncle and the others nearby, giving him a bit more confidence, he honestly wouldn't know how else to deal with this situation. Do you have something to say to me that made you stay behind? Chen Yin had merely opened his mouth out of politeness when, unexpectedly, the other person said, Take me to your room. Now. Huh? Isn't this moving too fast? No. I don't have that kind of preference. Chen Yin immediately became flustered, while behind him, Su Yifan was already struggling to hold back laughter with great difficulty. At first, the other person hadn't understood what was going on, but when Chen Yin tried to deny it, the more he tried to explain, the more suspicious it sounded, which only angered the person further. They grabbed him by the collar and dragged him into an empty room. There were plenty of empty rooms in this courtyard. Although old dog uncle hadn't sensed any ill intent from the other person, seeing how strongly Chun Yin reacted and how hard he struggled, he still asked Su Yifan a question. By now, Chun Yin had already been dragged into the room, and Su Yifan no longer needed to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Yifan nearly laughed himself to tears before old dog uncle could even finish half his question. Old Su, what exactly happened just now? Su Yifan shared his suspicions with old dog uncle and also told him the truth. Now the two older men were smiling in the courtyard, their expressions visibly mischievous. Inside the room, Chun Yin had already been tossed onto the bed, eyeing the man who had brought him in with extreme caution. But the other man appeared somewhat hesitant, and seeing this hesitation, Chun Yin thought he might have finally found a turning point. I'll tell you, if you really like doing this, I can go out and find some suitable people for you. I guarantee they'll take great care of you, whether you want to be the one on top or the one on bottom, no problem at all. This time, it was the City Lord's mansion expert who became confused. What, one on top? What, one on bottom? Chun Yin had come in spouting nonsense the entire time. What the hell was he even saying? Chapter 149 Su Ruyun. Shut up. Don't speak. Just behave yourself. Chun Yin saw the other person getting closer and closer, even reaching out a hand. Knowing escape was unlikely, he closed his eyes tightly, pretending not to notice anything, hoping to get through this nightmare as soon as possible. He didn't expect this act of closing his eyes actually suited the other party's plan. Chun Yin could hear the rustling of clothes. Obviously someone was taking off their garments right in front of him. Actually, compared to Chun Yin, the master of the City Lord's mansion in front of him was much more nervous. This was her first time undressing in front of an unfamiliar man. Although it was mostly outerwear, for a maiden, this was still extremely embarrassing. Alright, you can open your eyes now. I don't want to. If you really intend to. Chun Yin instinctively spoke these odd words at first, but quickly realized. The voice he had just heard seemed to be a woman's. But where was any woman in this room? He opened his eyes and subconsciously looked toward the direction where he had last seen the cultivator. There stood a tall and well-proportioned woman. Her appearance was filled with heroic charm, like a chivalrous wanderer from deep in the forests. Just by standing there, she radiated fearless gallantry. If a man possessed such bold spirit, he would be a famed heroic figure. But for such a beautiful woman to display such bearing, she truly deserved to be called a heroine surpassing men. Combining such a commanding gaze and rosy lips, Chun Yin found himself unintentionally captivated. The more Chun Yin stared, the redder the woman's face grew. Thinking about what she had done just now in front of this man, undressing and changing clothes, it was extremely embarrassing. You're still looking? Oh, sorry miss, how are you a woman? Chun Yin instinctively tried to apologize, since he had just been rather rash, but mid-apology, he suddenly realized a critical fact, the issue of gender. I have always been female. But to hide my identity and facilitate operations, I've lived under a male disguise all along. This black robe and other items are simply part of my disguise. Even within the City Lord's mansion, only a few people, maybe 2 or 3, know my true identity. Chun Yin nodded. He could completely understand disguising as a male for safety while wandering the Jianghu. But, then how did you make your voice sound so convincingly like a man's without any flaw? At this question, the woman gave him a look, then pulled out a stone from the discarded black robe and affixed it onto her throat using a special band. Understand now. Now her words sounded exactly like what Chun Yin had previously heard from the male voice. How incredible this stone is. Chun Yin looked at the woman's throat with amazement. This stone not only changed her voice, but also simulated a prominent Adam's apple, completely solving one of the greatest difficulties in female-to-male disguise. One must be thoroughly prepared while moving through the martial world, or eventually, one's carelessness will bring consequences. After saying this, she fell silent again, staring straight at Chun Yin as if eyeing a prized target, a plump sheep. Why are you staring at me like that? This younger brother sells skills, not himself. Puffed. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to joke around. When the woman smiled, Chun Yin again momentarily lost his senses, but quickly regained composure, muttering inwardly, beautiful skin conceals bone, before turning his gaze elsewhere. Miss, please stop playing with me. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. If I can help, naturally I will. From any angle, for this girl to reveal her true identity in front of him meant she definitely needed something from him. Moreover, in some sense, they could even be considered allies, so helping was not a bad idea. It was an investment, and one with potentially substantial returns. This sentence caused the woman to stop smiling, but she still felt satisfied that Chun Yin could quickly recover from the trance-like fascination. I'm actually not truly part of the City Lord's mansion. What? At this statement, Chun Yin immediately became alert. An independent heavenly venerable and a heavenly venerable under the City Lord's mansion were completely different things. My name is Su Ruyun. The reason I work for the City Lord's mansion now is merely because of a promise I once made, a way of repaying a past kindness. As she spoke, Chun Yin gradually understood the complicated entanglements between her and the Great Qin dynasty. Every place has its good and bad sides. When she traveled to Jianghu in the past, doing heroic deeds, she had also offended many people. Some matters seemed to have cleared away the surface-level demons and monsters, but those truly pulling the strings from the shadows had not faced any punishment. Eventually, one day, she left an opening and was ambushed in a wild region. At that time, the City Lord of Bay City happened to be cultivating nearby and rescued her, bringing her back to Bay City to recover. Of course, this incident also came to the attention of those powerful figures behind the scenes. The City Lord of Bay at that time was at the mid-stage of foundation building. Within the City Lord's mansion, he was assassinated by killers sent from the hidden faction. Su Ryun's cultivation level had just reached foundation building at that time, and she was already injured. She could only watch helplessly as the assassin killed the City Lord. After that, she left Bay City and assumed a new identity elsewhere, beginning again to wander the Jianghu and continue her cultivation journey. She had since gained a sufficient understanding of the darkness within the entire cultivation world and would no longer act recklessly based purely on a sense of justice. She clearly understood she was not living only for herself, but also on behalf of the City Lord of Bay. When I reached the rank of Saint King, I went to the imperial capital, wishing to investigate the truth behind that incident from years ago. But the moment I uncovered some leads, I was noticed. The princess protected me and sent me here. By now, Qilin could finally resolve a question that had long lingered in his heart. Why had someone like him, a special envoy of the princess, been recognized by her? Turns out, it was because she was repaying a favor from the princess. But then why tell him all of this? He himself didn't even understand how he became an envoy in the first place. And judging from the content of the conversation, it seemed to have nothing whatsoever to do with his identity as the envoy. Su Ryun wasn't looking for the envoy. She was looking for Qilin himself. But what could he possibly have that would make a Saint King expert care about him so much? Chapter 150, Fate's Decree. The time I was supposed to stay at the City Lord's mansion has actually long passed. Su Ryun looked at Qilin and removed a jade pendant from herself, handing it to him. What is this? Qilin, without suspicion, directly took the pendant from her hand. He noticed that in his palm, the jade emitted a faint glow and was continuously growing warmer. As expected, Qilin didn't know what was happening as he listened to Su Ryun's quiet exclamation. Su Ryun took back the pendant. Do you believe in fate ordained by heaven? When Qilin heard these words, it reminded him of certain Jianghu charlatans who wielded a wooden staff, sat at street corners with a bowl, and told people's fortunes. Still, in the cultivation world, certain fortune-telling techniques were quite reliable and couldn't exactly be called complete frauds. Qilin hesitated slightly. I do and I don't. Why do you say that? Fate is something vague and elusive. It'd be foolish to blindly believe in something so intangible. However, there are too many inexplicable coincidences in life. If you tell me that this is fate, then perhaps it truly is fate. Su Ryun fell silent at Qilин's words. She pondered for a moment, then smiled. If that's the case, then I'll give you the brief version of this pendant story. My time here is limited, so I'll keep it short. Qilin nodded. This jade pendant reveals the location of my destined husband. As soon as I approach his vicinity, the pendant will warm up. And when it falls into the hands of that destined man, the jade will glow. At this moment, Qilin was completely stunned. Oh, so she'd been waiting to spring this trap on him all along. Ah, Miss Ryun, What? Are you saying I'm not worthy of you? Or that you already have someone else in your heart? Qilin's mind immediately pictured Qin Ningxue, but he did not speak, only shaking his head vigorously. No, miss. This matter, marriage is a life-altering event, and this jade. You really are amusing. Su Ryun watched as Qilin fumbled with his explanations, desperately trying to get her to take back her words. It was quite amusing indeed. Yet, this was also the first time she'd been outright rejected by a man. Had she really lost her charm? Don't worry, I'm not forcing you to marry me. Asking if you'd agree was just a way of showing consideration. Even if you agreed, I might not necessarily choose to be with you. Of course, I wouldn't oppose having multiple wives either. Qilin clearly felt his heartbeat quicken slightly at the words, multiple wives. Meeting her gaze, half smiling, half not, made him swallow involuntarily. He forced a smile onto his face. I'd rather not speak of this. What I truly want is to leave the City Lord's mansion and follow you. What? Qilin froze again. When had he become so irresistible? But soon enough, he understood. The original purpose of the Heaven Sage expert guarding North Night City was to repay a favor. Now that the debt of gratitude had largely been settled, she was free to leave anytime. Yet all this time, she simply hadn't found the right opportunity, nor had she thought about where she would go afterward. His arrival had simply solved both issues conveniently, and the jade pendant served as a handy pretext. Bitterly smiling, he asked himself, did he really have a chance to refuse? Perhaps, but what good would refusal do? If she didn't accept rejection, could he really stop her from following him? A Heaven Sage expert who wants to help. You can refuse, but those around you will not. Fine, but I might. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your affairs. I only hope that someday I might ask for your help. Qilин's scalp prickled slightly. Here was yet another person who wanted to ask for his help in the future? Did everyone believe so strongly in his future potential? He'd seen investments before, but never this kind of blind, high-risk stake. Fine. After all, promises mean nothing until they are fulfilled. Besides, if something actually happened, would he really refuse to help his friend? Su Ryun smiled and proceeded to take off her clothes in front of Qilin. Qilin immediately shut his eyes tight and turned around. Previously, he'd faced her directly since he thought she was a man. But now that he knew she was a woman, turning around was now mandatory. In truth, Su Ryun didn't mean to undress completely. She simply needed to remove the inner armor beneath the black robe she used to disguise herself as a man. She had to take everything off again to put it back on properly, which had led Qilin to misunderstand. Miss, there's plenty of time ahead. You don't have to rush. Some things can surely wait for later. Besides, who knows, perhaps the future won't necessarily be just the two of us. Enough. Su Ryun's voice, soft and smooth like jade, quietly drew near Qilin, and once again, he caught the faint, familiar fragrance from earlier. This gentle, pleasant aroma no longer made him feel nervous at all. Instead, it stirred up some desires deep within him, but he suppressed them firmly. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with exquisite charm undressing right in front of you and claiming fate had destined you two to marry. What man could remain calm? Chun Yin felt proud of himself, considering he was practically a paragon of virtue in the cultivation world. Su Ruyun gently placed her hand on Chun Yin's shoulder. It was obvious he had trembled slightly under her touch. After a while, the hand withdrew, but Chun Yin's heartbeat still pounded rapidly. His mind kept spinning, thinking about what would happen next. What are you still sitting there for? Suddenly, a male voice from behind startled Chun Yin so much that he nearly spat out blood. He turned his head and saw Su Ruyun standing there wearing a voice-altering stone, smirking faintly at him. Chun Yin felt his face burning red. I was just thinking about what I should call you from now on. Before I completely restore my true female form, you may call me Master Su. After she spoke, she put on a mask. Everything disappeared beneath her black robe. Their eyes met briefly from behind the masks, and for a moment, Chun Yin still seemed to see that beautiful image of her. Su Ruyun walked out first, and Chun Yin followed closely behind. Dog Uncle and Su Yifan were chatting while Yang the Butcher listened silently, chuckling from time to time. As for Yi Heng, he had already left with Zhao Long. In these past couple of days, Chun Yin had also prepared some medicinal elixirs, usable from foundation building all the way up to Bigu Jingjet. Originally, they were meant for Yi Heng, but since Yi Heng was going to the War God Hall now, Chun Yin would need to find a suitable opportunity to give them to him. At this very moment, Su Yifan suddenly noticed the two exiting the room and cast a glance at Chun Yin intentionally or not. Oh my, seems like this time was quite short. Dog Uncle immediately understood his implication. Yeah, a man taking too little time won't do it all. Chapter 151. Whose Bay City is it? Chun Yin immediately understood the implication behind that way of addressing him. Obviously, Su Yifan had told Dog Uncle about Su Ruyun's identity. Well, he was mocking him here. But the person involved herself seemed not to have noticed anything. What do you mean by long and short time? What are you talking about? Nothing, we're just chatting. Dog Uncle remained silent this time. Although the two possessed the same cultivation level, early Sky Sovereign Realm, real combat wasn't solely determined by strength. When a woman went crazy, she could be even fiercer than men. Even if their power levels were equal, Dog Uncle wouldn't provoke a madwoman. Alright, go about your own business. We'll gather here tonight. After Chun Yin said this, everyone dispersed except Su Yifan, who stayed behind. Old Su, do you have something to talk to me about? I indeed have something important. Looking around, Su Ruyun had left. Dog Uncle had taken Yang Tufu to find food. Now, the courtyard was left with only the two of them. You're planning to take Su Ruyun away with you, right? Upon hearing Su Yifan's words, Chun Yin was instead taken aback. Yes, he did plan to take her, but considering Su Ruyun was currently guarding the city lord's mansion, if she left, would Bei City face trouble? If Su Yifan was here to plead for her sake, it would be difficult to deal with. Su Yifan seemed to read his mind. Ha ha, Fang Xin, 不是让你把人留下的意思，只是提醒你一声，他生了我的罪的人可不简单。Chun Yin listened and pointed to the stone table and stools nearby. Then both of them sat down. Su Ruyun has done a lot for Bei City over the years. She could be considered a good person. Although her original motivation was repaying a favor for the former city lord, what she has done truly proves her kindness. Chun Yin nodded. The people beside him had to meet both moral and character standards, and he found Su Ruyun's case satisfactory. But, Su Yifan continued, the person she offended won't spare her, even though she has long left the imperial city. Chun Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. If he took Su Ruyun, her enemies would also target him. Knowing their identities was the foundation to prepare a counter-strategy. The one she offends is a prince. Chun Yin's eyebrows slightly lifted. He had considered various possibilities, but he didn't expect it really to be a prince. Though complicated, the situation was manageable. His status as the princess's special envoy would prove quite helpful. He could simply get Su Ruyun a similar title. If Su Ruyun became someone under the princess's protection, other princes wishing to harm her would have to carefully weigh the consequences. While this might seem like using Princess Qindiwu for personal benefit, it wouldn't be a big issue. After all, a Sky Sovereign expert like her would certainly benefit the princess's faction, and the princess wouldn't mind being used a little if gaining an ally. Thank you for reminding me. You're welcome. As Chun Yin was about to leave to do his own thing, he suddenly remembered his previous confusion. If Su Ruyun leaves, Su Yifan smiled. Do you really think Bei City belongs to whom? While saying this, there was a strange expression on Su Yifan's face. Chun Yin, upon hearing these words, felt momentarily dazed. Is Bei City the city lord's? Or is it Su Yifan's? No, neither. It belongs to the Great Qin Empire. If Su Ruyun leaves, another strong guardian from the Great Qin dynasty would naturally come. As long as the empire stands, the safety of the city won't be compromised. I understand now. After leaving here, Chun Yin returned to his room, intending to ask the old ghost some questions. His current cultivation was like walking in the dark, blind. Though the old ghost may not have been the strongest expert from ancient times, the knowledge stored in his mind was exactly what Chun Yin needed. Inside the Shanheitu, the old ghost sat by the enlightenment tree, marveling at it. Old ghost. Master, you've come. What are you looking at here? Looking at the old ghost's eyes fixated on the enlightenment tree, it was as if he had seen an irresistibly attractive treasure, desperate to throw himself at it. Master, can you tell old ghost how this enlightenment tree came to be? Chun Yin then narrated everything that had happened before, including each event recently in Bay City, whether planned or accidental. The old ghost listening beside him was left with his scalp tingling. Although this young master wasn't powerful yet, his ability to manipulate others' minds for elaborate plans was truly unparalleled. All these actions and decisions made him undeniably ruthless. But ruthlessness was good. In the martial cultivation world, it was a world where people devoured each other without even spitting out the bones. You show kindness to others, but it doesn't necessarily mean a good beginning and a good end. Old ghost, are you asking me these questions because this enlightenment tree can benefit you somehow? More than you can imagine, young master. This enlightenment tree can bring you unimaginable benefits as well. The old ghost spoke with such excitement now, and he began recounting all kinds of ancient legends he knew about this tree. Qilin was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that even back in ancient times, this was already an object of legend. Even a powerhouse like the old ghost who had reached the transformation realm had merely had the fortune of seeing it from afar once. He hadn't even had the qualification to touch it. But right now it's just a sapling, not of much use yet. Upon hearing these words, the old ghost immediately began shaking his head furiously, shaking it so fast, it was like a blur. Young master, no. That's a grave mistake indeed. Xuan was taken aback as he watched the old ghost carefully pluck a tiny bud from a branch. Young master, do you know what this tiny little bud can do? If you use it in refining pills, it can enhance the quality and effects of almost any pill. It's practically a divine herb for pill refining. If you trade this item with alchemists. Xuan immediately saw the immense value behind this. He realized that if there were alchemists willing to make trades with enough resources, he could profit handsomely. More importantly, earning a favor from an alchemist was equivalent to earning the favor of countless experts. Although such a favor might only be usable once, the connections an alchemist had accumulated would certainly come in handy when he needed to find special talents. But right now, he had no connection with the Medicine Valley. Even if he did, they wouldn't want to trade with him. In the cultivation world, no one would trade with you as an equal unless you had considerable strength behind you. When something valuable appeared, those with power would always take it by force. Why trade when you could just seize it? Chapter 152, Heaven and Earth's Dead Pulse. Old Ghost seemed to be well aware of his young master's current predicament. It's a pity I don't have a physical form. If I did, I could restore my strength much faster, and only then could my combat power be fully unleashed. The devouring force required absorbing external spiritual energy into one's body, digesting and transforming it into one's own power. During this process, a vessel was absolutely necessary. If one existed only as a soul, although this power could still be used, only a small portion of the devoured energy could replenish the soul itself, while most of the spiritual energy was simply wasted. To Old Ghost, such wastefulness was nothing short of extravagant. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never do it this way. Xuan pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, it was now time to find a suitable body for Old Ghost so he could harness the power of the devouring force. If Old Ghost could recover to the creation stage cultivation level, he would be nearly invincible in this current era, not just in ancient times, certainly dominating openly on the celestial stage. Although the time frame was short, as long as the plan succeeded, the matter with Xuan Sect would be no problem. But where should they find a body? Do you have any requirements for the body? The requirements aren't too many, mainly completeness and soul compatibility. Compatibility? At this point, Old Ghost nodded and briefly explained the concept of soul compatibility. Normally, a soul would take on the same shape as the physical body it inhabited, and generally couldn't change at will, except in the case of certain special beings. In fact, Old Ghost had previously used the bodies of demonic beasts, even those of other races, but after comparing them, he found none of them matched the potential offered by the human body. Xuan frowned slightly. So after all that talk, in the end, he just needed a human body. That, in itself, wasn't difficult. The real issue was whose body it would be and for what reason could it be taken? If they needed to kill someone without cause, Xuan wouldn't agree to it. Every powerful cultivator had their own personal code of conduct. He could be ruthless toward his enemies, didn't need to adhere to conventional notions of justice, but he had to live with a clear conscience. He would never trample on another's life for personal gain. Xuan placed great importance on this inner principle. The devouring force itself belongs to a type of power imbued with rules. It isn't something anyone can control. It integrates deeply into the soul. If improperly handled, even if I obtained that body, I would quickly destroy it. Forget about recovering my strength. Fully utilizing it would be difficult enough. Xuan nodded. The devouring force was too powerful. If it had no limitations at all, that would indeed be strange. However, this now narrowed the choices even further. I'll keep an eye out for you. Can you perceive the outside world from inside the Shanheitu? Old Ghost shook his head. Master, although I can't sense the outside, solving this isn't difficult. He extracted a portion of his soul power and infused it into a piece of stone. Then, as though momentarily hesitating at such a bold action, he shaped the stone into a pearl-like orb using the devouring force. Master, carry this stone on your person. It bears my soul's essence. If I sense a suitable candidate, I'll let you know. Xuan nodded, then turned the conversation toward the topic of his damaged spirit meridians. But to his surprise, when Old Ghost heard the term damaged meridians, he froze in place, staring at Xuan like he was a monster. Master, are you serious? You're actually someone with damaged meridians. Why would I lie to you about this? It's not. It's just too incredible. Damaged meridians did exist in ancient times, though back then they were known by a different name, Heaven and Earth's Dead Pulse. This, too, was considered a special body type, but it was not a desirable one. Quite the opposite, as it came with grave drawbacks. Those possessing the heaven and earth's dead pulse often showed extraordinary talent in one specific aspect, but at the same time, they carried a fatal flaw in another area. Xuan wasn't sure exactly which aspect he possessed extraordinary talent in, but thinking carefully, he had some talent as a forewarning alchemist and indon refining. Aside from being unable to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, he really could be considered a prodigy. The causes of the heaven and earth's dead pulse are twofold. First, they are extremely rare. These can only arise naturally through heaven and earth, unlike some body types that can be artificially altered through rare treasures. Secondly, those with the heaven and earth's dead pulse were often captured and used as sacrificial offerings. What? When Xuan heard this news, he was stunned. He repeatedly confirmed whether he had misheard. Master, they really were captured and used as sacrificial offerings because their extraordinary talents were simply too powerful. That's why some great factions or cultivators would go to great lengths, using rituals to transfer their Dinfu onto themselves. When Xuan heard this, his biggest concern became his own safety. If according to this theory, he possessed the heaven and earth's dead pulse, wouldn't he also be in danger? Master, if you really have the heaven and earth's dead pulse and are unable to cultivate, then how did you obtain your previous spiritual cultivation achievements? Because of the master-servant contract, Xuan wasn't worried about Old Ghost betraying him, so he briefly explained some of his secrets. Hearing this, I actually have an idea. Oh, Master, even in ancient times there weren't many people who could identify the heaven and earth's dead pulse. Nowadays, there should be even fewer. If you change your outward appearance slightly, you might be able to get away with it. However, my method requires special materials, and I must recover a certain level of strength before I can craft them. Old Ghost intended to create a jade plaque for Xuan that could block external detection. Infused with devouring force, this jade plaque could conceal his identity to the greatest extent possible. Under Xuan's control, it could even eliminate his spiritual aura entirely. Back in ancient times, Old Ghost's reputation wasn't exactly good. Without having invented this kind of identity-hiding jade plaque, whether he could have survived to reach the creation stage cultivation level was questionable. After Old Ghost explained his idea, Xuan thought it was quite reasonable, but obtaining the necessary materials would require significant preparation. Now wasn't the time to rush into anything. How much strength can you currently display? Probably about the mid-dan formation stage. Old Ghost pondered briefly, and then remotely demonstrated some of his devouring force to confirm the strength of his current soul state. Released like this, he was slightly superior to ordinary experts. After all, using the devouring force, even cultivators at the peak of the Dan formation stage might not be his match. But if facing an expert at the Heavenly Sovereign stage, soul state Old Ghost apparently wouldn't stand much of a chance. They needed to figure out a solution to this problem. Chapter 153, One Body, Two Souls. Master, there's actually another way to enhance combat power, although you might find it somewhat uncomfortable. Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly and signaled the Old Ghost to continue. It's through possession. This method allows you to utilize the power of devouring simultaneously. Although it won't reach maximum effect, it can still significantly increase combat strength. You were previously at the half-step Heaven Sovereign Realm. With this possession technique, reaching the early or even middle stage of the Heaven Sovereign Realm won't be a problem. When Xuan heard this, excitement appeared on his face. What great news! Reaching the Heaven Sovereign Realm, even its early stage, would suffice. Compared to the core formation stage, or even his half-step Heaven Sovereign Realm, facing the current Bei Etching was extremely difficult. But once he achieved the Heaven Sovereign Realm, he would have much more room for action. Are there any side effects to this possession method? From the Old Ghost expression, Xuan immediately realized there was definitely a second half to this. Well, Master, the main side effect is extreme pain. After the Old Ghost explained further, Xuan learned there were two types of possession methods. One was the technique previously used on the EngSub's leader. With this method, the soul's energies would intertwine. This was also why the Old Ghost could subtly alter the other's soul and eventually use soul fusion to take over the host body. However, there was another form of possession that didn't involve soul integration and was therefore significantly safer, except for one drawback: pain. The method was known as the one body, two souls technique. It would cause the host unbearable pain, as if the body was being torn apart. Only by enduring such pain could one utilize the power of the possessing soul. This pain mainly occurred during the possession process. Exiting the state wouldn't cause nearly as many troubles. Xuan pondered for a moment. He understood that to gain control, he had to experience it firsthand. What if, in the middle of battle, he tried to use this power but couldn't endure the pain and passed out? That would be comical. The Old Ghost made himself clear. The one body, two souls technique had high demands on soul strength. Failure to endure it wouldn't only result in failure, but possibly even soul backlash. We can test it here inside the scroll of mountains and seas. Xuan made his decision. Xuan and the Old Ghost found a quiet place. Xiao Jin and Xiao LV, the two divine beasts, watched from a distance, unaware of what Xuan and the Old Ghost were about to do. Master, I'll begin now, okay? Proceed. Xuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prepared to endure unimaginable pain. After all, the way the Old Ghost described it, soul being torn apart, sounded terrifying. Old Ghost, have you started? Master, I'm already done. Hearing a voice suddenly appear inside his mind, Xuan opened his eyes and saw that the Old Ghost was indeed no longer beside him. A faint black-gray aura floated around his body. But, I didn't feel any pain. It wasn't just Chen Yin. The old ghost's forehead was also filled with confusion. It was unheard of for the one body, two souls technique to not produce pain. That was simply too strange. But there wasn't time to dwell on it now. Chen Yin quickly attempted to use the 10,000 beast transformation and found that the powers didn't conflict. This meant his combat strength had indeed been enhanced. Boom. The power of devouring could now be combined with the power of the golden holy dragon. A force previously able to destroy a single boulder now created a deep pit at the point of impact. The contrast was extremely clear. As he ended the possession state, the aura around his body faded. Chen Yin returned to half-step Heaven's sovereign realm. After ending the 10,000 beast transformation, Chen Yin noticed his cultivation had settled at foundation building stage 7. If he worked hard enough and reached the Bigu stage, maybe even without the possessed soul, using the 10,000 beast transformation alone could grant him Heaven's sovereign realm level cultivation. Master, you really didn't feel any pain just now. Chen Yin now wore a very strange expression. The old ghost, despite being a male himself, kept following him around asking, did it hurt? The mental image was just too amusing. No pain. TSK. Strange. Chen Yin took out some pills and life potions for Xiao Jin and Xiao LV. He had to take good care of these two divine beasts. I'll leave first. There may be battle tonight, and if suitable bodies appear, I'll send them inside for you. Thank you, Master. It wasn't difficult to silently take a corpse into the scroll of mountains and seas. After exiting the scroll, Chen Yin continued reading the alchemy scriptures, searching for potion formulas he could use. Although these potions didn't have as noticeable an effect on him as they did on Yi Hong, due to his damaged meridians, they still provided some benefit. Even if he spent the entire day cultivating, the results would probably be about the same as using only 2 potions. The main progress still came at night, but unfortunately, there had been too many battles happening after dark recently. When he started preparing to mix potions, he discovered he was short on ingredients. Su Yifan and the others weren't in the courtyard, so Chen Yin decided to go check the Qinhuang treasure pavilion again. Stepping onto the streets, he clearly noticed that Beietching had far fewer people than usual. As he passed by a tea house, he found many people gathered inside discussing something energetically. Have you heard? It seems our Beietching has been targeted by some terrifying demon. But you shouldn't spread rumors carelessly. Oh come on, my own nephew is a member of Tamed Sect. Why would I make things up? The elderly man speaking sounded so certain that those who had originally been doubtful began to feel uncertain. Chen Yin walked over and ordered a pot of fine tea. Old sir, what exactly is this demon you speak of? Surely we in Beietching aren't in danger, are we? Chen Yin knew very well that spreading information was something he could do, and the Tamed Sect could do it too. A tea house was the perfect place to spread rumors, true or false. Everyone would hear about it eventually. Chen Yin really was curious too. Just what was this so-called demon? That tea you offered comes at a perfect time, young man. I won't drink for free though. If you're truly interested in cultivation, why not come with me to the Tamed Sect's outpost? You might find your destiny there. The Tamed Sect was a second-tier sect with a decent reputation. Though others may not have said it outright, many who saw Chen Yin receiving this invitation couldn't hide their envy. Many thanks, old sir. Chen Yin secretly chuckled. Destiny, huh? He and the Tamed Sect indeed shared a deep, complicated connection. This demon story begins last night. You all know the Yin sect, right? When Chen Yin heard this, he thought the story would be similar to what he had imagined, just a retelling of last night's events. Unavoidably, he felt a little uninterested. Chapter 154, The Di Shan of Tamed Sect. However, soon Chen Yin noticed something strange. Other than the initial mention of the Taiying sect, the main body of the narrative afterward seemed somewhat off track. Do you all know the Chen Yin from the City Lord's mansion? Some of the tea house patrons on the side replied that they didn't. After all, it was normal not to know, since how long had Chen Yin been here? The old man seemed to wear a look of smugness on his face. Old people always enjoyed showing off, enjoying that bit of extra knowledge that made them feel important. Everyone doesn't know this. This Chen Yin is no good guy you all think he is. He is actually the demon of Bay City. Hearing this, Chen Yin almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just swallowed. How ridiculous. What the hell? This Chen Yin publicly collects compensations from various factions, but secretly puts all the money in his own pocket. Then he persecutes those who refuse to pay. Isn't that the same as the local gangsters collecting protection fees? As for the casualties he reported, if he truly wanted to protect us, why not simply ask those factions to leave Bay City and not interfere? Why collect spiritual stones at all? When Chen Yin heard this, his first reaction wasn't anger. Instead, he started thinking about the hidden motive behind whoever was spreading these rumors. The Tamed Sect wasn't stupid. They wouldn't put in such effort for something meaningless. Someone was deliberately chosen to spread these messages. There must be another purpose behind it. Was it to divert conflict? It seemed too obvious. Chen Yin instead suspected that wasn't the case. Moreover, the person pointing the finger at him directly, was it a random accident, or did they genuinely sense his shadow behind all this? Chen Yin gave it extra consideration, and chose this moment to take the initiative to speak. The Tamed Sect is a great orthodox sect. Now that you know the demon's whereabouts, why not eliminate this demon and return peace to Bay City? After Chen Yin posed this question, quite a few people on the side chimed in, clearly thinking his point was reasonable. Aren't you supposed to have abilities? You're all cultivators and elites. What's the point of talking about the demon in a tea house? Isn't it the duty of righteous martial cultivators to eliminate evil? For a moment, the old man looked slightly stiff, clearly not expecting someone to pose such a question while he was trying to stir up emotions. Moreover, It was the same young man he had previously liked. If it were anyone else, he could simply ignore it. But since he'd just earlier promised to bring this young man to the Tamed Sect's base, ignoring him now would make things complicated. Oh, everyone doesn't know the whole truth. This demon's strength is immense, and ordinary experts can't even defeat him. Also, this demon has already mobilized forces to destroy every sect in Bay City. Have you not seen how many factions left today? Although the old man's explanation was a bit far-fetched, it did align with some basic logic. Is the Tamed Sect leaving too? Xuan then asked again. The old man felt some displeasure toward Xuan now, but each time Xuan raised a question, others around him would start agreeing again. Ignoring it was no longer an option. No, the Tamed Sect won't leave. We must ensure Bay City's peace and safety. My nephew said that in some time, a powerful expert from the Tamed Sect will come, an expert at the reincarnation realm, definitely capable of slaying the demon. Xuan's eyebrows rose slightly. This expert of the reincarnation realm was likely, without unexpected complications, second Liu. However, when he heard in some time, he found it hard to determine how soon that might be. There should at least be a specific time frame. For safety, we are planning to temporarily leave the city for shelter and come back after the storm is over. Surprisingly, this time it wasn't Xuan speaking but a middle-aged man in the crowd. The moment he spoke, the old man's face froze once again. Ha ha ha, this friend must be joking too. My nephew is merely an inner-sect disciple of the Tamed Sect. Gathering ordinary information isn't a problem, but knowing precise information like this would be, well, not possible. The old man smiled, and nobody seemed suspicious. To prevent complications later, since the messages had already been delivered, the old man beckoned to Xuan and started leading him toward the Tamed Sect's base. Kid, behave properly when we arrive at the Tamed Sect's territory. Xuan secretly smiled, but kept a composed face and nodded. He had come here at least 5 or 7 times already, even if not many times, but this was the first time he was visiting during daylight. Looking at the many unfamiliar faces entering and exiting the gate, he found it somewhat odd. The old man, however, was familiar with the surroundings and walked over naturally. He smiled at a disciple at the entrance, took something from his chest pocket, and the other party nodded before turning back and pulling Xuan into the base with him. Although it wasn't very clear, it seemed to be some sort of valuable item. With that, the old man's lie about being connected to an inner-sect disciple of the Tamed Sect was already exposed. Those who want to enter the Tamed Sect, line up here. Inside the courtyard of the Tamed Sect, those who had already become disciples were watching the newly arrived youths in the central courtyard like they were watching monkeys in a cage. Their expressions seemed faintly mocking. Third brother, do you really think these commoners are this stupid? It's obviously a scam, yet there are still people rushing over to throw their money away. As Xuan passed by 2 disciples, his ears slightly twitched. Upon hearing this sentence, he already roughly understood the situation. Your talent is mediocre. You still lack the requirements to become a formal disciple, but if you are sincere, we might give you a chance to become an outer sect disciple. I don't quite know how to demonstrate sincerity, could you advise? The person in front looked to be about 30 or 40 years old. At this age, even if one were a genius, without a firm foundation during youth, one wouldn't be able to travel far down the cultivation path. The Tamed Sect disciple overseeing the test proudly pointed to a table nearby. What we call 1,000 gold proves sincerity. As long as you produce something sufficiently valuable that equals 1,000 gold on this scale, you pass, and you'll gain the status of a named disciple and be granted cultivation techniques. Xuan looked carefully at the balance scale on the table. Activating his golden eyes, he saw that one side was an empty tray, and the other side didn't contain a golden stone at all, but a stone inscribed with arrays. Children had the secret ability to manipulate the weight of the stone using techniques to control the scale. Xuan snorted with cold amusement. Outside, they spread rumors accusing the city lord's mansion of ripping people off, while secretly engaging in such dirty tricks themselves. Looks like he really needed to see how low the Tamed Sect's Xuan could go. You? It's your turn already. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Chapter 155, The Most Cherished Possession. Xuan glanced at the group and the disciples of Tamed Sect who were maintaining order, shouting and barking orders around. He sneered inwardly and quickly caught up. Soon, they arrived at the place for testing talent. Stretch out your hand. Xuan followed the instruction and extended his hand. The examiner ceremoniously picked up a stone. Xuan placed his hand on the stone. However, he couldn't feel anything when he touched it. The surface of the stone seemed to have a faint light flowing across it in various colors before finally settling on gray. You're still young, and your talent is quite good. As long as you join our sect, you can become a great cultivator in the future, upholding justice. Xuan listened to the examiner spout what sounded like promotional slogans, his expression calm. He knew that there would certainly be a but coming soon. Sure enough, just as the speech was about to end. However, the talents of Tamed Sect disciples cannot be judged entirely by innate talent. Personality and character are also extremely important. If you cannot demonstrate sincerity and loyalty to our sect, naturally, we cannot pass on our profound cultivation techniques to you. This disciple could spout such lines without even blushing, and what he said actually sounded convincing. Then, may I ask what I should do to qualify? Xuan feigned ignorance and asked actively, prompting the other to guide him. It's simple. Do you see those people over there? They don't have enough talent, so they're here to show their sincerity. We'll choose a few to accept. You are different. Your talent has already passed. You only need to display sincerity to be admitted into the sect. Xuan immediately realized. Wasn't this the so-called 1,000 caddies stone just mentioned? Well then, since that's the case, I must definitely go take a look and see if my sincerity can impress the sect. Now, Xuan acted as cooperative as could be. Yet as he walked away, he crouched down to tighten his shoes and casually picked up a few small stones from the ground, slipping them into his palm. This action raised no suspicion. In their eyes, Xuan was just another gullible, fat sheep ready for slaughter. Moreover, the device for talent testing did indeed exist. However, Gray meant this talent was utterly incapable of cultivation. The reason Xuan felt nothing when touching the stone was because of his broken meridians. This talent testing stone would guide spiritual energy into the body internally, creating a cycle before flowing out again. Although the cycle followed the most basic cultivation path, failing even this simple test meant the body was incapable of cultivating and gathering spiritual energy. This was exactly what had happened to Xuan earlier. His talent was fundamentally insufficient for cultivation. As for the 1,000 caddies stone test, it was just another ploy to extort money. The clothes Xuan wore when he left were specially prepared by Su Yifan. Though not particularly noble or extravagant, they weren't something ordinary families could afford. Just this one piece of clothing was enough for people to mark him as a rich, fat sheep they wouldn't possibly let escape. Xuan soon reached the front of the line. Show us your sincerity. As long as you can weigh more than the 1,000 caddies stone, naturally you can join the sect. May I ask what's supposed to go on the scale on the left? Can it only be possessions? We cultivators value money the least. If possible, it's better to bring something that has sentimental value. For instance, something with deep personal connection. That would be better. Of course, if you really can't, you can also bring enough wealth to pile up. After all, we understand if you're reluctant to part with something sentimental. At first glance, it sounded noble and elevated, as if they even cared about your feelings. But in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. A pained look flickered across Xuan's face as he retrieved a piece of paper from his chest pocket. This piece of paper carried a portion of his spiritual energy, but with the use of Xianyuan Yulongju, the trace of spiritual energy had been mostly erased, making the paper appear utterly ordinary. The disciple from Tamed Sect in charge of the 1,000 caddies stone frowned, puzzled about what was going on. Wasn't this just a piece of paper? Why did he look so agonized? Xuan heaved a heavy sigh and placed the piece of paper on the left side of the 1,000 caddies stone. This was the first item I exchanged with my beloved. I've kept it close to me all these years, but to join your sect, I suppose I must let it go eventually. After all, there are only two options. We'll part ways someday. As long as I become a cultivator, grow strong, and live much longer than my beloved, the two of us will eventually separate anyway. The disciple of Tamed Sect listening to him ramble on was almost turning green with frustration. Xuan's actions were completely delusional. He kept sighing and shaking his head while talking, never even glancing at the scale in front of him. The 1,000 caddies stone didn't move the slightest bit. This piece of paper placed on it had absolutely no effect. Yet he still had to endure and keep talking. This, young sir, the Tamed Sect disciple said, visibly moved by Xuan's sincerity yet unable to hide his impatience. I'm deeply touched by your devotion, but the item you brought isn't heavy enough. It'd be better if you added something else. If you have no more treasured possessions, just add some wealth then. With this sentence, the Tamed Sect disciple had practically exposed his true motive in an overly eager way. Any normal person hearing this should have become at least somewhat wary, but those present simply weren't concerned at all. Everyone brought here had at least some money, and these ordinary folks coveted nothing more than becoming cultivators. To them, cultivators stood high above, and they were completely unaware of the brutal struggles within the cultivation world. They had no idea what trials one might face after becoming a cultivator. This was probably what it meant to be simple-minded admirers. Xuan rummaged inside his robe again, and then pulled out a stone. Sigh. I didn't expect that I couldn't even keep this stone, he said mournfully. This was the stone my lover once threw at me. Back then. He launched again into another long-winded monologue, making the Tamed Sect disciple in charge feel completely disgusted. Behind Xuan, others had also lined up to try the 1,000 caddies stone. Among them, a few were nodding empathetically and began producing similar keepsakes from their own belongings. This was the token my wife gave me when we got engaged. This is a wooden ornament handed down through generations in my family. This is, seeing these people starting to discuss whose item carried more sentimental value, the Tamed Sect disciple realized the entire situation was completely going off track. No, this wouldn't do. This couldn't go on any further. Chapter 156 Obtaining the Status. Just as he was about to interrupt Xuan and stop him, the man suddenly placed the stone next to the Tianjin stone. Silently, Xuan continued reaching into his robe. The items he pulled out were bizarre beyond imagination. Broken herbs, a small wooden stick, and various other odd things. Each of them had one thing in common. Once placed outside, not a single soul would want them. They were worthless, discarded here like trash. Xuan infused each of these items with his spiritual energy. Alone, one item alone couldn't significantly increase the weight, but when all were placed on the scale together, the total weight showed clearly. Though the Tianjin stone was heavy, it still had a limit. So you think you can manipulate the Tianjin stone, huh? The reason Xuan spent so much time was that he had been secretly observing his surroundings from the beginning, trying to spot anyone who looked suspicious. Those with furtive eyes, people staring toward this direction, or those forming hand seals or whispering incantations. As long as he could find a suspicious individual, he'd remember them. And now was the time to act. All the small stones he collected from the ground earlier were now in his hands. Flicking his fingers lightly, He used the technique he obtained from daily check-ins, Shaoli Fei Dao. This was a mastery of hidden weapons that had reached a divine level. These small stones carried his spiritual energy and shot rapidly toward those he had identified earlier. Pop-a-pap. Each stone flew straight and struck its mark. If someone had food in their mouth, it hit their lips. If someone was forming hand seals, the stone struck their hand. Though tampered with, the Qianjin stone was, in essence, just a regular stone with a thin golden layer on the outside and a simple formation carved inside. It wasn't like a magical weapon or artifact that could be directly controlled by spiritual intent or required a master's attunement. This lowest level formation must be manually controlled. And this was precisely Chun Yin's opportunity. Looks like my sincerity has finally moved the Qianjin stone. When Chun Yin said this, he spoke loudly enough to draw the attention of everyone. Even the children who were lined up nearby for talent testing turned their gazes toward him. They watched in astonishment as the worthless items he'd piled on the scale actually lifted the Qianjin stone. How is that possible? The Tamed Sect disciple, sitting in front of the Qianjin stone, turned green with shock. Then subtly scanning the crowd for a moment, he found everyone else either holding their mouths or rubbing their hands, seemingly distracted. Now that everyone witnessed the scene, there was no way to deny it. If they did, wouldn't everyone immediately understand what was really going on? But handing Chun Yin the items just like that felt infuriating to the sect disciple. Grumbling inwardly, he took out a bamboo slip copy from his robe and then retrieved a token. Chun Yin accepted it. Since your sincerity has truly moved the Qianjin stone, congratulations on becoming a named disciple of our Tamed Sect. Chun Yin took a quick glance at the token. It was made of common wood, inscribed with his name and the words, named disciple of Tamed Sect. At first glance, it looked legitimate, but Chun Yin understood clearly that this token was utterly useless. No one outside would recognize it. Without showing any emotion, Chun Yin stashed everything into his robe. He bowed repeatedly in thanks, and several people nearby congratulated him with clasped hands, calling him fellow disciple, and talking about how they would now be from the same sect. The full-fledged disciples of Tamed Sect, however, looked at them with expressions of pure disdain, as if they were looking at fools. Sometimes, people tend to find their own comfort in self-delusion. To those sneering smiles, the new disciples assumed it was just because the true disciples had better resources, more talent, and longer breaks. They were simply proud, and looked down upon the named disciples. Chun Yin directly left the sect's outpost. Once outside, he checked the bamboo slip copy on his body. It did indeed record a cultivation technique, but it had absolutely nothing to do with the powerful techniques the sect advertised. It recorded only the simplest basic cultivation method, and, frankly, this particular method was already so outdated that nobody even practiced it anymore. Usually, any faction or sect you joined would offer specialized techniques and methods unique to them. Such foundational cultivation techniques were often purely for educational purposes. As for actual usage, extremely weak. Even if you completely mastered it from beginning to end, you probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate beyond the Bigu stage, Pigu/abstention from grains. Within the sect, even those who reached the peak of the basic techniques were still like insignificant ants. Why would anyone cultivate this? The trick of the Tamed Sect of swindling without even lifting a finger was indeed unexpected. Chun Yin had no intention of leaving just yet. He used the secret technique, Qian Rin Qian Mian, 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, to alter his appearance slightly, then entered the Shanheitu from a secluded alley, retrieved a set of replacement clothes, and wrapped himself entirely in a black robe. When he emerged again from that alley, his entire appearance was completely different. He walked straight toward the outpost of the Tamed Sect. However, when he attempted to enter, the sect disciples at the entrance stopped him. Who are you? Chun Yin immediately used the Wanshou Hua Shun technique, temporarily acquiring the power of a half-step Tianzuan. With such strength, even a slight release of his aura was enough to suppress these disciples with low cultivation and keep them rooted to the spot. He simply continued forward and stepped straight through the courtyard gate. It wasn't until he had been gone for quite some time did the two disciples finally collapse onto the ground as though exhausted. Just now, who was that person? How could he exude such terrifying pressure? This is bad. Which direction did he go in? We must quickly report this to the elders. While these two Tamed Sect disciples hurriedly went to report to the elders, Chun Yin had already reached the very location where he previously underwent the trial. There were still many ordinary people waiting in line here. Upon seeing the old man who had admitted him earlier returning from somewhere outside with a new arrival. Who are you? Dressed entirely in black, Chun Yin's presence immediately stood out. Standing there just briefly, he was noticed, and someone came forward to inquire. Chun Yin displayed the token of the Qinhuang treasure pavilion from his robe, a token that was quite easy to identify. Moreover, as he pulled out the token, he subtly released a trace of his cultivation aura. A terrifying pressure spread instantaneously. All those around were merely at the disciple level, with the highest cultivator present barely at the early core formation stage. Chapter 157. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Forget about someone daring to confront him directly. Not even a single person capable of withstanding his immense pressure could be found among them. Facing such an overwhelming existence, the disciples of Tamed Sect, who had just moments ago appeared lofty and superior, immediately turned into timid turtles hiding their heads. What business does the senior have here? Among them, the one with the highest cultivation appeared to be recommended by the other disciples to make contact with Chun Yin. Chun Yin ignored the question completely. He walked directly toward the ongoing ceremony for recruiting disciples taking place ahead, glanced at it up and down, then casually waved his hand. Several Tamed Sect disciples seated there were directly sent flying backward from the force. Xuan grabbed the nearest chair and sat down. Though it was extremely humiliating to be struck away like that, and their bodies were now filled with pain after crashing onto the ground, not a single one dared to harbor thoughts of revenge, for they all knew about the past token of Qinhuang's treasure pavilion. This mysterious man in a black robe before them had a cultivation level of no less than Xuan realm. With what strength could they dare to seek revenge? How could they even possibly manage it? The elder junior who had been pushed forward just now immediately walked over with a forced smile on his face. Senior, I wonder if someone from our sect has offended you? Or perhaps you are here to look for someone specific inside Tamed Sect. Without changing his expression, Xuan reached into his robes and pulled out the token he had just obtained. It was the token of an acknowledged disciple, clearly engraved with the two characters Xuan. There were still many present who had seen Xuan earlier, and when Xuan left, he had deliberately drawn a lot of attention and told everyone his name. The forum was already filled with chatter, and practically everyone knew that this was one of the newly acknowledged disciples who had just left this place. But knowing the facts and handling the situation were two completely different matters. As for the elder junior who had been pushed forward, he hadn't even given Xuan a second glance before, naturally paying no attention to him, and didn't even remember who this name belonged to. Even if he actually did remember now, he would surely pretend not to know. This token is yours, right? Yes. Regardless of whether the token had any recognition or actual effect, denying it would be useless now since the person himself was right here. Moreover, when Xuan threw those two disciples out earlier, several other tokens of similar designs had fallen from their bodies. The one who owns this token has offended me, and he caused quite a big issue. When things went wrong for him, he was still shouting arrogantly that he belonged to Tamed Sect. TSK, what courage! As Xuan finished speaking, his chi surged again, sending a powerful ripple of energy throughout the courtyard. The disciples at the core formation stage couldn't withstand his pressure. They were struck by this force and sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother. The others immediately rushed over and helped the wounded one up. Yet not a single person dared to step forward or even dared to speak a word in response to Xuan. What is this? Can it be that such a mighty sect as Xiantian has no one brave enough to speak with this old man? Xuan had used the Thousand Faces technique and was currently assuming the image of an aged old man. Although hidden beneath the black robe, the voice he used when speaking had already been altered by the Thousand Faces technique into that of an old man. Old seventh brother Lu was in a particularly cheerful mood today. The idea of recruiting acknowledged disciples was his plan to significantly increase personal revenue while also helping temporarily stabilize the situation in Beijing. Xuan used the public compensation stone, accepting money to settle disputes and provide support. He had simply borrowed the same concept, yet what he had done was entirely different. Not only did I not do what you wanted, but I made you think that I had indeed helped you while also taking your money. The more Lu thought about it, the more brilliant he considered himself. Most of the funds were spirit stones, and even the ordinary wealth could be exchanged for many cultivation-enhancing items. In these past days, the Tamed Sect had suffered many losses, but today alone, they had already earned back much. In truth, there were special circumstances involved. Practitioners were too far removed from ordinary people in Beijing. Though people knew there were cultivators in the city and understood they were powerful beings beyond the mundane, the average person didn't really feel that power directly. But the chaotic battle among various factions in Beijing had exposed these normally imperceptible truths to everyone, placing them clearly in plain sight. Now that the common people had directly felt the threat to their lives, they naturally wished to preserve themselves by seeking protection. So the Tamed Sect opened up a channel that appeared relatively reliable to the masses, using it as a way to gather wealth. Senior Elder, a powerful expert carrying a token from Qinhuang's treasure pavilion has arrived at our premises. What? Lu Laoshi practically slid off his chair in shock, immediately standing up and grabbing the disciple by the arm. Where is this person you spoke of? Xuan didn't even have someone to talk to yet, when old seventh brother Lu soon appeared above the courtyard. Many people nearby who were trying to join Tamed Sect immediately pointed at the figure in the sky and shouted loudly. Quick, look, that's Lu Laoshi, the seventh elder of Tamed Sect. Flying in the air, so powerful. I heard he's already reached the Tianzuan realm. Xuan let out a cold snort. A Tianzuan mid-level aura, simulated through the Xianyuan dragon technique, burst forth. Spiritual energy gathered in his hand, and he struck the nearby building with a single palm strike. Boom, boom, boom. Old seventh brother Lu had only come here to observe the situation. If everyone was merely at the Tianzuan initial stage, he could sit down and negotiate calmly. Even if your strength slightly exceeded his, he still had Tamed Sect's backing. Surely you would give him some face. Moreover, he had already thought this through on his way here. Since the person had arrived, but no news of a massacre had come through yet, it at least indicated that even if there was bad blood between the two sides, it was something that could still be resolved. However, he never expected that the moment he showed himself, this black-robed figure would immediately issue such a warning shot. A warning shot he had no choice but to accept, because he had already sensed the fluctuation emanating from that spiritual energy. Tianzuan. Mid-level. The difference in strength between mid-level and initial level was simply too great. Lu didn't have the ability to fight above his cultivation rank. Now he could only float there in his black robe, silently thinking of countermeasures while observing Xuan below. The scene was as if frozen. Lu hovered in the sky while Chun Yin remained seated on the ground. Suddenly, Chun Yin stood up, apparently preparing to strike again. Oh my, what an esteemed expert. I'm terribly sorry for not greeting you properly. Lu clasped his hands and bowed, his face full of smiling courtesy. Unfamiliar observers might have mistaken them as old friends meeting after many years. In contrast, Chun Yin didn't give him a single ounce of respect and stood in place without returning the bow. Chapter 158 Compensation Secured. Seeing Chun Yin's reaction, old Lu's face turned green. Still, the other party was at the middle stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm. There was only one word needed now. Endure. I ask you, where is this named disciple? Chun Yin pointed at the plaque on the ground. When old Lu heard the term, named disciple, his entire face stiffened. The disciple plaques of the great sects generally had two main functions. One was to record basic information, and the other was to locate the person, or the plaque itself, through orgunning. In essence, every plaque represented a disciple. There was no room for error or omission. However, these were only the standardized plaques issued to official disciples. The one in front of him now was a completely makeshift fake. There was no such thing as a named disciple plaque. It was simply an ordinary piece of wood carved to resemble an authentic disciple plaque, appearing impressive at first glance, but devoid of any actual functionality, an object to fool people. Right now, when Chun Yin asked where the person was, he truly couldn't answer. Senior, you must already know the truth behind this plaque. Please don't push me further. If a cultivator at the middle stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm couldn't tell it was just a regular piece of wood, then he truly shouldn't even be alive. Chun Yin sneered coldly. What? Are you saying that the Tamed Sect doesn't plan to take responsibility for the disciples you've accepted? At this moment, all the ordinary people who had temporarily stepped aside from the line to witness the situation started pondering. Joining the Tamed Sect, in a sense, wasn't necessarily because they wanted to cultivate into immensely powerful figures. They simply sought some protection. But if the Tamed Sect was nothing but a fraud, why bother desperately clinging to their cold shoulder? At Chun Yin's words, all eyes fell upon old Lu. How could that be? Our Tamed Sect has always treated everyone fairly, no matter the age or status. This named disciple must have committed some grave offense to make you go to such great lengths, senior. Chun Yin took out 2 unopened vials of potion from his robe. Ruining my potion. How will you compensate me? Potions were both valuable and cheap depending on their nature. How exactly they should be compensated was hard to define. Old Lu hesitated, but decided to address this issue first. If I may ask, senior, what exactly is the function of the potion you refined, and what is its value? It enhances spiritual power cultivation and awakens the foundation constitution. When I was refining it, I had to be extremely careful. That named disciple of yours must have had enormous guts. He somehow discovered my hidden residence in Bayeching, came in, disturbed my potion refining, and even demanded I hand over the potion to him. How bold of the Tamed Sect. As Chun Yin spoke, he appeared truly furious. No one could have doubted his sincerity. Old Lu felt cold sweat forming on his forehead, ready to drip down like rain. A person hidden away in Bayeching? Offending a celestial sovereign at the middle stage was something the Tamed Sect could afford to bear. But this identity as a potion master was a sensitive matter. Like an alchemist, a potion master could earn personal favors by trading their crafts. Who knew? Perhaps this old man had many powerful friends. Even without friends, many might owe him favors, making his goodwill a formidable force. There was no need for the Tamed Sect to make such a bitter enemy. Senior, how much would you say your potion is worth? Chun Yin considered for a moment before stating a reasonable price. This so-called reasonable price was based entirely on his knowledge of how much the people earlier had paid to obtain the named disciple status. On average, each person had paid about the equivalent of 100,000 spirit stones, and even many had paid less than that. No matter, Chun Yin would use this price. I won't ask for much for my potion. Just 1 million spirit stones per bottle. At cost, it's several 100,000. I'll round it down, 50,000 per vial. That brat destroyed 8 bottles. That makes it 4 million. When old Lu heard the figure, his face twisted with pain. He had just been happy about how much he had earned, totaling barely over 3 million spirit stones. Now this number wasn't enough to fill the current hole. He would actually have to keep pouring in more. This directly made old Lu's eyes red with anxiety. After a few deep breaths, he calmed himself with a bitter smile. The person who came to his doorstep wasn't here to reason with him. The compensation had to be paid, no matter what. Otherwise, one glance from Lu Laochi showed how clear the destruction had been to the house nearby. If he didn't comply, he would face direct violence. Even if another elder of Tamed Sect at the early stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm came along, what difference would it make? 2 cultivators at the early stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm working together could only end up dying in battle against someone at the middle stage. If they didn't fight back, then the other party would vent their anger on the disciples of Tamed Sect with added interest. Could they even stop that? With a bitter smile, Lu Laochi took out a storage ring from inside his robe. Senior, there are more than 3 million spirit stones here. I'll add some medicinal herbs as well. Would that be acceptable to form a good connection? Chun Yin did not immediately agree. He activated his golden eye ability and added the power of the middle stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm. As he stared at Lu Laochi, it felt as if he could see through him completely. This terrifying gaze made it impossible for Lu Laochi to entertain any thought of resistance. This old man won't blame the Tamed Sect. After Chun Yin withdrew his gaze, he left behind these words. Lu Laochi exhaled in relief and nodded. This was exactly as he had expected. Alchemists and potion masters were known for their unpredictable tempers. If he could establish a good relationship by simply adding some medicinal herbs, who knows, perhaps the other would turn into a powerful ally. Judging from the arrogant reaction and the decision not to hold a grudge against the Xiantian sect, Lu Laoqi felt more than satisfied already. Senior, please. Lu Laoqi searched within his storage ring for some herbs that he had no use for, but were still valuable. When he took them out, Xuan didn't even glance at them before sweeping them all into his own possession with a single wave of his hand. At this point, the matter was finally settled. Just as Lu Laoqi was about to invite Xuan to the main hall. After all, a potion master, and one at the middle stage of Celestial Sovereign Realm, was worth forming a connection with. Xuan, of course, had no intention of leaving so soon. Yu Xiantian sect has quite an interesting way of accepting disciples. Chapter 159 Exposing the Fraud. As soon as Xuan spoke those words, a slight sense of foreboding flickered in Lu Laoqi's heart. Ha! Senior, you truly know how to joke. Taking disciples isn't about what's interesting or not. It's all about those destined to cross paths with us. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Laoqi's forehead as he spoke. All the spirit stones and wealth he had already received had now ended up in Xuan's pocket. In fact, he even ended up giving some herbs as compensation. If Xuan exposed the entire fraud with just a few words, what would happen to the losses suffered by Xiantian sect? His entire plan was aimed at making money. You've accepted compensation from our Xiantian sect. You can't possibly cut off my source of income. Lu Laoqi's anxious state amused Xuan greatly. Don't worry, Elder Lu. I won't tell them that those recruits actually have no talent for cultivation, and that you were only after their money. I won't tell them either that these disciple tokens are completely useless, and not even recognized within our Xiantian sect. Furthermore, I won't tell them that the cultivation techniques they received are utter junk that no one would actually practice. Xuan spoke loudly. Although he didn't use spiritual energy to amplify his voice, they were still inside the courtyard, and everyone could hear clearly since they were so close. Dozens of eyes turned directly toward Lu Laoqi. Evidently, everyone was waiting for his explanation. As the saying went, there was strength in numbers, although apparently these were all ordinary people without cultivation abilities. Yet they were all rich merchants from the Bayeching. If he was after money, of course he targeted the wealthy. Even those not very rich still had some capital. If things went wrong here for them, smoothing things over with the city lord's mansion would require some effort again. Senior, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly here. You are clearly trying to ruin Xiantian sect's reputation. You say Xiantian sect won't recognize these disciples? Then how come we were accepted? When Xuan heard that, looking at Lu Laoqi's expression, if it weren't for his own overwhelming confidence, one might actually think he had misunderstood him. Fine then. I'd like to ask, do you dare let me prove it? Prove what? At this point, Lu Laoqi no longer thought this was merely about some disciple's matter, where someone came demanding compensation. In the cultivation world, people always kept out of others' business, focusing only on their own interests. Besides, there hadn't been any real conflict between them. You wanted compensation, and I compensated you. Now you're refusing to leave and causing trouble for Xiantian sect, so obviously there's some ulterior motive. I can easily prove your words just now were lies. Lu Laoqi pondered. Whether to recognize the disciples or not was entirely up to his word. This matter's authority truly rested on his shoulders, so he had no reason to worry about Xuan at all. Well then, go ahead and prove it to me. With a cold snort, Xuan ripped a piece of cloth from a nearby disciple's robe and soon retrieved a disciple token into his hand. After obtaining the token, Xuan poured spiritual energy into it. The energy gathered at the back, revealing some words and patterns. Clearly, the token itself had some function. May I ask if there are any probationary disciples present? When Xuan posed this question, someone immediately stepped forward, also producing his own token while looking it over. To prevent you from accusing me of cheating, how about Elder Lu himself test whether this token bears the mark of Xiantian sect? Lu Laoqi's face darkened. To swindle money and to prevent future damage to Xiantian sect's reputation, he had planned from the beginning to treat them as unregistered disciples. These probationary disciple tokens not only lacked any real function, but were also just simple wooden imitations. Now, holding it in his hands, he looked like a fool. If he tried injecting energy into it, it would still do nothing. If he didn't attempt anything, he couldn't clear this hurdle either. What's the matter, Elder Lu? Have you been exposed again and are now thinking of a way out? Lu Laoqi snorted coldly, then threw the probationary disciple token back to the person. How is this considered Xiantian sect lying? Naturally, the items for probationary disciples differ from those of official disciples. Is there any problem with that? At that moment, Xuan burst into laughter and directly pointed at him. Lu Laoqi, you've truly become shameless. Since you could even say something like that, there's nothing more left for me to discuss with you. Let's just see whether they choose to believe you or how foolish they really are. After saying this, Xuan soared into the sky and prepared to leave the scene. Lu Laoqi burned with fury, wanting to chase after him, but the difference in their powers was too great. Pursuing him would be useless. Yet, if he let this humiliation go without any reaction, Xiantian sect would truly lose all its dignity. You disgrace Xiantian sect. Today, even if you are. What? You want to kill me? Xuan knew Lu Laoqi was just spouting threats. At this awkward moment, he suddenly stopped in midair and hovered there, staring coldly at him. A strange and overwhelming aura surged from his body, as if he could strike Lu Laoqi at any moment. This abruptly halted Lu Laoqi's harsh words. If he continued, Xuan might really attack. But if he didn't continue, stopping halfway through his threats would only look more embarrassing. If you really want to kill me, come over and try. If you think you can't fight freely here, we can go play somewhere else." After saying this, Xuan deliberately extended a hand mockingly and gestured for him to come. "I'm asking you, do you dare?" Lu Laoqi was originally still calm, but provoked time and again, his remaining composure had nearly vanished completely. This last finger wave from Xuan was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Laoqi felt a rush of blood surge into his head. He stomped his foot, soared into the sky, and directly attacked Xuan with the sword in his hand. At this moment, instead of meeting the attack head-on, Xuan continuously retreated. Faintly, the aura exuding from him was only that of a half-step heaven sovereign. When Lu Laoqi sensed this, he froze, instantly overwhelmed with anger and humiliation. So this guy was just a fake all along. What heaven sovereign mid-stage? He was actually just a mere ant at the half-step heaven sovereign level. He, a heaven sovereign early-stage cultivator, had been intimidated by such a mere ant for so long. What a disgrace, how shameful. Filled with rage, Lu Laoqi now only wanted to redeem his honor. Chapter 160, better today than any other day. He unleashed his spiritual power. He launched continuous attacks toward Xuan, each strike increasing in frequency and intensity. If such power were fully unleashed within the city, it was unknown how much damage would be caused. Xuan intentionally retreated toward the outskirts of the city, glancing around before choosing the direction of the spirit beast forest. One reason was that flying in that direction would be closer, and another was that he had traveled that route once before and had some memory of it, making the chances of escape higher. Truthfully, just moments ago, Xuan had intended to collect the compensation and immediately leave. However, the stone on his body that housed the soul of Old Ghost had reacted. Through his soul contract, Xuan made contact with Old Ghost and learned that Lu Laoqi, a heavenly monarch at the early stage, was the person Old Ghost considered suitable for possession. How convenient was that? In that case, why not take immediate action instead of waiting for an auspicious day? Since the situation had conveniently presented itself today, why not lead this person out and then allow Old Ghost to possess him before returning him? Old Ghost's loyalty could be guaranteed. With an inside man, stirring up trouble here wouldn't be difficult. Originally, Xuan had been worried that the rumors he had spread wouldn't work well. After all, there weren't many major forces left in the city anymore. Even if news of the Enlightenment Tree had reached the Tamed Sect, it was uncertain whether anyone would directly interfere, especially without tangible evidence. But with Old Ghost possessing Lu Laoqi, this problem would be resolved. A mere half-heavenly monarch dares to blackmail the Tamed Sect. Hand over all your treasures and medicines to me immediately. Do you really expect me to let you live after handing over everything? Lu Laoqi gave a gloomy smile, his eyes like a venomous snake from hell, fixated on Xuan. "No, I won't let you live, but I can offer you a quick death. Of course, you can change my mind at any time. I really enjoy torturing people like you." From the expression and tone on Lu Laoqi's face as he spoke, Xuan immediately labeled him as a sadist. "You can desire these things all you want, but you'll have to catch me first." Xuan suddenly increased his speed. Previously, his flight speed had been like that of an ordinary half-heavenly monarch, but now a golden light appeared beneath his feet. Guided by this light, his flying speed increased dramatically, soon surpassing even the initial stage of the heavenly monarch. Lu Laoqi's entire body stiffened as he stared intently at that golden light. It was obviously a treasure in his eyes. Treasures that enhanced flying speed were extremely rare and usually functioned as life-saving artifacts. If he could obtain it, the benefits would be enormous. Close to home, it would give him an immediate escape option in dangerous situations. Looking further ahead, even selling it later could fetch a fortune. The speed increase was enough to rival a heavenly monarch's, and if used by someone already at that level, wouldn't it become even faster? Lu Laoqi likely never imagined that this wasn't a treasure at all, but rather a portion of the Golden Saint Dragon's power, guiding Xuan through the mountain sea chart. Without such a means of rapid movement, during the escape race with Lu Laoqi earlier, Xuan probably wouldn't have been able to outrun him. The Golden Saint Dragon's power could push speed even higher, but at this moment, it wasn't necessary. The goal was to lure Lu Laoqi far away. Naturally, if he was fast, Xuan would also be fast. If he was slow, Xuan would be slow too, as long as Lu Laoqi could still see him. Xuan deliberately turned his head back and looked as if Lu Laoqi was catching up, a slightly panicked expression appearing on his face. He then snorted coldly, and his speed seemed to increase once again, although the distance between them remained almost unchanged. Behind him, Lu Laoqi smirked coldly. At first, he had worried about not being able to keep up, but now observing Xuan's reactions, he was convinced of victory. After all, Xuan was just a half-heavenly monarch. Though aided by treasures, his inner spiritual energy wouldn't support such high-speed flying for long. As long as the chase continued, Lu Laoqi firmly believed he would eventually triumph. After some time, when the location approached where he had once ambushed Lu Laoqi, Xuan gradually slowed his speed, letting Lu Laoqi believe that he was starting to run out of spiritual power. Then, at a seemingly appropriate moment, he suddenly dove straight into a thicket of bushes. "You despicable coward. Let me tell you, even if you hide yourself in this spirit beast forest, there's no way you can escape my detection. The power of the heavenly monarch is something you, a mere half-heavenly monarch, cannot possibly imagine." Lu Laoqi spoke loudly, extremely arrogant. They hadn't even reached the depths of the spirit beast forest yet, so it was very difficult to find powerful spirit beasts here. His aura here could indeed be described as intimidating. Xuan Yin intentionally left behind some traces of himself before rushing toward the cave he had visited before. Although because of the previous battle in which Hu Yidao was killed, the cave's entrance still showed signs of melting, the inner platform remained intact. After Xuan Yin rushed inside, not long passed before Lu Laoqi also charged in. Seeing Xuan Yin, who appeared to be cornered at the only exit, Lu Laoqi became extremely arrogant. You run now? Keep running if you can. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I run? Keep being stubborn. Now I have all the time in the world to slowly torture you. The reason why Xuan Yin stood there, neither running nor resisting, and instead began chatting with Lu Laoqi, was simple. My master needs you to stall him for a while. It will take some time for my soul to infiltrate his body. Don't let him escape, preferably in a closed space which will make my actions easier. Xuan Yin had already planned everything while heading to the Spirit Beast Forest. How to play this game of inviting the guest into the pot. Didn't Lu Laoqi want to kill him? Then he would simply lure him straight to this cave, perfectly fulfilling Old Ghost's requirement for a confined space, while conveniently dragging things out with some casual banter. Delaying was definitely something Xuan Yin was very good at. Stay there and don't move. Xuan Yin suddenly shouted loudly. Indeed, the unexpected loud voice immediately startled Lu Laoqi. What now? What are you going to do? Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you. If you continue to approach me, there might be consequences that can't be undone. Pretending to be mysterious again. Lu Laoqi coldly snorted, clearly showing no fear at all. Chapter 161, a psychological blow is needed. But this body couldn't be more honest. Old Lu number 7 simply remained rooted in his spot. He retrieved his weapon from his storage ring and sent a sword beam straight toward Xuan Yin. To feign having made actual arrangements, Xuan Yin stood still. Though he could have easily moved in any direction, forward, back, or sideways, he deliberately acted as if there was no escape. That hesitation in his movement, astonishing acting. Yi Xian had borrowed the power of the Holy Spirit Xian turtle. Now, possessing the strength of a half-step celestial sovereign, its turtle shell could easily block an all-out strike from an early or even mid-celestial sovereign cultivator. It might cost a lot of energy, but as long as it could block this one strike, it would be enough. In Xuan Yin's hand appeared a black scale, the shedding of the evolved Holy Spirit Xian turtle's shell. Actually, Xuan Yin could directly utilize the Holy Spirit Xian turtle's power to create protection in front of him, but he deliberately chose not to. Hidden cards, disguises, whatever could prevent the opponent from clearly understanding his strength was good. Hiding some reserves was better. Xuan Yin did well even in details. Seeing this scene, Old Lu number 7 seemed to realize that this opponent had many treasures and likely had benefited from some hidden realm, evolving from an ordinary person into a half-step celestial sovereign expert. Now, probably he had set up some kind of hard-to-detect trap nearby. He didn't move from his spot because otherwise, the trap's effect might be lost, forcing him to withstand the attack solely with the treasure in his hands. Old Lu number 7 was analyzing logically and reasonably. Xuan Yin, observing with his golden eye, noticed faint translucent threads entering Old Lu number 7's body. Soon, the old ghost's voice echoed inside his mind. Master, what you should worry about next is how to block his attack. I fear he will resist once he senses I want to devour his soul, which might lead him to strike against you directly. It would be great if we could inflict a psychological blow on him. Otherwise, it might get complicated. Whether soul possession or forced soul fusion was used, there were always certain preparations involved. Like making a promise during soul possession, such a promise must be fully honored, such as avenging someone or other favors. Soul fusion required even more groundwork. While possession could proceed directly with soul swallowing or replacement, soul fusion required synchronization of two souls' vibrations, which took time. Like that poor fellow from the Yin sect. Psychological blow? Upon hearing those words, Xuan Yin hesitated slightly, but soon, a smile formed at the corner of his lips, an ice-cold smile, as seen by Old Lu number 7. Old Lu number 7, do you remember why you were sent here in the first place? The voice with which Xuan Yin spoke now had slightly changed. The effects of 10,000 faces for 10,000 people were undone. Not only had his body and aura changed back, even the sound of his voice had returned to its original state. However, Old Lu number 7 didn't know Xuan Yin well, and even on rare occasions when they met, he had never taken him seriously. Now Xuan Yin, having lifted the 10,000 faces for 10,000 people, was still wrapped in a black robe, wearing a mask. If Old Lu number 7 could recognize him, that would truly be strange. But he understood that this person before him had just used a disguise. He might be someone Old Lu knew, intentionally targeting the Tamed Sect. Suddenly thinking along these lines, it became clearer why the Tamed Sect had been experiencing so much misfortune in Beiki City lately. Most likely, all those troubles were also due to his manipulation. Could it be that by chance, he had now found the mastermind? Who exactly are you? In Old Lu number 7's hand, the long sword's spiritual energy surged outward, a massive power being held back, not yet unleashed. Who I am isn't important. What matters is that the very place you were standing on was once where a senior of the Tamed Sect met his end. Old Lu number 7 thought about it. Considering this place was a beast forest, someone dying here must have been. It was you who killed Hu Yidao. Unquestionably, Old Lu number 7 began to feel nervous. Hu Yidao, mid-stage celestial sovereign. Facing him, Old Lu had absolutely no hope of winning. If he could kill Hu Yidao, could he not kill Old Lu? Moreover, thinking about the cultivation world, no martial technique had ever been seen that could disguise one's cultivation level as higher than it truly was. Even if something did exist with a similar effect, it only mimicked the aura. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were absolutely impossible to fake. From the spiritual fluctuations Xuan displayed when he destroyed that house, old Lu number 7 was certain. They belonged to someone at the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm. So thinking about it, the other party had completely played him with an act, deliberately hiding his real strength and using a bait to lure him here. That's why he stood here so confidently. Blocking his earlier attack was effortless. Probably that turtle shell was just a disguise. After all, the shell in his hand looked pitch black and rough, definitely not appearing like any valuable treasure. Plus, he had never even heard of a defensive artifact shaped like a turtle shell that could block attacks from celestial sovereign cultivators. I wonder what great grudge you hold against the Tamed Sect. You've already killed Hui Dao. Isn't that enough? Lu Laoqi saw in Xuan's eyes that his life was already in the other's hands. He had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. This kind of negative thought made the old ghost chuckle inwardly. What exactly had his young master done? How could one casual sentence scare this fellow so much? Though he possessed greater strength, he was too frightened to even move. To save effort, the old ghost made contact with Lu Laoqi's spirit within his soul. He, Mei Shangdao, Nong Kandao Zhima, Yo Yisida Yimu, Xiaobai. Who is speaking? The old ghost's voice echoed directly inside his mind, while Lu Laoqi's voice shouted aloud inside the cave. Strange as it seemed, this maneuver really confused Xuan. What's going on? Did he actually scare his opponent insane just by saying a few words? However, Xuan quickly realized the truth. It wasn't that the opponent had gone mad, but that the old ghost had acted. Seeing Xuan's puzzled expression earlier, Lu Laoqi realized that it wasn't Xuan who had done it. He tried silently thinking a sentence inside his mind. I wonder where the senior expert is watching this battle from. The old ghost chuckled inwardly, knowing the opponent had taken the bait. I come from ancient times. I am merely a wandering soul. My current strength doesn't even reach a tenth of my former might, barely enough to exert power at the wheel-turning king realm. Since part of my soul has possessed your body, I can witness this amusing scene. When Lu Laoqi heard these words, joy spread across his face. Chapter 162, Young One, watch carefully. This junior is Lu Laoqi of Tamed Sect. I humbly beg the senior to intervene. Lu Laoqi felt that this time he had surely latched onto a powerful leg to cling to, believing survival would be no problem, and there was even a chance to progress further. This was a supreme being handed down from ancient times. Although merely a spiritual form, so what? The cultivation principles and insights into techniques from ancient times were not things easily obtainable. Yet in certain ancient ruins, these cultivation insights and manuals were always the top targets for everyone scrambling to grab them. After all, treasures are external things. Whether they can be repaired to unleash their ancient might was still uncertain. Even if brought forth, they could be lost, stolen, or countered by others. Given this situation, directly cultivating manuals and improving one's own strength was clearly the right path. Having a living fossil passed down from ancient times, such a person would undoubtedly benefit him without a single disadvantage. Thus he directly knelt to request the senior's intervention. After all, whether he lived or died was irrelevant. He could survive if he earned the senior's favor. My strength leans towards the soul, which is extremely powerful. But even if I wanted to help you through my power, it's not that simple. The old ghost intentionally showed a look that suggested the matter was difficult, subtly indicating his willingness to assist, only held back by the circumstances. May this junior know what trouble the senior faces. Xuan watched Lu Laoqi's facial expression changing continuously, knowing that the old ghost had probably already started acting. It would be best if he could stir the pot a bit. If you want to attack someone psychologically, then let me increase the pressure. Surely the effect will be just as good. From Lu Laoqi's reaction earlier, it appeared he'd already been frightened by the story of Hui Dao's murder. Xuan walked slowly towards Lu Laoqi, who, in turn, started stepping back cautiously, desperately communicating with the old ghost in his mind. Senior, hurry up, or I'm done for. Very well then. But doing this will consume a lot of my spiritual energy. Afterward, you must offer me some items that nourish and cultivate the soul to recover. Now hand over control of your body to me. I shall eliminate this fellow for you. Agreed. At this moment, Lu Laoqi was overwhelmed with excitement. He imagined himself, in no time, experiencing in advance the mighty presence of becoming a reincarnation realm expert through his own senses. However, he was clearly too naive. A powerful soul force completely engulfed Lu Laoqi's spiritual form. His limbs and body all seemed oppressed by another soul. Undoubtedly, the old ghost soul was far superior to Lu Laoqi's. This made it highly successful for him to masquerade as a powerful figure. Such an immense spiritual strength implied his previous cultivation realm had been extremely high. Now even exhibiting power matching the reincarnation realm could not be fake. Though vaguely something felt amiss in his heart, instinctively wanting to control his soul form, this feeling did not last long. After all, he couldn't beat Xuan anyway. Better to let the senior take over. Even if tricked, in the end, he'd only die anyway. Alright, young one. Now watch carefully. A powerful devouring force emerged from around Lu Laoqi's body. On the ground and cave walls, small whirlpools started appearing one after another. These whirlpools wreaked havoc upon the surrounding environment. Though the actual destructive force was limited, its visual effect was incredibly shocking. Although Lu Laoqi had relinquished control of his physical body, he could still feel the external changes via that body. His spirit could also sense everything outside, and he was deeply terrified of this devouring force. That night's battle, Lu Laoqi was among the few who managed to escape eventually. Though he didn't know exactly how the Yuanhun was finally destroyed or by whom, the one key point was that he had survived. Never would I have imagined the senior actually possesses the devouring force. This power is mighty indeed. The senior is truly an ancient expert from ancient times. Indeed, flattery was something Lu Laoqi mastered to perfection. As long as there was a slight opening, he could shower praise endlessly. When Qin saw the devouring force, he immediately knew the old ghost had started taking action. Master, just pretend to fight for a bit. Qin was momentarily stunned, before a strange expression soon surfaced on his face. Lu Laoqi had really drawn the short straw. Evidently, the old ghost intended to gain the other party's trust in some way, pretending to fight for real. Young one, watch carefully. My ultimate technique can devour all attacks. This time, the old ghost spoke through Lu Laoqi's mouth. Qin appropriately unleashed a surge of golden spiritual energy. With the power of Xianyuan Yulongju and the gold holy dragon, the fluctuation displayed was that of the middle stage of Tianzuan realm. Compared to ordinary spiritual energy, it carried an additional aura of royal majesty, so powerful that merely looking at it made one feel awestruck. However, as this attack surged forward, the old ghost's devouring force directly swallowed the golden light. The golden glow struggled for just a moment longer before vanishing into nothingness. No wonder the senior is so powerful. Lu Laoqi couldn't help but admit his envy. Such an overwhelming attack was something he himself yearned to learn. Who wouldn't crave the power of devouring force? Any cultivator who mastered such a power would become an invincible existence at their cultivation level, and even surpassing ranks in battle might become possible. Young one, do you know what treasures your Tamed Sect possesses? Lu Laoqi was somewhat puzzled, unsure why the conversation suddenly shifted from battle to treasures. However, the old ghost didn't wait for his reply. Instead, he started boasting. He claimed to have seen countless treasures back in ancient times, possessed unfathomable wealth, and regretfully added that everything had changed since ancient times. Now, he was nothing more than a lingering broken soul. When Lu Laoqi heard this, he assumed the old ghost simply wanted to compare past glory. Our Tamed Sect indeed possesses many treasures, including quite a few from ancient times. Of course, some of the more uniquely useful or especially powerful ones have already been claimed by the sect leader, the supreme elders, and the guardians. What's left are merely unrefined treasures that still lie dormant in the treasury, collecting dust. If you wish to restore the power of those ancient treasures, perhaps relocating the treasury to a special location and establishing a grand formation could do the trick. By the way, where exactly is your Tamed Sect's treasure vault built? Chapter 163, Confrontation. When Lao Gui asked that question aloud, Lu Laoqi hadn't fully registered what was happening yet. Or perhaps, due to his trust in the senior figure in his mind, Lu Laoqi simply didn't think too much about it. When this treasure vault was built back then, the main consideration was concealing the treasures, so everyone focused entirely on making it hidden. Who would think that just changing the terrain could restore its power? Lu Laoqi said this offhandedly. Just when Lao Gui was about to ask another question, Lu Laoqi suddenly added another sentence. The location of this treasure vault is within the White Mist Mountain just outside the Tamed Sect. Since it's outside the sect's territory, absolutely no one would ever suspect that the Tamed Sect would have hidden their treasures beyond their own borders. Upon hearing this, Lao Gui smiled slightly. Perhaps no one had considered it before. After all, something as valuable as a treasure would usually be considered safer kept within the sect itself. But now they already knew. Not only that, they were planning to enter and take everything away. Possibly due to his excitement, Lao Gui's next question came out a bit too eagerly. What kind of arrangements are there inside White Mist Mountain? If one truly wanted to restore the power of some treasure, the concern wouldn't be about entering, but rather, about the earlier mentioned terrain conditions. Now he was asking about the interior layout. Something was off. Lu Laoqi suddenly became cautious of the senior in his body, silently attempting to regain control of himself. However, as soon as his soul force reacted, Lao Gui noticed. Young man, what do you think you're doing? Doesn't matter. Get out of my body now. At this moment, the soul forces of Lao Gui and Lu Laoqi began to struggle. Although Lao Gui currently held the stronger power and could forcefully consume and take over Lu Laoqi's body by force, doing so would consume too much of his soul strength, possibly causing him to fall into a coma, or at least suffer a significant loss of power. Master, help! Lao Gui, still in control of Lu Laoqi's body, shouted loudly. By this time, Qin had already more or less figured out what was happening. The help they provided would mean distracting Lu Laoqi. The best way was for Qin to suddenly remove the black robe he was wearing and the mask over his face. At the moment Lu Laoqi saw Qin's true face, he was truly shocked. He had imagined many possible people who could have killed Hui Dao, but never once had he considered that it was this young noble from the city lord's manor, whom he had always looked down upon. Even though this person had now become the head of the city lord's manor, Lu Laoqi had assumed he was merely a front, someone being manipulated by the real mastermind behind the scenes. After all, what could the city lord's manor, with its mediocre strength, really accomplish? He had never imagined that in the main hall of the city lord's manor, he had actually been closest to the mastermind behind it all. So you're the one trying to destroy my Tamed Sect. You're the one who killed Hui Dao. Why? Tell me why you would do such a thing. Lu Laoqi shouted furiously, and Lao Gui felt a sense of joy within Lu's body. The more emotional Lu Laoqi became, the less attention he would pay to what was happening inside him, and the faster Lao Gui's consumption would progress. You ask why? Then let me ask you this. Do you still remember the Beast Tamed Sect? Lu Laoqi instinctively responded. It's just another sect that has long been forgotten. There are countless such weak sects all over Qingzhou. If not for its former glory, it wouldn't even be worth remembering. At that moment, Xuan suddenly drew a long sword from his sleeve, the very sword Jiqian. Lu Laoqi, then prepare for the very weak sect you speak of to destroy your Xiantian sect. You're dreaming. With your strength, you can't possibly accomplish that. Have you heard of my second elder brother? Lu Lar. He is a cultivator at the reincarnation realm. So long as he exists, none of you together could ever defeat him. When Lu Laoqi said this, his tone was confident. Even without considering the ordinary elders and inner sect officials still left behind by the Xiantian sect, just Lu Lar alone was an invincible powerhouse that the Beast Taming Sect would never be able to overcome. The difference between each stage of power in the reincarnation realm was immense. Combat effectiveness could vary wildly based on innate talent, cultivation techniques, and secret methods learned. Even within the entire Xiantian sect, Lu Lar ranked among the most formidable fighters. One of the reasons he hadn't joined the sect leader and the others to venture outside into the secret realm to seek enlightenment and enhance his cultivation was precisely to remain and guard the sect. For sects like the Xiantian sect, whose foundations lay outside the secret realm, this was usually the case. Only special organizations would take the risk of having their entire membership enter the secret realm together in search of opportunities and treasures. Even if that's the case, so what? My strength may not match yours, but didn't I still play you like a fool? And now, you're about to die very soon. When Lu Lauder faces me, he will suffer the same fate as you. As for your Xiantian sect, before this secret realm ends, I will uproot you completely. Lu Laoqi wanted to argue back, but when he looked into Xuan's eyes, he knew this opponent spoke the truth. At this moment, Xuan had already succeeded to a large degree, and if things continued this way, it was very likely he would accomplish his goal. Even more alarming was that this person's abilities were completely disproportionate to his actual age and apparent background, making people naturally less vigilant. Thinking about it, if he himself died here, the next elder might suffer the same fate. The more Lu Laoqi thought about it, the more he felt cold sweat forming on his body. What he wanted now was for Xuan to retract his threat, because just now he had already realized, resisting was futile, and the soul within his own body now belonged to the young master standing before him. Obviously, as long as Xuan agreed, he still had a path to survival. I want to know exactly what feud exists between the Beast Taming Sect and your Xiantian sect. At these words, Xuan gave a cold laugh. Do you really not remember what grudge you have against us? At this moment, Lu Laoqi truly wore a bitter smile on his face. He thought long and hard, but genuinely couldn't recall anything. He couldn't even clearly remember where he had heard the name Beast Taming Sect in the first place. In fact, this really couldn't be entirely blamed on Lu Laoqi. When Lao Gui had devoured his soul, some of his memories had also been consumed along with it, making his recollection hazy. Even his own consciousness seemed increasingly blurred. Don't you remember how you forced our sect leader to become the personal servant for your young sect leader? Then later, with a single letter, you tried to coerce our sect leader into merging the Beast Taming Sect into your Xiantian sect as part of a marriage dowry. As Xuan spoke these words, the long sword in his hand continuously pulsed with spiritual energy. He even considered killing Lu Laoqi right here, replacing him with someone else for Lao Gui to consume, changing the body the old ghost currently occupied. Chapter 164 Devouring Success. As soon as Xuan spoke out in anger, a flood of sealed memories suddenly surged into Lu Laoqi's mind. Of course he knew about this matter. It was his second elder brother who had forced the marriage the second time. But if he were to speak this out loud, it was doubtful whether he would have any chance of survival at all. Facing this young man here, he might go completely insane. Lu Laoqi was also deeply perplexed. With the talent and strength you've displayed, you can absolutely become a core disciple of Xiantian sect. Just think. You can have top-tier cultivation techniques and Jifeng cultivation treasures. I can provide them all to you. Why not just join our Xiantian sect? What does the alliance leader have to do with you anyway? Why would you want to get involved in this messy affair? Lu Laoqi didn't notice at all that Xuan's expression had already turned as dark as a charcoal pot. If the old ghost hadn't continuously calmed his emotions within his mind through their pact, Xuan might have already beheaded Lu Laoqi with one slash of his sword. Currently, Lu Laoqi's soul was fighting for control of his body. Despite his immense cultivation, he couldn't even protect himself. Suddenly, Lu Laoqi proposed a deal. If you are willing to spare my life, not only can I recommend you to join Xiantian sect, but I can also grant the Beast Taming Sect our Xiantian sect's protection. Xuan appeared outwardly, as if slightly tempted. Is this true? Absolutely true. I swear on my word. Furthermore, no one would force your sect leader to marry anyone either. We'll be cooperating as equals, not as subordinates. Though Xuan's expression seemed slightly moved, internally, he was as cold as ice. He wasn't some naive youth unaware of the world. In the cultivation world, might always made right. Why would you want nothing in return and still protect us? What gives you the authority? Moreover, can you really make such a decision? Even the sect leader would likely face opposition from elders, since this is a matter that requires effort without any benefit. You're only a sect elder. Most likely, in order to save your own life, you're just grasping at straws and babbling recklessly. Alright then, I accept. But you must leave behind proof that can verify your words as genuine. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to let you go. While negotiating with Lu Laoqi, Xuan secretly urged the old ghost to accelerate the devouring process. Lu Laoqi became instantly anxious. To prevent suspicion, the old ghost even put on a little performance. Do you think begging the young master for mercy will save you? As long as I devour you before your decision is made, even the young master won't say anything. After all, I will remain eternally loyal to him, while you are merely a worthless coward trying to escape death. Though these words of the old ghost increased Lu Laoqi's anxiety, he still had no good solution. Just as despair was about to overwhelm him, suddenly an idea brightened his eyes. The token. I have a token. What kind of token? This token allows access to the outer regions of Baiwushan. Since you had just mentioned this place earlier, it's obvious that this is your target, right? And this token also verifies the identity of an elder. There are too many offering elders outside the Tamed Sect. As long as you possess this token, you can mobilize certain forces of Tamed disciples. Come to think of it, this indeed was a very useful item. At this, even Chun Yin couldn't help but feel slightly tempted, yet his killing intent surged even higher. Good as it was, so long as Lu Laoqi remained alive, there was a possibility this could be leaked or deciphered. Moreover, now that he knew they were heading for Baiwushan, he definitely couldn't be allowed to live. Once you live, the token mechanisms might be altered, arrays could change. How could he know whether he would even be able to get in then? If they ended up trapping him in a pincer movement, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Chun Yin slightly smiled and extended his hand. Letting you live might be negotiable, but taking a step forward, Chun Yin snatched the token and immediately stepped back. At the very moment of attacking, he contacted the old ghost via their pact. Lu Laoqi was momentarily startled, not understanding what was happening. When he finally realized, an intense pain shot through his head. No, I've already given you the token. I blame it on knowing too much. When Chun Yin said this, Lu Laoqi's entire body began to shrink. The fluctuating energy radiating from him also started to change slightly. Originally at the initial Heaven Venerable stage, his power had already approached Middle Heaven Venerable stage. After all, the old ghost had by then already devoured countless powerful souls, continuously strengthening his own twin body. He certainly hadn't foolishly invested all of that power into enhancing his spiritual energy cultivation. Even if he enhanced his cultivation on that poor soul from the Tamed Sect, in the end, it was all illusory. If the secret of his soul-devouring ability was ever exposed, he would be hunted down and killed like a demonic cultivator, and at that point, he would have no choice but to abandon the poor body from the Tamed Sect entirely. His ancient soul power back in the ancient era had been unknownly stronger than it was now. Therefore, restoring the strongest part of himself at the fastest possible speed was the only way to go. That was also why, even after splitting his soul from his body, he was still able to wield most of his power. How's the old ghost fusion going? The soul of Lu Laoqi has already been completely devoured by me. Some of the things within his mind have also gradually become known to me. Devouring a soul allows me to gain fragments of their memories. However, at first, everything he said sounded promising, but the pause in his voice brought along a sudden shift. Chun Yin suddenly felt a chill of foreboding. However, what? Within his memories, I saw images of Lu Laoer's battle. When he acted last time, he had already reached the middle stage of the wheel-turning realm. Since such a long period of time has passed, and his power has grown visibly stronger, he may now be approaching the late stage of that realm. Chun Yin furrowed his brows. He didn't fully understand the significance of being at the late wheel-turning realm stage. He knew it was powerful, but just how powerful? How great was the gap? The old ghost clearly realized this as well. Although his young master possessed astonishing talent and extraordinary fortune, his knowledge about the cultivation world was extremely limited, even lacking in basic understandings and common sense. The Celestial Lord stage is what ordinary people refer to as being extraordinary, surpassing the worldly stage after the foundation building stage. Forming a core marks the true beginning of one's cultivation path, while the Celestial Lord stage can be said to be the ultimate limit for those of average talent or insufficient fortune. This was the first time Chun Yin had heard such a description. The old ghost continued on. Beyond the Celestial Lord stage lies true transcendence, a step beyond mere extraordinariness. The first phase of that transcendence is entering the wheel-turning realm. This is the true nature of the wheel-turning realm. Chapter 165, Soul Puppet Technique. The difference between the wheel reincarnation realm and the heaven sovereign realm was simply too vast. Lao Goe only gave a few examples before stopping, because saying too much now wouldn't benefit Chun Yin's future cultivation. The wheel reincarnation realm, single-handedly, one can suppress a heaven sovereign. Remember this phrase. If you haven't mastered a power surpassing the heaven sovereign level, don't fight any Changjura in the wheel reincarnation realm. Below the heaven sovereign, it's still about techniques and spiritual energy, but the wheel reincarnation is already different. Chun Yin nodded silently after hearing this. He had always thought that the improvement of cultivation realms was merely an enhancement of spiritual energy, nothing particularly special. With his 10,000 beast transformation and some other external aids, he believed he could rival strong opponents. But he had overlooked one point. The strongest opponent he had defeated so far was merely at the heaven sovereign realm. Were there really so many subtleties and complexities in the wheel reincarnation realm? Suddenly, Chun Yin decided he should find time to ask his sect leader. After all, sect leader Qi Ningxue was currently a genuine wheel reincarnation expert. At this moment, Chun Yin felt both concern and anticipation. If, in the future, he possessed sufficient cultivation, could he forcibly reach the wheel reincarnation level through the 10,000 beast transformation? If that were possible, then at least when fighting against powerful experts, he wouldn't feel so restricted. If not, well, he'd just have to lie low when needed. What is your current strength like? After I adapt to this body, reaching the middle stage of the heaven sovereign realm shouldn't be a problem. As for the rest, it will need to be gradually restored. Lao Gui showed no regret when he said this. On the contrary, there was an excitement in his tone. This time, he truly went into hiding. Although previously he had gained even greater power and was on the verge of entering the wheel reincarnation realm, back then he had already become the target of many. Even if others didn't regard him as an evil cultivator to be slain, there would still be countless Xuan seeking him out for the secrets of his devouring force. Among them were certainly existences he could not confront. After all, the world was vast and deeply mysterious, and even basic self-preservation before reaching the karma realm might not be possible. Now, having taken on a new identity, he had completely hidden himself among the common people, making it extremely difficult for others to find him. Take this token. Lao Gui didn't quite understand the reason. This token from Tamed Sect should be more useful in Qinyan's hands, so what did it mean to give it to him? Truthfully speaking, if you keep it on me, it's just a cover. I already have plenty of such disguises. As for going to Baiwu Mountain, we can go together later. At that time, the ownership of the token won't really matter. But if you lose your identity token as an elder, it would be difficult to explain. Nodding, Lao Gui quickly recovered, then followed Qinyan into the beast forest to adapt to his new body. Devouring Force. Filled with excitement, Lao Gui used the Devouring Force in combat. The forest beasts were either devoured or their attacks reflected, while others were literally swallowed whole, and some were sliced into countless pieces by peculiar devouring blades. Qinyan, curious, asked, "What exactly was that transparent spiritual energy you used earlier?" Lao Gui hesitated slightly before smiling. "This is my signature technique from the old days, a technique regarded as an evil art. However, this evil art doesn't actually harm people. It's just extremely difficult to successfully cultivate." After hearing this, Qinyan became somewhat curious. What kind of non-harmful skill could be regarded as an evil art? Through their master-servant contract, Lao Gui transmitted some information into Qinyan's soul, forming a secret scripture. Flipping through it mentally, Qinyan found there was a lot of content, most of which seemed unrelated to actual cultivation. What is this? The reason I call this famous technique an evil art is because it controls people and also souls. Control people and souls? Qinyan stared at Lao Gui in astonishment, who grinned proudly in response. "Master, though I'm reduced to this state now, in my prime, I was a figure whose mere name could stop infants from crying in the cultivation world. It wasn't because I had slaughtered recklessly, it was because I had controlled several powerful cultivators. Although their cultivations were higher than mine, they still couldn't resist my soul's secret arts." As Lao Gui spoke, he explained that the name of this secret art was the soul puppet technique. Its force was not only spiritual energy, but also contained soul essence. This combined power directly invaded other people's bodies, controlling their actions. For those with weaker soul powers, even simple manipulation of their consciousness was possible. This is so terrifying. Qinyan was stunned. If such a technique were truly mastered and unleashed, it would send chills down one's spine. Too horrifying even to imagine. It's terrifying, but not that exaggerated. To achieve the strongest control, you need to suppress the opponent by at least one cultivation realm. At the same realm, at most, you can only make them obey your commands in battle. Anything more complex is impossible. Although it sounded somewhat less horrifying than complete mind control, this was already dreadful enough. Old Ghost was about to demonstrate the technique. The soul puppet technique fundamentally emphasized soul power. Intelligence was also involved, one of the reasons spiritual energy could remain invisible and undisplayed. Facing a nearby beast, Old Ghost raised his hand and silently emitted an invisible force. With a flick of his finger, the beast began to tremble slightly, its eyes gradually dimming, before it finally collapsed onto the ground, as if all strength had vanished. Not long after, the beast rose abruptly and charged toward Old Ghost and Qinyan, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Roar! The beast roared loudly, emitting a yellowish glow, and the ground beneath it erupted with numerous sharp spires. These spires pierced through the surrounding trees until finally halting beside Qinyan, where the beast displayed a seemingly docile expression. Yet Qinyan knew very well. The beast had no consciousness of its own. Its eyes exuded a chilling, lifeless aura. Is this beast already dead? No. What it's experiencing is not death, but the desire for death. Qinyan was momentarily taken aback as Old Ghost sighed deeply. Actually, for many beasts, being controlled by others is extremely painful. Sometimes, they value dignity even more than humans do. Chapter 166, Disguising Identity. When Qinyan heard these words, he fell into slight silence. He thought about Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu inside his mountain and sea chart space. Was he, their master, also a form of bondage to them? Qinyan had always been very kind to those around him, and especially to his demonic beasts. Yet sometimes such kindness might not be exactly what they wanted. He didn't wish to make a foolish mistake like offering apples when what was truly desired was pears, which was why he felt so torn at this moment. "All right, young master, don't think too much about it," Old Ghost said, immediately knowing what he was thinking just from his expression. Having spent some time together, he had come to understand Qinyan's character to a certain degree. Compassionate, merciless toward enemies perhaps, but far too kind-hearted toward his own people. This sort of kindness went beyond what was normally acceptable in the cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. "Master, if you really worry that much, why not just ask them yourself? With the soul contract, basic communication between you should still be possible." Upon hearing this, Qinyan's heart stirred slightly. He began reaching out mentally through the contract to his golden holy dragon and holy spirit and turtle who were playing within the mountain and sea chart. He asked if they wished to sever the contract, but the response in his mind was uniformly refusal. They felt a deep, indescribable closeness toward Qilin, an innate affection, and they knew that Qilin genuinely cared for them. In fact, upon hearing his idea of breaking the contract, they actually began to try to appease him, begging him not to let go. Feeling their responses, Qilin gradually calmed himself and walked over to stand beside Old Ghost. He gently touched the finger Old Ghost had extended toward him and could feel an unusual energy running through it. Previously, only through the golden eyes could he perceive such fine lines. Without activating them, not only was it impossible to see them, but even sensing them would be quite vague. If you really wish to learn this, young master, it might still be too early. This secret technique demands a much stronger soul force than you might expect. If you truly want to master it, you'd better start by improving your pill refining skills first. Generally speaking, pill refiners have strong soul power. Moreover, advancing in pill refinement naturally increases one's soul strength, which is exactly what soul puppet art requires. Qilin nodded slightly, understanding now that it was merely a matter of sequence, nothing particularly concerning. Still, pill refining. At the very least, he would need to reach the Bigujing before he could proceed, otherwise he couldn't condense the spiritual flame necessary for alchemy. Mere mental fire wouldn't suffice. Taking over Lu Laoqi's identity had truly been a fruitful endeavor. Afterward, the two of them spent a little more time within the beast forest to absorb and restore Old Ghost's full power. Alright, my strength has returned now, mid-Tianzuan. Currently, no one in Beia City poses a real threat to me. Qilin nodded, reminding him in a soft voice. Don't forget your current identity. Whatever you do not reveal the power of absorption again. After all, you're now merely Lu Laoqi, a mere elder of Tamed Sect. Don't worry, I already had techniques for disguising myself even in the ancient times. Qilin had full confidence in Old Ghost, who had survived from the ancient cultivation era until now, but reminded him anyway out of precaution. Old Ghost returned to Beia City first, while Qilin followed slightly later. Although he had now removed his disguise and no longer resembled that black-robed figure from before, it was better to be slightly cautious than sorry. If any mishap were to occur and their identities exposed, things could become difficult, especially as the city had yet to settle down completely. Elder, you've finally returned. Elder, how did your pursuit go? What happened to that previous expert? As Old Ghost returned to Tamed Sect's temporary base, a group of disciples immediately surrounded him. Since he could access Lu Laoqi's memories, mimicking his usual habits was manageable, especially given that the disciples were unfamiliar with Lu personally. Due to Lu Laoer's presence, the younger Lu's older brother, Lu Laoqi, always held a rather prominent position among the elders, and the disciples flattered him accordingly, treating him with great deference. Lu himself was well aware that he would never surpass the Tianzuan level in this life. The only reason he was so comfortably situated now was due to his elder brother. Since his older sibling was always elusive and hard to contact, people had no choice but to approach Lu Laoqi instead. Truth be told, if he were given benefits in return, he was indeed willing to help whenever opportunities arose. This made others all the more willing to maintain good relations with him. No matter what, having someone who could be spoken to was never a loss. Even in the cultivation world, connections mattered. What expert? Nothing more than a foundation-building insect who disguised himself as a Tianzuan-level cultivator. Though he tried to escape desperately, I intercepted and killed him on the way. His body has already been destroyed beyond recognition. At that moment, one of the disciples wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the treasures retrieved from those pits, but Old Ghost clearly had no intention of discussing such matters. In a flash, he returned to Tamed Sect's temporary base, vanishing into his courtyard. It was evident his disguise had been successful. Qilin had also re-entered the city through the main gate by this time, but instead of going straight to the city lord's mansion, he first made his way to the war goddess. Brother Zhao, how come you have time to come here? Didn't we already agree on tonight's plan? The plan for tonight won't be that complicated anymore. Just watch, Brother Zhao. As Zhao Long greeted Qilin, he paused in confusion upon hearing these words. Now, in Beia City, besides the war godgan, what other powers still had connections with Qilin? If tonight's plans no longer required his assistance, was there anyone else capable of inciting conflict between Tamed Sect and the Pill Valley? A faint mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Qilin's mouth, yet he offered no further explanation. Arriving there, Qilin also saw Yi Heng, who had now gradually adapted to his new role and stood beside Zhao Long. A deputy general must fulfill his assigned position thoroughly. Yi Heng, I have something for you. I've noted the usage and proper dosage for some items inside. Be sure to read them carefully before use. Yi Heng hesitated briefly, then finally accepted the storage ring Qilin handed to him. Inside were many new potions Qilin had recently developed, but even more were treasures gifted through the system's daily sign-in. Though they were items Qilin himself no longer needed, they might be of great use to Yi Heng. Chapter 167. The Whereabouts of the Medicine Valley. As Yi Heng took it into his hand, he instinctively glanced inside to see what was in it. Then his eyes widened, and he wanted to say thanks, but found his voice trembling, unable to utter a word. Zhao Long, seeing this, also felt confused. Wasn't it just a storage ring? How could something inside shock Yi Heng like this? He was curious, but still maintained a degree of respect for his subordinate. Moreover, although Yi Heng was his deputy and subordinate, he held another identity as well. He was the bond between himself and Qilin. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Yi Heng, it meant that he would maintain a good relationship with Chen Yin, a fact that wouldn't change. Chen Yin was very satisfied when he saw Yi Heng's expression of shock earlier. Looks like anything from the system is truly top quality. Chen Yin had placed quite a few weapons and some consumables inside. For one, he already had a weapon that suited him well. Even if he needed another, it had to be better in quality than the Zhutian sword he currently held. Secondly, the Divine Wardan promoted martial skills, and these weapons could be used by Yi Heng to gain support. Although he had appointed him as his deputy, Chen Yin wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Zhao Long's favor was just how a general of the Divine Wardan would support a junior or cultivate a relationship. Yi Heng was different. The relationships and influence he would develop in the Divine Wardan were bound to become more useful later than relying on Zhao Long. Once you get there, train hard and don't goof-foo my expectations. Brother Nian, Fengxian. Yi Heng said this like a pledge. Chen Yin nodded at the two before leaving the Divine Ward's base. Before returning to the City Lord's mansion, he made a stop by Badadeo's place to understand the current situation in the city. Overall, the situation was favorable for Chen Yin. Everyone still felt lingering fear about the battle that night, and more people adopted a defensive posture. The more conservative they were, the more unified they would be against external threats. As long as someone stirred up trouble at this time, everyone's attention would focus entirely on that individual. Back at the City Lord's mansion, Chen Yin started to consider his plan for tonight. The most critical figure was Lao Gui, now Lao Qi, and this crucial person could be commanded and communicated with at any time through the master-servant contract within Chen Yin's mind. Whatever plan was devised tonight, it would double effectiveness and could even be modified in real time. On this point alone, he already stood on unbeatable ground tonight. Chen Yin said he would let the people from the Divine Wardan watch a great performance. This was not a joke, but an actual intention. Tonight would belong to the Tamed Sect alone. As Chen Yin was thinking this, just before drafting his plan, he suddenly found a particularly interesting piece of information in Badadeo's reports. What made this piece of information interesting was this. Earlier intelligence from Badadeo already indicated that not a single person from the Medicine Valley remained in Beijing. They had all fled long ago. But now, a spy had sighted disciples from the Medicine Valley near a remote mountain outside Beijing. Immediately, an idea formed in Chen Yin's mind. Originally, he only planned to spread a rumor. Although this rumor had yet to produce any response so far, as all major forces remained silent, clearly showing little effect. But what if this rumor could become real? Saying that the Tamed Sect wanted to destroy the Medicine Valley and seize the Enlightenment Tree might not convince many. But if one truly dispatched forces and openly searched everywhere, even engaging in confrontations on the same day, wouldn't that significantly enhance its credibility? Old dog uncle, besides long swords and broadswords, do you have any other impressive weapons? Chen Yin shouted toward old dog uncle's courtyard. Not only did he come out, but young butcher came along too. What devious idea do you have now, kid? See how you talk. What devious idea? Have any of my plans not been good ones? And I'll tell you. Tonight, someone is going to be targeted. Well, not exactly targeted, but framed. Old dog uncle grumbled as he approached. What's wrong with targeting people? If you're ashamed to do it, don't do it at all. Chen Yin helplessly repeated his question. Me, old dog uncle, have survived this long in the martial world only through unmatched disguise skills. Forget swords and blades. Even if I changed to another weapon, I could still wield it skillfully and convincingly. All right then, tonight, I'll leave my safety in your hands. In fact, both you and Mr. Su. At this moment, young butcher took a step forward voluntarily. Although he didn't speak, his expression made it clear that he wanted to join them tonight. Originally, Chen Yin hadn't planned for young butcher to be involved. After all, the guy was just too distinctive in appearance. After being used once, everyone remembered him. Last time, they had tried to kill old 7th Lu but failed. Right. If they had tried to kill old 7th Lu before, why not do it again this time? Besides, this time Lu Laowu was one of their own. Letting the two of them stage an intense fight would surely be no problem. Chen Yin didn't mention Lao Gui. He only said that Lu Laowu had reached an agreement with him, and then explained the main points and details of tonight's plan to young butcher. This role he was to play was indeed critical. Chen Yin himself left Su Yifun's courtyard alone and went to the other end of the City Lord's mansion residential area. After all, Su Riyun was a woman and also a saint-level expert. It was normal for her to have a separate courtyard. Just as he was about to knock and enter, a voice suddenly came from inside. Come in. Chen Yin was slightly startled. He hadn't expected her to know he had arrived. After entering the courtyard, the two exchanged some idle chatter before Chen Yin finally explained his purpose for coming and outlined the plans for tonight. I can go with you, but I will only guarantee your safety. I won't do anything for you, at least not yet. Chen Yin nodded. He and Su Riyun currently shared a relationship of mutual respect, but not a deep bond. Expecting her to follow his orders was naturally unreasonable. As for the not yet part, Chen Yin didn't even consider what might happen in the future. If that's settled, then I'll bring old dog uncle when the time comes. You just need to come with me. Before leaving, Chen Yin left a bottle of pills on the table. Chapter 168, Following from All Sides. Su Riyun looked at the pill with some surprise. What did this mean? Was it a payment for her services? But since Chen Yin was willing to give it, she was willing to accept. After all, she would eventually be leaving with him anyway. There was no big deal in taking it. Chen Yin gave her the pill not as a payment in advance, but because he noticed something this time that he hadn't last time. Su Riyun was injured. It didn't seem like a serious wound at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could faintly sense a terrifying aura flowing inside her body. It was definitely no ordinary injury. Perhaps one of the reasons she remained in Bay City to repay her debt of gratitude was also to recover from her wounds. And the reason why she was willing to follow him might also stem from another factor, his identity as a pill refiner, and not just any, but one with exceptional talent. Such information was not particularly secret within the city lord's estate, so it was easy enough to find out or ask about. It was very likely that Su Ruyun already knew about her own injury and that her own strength was insufficient to heal or suppress it. Therefore, she hoped to gain a certain level of security by staying by his side. As for actually taking action against him, in her eyes, Qin Yan was merely a nascent gathering cultivator, a tiny fry not even at that stage yet, and wouldn't normally attract enemies of the highest caliber. Moreover, Xuan had a secret technique to boost his power, making him strong enough to handle most threats as a foundation-building cultivator. If she really had this idea in mind, then Qin Yan could only say she was dreaming too big. The people he had to deal with weren't just small fry, but real big fish. He was determined to take down the forces of Tamed Sect. At midnight, Qin Yan arrived with Dog Uncle at the courtyard. Su Ruyun had already been ready and stepped out, wearing the same male disguise as always. Where are we going? Outside Bay City, toward the Wild Mountains. We must be cautious while traveling to avoid being discovered, but intentionally leave a trail of our presence. First, let's pay a visit to the Tamed Sect base. Upon hearing Qin Yan's plan, both were slightly startled, though they quickly understood this was probably meant to draw someone out. Don't be so nervous. Even if you two don't reveal yourselves, others will. So there's no need to hide too much. By now, Qin Yan was already flying through the sky. From previous experience, the faint flowery scent wafting from Su Ruyun no longer felt strange to him. Though disguised as a man, she was in truth a genuine beauty, and that faint fragrance made his mind flutter slightly. We're here. Just after they landed and concealed themselves, Qin Yan had already used the master-servant bond to contact the old ghost, signaling him to start acting. Numerous disciples of the Tamed Sect poured out of the base. Old Lu led the team, and an elder accompanied them as they marched out of the city in full force. It was clear they had a definite target, and it was a massive one, intent on swallowing it whole. Though their movements were quiet, they still disturbed many of the other factions. Especially after the events previously, people weren't sleeping well anyway, and patrols or rotating scouts were surely already outside. What did you say? The Tamed Sect's base is already empty. Everyone has gone out, and nobody knows where they've gone. Every faction soon received the latest news from their own spies. This was a major move. Whatever the target was, it meant they might miss out or need to flee otherwise. They didn't dare hope to get a share of the spoils, but they didn't want to be left behind either. Though not necessarily planning to watch, going together could be disadvantageous due to the large crowd. Those who remained in Bay City retained their strongest people and elite disciples. They had to consider how to evacuate, because those with lower cultivation wouldn't even be able to fly. Sending them along would just be throwing them away as cannon fodder. It was better to leave them behind at the base to maintain a facade, which could also serve to mislead others. At this moment, Dog Uncle furrowed his brows. He had noticed that certain factions were following behind. Little year, judging by the situation, it seems only about half the factions have moved out. Should we try to stir things up more and drag the others along as well? Qin Yan shook his head. Though bringing them along could work, it was unnecessary, and the results might not even be good. Some of the factions knew exactly what the Tamed Sect had planned, but chose not to intervene, as they lacked the strength to do so. They were already struggling to deal with their own problems. Sending more people out could lead to losses severe enough to make it impossible to even defend their own bases in Bay City. As for those who went tonight, all of them did so willingly. Once they started causing chaos in the city, the situation would be completely different. Some might even return. Qin Yan had also noticed the people from the War God Hall. Although he had given them a heads up in advance, he hadn't provided any specific intelligence, so the War God Hall members were also simply trailing behind the Tamed Sect. At this moment, Su Ruyun felt somewhat puzzled. Aren't we leaving yet? If we keep waiting here, we might not even catch a glimpse of them later. How can we follow them then? Qin Yan smiled. Through his communication with the old ghost soul, locating him was as easy as turning his hand over. Even if they didn't set off right now, once everything had already begun, arriving later would still be just in time. But this was a secret of his own, so he didn't want to explain too much or reveal anything, only saying, then let's hurry and catch up. While traveling, the various factions noticed each other's presence, but everyone remained silently understanding. Their gazes were all locked onto the same target, Tamed Sect. It would be absurd to believe that everyone leaving together in the middle of the night and heading toward these remote mountains had no purpose. It'd mean they were simply idle and looking for trouble. They didn't necessarily believe others' motives for acting this way. But if it was old Lu, that stingy fellow, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Very soon, the large group reached the Wild Mountains. Old Lu didn't bother with any pretense and acted as though he hadn't noticed anyone tailing him. Facing the desolate mountains ahead, he suddenly roared, "Zhou Fuchang, come out and die? Hand over your enlightenment tree to me." Old Lu's voice was incredibly loud, enhanced further with spiritual power for greater reach. Even those who had fled a bit farther away for safety could hear it clearly at this moment. Oh, so they were here to find Zhou Fuchang. Nobody harbored much doubt, because if it wasn't that, there wouldn't be any other reason. Chapter 169, Rewards for Annihilating the Medicine Valley. It was clear that he had already decided to bring everyone from the base, fully ready for an all-out fight. Truth be told, the intelligence about the Medicine Valley disciples stationed here was indeed accurate. Hao Dayton, using the resources Qin Yan had given him, had indeed formed a diffusion method like a spider web, gradually bringing the surrounding situation under his control bit by bit. Then through meticulous analysis, sufficient inferences were drawn. Though only Medicine Valley disciples were currently present here, it didn't matter. He could dispatch others to investigate further. Besides, near this desolate mountain there were still traces of human habitation, though few, just a handful of hunting households. But buying intelligence from these hunters about the mountain would be extremely simple. After collecting all this information, it was not hard to determine that Zhou Fuchang had gathered the Medicine Valley disciples here on this mountain for some hidden intention. As for what exactly was atop the mountain, Qilin did not care much. Treasures, he had seen plenty. Anything granted by the check-in system could count as treasure. If missing out on one treasure today was the cost of achieving his purpose, Qilin might feel a bit regretful, but certainly not heartbroken. Su Riyun and the dog uncle were both puzzled. What is he trying to do? Could Elder Lu be mentally ill? At a time like this, shouting out his own intentions so openly, won't that just give the enemy a chance to escape? Qilin heard their discussion beside him, shook his head slightly, but remained silent, his eyes fixed tensely on the unfolding situation in the field. Not long after, Zhou Fuchang flew out from the desolate mountain and landed before Elder Lu 7th, eyeing the imposing group of opponents before him and darkening in expression. Well, if only part of the enemy had arrived, things would be easier to handle. But if you show up dragging your entire entourage along and practically evacuating your whole camp. If there were fewer people, Zhou Fuchang might fight. But now, with so many, he would have no choice but to flee. Currently, both sides were roughly even in manpower, making this matter complicated. Helplessly, he could only choose to appeal emotionally and reason with him. Elder Lu 7th, although back then you gave false testimony saying I had the enlightenment tree in my possession, since there are hardly any outsiders here, let's speak plainly and directly. Who actually possesses this enlightenment tree? Although Zhou Fuchang's words were a topic shift, they also served as a subtle reminder to Elder Lu, attempting to warn him that he might unknowingly be used as someone else's pawn. Unfortunately, Elder Lu 7th now was no longer the Elder Lu he had once been. He clearly knew that coming here was exactly for being someone else's pawn. Stop blabbering nonsense. My mind yours, who cares? The enlightenment tree is clearly in your hands. My Xiantian sect has great plans for it. Hand it over now. You. Zhou Fuchang was truly furious now, at a loss for words. Why had he not noticed earlier that Elder Lu was such a hot-headed fool? Let me clearly tell you then, there's no enlightenment tree in my hands at all. So please return. Elder Lu snickered coldly and pointed toward the mountain behind Zhou. In that case, why don't you withdraw your people and allow my people to go up the mountain to take a good look and see exactly what's up there? Zhou Fuchang's expression subtly changed. Elder Lu, what exactly do you mean by this? Do you really think the Medicine Valley fears your Xiantian sect? Nothing in particular, just wanting to see whether the words spoken by a Medicine Valley elder differ from flatulence. Among the spectators, all the factions now felt they had grasped the key point of the situation. Clearly, there was something on that mountain, most likely the enlightenment tree. After all, everyone knew how difficult it was for the enlightenment tree to survive. Perhaps the Medicine Valley had discovered a special geographical feature or a rare treasure on the mountain, which they had used for cultivating the enlightenment tree. That was probably why they secretly moved all their people out of Bay City, leaving no trace behind. However, the Xiantian sect had been secretly tailing them all along, so the matter had inevitably now been exposed. And even in the worst-case scenario, something else might be hidden there, and even if it wasn't the enlightenment tree, the opportunity would certainly not be wasted. Elder Lu 7th. Zhou Fuchang was about to speak further when Elder Lu, surprisingly, ignored him completely. Instead, he suddenly waved his hand and loudly shouted at the disciples behind him. For the Xiantian sect, eliminate the Medicine Valley. Seize the enlightenment tree. Tremendous rewards await. The sudden battle cry from Elder Lu proved extremely effective in boosting morale. The disciples behind him had been burning with resentment for days, and finally getting a chance to engage in battle and let it all out filled them with excitement. Neither the Medicine Valley nor the Xiantian sect were insignificant factions, though naturally each excelled in different areas. The Xiantian sect was an ordinary cultivation sect following standard practices, while the Medicine Valley mainly consisted of alchemists. There was indeed a significant gap between their combat strengths. In at least same-level confrontations, the Xiantian sect's fighting power was clearly superior. Not all the Medicine Valley disciples were alchemists, becoming one required talent. They also accepted disciples with excellent cultivation potential and trained them accordingly. With pills and various interpersonal connections as support, some of the Medicine Valley's gifted disciples were just as strong, if not stronger, compared to other sects' elite disciples. Unfortunately, most of the disciples present here were merely ordinary ones. There were no monstrous geniuses among them. Boom. Die. Medicine Valley disciples, assemble. Watch this. Xuan. Very quickly, the battle became increasingly chaotic. At this point, several factions seemed to silently reach an understanding. None of them approached the central battlefield directly, instead going around it from the periphery. In their eyes, it was merely a dogfight between the Xiantian sect and the Medicine Valley. Whichever side won ultimately made no difference. Even better would be for neither to win, resulting in mutual destruction and heavy losses. This would be more beneficial for everyone else. The only thing truly drawing their interest was what exactly was on top of that desolate mountain. If there really was some treasure, no matter if it was the enlightenment tree or not, the gains would certainly be substantial. Yet with so many factions already here, even if there was something on that mountain, it would definitely be impossible for everyone to share peacefully. Therefore, the only thing left to do was see who could move faster. Zhao Long from the War God Hall glanced around, but could not spot Chen Yin anywhere. Curious, he stepped back quite a distance before finally spotting the three of them hiding behind. Brother Chen Yin. Brother Zhao, what's the matter? You don't seem interested in whatever is on that mountain. After hearing the question, Zhao Long smiled slightly. I'm naturally interested in what's up there, but with so many people heading up, the War God Hall may not necessarily gain much. I came here purely to observe this time. I only brought Yi Heng and another general with me, unlike them who brought a huge group of disciples. I think it's better not to get caught up in the commotion. Chapter 170 The Butcher Yang makes his appearance. After hearing these words, Chen Yin slightly nodded his head, saying nothing further. After all, he himself had no idea what exactly was on the desolate mountain. The Medicine Valley guarded knowledge of it very tightly, and even the surrounding hunters didn't know what lay atop. As for sending others to investigate, that would be even less reliable. If the local residents couldn't get close, then outsiders would only provoke the alertness of the Medicine Valley. If we're just watching a show, let's see who will win between Xiantian Sect and the Medicine Valley. At the current rate, it should be the Xiantian Sect. I must admit, there's still a slight gap between their disciples and elders in terms of strength. Zhao Long answered this question without any hesitation at all. Having risen through the ranks from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had a particularly sharp intuition when it came to battle. If the current situation remains unchanged, you're indeed correct. But unfortunately, before Chen Yin could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the direction of the desolate mountain. This plump figure was none other than Yang the Butcher. Chen Yin had specially arranged a Medicine Valley robe for him. Moreover, to better fit his rotund figure, a tailor had been hired to adjust and tailor it accordingly. All these little touches meant that Yang the Butcher, though his face was covered with a mask concealing his features, now appeared completely and unquestionably as a true disciple of the Medicine Valley. Zhou Fuchang, exactly what do you mean? The one sent that night to kill me was definitely one of your Medicine Valley people. Lao Qilu's words, charged with spiritual energy, attracted the attention of other factions still on their way. They all looked over and saw Yang, clad in the robes of the Medicine Valley, soaring through the sky. The memory of this fat man and the enormous cleaver he carried came immediately back to them. He is not him. Are you saying I'm blind? Or perhaps your Medicine Valley makes such custom-tailored robes just for any outsider? With those words, Lu Laoqi had effectively sealed the case. As Zhou Fuchang struggled to speak and offer some explanation, Yang the Butcher suddenly flew to his side, keeping a polite distance, and gave him a respectful bow. Oh my, now this really couldn't be explained clearly anymore. A disciple bowing to an elder was normal, but this guy is a heavenly monarch-level expert. What was the meaning of coming over to pay respects? Wasn't it clearly stating that Zhou Fuchang had personally ordered the assassination attempt on Lu Laoqi? Zhou Fuchang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury, barely swallowing it back down. Immediately afterwards, Yang unsheathed his weapon and charged headlong at Lu Laoqi. The cleaver in his hands emitted a horrifying crimson aura, causing everyone's spirits to tremble slightly at the sight of it. Though only for an instant, it had already been terrifying enough, especially for powerful cultivators. Those disciples who were nearby or possessed weaker cultivation levels had already begun showing a faint red glow in their eyes, clearly being overwhelmed by the killing intent in their minds, entering a state of reckless, unthinking combat. The cleaver in Yang's hand slashed violently downward, releasing a red arc of sword chi. Lu Laoqi had barely drawn his weapon when he braced himself to intercept. The two engaged in furious combat, exchanging blows and unleashing waves of explosive spiritual energy. Some factions, realizing they wouldn't arrive at the mountain in time, simply decided to watch the battle unfold instead. Cultivators of the same realm observing another's battle could sometimes gain insights for their own cultivation. Although the probability was low, it was still something. Brother Zhao, do you now understand the kind of performance I wanted to show you tonight? Surely it's none other than this one. With Yang the Butcher's appearance, the odds were now firmly leaning towards the Medicine Valley's victory. Regardless of other considerations, the addition of a heavenly monarch expert capable of such overwhelming battle power was practically invincible at the disciple level. Lu Laoqi seemed to intend to order his disciples to retreat, but the bloody and murderous aura emitted from Yang's chopping knife had already silently seeped into the fighting disciples. The more they fought, the deeper the murderous blood energy infiltrated into their spiritual force. This infiltration, a disciple, realizing his imminent death, resorted to initiating a self-destruct explosion. Once this example was set, others followed suit. As soon as someone sensed they couldn't withstand their opponent, they'd turn around fiercely and initiate a self-destruction. Zhou Fuchang and another elder of the Medicine Valley were left completely stunned. Did the two sides truly harbor such deep and irreconcilable hatred? Just over the demi-duo of a single treasure, did it really warrant treating each other as mortal enemies, to the point of resorting to self-explosion? At first, Zhou Fuchang still felt everything was under his control. Although the situation looked somewhat chaotic now, withdrawing safely was still not a problem. However, just as this thought lingered in his mind for only a short while, and he was preparing to lead his disciples back up the desolate mountain to guard the treasure first, he suddenly noticed that the Medicine Valley disciples had also stopped obeying his commands. It's him. Zhou Fuchang's face changed as he looked at Yang the Butcher. The killing intent Yang had released was inhaled by the Medicine Valley disciples as well. Even the disciples who were slightly stronger or stood farther away had now started being affected. As time passed, the red glow in their eyes grew increasingly intense. They had lived together day and night. Naturally, the feelings among fellow disciples varied from good to bad. Seeing their close friends fall in battle, it was impossible for one not to harbor a thought of vengeance. As long as such a killing intent arose in the heart, Yang the Butcher had no fear of you resisting his influence. He was known as the Human Butcher, and this bloody, killing aura wasn't just a secret technique, it was a deadly art. Lu Laoqi and Yang the Butcher were merely putting on an act. Chen Yan had already explained it. At first, Yang found it hard to believe that someone could be so convincing in battle, and he was still cautious about watching out for Lu Laoqi. But now, brother, your knife skills are impressive. And that killing intent, you're even using your soul force. You've definitely achieved great skill. You're a rare talent. Who would ever praise their enemy like that mid-battle? Moreover, each move Yang launched lacked full force, and Lu Laoqi's attacks were the same. The two appeared locked in fierce exchange after exchange, but the real energy consumption was nothing more than visual spectacle. The real power Yang was exerting was this bloodthirsty killing aura. As for Lu Laoqi, while fighting Yang, he deliberately missed some attacks, actually aiming those strikes at the Medicine Valley disciples behind Yang. Zhou Fuchang became frantic now. He couldn't let the fight continue like this. If it went on, all the disciples the Medicine Valley had brought would truly be wiped out. Chapter 171, Tragedy, Zhou Fuchang. As he shouted for them to stop, he rushed toward Butcher Yang, weapon already drawn. Zhou Fuchang clearly knew this Butcher Yang had nothing to do with him and was definitely not from Medicine Valley. If he shouted stop, now and Butcher Yang ignored him, what then? That was why he was already channeling his attack, ready to strike at any moment. However, Butcher Yang and Old Ghost were already watching him closely. As soon as they heard Zhou Fuchang's stop, Butcher Yang immediately withdrew his blade and stepped back. This completely stunned Zhou Fuchang, and taking advantage of the moment, Old Ghost loudly accused him. Zhou Fuchang, so this is how you play it, trying to ambush me. Do you have no sense of honor as a cultivator? As Old Ghost shouted, Butcher Yang without hesitation joined forces with Zhou Fuchang, flanking either side to encircle Lu Laowu. The surrounding factions murmured among themselves in disappointment. Previously, Zhou Fuchang's reputation had been far better than Lu Laowu's. Who could have imagined he would be so treacherous behind the scenes, laying traps, hiding secret killers, and even bringing others to surround his opponent like this? Truly despicable. These factions, who had long given up on fighting for the treasures on the wasteland, didn't bother hiding their presence as they watched. After all, they saw each other often enough. How could they not recognize each other? The surrounding disapproval rang bitterly in Zhou Fuchang's ears. Pooh! A sudden spray of blood burst from his mouth. Clearly, Zhou Fuchang had been so enraged he spat blood. Chen Yan, observing from the crowd, gave a slight smile. His companion gave him a sidelong glance, secretly deciding never to provoke this man. A Tianzuan-level expert, actually driven to spitting blood in anger. How many decades had it been since such a thing had happened? Lu Laowu was also slightly taken aback by the scene. He didn't know exactly what had been going on recently, and even some of the words he spoke were whispered into his mind through the soul contract by Chang. Never did he expect that just after opening his mouth, Zhou Fuchang would break down. Glancing at Butcher Yang, he sensed an opportunity. He knew Chen Yin's plan, draw out enmity for Xintian's sect, and make sure there were witnesses around. Wasn't this the perfect moment? Zhou Fuchang, don't think spitting blood will make me let my guard down. If you have any guts, cut off your own arm now and retreat far away. Maybe I might even retreat? Like hell. As Zhou Fuchang roared, blood sprayed from his mouth once again, and swinging his long blade, he charged forward. Butcher Yang had been watching him closely all along. He moved in perfect sync, launching himself forward too. The two weapons were nearly going to strike Lu Laowu at the same time. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Laowu, and an unknown power rose beneath his feet, allowing him to narrowly escape their pincer strike. Zhou Fuchang's full attention remained fixed on Lu Laowu. His blade, failing to land a hit, slightly pulled back to prepare for another strike. But Butcher Yang's intention was different. In his eyes, the real target was not Lu Laowu, but Zhou Fuchang. Since Lu Laowu had moved aside, there was now only one enemy before him. Rather than pulling back at this moment, he poured even more spiritual energy into his broadsword. The red, bloodthirsty killing intent that had been gathering reached an apex, before seemingly vanishing. The faint crimson aura that had surrounded his body was now fully condensed into his blade. Butcher Yang's slash made no sound at all, yet its power was immense. By the time the strike was unleashed, Zhou Fuchang was already too close to retreat. With all his speed, Zhou Fuchang withdrew his blade, forming a defensive stance in hopes of blocking the attack. But could a hastily made defense withstand an opponent's full-strength blow at the same cultivation level so easily? This was Butcher Yang's secret skill, the one that earned him a position under the princess and brought him recognition. Clearly, he possessed a unique and deadly ability. His technique could even be used to defeat an opponent stronger than himself. Though Zhou Fuchang himself was no pushover, under this strike he was still heavily repelled, a deep and terrible wound visible across his body. His arm had even been completely severed. At this moment, Lu Laowu burst into raucous laughter. Great! Haha, die bastard. The spectators watching were stunned. Just moments ago, Zhou Fuchang seemed to have things well under control with a pincer attack, looking as though victory was near. How had things turned so suddenly? And why had his supposed ally turned against him? What was going on? Not even the spectators could understand, let alone the others around Chen Yan, Uncle Go, Zhao Long, and everyone else. They knew perfectly well who Butcher Yang truly served. But how did that help? If Butcher Yang was on Chen Yan's side, where exactly did Lu Laowu stand? Why is he helping you so hard today? What deal have you two made exactly? Lu Laowu was the typical type who wouldn't lift a finger without seeing the reward first. For him to be putting this much effort in, Zhao Long couldn't help but wonder about the underlying secrets. Chen Yan, calmly seated with an air of mystery, only added to the intrigue. Zhou Fuchang now lay heavily injured, unable to speak. Lu Laowu stood over him, loudly taunting and insulting him, further damaging his reputation. It was infuriating. He pulled a bottle of pills from within his robe and threw them into his mouth. Externally, his wounds could be temporarily suppressed, and the chaotic spiritual energy within his body could be calmed using the pills. As for the consumed energy and other issues, they weren't the main concerns anymore, the one exception being his severed arm, which was irretrievable. Butcher Yang's attack had directly cut off any chance of recovery. This severed arm was different from normal injuries. It had been tainted by the red blood-killing aura, making reattachment impossible. Even the wounds on Zhou Fuchang's body needed to have that blood-killing aura expelled using spiritual energy before healing could begin. Another elder from Medicine Valley had already departed for the wasteland earlier. The outcome of the current battle was basically decided. With Zhou Fuchang gravely injured, there were no longer any Tianzuan experts outside the wasteland guarding the wasteland on Medicine Valley's behalf. Lu Laowu and Butcher Yang swiftly eliminated the disciples from Medicine Valley. Then, they committed an especially despicable act, something that caused everyone's impression of Lu Laowu to shift dramatically. Before, when they saw him yelling furiously, they had thought he was a righteous man unable to stand seeing Zhou Fuchang's underhanded behavior. But now, clearly, how could he be considered noble or upright? Under Old Ghost's orders, disciples of Tamed Sect started scouring the battlefield, collecting disciples' robes from those who looked intact or had not been excessively bloodstained. Master Lu, we've gathered all we could find. Then go ahead and switch into these robes right away. But these belong to Medicine Valley. Chapter 172. You mock me. When Lu Laoqi heard the disciple's question from inside the gate, he flared his eyes wide open, smacked his hand loudly, and shouted in a loud voice with hands on his hips. I told you to change clothes, so you change. What's all this nonsense? If you waste time, I'll hold you responsible. How could a disciple talk back to an elder? He merely felt a bit confused, though the sharper-minded disciples had already figured out what was going on. What a beast! Zhou Fuchang lay on the ground, able to hear their conversation and see clearly what they were doing. Most of those who changed clothes were elite disciples from Tamed Sect. The ordinary disciples weren't of much combat capability even after changing clothes, nor could they fly. To force Tamed Sect into the fight, the best strategy was to create a situation where there was significant loss, huge gain, and a legitimate target for revenge. Right now, only the first two conditions were missing. Once all the clothes were changed, Lu Laoqi gave the command to move forward. Yet suddenly, he stopped mid-air upon noticing something, turning his gaze in Zhou Fuchang's direction. Many assumed he was going to finish the job with a final blow to kill Zhou Fuchang. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached him, he stripped off Zhou's clothes in just a few quick motions. Zhou was already gravely wounded and completely immobile. In this state, he couldn't resist at all. Worse yet, Lu Laoqi deliberately made sure Zhou could see what was happening to him. Pooh! Another mouthful of blood spat forth. Lu Laoqi, Tamed Sect, you mock me far too much. Now stripped down to just some underwear and one large pair of shorts, Zhou's current appearance was pitiful beyond measure. Young Butcher had long since vanished by then. Ever since Zhou had been severely injured, he disappeared without a trace. In fact, it was Lu Laoqi who had advised him to immediately head to Wasteland Mountain, reporting that the external battle wasn't going well, and urging them to monitor the forces entering from outside. It would be even better if he could help sabotage other factions from the inside. Once Old Ghost had led Tamed Sect's disciples in, Young Butcher would continue his role as a Medicine Valley member. The plan for today was already set. Among so many members of Medicine Valley here, Zhou Fuchang was destined to be the only one who could leave alive. Old Ghost did have some concerns about the scheme failing, but not because of the imminent battle. His biggest worry lay in whether Zhou Fuchang could withstand the immense psychological pressure, or whether he might just die of fury right here. The surrounding forces felt a chill crawl down their spines. This Lu Laoqi truly was ruthless, donning the guise of Medicine Valley with intent to orchestrate a masterful betrayal from within. At this moment, Chen Yan also spoke. I think we're ready now. It's time we head in. Head in where? Godashu's question earned him an eye roll from Chen Yan. Where else could it be? Obviously to Wasteland Mountain. Since there are treasures up there, now that we've come all this way, how can we go back empty-handed? Everyone secretly shared the same thought, though they left it unspoken. Of course there were treasures, but had he not seen how many factions were already up there? Even if they combined their strength with that of the War God Hall, there'd be no advantage fighting against so many. Still, so far Chen Yan hadn't suffered any losses. It should be safe to simply follow his lead. Hiding their energy traces, they took a less noticeable path along the mountain's edge toward Wasteland Mountain. Again, Godashu broke the silence. Kid Yan, why don't we just fly straight from the sky instead of running on the ground like this? We waste time and tire ourselves this way. Chen Yan simply smiled. People are always wary of what they can clearly detect as danger. The more we fly in the sky, the more dangerous eyes we might attract. On the contrary, moving on the ground. As Chen Yan and the others were speaking, chaos had already erupted on the mountaintop. The item discovered by the Medicine Valley lay on the mountaintop of Wasteland Mountain. With everyone craving it, the higher they climbed, the more likely they were to run into other forces. Indeed, many factions had already encountered each other along the way. Some factions maintained a relatively restrained attitude, since Medicine Valley offered a common enemy and mutual goals kept tempers in check. Yet, other factions were old enemies, bearing ancient grudges, engaging immediately on sight, without the least hesitation. The sounds of combat filled the air. As they approached the summit, the battles became increasingly frequent and intense. Already, some faction leaders of Heavenly Sovereign Realm strength, the backbone for many groups, had fallen. At this battlefield, Heavenly Sovereign cultivators were the core strength of a faction. When a faction's powerhouse fell, it often meant its downfall. When Qilin and the others arrived, many factions had already withdrawn, and the time they spent en route allowed them the opportunity to calmly observe the fierce battle unfolding between Lu Laoqi and the Medicine Valley members. Lu Laoqi, disguised in Zhou Fuchang's clothes along with the elite disciples of Tamed Sect and the elders secretly sent in by Medicine Valley, was about to join the group. He deliberately covered his face with his robe, wearing Zhou Fuchang's attire. Although Zhou Fuchang was slightly heavier in build, the night was dark and everyone's focus was scattered, preoccupied with observing the situation. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to immediately detect the discrepancy. Besides, it wasn't just Zhou Fuchang here. There were plenty of Medicine Valley disciples around as well. How could they possibly all be fake? Young Butcher had also moved involuntarily to assist. From the perspective of the Medicine Valley elder, it surely looked as though the external battle had either ended or reached a stalemate, prompting Yang to come and take charge, guiding them out. Senior Zhou, there are too many people here. If we continue like this, I fear. Swish. A powerful blade aura suddenly slashed from behind the elder. Judging from the direction of the attack, it could only be Young Butcher who had struck. What exactly are you trying to do? The sudden attack momentarily stunned him, but Young Butcher hadn't timed his assault as perfectly as before. This wasn't a fully charged ultimate move. He barely dodged the slash and quickly put some distance between himself and Young Butcher. To all appearances, this made it seem like Zhou Fuchang had already realized Yang's true identity. In reality, however, if the real Medicine Valley elder hadn't suspected or fallen for it, it might have gone differently. But now that Young Butcher was already under suspicion and being closely watched, he ended up turning his back precisely toward the disguised Lu Laoqi. Realizing the moment had come, Yang's eyes gleamed with recognition and dashed forward. Senior Zhou, let's fight together against the enemy. The moment the Medicine Valley elder shouted those words, he felt a sword aura pierce through his back. That didn't make sense. Zhou Fuchang used a blade. Why did a sword technique just come from behind him? He didn't even have time to think before the attack crashed into him. Chapter 173, The Exit of Yaogu. As for the figure ahead, I was only here to finish him off. After rushing over, I directly stabbed my cleaver into his body. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the impact. The elder from Yaogu instantly lost his vitality. His spiritual energy inside had intended to self-destruct, but unfortunately, there was no chance. The Butcher Yang killed him off directly. Too terrifying. All the onlooking factions felt their cold sweat streaming out. Lu Laoqi was simply an expert in plotting schemes. What they didn't know was that all these tactics were learned little by the old ghost from Qilin. In fact, some imperfect parts were even refined and perfected by Qilin himself. Calling him a scheming expert, well, the old ghost would definitely disagree. Where would that place Qilin? Lu Laoqi quickly changed into the robes of the Yaogu elder who had just died. Whether or not it would work, being prepared was always the safe approach. His spiritual energy swelled and vibrated, shaking the bloodstains from his robes. At least it wouldn't look too horrifying now and could be somewhat acceptable. Lu Laoqi couldn't speak aloud, but the Butcher Yang could. Yaogu disciples, defend this wasteland mountain. Whatever's up there belongs to Yaogu. Nobody can take it from us. The elder has returned. The Yaogu disciples on this mountain were very familiar with this fat expert from Yaogu. They had even fought alongside him moments ago. Upon hearing his voice, they gained tremendous confidence. Qilin and Big Dog followed quietly behind. During their advance, each Yaogu disciple that came across them met immediate death. Each Yaogu disciple they encountered was killed. When faced with small groups, Yang the Butcher would first approach to draw their attention. With such a sweeping advance, the Yaogu disciples were quickly reduced to a handful. The remaining Yaogu members were mostly wiped out by other factions. Thus, apart from Zhou Fuchang, who remained outside, Yaogu this time around was utterly decimated with heavy losses, completely eliminated from the game. The old ghost began planning ways to make the people from Tamed Sect suffer some losses as well. He secretly communicated to Yang via sound transmission. At this moment, both performed a little act. Lu Laoqi, I've done what I promised you. Isn't it time you handed me the rest of the reward? Reward? What reward are you talking about? Lu Laoqi feigned ignorance, pretending to know nothing, and if pressed, he backed off evasively. This angered Yang to the limit. He had already drawn his blade, but this time, it pointed toward the members of Tamed Sect. Lu Laoqi, don't kid with me. I expect the proper payment for the service I rendered. Payment? I'm a senior elder of Tamed Sect. Dare you even raise a hand against me? Lu Laoqi sneered coldly. It seemed as though Yang was acting out of rage. Fine. Fine indeed. So it's Tamed Sect, huh? I'll remember this. Today I'll just collect some interest. Nobody walks away with debts unpaid. After speaking, Yang swung his cleaver immediately forward. Red blade, Qi surged directly toward the elite disciples in the front row. These individuals were the promising disciples of Tamed Sect within Bay City. Losing even one could be considered a serious blow. Yet now, this single strike felled several of them, with 3 dying instantly, and the rest severely wounded and barely salvageable. After completing this deed, Yang swiftly fled in a specific direction. After all, he was a Tianzuan-level expert. It was natural for Lu Laoqi to be unable to stop him. As for the other Tianzuan-level elder originally belonging to Tamed Sect, he'd already been covertly eliminated by Yang during the earlier battle. Don't forget, at the start, Yang had disguised himself as one of Yaogu's members. The reason he initially gained trust was due to having slain one of Xuantian's elders together with Yaogu's elders. Right now, in Bay City, Tamed Sect was left with only Lu Laoqi as their sole Tianzuan expert. Are you okay? Lu Laoqi pretended to be very concerned on the surface, though inwardly, he sighed. That butcher Yang sure ran off too quickly. At least swing a few more times. That would have reduced his mission difficulty a bit. Getting rid of all these guys would really take a great deal of effort. If Yang had any idea what Lu was thinking right then, he probably would have fled as far as possible. Elder, I'm fine. The matters of Tamed Sect are more important. Elder, you please go ahead first. When this disciple saw the elder himself personally checking on him, his heart brimmed with emotion and happiness. Immediately, he slapped his chest proudly, coughing out a couple mouthfuls of blood. After speaking, his face became pale, barely able to stay alive. Lu Laoqi solemnly praised him as a good boy and with a gesture, led everyone away. Those supporting the disciple from behind didn't stay behind either. The heavily injured disciple collapsed onto the ground due to lack of support, and that fall nearly knocked the breath right out of him. Chen Yin and others didn't pay attention to these small details. Now that they were close to the mountaintop, the first thing they needed to determine was what exactly lay up there. There had to be a treasure valuable enough to justify continuing forward, something significant enough to determine whether they should proceed to fight for it at the summit. Once the golden eye was activated, Chen Yin immediately made a decision. They must fight for it. However, he couldn't quite tell what was up there. Within the golden eye's vision, all he could see was an extremely powerful surge of spiritual energy concentrated in one spot, dense and intense. What exactly was happening there? He had no idea. Brother Zhao, what do you think? With such high concentration of spiritual energy, could it be a secret treasure is emerging, or perhaps some spirit herb or medicinal plant? High concentration spiritual energy? Usually, that kind of energy is neither a secret treasure nor a medicinal herb. It's most likely a Yaoshou. Chen Yan, hearing this, was momentarily stunned. He himself was from the Beast Tamed Sect. How could he have never heard of such a thing? Was Zhao Long's judgment reliable? Others around him also looked confused. Zhao Long noticed the uncertainty in everyone's eyes and smiled. Well, to be precise, it might be more accurate to say it's a spirit beast rather than a Yaoshou. Before Zhao Long could explain further, a terrifying ripple of aura suddenly burst from the top of the wasteland mountain. Though, a wolf? Why would a wolf be howling here? Chen Yin activated his golden eye again. The spiritual energy that had gathered earlier now completely converged into a single focal point, slowly shaping itself into the form of a small wolf. The words spirit beast from Zhao Long echoed once more in his mind. Ha! Never thought I'd actually come across a Tianlang, heavenly wolf. Here, it's mine. Dream on. The Tianlang belongs to us. All the factions became even more frenzied at this moment. Chapter 174, Tianlang. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to remain inactive for now. Judging from the intensity of the battle unfolding, even if a winner eventually had to emerge, it wouldn't be settled anytime soon. Moreover, Chen Yin knew absolutely nothing about this so-called Tianlang mentioned earlier. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures you never lose a battle. And if he were to take action, at least he should know the value of the target first. Brother Zhao, what exactly is this Tianlang they're talking about? Chen Yin had clearly noticed Zhao Long's brief surge of excitement when he heard the name Tianlang. Zhao Long didn't hesitate before responding, as this kind of information could generally be obtained elsewhere. The only difference was in the level of detail. Just now I already mentioned it might not be a wild beast, but a spirit beast. Well, Tianlang is one kind of spirit beast. Everyone was listening closely to Zhao Long's explanation. Yiheng had only recently entered the cultivation path, so naturally, he didn't know much about such secret or obscure lore. Both Chen Yin and the dog uncle came from Yusho sect, but it seemed the sect didn't have any records about this particular beast. Su Riyun seemed to come from the common martial world. Though she might be somewhat familiar with rumors and stories within the cultivation world, there's a big difference between hearsay and actual knowledge. Therefore, Zhao Long was truly the only one here capable of answering the question. According to what he said, the so-called Tianlang is formed by the gathering of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, taking the form of a living being with extraordinary innate talent. The Tianlang possessed incredible power, which was precisely why people became so excited. Spirit beasts are incredibly varied, with some possessing powers unheard of and unimaginable. Tianlang, as the legend tells, was born as a wolf king, causing almost all wolf-type beasts to naturally feel reverence when encountering it. What made it even more well-known was the fact that a sect in the cultivation world once existed called the Tianlang sect. The greatest strength of this sect lay in the fact that they had discovered a total of 3 Tianlang beasts in history. Each of these 3 beasts brought the sect 3 great golden ages. Though after the deaths of these 3 wolf kings, the sect declined rapidly, the immense power they once wielded left an unforgettable mark on the cultivation world. It could be said that having just one Tianlang was enough to raise a formidable beast army, an incredibly powerful asset. Chen Yin now understood that though there wasn't much recorded about the Tianlang's combat abilities, its innate talent as a wolf king significantly boosted the comprehensive strength of a sect. Once tamed, a sect could vastly improve its power. With the azure dominance of the Wolf King, disciples and elders alike could form appropriate master-servant contracts with various beasts. A clever plan indeed, and Xuan intended to be the one to seize it. Brother Zhao, if we manage to obtain the Tianlang today, would you be willing to let it go in exchange for something? Xuan asked. Xiaolong's eyes flickered slightly. Being good friends and having a solid personal relationship was one thing, but when it came to matters of interest, Xuan understood very well that trying to get something for nothing would never work on someone like Xiaolong. We could make a deal. Xiaolong smiled slightly after hearing Xuan's words. There was no mockery in his expression, only calm acknowledgement of the situation. Little brother, I'm just not sure if you really have anything that could possibly match the value of a Tianlang. Xuan, too, revealed a slight smile. Better not be too quick to dismiss me, Brother Zhao. At this point, the two stared at each other, their tempers flaring as though they were about to engage in a verbal duel. However, unexpectedly, Xuan broke from convention. He pulled out a piece of paper from his body and wrote something onto it, an alchemical formula. This is the deal I can offer you. Xiaolong's eyes slightly widened as he took the paper, studying it carefully. At first glance, he didn't seem particularly impressed, but as he kept reading and studying more carefully, his hand, which held the formula, began to tremble slightly from excitement. Is all of this truly real? Absolutely genuine. Xuan remained calm and composed. The pill formula he offered had an incredibly straightforward yet powerful effect, enhancing cultivation without any side effects. Its only drawback, perhaps not even a drawback, was the restriction that only a limited number could be consumed within a specific period of time. Beyond that amount, the effect would cease to work. But was that even a downside? With such a pill, one could mass-produce core formation experts, drastically strengthening a sect's power base. Disciples who otherwise would have never dreamed of reaching the level of Heavenly Sovereign might even have the chance to attain it. Indeed, the value of such a pill far exceeded that of a Tianlang, not just equal, but surpassing it. After all, the Tianlang was just a spirit beast. If someone managed to obtain it, there would be many others coveting it. Additionally, even if they successfully harnessed its Wolf King talent, one would still need to seek many wolf-type beasts to enhance the sect's overall strength. Such a process would require tremendous effort and time, and the outcome wasn't guaranteed to be satisfactory. Low-level Yaoso are useless to bring back, and even powerful Yaoso might not necessarily obey you, even if you are a Wolf King. So in the end, they are still useless. But this pill for cultivating power is real, something no one can take away from you. A fool would choose the Wolf King over this. But why would Xuan bring out this pill? Such a rare item, once exposed, could even bring life-threatening danger. Thinking about it, Xiaolong said, you should know the value of the pill you've just brought out. I need a reason. I'm from the Beast Tamed Sect, and what the Beast Tamed Sect needs is also. Compared to any other faction, the Wolf King can bring much greater enhancement to our sect. What Xuan said was not wrong. Xiaolong became silent after hearing it. What he really wanted to ask about was the pill, but Xuan had responded with something regarding Tianlang. You could call it evading the question, or you could call it unwillingness to answer directly. What else do I need to offer? Xiaolong asking that question already told Xuan that he was interested and had made his decision. You don't need to offer anything else. I just normally don't have time to gather herbs, and these herbs must be gathered by you. I will provide you with pills from 70% of the quantity you gather. Xiaolong's eyes slightly narrowed. The common practice among alchemists was to take 2 portions and give 1 in return, essentially 50% of the total yield. Xuan offering 70% directly meant practically nothing was left for himself, especially considering the risk of failed pill concoctions. Are you serious? Dead serious. Fine. Then I, Xiaolong, will make this deal with you. Xuan smiled. This kind of reaction was exactly what he had expected, but he still added one last condition, that his current cultivation base was still a little short for refining the pill. He needed to reach the Bigu stage first before he could do that. Xiaolong only hesitated briefly after hearing this before agreeing once again. Chapter 175. The situation looks grim. First of all, he was well aware of Xuan's talent in alchemy. On the other hand, considering Xuan's current cultivation level, he found it hard to believe that Xuan could actually refine a pill with such a powerful effect. However, if it came to potential, Xiaolong still held great respect for Xuan. This cooperation was originally a bet on the future. Only by obtaining Tianlang today did they have the foundation to work together. If they hadn't obtained it, Xuan might not necessarily have followed through on the agreement. Favor is favor, cooperation is cooperation. Some things couldn't be conflated. Even though they were all on good personal terms, since this pill-related cooperation involved major secrets, utmost caution was still required. What are you planning to do now? What do you mean, what to do? Xiaolong looked at Xuan with confusion. Didn't you go to such great lengths just to secure our cooperation and get Tianlang? Now everything was ready, yet you seem to hesitate. What's going on? Xuan understood Xiaolong's confusion. It was probably the same feeling his dog uncle and Su Rian had. However, he had no intention of offering any explanation. Looking at the distant battlefield, everyone fell silent for a moment. Ha ha ha. As long as I obtain Tianlang, this world will be. You, of all people. As multiple factions fought in turns, the spirit beast Tianlang was being born. Atop the mountain peak, countless streams of spiritual energy compressed together. Before it had merely been a form, but now the spiritual energy had a lifelike appearance, clearly beginning to have its soul infused. Xiaolong had just explained to them earlier that there were 3 ways for Tianlang to form. First, find the appropriate environment and suitable beast, then locate the necessary materials. Under a full moon, there was a chance to trigger the evolution of the beast. Another method involved using rare treasures as the foundation, supported by the proper environment, which also provided a chance to achieve the same result. The third method was the most difficult and least advisable, collecting the souls of wolf-like beasts, placing them together inside a special vessel, and then using secret techniques to fuse them. Through this method, an artificial wolf spirit could be created. If such a spirit could earn recognition from the heavens, there was a chance it could become Tianlang when sufficient spiritual energy was provided. The current case seemed to be following the second path, rare treasures plus a suitable environment, jointly achieving this effect. Chen Yin communicated briefly with Lao Gui. Wasn't this the time when disciples of Xuan sect were meant to sacrifice themselves? Disciples of Xuan sect, hear my command. Follow me in an assault to seize Tianlang and earn great merit for our sect. At this moment, his identity was Elder Lu No. 7, the only senior elder of Xuan sect present here. Once he spoke, no one would oppose him. Leading the group of disciples under his command, he immediately rushed forward. The other factions had brought fewer people than him, though in terms of strength they weren't that far off. This situation caused him to appear powerful as he led so many people into battle, but in actual combat, the casualties among his followers were much higher than his opponents. Lao Gui didn't care at all about the fate of his disciples beside him. He directly dashed toward Tianlang without hesitation. Other experts at the transcendent level naturally wouldn't let him have his way. They all rushed to the top of the Wangsan together. Chen Yin could see the true appearance of the mountain's peak through the master-servant contract. Needless to say, this was the first time Lao Gui had ever witnessed the moment of Tianlang's birth. There was a stone here, upon which seemed to be the corpse of a wolf-type beast. Whether it was some kind of spirit beast or not, merely the corpse exuded immense power. Looking at it now, it seemed that the reason Tianlang could be born at all was probably because of this corpse of a wolf demon. The fluctuation of aura emanating from the corpse resonated with the soul of Tianlang currently condensing above, seeming to be a form of rebirth. When Lao Gui saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a grim realization came to him. Throughout ancient legends, Tianlang had always been a mighty existence, but never once had it been recorded that more than one would appear at the same time. In fact, if even two appeared simultaneously, conflict would erupt among wolf-like beasts. Only the victor would truly become Tianlang. The defeated Tianlang would perish, devoured by the victorious one. Seeing the terrifying skeleton atop the mountain, a guess suddenly flashed through Lao Gui's mind. Could this be the remains of the previous Tianlang? This wasn't some spontaneous creation, it was simply a form of inheritance. If that was the case, the newly born Tianlang, which originally should have possessed a memory as pure and untouched as a blank page, would instead have its memory stained, like graffiti drawn upon a clean sheet. After thinking of this, Lao Gui immediately stepped back, creating distance and withdrawing completely from the summit of the Wangsan. Suspended high in the sky, the other factions around him were confused as to what he was doing. They all turned their backs to the Tianlang soul, gripping their weapons tightly, as if fearing an ambush from Lao Gui at any moment. Some people in the previous battle already knew exactly how despicable this man could be and how infuriating his actions could become. Because of Lao Gui alone, Pill Valley had suffered a tremendous loss this time. If Zhou Fuchang died, it might end everything cleanly, but if he survived, not only would he be punished, he'd also end up as a commander with no subordinates. Seeing the highly alert expressions on their faces directed toward him, Lao Gui sneered slightly, but truly showed no intention of moving closer. Instead, he deliberately withdrew farther away, watching them from a distance. Faced with this situation, everyone was confused. Was there a trap hidden here? After glancing up, down, left, and right cautiously, they were all still at the same cultivation level. There was no reason why only one of them would have noticed something that the others knew nothing about. So many people are here. After Tianlang is born, it shall belong to whoever has virtue. One person declared, but immediately someone beside him disagreed. What do you mean by whoever has virtue? The one with the strongest fist gets it. If my fist is stronger than all of yours, naturally this Tianlang will be mine. What exactly are you implying? We all arrived here together. Are you trying to? Lao Gui chuckled. As expected, once he stepped away from the conflict, these fellows would immediately start fighting amongst themselves. He was rather glad to be free from it. Moreover, if his estimation was correct, the moment this Tianlang awakened, its first action would be to devour the energy of the small fries nearby. For Tianlang, the power provided by these current Tianzuan-level cultivators was very limited. He himself had the power of devouring others. He had heard rumors that Tianlang also had similar devoration techniques. If that was true, there would surely be another fierce battle tonight. Earlier, when he approached, he realized that once the wolf soul fully formed, its corpse and the surrounding aura became fixed and irreversible. Chapter 176, Resurrection. Ale. Suddenly, a wolf's howl came from the sky. The sound grew louder and louder. The two sides, previously locked in battle, stopped fighting at once. The timing of their pause was strangely perfect. Only a small group of Xian Tianzong's disciples remained alive, while all others had perished. Chen Yin looked up at the sky wolf and couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition. At the same time, the old ghost in his mind warned him urgently. Retreat. Everyone was slightly confused by Chen Yin's sudden order to fall back, but fortunately, they obeyed without question. Less than 2 minutes after they left, the sky wolf began to transform from a physical entity into something else, as though everything on this wasteland, the trees, the grass, and even the surrounding people, was being sucked into a black hole. Only the old ghost, who had been closest, was completely unharmed. That was because he himself could use the power of unsure, the power of devouring. After the canceling of forces, he remained free to move without any risk of injury. Ale. The wolf's howl now sounded real, no longer spreading across the heavens like before, but rather emerging from the mouth of a living being. The sky wolf. It's alive. Zhao Long and the dog uncle quickly activated their weapons, ready to respond to the sudden threat. Chun Yin suddenly felt a reaction within the contract inside his mind. The golden holy dragon and the spirit Xian turtle inside the mountain and sea chart also reacted unusually at the same time. This was highly unusual. Normally, the real space they were in and the world inside the mountain and sea chart were completely separated. Chun Yin himself hadn't told his beast companions about the situation here. For them to sense the aura of the real world for the first time made it clear, the sky wolf really was no easy opponent. Human, from you I sense a familiar scent. The sky wolf spoke with human speech, its surrounding aura vast and powerful, although it could only mobilize a small portion of it. It appeared the sky and earth themselves were supplying energy to help heal its body. At this moment, the old ghost felt an ominous sensation, as though he were being dig-songlud by a terrifying presence. The force of Enshu was mutual by nature. Because he could wield it, he naturally carried something that could attract others who possessed the same power. As long as I devour you, I can further enhance my power. If a similar crisis arises again, I won't need to resort to this dangerous method of rebirth. When my power grows strong enough, I will. The sky wolf must have been dead for a long time. After reviving, he had finally encountered someone worthy of conversation. The urge to speak overwhelmed his self-control. At this time, Chun Yin and others approached Lu Laoqi. Chun Yin didn't explain what kind of deal he had made with Lu Laoqi, and they naturally didn't know that Lu Laoqi had become his pawn. However, they now shared a common enemy, and so naturally they could unite. As they lined up together in formation, growls once again began to rise from beneath the ground. What's going on? It's the sky wolf, the Dan Sheng Long Wang. Its bloodline aura is calling out to other wolf-shaped beasts nearby, and these Yaosu are gathering here to protect their king. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin's expression instantly turned serious. No good. We have to finish this as quickly as possible. Those approaching Aoshug are dangerous. Chun Yin said this with good reason. If he remembered correctly, the Kanfu of the Sky Wolf allowed it to disregard certain level differences. The current combat strength of the Sky Wolf alone already felt troublesome. If the Aoshug coming in were even stronger, then they'd be as good as dead. Forget about capturing the Sky Wolf or trying to tame him. It would become hard enough just to survive and escape from here. The longer they remained, the more Yaosu would gather, and their power would continue to drain. Chun Yin saw this risk and warned them accordingly. With the mindset of enjoying the chaos without fearing the trouble, the old ghost shouted, "All Xian Tianzong disciples, assemble at once. During my process of subduing the Sky Wolf, you are to defend against all Yao Shou attacks." Cannon fodder was cannon fodder. The more uses the better. Whether it would be effective was one matter. Whether he could convince the fodder to fight willingly was another. At this point, the disciples knew that their only hope of survival lay in the Sky Wolf being subdued above. Other forces, their leaders, and any remaining strong cultivators had either already withdrawn from the battle earlier, and now, lucky to still be alive, were already considering retreat, or there were still a few trying to profit from the chaos. As for the younger disciples, practically none of them remained. Attack! At Chun Yin's command, everyone rushed forward. He himself activated the 10,000 beast transformation, and golden light burst from his body like a deity's radiance. Under the protection of this golden glow, the Sky Wolf naturally discovered that its devouring force had been obstructed. The devouring force had a fatal flaw, or perhaps it was a disadvantage in battle. It could only consume energy from beings whose power level was lower than its own. If the power used was higher than its own, the devouring ability became no different from any other skill, clashing and grinding against the opponent's force. The golden light Chun Yin used was actually covering the shield of the spirit Xian turtle. His true consumption of energy was spent maintaining the turtle's defense, not on the golden glow of the golden holy dragon. That golden light was merely an illusion. It was mainly used to block the vision of others on the battlefield. Chun Yin did not want to expose his secrets in front of everyone present. Everyone here could be considered someone who already knew his strength, excluding, of course, the other watching experts. Protected by the power of the spirit Xian turtle, they easily closed in on the Sky Wolf. A primordial and ancient aura emanated from it, shaking everyone to the core. They had originally thought it was just one of the Sky Wolves, but now, the reality might be even more terrifying than they had imagined. This might be the one and only Sky Wolf that had existed since ancient times. There had only ever been this one, all along. Even if you kill me here, it will be of no consequence. I will revive again somewhere in the future. I will once again possess great power, and then I will overturn everything in this world. No one had expected the Sky Wolf to harbor such intentions. The words it spat forth carried a deep, boundless hatred. No one knew what had truly happened in its distant past. Chapter 177, A Slap for Tianlang. Most crucially, Chun Yin suddenly thought of a major suspicious point. Zhao Long had previously told him a story that had been passed down until today, the story of the Tianlang sect. Within that story lay one greatest mystery. Several Tianlang had once coexisted in this sect, instead of just one. If there had been only one, it could have been easily explained, since the Tianlang's inheritance had always been passed down in a single lineage. Perhaps it was just good fortune, such as a situation where someone had gained its allegiance or repaid a favor. But if this had happened multiple times, then something clearly wasn't right. Judging by the tone of this Tianlang himself, such a situation shouldn't have occurred. Xuan believed this might be the key to resolving today's situation. He took the initiative to speak at this moment. If I were to let you go now, what would you do? This question plunged the Tianlang into deep recollection. It wasn't because he was carefree. Currently, the Tianlang's body was blessed by the heavens and earth. Not only was Xuan a half-step Tianzuan expert, unable to attack it directly, even a genuine Tianzuan expert wouldn't be able to land an attack upon it. Only after its physical form had fully recovered would it truly become flesh and blood, an existence capable of being killed. What they needed to do before then was surround it and prevent it from escaping the moment it broke free. If the Tianlang managed to escape, it might lead to a great catastrophe, an outcome he definitely did not wish to see. In the Tianlang's memory, a story entirely different from the one Zhao Long had told gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the past, Tianlang had never encountered humans, always living among beasts, reigning supreme as their true king, the ancestor of the wolf clan, and indeed the wolf king of all under heaven. One day, he encountered human cultivators who had invaded the depths of the beast territory. It was then that he first learned about the existence of humans, and even formed a companionship with one of the men. Since he possessed sufficient strength, he could transform into human form. He mingled among humanity, and eventually found a place he could truly call home. He entered that man's sect, where he met many more friends, and even found the woman he loved. Unfortunately, those happy days didn't last long. His identity was eventually exposed, and to his shock, the one who actually betrayed him, exposing his secret to all and inciting a mass attack, was none other than his most trusted friend, and even his wife. At that time, he had already gained a decent reputation within the sect, though nobody knew he was actually a beast. Everyone simply called him Wolf King, because he could command many wolves into battle. Those unfamiliar with him might even have suspected he was somehow related to the Yusho sect. From these words, Xuan could tell that during that time, the Yusho sect had indeed been extremely powerful, undoubtedly one of the most prestigious sects, whether during its rising phase or even in the later years of decline. Xuan had the feeling that the Tianlang hadn't yet reached the main point, and already the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations began to slowly weaken. Obviously, the Tianlang's revival was nearing completion. All of this still isn't the main reason behind your hatred. Even if you were betrayed, you could have simply left. Your enemies should only be those who betrayed you, not the entire world. Xuan's words struck the nail on the head. The Tianlang's eyes flickered slightly. Those from that sect, wishing to obtain my ability to control the wolf clan and to seize my natural kingship, actually split my soul into three and extracted it, creating 3 Tianlangs. But what they never expected was that these extracted Tianlang were merely superficially powerful but lacked true essence. When these imposters' strength ran dry, they vanished completely, and I would then fall into slumber until my next revival. Upon hearing this, Xuan roughly understood why that sect had suddenly risen and then abruptly vanished. Its rise was due to the presence of the Tianlang, while its disappearance was very likely due to an uprising of the wolf clan. Before the Tianlang slumber, he might have issued some sort of order. Even if he hadn't, the wolf tribe members brought into the sect would have certainly erupted into chaos once deprived of the Tianlang suppression. Do you know what I've endured all these years? Even while sleeping, I can feel the pain of a torn soul. All wolves are my children, yet I could only helplessly watch as they became slaves. I hate. Everything is the fault of humans. As long as humans are destroyed, everything will be. Before he could finish, Xuan suddenly stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face. Truly, that slap stunned everyone completely. Not even the Tianlang himself had anticipated it, and Zhao Long and the others were even more shocked. Where did Xuan get such audacity to actually slap a Tianlang like that? Put politely, it was sheer recklessness with his life. Put bluntly, it was outright madness. Be able to do what? Do you think everything can return to the way it was? Naive. Since the past has already happened, instead of thinking how to change, you still cling to the past. What nonsense about Tianlang. Xuan, I look down on you. After saying this, Tianlang hadn't even reacted yet. What was Xuan to him? Did the majestic spirit beast Tianlang care about someone like Xuan looking down on him? Finally, at this moment, the spiritual energy in heaven and earth returned to its normal state. Tianlang's cultivation realm after revival was now revealed before everyone. It had reached the late stage of Tianzuaning. Everyone's expressions instantly froze. Although they had expected the Tianlang would be quite strong after revival, this level of strength was simply beyond reason. Compared to ancient times when the Tianlang had reached the Zhao Huajing realm, now at Tianzuanjing, it was like a newborn infant, not yet fully powered, but still more than enough to crush these tiny insects beneath his feet. Especially this human who dared to speak disrespectfully just now. Tianlang's face showed an amused expression, then let out a wolf howl directly at Xuan. Suddenly, a ray of moonlight descended upon Xuan. This ray of moonlight was no ordinary gleam. One could feel a massive pressure being released from it. Without sufficient strength to withstand, Xuan wouldn't last long before being crushed to dust. Xuan's face turned dark. He already figured out what the creature had in mind. It wanted to toy with him. If it weren't for his 2 divine beasts being unable to act openly in front of everyone, would he fear this Tianlang? Just a Tianzuan expert, big deal. He had thought after slapping the beast it was done for, but he never expected it to recover so quickly. All these coincidences combined into one word, bad luck. Xuan, Old Dog Uncle and Su Ruyun rushed to his side at their fastest speed, both simultaneously releasing their spiritual energy upward to resist. But the moonlight from above continued pressing down relentlessly. If this continued, there would be no way out. They needed to defeat the Tianlang to escape this predicament. Chapter 178, The Mountain and Sea Chart Suppression. In desperation, Chunyin suddenly had an idea. Since his divine beasts couldn't go outside the mountain and sea chart to fight, why not invite the mighty Tianlang inside for a visit? Of course, pulling this off wouldn't be easy. The mountain and sea chart had two ways of drawing someone in: voluntary acceptance or forceful capture. If it was voluntary acceptance, the target could be directly pulled in without physical contact, similar to opening a spatial portal. As long as the person stepped through the portal, they would enter the internal space of the mountain and sea chart. But the other method, forceful capture, was different. It required physical contact. For inanimate objects, it was manageable. But Tianlang was a powerful being. How easily could one get close to him? Chunyin knew it was time to test his acting skills again. Everyone, hold back for a moment. I have a magical treasure that can deal with him. Chunyin shouted loudly, then took out a seemingly formidable item from his storage ring. It radiated strong spiritual energy. Tianlang's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected something this good to exist. Just resurrected, he needed immense spiritual energy to heal the damage within his body and restore his cultivation level. If there were items that could supply such powerful energy, Tianlang could absorb part of that energy through his power of devouring. Looking at what Chunyin held, he already had a plan. He felt no threat from the object at all. Obviously, it was useless against him. Trying to use this against him? A dream. However, as he was about to begin absorbing it with his devouring ability, he found that Chunyin seemed to be using some golden light or something beneath it, blocking his power of devouring. Despite his utmost efforts, he couldn't break through. Suddenly, he recalled Chunyin's previous words. If this was supposed to be used against him, you'd have to release it, right? Then wouldn't it become something he could devour? On one hand, Tianlang wanted to toy with Chunyin, letting him feel despair before death. On the other hand, he also wanted to recover his strength by devouring this treasure. This was the perfect scenario. Quietly, he lessened the moonlight's power from above. Chunyin knew the opponent had taken the bait, so he immediately sent a burst of spiritual energy upward. Then, holding onto the oddly shaped item, he lunged straight toward Tianlang. The item landed directly on the other's body. A slight smile curled Tianlang's lips. However, before he could even feel smug, a wave of memory power suddenly erupted. Before everyone's very eyes, Chunyin and Tianlang vanished, taking with them the golden light surrounding their bodies and the power of moonlight from above. With the release of both forces ceased, where exactly had Chunyin gone? Uncle Dog was extremely anxious, but without even being able to find the person, anxiety was pointless. Don't. Chunyin's entrance into the mountain and sea chart wasn't exactly graceful, but luckily, Xiao Lu was right below him, supporting his fall. A powerful spiritual presence radiated from Xiao Lu. Protected by the Saint Spirit Dark Turtle of Kui stage, there was no need to worry about any threat from Tianlang. Roar! From the horizon, a golden figure flew out from the sea, arriving above this area. The golden holy dragon looked down from above at Tianlang. What place is this? This is a divine beast. Impossible. Tianlang said it was impossible because true divine beasts had already gradually vanished long ago. Later encounters with so-called divine beasts weren't the real thing, merely beasts that had strong enough divine bloodline to manifest similar traits. But he, as a spirit beast himself, held memories from the beginning of heaven and earth, clearly understanding what a true divine beast felt like. These two before him were both authentic divine beasts, not those fake ones with only partial divine blood. This was utterly impossible. With the current spiritual energy of the world and the laws of heaven, no complete divine beast should be able to exist at all. And what was this space anyway? This must be a secret realm or a powerful treasure. Otherwise, how could it shelter divine beasts? How could such a thing fall into the hands of a common human like him? Exactly who are you? Tianlang looked at Chunyin, no longer with mockery, but with solemnity. He gazed at Chunyin, instinctively gathering spiritual power around his body, but here, his strength seemed to be severely suppressed. Moreover, the stars above also seemed strange. He could no longer communicate with the moonlight power here. Despite it clearly being night, there was no moon in the world of the mountain and sea chart. Who I am, you will know in time. Right now, all I need is a single answer. Submit to me and live. Impossible. I will never bow again to any human command. That would be the shame of Tianlang. Chunyin shrugged. He already understood what Tianlang was thinking. It was nothing more than the idea that Chunyin, too, wanted to use him for some purpose, to exploit his power. But Chunyin had already thought of a way to convince him. If you don't agree, I can imprison you here forever. Of course, my two companions will be sure to welcome you properly. After saying this, Chunyin signaled to Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu. Then, from his storage ring, he took out some life elixirs and pills and fed them to the two. Tianlang sensed the powerful life aura within those elixirs and pills. If he could obtain them, not only could he restore his strength, he might even take a step forward. At his peak, he had only just entered the Zhao Hua realm. Naturally, he still longed for even greater power. Don't think too much of it. The only reason I want to subdue you is because you can help me. But even without you, I'll manage just fine. Do you think I already have two divine beasts? Do I really need a mere Tianlang like you? Some might say this sentence was a bit too insulting to the wolf, but even Tianlang had to admit it made perfect sense. The strength of these two divine beasts was already among the top ancient experts, even by primordial era standards. As for himself, currently just a small shrimp in the Tianzun realm, perhaps they really had no use for him at all. If I submit to you, what would you have me do? Xuan inwardly smiled. The moment the other asked this question, things were practically settled. You are a born Wolf King. I need to strengthen my sect's power as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King sneered coldly. Of course, humans were all the same. How was this any different from what the Tianlang sect had done back then? Just as he was about to refuse. My Yusho sect is not like the Tianlang sect. Yusho sect? Chapter 179, Signing the Contract. When Tianlang heard the name, Yusho sect, he clearly stopped resisting as much. Xuan didn't notice this and continued speaking on his own. We of the Yusho sect have always treated spirit beasts as our companions. We would never do anything like what happened with the Tianlang sect. Xuan said this very firmly, partly from confidence in himself, and partly from confidence in the Yusho sect. Tianlang fell silent for a moment, then gave Xuan a deep look before withdrawing his spiritual energy. Xuan felt somewhat strange. His persuasion might have had some effect, but surely not so thoroughly that, with just those words, he had succeeded. Tianlang suddenly spoke. The reason I was able to escape back then was partly thanks to a senior from your Yusho sect. Xuan froze at these words. Could it be that the Yusho sect had also played a role in that ancient incident? Were it not for that senior, I wouldn't have been able to gather my wolf spirit back together with my own strength alone. Without accomplishing that, even if the world gave birth to another Tianlang, it would no longer be me. Xuan nodded in understanding. Tianlang was a spirit beast born of heaven and earth, a naturally born wolf king according to the cosmic laws. Yet, the Tianlang itself could be completely destroyed. If its soul was shattered, the newly born Tianlang would share no connection with its predecessor, not even memories. Who could have imagined what that senior from the Yusho sect had done? It must have been something powerful enough to still earn Tianlang's gratitude today. It was clearly a favor, a life-saving one. I have some understanding of your Yusho sect. Tell me, is it still thriving now? When Xuan heard this question, his expression became extremely odd. After hesitating briefly, he answered, as for the current Yusho sect, we can't even be considered a third-rate sect anymore. Tianlang almost immediately wanted to protest, but then he thought about how much time had passed. What exactly happened? Xuan recounted everything he knew about the Yusho sect's decline, including some of his own thoughts on what might have caused it. After hearing all this, Tianlang sighed. No wonder you want me to help your sect. Very well then, I can agree, for the sake of repaying an old kindness. In truth, Tianlang didn't say the second half of what he was thinking. Even if he hadn't agreed, he really had nowhere else to go. The Yusho sect might treat him as an equal. At least, their sect had been interacting with spirit beasts since its inception. Other sects placed spirit beasts at an extremely low status, treating them no better than slaves. Right now, his strength was weak, yet he was also highly valuable. If he really went wandering on his own, it would be easy for passing experts to capture him. Staying hidden in the Yusho sect wasn't a bad idea. It could be considered a win-win situation. In that case, let's sign a contract then. Xuan was the one who brought up the idea of a contract. Right now, Tianlang could promise well enough, but who could know what he was really thinking? What if he agreed now, but later betrayed him and caught him completely off guard? There'd be nowhere to seek justice then. With the binding of a contract, at the very least, his safety could be guaranteed, and he could sense danger. Even if it wasn't a master-servant contract, a contract of equal standing would work. Tianlang looked at Xuan, hesitating slightly. Then, he stepped closer and stretched out his paw, forming glimmers of light in the empty air that finally seeped into Xuan's body. As the connection between the two slowly formed, Xuan was quite surprised to sense in his mind that what had been established was actually a master-servant contract. Tianlang willingly made him his master, something Xuan hadn't even dared to imagine just moments ago. If we're going to make a contract, why not go all the way? With your current strength, your cultivation speed should be relatively fast. A master-servant contract would bring me greater benefits. Don't misunderstand. Once I've regained enough power, and the Yusho sect itself has gained enough strength to defend itself, I will leave. At this point, Tianlang's words weren't that important to Xuan anymore. It doesn't matter if you claim otherwise now. As long as you've already been hooked, wanting to leave later won't be that easy. Now you're saying such nice things, but who knows if you'll even want to leave by then. Xuan was very clear. He could use the elixirs from his check-in system to nurture divine beasts. Taming a Tianlang shouldn't be a problem at all. Maybe later, he would want to send the other away, but the other party might not even wish to go. With tangible benefits right here, whoever leaves will simply be a fool. Now that this matter had been more or less settled, Xuan began to contemplate how to deal with the people outside as he stepped into the mountain and sea chart. He needed to come up with a reasonable strategy. The best way to avoid flaunting wealth was to let people believe that the treasure was not in your possession. Xuan thought for a while. After all, a master-servant contract had already been signed, and he could sense wherever Tianlang was and what was happening there. Under his command, and with others' cooperation, creating an illusion would be very easy. What Tian's sect desperately needed was a huge advantage. Tianlang himself would be more than enough. Xuan shared his plan with Tianlang, who, although not knowing the actual grudge between them, simply nodded in agreement. Whatever Xuan said, he would do. Suddenly, Xuan appeared from the mountain and sea chart, looking as if he were bleeding all over, with even some wounds on vital areas of his torso. Judging from the appearance, he seemed seriously injured, close to death. As Xuan rushed out, His face was filled with panic, signaling everyone to retreat to the sides. What happened? Where's Tianlang? I was fighting with Tianlang inside a special space within my treasure phobok, but unfortunately, he managed to absorb stronger power, causing my treasure phobok to no longer withstand the pressure. I had to come out first to avoid further impact. Pretending to panic, Xuan threw out a space-based magical artifact. It was a reward given to him from the check-in system, although he always thought it was useless. It was a bracelet, the name of which he had already forgotten, offering a space as big as a courtyard, capable of holding living beings. In terms of space size, it couldn't compare to a storage ring and was inconvenient to use. While being able to contain living creatures was a plus, it still couldn't rival the mountain and sea chart. For others, it might be a treasure, but for Xuan, it was just a useless piece. Now was the perfect time to use it as a scapegoat. Indeed, the bracelet was already showing crack after crack, and those fissures seemed to be expanding slowly. Oh whoa! A thunderous wolf howl erupted from the direction of the bracelet, releasing a vast and terrifying pressure into the air. Chapter 180: The Power of the Reincarnation Realm. The oppressive aura released by Tianlang was unbearable for Zhao Long and the others around him. This is the pressure of the Reincarnation Realm. Back when they were at the Shanheitu, Xuan had already considered Tianlang's safety and searched for some pills that might have special effects on him. Even though these pills could enhance beasts, Xuan never gave them to Xiao Jin or Xiao Lu. It wasn't because he was stingy, but mainly because those pills were not strong enough. Tianlang was still at the Heaven Sovereign Realm. Anything he consumed was like taking high-grade spirit pills. At this point, the two divine beasts had already reached very high cultivation levels and could only improve through steady accumulation and basic resources. Otherwise, any further advancement would completely rely on luck. Xuan's pills had allowed Tianlang to rapidly grow into the early reincarnation realm, already a terrifying combat force, at least for now. There was something about Tianlang now that gave off a commanding and overbearing presence. A long howl rang out among the wolves. Soon, everyone understood why. The surrounding wolf beasts began gathering here, each one lowering their front paws before Tianlang, a sign of submission by the wolf clan toward their king. We should leave quickly. This is no longer someone we can fight against. Xuan was the first to call out. No one else had any objections. As they were about to leave, Lao Gui suddenly launched an attack toward Tianlang. This action was like disturbing a hornet's nest. Just when everyone was still in the process of showing submission, you dare attack our king? Who else should we fight if not you? Not only did they target him, none of the people around were spared either. Luckily, Tianlang himself didn't personally intervene, only commanding his newly acquired subordinates to surround them. Zhao Long and Dog Senior still had their full strength intact. A Heaven Sovereign expert facing these few beasts was no major issue, especially since there weren't many strong wolf beasts nearby. If a Heaven Sovereign level beast truly appeared here, it'd be over. Just as this thought passed through their minds, reality seemed to reflect their thoughts. A loud roar suddenly came from the distant horizon, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura filled with fury. This power was incredibly terrifying, as though brimming with anger. An ancient wolf beast of late Heaven Sovereign realm had arrived. He was originally the wolf king ruling this territory. The birth of Tianlang had directly robbed him of his throne. Even more critically, he needed to rely on his throne to obtain greater power, to give himself a chance to break through into the reincarnation realm. This wolf beast appeared to possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline, which allowed him not to completely submit to Tianlang's pressure. He had even found a way to resist it. To him, Tianlang was no true king of wolves, but rather, a valuable medicinal ingredient. Devouring him would bring huge benefits. Driven by such a mindset, the beast began revealing his fangs. A deafening roar erupted. A terrifying attack hurtled toward Tianlang, only to vanish without a trace halfway through. The power of devouring. Xuan was no stranger to the devouring ability in battle, but this was the first time he had seen such power at the reincarnation realm level. Was the gap between late Heaven Sovereign realm and early reincarnation realm really that wide? Xuan watched as the beast poured all its efforts into attacking, yet it couldn't even graze Tianlang. Even the strikes he launched were shattered midair. Tianlang seemed utterly bored with this kind of fight. Suddenly, he howled toward the sky. Under his summoning, the familiar moonlight gathered into a massive form like a falling meteor, crashing down with unmatched might, instantly turning the wolf beast into dust. Once the rebel was gone, every member of the wolf clan in this area submitted completely to Tianlang. Lao Gui and Tianlang could sense each other's identities, as both had a master-servant pact with Xuan. What they needed now was a well-coordinated performance. As long as nobody discovered the trick, everything would be fine. Xuan had long prepared the key props for this performance. There was a golden mark on Tianlang's waist, resembling a wound. But in reality, it was just a mark set by the power of the golden holy dragon. Pretending that his wound had reopened and weakened him, Tianlang seemed to struggle, and one of the surrounding wolf clan members came to support his body. At that exact moment, Lao Gui made his move. Ha, I knew it. You're nothing more than a bowstring stretched to its last breath. Now that your wounds flare up, how can you oppose me? As Lao Gui charged forward, the sword in his hand burst forth with powerful spiritual energy. Late Heaven Sovereign Realm? No one expected that Old Man Lu had silently advanced to the late Heaven Sovereign Realm. The sword's terrifying pressure left everyone momentarily at a loss for what to do. Earlier, it was for self-preservation. Now, things were different. Lao Qi Lu was from Xian Tianzong and definitely didn't belong to the same faction as them. All eyes turned toward Xuan, the only one here capable of making the final decision. Qilin slightly shook his head. He quietly signaled everyone to retreat step by step. There was no way they could get involved directly. This close, any kind of plan would fail. Acting was one thing, but everyone wasn't blind. Only by making it hard for them to see clearly could they begin to suspect and guess. If that happened, things could be worked in their favor. Just as everyone began retreating, Tianlang voluntarily let out a howl, and the surrounding wolf clan immediately encircled him, clearly about to unleash a fierce battle. Qilin seized the right moment and loudly shouted, "Go!" Senior Dog and others quickly formed the flanking guards, swiftly reaching the halfway point on the mountain slope. From here, they could faintly see where they had just been. The sounds of battle were echoing through the area. Crisscrossing waves of spiritual energy were still lingering, showing no signs of disappearing. Although Lao Qi was truly at the mid-heaven sovereign level, the power he unleashed during battle seemed far beyond that stage. No one had expected Lao Qi to have hidden his strength so deeply. At this point, it wasn't even accurate to call it a fight between Tianlang and Lao Qi anymore. The surrounding beasts were creating the traces of an intense confrontation. However, these two main participants were simply throwing spiritual energy and devouring power around from all sides. Otherwise, how could they possibly create such a chaotic and dramatic battlefield? Even if Lao Qi was truly beyond the heaven sovereign realm and reached the reincarnation realm, he couldn't fake such a battle so realistically. The reason everyone remained doubtful was because they were watching from a great distance. No one could tell for sure if they had used secret treasures or other special techniques. What followed was exactly what Qilin had prepared in advance, a companion puppet capable of carrying one's aura. This was a reward he obtained through daily system check-ins. It could create a puppet similar to a clone, based on the information provided by the user. Visually, there was absolutely no difference between the puppet and the real person. Chapter 181. The Truth About Tianlang. This item seemed to have only one purpose on the surface. It was used to flee and act as a decoy. After all, it could be controlled by spiritual energy, possessing a certain level of sentience. However, in Qilin's hands, it had become the perfect actor. Tianlang injected spiritual energy into the accompanying puppet. The aura from it began to grow stronger as waves of spiritual power gathered around, forming a brand new, vividly lifelike Tianlang before their eyes. Old Ghost couldn't help but sigh in amazement. How many treasures could this master of his possibly have? Had he looted a treasure vault or plundered them from an ancient ruin? Some of the items he'd seen were truly unheard of, undreamed of before. Even by ancient standards, they were top tier in effect. The check-in system was Qilин's biggest trump card, the foundation of his success, and he had no intention of letting anyone discover this secret. Ha! Where are my disciples of Xuan? Let's return to Bay City. Old Qi laughed loudly, accompanied by a Tianlang beside him. He arrogantly flew down from the sky to where his disciples stood. Because it contained spiritual energy, unless engaged in actual combat, its presence seemed indistinguishable from a real one. Each disciple looked at the Tianlang with amazement. They never expected Elder Lu had actually brought it back. What a rare treasure. With this Tianlang, Xuan would certainly grow ever more powerful. Then, of course, the disciples would rise accordingly. The Xuan disciples left in high spirits, but Qilin could clearly sense several presences watching them with indistinct intentions. Without a doubt, the factions present who had witnessed the entire scene would spread word of this Tianlang. If Xuan truly possessed such a treasure, it would certainly guard it with their lives. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, this had all been Qilin's feigned ploy. Bold. Who dares? How dare you? Old Qi's scream of pain carried far and wide. This was the agreed-upon signal between Qilin and Old Ghost. Once the surroundings were clear of spies and everything had been carefully arranged, they would make a sudden attack, faking being ambushed, gravely wounded, and causing the Tianlang to disappear without a trace. Old Qi had to make it appear as though the Tianlang had truly been stolen from him. He alone would decide who was responsible, as there were no witnesses. Qilin had also taken a brief look at the spot where Zhou Fuchong had been severely injured earlier. Except for traces of blood, the place was already empty. Evidently, once his injuries were slightly stabilized, Zhou had left. There were no more disciples of Medicine Valley in Bay City. There was no point in Zhou lingering here. He'd be better off returning to their base, to the Medicine Valley, seeking help. He would personally ensure that every humiliation suffered here was returned tenfold, especially to Xuan, especially to Elder Lu. Consumed entirely by hatred, Zhou Fuchong had become blinded by vengeance. Qilin believed that if there was an opportunity to destroy Xuan, he would stop at nothing to do so. Su Riyun supported Qilin. After all, the performance needed to look convincing, especially since the injury he'd received would heal quite rapidly due to the medicinal pills he had consumed. This time, Qilin had spared no expense. Every detail was convincingly real. The injury wasn't the problem. What mattered was the pain. A swipe from the Tianlang? Excruciating. But the result had been good. The bloody wounds on his body had already begun regenerating under the effects of the pills. As for the disciples of Xuan, they were currently stunned. What exactly was their elder trying to accomplish? Stabbing himself upon arriving, and then claiming that bandits were responsible. Elder, are you alright after that stab? No worries. This is to relax others' vigilance, making them believe the Tianlang is no longer in our possession. By this stage of the plan, there were two possible directions. The first was to continue forward, pretending all the way back to Bay City and turning the fake into the real. Though it was the accompanying puppet of the Tianlang, they would make it appear as if it had been truly stolen. That would mean Xuan Tiangong's Tianlang had truly vanished. The second scenario depended entirely on luck. There would definitely be quite a few people interested in the Tianlang, and not all would be fooled by the ruse he had created. Inevitably, some people would be unable to resist the urge to test its authenticity. No matter who made the move, even if they discovered it was merely a puppet, they wouldn't be able to explain it away. The one who acted would become the target of Zhantiangong. Once Elder Lu accused them directly, there would be no way to dispute it. Chen Yin and the others returned to the city lord's mansion, and throughout the way, Zhao Long had appeared on the verge of speaking multiple times. As the group was about to part ways, Chen Yin suddenly called out to Zhao Long. Zhao Xiong, what you're worried about is whether our agreement regarding the pills is still valid. Rest assured, I will definitely continue supplying the pills, but as for the conditions, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Long's face. As long as this partnership wasn't being cancelled, then the conditions were naturally negotiable. After all, now the Tianlang was no longer in Chun Yin's possession. Although when they first discussed the partnership, there had been no strict requirement for Chun Yin to actually obtain the Tianlang. Zhao Long had simply agreed not to interfere. But if Zhao Long insisted too much on this point, then not only would there be no partnership, they might not even remain friends. Zhao Long clearly understood where the boundaries lay. Matters of interest were always mutual. If one only pursued personal gain, any cooperation might be excluded by others. If we're going to discuss the specific conditions, why not wait until my cultivation is sufficient, until I am able to produce the pills? That would be better. Chun Yin returned to the city lord's mansion, and everyone was watching him. No one had left. They were all gathered in the courtyard, including Su Riyun. What are you all staring at me for? Don't you have something you haven't said? If there's anything to be explained, just explain it already. Zhao Long and Chun Yin had known each other for a while, and were somewhat familiar, but compared to others present, who among them didn't know Chun Yin far better than Zhao did. The tricks Chun Yin used earlier might have fooled someone like Zhao, who was only half familiar, but in front of Old Dog and the others, it just wouldn't work. Chun Yin looked as if he could no longer hide anything. He lightly coughed twice. In fact, Tianlang has already become my spiritual beast. What? Shock was written on every face. Earlier, from appearances, they'd all thought that Chun Yin was finished. Who would have guessed that Chun Yin was actually the biggest winner of the night? But how exactly had this happened? If Tianlang was indeed Chun Yin's spiritual beast, then what was the Tianlang that Elder Lu had taken away? Chapter 182, Sha Sheng Daoren. No one had expected that knowing the result would only lead to more confusion. There are some things I can't say for now, but everyone will know eventually. Well, we've been up all night, so let's all go to sleep. Chun Yin laughed it off and quickly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him before entering the Shanghai chart and immersing himself in cultivation. It wasn't really that he was in a rush to concoct pills for others, but since signing a contract with Tianlang, his inner power seemed to have undergone some changes. He didn't yet understand what these changes signified, but he did notice that his cultivation had become somewhat faster than before. Moreover, he had a hunch he would soon break through to the Pigu, refining cereals, stage. Once reaching Pigu, everything would become much easier. Putting everything else aside, Wanshou Huashan granted him the cultivation level of a Tianzuan cultivator. Wasn't that better than doing anything else? Throughout the night within the Shanghai chart, several stars above emitted bright beams of starlight that descended into Chun Yin's body, enhancing his power. Letting out a deep breath, Chun Yin wondered if it was just his imagination. Seemed like the Wu Dao tree in front of him had grown even more luxuriant, with the trunk seemingly growing thicker by a centimeter or two. After all, not long ago it had been merely a weakling seedling prone to falling over at any moment. Now, it had developed into something substantial, nothing short of miraculous. Roar, Gua. Chun Yin played with the Huangjin Shenglong and the Shengling Xian Gui for a while before stepping out of the Shanghai chart and returning to the courtyard, where everyone had already been awake for quite some time. There was no helping it. After all, Beijing had suddenly become lively overnight once again, and this time, more people had arrived than before. The previous conflicts within Beijing were merely battles between major factions vying for supremacy, ignited in part by the auction at the Qinhuang Baoga, but mainly by the factions' mutual desires to compete for dominance. Such conflicts were not just about ranking, but also implied distribution of interests. Unfortunately, Hunyuan Xianin, now known as the Old Ghost, disrupted everything. Originally, Beijing should have calmed down after that, but the arrival of Tianlang once again stirred many people's nerves. This time, it wasn't just the factions eyeing things. Even the wandering cultivators were starting to have their own ideas. Though Beijing's location wasn't particularly strategic, the surrounding areas harbored no shortage of powerful wandering cultivators, even including cultivators at the Huanyuan stage. Chun Yin now had a basic understanding of the might of the Huanyuan stage. An ordinary Tianzuan-level cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against them unless possessing some special offensive ability like absorption techniques. Chun Yin, I fear Beijing might. Su Yifan approached him the moment he stepped out, holding an intelligence report, his face full of bitter resignation. Though Chun Yin had Bao Dating, an expert intelligence agent, at his disposal, the city lord's mansion also had its own information network. Although not as deeply established in Beijing as Bao Dating's, it still possessed a certain breadth of information due to its backing by the Great Qin Empire, extending even beyond Beijing's borders. I heard that a powerful figure from the Shasheng sect named Sha Sheng Daoren has arrived. At the mention of this name, Chun Yin felt a bit unfamiliarity. Previously, when he couldn't cultivate, he naturally hadn't had many channels to stay informed about such matters, nor had many people cared to talk about these topics with him. Now that he had strength himself, it was simply too late in the game for him to have thoroughly explored the world and become familiar with those older experts. Normally, few people spoke of them. His ignorance was entirely understandable. Seeing the puzzlement on Chun Yin's face, Su Yifan voluntarily offered an explanation. This Sha Shengdaoren could be considered a legend, although the term legend here is not exactly a compliment. According to Su Yifan, nobody truly knew what Sha Shengdaoren looked like or what habits he had in daily life. His fame spread far and wide solely because of the methods he employed. Whenever he committed an act, he always left behind a distinctive mark. It was a door, but with an unusual appearance, featuring the character Sha, kill, written inside. The manner in which he left these marks varied each time, sometimes carved into the ground, sometimes a token cast aside, sometimes painted onto a corpse. After so many years, nobody had yet figured out exactly what purpose these markings served. If it was meant to serve as a personal memento, then it was too bizarre. Even a murderer would hardly keep souvenirs. Alternatively, if there was no real purpose, and he was merely doing it for the sake of fame, that didn't make much sense either. Who would go through such tedious effort just for the sake of gaining notoriety? There were plenty of simpler ways to leave a signature after a killing. There was simply no need to go to such lengths. Moreover, although the door mark left by Sha Shengdaoren was complex, with careful observation and study, it could still be replicated. In the past, someone had once imitated his method, attempting to frame Sha Shengdaoren for a murder. Unexpectedly, the very next day after this imitation case appeared, the imitator was found murdered at home, with Sha Shengdaoren's mark left behind. To this day, no one knew how Sha Shengdaoren had discovered the imitator's identity. The more Chun Yin listened, the more mysterious it seemed. This didn't sound at all like the actions of a powerful cultivator or even a powerful assassin. Rather, it felt more like an enigma hidden in the shadows. The things he did, Chun Yin himself could also accomplish. However, for him to achieve such feats, he definitely couldn't do it alone. On the contrary, it was quite possible that no one knew whether Sha Shengdaoren was male or female, or what they looked like, precisely because he wasn't actually one person, but a team. Although Su Yifan immediately rejected this theory proposed by Chun Yin, he himself didn't abandon this line of thinking. What does Sha Shengdaoren coming here have to do with me? When Chun Yin asked this question, Su Yifan sighed. Chun Yin, you still don't understand? Since he can appear and vanish mysteriously and has means to uncover secrets beyond normal comprehension, it's possible he already knows that you're the true master of Tianlang. If he finds out this information, do you think Sha Shengdaoren, who desires Tianlang, would let you go? After hearing this, Chun Yin didn't show any signs of panic or fear. Instead, he calmly nodded, even expressing agreement. Oh, so that's how it is. Then it seems he definitely won't spare my life. Su Yifan anxiously slapped his thigh. He had originally planned that if Chun Yin stepped back, he would immediately suggest secretly sending Chun Yin away from here. Perhaps there would still be a chance to save his life. However, he hadn't expected Chun Yin to take this so lightly. Uncle Go and Su Riyun, who had been in the courtyard since Su Yifan started speaking, looked at Chun Yin with deep concern at this moment. Chapter 183, A Method of Verification. It seemed everyone had already heard what the slaughter Taoist was really like. Although Chun Yin didn't take the man seriously, others couldn't afford to think the same way. In a sense, they were all witnesses to Tianlang's fate from last night. If the slaughter Taoist really couldn't find Tianlang, he might turn his attention toward them. If that really happened, they would also have to face the danger from him. Come to think of it, the image of a killer, of legends, didn't carry quite as much fear for men as one might imagine, but it definitely had an unusual effect on women. Su Riyun had felt something was off with her state of mind since a while ago. Chun Yin secretly reached out and touched her hand. Su Riyun nearly jumped straight off the ground. What are you doing? Is it really that scary? Even if the slaughter Taoist has a big reputation, he's just a cultivator after all. Could he possibly be a ghost? Chun Yin smirked, then paused, and looked at everyone before continuing. There's a simple way to verify how capable the slaughter Taoist really is. When he said this, Chun Yin appeared quite confident. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, he immediately pulled their heads closer, bringing them together. Only we here know where the real Tianlang is, on me, and none of you would betray me. So I'll share my plan right here. Chun Yin's plan was simple. The Tianlang with old 7 Lu was fake, and aside from him and those present, no one else knew this. If they had old 7 Lu move the fake Tianlang into a cave without spreading word of it, then they'd see where the slaughter Taoist would go. If the slaughter Taoist doesn't go looking for old 7 Lu, or doesn't search the cave, and instead comes directly for you, wouldn't you be in danger? Chun Yin knew that people were saying that because they didn't have faith in him. Or rather, the slaughter Taoist's reputation was simply too great for them to feel confident. I'm curious, does anyone truly believe there exists a spell in this world that can reveal every secret without leaving a trace? Or is there really someone, even a ghost, who could accomplish such a feat? As soon as Chun Yin raised this question, everyone fell silent. Although such powerful techniques weren't unheard of, those who mastered them would never lower themselves to be assassins. In other words, by deductive reasoning, the slaughter Taoist couldn't possibly have such immense abilities. Besides, if he truly had such skills, instead of working as a hitman, he could join any sect or simply live as a neutral expert, gaining great benefits as others would often need his help. Given this logic, his mysterious aura had entirely been the result of people exaggerating his abilities. Seeing the wrinkles on everyone's brows start to loosen, Chun Yin continued. The slaughter Taoist is indeed very powerful. He's killed many people using a wide variety of methods, and he truly comes and goes like a ghost. But here's the question. Were all the people he killed actually his intended targets? Right. Uncle Go seemed to have caught on quickly and responded immediately. Chun Yin smiled, glancing at the other two, but since they didn't react, he continued. If they were truly his targets, perhaps even before a mission officially began, when the identity of the Slaughter Daoist had not yet emerged in public, he had already made contact with these people. But everyone has unconsciously overlooked this possibility or been deceived by his illusions, only seeing what he wants us to see. The Slaughter Daoist really was quite clever. He knew how to use tricks to portray himself as a monster. Once people came to fear you, perceiving you as someone unbeatable, they'd give up resisting. The idea itself was simple, but actually executing it successfully wasn't something many could manage. Chun Yin observed Su Yifan and Su Ruyun and saw that they had calmed down somewhat. The method I proposed is essentially testing the Slaughter Daoist sources of information, an underground cave that shouldn't exist, without any information leaked. If no one goes there to investigate, then it means the Slaughter Daoist isn't as formidable as people think. At this point, Su Yifan noticed a loophole. But what if he just comes straight for you instead, and ignores that cave? Then what? I don't think he could pose any real threat to me. A faint smile appeared on Chun Yin's face. He didn't elaborate on the meaning behind those words, but instead continued talking about the trap he had laid. After confirming that no one would investigate the cave, Chun Yin planned to leak some obscure messages. These messages would mix truth with fiction regarding the cave. If someone went to investigate, they might follow the trail and uncover clues about whether the Slaughter Daoist was involved. At this point, Su Ruyun finally understood exactly what Chun Yin intended to do. You're trying to prove that the Slaughter Daoist isn't just one person, but actually a small group, right? Exactly. Chun Yin stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to leave the courtyard. Where are you going? To spread the information. Dealing with the Slaughter Daoist isn't my top priority right now. What I need to focus on first is how to destroy the Tamed Sect. As for the Slaughter Daoist, I'm not afraid. Chun Yin strolled Ching Song to Li Kai Yanzik, leaving the others staring at each other in confusion. As he walked down the street, he could clearly feel that with the reduction of the sect's presence, more ordinary people were now wandering the streets. Perhaps the tragedy of cultivators was that they inevitably mixed with ordinary civilians. Their immense power and lofty status destined ordinary people to always be at a disadvantage when facing cultivators. Although Chun Yin felt great sympathy in his heart, sympathy didn't mean he would try to change things. Some things couldn't be changed no matter how much one wished. Even if he could create a piece of pure land, others would unite against him for disrupting their interests. That would remain true even if one day he became the strongest under heaven. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he had already reached the informant's courtyard, though entry this time was obviously different. Without showing the special token previously given by Bao Tan, Chun Yin wouldn't have been allowed inside at all. When he finally arrived at the underground chamber, the two met. The underground room looked completely different. It was much larger than before, and filled with many more people. Chapter 184, You Once Cultivated. Master, I didn't expect you to have time to come here today. Bao Dapian's expression was very cheerful when he saw Chun Yin. Although he had initially been forced into cooperating with Chun Yin under threat, he was now thoroughly satisfied with his current work. He had always been extremely curious by nature and particularly good at obtaining various kinds of information. As he grew up, it was natural that he wanted to pursue the same path, but unfortunately, he was not a cultivator. No matter how hard he tried, he could only deal with ordinary human matters, but things were different now. He seemed to understand that there was still much he could do, and compared to what he had previously imagined, he had even greater potential yet to be tapped. Since they had signed a master-servant contract, Chun Yin could somewhat feel what the other person was thinking. Sensing Bao Dapian's thoughts, Chun Yin was slightly moved. First of all, this fellow was definitely a talent. Within such a short time, using limited resources, he had created so many things and had provided real assistance. Some of the spies in this intelligence network were already infiltrating other towns. Although he looked ordinary and was not a cultivator, he clearly understood some people needed a push from ghosts, and most of the spies he recruited were also ordinary humans. Cultivators did not regard ordinary people highly, but that didn't mean ordinary people were useless. Because they wouldn't be suspected by cultivators, in some particular situations or places, it was best to have ordinary people take action. Perhaps this principle was not only known by him, but he was the only one who had truly put it into practice and succeeded, because others with the same idea simply didn't understand ordinary people. To most people at the bottom of society, life was extremely harsh. Giving them a little sweetness could cause them to repay with tenfold kindness. If you give them more, 5 portions of sweetness, they will give you their lives. As for giving them full 10 portions of sweetness, that would be pure charity. People would think it all came too magically and easily. Even if they helped you, they wouldn't go all in, they'd only suspect you had ulterior motives toward them. Chun Yin now retrieved a large sum of wealth from his storage ring, preparing to give it to Bao Dapian to develop more subordinates and expand the intelligence network. He couldn't stay in Bay City forever, but his eyes and ears needed to remain here. Only after becoming a mature intelligence network would there be a continuous supply of organized and disciplined information gathering and processing, enabling him to learn of all sorts of changes in the surrounding areas. As for Bao Dapian, Chun Yin had never intended to leave him here permanently, but instead wanted to take him along. Chun Yin had a strong premonition that once the affairs of Tamed Sect were resolved, he might have to leave here for the Imperial City or other places. Chun Yin liked to plan ahead for the future, and even if his intuition proved wrong, he could still place Bao Dapian somewhere suitable. This person's ability was extremely strong, and because they shared a master-servant contract, he could be considered a completely reliable pawn. You take these things first. My words remain the same as last time. As long as you can achieve the effect I want, any surplus money here will all be yours. Xuan never hesitated when giving things away, partly because much of this wealth had been obtained from defeating bandits, and partly because such items held little value for him personally. Other people gathered treasures to exchange for powerful magical artifacts or to obtain items for cultivation. But he had his check-in system. What use did he have for these things? As for the auction at the Qilin Royal Treasure Pavilion, after serious consideration, Xuan thought that the recent turbulent events had all seemed somehow connected to the Qilin Royal Treasure Pavilion. Anyone observant wouldn't find it difficult to see there must be some relationship. If he continued attending the auctions, it would be fine if nothing happened. However, if he caused trouble or got into trouble, people would easily connect him to the pavilion. There was no such thing as an absolutely airtight wall. He didn't believe that the Qilin Royal Treasure Pavilion could really protect their clients' privacy so perfectly. This came entirely from his experience and intuition, so he didn't bother asking for proof. Yes, sir, said Bao with an obedient bow. Xuan watched as Bao happily rose to his feet and began packing everything away. I can tell you once cultivated techniques, but I don't know to what extent you've reached. When Xuan said this, Bao slightly trembled. Everyone assumed he was an ordinary person. Some thought he was a foundation building stage beginner cultivator. Yet Xuan could see right through the differences. He had once cultivated martial techniques before, but after they were destroyed, he recultivated and returned to the initial foundation building stage. The differences between the two states were completely different meanings. Shock showed on Bao face as he stared at Xuan. Don't be nervous. I don't know what happened in the past, but I am curious about this story. If you don't mind telling me about any grievances you have, maybe I can help you take revenge. Xuan sat down on a nearby chair and gestured for Bao to come closer. Bao glanced around, then waved at the others in the basement, gathering them together to meet Xuan before sending them away. Only after making sure that no one else was left in the basement did Bao take out a jug of fine wine from his storage ring and prepared some meat dishes. Have a drink. Xuan knew this was likely another man's sad story, so he nodded. He took some food and listened as Bao began speaking beside him. In fact, long ago I had already started engaging in intelligence trading. At that time, someone wanted to obtain a piece of information from me, and what they offered in exchange was a cultivation technique. In his past, Bao had strongly desired to cultivate because he wanted to become someone who understood everything in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't have the fate to cultivate. Although he did have a bit of talent, it was only slight. Compared to true prodigies, it was nothing impressive. Plus, despite cultivating for a long time, his combat power remained weak, and he lacked any effective fighting techniques. He was essentially a punching bag with mere cultivation level. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for him to accomplish anything meaningful. Usually, he could only pretend to be someone important in front of cultivators with lower cultivation levels than himself. Most of them were unaffiliated disciples. The intelligence and news Xuan brought had made him feel increasingly dissatisfied. Eventually, one day, an opportunity seemed to arrive. He learned that a certain sect was recruiting disciples. Tamed Sect. Xuan suddenly asked when the story reached this point. Bao did not answer. Instead, he silently poured himself another drink and drank alone. Chapter 185, Past Affairs. It seemed like nothing had been said, but in reality, the answer had already been revealed. Sure enough, the key to all this was still the Tamed Sect. Xuan had been suspicious from the very first day he met Bao began dealing with him. At the time, Beijing had many cultivators, and almost every major power had a presence there. Yet, if one were to really think about it, most of the intelligence he provided revolved around the Tamed Sect. Regardless of whether there was any ulterior motive, it seemed that everything was somehow connected to him. Xuan clearly understood that there must be some convoluted reasons behind this. I was once actually a disciple of the Tamed Sect, and back then, my cultivation had nearly reached the core formation stage. When Xuan heard this, his expression was full of shock. Bao had once been a disciple of the Tamed Sect? Sensing that Xuan would be particularly curious about this part of his past, Bao didn't hold back and continued recounting his experiences. Back then, by sheer coincidence, I became a disciple under one of the elders of the Tamed Sect. When he spoke of his master, tenderness finally appeared on Bao face. And in that tenderness, Xuan even detected a faint trace of long-buried affection. He didn't ask anything, merely waiting quietly beside him until Bao was ready to share the rest of his story. Originally, joining the Tamed Sect for him had less to do with a passion for cultivation and more to do with a yearning for his master. At the time, she had been the youngest female elder in the Tamed Sect, exceptionally gifted in cultivation and possessing formidable strength, so much so that she had countless admirers. Countless people had wished to become her disciples, yet none had been granted the chance. Except for one lucky individual, himself. They had met in the Xuan. Although at that time he already had some cultivation ability, his combat power was still quite weak. Therefore, he had come to the Xuan to strengthen himself and maybe find something valuable along the way. Being an information broker always required money. Without sufficient funds, who would willingly share the knowledge they possessed? Although dangerous, the Xuan could be navigated carefully to capture weaker beasts or gather low-grade EngSub from the outskirts. These items could fetch high prices in tea houses and apothecaries, and as long as one could find a buyer, there shouldn't be any problem. Bao had done this several times before, and since nothing dangerous had ever happened, he'd gradually become careless. Wanting to earn a little extra money, he had unknowingly wandered deep into the Yaosou. Inside and outside were completely different worlds. Even more so for the forest's deepest areas, true death traps at every step. Even for Chun Yan, entering the deepest parts of the Yaosou was something he could barely achieve. It was there, deep in that perilous region, that Ba Dating faced a life-threatening danger, only to be saved by a powerful figure who emerged from the depths. It was a classic beauty rescues the man story, but this tale ended in tragedy. After treating Ba Dating's wounds, they parted ways without exchanging contact information. Then, one day when the Tamed Sect was recruiting disciples, he happened to sign up, and during the final selection round, he saw her again. They had locked eyes without a word. In the end, he was the only one who passed this young elder's test, officially becoming her disciple. At that time, this incident had stirred great controversy within the Tamed Sect. Although she was the youngest female elder, she lacked a powerful backer within the sect. Being exceptionally gifted in cultivation was one thing, but as a woman, there were many doors that remained closed to her. Neither of them had paid much attention to these potential dangers at the time. Soon, a rumor began circulating that the young female elder had fallen in love. Though these rumors were initially taken lightly, no one actually dared to confront her directly about them. Still, everyone secretly harbored curiosity in their hearts. One day, when Ba Dating and his female master traveled together, they were spotted by a disciple from the law enforcement hall. Immediately, the story spread, twisting and growing with each telling. Though the two had merely gone on a normal outing, the rumors mutated into a claim that they were preparing to elope, hand in hand, leaving the Tamed Sect together. The truth no longer mattered. Even as mere rumor, the story had already sown deep discontent among many. They approached the female elder and demanded that Ba Dating be expelled from the sect, but she refused, no matter how hard they tried to persuade or bribe her with offers. She only ever repeated a single sentence: "He is my disciple, and I must protect him." At the time, Ba Dating only vaguely felt a fondness for the young female elder, without fully understanding what this emotion truly meant. Their matter eventually escalated into a huge scandal. One day during cultivation, suddenly, an elder from the law enforcement hall arrived at their courtyard with a group of people. Both of them were captured and thrown into the sect's underground prison. During the torture, Lu Laoqi clearly heard what the elder from the law enforcement hall said. "Beautiful one, tell me, why are you working so hard in cultivation every day? Just surrender yourself to me, and I guarantee your cultivation will progress further. Why not do it? I'll tell you this. I've already planned my escape route the moment I lay my hands on you. I will claim you two were plotting to betray the Tamed Sect. As long as I do not retract my statement, not a single disciple around me will dare to betray me. Then the two of you will rot in this dungeon for the rest of your lives." After realizing that threats were ineffective, the elder quickly turned his attention to Ba Dating. Sometimes, humans were extremely fragile, especially in front of those they truly cared about, and this kind of fragility was beyond control. In front of the female elder, Ba Dating, whose cultivation had reached the late Pigu stage, had his abilities directly destroyed. His meridians also suffered severe damage. All of this had happened over a decade ago. A decade was more than enough time for meridians to gradually solidify, so naturally, the damage was no longer obvious. Because of his ruined meridians, his previously average to good cultivation talent plummeted to below average, even reaching the lower ranks. He had thought about revenge. He had tried hard to cultivate again, but it was all in vain. The harder he worked, the further away from revenge he became. Especially one day, when he received a piece of news. His enemy had become the sect leader of the Tamed Sect. When Chun Yan heard this, his eyes widened. He never expected the story to contain such shocking details. Who would have guessed that the person he had always been trying to oppose was actually the same enemy of Ba Dating? That was why Ba Dating always became so emotionally stirred whenever he heard anything related to the Tamed Sect. Chapter 186. Eat it. Before Chun Yan could say anything, Bao Dapting suddenly knelt down, raising both hands over his head, and deeply bowed to Chun Yan. Then he braced his hands on the ground and heavily kowtowed, his head striking the floor. "Please, my lord," he pleaded, "help rescue my master, rescue." Dire. Chun Yan fell silent for a moment without promising immediately. Not because he didn't want to agree, but because the risk involved was extremely high. Attempting this now would be no different than committing suicide. "I can't act immediately." When Bao Dapting heard these words, his face broke into obvious delight, realizing that Chun Yan already had some willingness in his heart. "My lord, I don't require you to act right away. Just, in the future when you have the opportunity, please fulfill this request for me." This time, Chun Yan didn't hesitate. He nodded directly, but still asked one question. "If I can ever meet her in the future, I'll have to tell her one thing, or provide an item that will allow her to trust me." Bao Dapting also realized the logic behind Chun Yan's words. He searched himself and found a jade hairpin. With visible reluctance, Bao Dapting pulled out a jade hairpin from his chest. "This was a gift I once gave to Dire. Once she sees it, she'll know exactly what happened." Chun Yan had fully listened to their story. He knew that back then, they had fallen in love at first sight. However, she had become more aware of her feelings a bit earlier than he had, who always believed that he wasn't worthy of her. However, after experiencing so much together, if they still had a chance to rekindle their past relationship, it would be nice. Chun Yan retrieved a pill from his storage ring. "Eat it." He didn't explain what the pill did. Judging from its appearance and the foul odor it emitted, it was easy to mistake it for poison. Indeed, generally speaking, Pills that enhance cultivation or provide beneficial effects exude a clean and pure medicinal fragrance. This pill from Qilin not only lacked any fragrance, but instead radiated nothing but a foul stench, making it naturally assumed to be poisonous. Yet Bao Dapting showed no hesitation at all. He took it directly and swallowed it. Seeing this, Qilin wasn't surprised in the least, though he still wanted to ask a question. What if I just gave you poison? No matter, even if it's poison, Bao Dapting replied with a smile. I know my lord always honors his word. So long as you make the promise, you will fulfill it. If Dyer has hope of being rescued, my wish will be fulfilled. While saying this, Bao Dapting smiled, which touched Qilin somewhat. From the very beginning, Qilin had thought Bao Dapting was merely a greedy ordinary man, and that he deserved his fate due to his own greed. But he didn't think so anymore. What cultivation method are you currently practicing? Qilin suddenly changed the topic. Bao Dapting seemed caught off guard, but still honestly replied. The core cultivation art for outer disciples of Xuan sect. Have you heard of Xuan Gong? When hearing those three characters, Bao Dapting froze completely. He hadn't only heard of it. Once he himself was a disciple of Xuan sect, of course he knew the name of the core cultivation method. But why was Qilin mentioning it? Back then, to simulate the energy flow of Xuan Gong using the Xuan Yulongju, Qilin had personally practiced Xuan Gong. He still possessed the full set of its oral teachings stored in his mind. He extracted the cultivation techniques, incantations from within his body. If it were someone else, teaching them might be complicated. But for Bao Dapting, it was easy. After all, Qilin had a soul contract relationship with him. They could resonate directly on the spiritual level. Through the power of the contract, he transmitted the technique into Bao Dapting's mind. This is, at first shocked, Bao Dapting suddenly felt as though a fire was burning inside him. His entire body started experiencing severe pain, and his expression twisted in agony. Qilin retrieved a small vial of healing potion from his storage ring. Looking around, he casually waved his hand across the ground, carving out a shallow pit. He drew a bit of seawater from the Shanheidu within it, and added several drops of the healing potion he was holding. This potion could be directly fed to divine beasts. Its potency was immense. Even just a few drops would be unbearable for an ordinary person, if not for the fact that Bao Dapting had previously cultivated. If albeit, his cultivation energy had long scattered, and he was recultivating now, his body still bore traces of the previous level it had achieved, merely lacking cultivation energy for nourishment. With a casual wave, Qilin threw Bao Dapting into this shallow puddle. Still worried that he had added too much healing potion, he observed Bao Dapting's condition and saw that it appeared better than expected, so he added a few more drops. Now, all that remained was to wait quietly. The pill that Bao Dapting swallowed had the effect of modifying his constitution. The reason Qilin chose this pill was because of the damage to his meridians. Similarly related to the meridians, Qilин's issue, however, was an incomplete main meridian, which was a congenital defect and extremely difficult to resolve. Bao Dapting's meridian damage, on the other hand, was like an old hidden injury. Although it had been a long time and was therefore more complicated to deal with, it wasn't excessively difficult to fix. How is it going? Qilin could clearly see that Bao Dapting's furrowed brows had gradually relaxed, and the aura of spiritual energy around him had grown noticeably stronger. Previously, he thought Bao Dapting was just an ordinary person due to the faint spiritual fluctuations on his body. Had he not examined him using his golden eyes, Qilin probably wouldn't have even noticed the faint spiritual fluctuations from Bao Dapting. Although he had returned to the initial foundation building stage through recultivation, his actual spiritual energy was even worse than when he was at that stage before entering Xuan sect. But now that Qilin had personally intervened, everything had changed. Though he had outwardly appeared to have given up on taking revenge or rescuing Dyer, deep down, he had never stopped cultivating spiritual energy for even a single day. At the foundation building stage, there was absolutely no need to discard previous cultivation when switching to a new technique. As his damaged meridians were repaired, when he circulated Xuan Gong, his spiritual energy immediately formed a full internal circulation. Qilin stepped forward to examine him briefly, and, after confirming that the cultivation process was now on track, decided to leave first. Judging by Bao Dapting's current state, he would likely need quite some time to continue refining the energy. Qilin himself, however, couldn't afford to waste time here waiting. He left a note on the table detailing what needed to be done. Because Qilin had already greeted them earlier, the subordinates waiting outside all knew he was the boss of their direct superior. Bao Dapting has some special matters to handle inside. Until he comes out, none of you are allowed to disturb him. After making this clear, Qilin thought that perhaps he should pay another visit to the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 187, Qianling Wood. One could say that everything had gone smoothly for him all along because he had schemed against the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. But if someone claimed that the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion itself hadn't sensed anything strange at all, he wouldn't believe it. If he were to go and take a look today, he certainly couldn't go using his former identity. He'd have to use his current identity, Qilin. For the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion, neither of these identities meant much. Both were unlikely to work. But the only difference was, Qilin's identity had never formally appeared at the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion even once, so this could help lower their alertness slightly. At least that was what Qilin thought. When he arrived inside, he found that the treasures displayed within the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion were indeed numerous and seemingly endless in variety. I wonder where all these treasures come from. Could they have come about the same way I obtained mine in the past? Qilin muttered to himself as he walked further in. When he passed by a certain area, he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Instantly, he halted his steps. activated his golden eyes, and scanned the surroundings to detect anything unusual. In the direction from which the fragrance came, he could faintly sense a trace of spiritual energy. It must definitely be some sort of treasure. When he finally turned his head in search of its source, he found that it was actually a candle stand placed here by the Qinhuang treasure pavilion. There were also service personnel around, and noticing Chun Yin's strange behavior, one of them approached. "May I ask, young master, whether you have any business at the Qinhuang treasure pavilion?" "Not exactly business," Chun Yin replied with a smile, suppressing the astonished expression on his face while putting on an air of arrogant confidence. "I'm just really curious about your treasures. Perhaps I could take something home." The service personnel didn't suspect much. After all, only those without money wouldn't come to the Qinhuang treasure pavilion. Even the poor understood the kind of people who came and went here. Most importantly, the attendant had observed the man's attire and walking posture, which indicated clearly that he must be the young master of some aristocratic family. Generally speaking, those who grew up as spoiled young masters always carried themselves with an attitude suggesting that they came first, and the rest of the world a distant second. Every move they made exuded an air of arrogance. These were unconscious traits that one naturally gave off. Chun Yin wasn't very old, and according to the attendant's memory, there were no young lords from other influential families quite like him around here. Then he could only be the young master of a mundane family. And then he thought of how the young master was staring so cluelessly at the candle stand. "Young master," the attendant said, "if you are interested in this candle stand of ours, I can take you to see our supervisor. You can take it home as long as you're willing to pay the price." Some people had indeed purchased these candle stands before, although their prices were outrageously high. The attendant himself hadn't figured out why, but since there were buyers, he was happy to collect a commission. Chun Yin's expression remained calm as he smiled slightly, pointing toward the candle stand in the distance and asking, "Could you give me a brief introduction first?" The attendant launched right into it. The candle stand is actually made of ordinary materials, except for the central core, which is inlaid with Qilin wood. It's the burning of the Qilin wood that produces this faint fragrance and the spiritual energy floating in the air. The attendant gave a thorough explanation. As Chun Yin listened, a very important memory surfaced. He recalled that the alchemy manual he had read contained some description of this Qilin wood. If he hadn't misremembered, there were several ingredients in the alchemy formulas he needed that required this material. Also, this kind of material usually grew in clusters. According to the growth habits of Qilin wood, Chun Yin roughly guessed it must be under the control of major factions. If he wanted to obtain it directly, it wouldn't be easy, and even if he did manage to get some, the cost might be great. Moreover, the Qilin wood cultivated by these factions, if he wanted to continuously use it, would definitely lead to ongoing expenses. His eyes lit up slightly as he suddenly thought of the possibility of planting the seedlings inside the scroll of mountains and seas. After all, the enlightenment tree had been able to root and grow there, so why not the Qilin wood? With this in mind, Chun Yin asked, "I wonder how your Qinhuang treasure pavilion sells this so-called Qilin wood? Do you also sell seedlings?" The service attendant paused slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. He then decided to lead this particular customer to the supervisor. "Please wait a moment. I'll take you to meet our supervisor." Chun Yin obediently followed behind the attendant, proceeding deeper into the Qinhuang treasure pavilion. He had felt something strange right from the beginning, and as he moved forward, he finally figured out what was so unusual. At first glance from the outside, this place appeared to be nothing more than an impressive-looking building, but actually inside it contained formations that altered the spatial structure. That was why the interior seemed much larger than the exterior, and every time one entered or exited, there was a slight sensation of stepping into another space. However, this only stirred his curiosity slightly. After all, the Qinhuang treasure pavilion openly conducted business, and such measures were meant to display their power, offer greater convenience, and above all, ensure security. With so many treasures gathered here, he wouldn't believe that no one ever harbored ill intentions. Yet with these formations in place, even if someone truly had malicious intentions, they would have to carefully consider whether they possessed enough strength to pull it off. "Supervisor, there's someone here who wants to buy Qilin wood." Chun Yin followed the attendant to a stall operated by a middle-aged man. If nobody had told him, he would never have guessed that this rather disheveled-looking middle-aged man was actually a senior steward of the Qinhuang treasure pavilion. Instinctively, Chun Yin activated his golden eyes, scanning the man's body. He sensed the immense power hidden within and withdrew his gaze slightly. The middle-aged man seemed to notice something, glancing faintly in Chun Yin's direction before speaking in a calm tone. "Young fellow, casually probing others like that can easily invite hostility. You'd better be more cautious with such things. Thank you for your kind advice, senior. I'll certainly pay more attention to proper etiquette in the future." The middle-aged man nodded, then reached inside and pulled out several pieces of Qilin wood, placing them before Chun Yin. A fixed price, 10,000 spirit stones for one piece of Qilin wood. For Chun Yin, this price was completely affordable, and he could even consider establishing a long-term cooperation. Pills and elixirs were extremely profitable, and 10,000 spirit stones for Qilin wood was a quantity sufficient for a considerable period of alchemical use. Chapter 188, The Thousand-Day Brew. However, Chun Yin was not satisfied with this. What he truly desired was to study other potential functions of the Qilin wood. The Danjing's description of Qilin wood hinted at a method capable of enhancing cultivation, although this method was outside the scope of alchemical techniques. It was mentioned only briefly and casually. At this moment, Chun Yin intentionally or unintentionally asked a question. "I've heard that the Qilin wood contains spiritual energy that can enhance one's cultivation. I wonder if that's true or not. The middle-aged man in front of him looked at Chen Yin with an expression of condescension before shaking his head and replying. Cultivation is no place for shortcuts. Yes, it does contain spiritual energy, but there are plenty of things that contain spiritual energy. Not all of them can improve cultivation. At the very least, Qilin would certainly can't. Chen Yin nodded slightly after hearing this, and then expressed agreement with the middle-aged man's words. It was just a test question. Receiving this answer wasn't bad at all. At the very least, it proved that the method wasn't widely known, which meant the difficulty of purchasing Qilin with saplings would be much lower. May I ask, Senior, whether you would be willing to sell some Qilin with saplings? Upon hearing Chen Yin's request to buy saplings, the middle-aged man gave him another scrutinizing look. Why do you want to buy saplings? That depends on whether the senior wishes to hear the truth or a lie. The middle-aged man looked deeply at him. What if I wanted to hear the lie? Then naturally, it would be for entertainment. I imagine cultivating Qilin would be quite an interesting experience. Chen Yin answered slowly and calmly, a faint smile on his face, as if he were simply chatting with an elder. There was not the slightest hint of apprehension. Excellent. Quite an interesting experience. I can sell you the saplings. I just hope you can afford the price. Chen Yin didn't continue speaking, but simply smiled at the elder, clearly waiting for him to name a figure. 10 million spirit stones for one Qilin with sapling. The price was absolutely outrageous, so high that an ordinary person wouldn't even dare to consider it. If Chen Yin accepted this price, he would clearly be getting ripped off. But if he didn't accept, it was possible that in Bay City, he wouldn't find another place to purchase Qilin with saplings. Senior, if you insist on joking with your junior, don't make jokes that don't sting. You might as well name an even higher price, 2 million spirit stones, and I would still consider it acceptable. Suddenly, the middle-aged man broke into a smile, laughing loudly as he looked at Chen Yin with a touch of admiration. Why should I joke with you? Could it be that it really is worth this much? Chen Yin replied. A while ago, the senior said you wanted to hear a lie, so naturally, it would be quite an interesting experience. The 10 million spirit stones must also be a quite interesting experience, in the senior's opinion. As for truth or falsehood, it has always been determined by the speaker. Whatever the speaker says becomes truth or falsehood. The listener has no say. What Chen Yin said appeared to be a very simple philosophical observation, but in reality, it touched on something deeper. What he had spoken about wasn't about the truth of words, but about power dynamics between individuals. And how would you resolve that? Why should I resolve it? That's quite simple. Chen Yin glanced at the various unusual items displayed on the middle-aged man's stall. Some could be recognized by their functions, others could not. Earlier, when he had used the golden eye to probe the man's cultivation, he had also briefly scanned these objects, noticing a few intriguing qualities among them. Since the man enjoyed exotic treasures, why not satisfy his curiosity? After all, Chen Yin had no shortage of extraordinary artifacts on him. Any one of them would make ordinary people scramble. The inequality came from the fact that Chen Yin had something to ask of the man, while the man had nothing to ask of Chen Yin. If he could offer something of sufficient value to attract the other's interest, wouldn't that change the imbalance between them? With that thought, Chen Yin reached into his storage ring and retrieved a small trinket he had obtained from his daily sign-ins. This object didn't serve much purpose. It was useful only for brewing wine. He had learned this after reading ancient texts describing rare treasures in the city lord's mansion, and he had seen a similar description. Never had he imagined that he would obtain something that had been lost since ancient times through a daily sign-in reward. Unfortunately, the artifact was already slightly damaged. In ancient times, this artifact was called the Qinri Nong, 1000-day brew. As long as appropriate ingredients and fine wine were placed inside, it could use spiritual energy to refine the wine into something even more delicious and even grant it special abilities, producing spirit-infused wines. These spirit-infused wines were no ordinary items. Once consumed, they could enhance one's cultivation. And that wasn't all. Some could even strengthen your current condition, boosting combat power as long as the wine's essence lingered within you. The one who once used this artifact was known as the Wine Immortal. His combat power was extraordinary, and thanks to this treasure, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate. Later, when he gained fame, this item gradually became well known. The 1000-day brew itself was merely considered a rare treasure, since the Wine Immortal eventually switched to using other tools. Nevertheless, this artifact was still recorded in history. After Chen Yin took it out, the middle-aged man stared at the uniquely shaped wine hu in front of him with confusion in his eyes, unsure of what exactly was going on. After closely inspecting it, he detected no special aura emanating from the vu, and he looked at Chen Yin with increasing bewilderment. Have you heard of the Qinri Nong before, senior? The middle-aged man first looked slightly startled, then seemed to suddenly recall something. He immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the vu. However, the moment he reached out, the item was snatched away again. Senior, some things may seem easy to look at or touch, but actually extending your hand might not be entirely appropriate. Chen Yin still wore that calm and composed expression, like a gentle conversation with an elder. Yet the middle-aged man dared not underestimate him anymore. The Qinri Nong was a rare treasure countless people had sought, yet no one had ever found. Since Chen Yin had pulled this item out, it meant he understood exactly what it was, and therefore understood its value. But how had he obtained it? The more questions he considered, the scarier they became, and the more unusual details he uncovered. Just who exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary person who came here to purchase Qilin with saplings. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smacked his thigh. All right then. In that case, I should definitely renegotiate the price with you. 1 million spirit stones, no less, and also, I'd like to taste a pot of fine wine. Qilin smiled and agreed directly. 1,000,000 spirit stones was not a high price at all. Chapter 189, The Mystery of Spirit Wine. For Qilin, 1,000,000 spirit stones probably weren't something he couldn't come up with, but nobody liked being treated like a pig to be slaughtered. Moreover, when dealing with senior experts like these, if you wanted their appreciation and wanted to gain benefits, you had to make them value you. And who would ever value a pig they themselves were slaughtering? No one. So senior, shall we consider this a deal? Deal. At this moment, the middle-aged man clearly showed more eagerness than even Qilin. Without further ado, immediately after he said deal, he rushed back into his shop, rummaged around for quite a while, and came back carrying a bunch of materials and several jugs of fine wine. Here, this is the sapling you wanted. Now, where's the Qian Ren 1000-day aged wine? Qilin was slightly taken aback and a bit amused by the older man's urgent manner. Knowing the fellow's eagerness, he quickly took out the item and tossed it over. Seeing how casually Qilin treated the Qian Ren wine, the middle-aged man gave him a look of disdain. Be careful. What if you damage it? It's originally a broken remnant passed down from ancient times anyway. What if it really gets damaged? The middle-aged man couldn't help but argue back. The value here is something you, a young kid, wouldn't even begin to understand. Drinking to realize Tao, drinking to enhance one's cultivation. Within all of this lie cultivation techniques. A mischievous smile spread across Qilin's face. Then may I ask how much of these techniques you, senior, have actually mastered? At this question, the middle-aged man blurted out before thinking. I'm a real expert in this field, But mid-sentence, he suddenly caught himself, turned to look at Qilin, two pairs of eyes staring at each other, one old, one young. Senior, why did you stop talking? The middle-aged man twitched his lips, but remained silent. He then opened the lid of the Qian Ren jug, dumped in the various ingredients he had brought, and slowly infused spiritual energy into the wine. The surface of the jug, carved with many strange patterns, began to emit a dim glowing light. Qilin himself was also a bit curious about exactly what would emerge in the end, because though he had obtained the Qian Ren wine before, he hadn't used it even once. The reason he knew it was broken was that he often came across various magical treasures. For those he couldn't understand the use of, and clearly had nothing to do with battle, he'd examine them directly using his golden eyes. If a treasure had damaged formations or blocked spiritual energy, it was obviously broken, and he'd quickly lose interest. Now, the soft glow from the Qian Ren grew stronger and stronger. Atop the wine jug, a white mist resembling steam appeared, and a faint fragrance spread into the air. Both men sniffed and felt saliva forming in their mouths. Done. About half an incense stick's time later, under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the brightness gradually faded. When the light fully disappeared, it signified the completion of the refining process. Opening the lid, it was visible that all the previously added herbs and ingredients had completely vanished. What remained inside was a slightly translucent, clear white wine. Immediately, the middle-aged man grabbed the jug and poured himself a big mouthful. A surge of spiritual energy accompanied the wine into his body, clearly bringing a pleasant sensation. He closed his eyes, savoring it slowly, and a look of amazement surfaced on his face. Unexpected, this Qian Ren wine is actually real. Upon hearing this, Qilin frowned slightly. So senior thought I brought a fake to deceive you? The middle-aged man was briefly stunned by these bitter words, then poured a cup of wine and handed it to Qilin. It's not that I thought you brought a fake. It's just that throughout the world, many rare treasures have countless imitations, and ordinary people can't tell what's real or fake. Perhaps you didn't intend to give me a fake, but maybe what you believed was real was actually false. In this world, truth and falsehood are rarely so clear-cut. But I didn't expect yours to truly be a unique treasure from ancient times. Looking at the Qian Ren, the middle-aged man was clearly moved and revealed a face full of desire. Qilin downed the cup in one gulp and found that his spiritual energy did indeed increase slightly. Though the increase wasn't large, it was genuine and seemed to naturally arise from within. Could this Qian Ren truly be so miraculous? A sudden question appeared in Qilin's mind, and he immediately wanted to ask the senior about the specific details regarding this item. After all, he had only seen a brief description before. Clearly, he didn't know as much as the senior in front of him. He had specially studied it beforehand. Otherwise, how could he immediately come up with all kinds of materials and fine wines that matched it perfectly? Still, it's indeed a bit of a pity. The damage inside this Qian Ren is actually quite severe. It seems to have been damaged during ancient battles. That's probably why the wine immortal changed his fabak, likely related to the item being damaged. Every cultivator has their own preferred weapons and frequently used fabak. Regardless of one's cultivation level, these items are usually never far from their person. Even if one changes their primary weapon in later stages of cultivation, such auxiliary fabak would absolutely never be discarded. Yet in various records, the middle-aged man couldn't find any mention of the wine immortal using the Qian Ren after he became famous. In his view, there were only two possibilities. Either the item had already been lost back then, or it had already been broken. Whichever the case, it was a huge pity for him. If this item weren't damaged, its ability to enhance cultivation might easily increase several times over. When Qilin heard this, he was genuinely shocked. An increase of several times versus an increase of a few tenths. These were completely different concepts. If it was only a slight increase of a few tenths, then he might as well simply do a favor for this senior and give it to him, perhaps exchanging it for some other valuable items or information. But for a treasure capable of boosting cultivation speed by several times, Even though it was now damaged and couldn't function fully, he absolutely would not let it go. This was a major hope for rapid development in the future. If he let it go now, he'd definitely regret it later. Besides, as long as there were suitable materials to brew fine wine, this could allow many people to enhance their strength together just by drinking wine. What could be more suitable for improving the overall power of the Beast Taming Sect? After thinking this through, Xuan extended his hand. Senior, you've already tasted the wine, so our transaction is basically complete. Shouldn't it be time to return the item to its rightful owner? When the middle-aged man heard this, he felt reluctant. Chapter 190, No Loss Here. Little friend, I wonder if you'd be willing to part with this item. As long as you hand it over for my research and grant me the right to use it, I can assure you, you won't lose out. The middle-aged man didn't push too hard with his words. His statement about not losing out was a strongly subjective expression. As long as Xuan himself couldn't use the item, then if he could later offer Xuan some alcohol himself and claim that the other party hadn't suffered a loss at all. His mind was clinking away like a well-played abacus. However, Xuan wasn't a fool. Quite the contrary, he was smarter than most people and naturally saw exactly what this guy was thinking. Senior, I really can't accept the honor of being called your young friend. As for whether or not I'm suffering a loss, this junior thinks I've already suffered one. Xuan's meaning was very straightforward. Just now you talked about seniority and pulled rank. Now I'm not going to play along with all these unnecessary formalities. As for whether or not there's a loss, I will definitely suffer one if I agree to your conditions. Don't even think of fooling me. I won't listen. Xuan took such a firm stance that the middle-aged man in front of him was somewhat at a loss. He had encountered troublemakers before and knew how to deal with them, but now it seemed he himself had become the troublemaker. So, I wonder what you plan to do then. Xuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Judging from the posture of the man before him, it seemed he wasn't getting his item back anymore. Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion has always been honest and fair in business to all customers. When did it start practices of forced buying and selling? This middle-aged man was at least a supervisor of the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. Even if after this, the treasure became known to others and he faced danger, the supervisor wouldn't escape blame either for committing such a violation. In any case, it would be better than suffering a loss for nothing. At worst, he could directly gift the item to a powerful expert from another Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. Xuan's intention was also seen through. The two men remained silent now, staring at each other, neither making the first move. Xuan's mind, all the while, kept searching for a win-win solution. Since the other party appeared so determined to get his hands on the item, any condition Xuan proposed wouldn't be too unreasonable, and the other party would likely comply. The middle-aged man was also thinking, looking for a condition that required minimal personal cost, yet would satisfy Xuan. Once he thought of such a solution, the matter would be settled. Senior, may I ask where you reside normally? Naturally, I live at the pavilion. What exactly are you up to? Xuan's face revealed a faint smile, then he gestured at their surroundings. If the senior wants to research the 1000-day brew, surely you'll need a suitable location. Within the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion, surely there are others who might desire this 1000-day brew. This question truly stirred an unpleasant premonition within the middle-aged man. Yes, he could continue staying here, but once others discovered the 1000-day brew was in his possession, they wouldn't know it was damaged. Even if he said so, who would believe it? In the cultivation world, people trusted no one more than themselves. The immediate consequence might only be attempted theft, but what he feared most was someone attempting to kill him for the treasure. Would he then bitterly regret endangering his own life? So according to you, you plan to relocate me? It's not quite relocation, since the place I offer is also recently somewhat disaster-prone. But with the senior's power, naturally you could easily control and pacify the area. While saying this, Xuan didn't directly name the location, subtly complimenting the other side. If the middle-aged man refused now, it would be like suggesting he didn't possess enough power to defend an area. And to any powerful expert, questioning his strength was akin to slapping his face. I'll admit your judgment is pretty good. So the senior has agreed then? Agreed to what? I didn't hear anything. Xuan sighed slightly, immediately following up. Oh, so you agreed to nothing? That's quite a shame then. Originally, I thought, if the senior came to where I am, you might complete your research on the 1000-day brew, and I was even considering sharing the usage rights with you. However, since the senior hasn't accepted, I suppose I'll drop the matter. Halfway through Xuan's sentence, he saw the middle-aged man trying to speak again, but finding it difficult to open his mouth. They had gone back and forth for quite a while, and eventually, Xuan came out victorious. Where exactly are you talking about? The Beast Taming Gate. The middle-aged man looked thoughtfully at Xuan, lightly nodded his head, without saying much more. Now everything was obvious. Xuan must be a disciple of the Beast Taming Gate. Moreover, the Beast Taming Gate had passed down its heritage from ancient times up to now. If it truly possessed some ancient relics, it was entirely plausible. Moreover, since the 1000-day brew offered little help in cultivating one's cultivation base and was somewhat damaged, it wasn't a bad idea to exchange it for some benefits now. The middle-aged man guessed that this young fellow before him must be the young master of the Beast Taming Gate. Although the middle-aged man and Xuan had just engaged in a tense verbal battle, full of wit and strategy, deep down, he held this younger generation in high regard. Xuan was unaware that he had unknowingly earned the favor of the man before him. After making some arrangements, he left the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. The middle-aged man could leave any time he wanted, but his position as a supervisor required a proper handover, so he couldn't just leave on a whim. When you're ready to leave, come find me at the city lord's mansion. Xuan's final words left the middle-aged man somewhat confused. Aren't you from the Beast Taming Gate? Since when have you been connected to the city lord's mansion? Furthermore, instead of leaving right after concluding the deal, Xuan began strolling leisurely around the Qinhuang treasure pavilion, inquiring about treasures here related to enhancing cultivation. Whether they were spirit herbs or cultivation techniques, as long as they were related to improving one's cultivation, he showed great interest. From his conversation with Xuan, the middle-aged man realized that these items weren't primarily for Xuan himself, but rather for the disciples of the sect. Gradually, the man came to understand. Xuan's ultimate goal wasn't just what he had assumed, securing his position in the beast taming gate and researching the usage of the 1000-day brew and repairing its damage. Rather, the real purpose might be using the spirit wine to strengthen the sect's disciples. Never would he have imagined that after scheming for so long, he had completely fallen into someone else's plan. Just as he felt helpless, he happened to see Xuan showing interest in several spirit fruits. As Xuan was about to take out spirit stones to purchase them directly, the middle-aged man stepped forward, planning to use his authority as a supervisor to get him a discount. Chapter 191. Return to the Medicinal Valley. Actually, he hadn't intended to gain any benefit from this act. However, as he walked toward Xuan, before he even had the chance to speak, he saw that Xuan had already taken out a token from his pocket. What's this? He saw the familiar dark green token and was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was a manager of the King Qin's treasure pavilion. How could he not recognize his own organization's token? But did Xuan really qualify to possess one? Those who possessed such tokens were at least heaven monarchs. Judging from Xuan's current cultivation level, he definitely didn't meet that standard. Moreover, with just a glance, the middle-aged man couldn't even determine the rank of this dark green token. But judging from the discount given just now, it wasn't of the lowest grade. As for someone using another person's token to purchase items, that was simply impossible. In the outside world, borrowing such a token was considered identity theft and would incur warnings or even token revocation by the King Qin's treasure pavilion. This particular rule ensured that only the rightful owners used the tokens of the King Qin's treasure pavilion. After Xuan finished his purchase, he prepared to leave. This time, the middle-aged man's expression had completely changed. At the entrance, he proactively spoke to Xuan. My name is Kong Sheng. Xuan likely didn't recognize the name at all, since he normally stayed within the King Qin's treasure pavilion, and they didn't have much interaction. Naturally, he wouldn't have heard of this name before. But the opposite was not true. Xuan's name had recently been echoing like thunder through Beicheng. So you're the Xuan. Upon hearing these words, Xuan gave a bitter smile. No matter where he went, people always recognized him. Do you have a feud with the Xuan sect? Xuan nodded at this point. Then I feel I must give you a little warning. No matter how deep the hatred, don't show it if you don't have sufficient strength. Also, stay away from old Lu number 2. He's definitely not someone you're capable of provoking right now. When Xuan heard this, his eyes flickered faintly, filled with meaning hard to express. Perhaps it was some sense of bufu, fu, or maybe something else. Kong Sheng probably also realized that saying just this much wasn't enough to truly stop Xuan. He hadn't touched upon the key points. The gap between experts in the cycle realm is also immense. Old Lu number 2's strength is even slightly superior to ordinary cycle realm experts. Not to mention his cultivation has already reached an impressive level. Even experts slightly stronger than him would find it difficult to take him down. In short, their opponent was formidable. He was afraid Xuan wouldn't be able to handle it. After listening, Xuan smiled without arguing and simply nodded before walking away. Kong Sheng stood there, watching the receding figure of Xuan leaving the King Qin's treasure pavilion. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, Xuan understood how powerful a cycle realm expert could be. But since he had already incurred the enmity and had already made up his mind to deal with the other party, he never considered stepping back. Some paths, once taken, don't allow retreat. Moreover, reality gave him no room for withdrawal. Confronting a cycle realm expert directly was a fool's move, but pitting other forces against the Xuan sect, he was capable of that. After all, Lu number 7 was already under his control. Not long ago, he had specifically questioned the old ghost within Lu number 7's body. Would traces of the old ghost's possession still be detectable after he successfully consumed the other's soul? The old ghost appeared very confident back then. He had sworn emphatically that there was absolutely no way for someone to detect it, and as his strength continuously increased, even if detected later, it wouldn't matter much. Because of this assurance from the old ghost, Xuan dared to undertake such a risky plan. Now that everything had fallen into place, the only barely unpredictable variable left was probably that Slayer Taoist. Far away at the Medicinal Valley, something big had occurred today. Thud. A heavy object had landed. The Medicinal Valley was always guarded by disciples. These disciples weren't weak. During battles, they could even draw power from the valley's protective array formation. Who's there? What business do you have sneaking around the Medicinal Valley? One disciple heard the noise and approached cautiously, puzzled and alert, carefully stepping closer, wary of any danger. As he came closer, he noticed a blood-soaked figure lying in the bushes wearing robes of the Medicinal Valley. Looking at the face, he felt some familiarity. As he stepped even closer and turned the person over, he gasped loudly. Senior Elder Zhou, what has happened? Come quickly. Senior Elder Zhou is severely injured. The disciple shouted at the top of his lungs, and soon a crowd had gathered. Besides the nearby disciples, a senior elder responsible for patrolling the Medicinal Valley arrived shortly after. He first confirmed the identity of the injured man, then carefully examined his wounds. 2 disciples, come help me carry him to the inner sect. Zhou Fuchang's injuries were extremely severe. He had lost one arm, and the damage had already affected his cultivation and battle strength. If he wasn't treated immediately, even if he survived, he would become a useless cripple. Although an alchemist's greatest skill lay in potion refining, to become a top-tier expert, personal strength and combat ability were absolutely essential. Right now, Zhou Fuchang's injuries had effectively ended his path toward becoming a supreme expert. At best, he could only remain a top-level alchemist. And if his cultivation base deteriorated further, even that might no longer be possible. Seeing Zhou Fuchang in such a miserable state, the patrolling elder began carefully pondering in his mind who or which faction could have done this, daring to injure him so badly. Wasn't this a direct slap to the Medicinal Valley's face? Yet, injuring someone was one matter. How to handle the situation now was another. Regardless of what had happened, their immediate priority should be rescuing Zhou Fuchang. Otherwise, without any information, they wouldn't even know whom to seek vengeance against. That Zhou Fuchang had returned alone raised further questions. Where were the other disciples he had brought with him? Among them had been several promising talents of the Medicinal Valley, originally taken outside to gain experience. Who would have expected such a disaster? Judging from Zhou Fuchang's condition, it was likely that those disciples had already met the same tragic fate. If Zhou Fuchang hadn't already been pitiful enough, the patrolling elder might have even dragged him up to scold him thoroughly. These promising talents were not easy to find. Alchemical talent was inherently difficult to discover, since it was impossible to test everyone to determine their potential. Chapter 192, 2 million spirit stones for 1. Moreover, those who possessed not only the talent for alchemy, but also the physical constitution for cultivation were even rarer, truly as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Zhou Fuchang was exactly this kind of precious prodigy taken away by someone, naturally causing much resentment and frustration. Senior apprentice brother, what exactly happened to Elder Zhou? Why are his injuries so severe? Could it be that he encountered an ambush outside? We don't know the exact situation yet. The disciples we sent out haven't brought back any news. We can only wait until he wakes up or the dispatched disciples return. At this moment, the woman nodded and took out a life-saving pill from her bosom. This pill was not directly fed into Zhou Fuchang's body. Instead, it was thrown straight onto Zhou Chang's head. A faint green glow radiated from the pill. This aura gradually mended Zhou Fuchang's damaged vital energy and blood, as well as the wounds on his body. His injuries seemed to be healing rapidly. Pity this pill of mine can only repair physical damage and stabilize his mind and spirit. It cannot directly awaken him. If he has suffered any major mental trauma, this might be difficult. Upon hearing this, the patrolling elder shook his head. It's already good enough. Even if he doesn't wake up, it isn't a big deal. I refuse to believe the perpetrator pulled this off without leaving even the slightest clue. If not a single disciple survived, it must have been a local major faction's doing. Investigate which major factions were involved, and we will find out exactly what happened. Truth be told, the elder's reasoning was clear and correct. If he pursued an investigation like this, he would probably uncover quite a bit of the truth. After all, the truth can't be hidden forever. However, the delicate point of what had happened that night was that, logically speaking, all the major factions present near the wastelands that day were after the Medicine Valley's target, the Celestial Wolf. Whether they succeeded in seizing it or not was another matter entirely. But beyond that, there was another important point. No one actually knew whether Zhou Fuchang's intelligence about the Celestial Wolf had come from his own investigation or from the Medicine Valley. If it was his own investigation, then everything worked out fine. Ultimately, those who benefited and executed the actual strike eliminating the Medicine Valley's disciples beyond its gates were the Tamed Sect. But if it wasn't his own discovery, if this intelligence had come from inside the Medicine Valley itself, then things would get extremely serious. If someone came asking, and you just happened to give out all the information, providing them with an excuse to move against you. Because of this, most people would rather avoid discussing this matter altogether. And if you came snooping around, you'd likely hear only, "I don't know, I wasn't aware," or "I was sleeping that night." Faced with such a situation, the patrolling elder could only place his hopes on Zhou Fuchang waking up. Just as the Medicine Valley had started to receive news and begin their investigation, the slaughter cultivator had already arrived at Bayetching. Although this informant's residence was not necessarily bustling with visitors, it definitely had a unique liveliness of its own. Since the informant's intelligence network had been established, various people from all walks of life came and went constantly from this courtyard. Some simply came to buy or sell information, while others mainly wanted to sell intelligence they possessed to the informant. Among the intelligence brought to him, some were true, and some false, requiring careful discrimination. However, ever since those who sold false information, regardless of their cultivation level, were severely punished, even to the point of losing their lives, people gradually stopped trying to pull any tricks here. As the informant grew his intelligence business larger, more and more people came to know his name. In broad daylight, the slaughter cultivator entered this courtyard wearing a black robe. Everyone entering the compound wore a mask, and he was no exception. However, his mask seemed to serve purposes beyond just concealing identity. An ordinary mask at least allows recognition of one's eyebrows and eyes, discerning gender. But this one almost entirely covered the entire face, including an additional protective device at the back of the head. He had clearly gone to great lengths to fortify defense, making him seem less like an assassin and more like someone afraid of being assassinated. As he stepped into the courtyard, the slaughter cultivator displayed a plaque marked with the symbol of the slaughter cultivator. Such an identity was virtually impossible to impersonate, so if he dared to reveal it, he must truly possess that standing. It wouldn't necessarily be impossible to request a meeting with the informant. But before he could even approach, he was stopped at the gate. Apologies, but our leader is currently engaged in something extremely important. It's not just you who cannot enter. Even us core members are barred from accessing the underground chamber. However, the intelligence that is gathered can still be provided to you in advance. The slaughter cultivator stood still for a moment, waiting. Then, an invisible force radiated from his body, expanding outward in exploration. Finally, he nodded slightly and returned to one of the study rooms within the courtyard. The reason he chose to withdraw at this moment was because he had already sensed through his opponent's aura what they were doing. It turned out they were beginning cultivation to raise their cultivation level. In such a situation, indeed, they could not afford to be disturbed. Any interruption could have serious consequences. Besides, judging from the speed of progress, although the individual's cultivation realm was still very low, there must be some hidden secret behind their advancement. May I ask what kind of information the honorable sir here is interested in? Since they were in the main hall, there was no need to reveal his identity. A young clerk warmly stepped forward to serve the slaughter cultivator. I need all available intelligence concerning the celestial wolf. No problem. The combined value of these related intelligence fragments is approximately 2 million spirit stones per set. Payment is required before access is granted. The clerk was extremely proficient in this business. As soon as he spoke, he had already calculated the corresponding price. Additionally, he received confirmation from an assistant nearby and indicated the locations of the intelligence tablets in the information cabinet behind him. In fact, among the organization methods here, one could still see traces of Chun Yin's earlier involvement, and the retrieval system employed was surprisingly novel. The slaughter cultivator hesitated slightly, but quickly took out his storage ring and transferred 2 million spirit stones to the other party. The clerk then retrieved the corresponding item from the cabinet. This was premium goods, an ordinary jade slip in appearance, yet, in actual use, far from ordinary. Ordinary jade slips used for conveying intelligence typically allowed for repeated viewings. However, those here at the Pact Inquiry establishment were specially customized, usable only once, incapable of being viewed repeatedly. But this was not done merely to overcharge customers. Chapter 193, Soul Resonance Jade Slip. The main reason for repeatedly using jade slips was that the information was simply too vast and chaotic to memorize entirely. Using jade slips for recording and reviewing was indeed the most common method of intelligence exchange. At the time, Chun Yin didn't think anything of it, but upon deeper reflection, the method had flaws. If someone originally came to buy intelligence from you, after handing it over, wouldn't they then be able to resell it themselves? Even if they didn't do that, if they copied the intelligence somehow, more people would know about it, making it unnecessary for others to purchase your intelligence anymore. Therefore, how to guarantee the uniqueness of the given intelligence became extremely important. When Chun Yin first learned of these customized jade slips, his eyes lit up. Although they raised the cost, this method had tremendous business potential. This type of jade slip with soul resonance could directly imprint viewed intelligence into one's spiritual soul. If the intelligence was particularly vast, it might take some time to fully absorb the information. If it was minimal, one could freely access it almost instantly. Moreover, this information existed entirely within one's mind. Even if someone wanted to relay it to others, it wouldn't be as precise as when they initially viewed the intelligence. The easiest solution, of course, was simply buying another jade slip, which could even encourage deceitful individuals to secretly gather additional intelligence behind their companions' backs. It could be said that Chun Yin's clever tactics significantly boosted the business of the intelligence network. What was a little increased cost, the profit gain far exceeded it by many times. As soon as the intelligence was sold, Chun Yin quickly received news of it. The intelligence network was arranged properly, and as far as the Heaven Wolf information went, except for the various major factions, only one person had expressed interest, the mysterious stranger from today. Without thinking twice, Chun Yin knew who it must be, the so-called Qilin cultivator everyone referred to. If someone has come, how could I not meet them in a confrontation? Muttering to himself, Chun Yin walked to the corner of the courtyard, not knowing what he was fiddling with all by himself again. After obtaining the intelligence, the Qilin cultivator immediately departed. As he passed through an alley, his appearance completely changed. Underneath the hooded robe previously concealing him was actually a woman. However, the transformations didn't stop there. After a few more changes, he finally arrived at an room upstairs. Inside one of the rooms, a few people gathered together, seemingly waiting for something. He's here. The man sitting at the head glanced toward the doorway and softly spoke these words. All eyes turned toward the door as a shadow approached and then pushed it open. Big brother, I brought the intelligence, but is this information from the intelligence network really reliable? The man addressed as Big Brother gave a slight smile. I visited Beijing many times in the past. Almost every time I carried out a mission, I relied on this intelligence network to obtain intelligence and information. Their accuracy rate is relatively high, and they won't risk deceiving cultivators. Besides, since he himself isn't strong in cultivation, he wouldn't dare provide fake intelligence and anger powerful cultivators. Addressed as Big Brother, he took the jade slip from the younger female's hand, and after a streak of green light passed over it, all the information was copied into his spiritual soul. Within just a few minutes, he had completely reviewed the information in his mind. The intelligence was surprisingly comprehensive. At least for their needs, it was already sufficient, detailing the target, the surrounding forces, and even the exact geographical location where the Heaven Wolf was hiding was clearly marked. Crack. As Big Brother was about to issue orders and hand the jade slip to others for them to review, suddenly a crisp sound echoed. Big Brother, it's broken. His face darkened. Upon checking internally, he realized this was a soul resonance jade slip. Indeed, high-grade goods were high-grade, and also prevented others from stealing the information. But coincidentally, what they needed most wasn't such premium items. Indeed, just as Xuan had predicted, the killing cultivator wasn't actually a single person, but a small gang, a small force. They had gone out of their way to pretend as one individual to create a false impression, better allowing them to survive within the cultivation world. Under their name, seeking fame, profit, and gain, they had done many things. The only issue was that the strongest person among them was Big Brother, a celestial sovereign. In terms of combat, none of the rest could really help. Their main function was usually providing cover or supplementary assistance, never meant to be frontline fighters. Xiaomei, how many spirit stones did you pay for this jade slip? 2 million. Big Brother's expression turned slightly pained. Now he felt somewhat conflicted. If he simply verbally relayed some of this intelligence for others to memorize, it would be time-consuming, laborious, and prone to mistakes. Planning to target the Heaven Wolf, even the slightest mistake could lead to immeasurable losses and consequences. He should prioritize caution. The safest approach would be to prepare jade slips containing the intelligence for all these brothers and sisters who would act together with him. But there were 5 people present altogether. Subtracting himself, he still needed to come up with 8 million spirit stones. Though they earned quite a bit of spirit stones as killing cultivators, their expenses were equally significant. Not to mention the many spirit stones needed in the preparation phase of various missions. Even missions that skipped preparation and went straight into execution still had their rewards split among 5 people. For a single person, those bounties might seem decent enough, but divided among 5, the amount became rather tight. If not for the times they had used each other's strengths to carry out a few schemes of robbing the rich to help the poor, they likely wouldn't have grown to their current state at all. 8 million spirit stones wasn't something they couldn't come up with. It could be scraped together, but what about after that? Gathering intelligence was only the first step. There was no guarantee this mission would succeed, and even if it did, there would be no buyers. The Heaven Wolf would be subdued either to strengthen their power or to establish their influence, not meant for sale or trade. In other words, spending 8 million spirit stones meant they would have to endure a very long period of hardship afterward. Big Brother mentioned the jade slip to everyone, and shock appeared on each of their faces. This was the first time encountering an intelligence seller using such high-end methods. Chapter 194, The Time is Ripe. Big Brother, maybe we should just forget about it. After all, it doesn't really matter if only one person knows the information. And since you're the one who will actually take action, it's fortunate that I didn't buy it directly and use it. At this moment, the younger sister smiled slightly and took over the conversation. However, the plan she offered did not satisfy everyone. To be precise, it didn't satisfy the Big Brother. If it were just a small, ordinary task, then this level of intelligence gathering would have been more than sufficient. But this time, the one we're up against is Tamed Sect. If Xuan had been here, upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth would definitely have involuntarily lifted into a smile. The identity of the killer Taoist and various other sources of intelligence could all be said to have been predicted by Xuan. The arrangements within the trap he set up regarding these aspects were extremely exquisite and intricate. Unknowingly, they had already stepped into the trap. Old Third, it looks like you'll have to make the trip. The Big Brother remained highly alert. The killer Taoist had just come to buy intelligence. If the younger sister disguised herself to buy it again, she would easily give herself away. The killer Taoist has always been a lone wolf. He had no known companions. If someone questioned that, what were you doing buying so much intelligence? Once suspicions arose, the identity of the killer Taoist would no longer be effective. Old Third's greatest strength was his ability to disguise himself using face-changing techniques. Often, the parts of intelligence that were difficult to obtain through other channels were handled by Old Third, who would transform his appearance and sneak in to obtain the information. It was better for Old Third to buy it all first, and then use his face-changing technique to change his appearance and repurchase the intel. If discovered or investigated, it would be only Old Third who would be traced back to. After Xuan received the news, he immediately began preparations. He arranged once again for his information gatherers to reenact the old trick. The shadow capturing stone. The real Tianlang could never be handed over. Thus, the best outcome would naturally be for the killer Taoist to take it away himself. The shadow capturing stone was merely to obtain a piece of evidence, irrefutable proof that everyone would believe. As long as this item was in hand, the matter would be settled. Old Third practically worked himself to death, purchasing 4 pieces of jade slip intelligence by himself. After using them, the others felt a bit of financial sting because their remaining spirit stones were now very few. Who would have thought that Tianlang would actually appear in such a remote and desolate mountain range? However, there seems to be part of the description here mentioning the feud between the Medicine Valley and Tamed Sect. If we get involved, wouldn't that? Since everyone had already obtained the intelligence, discussions naturally began. The Big Brother remained silent, pondering things in his mind while listening to the doubts raised by his companions. Big Brother, you decide for us. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Let's do it. It wasn't that the Big Brother felt particularly confident about their chances of success. He simply no longer wanted to live a life constantly running and hiding under the identity of the killer Taoist. In fact, this was also a shared wish among all the brothers and sisters. Initially, they were just a group of small cultivators, each with different strengths. They had combined forces and come up with this idea, which gradually caused their strength to increase dramatically. However, as their reputation grew, the jobs they were offered became increasingly absurd. With the increasing danger, they had begun to consider stepping back. If they truly possessed the kind of strength that the killer Taoist was rumored to have, then naturally they would fear nothing. But they didn't. Now, the area didn't have many powerful experts. With the Big Brother's Heaven Venerator realm at middle to late stage, he could already be considered an elite in this region. Before the experts from the sects returned from the secret realm, if they could secure Tianlang, they could take their siblings and hide deep in the mountains and forests, achieving safety. Once their strength and cultivation reached a sufficient level, naturally they wouldn't have to fear others anymore. As for how to survive in deep mountains and forests, Tianlang has always represented more than just itself. It meant the title of Wolf King. No matter where he was, he would never starve. The old ghost had originally been enjoying an easy life, comfortably serving as Elder Lu. Within the Tamed Sect, this identity still carried significant influence. Not only did the disciples respect him on an everyday basis, even if something serious arose, he was still well capable of handling it with his current strength. As for the matter of restoring his power, he had more or less given up on it for now. To restore his devouring power required the consumption of numerous rare treasures or powerful beasts and cultivators, things he had no way of finding in the immediate future. Until the right time arrived, he simply needed to complete the task entrusted by Chen Yin. Just as he was thinking this, a voice transmission came directly into his mind from Chen Yin, informing him that the killer Taoist was already in position. Old Ghost felt no dissatisfaction at all, and in fact, he was somewhat delighted. After such a long period of boredom, finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. He immediately asked what he was supposed to do. After discussion, this small group known as the Killer Taoist faction also confirmed a preliminary plan. One of them used divination techniques to determine Elder Lu Qi's current location, while two others had already left first. They knew exactly where Lu Qi was keeping Tianlang locked up. The goal of going there now was to create an opening and then set traps around the area. As for the little sister, her strength was only average among the group, but her escaping skills were unmatched. Even the big brother couldn't catch up. It could be said that once they succeeded or completed their objective, the most dangerous part, the escape, was entirely her domain. Chen Yin was certain his arrangement was nearly flawless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Dog uncle, are you all curious about the killer Taoist's true appearance? When Chen Yin asked this question, everyone present looked at him in astonishment. His tone clearly implied that Chen Yin already knew something. That was simply unbelievable. Countless people had wanted to discover the killer Taoist's identity, yet so far, no one had succeeded. Only a few days had passed since they first heard about this killer Taoist, yet Chen Yin actually seemed to have already uncovered the killer's greatest secret, his identity. Dog uncle paused to think. On Yin, you're not just trying to trick us, are you? Chen Yin rolled his eyes. Do I look like I need to? If you really want to know the other party's true identity, follow me. I'll show you an excellent show, but if you're late, there won't be any seats left. Since Chen Yin had already spoken to that extent, how could they refuse? Even Su Yifan, usually composed, could no longer suppress his inner curiosity. After confirming that no combat would be involved, he quietly followed behind them and left the city lord's mansion together. Chapter 195, The War God Hall in Peril. As they left together, Zhao Long saw their figures from a distance. However, he now had a more important matter to handle. At the base of the War God Hall, many powerful experts had mysteriously gathered without notice. Does this battle really require all the generals to participate? They are advancing aggressively. I'm afraid their intention is to destroy the War God Hall completely. I don't know where they heard this information, but apparently the War God technique can change one's bloodline. Upon hearing his companion's words, Zhao Long remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. There were some things his comrades didn't understand simply because they lacked knowledge. Not every general or core member of the War God Hall cultivated the same War God technique. Zhao Long himself was a genuine cultivator of the War God technique. Generally speaking, such authentic inheritance indicated a successor to the future Hall Master's position. That was also part of the reason why everyone came to invite him along. Since you're all unaware, I'll explain briefly. Zhao Long first circulated his technique. Pure energy of the War God technique flowed within his body, and an imperceptible aura radiated outward, making everyone feel comfortably warm. If he continued amplifying it on the battlefield, it would transform into an intense heat wave that drove people into a battle frenzy. The War God technique originally had the function of strengthening allies on the battlefield and awakening their potential. As Zhao Long was circulating the War God technique, suddenly, he slashed his own hand. The blood seeping from the wound was primarily red, but occasionally a hint of golden hue could be seen within. What? What kind of blood is this? Everyone was greatly shocked. Golden blood? This was something unheard of. Once Zhao Long ceased circulating the War God technique within his body, this golden glowing blood gradually returned to normal. This blood has been infused with the power of the War God technique. However, since I haven't reached full mastery yet, the power can only last for a short period of time, hence appearing as a faint golden hue mixed into the red. If a true master of the War God technique attains perfection, they will gain this transformed golden blood, referred to as the War God bloodline. This bloodline allows them to use the secret techniques for enhancing strength as innate bloodline abilities, which may even surpass the power of directly using the cultivation technique itself. After Zhao Long's explanation, his surrounding comrades and the newly arrived generals finally understood what had happened. If that's the case, then it's a mysterious organization that wants to investigate our War God bloodline, so they're launching this ruthless attack. Alright then, I will return in a couple of days. I'll contact all the War God Hall members in nearby locations and go back early to reinforce our defense. I also have to speak with an old friend first. A few generals saluted him, then took their subordinates and left the scene, speeding into the distance. The old friend Zhao Long mentioned was naturally Chun Yin, who had just flown overhead and was now unknown to his whereabouts. Zhao Long had a hunch. If he told Chun Yin about the crisis currently facing the War God Hall, it might be of some help. Although it was just an inexplicable intuition, something even he himself somewhat doubted. Sometimes an extra pair of hands could be the key to survival. One could never be too sure what divine guidance fate had prepared. Chun Yin and others arrived smoothly at the prearranged ambush location. However, they weren't here for battle. Rather, they were looking for a good spot to watch the upcoming events unfold. Earlier, they'd obtained a few formation arrays from the Qin King Treasure Hall that could conceal one's form and aura. They quickly set up the formations around the area, making themselves indistinguishable from the surroundings. Far off in the distance, they seemed to notice a few suspicious figures approaching. The group stopped at a certain distance. Only one person advanced forward while the others dispersed in various directions. Su Yifan found it strange. Why are there people wandering here? If a battle breaks out later, they might get caught in the crossfire. Shouldn't we go warn them? Upon hearing this, Chun Yin smiled faintly. No unnecessary actions. Just watch and see. What did he mean by people wandering around? Judging from their clothes and appearance, those individuals clearly didn't seem ordinary. In fact, they might even be the very ones Chun Yin and his companions had been desperately seeking, murderous cultivators from the Slaughter Dao. Among them, the cloaked figure who separated from the group moved forward. The cave's location was precisely outlined on the map and clearly marked in the intelligence in his mind. Moreover, the terrain here was quite distinctive. Once reaching this area, the cave entrance naturally came into view. Not seeing anyone around, the man rejoiced and rushed forward. But before he even reached the entrance, an abrupt and ferocious attack descended straight down from above. A huge flail appeared in his hand. He fiercely swung it by the chain. Crash! The flail clashed with something, unleashing a fierce wave of power along with a deafening roar. Who dares ambush me? Who else, but you sneaking into the restricted area of my Tamed Sect, would leave me no choice but to ambush you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, everyone recognized it as Lu Laoqi. The old ghost had received word beforehand and was lying in wait. Seeing this Shaxing Daoist brazenly charging straight toward the cave entrance, he struck immediately. Chun Yin's orders were straightforward. First test the opponent's strength, then feign reluctance. It was best to unleash a powerful attack, at least one that appeared exceptionally fierce, before pretending to be overpowered. How the Shaxing Daoist felt about it mattered little to them, as long as the projection stone recorded Lu Laoqi appearing powerful. Finally, as long as the Shaxing Daoist and Tianlang appeared together on screen, today's mission would be considered successfully completed. As for how to frame and shift the blame afterward, Chun Yin had already devised a thorough method. Actually, regarding this group of the Shaxing Daoist, he already harbored thoughts of recruitment. However, since he didn't yet understand these people, it was too soon to rush the process. Observation over a period of time was necessary, and besides, he had nothing with which to truly hold them accountable. In Chun Yin's thinking, someone capable of devising such a scheme for fame and fortune certainly wouldn't be short on spirit stones or wealth. Therefore, trying to tempt them would be quite difficult, considering spirit stones were currently the main thing he possessed. What I, the Shaxing Daoist, desire, you're certain you can stop me? His Tianzuan stage cultivation fully revealed, the Shaxing Daoist swung his flail once more. This time, it seemed imbued with the weight of countless mountains, its impact conjuring illusory peaks into the sky. It appeared as though, along with the descending flail, those mountainous illusions would crush Lu Laoqi beneath them. Chapter 196. You're playing me. Lu Laoqi laughed heartily, then suddenly put away his weapon. Behind his body, a faint shadow appeared. Because Wanshan was too immense, his projection seemed even more insignificant in comparison. A ferocious, unparalleled pressure erupted, powerful enough to almost disperse Wanshan's shadow projection. From his palms erupted a brilliant beam of light, followed by a five-colored hand descending from the sky. It smashed the giant pendulum back effortlessly. As the palm pressed down toward the killer Taoist, the expression behind his mask was already one of sheer terror, for he understood clearly that if he took that attack head-on, he would die. Yet, to his astonishment, just as the attack was about to land, when he was preparing to make one final swing of his weapon, the five-colored palm suddenly split open in the middle, as if by prior arrangement. The palm's energy scattered in all directions, wrecking the surrounding space and the forest below. The killer Taoist was utterly bewildered. What's going on? If this attack could easily counter his powerful pendulum swing, it mustn't have been some flashy technique. But without doing anything, it suddenly split open in the middle. Are you playing me? The mask left only his eyes exposed, but at this moment those eyes showed only enormous confusion. Lu Laoqi's performance reached a climax. He first stood there as if still at full strength, but after drawing his weapon, his movements became somewhat distorted. He coughed twice, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a reaction could be interpreted as backlash at worst, or simply that he'd carried prior wounds. Whatever the case, Lu Laoqi now appeared clearly outmatched by the killer Taoist. You just unleashed a five-colored palm, obviously your ultimate technique, devastating the entire forest. And yet the opponent neutralized it effortlessly, without a single scratch on him. Given this power disparity, what was there left to fight for? Yet the killer Taoist was confused. Not only did he doubt his life choices, he started questioning whether his strength had actually become too overwhelming. Was this opponent's attack really that weak? After glancing at the ruined forest below, he still felt deep down. This must be some act. He's definitely faking me out. But for what purpose? What did he possibly have worth someone else targeting him? Seemed like nothing at all. Just as he was puzzled, Lu Laoqi actually attacked first, his weapon weaving an attack pattern forcing the killer Taoist into full alert. Each strike was deceptively clever, barely within his capacity to block, yet demanding all his strength to parry. Finally, at close range, their battle turned into melee combat. Lu Laoqi slightly turned his face aside, and, from an angle hidden from the soulstone recorder, revealed a meaningful smile. Then, with a pulse of spiritual energy through his weapon, pooh! A spitting sound rang out from above. Lu Laoqi appeared gravely injured, blood flying through the air as he coughed up a trail mid-flight. Covering his chest, with blood still dripping from his lips, he struggled to speak. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level, but even so, don't you fear offending the Xiantian sect? Normally the killer Taoist would have a bold response ready, something like, what does he have to fear? But today, strangely overpowered, he found himself speechless, unable to speak, yet equally unable to remain silent. During this moment's hesitation, Lu Laoqi spoke again. This second sentence was the real line meant for the soulstone recording. Who exactly is behind you? Who sent you to steal our Xiantian sect's treasures? It was well known that the killer Taoist made his living through contracted assignments alone. Beyond these tasks, he never exposed his identity nor senselessly killed. In the cultivation world, except among assassin circles, there was no record of his existence. If he appeared here today, it was obviously for a mission. Later, someone might say he came entirely for his own purpose. But no one would believe such a claim. So Lu Laoqi's question stood perfectly valid. Upon hearing these words, a flash of realization crossed the killer Taoist's mind. The easiest people to deceive are those who tell the truth their entire lives, but tell a single lie, because no one would ever suspect the lie. The high credibility the killer Taoist had accumulated. If he manipulated things here strategically, he might gain Tianlang, while also concealing himself, and even divert the Xiantian sect's vengeance and conflict onto someone else. What a huge profit. There was much room for manipulation here. Who did the Xiantian sect have enmity with? As long as there are enemies, just shift the blame onto them. Then, whether they accept it or not, they'll have no choice but to bear it. As long as the Xiantian sect believes it, that's enough. After all, you're already enemies. Whether or not this grudge exists won't change the fact that they'll come after you. What's the point of explaining? In secret, they might keep searching for Tianlang, but openly, they would never wage war against him, a mere assassin. Just as he was thinking this, the killer Taoist was about to speak, but Lu Laoqi launched another attack, suddenly going all out, spitting blood from his mouth, yet continuing the battle without pause. He gave his opponent no chance to speak. Then, at just the right moment when the killer Taoist attempted a counterattack, Lu Laoqi used the force from that strike to propel himself far away. More blood spewed into the sky above the forest. Tell whoever is behind you to remember this. I will return, and when I do, I hope he can withstand the Xiantian sect's vengeance. After saying this, he quickened his pace and left the scene. The killer Taoist wanted to name an enemy, but you ran too fast. There was simply no chance. Twitching the corner of his mouth, he figured it didn't matter anyway since his mask concealed his facial expression. He pretended to be calm, sheathed his weapon casually, and flew toward the cave. At the entrance stood a simple formation, though it seemed to have been intentionally or unintentionally destroyed during the battle. In truth, it was Lu Laoqi himself who had deliberately unleashed some of his attacks during the fight to destroy it. A place of such importance couldn't possibly lack protective measures. It seemed like a favor granted to the killer Taoist, but actually served to dispel others' suspicions. After entering the cave, when the killer Taoist saw the Tianlang puppet inside, excitement showed on his face. As he approached, he even worried that it might run away. But as he approached, Tianlang ignored him completely, proudly holding its head high as it walked by, its expression dignified and noble. Chapter 197, Poverty. The situation had reached its most critical point. What methods could he possibly use to tempt Tianlang into leaving with him? This was no easy task. He had combed through numerous ancient texts for any information related to Tianlang, but even the most detailed legends failed to mention what Tianlang might like. This put him in a difficult spot. According to the legends, Tianlang had a fierce temper and immense strength. If he tried to pull any tricks now, he might end up being the tragic one. After much deliberation, he began pulling things out from within his robe. Tianlang's puppet had been infused with a trace of his divine soul's aura. From afar, he could observe everything through this connection. Besides, there was a master-servant contract between Xuan and Tianlang, so anything happening here was entirely visible to him. Well then, the items laid out on the ground clearly screamed one word: poverty. Xuan Daoran had built such a notorious reputation for himself, yet their lives remained so pitifully destitute that Xuan found himself completely baffled. Seeing the things they had brought out, Xuan suddenly felt a bit guilty about tricking them any further. And the guy sounded sincere too. Brother Wolf, I'm actually here to save you. But since I was afraid you wouldn't come with me, I just wanted to show you what I've got on me. If there's anything you like, take it. At this moment, even the real Tianlang instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth, a reaction mimicked by the puppet. Underneath his mask, Xuan Daoran's expression turned slightly red. He had seen good things before, just never owned any. What he had presented really was nothing much. Tianlang, who inherited memories from ancient times, had seen treasures beyond imagination. Trying to tempt him with such items was no different than performing before a master, a blatant mockery. To call it a joke was already being polite. Xuan Daoran frowned unhappily. He wouldn't mind being richer, but alas, his cultivation strength just didn't allow it. Chen Yin picked up a message transmitted through Tianlang. Master, even if I wanted to pick something, I couldn't bring myself to. What the hell are these things? For someone to make even Tianlang feel this way, the kid must have had a rare talent. Chen Yin chuckled and let Tianlang deliberately approach Xuan Daoren. As for the trash display before them, if Tianlang didn't want any, he would take not even one. Meanwhile, Xuan Daoren kept muttering to himself, sincerely addressing the Tianlang before him. Come with me, and you'll enjoy a life of abundance. It's certainly better than staying here, waiting to be slaughtered. Even if you look down on me, I may not be a prodigy, but I've overcome many trials in my cultivation path. Otherwise, how could I? While Lu Laoqi kept rambling on, almost hypnotizing himself, Tianlang finally walked over, gently extending his hand to pat it on Xuan Daoren's shoulder. Even this simple gesture filled him with infinite joy. You're agreeing to come with me? Tianlang proudly raised his head high, refusing to answer, yet he didn't shake his head either. Xuan Daoren was overjoyed, elated beyond measure, and then quickly gathered all his items back into his robe at full speed, as though he had never intended to leave anything behind for Tianlang. Through the master-servant bond, Chen Yin witnessed this entire scene and twitched his lips. He seemed to understand. Showing sincerity was one thing, whether or not to actually give away those things was another matter entirely. Judging by how fast the guy picked everything back up, he must have known from the beginning that Tianlang wouldn't take anything. Suddenly, Chen Yin felt as though he had missed something. He should have at least let Tianlang choose one, the most valuable piece, to hold on to. Wait, Chen Yin suddenly understood. They were on the run anyway. Even if Tianlang had chosen something, the excuse would have been that Xuan Daoren was holding it temporarily on his behalf. With a mixture of disbelief, he saw Xuan Daoren and the Tianlang puppet rushing out of the cave entrance. From the shadows, Bao Datan's subordinates fully recorded the moment with their shadow-capturing stones. Clearly visible, Xuan Daoren turned in the opposite direction from where Lu Laoqi had gone and vanished along with Tianlang. Things seemed to have concluded here. Chen Yin looked at the few companions beside him, sensing that they were all still somewhat reluctant to leave, and smiled. What are you all still hanging around for? Aren't you leaving yet? Su Yifan stood up with a sigh, moved his limbs a bit, and nodded. It's time we go. We've been away from the city lord's mansion long enough. Staying longer only increases suspicion. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yin smiled and shook his head. Didn't I just ask if you were leaving? Don't you want to find out who Xuan Daoren really is? The group was slightly startled. Wasn't everything already clear? What else was there to see? No, something was off. Tianlang. They had been so caught up in what was right in front of them that they completely forgot that the true master of Tianlang should be Chen Yin. In other words, everything happening here had been orchestrated by him. If that were the case, Xuan Daoren definitely wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. He wasn't some mysterious, omnipotent figure either. Clearly, Chen Yin had set up an information network that allowed him to manipulate his opponent into a trap. Could it be that Xuan Daoren wasn't acting alone? Where to next? Dog Uncle felt a rising excitement inside. He knew all about Xuan Daoren's path to fame, and now he had the chance to see the truth behind the legend firsthand. It meant a lot to him. Chen Yin took the lead and flew ahead. The 10,000 beast transformation had enhanced his cultivation enough to grant him the ability to fly, and he was the only one capable of leading this chase while remaining undetected from a distance. Because of the master-servant contract between Tianlang and himself, even the puppet created with a trace of Tianlang's divine soul allowed him to sense the general direction of its location. Wherever the puppet was headed, that was where Xuan Daoren was headed. As everyone followed behind Chen Yin from a distance, the shadow-capturing stones had already begun their return journey to Bay City. The final image recorded by the stones was of Xuan Daoren departing with Tianlang. Chen Yin and the others had not been caught on camera. Big brother, how did it go? Was it successful? When they arrived at the meeting point, accompanied by Tianlang, his comrades gradually emerged from nearby bushes or from underground. Then, all together, they soared into the sky, filled with excitement. Gaining Tianlang meant a promising future ahead. No need to talk about becoming a top-tier powerhouse, but at least securing a firm foothold in the cultivation world. Chapter 198, The Test and Appreciation. The only concern now was how to gain the approval of Tianlang and become its master. It seemed like a difficult task, but since he had personally rescued it, perhaps it would at least owe him a favor. He figured that compared to others, his conditions for forging a bond might be slightly better. Even if in the end everything turned out to be for nothing, he could always sell Tianlang off for a significant amount of cultivation resources. Xuan Daoren never engaged in unprofitable dealings. Every target he set his sights on was valuable. Tianlang definitely fell into that category of valuable assets. As several people were feeling extremely excited, chatting warmly together, there were a few others far away on the horizon watching the scene unfold before them. Everyone looked at Chen Yin in disbelief. They noticed that all these people wore the exact same masks, and among them was a woman. The middle-aged man muttered beside them. No wonder people often say it's hard to tell whether Xuan Daoren is male or female. It turns out it's not even the work of one person. Perhaps some missions required this female companion to handle, which gave rise to the rumor about Xuan Daoren's ambiguous gender. As for the others, Chen Yin suspected they each had their own unique skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Although Xuan Daoren was an assassin, he was a killer with principles. He didn't only accept assassination jobs. Chen Yin guessed one of them must have learned the art of theft. He glanced at each of them from afar and didn't wait long before leading his people forward. Who goes there? Although they were Chenjing Zai Shir Dong Zhong, The years they spent living on the edge of a blade had made them extremely sensitive to their surroundings. Suddenly seeing these people openly approaching, there was no way they wouldn't be alert. Don't be so tense, Xuan Daoren and his crew. Qin Yin placed particular emphasis on the last word. The expressions of those present immediately turned sour. Their identities, hidden for so long, had been directly exposed by this man. From the way he approached them, it appeared he had been watching the battle from nearby. If that was the case, then these people's purpose must also be the Tianlang in their hands. Xuan Daoren's leader quietly analyzed the combat abilities of the people before him. Although Qin Yin appeared to be the leader, his cultivation level was actually not high. The same could be said for Su Yifan. The bigger problems were the 3 Heaven Sovereign level experts. If they were to work together against him, things might get complicated. We don't know what your intentions are, said the leader of the assassins with a slight smile. But if you're after the Tianlang, feel free to speak up. Originally this item was meant for a client of ours. Handing it over to you would be better than losing our lives over it. A faint amused smile curved Qin Yin's lips. But I would like to ask, can you tell me the name of your client? Also, I'm quite curious. What consequences would follow if you fail to deliver? A faint smile returned to the face of the lead assassin. The opposing attitude was clearly one of negotiation. As long as negotiation was possible, there was no need to be worried. Surely you've heard of Xuan Daoren's reputation. If we were to disappear before your eyes today, would you still be able to identify us among the sea of people? Besides, Xuan Daoren has always worked alone. How could he be one of 5 people? Qin Yin suddenly laughed loudly, clapping his hands. I have to admit you're indeed quite clever. But what if I were to reveal your identities? A subtle flicker crossed the expressions of the group of assassins, but their elder brother remained calm, shaking his head instead. Leaking our information does not serve your interest. If one day you require our assistance, you could always use that information as leverage. But if you reveal who we are, it will only inform our client someone is out to get him. That, at least, will ensure our survival. At this moment, admiration subtly appeared on Qin Yin's face. This leading figure was indeed a talent, highly cultivated, too. If he could be recruited under his command, he would surely become a very capable subordinate. And the identity of Xuan Daoren itself was a powerful veil of concealment. Qin Yin saw its great value. What if I told you, he suddenly said, that there was no client behind us? The leader's expression changed once again, yet quickly settled into a calm, this time even more composed than before. In that case, it all comes down to the price you're willing to offer. Oh, why would I even do that? When Qin Yin asked this, he clearly sensed the tension had already lifted from the person before him. If you were planning to kill us, with the 3 Heaven Sovereign experts standing behind you ready to attack, we wouldn't stand a chance. From this day forward, the name Xuan Daoren would vanish from the cultivation world forever. If those earlier questions were meant as a test, then by now declaring you know there is no client behind us, you've already shown your hand. That did make sense. Qin Yin suddenly raised his hand at this moment. Tianlang, who stood beside Xuan Daoren, unexpectedly stepped forward toward Qin Yin. All of this is merely to prove one thing. I am the true master of Tianlang. Everything here is simply a setup by me. Moreover, the Tianlang you captured is not even its real body. It's nothing more than a spirit puppet. A faint bitter smile appeared on Xuan Daoren's lips. He never expected all their efforts over the past several hours had been completely in vain. Just moments ago, they had still hoped this puppet could buy them a chance at survival, only to now discover it was utterly worthless. Remove your disguises. I'm going to pay a visit to the City Lord's mansion. Judging by your appearance, you all seem rather destitute. Joining me would at least guarantee you 3 meals a day. This sentence immediately lit a flicker of hope in their eyes. Seeing the glimmer in their eyes, Qin Yin inwardly sighed bitterly. What a sight. He hadn't expected these people to actually be so poor. Earlier, he had secretly wondered whether they had merely pretended to reveal everything to avoid losing their precious treasures to Tianlang. Perhaps they had only offered up useless items while keeping their real treasures hidden. But judging from their reactions upon hearing that they could eat and earn money by working for him, Qin Yin realized he had been overthinking things. When he said to discard the disguises, it didn't mean they had to fully reveal their identities to the public. Rather, they were to change into different attire, no longer wearing black robes and black masks, which were too conspicuous. Qin Yin first used the mountain and sea scroll to seal away the Tianlang puppet before leading everyone back. On the way, Su Yifan and the others had already become completely dazed. The revelation that Xuan Daoren wasn't just one person but an entire group had shocked them enough. But now, just like that, Qin Yin had brought Xuan Daoren back with him? What exactly was going on? Chapter 199. Are you willing? Wait, doesn't that mean the opposite? That Qin Yin actually took the Shashing Daoist, brought him home, and made him his own subordinate? Leaving other things aside, as long as there was some deliberate hype, the entire situation would change completely. Shashing Daoist's reputation might not have spread throughout the entire cultivation world, but in this region, he was certainly a household name. If Qin Yin had subdued them, and this news spread, people would soon become curious. Who exactly is Qin Yin? What exactly has he done? It's normal to be curious, but the less people know and the less clear the details, even leaving behind only rumors, the more shocking it would be for others. Sometimes, creating something out of nothing already counts as the best possible outcome. What's truly terrifying is when rumors get twisted beyond recognition until, in the end, even the person involved himself no longer understands what kind of monster others claim he is. Dog Uncle fully understood how exaggerated rumors in the martial cultivation world could become. In fact, the Shashing Daoist himself could also be considered an example, though at least he actually appeared in the world, and all the deeds attributed to him left traces that could be verified. Chen Yan, someone who had left no reputation or fame in the cultivation world, if suddenly brought forward, would certainly have countless unconfirmed major crimes committed by others pinned on him. Thinking about this scene, Dog Uncle found it amusing and couldn't help laughing out loud. When they were flying midair, even the slightest sound could clearly be heard among them. Dog Uncle, why are you laughing? Nothing. I just think it's going to be interesting if you ever become famous. Chen Yan gave a puzzled shake of his head after hearing these words. They soon returned to the city. This time, they deliberately took a detour, winding through streets until they passed the entrance of the Beatiding courtyard, where Chen Yan picked up some new intelligence. Shaxing Daoist's small group, after watching Chen Yan's string of smooth, effortless actions, were already stunned. Is this what they call a big shot? So many schemes prepared in advance. As for the price of intelligence, Chen Yan hadn't altered it one bit. Regardless of who came, it indeed cost 2 million spirit stones per piece of information. The fact that Chen Yan could obtain it freely and get exactly what he wanted made it obvious this intelligence network existed solely for him. Upon reaching the city lord's mansion, essentially their own territory now, everyone felt more at ease and spoke and acted more casually. Let me learn a bit about you. Tell me about yourselves. As Chen Yan said this, others gathered around as well, obviously very curious about the background of the people who previously comprised the Shaxing Daoist group. Under everyone's gaze, these few people felt extremely awkward. After all, when had they ever experienced such an intense situation? It felt just like a job interview. The leader among them took the initiative to step forward and greet Chen Yan. Lord, may I ask what your intentions are in calling us here? Just as others were curious about these people's backgrounds, they themselves also had strong curiosity about Chen Yan. Throughout the journey together, they clearly sensed that Chen Yan was still the center among them. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't tell exactly what his identity was. That he could reside in the city lord's mansion indicated he definitely had a background connected with the Qin dynasty. At the very least, he was related to the city lord's mansion. At most, probably to the imperial palace. But his precise identity was hard to guess, and another remarkable trait was definitely his enmity with Beast Tamed Sect. The very same Shaxing Daoist member leading them had figured something out along the way, that the actual person who seemed to stand to suffer and face trouble from what had happened earlier wasn't him at all. Beast Tamed Sect would surely not let go of the scapegoat eventually blamed for everything. Therefore, Chen Yan's true target must have something to do either with Beast Tamed Sect or with that scapegoat. To be able to perceive this point was essentially already passing Chen Yan's test. If you hear my plan, you won't have the option to refuse anymore. Are you sure you want to listen? Upon hearing these words, the man's face briefly showed hesitation, but soon, his eyes hardened with determination. They had to make a choice, otherwise they'd definitely have no chance at survival. Even if they were released right here, their identities and secrets as members of Shaxing Daoist were already exposed. Once that was made public, what awaited them would be endless pursuit and assassination. Though many of the things the Shaxing Daoist had done in recent years were mission-related, working in the assassin trade meant they were bound to have made enemies. They were well aware that some of their enemies were far beyond their ability to handle. The reason those enemies hadn't come after them before was simply because they couldn't find a way to pin anything on them, and they were also afraid of the merciless retaliation that came with the Shaxing Daoist reputation. Once an opportunity arose to catch them, it would be like a venomous fang silently shuli in the dark. It wouldn't give you a moment to resist. It would be our honor to serve the young master, to give our utmost devotion until death. After the leader said this, it was clear that the rest had made the same decision. Whenever it came to big matters, they always followed the leader's judgment. Though none of these people possessed particularly high cultivation or strength, they were indeed extremely united, each one handling the tasks that suited them best. Good. I want you all to sign a master-servant contract with me first. Are you willing? When Chen Yan said this, he wore a gentle smile, as if testing them, yet also as if he truly meant it. A few seconds passed, and when no one responded, he added another sentence. Although it's a master-servant contract, I won't abuse the rights it grants. It's merely for my peace of mind. After all, you're all assassins by trade. I wouldn't dare keep a time bomb by my side, right? The Shaxing Daoist fully understood that working for this young man was one thing, but submitting completely to him was another. Once they signed the master-servant contract, the nature of the situation would change entirely. From that point onward, they would no longer be free individuals. Everything they did and every aspect of their lives would become entangled with this man before them, and they would be under his control. He really wanted to refuse, but suddenly he realized he had never had the option to say no from the beginning. At the moment his identity was exposed, he had already lost his bargaining power. Plus, the several sovereign stage experts standing guard around Chen Yan were another big part of why he now submitted. Although he hadn't spoken, Chen Yan seemed to already know the decision this man had made. A beam of light appeared in his hand and flew straight toward the man. Chapter 200, Subduing the Five. Old Dog and the others originally thought the process of Chen Yan subduing these people would be a bit more winding and complicated. After all, this was the infamous Sheng killing Daoist. What difference would revealing his identity make? And the leader among them was still a celestial venerable expert. Experts have their own pride. How could they simply surrender by force? When Chen Yan was speaking, especially when he mentioned the master-servant contract, they all thought things would fall apart. But to their surprise, minutes later, it actually worked. Chen Yan truly lived up to his word. He showed no sign of looking down on them just because of the master-servant contract. Now, would you like to hear my plan first, or would you prefer me to get to know you first? Chen Yan's question was very skillful. It appeared as if the choice belonged to these few people, but in reality, both options were under his control. At this point, the sequence no longer mattered. Since they had already submitted, there was no other choice from now on. Perhaps let us introduce ourselves first. The leading man said their real names hadn't been used for a long time. Even if they announced them, no one would recognize them. Among themselves, they ranked according to their sworn brother order. He was the eldest brother, named Sha Yi. Then came Sha Er, followed one by one, and finally Sha Wu, the youngest and the only female among them, their little sister. Each had his or her specialty, complementing each other perfectly. Sha Yi had a special talent in cultivation and had relatively strong combat abilities, so his main role among them was to take on frontline battles and make decisions. Sha Er had some talent in arrays. Once he studied a fragment of an array technique. Although he couldn't create a powerful array, he was very good at breaking arrays. Plus, given sufficient materials, constructing entrapment or killing arrays would not be difficult for him. Xuan could also understand the supplementary explanation. They were just too poor, so Sha Er had always focused on breaking arrays and never actually created any powerful ones. Sha San's specialty was transformation, and not just simple disguise. He could even alter a person's height, physique, and energy cultivation. But the more he wanted to change, the more materials and preparation time were required. This talent made Xuan feel particularly impressed. He himself had the ability of 1,000 faces, and Sha San could actually achieve a similar effect manually. It seemed nothing special on the surface, but was extremely powerful in practical use. Whether inside or outside the assassin profession, this face-changing technique was a rare and valuable talent. As for where he learned it, Sha San never mentioned, and others never asked. Xuan could understand too. Everyone had his own secrets, and even sworn brothers couldn't guarantee that everything was safe. Sha Si wasn't simple either. Among these people, he had the most unique skill not commonly seen in the cultivation world. He was good at stealing. As long as he set his eyes on something, he basically could find a way to acquire it, whether by stealth, trickery, or deception. When their living conditions became unbearable, they'd occasionally send out fourth brother to do some underhanded jobs. When Xuan heard these bitter past experiences, he didn't know what expression he should show. They were poor. That had already been explained. Although the Sheng killing Taoist had a strong reputation, some tasks couldn't be taken because they might lead to danger. Not every target was acceptable. Naturally, the elder brother had to review plenty of intelligence and choose only the tasks that wouldn't bring about danger afterward, but such tasks offered very limited rewards. They had to provide for 5 people's daily needs and cultivation resources. Initially, when their cultivation levels were low, taking care of this need wasn't too much of a problem. But as time passed, and their cultivation levels rose higher and higher, the resources required for ordinary maintenance were growing increasingly. That simply wasn't enough anymore. Xuan had the idea to test Sha Si's skills and suddenly remembered an item given by the system when he once checked in, an Luban lock. It didn't have anything special going for it, and couldn't be used for cultivation. It was only suitable as a toy to soothe his mood. At that time, Xuan hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed perfect to use as a test for Sha Si. Besides array masters, the cultivation world had a minor branch called mechanism arts. However, few practitioners pursued it, and creating powerful mechanical puppets required extremely expensive materials. Most cultivators thought they'd rather use that effort to invest those resources into themselves. It might even allow them to advance a cultivation stage. Why bother creating external objects? Xuan never underestimated anyone or any cultivation path simply based on rumors. If something truly had no use, no one would bother cultivating it. Xuan understood clearly. There were no fools in the cultivation world. Believing blindly in rumors would only result in becoming a fool yourself and getting devoured in the end. The Luban lock passed into fourth brother's hands. At first, it wobbled in his grip, producing sounds from within the room. Then, he twisted it several times with careful hands, feeling out the shifting mechanisms. Surprisingly, he seemed rather entertained by the object. The item in the Bung's adult/lord's hands is indeed quite interesting, but to think you could use it to test me is truly too simplistic. As he spoke, his hands swiftly tapped the surface a few times. Certain parts popped out while others rotated. In just a few quick moves, the middle compartment opened, revealing a small slip of paper inside. When Xuan saw this, he froze completely. When the system gave him this Luban lock, it hadn't mentioned anything about a hidden slip of paper inside. Fourth brother, however, felt nothing unusual in holding it. The characters on the paper appeared to be some kind of script, but he couldn't recognize them at all. Xuan took it back and discovered he couldn't read it either. The script was unlike any he had ever studied, from either his past or current life. Unfamiliar with the writing, he quietly returned the item to his storage ring. It might come in handy someday. Indeed impressive. Xuan truly admired fourth brother's talent for theft. Not all treasures were protected by formations. After Old Ghost absorbed Lu Laoqi's memories, he learned that locations storing secret treasures often couldn't sustain formation setups due to the aura naturally emitted by the treasures themselves. The primary means of securing such places usually involved mechanical traps. Xuan knew practically nothing about these. He could take a look, but actually dealing with them? That was beyond his abilities. Chapter 201, Going with the Flow. Fortunately, they now had suitable candidates. If they were to raid the Tamed Sect's treasure vault in the future, this killer named Sha Si would surely prove extremely useful. As for the little sister at the end, her talent was simple and straightforward to understand. It could be summed up in just one word: speed. Fast at fleeing, fast at moving, fast at doing everything. When Xuan first heard about this talent, he had been extremely curious. At first, it had been more out of curiosity, wanting to experience what speed really meant. After all, words could never compare to seeing something with one's own eyes. It was possible that the girl merely believed she was fast, while in reality, she wasn't even as fast as himself. But once things started, he realized it wasn't like that at all. This girl seemed to possess an extremely special ability. When she moved, it felt like an addition and subtraction occurring throughout the entire space. Xuan could feel his own movements slowing down when near her, as if someone was deliberately pressing down on him, making him sluggish. Yet the girl moved as smoothly as flowing clouds and running water, seeming even faster than usual by a notch. Not only that, but her flight technique was among the best. Words aside, when Xuan saw the multiple afterimages created as she moved at high speed, he knew immediately that she was definitely no ordinary talent. What a talent! An absolute treasure. He finally understood how the group, led by Sha Shengdao, operated normally. From the preparations in advance to the escape afterwards, each step was handled by the appropriate person. As long as their outfits were uniform and Yirongshu synchronized their aura, then as long as there were no mistakes, it would be extremely easy to slip through unnoticed. After several attempts, their coordination had become increasingly seamless. They were no longer just capable of fooling people. They could aim for something even bigger if they wanted. Alright, since you all now understand each other's strengths, it's time for me to let you know exactly what my plan is. Xuan finally got to the main topic, and everyone else was equally curious about what his plan could possibly be. Everyone present knew that Xiantian Sect's Tianlang was a fake. Moreover, Xuan admitted openly that during today's fight, Lu Laoqi had intentionally gone easy. Although it had looked like a fierce battle, he had in fact deliberately lost and fled. The purpose was straightforward, to allow Sha Shengdao to capture the fake Tianlang. Xuan also admitted that there had been a hollow stone on the scene, recording the entire battle and even capturing Sha Shengdao taking away Tianlang. By now, it was likely that these recordings were already circulating in limited circles, attracting plenty of attention. Sha Shengdao and his group felt slightly helpless. It seemed like they couldn't continue operating under that identity for some time. If they did, they'd probably be swarmed by countless others wanting to capture Tianlang. Don't worry, Lu Laoqi is on my side now. What you all need to do next is simply cooperate well together. As long as the things that shouldn't be exposed aren't too obvious, then our coordination will be flawless. Xuan was open. His target was none other than the Xiantian sect itself. During the battle, Lu Laoqi had already convinced everyone that Sha Shengdao must have a backer behind him. Their job now was to go with the flow and expose this hidden person. As for the target, Xuan had long chosen one in advance. It was the Medicine Valley. Although the Medicine Valley hadn't actually committed this act, they had the most apparent motive to do so. Whether people would believe it or not was one thing, but once the valley denied it, the blame would inevitably fall back on Tianlang. However, that wasn't a problem. The Tianlang soul puppet was still in his possession. As long as Xuan found a suitable opportunity, he could make the Medicine Valley's people participate in a little performance. Difficult to find a sect elder? Then simply pick a few not-so-bright disciples. It'd be simple enough. From top to bottom, every step of the plan, including the many questions they had raised, had been answered clearly and comprehensively. It was nearly flawless. Once this plan was carried out, the Xiantian sect would definitely clash with the Medicine Valley. At the beginning of the conflict, Sha Shengdao could participate slightly, but soon after, he would step back behind the scenes, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, Su Ruyun raised a question that nobody else had considered. Why would Lu Laoqi help you? Isn't he himself from the Xiantian sect? And not to mention, Lu Air, who held high power and rank, was also his older brother. Someone who had been living a comfortable life in the Xiantian sect must have a good reason to follow you. Actually, Su Ruyun's question had struck the key point. In the entire plan, Lu Laoqi's role was crucial. An insider could accomplish many things. Without him, many critical stages of the entire plan wouldn't work at all. Xuan had long anticipated this question and already prepared his answer. Sha Shengdao and the others have already signed the master servant contract in person with him. Then couldn't Lu Laoqi also pass it off with the same excuse? Everyone immediately thought of the master servant contract. No matter what kind of leverage it might be, once the contract had been signed, the matter was settled. You all stay here for a few days first. After things are settled, I will find new places for you. Xuan actually considered arranging accommodations for them within the Beast Control Sect. However, if these 5 people had no evidence hanging over them, it would still be okay. But if they were followed by some small tales and led back to the Beast Control Sect, then the situation would become complicated. Taking in a killer at random was no different than suicide. To be safe, Xuan still intended to find a proper place to settle Sha Shengdao and his men. He would figure it out step by step as things progressed. After arranging everything, Xuan heard someone outside reporting. General Zhao Long of the War God Hall has arrived. Xuan was slightly taken aback before immediately ordering the person to be invited in. When Zhao Long entered, he noticed Sha Shengdao and his group of 5. However, his main attention was fixed on the leader of the group, a Tianzuan stage cultivator. Where had all these Tianzuan-level experts around Xuan come from? Only a few days had passed since he last came, and now Xuan had acquired even more subordinates. Moreover, although the others hadn't reached the Tianzuan stage, most had already reached the middle or late Jedon stage. Just how much power and how deep an identity had Xuan been hiding behind his back? As for whether these people belonged to the Beast Control Sect was no longer important. Zhao Long always saw things through to their essence. Whether they were from the Beast Control Sect didn't matter. What mattered was they all followed Xuan's orders, and that was enough. Has Zhao Sheng come here today with some business? 3 cups of tea had already been served. Seeing that Zhao Long remained silent, Chen Yin took the initiative to ask the latter side before telling Chen Yin about the news he had received today and that he needed to return to the War God Hall. After listening, Chen Yin also slightly furrowed his brows. Although Zhao Long had no role to play in the following steps of the plan, losing an ally in Beicheng was indeed a pity. Chapter 202, The General's Decree. Was the journey dangerous? It's hard to say. Their conversation fell into silence after that. Chen Yin himself might not have even realized it, but although he appeared only to be uniting and cooperating with those around him, he had always been the center. Without even realizing it himself, he had already become the representative of a considerable force. The group, led by Killer Taoist, also had some knowledge of Zhao Long. Although this individual might not seem particularly powerful now, any orthodox general of the War God Hall would cultivate the War God art. Once their cultivation reached the stage of inheritance, they could receive a power transmission from the former general. At that point, their strength would experience a sudden and tremendous increase. The War God Hall's inheritance focused only on temperament, not on talent. Thus, in past generations, there had been War God Hall masters whose personal strength wasn't especially profound. That was because, even with the power transmission from the former master, without sufficient talent, their cultivation would inevitably fall behind. But overall, their strength was still fairly standard, not falling far behind the average. And among them were those with extraordinary talent, whose eras of leadership saw the name War God Hall strike fear into the world. Nowadays, Tamed Sect is already powerful enough, right? Their strength is formidable indeed. But compared to that era of the War God Hall, they are still far behind. Chen Yin's connection with the future master of the War God Hall meant that in the future, he would gain an extremely powerful ally. He now looked at Chen Yin with growing admiration. Don't let the young age fool you. Everything he had done was anything but childish. In that case, I'll give you something for self-defense. Zhao Long was slightly taken aback, but quickly shook his head. Although Chen Yin had good intentions, Chen himself hadn't even reached the level of a heavenly sovereign. Whatever treasures he might offer, how could they possibly provide real protection? Zhao was just about to refuse, when Chen Yin pulled out something he couldn't even recognize. It was the shell of the Holy Spirit Xian turtle. This object was naturally shed when the Holy Spirit Xian turtle had grown. Although the turtle could have voluntarily removed its own shell to give to Chen Yin, who knew whether such an act might harm the sacred beast. Since there was already a shell available, why put pressure on his spirit beast companion? What is this? Zhao Long felt like he had seen Chen Yin use something similar before, but he couldn't be sure. Infuse it with spiritual energy and try. Chen handed the object to Zhao. As for the protective power, Chen Yin was very confident. A light green protective barrier appeared around Zhao Long. Chen Yin gave Yang Butcher a glance. Boom. Yang's great cleaver appeared, and with full force, he swung it hard into the shield. Zhao Long, seeing the ferocious attack, was startled. He hadn't even risen to react before the attack struck the barrier. The amazing part was that this was practically Yang Butcher's strongest strike made in haste, yet it only caused the barrier to tremble slightly before quickly calming down. What? What treasure is this? Chen Yin smiled mysteriously without answering. What he brought out next were only ordinary items. Although equally valuable, none made an impression on Zhao Long as much as the turtle shell. As the user, Zhao understood better than anyone how powerful that attack had been, and how little spiritual energy he himself had used to maintain the shield. Seeing that Chen Yin was unwilling to elaborate further, Zhao didn't press him. Everyone had their own secrets. For someone to be willing to give such an item was already a great kindness. Finally, it was already night. The table no longer held tea, but wine and food. I should go now. Zhao Long rose, and Chen Yin escorted him outside. By then, only the two of them were present. The others were still feasting in the courtyard. Zhao Long reached into his robes and took out a general's decree, handing it over. When Chen Yin saw it, he was puzzled. Wasn't the general's decree an identity token of the War God Hall? To give it to him? Wasn't that inappropriate? Brother Zhao. Zhao Long knew Chen would try to decline, but he spoke earnestly. After today, who knows when we'll meet again? Words cannot express the gratitude for such a gift. As long as you infuse a trace of spiritual energy into this token, its authenticity can be verified. Whoever holds this decree can command every member of the War God Hall across the 8 realms. Chen Yin, listening to these words, found himself growing emotionally stirred. When Chen Yin returned to the courtyard, he found that everyone had already finished eating and were just waiting for him. Onion, what good stuff did you swindle this time? Upon hearing Old Dog's words, Chen Yin's face twitched with annoyance. Swindle? Was he really that dishonorable? This general's decree in his hand already bore Zhao Long's infused essence. When Chen Yin poured spiritual energy into it, a mysterious ripple spread outward. The War God art. Old Dog's face turned completely astonished. Su Yifan wore a similar expression at this moment. Young Butcher didn't care about such things. Su Ryun, clearly curious but unrecognizing, simply wore an expression of mild intrigue. As for Killer Taoist and his group, they stared at Chen Yin in something like daze. I absolutely cannot be mistaken. This is the aura of the War God art. What exactly did he give you? Chen Yin showed everyone the token in his hand. A strange look flickered across Old Dog's face. The War God Hall's general's decree. This thing was definitely not easy to obtain. If one received its corresponding benefits, naturally one would bear its obligations as well. But given Chen Yin's nature, Zhao Long likely understood perfectly that Chen would not bother with matters of the War God Hall. Therefore, this token was likely given partly as a gesture of goodwill toward Chen Yin, and mostly as a means to leave behind a capable helper for all the War God Hall members scattered outside. Zhao Long had personally experienced Chun Yan's intellect. His mastery of military strategy and deception could be described as peerless. With Chun Yan offering help from outside, should they encounter any members of the War God Hall, they would certainly hold an advantage. Zhao Long truly was an excellent strategist. But this matter wasn't a trap for Chun Yan either. Actually, the benefits Chun would receive were even greater. After all, guest elders of the War God Hall were allowed to serve in other sects. Some small sect leaders were previously guest elders of the War God Hall. Since he already gave it to you, just keep it carefully. There will definitely be a use for it in the future. After seeing the token, Su Yifan's eyes flickered. Not because he desired the token itself, but because he started to wonder, should he also consider planning for the interests of his own faction? He had always been using himself as the link to maintain good relations with Chun Yan. But now, seeing Zhao Long's eager actions, he suddenly wondered if his own approach had been too subtle. Chapter 203, New Rules. However, Su Yifan's thoughts didn't last very long. Was it subtle? Perhaps. But he was different from Zhao Long. Su Yifan could be considered one of the earliest friends Chun Yan had formed, and he was still by Chen's side to this day. Even if he wanted to offer something or reveal his identity, he needed a reason, a proper occasion. After all, someone like Bao Long had given the general's token because he was about to leave, his life and death uncertain, and with no idea when, or if, he would return. But what about himself? He was still here. To suddenly offer something would naturally invite suspicions and misunderstandings. Once Su Yifan dismissed these thoughts of his, he noticed a somewhat regretful expression on Chun Yan's face. Chun Yan, what's wrong? Is there something else you need to tell Zhao Long? It's not that. I just feel like holding this token could bring either fortune or misfortune. Clearly, Chun Yan had now grasped the meaning behind Zhao Long's action. His approach wasn't particularly noble, but it did give Chun Yan a choice. If he chose not to use this token, then he wouldn't bear the responsibility that came with it. If he used it, then he would have to accept the consequences. Shaking his head, Chun Yan chose not to dwell on the issue any further. He turned his gaze toward the crowd gathered in the courtyard. Chun Yan laid bare his plan for the next steps. It seemed like everything had quieted down, and life was flowing quietly and leisurely. Xiantian sect also appeared to be unaffected, until one day a group of cultivators arrived at the sect's territory, making loud noises and demanding to see Tianlang. Lu Laoqi heard of this and became furious, rushing forward to confront them. Unexpectedly, among them was even an expert at the Saint King level. After some fighting, they reached a stalemate. I know Tianlang is with you, Xiantian. Hand him over immediately, or else. Appearing annoyed by the threats, Lu Laoqi angrily sheathed his weapon and shouted loudly. Quickly get lost. Tianlang has never been here. He's already been abducted. Without caring about the expressions or thoughts on the people's faces, Lu Laoqi turned around and flew back to his room, refusing to come out again. Everyone was concerned about this fight, and soon, the news spread. Someone bought first-hand information and even a projection stone from a broker. This news completely shook things up. So it was true. He really had already been kidnapped. And even more surprising, the kidnapper was someone quite familiar to everyone. The Slaughter Taoist. The legendary killer himself had personally acted to capture Tianlang. And according to the conversation between them, judging from the tone, there seemed to be another figure behind the scene. Then, who exactly wanted Tianlang, or who was truly plotting against Xiantian sect? Just as everyone was contemplating, another piece of news arrived. The Medicine Valley appeared to have dispatched a large group heading toward Bay City. The group was led by an expert at the wheel-turning stage. Such a grand procession naturally brought unease. Do you think you know their true purpose for coming here? Gathered around Chun Yan in the courtyard, people asked this question, and perhaps asking themselves as well. Their exact purpose is still unclear, but one thing is certain. Xiantian sect is going to be in serious trouble soon. Chun Yan joined their discussion, although his own thoughts were completely different. He turned to look at Su Yifan. Immediately issue an announcement. No cultivators are allowed to fight inside the city. If any combat is necessary, it must be taken outside the city walls. Then, we can figure out a specific area outside the city where duels and disputes can be settled, such as a battleground. The adjudicators for these battles can be decided among themselves. But one rule remains. Whatever the conflict, if it requires a fight, absolutely no fighting is allowed within the city. This was the result of Chun Yan's serious consideration. Only by doing so could the ordinary people living in Bay City be protected, because the aftermath of a battle between cultivators was far too dangerous. Even a Saint King stage cultivator was terrifying enough. A wheel-turning stage cultivator could probably destroy an entire city in a moment. If they truly went all out fighting here, and given that Lu Lauer would also soon arrive, once battles of such levels began, there would be no turning back. The Qin Empire likely wouldn't go out of its way to confront powerful factions over a minor city, or because of unavoidable casualties. Even if they did raise complaints, they would mostly be motivated by demands for compensation or some benefit. The true intention wouldn't lie in truly protecting those sacrificed. Once sufficient compensation had been made, the issue would likely fade away. What might seem natural to others, however, wasn't natural at all in Chun Yan's heart. As soon as his orders were issued, they quickly sparked some reactions, but the reactions were mostly negative. On what basis? We're all cultivators. I've never heard of cultivators needing permission from the city lord's mansion to fight anywhere. That's right. Are you saying that if we fight, the city lord's mansion will execute us or something? At tea houses and restaurants, especially in crowded places, some cultivators openly mocked the newly issued ban. They even deliberately started brawls in the streets to provoke authorities. Although no one was seriously injured, the essence of the matter had already challenged Xuan authority. Today's Bay City was no longer what it used to be. Who in this city didn't know there was a powerful figure named Xuan? The rules he proposed might not have directly involved ordinary people on the surface, but they made them feel very comfortable and secure. Bay City could probably be considered the first city in the entire cultivation world to offer true protection to commoners. No matter how far things eventually went, Xuan felt that he hadn't come here in vain. While these people kept spewing nonsense, Xuan had already secretly ordered Su Ruyun to take action. Some of them were fortunate enough to encounter no immediate consequences, only dying eventually through poisoned food or other covert means. But others weren't so lucky, or perhaps their luck had always been bad. Inside a certain tavern, there was an arrogant cultivator who was eating. Originally a common nomong, he'd gotten lucky. His innate talent attracted the attention of a minor sect passing through, and he'd indeed progressed quickly in cultivation. Whenever he had time, he returned to the area where he grew up, wreaking havoc and causing trouble. Usually relying on his status as a cultivator, he often did outrageous things, like directly snatching items from people's hands. He frequently got into fights with other cultivators over these matters. Over the years, he had advanced to the core formation stage, and very few cultivators could match his strength. Now the city forbade fighting. Wasn't that the same as stopping him from bullying others? So naturally, he had to oppose it. Chapter 204, Medicine Valley enters the city. Su Ruyun entered this tavern, holding the intelligence report and portrait in her hand. She had already thoroughly studied the target's situation and attacked directly without hesitation. For a Granzhen expert to launch a surprise attack on a cultivator who had just recently reached the core formation stage, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. With a few swift strokes of her long sword, the person before her was beheaded. The same events occurred countless times across Beijing overnight. Many cultivators finally sensed something was wrong. Most of the dead were loner cultivators or members of minor sects that didn't even have an official residence in Beijing. So why had none from the major powers died? It wasn't because the killer dared not provoke them, purely because there was no need. For powers like Tamed Sect, the news had already reached them beforehand, and they had imposed strict restrictions on their disciples. Naturally, none of them would dare cause trouble outside, hence nobody was killed. When others saw disciples from those major sects also abiding by these rules, coming out to designated arenas for duels, people finally began to accept the new order. To form a habit, first a heavy stick was needed, eliminating a group of people. Then, when a leading figure steps forward, everyone follows suit. Xuan approach worked extremely well. At the very least, it achieved its effect within a short time. What do we do next? The first step is completed. Since the battlefield and conflicts had successfully been moved outside, what needed to be done next was to spread information and build momentum. The fight that occurred that night in the wilderness was witnessed by many sects. Only half of the facts needed to be presented. The other half could be left to speculation. Witnesses could testify, or they could remain silent, but either way, people would believe it. Soon, whispers and rumors began to spread through the rooms. Some claimed that the Tamed Sect indeed possessed the Heaven Wolf, but it had been seized from the Medicine Valley. In the battle that night, Medicine Valley had suffered heavy losses. Besides Elder Zhou Fuchong, all other elders and disciples had perished. Once this news broke, someone immediately added that multiple sects could vouch for it. Suddenly, all of Beijing buzzed with excitement. News of Medicine Valley mobilizing a large force had gradually reached the city. Everyone was speculating on the group's true intentions. Revenge? Just a moment ago, this rumor was confirmed, but not a few days later, another new piece of news entered everyone's view. The Heaven Wolf of Tamed Sect was indeed stolen, taken by the Killing Life cultivator, but the real sponsor who paid for this operation was none other than the Medicine Valley. Medicine Valley had always had the reputation of possessing immense wealth. If it was a matter of hiring an assassin for an exorbitant price to steal the Heaven Wolf, they definitely had the capability. What do we do next? What do you mean, what to do next? Now, the most peaceful place was the city lord's mansion. Several members of the Killing Life cultivator also settled down in this courtyard. Indeed, with all this commotion, the courtyard had become much livelier, although also somewhat crowded. When everyone wasn't cultivating, they'd gather in the pavilions in the courtyard center, drinking, sipping tea, and discussing affairs. Will Medicine Valley acknowledge this action? If they deny it, wouldn't the scalding hot Heaven Wolf end up stuck in our hands at the Killing Life cultivator? Xuan, being the eldest among the Killing Life cultivators, naturally had to consider things from a long-term perspective. If he didn't think through these risks, the Killing Life cultivators would have long perished in some mission or another. Xuan approached from the side, holding a cup of wine in his hand. Don't worry, they won't admit it, but neither will they deny it. Why? Those around were somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, wouldn't it be better for Medicine Valley to speak the truth and deny their involvement, thus avoiding unwanted attention? The reason is simple. Medicine Valley itself also desires the Heaven Wolf. Since they had already lost the first move, this might now be another opportunity for them. According to the rumors already released, everyone now assumed the Heaven Wolf was in Medicine Valley's hands. This meant the Heaven Wolf was now labeled as a valuable beast. They were probably already searching secretly for traces of the Heaven Wolf, hoping to uncover some clues, even seeking out the Killing Life cultivators. After all, as long as you are found, chances are you might also lead to finding the Heaven Wolf, no matter who the true instigator is. There must be a location where the item is to be delivered. Xuan analyzed everything logically and coherently. After thinking it over, everyone found his words to ring true indeed. If they deny this news now, the smaller and medium powers will think the Heaven Wolf is still up for grabs. If those people get stirred up, the situation could become massively chaotic. If the Heaven Wolf is hidden somewhere, who knows, it might really be found. These days, with so many people involved, the Medicine Valley also has to take luck into consideration. In the coming days, cultivators from various factions gradually arrived in Beijing, but the atmosphere was different from that of the earlier large-scale battle. They seemed to have come merely for the spectacle. Xuan and his group continued eating, drinking, and sleeping as usual. Although they appeared calm, inwardly they felt extreme tension. The time now was less than a month away from the end of the final secret realm. If things continued like this, by the time the secret realm ended, they would truly be out of time to complete the originally planned objectives. 2 days later. He's here. Finally here. A faint smile appeared on Xuan's face. Medicine Valley had moved too slowly. According to his plan, they should have arrived 2 days earlier. Now, after such a long delay, it indicated that the opposing side had slowed their journey deliberately, first sending out scouts to gather intelligence on the situation here and locate the Heaven Wolf. This proved that someone in their group was fairly intelligent. Xuan especially enjoyed dealing with smart people like this. In his opinion, the smarter someone was, the more likely they were to be tripped up by their own cleverness. As for fools, any schemes or deceptions wouldn't work anyway. Only brute force would make an impact. That's why he never feared smart people. It's always easier to play a game of chess than to overturn the board. The lineup that Medicine Valley had dispatched this time could be considered quite impressive. They had sent one elder at the early and middle stages of the cycle stage respectively, along with several heavenly sovereign stage elders. Even the disciples they brought were mostly at the core formation stage cultivation level. It could be said that they had dispatched their full elite forces. Based on this display, Medicine Valley was clearly determined to obtain the Heaven Wolf at all costs. As soon as this group arrived in Beijing, they headed straight toward the direction of Tamed Sect. And not only that, once they arrived at the entrance, they immediately began issuing challenges and provocations. Chapter 205, Reconnaissance. Admittedly, this act is a bit underhanded. After all, you've already brought out cultivators at the Wheel Reincarnation realm, while they're merely disciples, with the highest being Elder Lu Laoqi at the Sky Sovereign stage. Why bother? It's not just challenging their stance. Judging by the current power disparity, you could practically defecate on their heads, and they'd be helpless to respond. However, large factions usually handle their affairs with a degree of decorum. At least they know which grudges have escalated to the level of mortal enemies. Xuan hopes to push the enmity between these two factions to that extent, but he finds that the effect isn't as strong as he anticipated. You've already shown up at their doorstep shouting threats, then why not fight? You've yelled your lungs out here, then turn around and head to the city lord's mansion, claiming to pay a visit. And in that proclamation, he specifically mentioned Xuan by name. Lately, even though Xuan's face hasn't been etched into people's memories and nobody can recognize him on the streets, his name has already spread far beyond the borders of Bay City. As the people gathered in the reception hall, Xuan directly took the central seat. Upon seeing this, the elders from the Medicine Valley narrowed their eyes slightly before quickly averting their gaze. In a setting like this, one's seating arrangement clearly reflects their actual status. Despite all the good deeds and apparent authority attributed to the rumored Xuan, nobody could directly determine whose will he actually represented. Perhaps he's nothing but a puppet placed in front of the stage. But the moment he settled into that seat, it was no longer such a simple matter. In reality, everyone understood clearly. There wasn't much shared ground between the two sides, so there was no need to engage in empty courtesies. Do you know if the City Lord's mansion has any news or whereabouts of Tianling? Elder, you must be joking. If we had that information, do you think we'd still be here? We'd have gone looking long ago. I've heard, however, that it's no longer in the hands of the Tamed Sect. So tell me, Elder, do you have any idea who it might be with now? These two statements from Xuan covered both offense and defense seamlessly, allowing him to firmly seize control of the situation in the shortest time possible using the most direct methods. The elder from the Medicine Valley now found himself in a difficult position, unsure whether to respond or stay silent. At this moment, another elder stood up. Pardon me, but may I ask what relation this young man speaking just now has with the City Lord's mansion? Not everyone has the right to speak here. It appeared somewhat impolite. Hadn't they seen him already seated in the prominent central position? If he had no standing, how could he dare sit there? Yet logically speaking, since Xuan hadn't introduced himself, their question was still valid. You want to know what relation he has? Of course. Then ask yourself one thing. Do you deserve to know? After a brief silence came an endless surge of anger. As the elder prepared to act out of fury, Su Riyun and the old dog simultaneously stepped forward to shield Xuan. Without mentioning anything else, this small act alone clearly indicated that Xuan held an extraordinary position among them. But what exactly was it? As long as they hadn't clarified this, they wouldn't dare make a move against him. Otherwise, if they offended someone unapproachable, it could lead to serious complications. Even if he wasn't completely untouchable, wrongdoing generally demands recompense. Killing someone usually requires some form of restitution. Should they kill Xuan impulsively over a momentary spat, only to find out later that he wielded power and influence capable of demanding a huge payout, they'd end up losing out significantly. Soon enough, the news about the Medicine Valley's unsatisfactory and bitter parting from the City Lord's mansion spread through every street and alley. After returning to their old compound, the Medicine Valley members locked themselves inside. Although most had previously withdrawn, the estate was indeed purchased legally by the Medicine Valley, remaining their legitimate property. Once inside and the doors closed, The two-wheel reincarnation realm experts quickly erected layers of barriers with a wave of their hands. Within these barriers, no sound of whatever transpired inside would escape, offering extreme secrecy. Do you think that young man at the city lord's mansion is suspicious? Xuan? Probably something unusual, but even if there is an issue, it's negligible. Their strength isn't enough to block us. Our biggest challenge still lies with the Beast Tamed Sect. These two elders were the main decision-makers behind the Medicine Valley's current operation. Though both were elders of the wheel reincarnation realm, there existed subtle differences in their positions. These two men were actually half-brothers, sharing the same father, but different mothers. Nevertheless, they had always gotten along very well since childhood, bearing no ill feelings toward each other and instead complementing one another. The elder brother was Xuan and the younger one Qianshi. Although the two were brothers, the elder had already reached the middle stage of the wheel reincarnation realm in cultivation, making his cultivation base higher than his younger brother's. Yet in terms of status, he couldn't be compared to his younger brother, who was merely at the early stage of the same realm. There was only one reason for this. He was a mere cultivator, while his younger brother was a highly accomplished alchemist. In the Medicine Valley, the importance of an alchemist was self-evident. When both parties belonged to the same major cultivation stage, the slight difference in substages was nothing compared to the disparity between an alchemist and a common cultivator. Let's wait and see for now. More importantly, we need to prepare for our encounter with the Beast Tamed Sect. Since Lu Lauer hasn't returned yet, I think we should act quickly and gather some intelligence. The Qin brothers exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, then quickly became two shadowy figures vanishing from within the barrier. Due to the array formation set up, the spies outside could only keep watch but were unable to obtain any direct intelligence from within the courtyard, no matter how hard they tried. Even using memory-reflecting stones proved ineffective. Xuan had already conspired with the old ghost. On the very day the Medicine Valley entered Bay City, he would create a fuss, constantly complaining and appearing uneasy over the absence of his so-called master. If nothing happened, such anxious behavior would sound unbelievable to others. The two powerful experts from the Medicine Valley witnessed everything and, after leaving the Beast Tamed Sect's residence, returned to their estate. Brother, what's your opinion on this? I think it's very likely that Elder Lu Qi pulled off the classic move of a thief crying thief, right from the start. Perhaps the killer cultivator was actually summoned by him himself, merely switching hands to confuse us momentarily. And since there had already been prior enmity between our two factions, it was extremely easy for him to shift the blame onto us, allowing us to waste even more of our time. The analysis sounded convincing, yet most of it was based purely on speculation. Chapter 206, Everyone's waiting. There wasn't a single shred of evidence in his possession. Even if he screamed himself hoarse, it wouldn't matter. Everyone had assumed that after such a huge incident, the meeting between the two sides would be tense and confrontational. At the very least, there would be some serious friction and animosity every day. Unfortunately, things developed in a completely different way than expected. Not only were there no conflicts, the two sides got along like two harmonious old neighbors. The battle zones set up outside were usually only occupied by people from other factions resolving their own disputes. These past few days, the two Chang'e from Medicine Valley were always wandering around, seemingly searching for something in the area. At the City Lord's mansion, everyone had become much more restrained during this period. If a wheel reincarnation realm expert truly wanted to investigate, their tricks wouldn't be able to stop him. What if someone overheard secret conversations? Therefore, just to be safe, everyone remained restrained, avoiding any discussions about Tianlang, Medicine Valley, or the Beast Tamed Sect. This can't go on forever. Are they even going to fight at all? The one most anxious and excited was the dog uncle. He had been excited since the day the Medicine Valley entered Bay City. Every day he eagerly anticipated a huge clash between both sides. However, today Xuan directly gave an answer, or rather, made a judgment. Right now, neither side will take action. Both are waiting. One side is waiting for evidence, while the other side is waiting for second Elder Lu to arrive. It's easy to destroy the current Beast Tamed Sect outpost. It's even easy to kill old Qi. However, once Medicine Valley does that, they'll face second Elder Lu's endless retaliation. Through Bao Daping's recently expanded intelligence network, Xuan had learned more about second Elder Lu. This person wasn't just extremely skilled in cultivation, he was also crazy. Different from the lunatics from the God of War Hall, this person didn't care about morality or righteousness. He acted solely based on his mood. If Medicine Valley really wiped out this outpost and killed his younger brother, he wouldn't care about anything else. Since the secret realm hasn't ended yet, while your faction lacks high-level experts, I'll go to your territory and slaughter all the juniors until none remain. The only way to prevent this was to eliminate second Elder Lu first. Was there an opportunity? There was still a chance. As long as his cultivation didn't reach the later stage of the wheel reincarnation realm, even if there was a gap in strength between cultivations of the same middle stage, it didn't matter. After all, there was also an early stage wheel reincarnation realm expert to assist, so the combat power definitely wouldn't be a concern. Xuan analyzed everything meticulously, and in the end, everyone had a shared question. What if second Elder Lu never shows up? Will they just stay at a stalemate forever? Xuan smiled gently. Second Elder Lu will definitely show up, unless he really doesn't care about his younger brother at all. During the process of merging memories, Lao Gui had a very profound impression of this temporary older brother, second Elder Lu, and knew what had happened in the past. From the events in the past, he could tell that second Elder Lu deeply cared for his younger brother. He was just one of those people with a sharp tongue and a soft heart, and wasn't one to meddle or manage things. Chen Yan had already told Lao Gui long ago. As soon as the people from Medicine Valley entered Beia City, you should send a letter to Second Elder Lu. The two brothers have some secret means of communication. Only the two of them could understand those letters. Chen Yan was confident that, as soon as Second Elder Lu received this pitiful letter written by his younger brother, he would rush to Beia City as quickly as possible. What we need to do for the next few days is simple, cultivate. After saying that, Chen Yan returned to his own room and entered the scroll of mountains and seas. Night was approaching, and it was already time for him to prepare for cultivation. He hadn't found an opportunity to release the Tian Lang puppet yet, nor did he have an urgent place to use it quickly, so he might as well leave it here to occupy a space. Although it took up quite a bit of space, it didn't have much impact. When the Golden Holy Dragon and the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle approached, their auras grew stronger, especially the Holy Spirit Xian Turtle. After being cared for these days, it seemed to be getting closer and closer to a breakthrough, which made Chen Yan feel very happy. Thinking of this, he came to the side of the enlightenment tree. He found that the sapling was now completely different from when he initially planted it here. It was no longer merely a sapling. It was more like a mighty giant tree already. The aura it emitted made him feel as though the flow of spiritual energy inside his body was faster than before. However, that was all. There were many legends about the mystical powers of the enlightenment tree. With his current cultivation level, he held such a precious item in his hands, but couldn't bring out its proper effects, not to mention refining pills. Chen Yan sat cross-legged, drawing the power of the stars from the night sky into his body. For some reason, he felt that tonight's star power was much denser than usual. Unconsciously, Chen Yan thought about the stars above the scroll of mountains and seas, and whether they corresponded to the stars in the outside world or were entirely different. The star energy felt endless. How was that possible? The scroll of mountains and seas itself was a gift from the system's daily sign-in reward. The origin of this item likely wasn't from this world. Without being able to trace its source, he could only explore it piece by piece himself and draw his own conclusions. The star energy within Chen Yan's body kept increasing, and suddenly broke through a kind of barrier. Countless star particles coalesced into bright, glowing spots within his meridians. At first, these luminous points at critical locations made Chen Yan a little anxious, wondering if something had gone wrong. But when he guided his spiritual energy through these areas, he found that the energy became thicker and purer after being refined. This refined spiritual energy would likely have a stronger effect during battle. After exiting his cultivation state, Chen Yan immersed himself in reading alchemy scriptures. During these past couple of days, he had indeed refined quite a few potions. These potions didn't look very impressive, but for ordinary cultivators, if pills ranked second among the most precious cultivation resources, then potions would be ranked just behind. After crafting them, Chen Yan directly handed them all to Su Yifan. These things aren't useful to me. If you want to drink them, go ahead, they're all labeled. If you think they're useless, just throw them away or sell them. Upon hearing this, Su Yifan couldn't help twitching his lips, slightly in awe of Chen Yan's casual extravagance. But whether potions or pills, these items were always expensive. Thinking about it, Su Yifan decided to just sell them directly. Chapter 207. How to sell the potions. The recipes used in these potions were all from ancient, long-lost texts. Well, for those who don't know better, these potions simply seem extremely powerful, giving the impression of being very effective, nothing more. They wouldn't think anything else of them. But for those who truly understand, this would appear as an incredibly vast treasure trove. It was highly possible that someone had already obtained ancient potion-making inheritance, and simply revealing a tiny portion of what was inside could offer invaluable insights to current potion makers. Besides, potion-making and pill refining were essentially two sides of the same coin. Who knows, maybe that person had not only inherited potion-making techniques, but also mastered the art of pill refining. If one could locate that individual, the potential gains would be immense. Many were intrigued, few dared to act upon it. After all, when it came to potion and pill specialists, who could rival the pharmaceutical valley? Who else could possibly feel more desperate or determined? When Su Yifan first started putting these potions up for sale, nobody took notice at all. After all, potions weren't exactly a rare sight. After so many years of cultivation, people had a general grasp of the commonly known potions. All of them were neatly stored in bottles and jars. Even if these really contained miraculous properties, it wasn't obvious from the outside. Without inquiries, they sat unnoticed in the corner, as useless looking as junk. Of course, Su Yifan wasn't personally selling these at a stall. Kong Sheng had become quite close to Chen Yan because of the 1000-day brew, and they had essentially entered a cooperative partnership. These potions were all brought in by Su Yifan and then consigned to Kong Sheng for sale. After all, it was all just business. No point in refusing to sell something when it cost nothing extra. In fact, much of the credit for Chen Yan's ability to quickly produce such a large quantity of potions belonged to Kong Sheng. Because of his position inside the King Qin Treasure Pavilion, a lot of the potion ingredients and spiritual herbs had been acquired through his convenient resources. If Chen Yan or Su Yifan had tried to obtain these themselves, it would have taken who knows how long, and may not have even resulted in such quality ingredients. From the beginning, Kong Sheng had no particular interest in Chen Yan's potions. His cultivation level was already at the reincarnation realm. Even if Chen Yan's potions were somehow mysterious, to him, they were just insignificant toys. Compared to potions, he placed much more faith in pill refining techniques. After all, with pill refining, identifying the quality of pills was straightforward. The effects of a pill of a certain grade on one's cultivation were immediately clear. However, potion effectiveness varied significantly based on individual conditions, requiring additional formulations. Without clear grading, potions often ended up being extremely expensive, yet largely ineffective for high-level cultivators. The prices for Qilin potions were set by Xuan, and while the prices weren't exactly cheap, they were actually quite reasonable in the grand scheme. Kongsheng only glanced at the prices set for these potions before losing interest completely, not even bothering to read the labels. "Excuse me, boss, how do these potions sell?" Unexpectedly, someone actually came asking about potions today. Each potion costs 100,000 spirit stones, no bargaining. Kongsheng looked at the customer's attire and counted the number of bottles he was interested in. He had actually priced them at half of what Su Yifan had suggested. Honestly speaking, he only wanted to get rid of these items quickly. How much they sold for didn't even cross his mind. Su Yifan had said that these were all just practice materials anyway. It didn't matter even if they couldn't be sold or were lost. Since someone wanted to buy them, the lower the price, the better. Selling one bottle was better than selling none. After Kongsheng quoted the price, the customer actually displayed a trace of joy on his face, as if he were extremely excited by the price. "Shop owner, please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch the money right away. Please make sure to save this batch for me." His excited tone and expression left Kongsheng quite confused, making him stand there completely stunned. "Oh, okay." In fact, even before Kongsheng fully answered, "Okay," the customer had already rushed out of the King Qin treasure pavilion. Unconsciously, Kongsheng shifted his gaze toward the neatly arranged potions and finally, unable to resist his curiosity, walked over to examine them closely. Not looking was fine, but the moment he looked, he was startled. Among the potion types on display were some capable of boosting spiritual strength and others that enhance perception. As for the more common ones, like those for increasing strength or improving physical constitution, none were missing. As all cultivators well knew, most of the potions commonly sold on the market were those basic ones for enhancing power and strengthening the body. Potions that could strengthen or heal the soul, however, were worth exorbitant sums. Despite this, it still attracted many others, because no matter how expensive these potions were, they were still somewhat cheaper than pills of similar effects. Kongsheng had assumed that what was being sold at his shop were just the most basic potions, but what he got instead was such a stunning surprise. Although the bottles clearly indicated the upper and lower cultivation boundaries for achieving optimal effects, Kongsheng glanced at the label on the soul-enhancing potion. Though he couldn't achieve the best results with his current cultivation level, he figured there should still be some noticeable effect. Thinking this to himself, he opened a bottle of the potion and poured it into his mouth. After all, this was to be sold from his shop. If he didn't personally verify the quality himself, wouldn't that damage his reputation here? If someone bought it and found no effect, it would be a serious issue. As Kongsheng drank the potion, he felt a warm sensation spread through his body. Soon after, his mind felt slightly swollen, and a wave of spiritual energy emanated from his consciousness. Although it was only a small ripple, it was enough to prove the potion truly worked. The main issue was his extremely high cultivation level. Otherwise, that feeling of warmth and mental swelling wouldn't have been so mild. Chen Yin and Yi Heng had both experienced just how painful this could be. Now that Kongsheng had confirmed the potion was effective, how could he possibly allow someone to take them all away for a mere 100,000 spirit stones? Thinking it over, he kept the top box of potions untouched and left only the bottom two boxes. Because they had always been inside the boxes, any change would be hard to detect. He swapped out the potions in the lower two boxes, replacing them with other similar-looking items. Once he had completed the exchange, he felt his old face flush red. He had never done something like this before, and couldn't help feeling somewhat ashamed. Even with such thoughts in his mind, his hands didn't hesitate at all. Very soon, the customer returned to the shop's entrance, and cheerfully made his way to the potion-selling corner. Chapter 208, Whispers in the Wind. The moment he picked up the first box, his expression became quite interesting. "Boss, there are 2 more boxes of potions beneath this one." Kongsheng's face flushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "You must have misread. I've always only placed 1 box of potions there. The 2 boxes below are just What are you talking about?" The man was very certain he hadn't been mistaken, but since the shop owner had spoken like this, whether intentionally or not, he clearly had no intention of selling him those items. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and he'd already gotten a great deal. No need to offend the merchant inside the Qin King's pavilion. Selling goods also depended on connections. To be able to set up shop here, none of the merchants could be ordinary folk. Even if they didn't have heaven-reaching influence, they certainly had powerful backing. Realizing this, he quickly handed over the spirit stones he had brought along, took the box of potions, and prepared to leave. Kongsheng felt a slight regret inside. Just now, he should have picked out some special potions and replaced them with ordinary ones. If he had already done some tampering, then he might as well do a bit more. His thoughts had been too simplistic. In the cultivation world, having a sense of shame or embarrassment was useless, and Kongsheng deeply believed this. Glancing around and seeing that no one was nearby, he locked the shop doors and shut himself inside, pulling out the other 2 boxes of potions. He inspected each vial one by one, categorizing and arranging them neatly. He hadn't expected Chen Yin to possess such skills. Truth be told, he actually found 2 vials of potion here that could be useful even to him. The reason there were only 2 was because Chen Yin lacked sufficient materials to make more. These were specifically used to neutralize internal injuries. One of the main reasons Kongsheng had chosen to stay in this place was because his injuries had forced him to halt his journey. If he continued moving forward, he didn't know how far he could get before dying. In the cultivation world, no one would show you mercy. If you lacked the strength to fight your way forward, the cost could be your life. The reincarnation realm? To many people, such a cultivation level might sound extremely powerful, but to true experts, the reincarnation realm was still nothing special. As he thought of this, his expression became somewhat despondent, his eyes dimming as though recalling something painful. As he was inspecting these potions here, someone else was doing the same thing elsewhere. The man who had previously bought the potion from him exited the shop, immediately turned into a nearby alley, removed his disguise, changed back into his usual attire, and then returned to a courtyard residence. Senior apprentice brother, what's all this stuff you're holding? Treasures, tremendous treasures. The man being called Senior Apprentice Brother was visibly excited. His clothing bore a clear inscription of the Herbal Valley Sect. Within the Herbal Valley Sect, he belonged to the type whose talent for cultivation was relatively good, though other aspects left much to be desired. Though his strength placed him among the elite of his generation, he lacked any talent in pill refining or potion making. However, having grown up in the Herbal Valley since childhood, he may never have eaten pork, but he sure had seen plenty of pigs running around. He was still very familiar with the basics. What potions were powerful, and which ones were considered special elixirs. Who would have guessed that today, at a stall that barely made a name for itself, he had actually found such divine items. Some of the names of these potions were long-lost relics. In ancient times, both potion making and pill refining were considered profound disciplines. Many had studied and developed both paths. Yet, for some reason, both schools eventually disappeared or withdrew into remote mountains. Only pill refining techniques had continued to be passed down until today. This didn't mean potion makers weren't powerful. No one knew exactly what had happened back then, but even now, there were still some powerful potion makers wandering outside. The toxins they used in combat were unpredictable and elusive, and the potions they created could even be more complicated and mysterious than pills. Some of their techniques were unknown to others. What people generally knew were basic potion mixing methods, something pill makers could also do, but real potion makers possessed more crucial skills. He had bought these potions not with any intention of uncovering the secrets of the cultivation world, but rather hoping that he could use them to boost his own power. An ordinary person might be reluctant to believe in potions, since pills had long been deeply entrenched in the hearts of cultivators as the superior choice. Wouldn't it be better to spend so many spirit stones on pills for cultivation? If these potions ended up being useless, wouldn't it be like sending meat buns to a dog, losing everything for nothing? He calmed his Jidong heart, opened one bottle of potion with his hand, and after drinking it, was immediately enveloped in violent pain. His anguished screams echoed from within the room. Those unfamiliar with the situation might mistake it for an attack. Occasionally, some passing disciples wore expressions of intense fear on their faces. What's going on? Could it be that someone is attacking our residence again? That's impossible, right? Right now our residence has 2 reincarnation realm experts, and our own disciples are no weaklings either. Thinking about it, it did seem reasonable, so why would such a terrifying sound occur? Some things just couldn't withstand close examination. If you didn't think about it too carefully, everything would be fine. But the more thoroughly you thought about it, the more unsettling the entire matter became. Gradually, whispers began spreading among the disciples. Someone was practicing evil techniques, even using other people's cultivation energy to refine pills. Various horrifying rumors floated through the courtyard residence. Of course, none dared spread such things to the elders' ears. Even if these rumors somehow reached them, the elders probably wouldn't have the patience to deal with such nonsense. Brother, how's the intelligence from the Herbal Valley? Any new instructions? Xuan had already grown quite impatient waiting here. If Lu Lauer didn't arrive soon, were they just going to keep waiting forever without taking action? Could this be a trick to stall for time while the Sky Wolf was secretly relocated? It was hard to say. There's no new instruction, but I have a theory. Xuan hesitated, puzzled. Recently, how had his younger brother become like this? He had always appeared confident and assured. Yet now he was throwing around so many theories regarding a single matter. This was the first time. Since arriving in Baya City, his younger brother's condition had also seemed somewhat off. Could it be due to the pressure? It's possible that the Sky Wolf isn't even inside the Tamed Sect at all. As soon as these words came out, Xuan almost thought his younger brother had gone mad. Everything was clearly recorded. Evidence from all sides had already been gathered together. So many eyes watching, it was absolutely impossible to have made any mistake. Chapter 209, Unordinary Potions. Right now, everyone's attention was focused on 2 places, Xuan Sect and the Valley of Medicine where they were. You're telling me he might not be at Xuan Sect now? What are you trying to say? Are you implying he might be at our Valley of Medicine? The expression of confusion on Xuan's face had clearly revealed the thoughts in his mind. Xuan was still there frowning in deep thought. He himself only had a vague idea, because the whole situation seemed odd, too abnormal. It felt as if an invisible hand had already written a script, waiting for everyone to fall right into it. Brother, don't you think that? When Xuan was halfway through speaking, his elder brother raised a hand to stop him mid-sentence. Then he closed his eyes, tilted his ears toward the window, and listened intently. There seemed to be painful sounds. No one knew what had happened. It sent chills down their spines. This was the base of the Valley of Medicine. No outsiders could possibly enter here. If it was just internal disciples fighting, how brutal must the battle be for someone to scream like that? I'll go check what exactly is going on first. For safety, we should go together. When the 2 Qilin brothers stepped out from their courtyards, they found a large group of disciples already gathered. What happened? Whose room is this? Someone nearby quickly reported what he had seen and heard that day to the elders, and soon everyone started reporting their own rumors and suspicions. In the end, The most credible explanation was that a disciple inside had simply eaten spoiled food and suffered from stomach pain. The two Qian brothers nearly lost control of their primordial power. You've got 2 minutes. If anyone is still standing here after 2 minutes, don't blame us elders for taking matters into our own hands and personally picking someone out for special training. In fact, during what everyone had just reported, one sentence caught Qianshir's attention. Martial deviation. It might be martial deviation. Although he didn't know why his younger brother had reached this conclusion, Qinshan still trusted him. If his brother said it was martial deviation, it must be mostly accurate. The question was how to deal with it. Just as the two of them were still discussing, the commotion inside suddenly stopped. Everyone had seen cases of martial deviation before, but none had ever just gone quiet all of a sudden like this. Could it be the person had died? Yet inside, they could still hear movement, leaving them both confused and worried. Inside, the disciple himself was speechless. It was true he had bought some potions, and indeed they had worked for him, but some of them were ones he had never even heard of before. After reading their descriptions and thinking they could help him, he had taken them. Who knew that the pain he had endured previously would pale in comparison to the agony he had just experienced? The pain had knocked him out cold, wailing in agony. It took all his effort to endure until the effects passed. As he was preparing to rest, the moment he opened the door, he saw the two elders standing like door gods on either side. Greetings, elders. Hearing this polite address, the Qian brothers immediately dismissed the idea of martial deviation. They had never heard of someone who, after suffering from martial deviation, could still remain this calm and courteous. All right, tell us exactly what happened. Seeing the disciple blocking the door awkwardly, stuttering, and not saying a word, Qinshan directly pushed him aside and walked into the room. His eyes landed immediately on a box of potions placed at the side. His eyebrows raised. He stepped forward, opened one of the bottles, and took a sniff. A familiar medicinal fragrance filled his nose immediately. Where did you get all these potions? Since the question had already gone this far, there was no need to hide anything anymore. The disciple recounted exactly where he had bought them and how many spirit stones he had spent on these potions. Didn't expect to encounter a real potion master in Baya City. How interesting. Qianshir muttered as he walked toward the box. He picked up one of the bottles and saw the label. As soon as he read the text, he stood straight up immediately. Then, he rushed to the disciple's side, grabbing him by the collar. You just said again. Exactly where did you buy these potions? The disciple was so terrified by the elder's sudden reaction that he was stunned speechless. Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion. It was sold from a stall inside. Qianshan was also greatly startled by his brother's actions, watching as Qianshir directly stepped onto the floor, storing the entire box of potions into a storage ring, and then dragging him outside. Once Qianshan was pulled back to his room and they entered, he immediately asked, what exactly is going on? These were all the disciples' good fortune. Was it proper for us to just take them like this? Brother, let's first check exactly what these potions are. Qianshir took out one of the jars, pointing specifically at its label. Special potions. Anyone who mastered the making of special potions, no matter how different the formula, had reached the standard for being recruited by the Valley of Medicine. The reason why the Valley of Medicine could thrive was precisely because it controlled a vast number of medicinal and alchemical formulas, and had so many herbalists and alchemists. Scarcity determined value. They not only controlled the demand, but also the supply channels. Do you understand now? Qianshan nodded, then prepared to head to the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion to investigate. These days, Qin Yan had been fully devoted to concocting potions. Surprisingly, he had indeed made quite a few breakthroughs. He specially took out a small booklet and recorded his insights and experiences into it. Although the Danjing pill cannon was powerful, those were summaries and ginga by predecessors. It wasn't necessarily suitable for him to directly use. Besides, from ancient times until now, many changes had already occurred. Some ingredients had become extinct, while others had increased or decreased in availability. The materials he used for some of these potions were all ones he personally substituted based on their medicinal properties. This small booklet was precisely meant to document all the replacements Qin Yan had made. Throughout this process, he had also discovered many Qimao changes. At this point, he was long past being a beginner experimenting with common potions. The complexity of his creations was steadily increasing. However, limited by the materials, his potions still only affected beings up to the level of a sky sovereign. That alone was already a terrifying matter. As he was tinkering with these bottles and jars inside, Kong Sheng directly came knocking at his door. Where's Qin Yan? Kong Sheng saw Su Yifan in the courtyard. They had only just met earlier that day, so Su Yifan curiously asked what brought Kong Sheng here now. Coming and shouting like that, someone unfamiliar with the situation might think someone had been killed. Wait, could it be someone really was dead? Did Qin Yan's potion actually poison someone? Before Su Yifan had even finished his thought, he heard Kong Sheng say, it's about the potions. I must have a serious talk with him regarding these potions. Oh well, by the look of things, something major had definitely happened. Disaster struck. Chapter 210, Breaking Through to the Bigu Realm. Qin Yan had already heard the commotion from outside his room and stepped out. Who knows what wind blew you here, he said. I heard you were the one who concocted these potions. That's right. Though Kong Shun had only just begun collaborating with him and could barely be considered a half-insider, acknowledging one potion wasn't a big deal. Have you shown these potions to anyone else? Qin Yan paused slightly. It seemed like no one else had really been in contact with them besides Yi Hong. Those in the city lord's mansion who had access before only received some of the most basic concoctions and had no further contact afterwards. Now, placing these two potions with the same effect side by side, they looked completely different. No one else. Yiheng was no longer in Beiyecheng, so it wasn't exactly a lie to say so. Just remember, don't show these potions to anyone else ever again. Chen Yin was filled with confusion, unsure why. Kong Shun explained that these potions might bring about deadly consequences. Upon hearing the word medicinal valley, a pensive look crossed Chen's face. He didn't say much, only nodding in response. At this point, there was no possibility of a direct confrontation between them. Doing so would be outright suicide. The reason he considered such a confrontation was because the medicinal valley was far too domineering. If they discovered his true identity, they would certainly demand he leave the Beast Taming Sect and join the medicinal valley, something Chen Yin had no intention of agreeing to. After giving these instructions, Kong Shun left the city lord's mansion. As soon as he reached the King Qin Treasures Pavilion, Qian Shan arrived at the same spot, resulting in their meeting. "Excuse me, sir, did you happen to sell a crate of potions today?" Kong Shan's expression was somewhat impatient. "There are no potions left. Go back to wherever you came from." Qian Shan wore the robe of the medicinal valley, and upon hearing Kong Shan's words, he didn't become angry. With his cultivation strength, he could clearly sense that the other was also a cultivator at the mid-stage of the wheel rotation realm. In a real fight, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious, so there was no real way for him to threaten the other. Moreover, this place was the King Qin Treasures Pavilion, a place he dared not provoke. Even high-ranking members of the medicinal valley might not dare to do so, because of the pavilion's reputation. "Sir, I understand perfectly well that these potions were not concocted by you personally. However, there are methods originating from the medicinal valley evident in them. We suspect a rebel from the medicinal valley created these potions, and it's essential that we capture this person immediately. So, I sincerely hope, sir, that you'll cooperate." While speaking, he pulled a bottle of pills from within his sleeves, a generous offering. Freshly made Heaven Spirit pills. A Heaven Venerable could double their cultivation progress by using these, and even those at the wheel rotation stage could use them to boost their cultivation. Even if someone didn't need them personally, they could be sold for an astronomical price. It was indeed a valuable offering. Unexpectedly, Kong Shun didn't even glance at the bottle, clearly showing his contempt for it. "If it's your own people, then go find them yourselves. What sense does it make to waste time here with me?" With that, he simply put everything away and walked back into the shop, shutting the door. Qian Shan's face darkened, realizing that this time the medicinal valley's name carried no weight with the other party. After returning, the two brothers discussed the matter in their room for quite a while. A wheel rotation realm expert. Upon hearing of Kong Shun's cultivation strength, Qian Shi slightly furrowed his brows. If the opponent's cultivation had been lower, things would have been easier to handle, but now with such high strength, it made matters for them significantly harder. No, these potions couldn't possibly be concocted by him personally. Even if his strength is formidable, that doesn't necessarily mean the one who concocted these potions has equally impressive skills. The reasoning was sound, but they still had no clue who the true creator might be. Qian Shi pondered for a while before summoning several disciples, ordering them to take turns watching the area around the King Qin Treasures Pavilion, determined to uncover who had contact with Kong Shun. Meanwhile, as the potion war had yet to subside, at the Xiantian sect's encampment, Lu Laoqi suddenly received a secret message. Upon reading the contents of the note, his entire demeanor lit up with excitement. Confirming the content, he quickly contacted Chen Yin through the covenant deep within his mind. During these days, as Chen Yin concocted potions and cultivated diligently, he finally arrived at a bottleneck. He could clearly sense the loosening of the bottleneck, and once he could push forward a little further, he was confident that he would experience a major breakthrough, stepping into a completely new realm. He exhaled deeply, and under the enhancement of the starry power within the mountain and sea chart, Chen Yin looked as though he had been carved entirely from the glittering stars. Sitting there, he resembled a true ruler of the starry sky. Suddenly, a shaft of brilliant light erupted from the crown of his head, accompanied by a surge of a far more powerful aura. The two divine beasts also received substantial benefits throughout this process, continuously roaring, one a dragon's growl, and the other the thunderous cry of the Holy Spirit turtle. Chen Yin felt something strange within his body. Should a person at the Bigu realm possess such an unbelievably strong physical body? Back at the foundation building stage, he had already noticed that absorbing starlight didn't merely enhance his cultivation, it mainly strengthened his physique. Now, at the Bigu realm, his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. He felt as if, simply by clenching his fists, he could access unlimited divine power. The starlight flickered inside his body, filling Chen Yin with an immense sense of power. Unable to contain himself, he tried activating the 10,000 beast transformation. When the power of the two divine beasts and the heaven wolf flowed into him, an invisible pressure exuded from his body. Without encountering any resistance, his strength surged all the way to the peak of the heaven venerable realm. Previously, this level of combat power could have easily crushed all opposition, but unfortunately, such strength was far from sufficient now. At the very least, he needed to reach the wheel rotation realm to have a place in the upcoming conflicts. Suddenly, Chen Yin recalled the devouring ability he had mastered. After all, he could gain additional strength from the old ghost. Thanks to that tiny edge, Chen Yin stepped into the half-step wheel rotation realm. However, judging from his own estimation, this state could only be maintained for at most half an hour. The physical strain and combat load were too immense. Prolonged use would cause severe damage to his body. Therefore, this ability could only be used as a last resort trump card. After releasing the 10,000 beast transformation, Chen Yin sent a message to the old ghost. The plan can begin. The secret message the old ghost had received today contained very brief instructions. The Lu Lauer they had been waiting for so long at this location would finally be arriving in Beijing. Within a day, he would arrive. This message was confirmation from Lu Lauer regarding the Heaven Wolf matter, and also a response to Lu Laoqi's inquiry. Back when Qin Yan had originally planned everything, he already had a complete strategy in place. There was no need for the old ghost to reply. All that was required was to provoke the medicinal valley. Chapter 2:11 On Reputation. Qin Yan's current strength was such that unless he faced Lu Lauer directly or the two Wheel Realm elders from Medicine Valley, he could pretty much handle anyone in a fight. However, to avoid exposing his true strength, everything needed to be done discreetly, perhaps even requiring a disguise. With the presence of people like Killer Taoist, Qin Yan could also take advantage of his identity for his own actions, which proved to be extremely convenient. Old Ghost calculated a suitable time and then led a large group of disciples to head toward the territory of Medicine Valley. Before leaving, he made a huge scene, declaring loudly about seeking justice and such things. All along the way, many cultivators and ordinary people had noticed them. Surprisingly, it seemed that everyone was very interested in joining the commotion. Old Ghost played this move well. Although his current strength wasn't sufficient, the two money brothers, Qianshan and Qianshi, still wouldn't dare kill him in front of so many people. Medicine Valley still needed to maintain a certain level of reputation. If they were to kill him here openly, unless they silenced every single onlooker, their reputation would definitely be ruined. Qianshan and Qianshi both clearly understood the double-edged nature of public reputation. It didn't really matter much, but Medicine Valley relied on the pill-making business and required the search for many talented alchemists. If their reputation went sour, all these prospects would vanish. Qianshan was still pondering the issue of potion masters when Lu Laoqi suddenly showed up and pulled this stunt, completely disrupting his plans. Brother, what do you think we should do? We can't let him keep yelling here forever. Qianshi asked. Fight, fight. Qianshan was slightly confused. Though we can't kill him, beating him up a bit wouldn't be a problem. After all, this is right at our own base's entrance. If someone comes to cause trouble, we drive them away through force. This is justifiable and won't give others anything to criticize. Fine. Upon hearing this, Qianshan stepped out of the base. He immediately struck Lu Laoqi with a palm strike. Although this move wasn't at full strength, it was still powerful enough to not instantly kill someone at the Sky Sovereign realm. Old Ghost's eyes lit up slightly. After a brief thought, he decided to take the risk. It seemed he hadn't managed to evade in time, getting directly hit by this move. He screamed painfully, flying far backward and crashing into a wall, turning the surrounding area into rubble. Then he slowly climbed up from the ground, appearing severely injured, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth as he stumbled toward Qianshan, murmuring as he walked. Medicine Valley actually wants to kill to silence me. How ruthless your hearts are. After saying this, he shouted even louder, come on, and charged directly toward Qianshan. Qianshan was startled by that sudden shout, and inadvertently lost control of the force behind his attack. A mid-stage Wheel Realm expert slightly losing control of his strength unleashed terrifying damage. The unexpected intensity of this strike would likely only be survivable by someone at the late Sky Sovereign realm. Inside Medicine Valley's base, Qianshi saw what happened and turned green with frustration. He had just reminded his older brother to proceed with caution, only driving them away without going too far. But now, on the second move, he almost killed the guy. Now, no matter how they tried to cover it up, Lu Laoqi's words about being silenced for what he knew would definitely be ringing in the ears of the crowd present. Once people already believed something, it was no longer easy to change their minds. Just as Qianshi started to consider how to manage the aftermath, he suddenly noticed, to his pleasant surprise, that Lu Laoqi was actually still alive. At this moment, Old Ghost pretended to shove a handful of pills into his mouth. Then he was supported by disciples and led to the back to sit down. That previous attack definitely shouldn't have been something someone of his cultivation level could have withstood. But people could assume he used some powerful secret technique to block it. His act of taking some pills could be understood as healing his injuries. In reality, however, Old Ghost had planned it this way. He had long desired to restore his strength, but hadn't found a suitable target. Getting hit was also a righteous way to absorb energy through the power of his devouring ability. Although the process might be a bit uncomfortable, as long as it worked, the details weren't important. Qianshan's first strike had already made him feel rather pleased. As for that later blow, it was an even more pleasant surprise. With the devouring ability secretly protecting him, attacks of this level wouldn't even be able to injure him, let alone kill him. Feeling his energy partially restored, Old Ghost was already satisfied. If one were to perform an act, one had to commit fully to it. Going out again and deliberately causing more trouble at this point wouldn't be appropriate. Now, feigning serious injuries, all he had to do was wait. He only needed to wait for his younger brother in benefit, Lu Lauer. Qin Yan, in fact, had been secretly observing everything from the shadows, estimating the current situation before changing his clothes in a dark alleyway. He also had a set of Killer Taoist clothes and mask, which fit perfectly at this moment. He rose high into the air dramatically, making a grand entrance. Thanks to the use of myriad beast transformation, Qin Yan was now capable of defending himself. After making his grand appearance, he immediately pulled out Tianlong's divine soul puppet. Suspended midair, everyone clearly saw the Tianlang beside him exuding that unmistakable aura. Moreover, the wolf even turned its head and exhaled a breath, lifelike as ever. That's Tianlang. Yes, Tianlang. And it's alive. Never in my lifetime did I imagine I'd have the chance to witness the majesty of Tianlang in person. This is a spirit beast. Among the onlookers were many ordinary civilians and some wandering cultivators. As for those with connections and communication methods, they had already started contacting their own backers. This was no joking matter. Competition over Tianlang would inevitably become a contest between factions. Tianlang sect had already maintained strength for years with just this spirit beast. If others could obtain it, their sect's power could at least take a significant leap. And now was different from ancient times. How powerful was the Tianlang sect back then? If they existed in the present era, they'd be even more formidable. This Tianlang was a must-have. Xuan and Qianshi both had their eyes light up with desire. Right now, they were the two with the highest cultivation in the area. Didn't they want it? Of course they did. But they didn't want to become the target of everyone else's wrath. However, if such a great opportunity were simply allowed to slip away, before they could even hesitate, Xuan had already flown directly toward them. Medicine Valley. If this is business, then honor must be upheld. Quickly hand over what was promised. This is the second half of our transaction. Otherwise, you absolutely won't be getting the Tianlang. Xuan said this with a righteous tone, as if this deal truly existed. Everyone present looked at the expressions on the two elders of Medicine Valley, sensing something clearly off about their reactions. The two elders had recently publicly condemned Tamed Sect. Who would have thought that secretly, they had been playing this kind of trick all along? Chapter 212, Striking It Big. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Qianshi and Qianshi both spat out a mouthful of blood. To openly accuse them of orchestrating this entire affair in front of so many people basically sealed their reputations beyond redemption. Qianshi was just about to argue back when a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Wasn't this exactly the opportunity he desperately wanted? Since everyone was already suspicious of their connection, and he had personally seen that Tianlang was indeed in Xuan's possession, regardless of whether there were any hidden schemes or traps laid, this was the best time to retrieve Tianlang. Shengsheng Daoren, I've heard you are a man of honor, but must you discuss the details of our transaction in such a public place? Qianshi's words were, in fact, an indirect attempt to cast doubt on the situation. If Shengsheng Daoren were indeed from Yaogu, stepping forward now would clearly be disadvantageous to Yaogu. Wouldn't it make more sense to arrange a secret meeting in the evening? Xuan had already prepared his countermove and gave 3 cold laughs in response. I may be a man of honor, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. It's been such a long time already. I've been waiting for Zhou Fuchang's response ever since completing the mission. But not only did that man not send a single message, he's vanished completely. Now, because of Tianlang, my movements have been tracked, and the dangers I faced on the journey here are countless. Who is going to take responsibility for that? As the crowd listened, they began to understand. Xuan, rather than being here to complete a mission, had clearly come to demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Qianshi began to wonder. Perhaps he had misunderstood Shengsheng Daoren after all. Xuan was confident in his acting abilities, knowing full well he could deceive anyone. But time was critical. If old Lu number 2 arrived before he successfully handed over the item to Yaogu and left, getting out of here today would become very difficult. Be quick about it. Zhou Fuchang didn't even pay much as a deposit, and I lost all my possessions because of it. Tell me, is Yaogu trying to take advantage and get everything for nothing? The more aggressive Xuan appeared, the more believable the entire situation became to the surrounding crowd, and the same could be said for the Qian brothers. Qianshan had stepped back to his younger brother's side. We definitely cannot discuss the transaction details out here in the open, but we will not give less, we will even give more. Surely, Shengsheng Daoren, with years of reputation behind him, won't go beyond the boundaries. Qianshi hesitated slightly, but seeing the number of cultivators gathering outside increasing by the second, this seemed to have become the best possible course of action. Only what was in their hands was truly theirs. He had always believed in that saying. How many spirit stones do you want? At this point, when Xuan heard that question, he knew they had already taken the bait. But his greedy demands this time were not for spirit stones. He was after pills. Yaogu, with its long-standing tradition, surely had treasures like high-grade or even legendary pills in the possession of its elders. In recent years, certain extremely rare pills had been concocted but never released to the outside world. Those were precisely what Xuan desired. Zhou Fuchang mentioned 6th tier and 7th tier pills. You would not know that, right? As he said this, Xuan subtly took a step backward. His spiritual energy surged visibly around his body, clearly prepared to either fight or flee at any moment. After all, if they didn't even know what the transaction entailed, who could blame them for suspecting someone of trying to swindle? Don't be so hasty, it was just a joke. But we don't have many 6th tier pills on us, so naturally we'd need some spirit stones to compensate. Qianshi was practically cursing Zhou Fuchang under his breath, furious that he hadn't even left a word. What the hell was he playing at? One simply didn't betray their own people like this. Grimacing inwardly, he reluctantly took out a 6th tier pill and, with a flick of spiritual energy, sent it flying into Xuan's hand. They clearly understood the strength Xuan had displayed. Since he wasn't in the wheel return realm, there was no concern about him escaping. If he attempted deception, he would simply become another corpse. Not enough. That was all Xuan said. If even giving a 6th tier pill caused hesitation, then a 7th tier one was clearly out of the question. So Xuan stopped pushing and simply thought, well, 6th tier pills were acceptable too. If the quality wasn't top-notch, then quantity would make up for it. This time, Yaogu was going to bleed heavily. Qianshi's expression stiffened. He understood, of course, that a single pill was nowhere near as valuable as Tianlang. But who knew exactly what Zhou Fuchang had promised this person? Shouldn't he give a little less than agreed upon? Giving one by one was still better than allowing the other to take everything all at once. Every pill saved was one saved. Seeing Qianshi attempt to drag this out with negotiations and price haggling, Chen Yan had no intention of waiting around. He simply threw the pill he had already taken back. If Yaogu has so little sincerity, then today's deal, let's just forget it. As he finished speaking, his whole body appeared ready to depart from the place immediately. Just as Chen Yan turned to leave, Qianshi shouted urgently, "Wait!" Chen Yan had already flown a fair distance away, and at this moment turned around to glance from afar at Qianshi, who had taken a few steps forward in pursuit. Chen Yan clearly intended to leave at the first sign of conflict. Qianshi, having been played this way by Chen Yan, grew so furious his face turned green. Already, he could hear people nearby whispering and muttering insults about Yaogu. Knowing that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous the situation would become, Qianshi exchanged a glance with Qianshan, took Qianshan's storage ring, and retrieved all the 6th-tier pills from within. They did have 7th-tier pills, but only 3 in total, a combined stock. Considering their level, 7th-tier pills were practically meant for cultivators in the Kui realm. How could they possibly be willing to part with them? 6th-tier pills could always be replaced somehow, but they had managed to accumulate only 3 7th-tier ones in all these years, with no clear path to acquiring more. Seeing the large quantity of 6th-tier pills, Chen Yan realized this was likely the limit, especially since the two of them had now placed both of their storage rings directly into his hands. But naturally, when it came to extortion, it couldn't possibly end this easily. No 7th-tier pills? Then compensate me with spirit stones. Zhou Fuchang promised me a 7th-tier pill. Human thresholds can always be surpassed further. Initially unwilling to give anything, then offering less, and now giving anything Chen Yan wanted as long as they had it. Since they could save the 7th-tier pills, they might as well just give the spirit stones. Neither Qianshan nor Qianshi doubted the authenticity of the transaction because the mention of both 6th-tier and 7th-tier pills had been made beforehand, not tacked on later. Qianshi grabbed a storage ring and simply tossed it over to Chen Yan. As Chen Yan examined the ring, his heart skipped a beat, not because he was unsteady or shocked, but because what they had given was just too much. It was probably worth around 50 million spirit stones, and there was also a neat pile of boxes containing 6th-tier pills sitting right at the front. This was absolutely a huge profit. Old Ghost now pretended to have fully recovered, threatening Chen Yan, who was disguised as Shengsheng Daoren, with an air of, "You've offended the Tamed Sect, and you certainly won't meet a good end." Chapter 213. The transaction is completed. Chen Yan simply responded with a cold sneer, then ignored everything. The Tianling puppet had already been placed inside a storage ring capable of holding living beings from the very beginning. If he were to directly take it out and hand it over, even if it seemed like the Qianshan and Qianshi, it would still raise suspicion if inspected carefully by an expert at the Tianzuan level. But if the exchange was made through the storage ring, Chen Yan first sent a subtle signal to Qianshi with his eyes, then spoke aloud. "It's too dangerous here today. Let's change the time for the transaction." Then he tossed out the ring he had already prepared. Everyone had seen the 2 rings flying around in the sky before, and assumed now he was returning the ring that was supposed to be handed to Chen Yan. Only after Qianshi had received the ring did Chen Yan speak again. "There are no issues with the quantity of the transaction, but since we aren't going through with it today, the items will naturally be returned as they were. Please count them." Qianshi wanted to say something else, but before he could open his mouth, his divine sense scanned the inside of the ring. Tianlang was walking inside. This was a treasure capable of storing living beings. His heart jolted, though he kept a face of pretended disappointment. "It seems we can't complete the transaction today. However, you may run into an ambush from the Tamed Sect on your way. If you don't mind, you're always welcome to seek shelter in the Medicine Valley." Chen Yan let out a loud laugh of 3 beats. "Tamed Sect? Let them find me first." As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy surged within his body, and then he disappeared without a trace. It was as though a mysterious power had split space itself, acting directly upon the spatial fabric and carrying him elsewhere. At this scene, Qianshi's expression changed momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Chen Yan clearly had used some sort of special treasure to achieve this, to directly tear through space. Even as a wheel-reincarnated mirror himself, he currently couldn't manage something like that. Chen Yan's departure now left absolutely no trace behind, let alone the possibility of pursuit. If Chun had truly wanted to deceive them, he could have just used the teleportation function of the ring filled with pills and spirit stones the moment he obtained it, without needing to hand over Tianlang. Clearly, this transaction was genuine. Qianshi hadn't dared to take the puppet out and inspect it directly earlier. He had only scanned it with his divine sense. Since he saw it was alive and possessed a breath of life, it should be real. At this moment, Lao Gui also played his part quite convincingly. What a damn Xiangsha Daoist. So he's been working for the Medicine Valley. What a pair of blind eyes they have. Seeing the furious and flustered expression on old 7th Lu's face, Qianshan and Qianshi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. As the two were about to speak, old 7th Lu suddenly revealed a shocked expression, then pointed at the pair and screamed, "I've got it. The ring he gave you just now and the one you gave him are not the same one. The Tianlang is in that storage treasure." Lu Qi's single sentence had exposed the truth, and at once, Qianshi's mind filled with murderous intent. Before, his main concern had been reputation, but now it was about facing a potential encirclement and annihilation from other sects. The only way someone could possess Tianlang unnoticed was if he managed to obtain it secretly. Once such information was spread out, the Medicine Valley would surely be besieged within 3 days. Since Lu Qi had already guessed in this direction, he would definitely look for proof to confirm it. That was just too dangerous. But the strike he launched was suddenly blocked by a long sword. The spiritual energy radiating from the sword was extremely powerful. Who allowed you to be so rude to my younger brother? Lao Guowei had originally planned to keep this performance going longer, but unexpectedly, the moment Qin Yin had left, he immediately sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. Whoever could give him such a feeling must, obviously, be none other than the cheap older brother of this current body, Second Lu. Now that the backing figure had arrived, when else could he provoke the Medicine Valley, if not now? Lao Guowei hadn't expected the opponent to lose his temper so quickly either. If they were going to start attacking immediately, that was still better than just a war of words. If Second Lu had been calmer, the conflict might not escalate at all. After the sword blocked the attack, Second Lu quickly appeared in the middle of the area, and before even his shadow could fully stabilize, he vanished once again. Constant buzzing sounds filled the air, followed by continuous waves of sword energy that immediately surrounded the area in front of the waste drum base. Some knowledgeable cultivators shouted out in shock. A sword formation. This is a sword formation. One sword forms a formation. He is Second Lu. Amidst the startled exclamations, the two elders of the Medicine Valley were forced to retreat continuously. Originally, Second Lu was already a true late-stage wheel reincarnated cultivator, even though he had just entered the 7th stage of the late phase. But late stage was late stage. His strength was still far superior to theirs, who were only at the early and middle stages. Besides, his attacks were fierce and swift. He could easily handle 2 opponents at once. Qinshi's main expertise was still in alchemy. Although his combat strength was not weak, it was merely not weak. Against Second Lu, it was barely sufficient. As for Xuan, he could barely hold his ground. With attacks being purely defensive, there was no way they could defeat Second Lu. At this moment, Lao Guowei merely smiled slightly and didn't say a word. He knew the battle today would definitely not end in life or death, at most resulting in a victory or defeat. As for Tianling, he was well aware in his heart that the puppet was fake, completely worthless to retrieve. The best scenario would be if the other side discovered it themselves and wanted to return it, but couldn't. Now that would be truly delightful. The teleportation talisman Qin Yin used was similar to a mother-child talisman, one serving as a beacon and the other used for teleportation. Furthermore, the entire process was extremely subtle, barely drawing attention. The location he had placed the beacon at was the room in his city lord's mansion. Just a moment ago, a streak of light had appeared, and he had materialized on the bed inside his room. After quickly stripping and changing clothes, he looked at the spirit stones and pills in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. However, this was far from over. After leaving his room, he gathered everyone and headed toward the Medicine Valley's base. Lao Guowei had already informed him about the large-scale battle here. With such a rare opportunity to observe the battle between wheel reincarnated experts up close, how could he miss it? Especially since this person was someone he absolutely must kill. Qin Yin could never forget the name he had seen in that secret letter, Second Lu. This man had dared to force himself upon the master of the Beast Tamed Sect, Qi Ningshui. He absolutely would never allow such a thing to happen, and the best way to handle it was to make this person disappear forever. By the time he arrived with his companions, the battlefield was already nearly finished. What a sight! These two are actually elders of the Medicine Valley? How come they look like beggars? The Medicine Valley's robes were actually quite decent, but after being ravaged by Second Lu's sword Qi, whether they looked decent or not was unclear, but they were definitely in tatters. Old Dog's words were spoken loudly, causing the surrounding people to all reveal strange smiles. Chapter 214 You can try. Although Qinshe also heard the commotion over here, he had no time to deal with it. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lu Lauder before him. Lu Lauder, what exactly do you want? Are you trying to start a war between our factions? The Medicine Valley has come here today to demand justice. Everyone present understood what Qinshe was talking about. After all, in truth, the Tianling originally should have belonged to them. If it weren't for the Xintian sect suddenly showing up uninvited, which coincidentally drew the attention of other factions and sparked a manhunt, the Tianling probably would have been quietly taken away, never falling into the hands of the Xintian sect. Moreover, at the core of this incident, many disciples of the Medicine Valley, regardless of their strength, were clearly victims of the same faction, the Xintian sect. So when the Medicine Valley came here today demanding justice, their claim was completely reasonable. Unfortunately, Lu Lauder had never been a man who listened to reason. He was considered a well-known madman, the kind of insanity that left you helpless and frustrated. A war? Can you make that decision? Qinshe, who had been speaking before, fell silent instantly upon hearing that question. As for justice, in the cultivation world it's survival of the fittest. This is natural law. The people of your Medicine Valley died. Well then, they're dead. What justice is there to speak of? As for the Tianling, Lu Lauder suddenly widened his eyes, and his aura surged upward. The long sword that had appeared in the main city moments ago suddenly shot into the sky, forming a colossal beam of sword light descending from the heavens. Not good. Qinshan had higher cultivation than Qinshe and was primarily in charge of combat matters. Immediately he rushed forward, positioning himself to block the descending sword light from above their base. He shouted urgently, "Flee now! All disciples, retreat quickly!" Putting all his might into it, Qinshan firmly blocked the beam of sword energy coming from above. Lu Lauder held his sword seal with one hand, and the spiritual energy surging from the blade intensified further. Below, except for a few disciples too shocked to react, most of the disciples quickly retreated out of the area of the base. Qinshe didn't hesitate and struck toward Lu Lauder with a palm strike, releasing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Officials nearby were flung away by the force. Even cultivators among the ordinary people could barely withstand the power. The disciples of the Tamed Sect, as well as Lu Qiji, remained unharmed, for though Lu Lar didn't care about others nearby, he was quite protective of his own sect members. Boom. Still, Qianshan couldn't completely withstand the full force of that attack. When the pressure overwhelmed him, he immediately dodged aside. Without a defender, the blade's power struck the base directly. Lu Lar, although none of the disciples were injured, their base was destroyed. The Medicine Valley's humiliation was complete. Qianshan reached into his robe and pulled out a secret treasure. Although Chun Yin didn't know exactly what it was, Go Dashi standing beside him was quite knowledgeable. This is a special secret treasure from the Medicine Valley, the Dog Elder whispered. It allows one to borrow the power of an ancient soul sealed inside. Once possessed, one can easily reach the strength of late-stage Will King, or even close to peak power. Upon hearing this, Chun Yin felt reassured. As long as the Medicine Valley didn't lose too quickly, both sides could be relatively evenly matched, prolonging the battle and drawing more people into the conflict, which would be even better. Also, the appearance of this object resolved one question lingering in his mind. The Medicine Valley was a major power, surely not stupid. Knowing Lu Lar was coming, a late-stage Will King, and they sent 2 elders who were weaker than him, wasn't that simply bringing offerings to the slaughter? Now he understood, they had secret tools at their disposal. No wonder, indeed. After Go Dashi explained the function of the treasure, he leaned in close to Chun Yin's ear, whispering, "Kid, interested in this item? Want to take it back with us at some point?" Chun Yin rolled his eyes. Was this what others thought of him? Did they really believe he'd stoop this low? Well, he might. He couldn't deny that his heart had quickened slightly at the sight of such a rare treasure. Even so, there was no way to retrieve it now. He wouldn't dare to think he could steal anything off a Will King expert. Go Dashi simply smiled, saying nothing more. From Chun Yin's reaction alone, it was clear he had been slightly tempted. The Medicine Valley certainly has guts. You wouldn't be worried that I will slay you before you even complete the soul possession, would you? Knowing about the treasure, Lu Lar showed no concern at its appearance, even daring to throw out a provocation. Qianshan revealed a cold expression on his face. You can try. Lu Lar made no further response, but waved his hand widely. Today's battle ends here. Leave the Tianlang in your hands for a few more days. I, Lu, shall certainly come personally to retrieve it. After speaking, he turned and departed with Lu Qiji and the other disciples of the Tamed Sect. Qianshi looked behind him at the ruined base. The Medicine Valley valued face, but he, Qianshi, valued it even more. Now both had lost face completely, angering him to the point of near madness. If it weren't for the Tianlang still in his possession, which at least counted as some gain, his mind would have already collapsed. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Let's return first. Chun Yin spoke up voluntarily. The result of today could be considered quite favorable. The Tianlang in Qianshi's hands had not been seized by Lu Lar, meaning the truth that it was a fake might not be exposed yet. Therefore, their subsequent plans would not be affected. The disciples of the Medicine Valley temporarily settled down in an inn, and both Qianshan and Qianshi also resided in the same inn. The entire night was far from peaceful. Normally very quiet, the inn in Beicheng was now continuously visited by mysterious figures entering and exiting, even witnessing assassination attempts. Some more professional assassins at least tried to gather information, attempting to find out which rooms Qianshan and Qianshi were staying in, or their exact locations. As for those who couldn't be bothered with intelligence gathering and simply open-door searching, they ended up killing a pair of disciples upon sight. However, these disciples were quite formidable. With their heightened vigilance, ordinary assassins struggled to succeed and were even counterattacked and slain. Qianshi stood before the pile of corpses with a cold expression. Tonight, nearly a fifth of their disciples had perished here. Even the Qianshan and Qianshi brothers had been ambushed. After invoking the secret treasure's power, Qianshan wiped out the surrounding enemies in one sweep, bringing calm back at last. These bodies were gathered here to identify the attackers. However, they were either members of minor sects or wandering cultivators and assassins, evidently backed by other factions, yet impossible to trace. This feeling left Qianshi utterly frustrated. You may leave now. Handle the burial of the fallen disciples properly. Yes, Elder. Chapter 215, Journey to Xuan Sect. What happened today feels suspicious in every way. Qianshan might not be as sharp as Qianshi, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. So much had happened today, and nothing of it was normal. Looking at all the corpses before him, and the items on their bodies that could indicate their identities. Never mind whether those identities were genuine or fake. If they had to face disturbances like this every day, life would indeed be very difficult. The issue with the base may be easy to resolve, but what about these assassins? Qianshi pondered, but had no answer. Meanwhile, Lu Lar was now sharing a room with Lu Laoqi. Brother, you tell me honestly what exactly has happened. Tell me every detail of what has occurred recently. I feel like something isn't right, as if someone is secretly targeting our Xuan Sect. Old Ghost hadn't expected Lu Lar to be this alert so soon after arriving. He already seemed somewhat aware of what had transpired. So while recounting events, Old Ghost had to stick close to the truth and couldn't deliberately erase any mention of Chun Yin's past actions or his very existence. Otherwise, he'd be caught, and once discovered, suspicion could shift not only to his deception but potentially even expose Chun Yin directly. With so much having happened, from Lu Laoqi's perspective, everything seemed oddly suspicious, yet few people actually knew who was truly behind it. In truth, Lu Laoqi himself was a puppet being tugged around by invisible strings. Not getting the information he wanted, Lu Lar shook his head and prepared to rest. Chun Yin had deliberately instructed Old Ghost to subtly probe for details regarding the inner workings of Xuan sect. Old Ghost had merged with Lu Laoqi's body and soul, but could only retain a portion of Lu Laoqi's memories. Chun Yin had always been cautious. If he had only partial information, he wouldn't take action yet. Therefore, Old Ghost asked a few questions first, treating it as an insurance for the plans ahead. Lu Lar didn't hide anything from his younger brother and told him every single thing without omitting a detail. Currently, the strongest fighters in Xuan sect were himself and another elder. While he roamed outside seeking chances for cultivation breakthroughs, he also bore responsibility for the sect's external affairs. As for that other elder, his sole responsibility was to stay behind and guard the sect under the leadership of Elder Chao. Now that he's gotten old, he no longer has strong ambitions, and in terms of strength, he was at the Kui realm. Chun Yin thought that directly storming into the sect by force alone had now become a completely impossible option. Dealing with others was manageable, but he'd have no chance against someone at the Kui realm. So he secretly contacted Old Ghost, instructing him to steer the conversation in another direction. Since attacking the sect directly was out of the question, the only remaining option was to set sights on the treasure vault. Over the course of a single night, Chun Yin could now claim to have fully mapped out the Baiwu Mountains where Xuan sect's treasures were hidden. Whether it was how to break through the maze formation, what kinds of guarding forces were stationed around, methods for identification, how to enter and leave, or what kind of obstacles they might face, he had subtly questioned and acquired answers to every possible angle. Brother, why does it seem like you've completely forgotten about these things? What exactly happened? A chill passed through Old Ghost's heart. He had asked too many questions, forgetting how suspicious his behavior might seem. He had to bring out his full acting skills. Bro, since things have come to this point, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Do you remember that great battle I mentioned, involving the EngSub sect? Old Ghost took full responsibility for everything, though it had technically been committed by him from the past. That poor fellow from the EngSub sect had died a long time ago, yet still had to carry the blame. Did that cause memory loss? That really is quite serious. But luckily, you don't carry many responsibilities, so allow me to explain everything slowly. Lu Lar genuinely had nothing but praise for his younger brother. From beginning to end, he had helped every single thing he could. Old Ghost felt moved beyond words and relayed all the information exactly as he had heard it to Chun Yin. After thinking for a moment, Chun Yin wondered, why not just go with the flow and have Lu Laoqi return to the sect directly? Since he was planning to infiltrate the treasure vault anyway, wouldn't Lu Laoqi's return to the sect be just perfect? Moreover, the vault was rarely visited under normal circumstances. Even if he emptied it, his identity wouldn't be compromised, because no one might even notice. Lu Lar hadn't expected Lu Laoqi to want to return at a time like this. After some thought, though, returning now might indeed be safer, since the upcoming battle no longer had much to do with the number of heaven-respected experts anyway. It would now be a battle purely between himself and two elders from Medicine Valley, 3 warriors at the wheel-turning realm. Leaving might not be a bad idea. It can at least ensure your own safety. Once you reach the sect, don't forget to send my greetings to the elders. Old Ghost naturally gave his promise, although whether he would keep it was another matter. With the issue regarding Old Ghost settled, Chun Yin summoned everyone to the courtyard. He still had some affairs to handle. What urgent matter could it be at such a late hour? I might need to pay a visit to Xuan sect's headquarters recently. I wonder who among you would like to come with me. Chun Yin never fought a battle without confidence, so why would he go straight to the enemy's base now? Had something unexpected happened? Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Chun Yin immediately knew what they were thinking and quickly offered an explanation. I'm going there just for the sect's secret treasures. I already know the exact location of their treasure vault. After saying this, everyone froze for a moment before breaking into excitement. Old Dog was the first one to raise his hand. I'm going. I absolutely must go. This is a rare opportunity. Chun Yin had always considered Old Dog far from a good man. The idea of sneaking into someone else's guarded territory made him so happy it was suspicious. But deciding about the remaining people wasn't so simple. Su Ryun was still the heaven-respected guardian of Bay City. If she left like this, it would easily be discovered. Worse still, Bay City would be left entirely defenseless. Forget about battles between the wheel-turning realm experts. Even facing a single heaven-respected cultivator, they wouldn't stand a chance. As for Young Butcher, honestly, Chun Yin hadn't really considered whether he should go or not. It didn't particularly matter whether he went or not. His identity, however, was inherently an awkward one. He represented the princess' interests. If he actually reached Xuan sect and was recognized, or left behind any trace at all, the princess would certainly face immense pressure. Chun Yin didn't like letting others bear the consequences of his actions, so he rejected this possibility outright. I think I'll pass. Young Butcher thought for a moment and finally shook his head. Still, he gave his reasoning. If he went, his massive frame would be difficult to conceal. Should they ever need to hide, he'd be a living target. Considering that this was a mission behind enemy lines, this concern was completely justified. Chapter 216, A Long Journey. If that's the case, then Dog Elder and I will depart by ourselves. I hope everyone here can watch out for each other. After saying this, Chun Yin returned to his room. He needed to prepare a few more things for this trip. Moreover, he contacted someone, or rather, some beast, through their contract. Early the next morning, Lao Gui bid farewell to the disciples of Xiantian sect and flew off alone from Beia City, heading straight in the direction of the Xiantian sect. He didn't show any signs of stopping along the way until he suddenly halted when passing through the beast forest, descending to the ground and waiting for something. Not long after, several wolf-like beast cultivators emerged from the bushes nearby. However, there was no hostility between them. Instead, they cautiously sniffed at each other's auras, then retreated back. After a short while, Tianlang appeared at the edge. Neither the human nor the wolf showed any intention of speaking. After 2 or 3 minutes of silence, 2 figures soared across the sky from the distance, Chun Yin and Dog Elder. Strange as it was, even though Dog Elder knew that Tianlang belonged to Chun Yin, this was the first time he had ever seen the wolf up close, and his curiosity was evident in every glance. He kept complimenting Tianlang's noble and awe-inspiring appearance without pause. It seemed that the skill of flattery was universally applicable, transcending both species and cultivation levels. Tianlang, receiving all these praises from Dog Elder, began to regard him more and more favorably. He became increasingly conscious of maintaining his own image. Chun Yin slapped his forehead, finding the situation extremely absurd. Somehow, he could already guess why this idiotic beast had been captured in ancient times, and he strongly suspected that it had something to do with being tricked by flattery. Tianlang looked at Chun Yin with slight confusion and asked, "Since my current power is not strong yet, why do you insist on bringing me along? If you didn't, perhaps your plan's chances of success would be even greater." Tianlang had thought this through. His strength had just recovered to the reincarnation realm, though due to his ability to devour energy, his combat power was slightly higher than other cultivators at the same level. But to face someone at the late reincarnation stage, or even cultivators from the tribulation realm, that would basically be a death sentence. Chun Yin had already tamed him and formed a master-servant contract, so he wouldn't treat Tianlang like cannon fodder. No sane person would willingly use someone like that. Tianlang was not afraid of dying, nor of powerful enemies. This resurrection after so many years, it would merely be waiting again if he were to die. He wasn't afraid of death. As for the strength of the enemy, if they knew who he truly was, no one would dare to go all out. Everyone wished to capture him. It's still the same old trick, framing others. Right now, everyone thinks that Tianlang is in the hands of Medicine Valley. If we allow the real Tianlang to appear within Tamed Sect's territory, everything will change dramatically. With 2 Tianlangs appearing at once, both connected with the same major factions and their entanglements, that alone would definitely raise suspicions. What Chun Yin intended to exploit was precisely this human psychology. The more suspicious people became, the better it suited Chun Yin's plan. Sooner or later, Medicine Valley would discover that the Tianlang they held was fake. And once they heard the news that Tamed Sect possibly had the real Tianlang, they would retaliate fiercely. At that time, Master Lu might not be able to handle it either. It would be ideal if these 2 powerful factions could be forced into open war. But yesterday, Lao Gui mentioned that there was an old expert in Tamed Sect, a cultivator from the tribulation realm named Gudong. With that, thoughts of outright war were basically impossible. These types of venerable elders existed solely as stabilizing forces. With such a massive matter at hand, he certainly wouldn't rush into battle lightly. Instead, he would first work to uncover the truth. Once the high levels of the 2 sides communicated, war would no longer be feasible. Only if both sides completely lost their minds would there be an opportunity, but that was extremely difficult. Where exactly is Baiwu Mountain? Why is there no record of this place in my memory? It wasn't just Dog Elder who had no idea. Before setting out, Chun Yin had even prepared a map and still couldn't find any location named Bailu Mountain, making it seem as though the name had been made up, a place that didn't actually exist. The direction they were heading was less like searching for a hidden treasure and more like directly approaching the sect's main headquarters of Tamed Sect. Lao Gui did know something, though it was quite vague. Although Lu Laki had revealed everything last night regarding the exact location of Baiwu Mountain, he had only mentioned that it was near the sect's main mountain. And what's more, he left behind some very peculiar clues. Lines like, meeting under Baiwu Mountain when white mist rises, kept swirling around in his mind. The journey from Beia City to Tamed Sect was extremely long and could not be completed within a single day. Along the way, everyone chatted to deepen their bonds while simultaneously cultivating to enhance their combat strength as much as possible. Chun Yin had already started using myriad beast manifestation to increase his power, and afterwards sparred with nearby strong experts. Dog Elder was completely stunned. Earlier, what level was Chun Yin before the transformation? And what level after using myriad beast manifestation? But what about now? How much time had actually passed? He had actually already managed to elevate himself to the peak of the celestial sovereign realm through secret techniques. Could it be that all those masters who had cultivated for half their lives to reach such a stage had essentially wasted their efforts? Dog Elder was deeply moved, but didn't seem disheartened. It appeared as though cultivation itself was not a difficult issue for him. Throughout this time, Chun Yin also used some pills or other helpful items that aided cultivation. During this journey, the check-in rewards were almost entirely these rare and precious treasures. Chun Yin wanted to offer some to Dog Elder, but all were declined. These things have no effect on me. You guys should use them instead. Perhaps you can even break through 1 or 2 cultivation stages and then better protect me. Chun Yin found this rather strange. The reaction from Dog Elder definitely wasn't the typical reaction a cultivator would show upon seeing a treasure. It seemed to carry a flavor of deep weariness. Give me your hand, Chun Yin suddenly said. Dog Elder hesitated slightly. Seeing the expression on Chun Yin's face, Dog Elder smiled and still reached out his hand. Although revealing part of his secret wasn't ideal, letting Chun Yin know wouldn't be a bad thing either. After studying the Benjing, Danjing, Chun Yin hadn't only gained some knowledge about alchemy, he had also developed some understanding regarding the body's anatomy and the medicinal principles for treating injuries. A stream of spiritual energy entered Dog Elder's body from his arm. carefully scanning inside before withdrawing. Chapter 217, It's Choking. Qin Yan, who rarely fell into silence, did not speak immediately. His expression appeared conflicted, his eyes complex. There are some problems you can't solve. Don't take it to heart. Big Uncle Dog seemed quite open about it, although clearly disappointed deep down. Qin Yan had always known there must be some secret about Big Uncle Dog. Otherwise, his way of doing things wouldn't be so seasoned. This definitely wasn't the level of insight and vision an ordinary Heaven Sovereign stage expert should have. Moreover, whether during battles or when encountering the devouring force, Big Uncle Dog never seemed too surprised, as if he had experienced such situations countless times before. At that time, Qin Yan had already developed suspicions in his heart. Yet suspicion was one thing. Those matters were trivial enough that he hadn't wanted to ask. Today, however, a sudden urge struck him, and upon probing, he discovered something highly suspicious. It seemed like Big Uncle Dog had a severe hidden injury and had been sealed somehow. According to Qin Yan's speculation, sect leader Qin Ningxue probably didn't know this either. Furthermore, Big Uncle Dog likely never intended to tell anyone this secret. Qin Yan was just an accident. What exactly happened? When you're walking in the martial world, how could you not have enemies? I met one enemy I couldn't beat, and so I ended up like this. I don't believe you. Although Big Uncle Dog's answer was smooth and his expression sincere, showing no sign of lying, Qin Yan clearly knew the other party wasn't telling the truth. He straightforwardly declared, I don't believe you. Big Uncle Dog's face stiffened, then he let out a bitter laugh. Why would I lie to you? What benefit would that bring me? Ordinary people might have stopped here, but Qin Yan was different. Then why don't you tell me what harm it would do me if you lied? This minor dispute attracted the attention of Tianlang and Old Ghost. Everyone gathered together as Qin Yan explained what he had detected. Both Old Ghost and Tianlang had rich experience, having built their perspectives over years. Upon hearing some of the characteristics, they almost immediately reached conclusions extremely close to the truth. Big Uncle Dog didn't even get a chance to speak. Guessed so accurately were the two. Meeting an enemy is probably true, but the reason you couldn't defeat him was because he didn't want to kill you. He must be trying to obtain something from you, and you must have some other entanglements with him. Otherwise, even someone at the Heaven Sovereign stage wouldn't have such a result. Tianlang chimed in at this point. My guess is you didn't escape either. He actually let you go. Seems like your relationship isn't purely hostile, probably. The more Old Ghost and Tianlang spoke, the more embarrassed Big Uncle Dog looked. These are all old stories. Why make such a big deal of them? Qin Yan shook his head. Judging by Big Uncle Dog's expression, it was clear he was about to talk. However, now that you want to speak, I suddenly don't feel like listening anymore. All right then, we won't ask anymore. Let's continue cultivation. We're still far from Xiantian's sect. After leaving these words, Qin Yan sent a mental message to Tianlang and Old Ghost. So harmonious was the threefold Vichit, that almost simultaneously they turned around. Those to cultivate did so, and those to meditate sat to meditate. Big Uncle Dog sat alone at the spot, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, wanting to speak but finding no audience. It almost choked him to death. But although Qin Yan appeared to be meditating beside him, actually he had sunk his spiritual awareness into the mountain and sea chart. Within, treasures collected from daily check-ins piled up one after another, many of which hadn't been sorted through. He knew what was really happening inside Big Uncle Dog. There was a seal, and there were hidden wounds. As long as he could resolve even part of them, Qin Yan believed he could help restore Big Uncle Dog's power to some extent. As for the exact degree of recovery, or what kind of power Big Uncle Dog originally possessed, he didn't know. Not only the items delivered by the check-in system, but even the 6th-tier pills previously extorted were inspected. Indeed, he found some helpful things for healing hidden injuries, though not a single one that could break the seal. Right now, what Qin Yan urgently needed was something that could break seals. Without breaking the seal first, even consuming divine herbs and rare treasures wouldn't help. Because his spiritual energy was sealed, it couldn't circulate properly, and thus, the effects of the treasures couldn't reach the injured areas. During this journey, Old Ghost and Tianlang had become quite coordinated partners with each other. These two guys weren't bad either. Both used the devouring force, and between them there was new exchange and improvement in techniques of power application. Tianlang also possessed powerful soul energy, so Old Ghost had given the soul puppetry technique he previously intended for Qin Yan to Tianlang instead, and the results were indeed surprisingly good. Tianlang originally fought with a style that was agile and domineering in close combat. But after being with Old Ghost, that despicable old fart, he immediately transformed into a sneaky creep who liked lurking in the shadows and ambushing. After these few days of fighting, Tianlang had become increasingly sneaky in battle. He used the soul puppetry technique to control weaker beasts as bait, luring enemies into traps before cooperating with Old Ghost to finish them off using devouring force. This hunting method, although simple, was efficient and unlikely to result in injury. We're almost there. In the distance, the great mountain of Xiantian's sect was already visible. Truth be told, it really was befitting of Xiantian's sect's widespread reputation. The sect's domain was indeed mighty beyond doubt. Just looking at the distant mountain gate, one could guess at the bustling prosperity within. Comparing it to Yusho sect, the gap between the two was quite significant. Yet Qin Yan felt not the slightest bit of discouragement. With him around, he believed he definitely had a way to restore Yusho sect to its ancient glory. What do we do next? Are we really going inside Xiantian's sect? Big Uncle Dog asked a key question. Qin Yan shook his head. He was also present when Old Ghost devoured Old Seven Lu. The specific location of White Mist Mountain should be somewhere around the mountain gate. but which mountain had thick fog would only become clear after getting closer. Xuan Yin glanced at the surrounding scenery and estimated they were still too far. The mountains here seemed to show not a bit of mist. As they continued moving closer, more and more people appeared along the way. Although they tried their best to avoid detection, the chance of being exposed grew increasingly. Are there really this many disciples in Xiantian's sect? Just from the ones we've encountered here, there have already been dozens. Indeed, there's quite a number of people. Xuan Yin wasn't particularly surprised about the number. After all, their sect gate was large, and having many people inside was only normal. Glancing toward the nearby waterfall, Xuan Yin decided to jump down it with everyone else. With several splashes echoing through the air, the water below the falls suddenly came alive with voices. Did you guys just hear something? It sounded like something falling into the water nearby. Could it be someone spying on us who accidentally fell in? Xuan Yin suddenly felt a dangerous aura drawing near. Wow, he originally thought this place would be a good hideout to avoid detection, never expected to ride the current straight into a bathhouse. And what was worse, the place was filled with female cultivators. At first, when they had plunged into the water, he hadn't looked carefully. Now, as he glanced toward the nearby area, he spotted several long white legs moving his way. No good, absolutely cannot be discovered. Xuan Yin thought so himself, but the others hadn't yet recovered their senses. Old Ghost and Tianlang had absolutely no self-awareness at all. They directly popped their heads out of the water, about to ask where Xuan Yin and Dog Uncle had run off to when suddenly they heard screams coming from not too far ahead. Oh, there's a man. There's a man here. After the scream, there was a brief moment of silence, followed by a torrent of spells and attacks. People even threw their weapons directly at them. The water below the waterfall had been completely vaporized, and a massive crater had been blown into the ground. One individual alone couldn't cause such devastation. But combined, the disciples' attacks were truly terrifying. Thankfully, both Tianlang and Old Ghost could use the power of absorption, completely swallowing the force of the attacks, while also absorbing a portion of their energy to recover their strength. Quickly, get out of here, don't stay a second longer. Xuan Yin rushed toward the nearby forest, with Old Ghost and others right behind him. Unfortunately, it seemed that when one was unlucky, even drinking cold water could cause a toothache. The forest Xuan Yin ran into happened to be where a group of female disciples had just retreated to. Startled by the scream and hearing that a man was nearby, they had all returned to the forest on the riverbank to change clothes and prepare to leave. But now, the group of them had charged directly from the waters below the waterfall into the woods. Again, screams of recognition pierced the air, followed immediately by terrifying attacks. Some people didn't even care about their surroundings. They sent lightning spells crashing down from the sky, accidentally injuring several of their own companions. For the first time, Xuan Yin felt genuinely hunted like a fugitive, though in any case, escaping from that place really was a stroke of good fortune. When he finally felt like he had shaken off the female disciples and wanted to find a place to rest, he just happened to overhear Dog Uncle saying something. This place is really weird. Why was it completely empty when we looked down from above? We just jumped off a waterfall, right? Then how come there were so many people bathing below? When Xuan Yin heard this, he also recalled that from the waters below, he had looked up and couldn't locate the spot they had jumped from earlier. There wasn't even a shadow of it. It felt as if nothing existed there at all. The scenery viewed from top and bottom was entirely different. It must have been due to some illusion technique or formation array. After some thought, Xuan Yin suddenly slapped his forehead. White Mist Mountain. White Mist Mountain most likely used a similar illusion method as well. That's why when they were observing earlier, there hadn't been a single mist-covered mountain near Xiantian's sect's gate. So that was how it was. Xuan Yin voiced his guess, and everyone immediately sprang into action. If they wanted to find the correct spot quickly, splitting up would be simplest. Among them, Laoqi would probably be the safest, while Tianlang was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Xuan Yin thought for a moment and then handed his recording jade stone to Laoqi, telling them to take advantage of their journey to carry out the task of planting evidence against Xiantian's sect. Once the recording stone was set up in advance, it could gather images from the surrounding area. Later, it would appear as though, completely by chance, someone had filmed Laoqi and Tianlang strolling together near the main gate of Xiantian's sect. Once the recorded image from that jade stone was released, the two brothers from Medicine Valley would definitely notice it. The two would discover that they had spent their entire fortune buying back mere puppets that only held a faint trace of someone's aura. Such a revelation would be extremely infuriating. Perhaps not enough to kill them, but more than enough to send them completely insane. As they split up to carry out their plan, a major event was also unfolding in Bayeching. The Medicine Valley had placed the corpses of the assassins and others involved in the night of the assassination attempt all in a line on the ground outside the inn. The bodies stretched over nearly 100 meters when laid end to end. Who could possibly know what they had gone through that entire night? And all the disciples who came out were injured, each and every one. Originally, Qianshi and Qianshan had planned to take Tianlang and leave first, at the very least, safely return Tianlang to Medicine Valley. But the moment they tried to leave, Lular would show up, forcing them to stay. Lular clearly understood exactly what was going through their minds, but didn't attempt to fight or corner them directly. His goal seemed to be simply to keep the two of them here. As for who would ultimately deal with them, he didn't care at all. Qianshan and Qianshi were utterly exasperated by this. Let the disciples go back first. We can't afford these meaningless casualties anymore. As long as Tianlang remains in our hands, the disciples will remain safe. Before leaving, Xuan Yin left a task with Bao De Tan, instructing him to have the Qilin cultivator cooperate, to spread the word that the Qilin cultivator had secretly been murdered by someone from Xiantian's sect. Such a message wouldn't be suitable to record using a mirror stone. But what about the killing cultivator's mask? He never took it off, and no one else had ever touched it. Now that the mask had been retrieved, wasn't it the greatest piece of evidence? True, some might suspect that the killing cultivator had faked his death himself. But what would be his purpose? He was a lone wolf. As an assassin, you only had friends while alive. After death, you were destined to be forgotten. Did he expect someone to avenge him? Would anyone dare offend the Tamed Sect on behalf of a dead assassin? Don't even dream about it. Though Xuan and Qinsher had made their appearances when the Medicine Valley disciples departed, and even released Tianlang for a short time, the disciples still encountered ambushes on their way back. In this world, whenever there was no evidence or witnesses, people would always do anything for the slightest benefit. Upon receiving news of the severe losses among his disciples, Qinsher was consumed by anger. The entire city of Beicheng once again fell into that suffocating atmosphere, as if a massive storm were on the verge of erupting. Chen Yan, meanwhile, found himself in a rather awkward situation. "This junior brother," a voice asked, full of apparent interest. "You look quite handsome. I wonder why you've come here today." Chapter 219 Senior Disciple Shui Ryu. Chen Yan headed in a certain direction alone as they split up. Regardless of who found Bai Wuxian first, they would contact everyone immediately. They had all left some means of communication with each other. Chen Yan flew outward and arrived at the halfway point of a certain mountain. He had barely set foot when he encountered several female cultivators. At first, Chen Yan could have avoided them. He knew this wasn't Bai Wuxian and was about to leave, when he realized, unknowingly, that he had already been surrounded. After jumping down from his hiding spot among the trees, one female cultivator stepped forward and stood before him. Her face looked as if carved jade glowing with a rosy hue, a peerless beauty. The female disciples of Tamed Sect were all charming and attractive, but this one surpassed them all in beauty. Xuan Yin himself had always been quite handsome, and with his knight-errant manner of dressing and conduct, he possessed exactly the sort of charisma most appealing in the cultivation world. Though there were usually many visitors to this mountain, male cultivators were almost always denied entry past the sect's gates. Everyone in the Tamed Sect knew that this was a sect especially designated for female cultivators. Therefore, men didn't dare enter recklessly. If one happened to disturb an elder female disciple, they would face severe punishment. Although not all female disciples lived here, nearly 70% of the female cultivators in the entire Tamed Sect resided on this mountain. It had been countless years since anyone dared fly straight to this mountain, and yet today someone had appeared. "This junior brother," said Shui Ryu, who felt quite curious seeing Chen Yan here. "You look rather handsome. May I ask what brings you here?" Those able to come here were almost always disciples of Tamed Sect, yet she had never seen this person before. Although she looked young, she had grown up here since childhood, considering this place her true home. Having lived here all these years, everyone here could be considered family, and through such long association, she rarely forgot a face. Though she might not be familiar with each individual, she at least retained some impression of them. Had she seen Chen Yan before, she would definitely remember. Clearly, he could fly through the air, which meant he was no weakling. How could such a disciple have gone unnoticed by her? Moreover, it was already past the usual time for recruiting new disciples, so Chen Yan absolutely couldn't be a newly admitted student. Could he be a personal disciple brought back by some elder? Yet she had never heard any news about an elder having accepted a disciple. As Shui Ryu was pondering this, Chen Yan was secretly calculating an escape strategy. Seeing so many disciples from the Tamed Sect surrounding him, and recalling that waterfall he had seen earlier, he could now understand. It was likely a bathhouse. It seemed he had stumbled into something significant. No good. He must leave immediately. Chen Yan understood perfectly. Women, especially, were not easy to shake off. Once they latched onto someone, there would be no peace along the road ahead. "Sister Senior, please forgive me. Brother Junior has just arrived here and didn't know the rules. This was unintentional trespass during flight. Please accept my sincere apologies. I will leave right away." After saying these words, he immediately rose into the sky, attempting to escape. Shui Ryu raised her hand, summoning a surge of heavenly and earthly pressure. Chen Yan slightly frowned. The opponent possessed mid-level celestial sovereign cultivation. Was she an elder or another disciple? Not only Chen Yan was shocked, but the surrounding female disciples also showed surprise. What's going on with the big senior sister? Usually, she can't wait to chase these people off. Yet today, she stopped one instead. Do you think senior sister is interested in his looks? Nonsense. How could senior sister be so ordinary and worldly? Senior sister Shui Ryu is the most beautiful disciple in Tamed Sect, our jade immortal fairy. Although Chen Yan had been suppressed to the point he couldn't fly, he landed on the ground and overheard whispers among the surrounding disciples, thereby identifying the woman's true identity. So this woman was actually just a disciple. Given her immense power, she must know many hidden sect secrets. Since she had deliberately detained him, escaping now in plain sight seemed unlikely. Now it was just a matter of watching what she intended to do. If she suspected his identity and tried to expose him, then he would simply have to fight his way out. When flying earlier, he had employed his myriad beast transformation technique to disguise his foundation building cultivation stage, which was acceptable. At this moment, the weaker his apparent cultivation level, the less noticeable he would be. That would make others let their guard down, and if danger arrived, he could pretend to be weak and then strike decisively. Caution was always a good idea when traveling alone. Otherwise, someone at mid-level celestial sovereign wouldn't have been able to prevent him from flying unless he allowed it. "Junior brother, why are you in such a hurry? Are the views atop the mountain not beautiful enough for you?" Or perhaps the female disciples around us fail to impress you. Senior sister is joking, Xuan replied. Junior brother simply has urgent matters to attend to and has no intention of disturbing you senior sisters. Besides, men are likely not even allowed near this place, otherwise. I wonder what urgent matters junior brother could have. Shui Ryu didn't even let him finish a single sentence, continuously interrupting him with one question after another, leaving Qin at a loss for what to do. His hesitant manner only strengthened Shui Ryu's suspicions. She became convinced that this person before her was probably not even a disciple of Tamed Sect. Still, his cultivation level was only at foundation building, nothing to fear. I wonder what kind of emergency junior brother faces? Perhaps senior sister can help. After hearing this, Yin's eyes flickered slightly, though the change was subtle enough that Shui Ryu, standing at a distance, failed to notice it at all. This was the first time he had encountered someone who openly offered help to an intruder like himself, and he certainly wouldn't fall for it. There was no way this prominent senior sister hadn't noticed his suspicious identity. However, since she had already made the offer, why not go along with it? If that's the case, then I must trouble senior sister. After saying this, Yin noticed that the female disciples around them all stepped aside. Since Shui Ryu had taken over the conversation, there was no reason for them to continue blocking his path. All that remained was to watch this male and female walking side by side through the mountain, seemingly heading somewhere. As the two walked away, the younger female disciples behind them couldn't help but begin imagining scandalous scenarios, their gossiping instincts ignited. It was understandable. After all, Shui Ryu was a beauty renowned far and wide, and despite growing up entirely within Tamed Sect, she had never been this close to any man. Even the closest male disciple to her maintained a respectful distance, never standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Now, not only were Yin and Shui Ryu nearly shoulder to shoulder, but they almost looked like they were about to hold hands. Chapter 220. Testing each other's intentions. Of course, the distance between the two was actually because the female disciples stood too far away, unable to see clearly. The real distance between them was roughly shoulder width apart. Yin had no intention of moving closer deliberately. Who knew what side effects might occur after approaching? His identity could easily be exposed. Whether he was a true disciple of the sect could be verified with a simple check, and he didn't even possess an identity token. As for Shui Ryu, she was also pondering about the identity of the man beside her. Judging from his calm and confident demeanor, it was indeed quite strange that he showed no fear upon seeing her. I wonder what my junior brother needs my help with. Yin had been walking silently all along, so Shui Ryu felt she should take the initiative to open a conversation. Otherwise, she would surely be led entirely by Yin's pace. My junior brother is searching for something. I heard it's located on one of the mountains of Tamed Sect, a place perpetually shrouded in white mist. Actually, Yin was testing her as he spoke those words. This was already the most subtle clue he could give. If the other party knew where the misty mountain was and had no idea what exactly lay atop it, that would be most beneficial to him. What he feared was that she knew about Misty Mountain and was fully aware of its contents. Then, his question would raise suspicion of his true identity, likely putting her on high alert. Whether it was alerting the people of Misty Mountain or creating trouble for himself, a cultivator at the mid-Xuan stage would certainly have the capability to do either. After Yin asked his question, Shui Ryu immediately thought of the location of the Misty Mountain. Within Tamed Sect, every cultivator who reached the Xuan level had the right to visit Misty Mountain, attempt to pass the trials there, and claim a secret treasure. This could be considered one of the sect's core traditions. Ordinary sects generally did not have so many secret treasures to distribute among their disciples. The knowledge was extremely confidential. Except for those within the sect, no one else could possibly know about it. Regardless of where the information had leaked from, it meant that Misty Mountain might already be under someone's watchful eyes. Shui Ryu's first thought was to inform Misty Mountain immediately. At the very least, a message should be sent to one of the disciples guarding it so that the sentries could heighten their vigilance. If one Yin had slipped in, it was possible that there might be a second or third. At this point, any measures of strict defense were completely justified. I wonder what item has been left up there. Perhaps my senior sister could help my junior brother retrieve it somehow. When Shui Ryu said this, she had already revealed the information. She clearly implied to Yin that he shouldn't try any tricks here. She already knew his intention, that he was trying to sneak up the mountain to steal something. There was no need for him to keep pretending. Yin certainly understood the meaning behind her words, but he could not afford to confront her openly right now. That would be devastating to his plan. My lost item is quite unique. It's a family heirloom handed down from my lineage. This treasure can only be used by someone from my bloodline. Anyone else who obtained it would find it useless. Unfortunately, I do not know when it was stolen by a bandit, and my entire family was destroyed. I had no choice but to come alone to retrieve this secret treasure. Yin fabricated a tragic background for himself and conjured up a treasure that did not exist. He well knew that many of the treasures within Misty Mountain remained unrefined and thus ineffective. Rather than calling them unrefined, it was perhaps more accurate to say that some had no known method of activation at all. Saying that the treasure was his family's heirloom made it very likely to be true. If everything inside belonged to no master and was simply abandoned treasure, then whoever claimed it would rightfully own it. Shui Ryu was also a Xuan-level cultivator, not merely a gentle-hearted woman governed by sympathy. The cultivation world was inherently a ruthless battlefield of survival, where every opportunity and every treasure required ruthless striving to obtain. If his family had truly been destroyed and his heirloom stolen, and if he perished, no one would ever return those items to his family voluntarily. What was taken was taken. Still, Shui Ryu was inherently kind-hearted. If the true owner had already come to the sect seeking help, continuing to keep secrets seemed rather improper. In that case, junior brother may follow me. Perhaps I can bring you into Misty Mountain. Senior sister means it? Won't you fear being deceived by me? The more Chen Yin pressed such a question, the less likely it was that he harbored any deceptive intentions. Those who had anything to hide would normally refrain from saying anything potentially suspicious at such a moment. Shui Ryu wasn't just the eldest senior apprentice of Tamed Sect. In terms of cultivation, she was at least as strong as her own seniors. Among the current disciples of the sect, her cultivation level ranked within the top 3. Combined with her lifelong beauty and reputation as the Jade Fairy, she naturally possessed a sense of pride within the sect. She believed that whatever she personally determined to be true was essentially the truth itself, with little chance of error. With someone leading the way, Chen Yin's path forward was completely unobstructed. Everyone was simply too curious. Where exactly was the Jade Fairy's senior apprentice sister taking this person? Moreover, this male cultivator looked completely unfamiliar, and his attire clearly wasn't that of Tamed Sect. Could it be someone she'd met and befriended outside the sect? Just how close their friendship truly was, however, remained unknown. The news of Chen Yin's presence at the sect spread like wildfire and quickly reached every corner of the sect. There were no shortage of people within Tamed Sect who admired Shui Ryu. The desire to appreciate beauty was universal and bore little relationship to one's cultivation level. Senior apprentice brother, have you heard? It seems like senior apprentice sister's close friend has come to visit her. They're acting quite intimate. He's a man, and they're walking together. No one knows where they're headed. Among those who admired the Jade Fairy, the senior apprentice brother was the most prominent. Not only was his cultivation extremely strong, but he'd also known Shui Ryu the longest among all her peers. The two had known each other since childhood, growing up together like sworn childhood friends, and their relationship had been blessed and recognized by many. However, the Jade Fairy had never expressed anything definite, always simply claiming that theirs was merely the ordinary relationship between senior and junior apprentice sisters. The senior apprentice brother's affection for the Jade Fairy was deeply felt and apparent to all. Unless there were no hidden details behind this, hardly anyone would believe otherwise. Where exactly is this person you mentioned? Chapter 221, Intimate Moments. Chen Yin had no idea how many sidelong glances he had received along the way, eyes watching him with a mixture of curiosity and envy. Letting out a bitter chuckle, he glanced at Shui Ryu walking composedly by his side. Truth be told, her beauty truly exceeded his expectations. Even his eyes, which had seen countless beauties in the past, were easily captivated by her, falling into admiration without resistance. Chen Yin didn't realize that his gaze itself was also a kind of stimulation to Shui Ryu. Throughout their journey, Shui Ryu couldn't stop thinking about what was wrong with her. Normally, she wouldn't react so intensely. After all, it was just someone staring at her. How many times had people stared at her before? Yet something different lingered within Chen Yin's gaze, something that made her feel quite uneasy. Shui Ryu's cultivation technique was especially sensitive to environmental fluctuations. Whether spiritual energy or other changes, even the slightest tremor would be perceived clearly, like ripples disturbing floating duckweed. Her entire cultivation technique also granted her tremendous combat capability, as she could sense the smallest stir or intention before an opponent could even execute their technique, allowing her to immediately counterattack. Chen Yin possessed the golden pupil ability, although it had not yet manifested fully. Nonetheless, his vision carried a natural ability to pierce illusions, and this power caused subtle fluctuations, so slight that most people wouldn't notice. But for Shui Ryu, such a minuscule disturbance felt extremely clear. In this odd atmosphere, the two somehow drew closer and closer without realizing it. Arriving at a narrow path where only one person could pass at a time, neither wanted to fall behind the other. Their shoulders gently brushed together, continuing side by side. Exactly this scene was caught by the arriving Grand Elder Brother. Normally, the Grand Elder Brother was gentle and kind-hearted. At least, among his junior brothers and sisters and the unfamiliar elder female disciples, he always maintained a perfect image. But seeing the woman he had cherished for years now walking so intimately with a strange man, he felt his heart break in an instant. He glanced at the junior brother beside him, then asked calmly, "Have you already observed their entire movement path? Who are they exactly, and where are they going? Who have they encountered along the way?" From a distance, the Grand Elder Brother had been quietly tailing them. He had witnessed the two chatting and laughing as they walked along the narrow trail shoulder to shoulder. Further ahead, the path narrowed even more, allowing only space for a single person to pass. Ordinarily, few people used this road. Most chose to fly through the air above. That was exactly what made this suspicious behavior stand out all the more. The Grand Elder Brother was convinced that the young man and Shui Ryu must have some hidden relationship, potentially even cultivation partners, as his junior had guessed earlier. They had practically grown up together and were like childhood sweethearts. He had no idea when she met this mysterious man. "Senior brother," the junior brother said cautiously. This young man reportedly went directly to the mountain where female cultivators reside, looking specifically for Shui Ryu. After their meeting, something seemed off, and he quickly made an excuse to leave that mountain. Since then, they've been walking side by side, chatting and laughing all the way, and many disciples have already seen it. After hearing this, the Grand Elder Brother merely nodded slightly, his fists tightening at his sides. Chen Yin couldn't quite understand why his senior female companion had decided to walk when she could clearly fly. Right now, this narrow path only allowed space for one person. The part ahead allowed two people to pass side by side, but beyond that, The path became too tight. Though he felt something strange and thought maybe this senior sister wasn't quite right in the head, he dared not voice his doubts. After all, she was leading the way. What if he offended her and she refused to continue guiding him? Besides, they were within the sect premises. Who knew whether flying was against the rules here? And from here onwards, it wasn't far to White Mist Mountain. It made sense to walk if flying wasn't allowed nearby. Senior sister, I wonder which path we should take ahead. Actually, both of them knew in their hearts that they had to make sure the other remained within their sights and didn't wander too far. Their walking side by side had been a kind of silent precaution. Though they appeared close, both had quietly circulated spiritual energy in preparation. If the person beside them made any sudden move, they were ready to leap back and retaliate instantly. Of course, Shui Ryu wasn't worried about Chun Yin attacking her. In her eyes, he was merely a fledgling core formation cultivator, no real threat at all. Yet, to have cultivated this far despite carrying a family feud, and still dare to consider attacking someone far more powerful than himself, Chun Yin could be said to possess extraordinary courage. Unconsciously, Shui Ryu had already developed a considerable amount of admiration for Chun Yin walking beside her. Now, both of them had reached this narrowest point of the path. To continue forward meant inevitable close contact. Carrying each other was out of the question. Then, what way was there to ensure the other remained within sight and still maintain personal safety? Why don't you walk ahead, junior brother? Shui Ryu suddenly suggested. That way, senior sister can follow behind and keep a better watch over you. At the very least, I can ensure your safety. Chun Yin wasn't stupid. He immediately recognized the suggestion as nothing more than an attempt to monitor him. There was no genuine goodwill behind it. Junior brother thinks it's better if the senior sister walks ahead, Chun Yin replied. After all, you're the one leading the way. If we walk out of this narrow path and encounter somewhere with unclear passageways, it might become problematic otherwise. Chun Yin couldn't possibly entrust his entire life to a woman's hands. With Shui Ryu being at the late world ascendant stage and himself currently masking his true strength, if she suddenly decided to strike from behind, he would certainly suffer serious injury or even death. In that case, there's only one method left. Shui Ryu didn't understand why her face slightly flushed when she said this, as if suddenly feeling very shy and embarrassed. She gently extended her hand and, under Chun Yin's slightly stunned gaze, gently took hold of his hand. It posed no problem whatsoever for Shui Ryu to walk ahead, since she had no fear of someone with merely core formation cultivation. As long as their hands were joined, naturally this person wouldn't be able to escape from her side. Their tender and intimate gesture naturally fell under the eyes of the grand elder brother watching from above. Chapter 222. Truth be told, I'm actually worthless. At this moment, the junior apprentice beside the first senior brother didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy around them becoming chaotic. The first senior brother had clearly become furious. He had grown up with Shui Ryu since childhood, and hadn't even held hands with her yet. Yet now he saw her chatting and laughing with someone else as they walked hand in hand along this mountain path. Wasn't that an obvious expression of romantic affection? If initially the first senior brother merely felt intense displeasure and wanted to draw his weapon to strike down the person before him, now he wished to grind Chun Yin's bones into ash over and over again before mercilessly pinning Shui Ryu onto the bed. The first senior brother began cursing furiously in his mind, more at Shui Ryu than at Chun Yin, because in his eyes, the man walking hand in hand with Shui Ryu was already a dead man. Shui Ryu was his, and absolutely no one was allowed to take her. Chun Yin might not have blushed, but the sensation of the small hand in his, and the faint warmth of her body temperature made his mind wander. Especially from behind, the curves of the woman's figure became even more prominent. He was nearly entranced, close to drooling blood. Shui Ryu, walking slightly ahead, had a face so flushed it looked like it might drip water. For some reason, Chun Yin's gaze gave her a tingling, shivering sensation. Shui Ryu didn't realize this sensation came from her own cultivation technique. Instead, she wondered whether she had developed some unique feelings for Chun Yin. The more curious she felt, the stronger the tingling sensation from behind seemed to become. The path ahead really is quite dull, senior brother. Since the road is still long, why don't you share a little about your past? I'm quite curious, too. What kind of place is your family like? When Chun Yin heard this question, his thoughts wandered slightly. Of course, he didn't have a real family. He had completely made that part up. Yet, when the question came up, things weren't exactly as they seemed. He did indeed have a home, and the name of that home was the Beast Tamed Sect. If all she wanted was to hear stories about that place, there were indeed many interesting anecdotes to tell. Actually, I'm a useless person. This opening line immediately caught Shui Ryu's full attention. Useless? The current cultivation level Chun Yin displayed was at the core formation stage. At his age, he could easily be considered a genuine prodigy anywhere. And yet he called himself useless. How could that be? Chun Yin thought for a moment. After all, he carried the divine tortoise shell from the sacred spirit tortoise, which could definitely protect him within a short period of time. So, he decided to go all out with the performance. If he could win 1 or 2 tears from her, the next steps of his plan would go even more smoothly. With that in mind, he released his beast taming transformation. Shui Ryu felt something wasn't right and turned her head, watching in shock as Chun Yin, who was still at the core formation stage only moments ago, suddenly plummeted in cultivation level, finally stopping at only the foundation building stage. What's going on here? I just told you earlier, truth be told, I'm a useless person. Chun Yin felt no shame about this. He narrated a half-true, half-false tale about his damaged meridians and other personal experiences, and spoke about how he was treated within the Beast Tamed Sect. What is a family? A family is a place that brings warmth. The feeling of unparalleled warmth he experienced in the Beast Taming Sect made him feel like he had a truly unique harbor. Of course, everything he said was simply to complete the fabricated story, so naturally, at the end, he closed it off the same way he started. Pity, it was all destroyed in the end. Qin sighed after speaking. Shui Ryu was, after all, still a woman, and making her sympathetic with tears wasn't particularly difficult. Moreover, she truly had been moved by the family Qin described. She seemed to feel that perhaps she had inadvertently touched on a wound, so she apologized inwardly and tried to comfort him. There's no need to think too much about it. I'm sure you can find an even better place. And you're definitely not a useless person now. As long as you can cultivate, no matter whether it's at the foundation building stage or core formation stage, neither will be your final destination. Shui Ryu was already thinking about whether she should try to bring Qin into the Tamed Sect. With her personal supervision over his cultivation, his path would surely be smooth sailing. As for whether there were other reasons for wanting Qin in the sect, that was a secret only she herself knew. Let's go. The first senior brother commanded the apprentices beside him while still in midair. He immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew straight to the trail's exit, waiting there. He was waiting for the two shameless lovers to walk out. He wanted to see very much what exactly would happen next. Qin told many amusing stories, most about things that happened after he obtained the system, whether it was hiding his true strength to play the pig, eating the tiger, or various other tales. Shui Ryu was a cultivator, and one close to Qin's age. He didn't have anyone like her around him. Whether it was the dog uncle or others, their ages were all significantly different from his. In front of these people, he had to act mature, exceptionally mature, for the matters he dealt with were far beyond what ordinary people could handle. But this made a part of his life feel lacking. Shui Ryu's presence was like filling that gap. This master dog really is interesting. Shui Ryu laughed and stepped out of the mountain path first. As she emerged, she was still covering her mouth with laughter, turning her head to glance at Qin. In the eyes of the first senior brother, this very scene appeared full of affection. Junior miss, may I ask who this person accompanying you is? Why are you two wandering freely within the Tamed Sect? The moment the first senior brother asked this question, both people below looked up toward the sky. Qin silently became alert. He already knew Shui Ryu was the first junior miss of the Tamed Sect, and this man addressing her as junior brother must indeed be the first senior brother. If the junior sister had already reached the middle stage of the transcendent sovereign realm, the senior brother probably wouldn't be far behind. At the very least, he should be on the same level. Qin pondered for a moment, then activated the beast taming transformation again, though this time he still restrained his cultivation to the core formation stage. Earlier, when the first senior brother looked at Qin and saw no sign of cultivation, he felt puzzled. Qin's meridians were damaged. He was regarded as a good-for-nothing in cultivation, unless he revealed it intentionally like he had just done to Shui Ryu. Otherwise, no one could tell his actual level. But now, with the beast taming transformation active, when the first senior brother looked again, he only saw a mere core formation stage insect, unworthy of serious concern. His attention thus completely shifted toward his junior sister, clearly waiting for her explanation. May I ask what brings senior brother here? Is there anything inappropriate about a junior sister walking around the sect with a friend? Shui Ryu's words indirectly confirmed that there was indeed some sort of relationship between the two. Upon hearing this, the first senior brother briefly showed anger on his face before quickly concealing it. Chapter 223. Good weapons, but not the right person. Qin, standing at the side, listened with growing disbelief. What the heck was going on? Why did it feel like these two were about to start fighting? This wasn't his doing at all. It had nothing to do with him. He was just about to play ostrich and keep his mouth shut, choosing to stay quietly at the side. The relationship between me and my junior brother is far more intimate than the one I have with senior brother. When Qin heard this sentence, he suddenly felt a cold chill creeping up his spine, as if he'd been targeted by something poisonous and slithery. What was this nonsense about being close? What exactly had the two of them done? He suddenly lifted his eyes and saw the murderous look on his senior brother's face. Qin realized that hiding was no longer an option. The other party had already included him in their plans. Even if he managed to avoid confrontation for a while, they would definitely settle the score later. Though he didn't intend to stay here long, he just needed to handle the White Mist Mountain matter and secure the treasure before leaving. It was impossible to proceed smoothly with his plan if he was being targeted. At this point, the better strategy was to figure out how best to deal with this annoying person. Well then, I'd like to hear from you, my junior sister, exactly what kind of relationship the two of you have. Shui Ryu seemed to have found a vent, suddenly bursting with words, speaking eloquently and continuously. If senior brother insists on knowing, then of course my junior sister is more than happy to satisfy your curiosity. We've held hands and walked side by side, even vowed our lives to each other, and even embraced. Qin, listening at the side, was nothing short of horrified, unable to understand what was going on. Walking hand in hand. Was that something really out of the ordinary? Weren't there plenty of people holding hands in this world? Could it really be considered a crime? And the way this was being brought up, laced with resentment, it was clear that senior brother hadn't given Shui Ryu an easy time in the past. He guessed he wasn't the first to be approached like this. Some people had probably received quiet warnings behind the scenes, avoiding Shui altogether. He had merely drawn open confrontation because his own actions had been too blatant. Junior brother, I'm giving you fair warning. If you made it to Heaven's Pillar Sect, you'd better focus all your attention on your cultivation. Absolutely no devious thoughts about anything else. And if you do, you'd better be prepared to pay with your life. After hearing these words, Shui Ryu directly pulled out her weapon from her ring. She was furious. In the past, when this happened, things were mostly dealt with behind one's back, and each time he learned about it, he was never able to confront the person. It had always been left to the other person's own decisions. Now that there was someone who gave him special feelings standing nearby, before he'd even had the chance to get to know the person better, he was already being subtly warned in front of everyone. How could he possibly tolerate that? Zhou Minhao, get down here. From the moment he appeared, senior disciple Zhou Minhao had maintained a lofty, high and mighty demeanor, flying in the sky without ever landing. Shui Ryu summoned a long sword into her hand, firing an arc of sword chi upwards. Though the attack wasn't particularly deadly, dodging it would cause face-losing embarrassment, while blocking it would seem undignified. Zhou Minhao was always a person who cared a great deal about appearances. Wanting to show off a little, he intentionally radiated his spiritual energy, forming an armor-like barrier around his body that directly deflected the attack away. Why, junior sister, are you protecting him so fiercely? From what this senior knows, haven't the two of you only just met today? Zhou Minhao continued his persistent questioning about their relationship, unconvinced by Shui's earlier angry words or the various sight-obscuring illusions she had conjured up. So what if it's the first time meeting? Does that mean we can't hit it off instantly? Must we, like you two, have grown up together all these years only to discover in the end that you're an unqualified scumbag? Backed into a corner, Shui Ryu finally blurted out something he hadn't intended on sharing. The truth of his childhood connection with the senior disciple. Indeed, the two had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together since young, knowing everything about each other's past. Throughout the sect, everyone had believed these two were destined to become a couple. However, the end result was that they not only failed to end up together, but actually became like bitter enemies, choosing never to interact again, an outcome that left everyone puzzled. And with two junior disciples also present, Zhou Minhao certainly wouldn't allow Shui Ryu to badmouth him in front of his young underlings. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled out a long spear from his own storage ring as well. Truth be told, Zhou Minhao holding the long spear did look rather impressive, truly giving off a somewhat immortal-like aura. That spear radiated a chilling aura beneath the sunlight, mighty and awe-inspiring. A fine weapon. Chen Yin quietly muttered that line. But honestly, who among those present had low cultivation skills? After hearing this, each person displayed a different expression on their face. Shui Ryu slightly furrowed his brows, but remained silent. As for Zhou Minhao and the two juniors who accompanied him, all of them nearly simultaneously revealed their own weapons, proudly showing off with a sense of admiration. Originally, they always acted condescendingly, even inside the Tamed Sect's eastern quarters. They always felt superior, as if others were merely cattle or servants, while they themselves were the elites. Even though everyone was studying cultivation within the same sect, simply having been given slightly higher rankings or being called senior brothers made them feel much better than others. If they had entered training together on the same day, perhaps now it wouldn't be so clear who'd be stronger. But Zhou Minhao didn't care about that. This spear originally wasn't even his own. It had been won in a duel from a disciple who lost and gave it to him. Chen Yin, just after he finished complimenting them and watching them finish their display, suddenly revealed a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth, pretending as if he knew nothing, muttering again. Although these weapons are quite good, the people wielding them are truly questionable. After this sentence was spoken, the expressions of the few people instantly changed. The previous feeling of pride completely vanished, as if their throats had been tightly gripped, leaving them suffocating with discomfort. You brat, you're asking for death. This time, it wasn't just the senior disciple who wanted to make trouble for Chen Yin. The two juniors beside him were already unable to contain themselves, burning with the urge to attack. However, with the senior brother present, they simply couldn't bring themselves to strike first. Chapter 224, Simply Too Many Treasures. These days, even a junior brother should have some sense of propriety. How could one steal the spotlight from their own leader? If they hadn't even given a heads up and just launched attacks directly at Chen Yin, wouldn't that be robbing their own leader's opponent of the chance to fight? At this moment, the two men turned their heads to look at Zhou Minhao, as if seeking his approval. Zhou gave a subtle nod, then pulled his long spear behind his back and stood there, wearing a cold and indifferent expression. All he needed to do now was to keep his junior female apprentice from interfering. As long as she didn't join the fight, he had countless methods to ensure Chen Yin disappeared silently into the conflict below. These two so-called underlings were far more than simple followers. They knew plenty of the dirty deeds he'd done, and naturally, they themselves had also left certain incriminating evidence in Zhou Minhao's hands, those so-called compromising materials. Both of them carried some poison and hidden weapons as well. If during the fight one could distract Chen while the other attacked, killing this weakling with inferior cultivation wouldn't even take a minute. Junior sister, if you now denounce your relationship with this man and come with me, perhaps there's still a chance for me to spare his life. Then your senior brother might also consider. Zhou hadn't even finished his sentence before he was directly interrupted by Shui Ryu. I wonder what my senior brother plans to consider next? How to make me keep quiet? Or which method would be best to control me? Chen Yin had no time to pay attention to the confrontation above. His current state was quite dangerous. He couldn't openly use his devouring power, and could only skirt around its use. These two opponents, though, were both solid Tianzuan experts. Although they had just entered the Tianzuan initial stage, no matter what cultivation level, the hits still hurt exactly as they should. Not the slightest bit forgiving. These two seemed to have well-matched weapons. One had a chain, the other wielded a mace. If both attacked together, one could imagine Just as you got bound by the chain, you'd be crushed by the mace into a pulp of flesh, not even the slightest chance for defense. This couldn't go on like this. Xuan muttered quietly in his mind, and immediately pulled out a turtle shell of a saint spirit. A faint green glow enveloped him. The chain simply could not bind him. It would just bounce away upon contact. As for the mace, it indeed could hit the protective barrier created by the turtle shell. But it was a pity. Such an attack wasn't nearly enough to breach the defense, not even enough to cause a tremble in the barrier. What's wrong? Did the two of you forget to have breakfast before coming here? Your strength is that weak. Like this, don't even think you can capture this, Xuan. Each time Shui Ryu tried to get involved in the battle below, an invisible force gently pulled her back. One could say that even before drawing her weapon, she had already fallen behind and could only watch the battlefield below, waiting for someone to gain the upper hand first. If Xuan won, then it would be fine. But if those two won, then all would be lost today. This place was remote, possibly with no passerby at all. If Zhou Hao had any malicious intentions, perhaps she would be trapped here immediately. One could imagine what might happen afterward. But she no longer needed to worry about all that now. It seems that my senior brother's two trusted subordinates aren't very impressive. They couldn't even crack my young master's defense. Such trash. When Shui Ryu saw the scene below, she was slightly shocked. She was also quite curious about the strange item he used to defend. What exactly was this treasure that could withstand the attacks of two true Tianzuan experts? Though only at the initial stage, they were still authentic Tianzuan cultivators, not some ordinary Jindan experts to be compared lightly. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. As everyone knew, even the weakest Tianzuan expert could single-handedly take on several Jindan experts working together. Now the situation was, I have no wish to fight either of you, but if you continue like this, I may have to make my move. When Xuan spoke these words, he tried to appear cool and aloof, but in the ears of others, it sounded entirely like arrogant provocation. Stop wasting words. Although we can't break your defense, you, with your puny cultivation, want to defeat us? Just dreaming. Xuan smiled slightly. He had actually already thought of a solution to this problem. During the previous fight, in a moment of urgency, he had taken out the Saint Spirit's shell, which gave him an idea. His cultivation might not be openly enhanced, as he still needed to lull Shui Ryu nearby into a false sense of security. After all, this was still their sect's territory, and his plan was to completely empty the treasure vault of Baiwushan Mountain. Who could predict whether Shui Ryu, who stood at his side now, would betray him or play some other trick when that time came? To avoid such a scenario, Xuan needed to take precautions against his exceptionally beautiful senior apprentice sister. There were many ways to enhance one's combat strength. If direct enhancement of his cultivation was not possible, then he would enhance the treasures used in battle. He had everything he needed, above all, treasures. You say I can't defeat you? Think again. Boom. Suddenly, Xuan drew out a long sword exuding a strong aura from his storage ring. This sword seemed to carry a seal upon it, and if unlocked, could unleash massive destructive power. Xuan extended one hand and touched the familiar seal, breaking the outermost layer. The devastating energy unleashed immediately caused minute changes to the surrounding terrain. Fissures appeared on the small path and the distant hills behind him. At any moment, it seemed, they could collapse and be buried. Pure destructive energy? What exactly is this thing? Zhou Minhao showed extreme shock, and not just him. Everyone on the scene wore expressions of utter astonishment. Xuan had obtained this treasure during one of his check-ins. But this treasure hadn't brought him much delight. It was a consumable item. Each time a seal was broken, it could unleash a wave of destruction. Though the number of seals might seem considerable, and although it had the shape of a sword, in actual usage, it was nothing like a sword at all. It was rather inconvenient to handle. Chapter 225, The Power of Destruction. Ordinary artifacts of this kind usually could still generate sword chi or blade chi, releasing this destructive power outward in a focused direction. But the one in his hand was different. After breaking its seal, the energy radiated outward in all directions, incapable of being concentrated. It couldn't form an effective attack. At best, it could only be used to break seals in dangerous situations, nothing more than a desperate last resort. Because one of its traits was that it could simultaneously break multiple seals. If several seals were removed at once, the resulting destruction it could unleash would be immensely powerful. At close enough range, it could indeed result in mutual annihilation. However, this also revealed another flaw in the artifact. Once the power erupted, there was absolutely no defensive effect provided to the person wielding it. Originally, objects filled with such destructive force were usually considered extremely powerful and valuable. But this item in front of him gave him no reason at all to view it as precious or worth preserving. Even if he discarded it and had another clan put it up for auction, it would be seen as useless, an item no one would really want. It was only really useful as a last resort for a dying man to take down his enemy. The moment the destructive energy erupted, the people on the scene were all momentarily startled, still trying to figure out what exactly this strangely shaped longsword was. Shui Ryu was especially curious. If he already had such a powerful treasure, why would he seek out the Baiwu Mountains? Could it be that the family heirloom they were looking for was even more valuable than this artifact containing such a terrifying destructive power? Everyone knew that destruction was already regarded as an extremely powerful force in the cultivation world, an energy that could be considered unrivaled in terms of destructive capability. Throughout history, countless cultivators had sought to master this force. Although a few had succeeded, those who did so all ended up with terribly short lives. Anyone who mastered such power inevitably became a public enemy of the entire cultivation world. No one dared to allow these individuals to grow stronger, for once they did, the balance of the entire world could be destroyed. One individual dominating an entire age, so great that the entire cultivation world would tremble before them. The more powerful and influential people were, the less they wished to see such events occur. That was why they went to such great lengths to capture young talents and use them for their own benefit. Those with authority and might would go to any lengths imaginable. They feared being surpassed and had no intention of being surpassed. In their quest for greater power, they wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary. Kid, if you hand over this treasure, I'll let you and your junior leave unharmed. If you're even willing to tell me where you obtained it, I might even give you some extra spirit stones. How does that sound? Xuan had no intention of believing the words his senior was saying at this moment. But since the other party had actually proposed such a tempting deal, it showed that he truly desired this artifact, so much so that he seemed determined to obtain it. Senior Shrishong, the words you speak have absolutely no credibility. If you want me to hand this over, you'll at least have to offer me some proof to convince me to trust you. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy the item than let it fall into your hands. Realizing that the opponent truly cared about this weapon, Xuan decided he needed to press the advantage. Once his hand touched the seal on the artifact, pulling it off would cause another slight leakage of the destructive force contained within. And this time, one seal wasn't enough. He even hooked his fingers on another seal, pulling off 2 at the same time. This item had a total of 49 seals. Over time, experiments had been conducted, and just now during its use, about 6 or 7 had already been consumed. However, the total number kept decreasing steadily. This kind of item was essentially a one-time consumable. Using too much meant that less would be left for those who acquired it later. That was why things like spiritual springs or rare cultivation treasures, when auctioned off, always came with clearly labeled usage values, such as only having 1 use remaining or mentioning that certain elements had already been taken. Zhou Minhao saw Xuan pull off 2 more seals without hesitation, and the aura emanating from it was now incredibly strong, even more terrifying than the earlier destructive force. It caused fear and trembling. He had also noticed the difference in Xuan's actions compared to earlier. Evidently, each seal represented a certain quantity of destructive power, and breaking a seal would unleash the corresponding level of force. Earlier, 2 had been torn off, which was why the power had increased. Suddenly, Zhou Minhao had a realization. What if all the seals were ripped off at once? Suddenly, he felt as if he had just realized something of immense importance. This item, whether handed over to the sect or kept for himself, would undoubtedly be a top-tier treasure. Sometimes people get blinded by what's right in front of them. Often in such situations, all they could see was the benefit, not the risks, nor the hidden dangers lurking behind that benefit. Xuan didn't continue tearing off the seals. Instead, he held it in his hand like a regular object, appearing ready to launch an attack at any moment, which was actually a deliberate misleading illusion. If one tried to use this thing like a longsword, the sealing objects on it were in no way sharp. Moreover, the surface sealing strips wouldn't naturally come off during a fight. Therefore, it could practically only be used as a decorative stick to intimidate others. His spiritual energy couldn't even flow through this item. Even if he wanted to use it like a sword, he couldn't channel any sword techniques or sword intent through it. It was as if this object was an insulator for spiritual energy. Little friend, you can name any condition you want, and I might agree as long as you ask for it. This item in your hand is extremely important to me. It might even be something I lost back then. When Xuan heard this, a faint, knowing smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Looking at Zhou Minhao, who was standing there lying so blatantly, he almost didn't know what to say. Truly someone without shame, someone who stepped all over his own dignity. However, people with such a personality were destined to be like venomous snakes, making him feel an underlying sense of danger. He had to find a way to kill this guy right here. Earlier you said if I handed this over, I could leave with Shui Ryu. But how can I be sure that after handing it over, you won't turn around and use it against us? When Zhou Minhao heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. This sentence indicated that his offer might actually work. Chapter 226, Twin Swords in Motion. Don't worry about this matter, Zhou Minhao said, his expression extremely sincere as he swore. I, Zhou Minhao, hereby pledge upon my Dao heart that I shall never use any treasure imbued with destructive power against you. As he swore, his face appeared genuine and resolute, but Xuan's eyes still held no trace of amusement. His gaze remained cold, utterly devoid of warmth. This guy was simply playing the most basic wordplay game. He claimed he wouldn't use that particular treasure against them, yet he didn't say anything about using other items to strike at them. And by specifically emphasizing the word, I, did it imply that his 2 companions could still use those destructive artifacts to block them? There were simply too many loopholes. If he wanted to play word games, then why not play them more thoroughly? Brother, Xuan replied, saying it this way is somewhat meaningless. Why don't we change those words and have you recite it the way I say it? How about that? When Zhou Minhao heard this, his expression slightly changed, yet he still smiled and waited for Xuan to continue. I think it should go something like this. If brother were to obtain this treasure and yet still attack Master Su Ryu and me, then brother's future cultivation path would be doomed to stagnation, and he would ultimately meet a tragic death before the gates of Xiantian's sect. Xuan spoke as if being reasonable, but the content itself was deeply chilling. To demand that someone would die tragically before the sect gate, although it was a solemn vow, this seemed excessively severe. Brother, my intention is not to bargain with you, Su Ryu interjected, but merely to test your sincerity. If even this minimal sincerity is lacking, then perhaps this deal is no longer worth pursuing. With that, Su Ryu stopped, knowing that moderation was necessary in every situation. If brother can sincerely swear, naturally, this younger brother will present the treasure with both hands. At this moment, all present looked toward Zhou Minhao, who showed a series of changing expressions. But in the end, he didn't make the vow. Brother, you're truly being amusing. Since it's your own treasure, how would this elder brother even consider taking it? Zhou Minhao pulled out the long spear behind his back, slashing it through the air at that moment. A semicircular arc of spear force flew straight toward Chen Yan. The power emitted from this strike gave one a feeling of absolute supremacy. The terrifying might surged forth, causing the Saint Spirit Xian turtle shell that Chen Yan had displayed before to vibrate repeatedly. Chen Yan's eyebrows lifted slightly. Unexpectedly, this guy's strength was indeed remarkable. However, based solely on what had just been demonstrated, it was still impossible to defeat him. It seems Zhou Minhao himself didn't expect that even with his cultivation at the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm, he couldn't overcome such a small protective barrier. Judging from the looks of it, this was an exceptionally rare defensive magical treasure. If he could acquire it as well, his combat power might reach an even higher level. The more treasures Chen Yan possessed, the less likely Zhou Minhao was to let him off. Whether it was due to stealing his lover or due to the valuable items on Chen Yan, he had already become a target on his must-kill list. Since Zhou Minhao had already taken the initiative to attack, his two companions naturally weren't idle. Everyone immediately plunged into chaotic combat. Shui Ryu once again unsheathed her longsword, entering into battle using the double sword technique. Her sword techniques were incomplete when executed with only one sword. Completeness could only be achieved if someone else joined in a synchronized sword dance. Little sister, he said, this sword technique was taught to you by senior brother. I never thought it would ultimately be turned against your very teacher. I believe senior brother's words might not be entirely correct. At this point, Shui Ryu's voice carried an icy undertone. Although it was indeed senior brother who retrieved the sword manual back then, let's not dwell on the teaching aspect. If it weren't for senior brother's desire to take advantage and harass his junior sister, Shui Ryu would never have gone directly to the master to request personal instruction in this technique. This was something that had happened long ago. Although there had always been rumors swirling around Zhou Minhao back then, he managed his public image exceptionally well, allowing no room for complaints, and making people wonder if those rumors had been inaccurate. Shui Ryu and the big Shishong, big senior brother, were childhood friends, so naturally, at that time, she had leaned more toward trusting the senior. Yet during that particular sword practice session, he had started touching her inappropriately more than once. Eventually, his advances became even more brazen, making Shui Ryu finally realize exactly what kind of person her senior brother truly was. And when she tried to resist, he even brandished a drugged handkerchief and other items, clearly intending to force himself upon her. If it weren't for the amulet on Shui Ryu's body at that time that blocked the effects of those substances and allowed her to escape from the courtyard, who knows what might have happened. From that point on, any childhood friendship between her and big senior brother was gone for good. On the surface, they were still fellow disciples of the same sect, occasionally meeting face to face and still exchanging greetings when they met, yet in private, they no longer had any contact whatsoever. But big senior brother wasn't about to let such a cooked duck fly away. He spread word everywhere that he favored Shui Ryu. With his status and strength, naturally many people were too intimidated to even approach her, often receiving scolding and deliberate difficulties for getting close. All of this behavior only deepened Shui Ryu's disgust toward him. It was during that time that the nickname Fairy Jade came into being. On one occasion, Shui Ryu led a team on an outside mission for beast hunting and assessment when a sudden crisis occurred. She was dressed entirely in white, her white dress flowing. With twin swords in hand, she launched into a sword dance, cutting down the attacking beasts in a single motion. Throughout the entire battle, not a single drop of blood had stained her white attire. Her graceful movements were like a celestial being descending from heaven, dancing amidst the mortal world. Thus, it was then that she gained her elegant title of Fairy. Combined with the elegance of a beauty like Jade, and especially since her name, Shui Ryu, also contained the character for Jade, she came to be called Fairy Jade. Junior sister still harbors some misunderstandings about what happened back then, but it's alright. When a suitable opportunity presents itself, and we're alone together in a room, senior brother naturally knows how to resolve the awkwardness between us. At that point, we can become inseparable soulmates. How beautifully poetic would that be? A cold sneer played across Shui Ryu's face. At a time like this, he still dared to speak such nonsense to deceive her. Senior brother, don't you think Shui Ryu is too easy to fool? It's still broad daylight. It's not time for dreaming yet. As she spoke, the twin swords in Shui Ryu's hands moved again, spinning into a breathtaking dance. In that moment, a beautiful sight beyond words unfolded. Chapter 2:27 Little Junior Fellow Cultivator. Chen Yan currently felt no pressure at all in this battle. These two simply couldn't break through his defense. Watching the long sword dancing overhead, he found the sight quite breathtaking. Chen Yan stood there like a mere spectator with his turtle shell raised. Meanwhile, the two juniors of the senior apprentice brother were suffering greatly. If they kept attacking, they looked like fools. If they didn't, their senior brother would never let them off the hook. Each attack they launched crashed against the defense upheld by Chen Yan's saintly spirit mystical turtle shell, not even stirring the slightest ripple. They didn't notice that the aura emanating from Chen Yan's body had already changed. Previously, he had only been at the core formation stage, But now, his fluctuating energy had reached the celestial sovereign stage, and it continued to grow stronger steadily. It was simply that the transformation was slight and gradual, which caused them to remain oblivious. Above, Zhou Minheo's long spear was no ordinary weapon, with golden dragons often soaring out with his spear techniques. These golden dragons greatly disturbed Shui Ryu. Chen Yan keenly realized that the twin sword combined technique Shui Ryu was employing didn't seem to have originally been meant for solo use. Many of the moves above had gaps in between, lacking connection. And during those exact moments was when she was weakest, something the current senior brother seemingly understood perfectly. Though Chen Yan didn't know why Zhou Minheo knew Shui Ryu's techniques so well, he did know one thing. If this continued, Shui Ryu would definitely lose. This was precisely why he had elevated his cultivation to the celestial sovereign stage via the 10,000 beast transformation technique, to at least ensure sufficient strength when it came time for him to intervene. Junior sister, it seems like all these years you haven't improved at all. Could it be you've been persistently practicing this twin sword technique just because you're still holding out for a companion to dual wield with you? As if you'd ever deserve that. If previously Shui Ryu had still tried to maintain some dignity, that single humph from just now utterly shattered all pretenses. Zhou Minheo's face immediately darkened. The might exploding from his spear grew even more powerful. The reason Shui Ryu had kept practicing this twin sword formation was, on one hand, because she genuinely adored the sword techniques. Another reason was to find her ideal partner through this art. Legend had it that only two individuals completely in sync in heart and mind could successfully master this combined formation. But Shui Ryu had never found the right person. As for this senior apprentice brother before her, although he had been the one to give her these sword arts, she didn't feel indebted at all. What kind of person was Zhou Minheo? What had he done? Her own status as a senior sister meant she knew the truth all too well. Had it not been for her status as the senior apprentice sister, she probably wouldn't have known the truth until one day. While on a journey outside, she returned to the sect and unexpectedly caught sight of a junior female apprentice exiting Zhou Minheo's residence. At that time, their relationship hadn't soured yet. The senior apprentice brother still maintained his appearance of being a moral, upright cultivator and hadn't dared lay hands on her. But the timing of that junior sister's appearance was far too suspicious. No normal person should be wandering about at such a late hour. Shui Ryu secretly followed the junior sister to find out exactly what was going on. She found the girl heading toward a cliff edge. Had she not noticed it in time, that junior sister would probably have already jumped off the cliff. That junior sister already had cultivation at the core formation stage and was by no means weak within the sect, so she clearly hadn't been bullied or harmed. But why would she want to commit suicide without reason? Watching the girl's jumping posture at the cliff and the way she floated in midair without resistance upon being caught, it became clear that she had withdrawn her spiritual energy defenses intentionally and had prepared to plummet to her death. Shui Ryu had taken the girl back to her quarters. No matter what she said, the junior sister refused to talk, moving like a soulless corpse. It took a long time before she finally managed to break through the girl's mental walls and learned exactly what had happened. This incident marked the beginning of the conflict between Shui Ryu and Zhou Minheo. It turned out nobody had known the junior sister loved the senior apprentice brother. She had secretly admired him, and one day found a perfect opportunity to confess. Unexpectedly, after glancing at her a few times up and down, the senior brother had not verbally refused her, but merely said she could approach him whenever she needed something. To the junior sister, this was practically the happiest moment in the world. It was silent approval. With this quiet approval, her relationship with the senior apprentice brother quickly heated up, and her visits to his residence increased. But she herself didn't notice this change, nor did she pay attention to the rumors spreading quietly among the disciples. What everyone was actually saying wasn't that the junior sister and senior brother had developed feelings and were getting together, but rather that the junior sister wanted to seduce the senior brother. Of course, later on it was discovered that these rumors had actually been spread by Zhou Minheo himself through others, precisely so he could eventually wash his hands clean of everything and retreat unscathed, preserving his lofty and cold image. After their affection rapidly deepened, many things naturally fell into place. When the two woke up on the same bed, the junior sister still felt a bit happy inside, thinking she had finally become someone special to the senior brother. She didn't realize that this was only the beginning of a nightmare. One day upon returning from outside, she passed through a forest and unintentionally overheard two of the senior brother's subordinates discussing the senior brother's affairs. From the conversation between those two, she learned the truth. Zhou Minheo had never taken her seriously. He already had women, many women. Among them were some with higher cultivation than hers, and also many with lower. The junior sister couldn't accept this truth all at once and fainted unconscious in the woods. Fortunately, the two didn't notice her presence, and the fainting served as a great cover, allowing her to narrowly escape detection. But she didn't leave right away. Instead, she went out of her way to approach the senior brother's residence. When she found an opportunity and nobody was around, she sneaked inside, hoping to confront him face to face. Who could have known that, after finally getting this rare chance to enter, she heard a woman's voice calling out from inside the room. Clearly, the two were engaged in a scandalous affair. The junior sister felt both humiliated and completely heartbroken. She stood blankly at the doorway, unaware of how much time had passed, when suddenly the door opened and the senior brother, holding the woman in his arms, said one sentence to her. "How come you're here? Want to join us?" That one sentence completely shattered all of the junior sister's illusions. Her lips trembled slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. Bursting into tears, she fled from the courtyard. Chapter 228, Seeking Justice. What happened afterward was exactly as Shui Ryu knew. She jumped off the cliff and was saved, then lost all interest in food and life, her heart as cold as dead ash. It took a long time before she finally recovered, but even then, she continued living in the shadows. Her cultivation not only stagnated but regressed, and now she had barely reached the Tianzuan stage. Considering her original talent for cultivation, she should have already broken through to the middle stage of Tianzuan long ago. Shui Ryu was very clear about her junior apprentice sister's innate talent for cultivation. She never imagined this incident would affect her so deeply. As for the main culprit, her senior apprentice brother, upon sensing that things were starting to go wrong, quickly used the pressure of public opinion. He used gossip and rumors to suppress any words or evidence that could harm him, portraying the little junior sister as a ruthless woman who would do anything to gain power and status. As for himself, he presented himself as a noble and upright gentleman who had failed to notice her behavior but did not approve of it and thus refused to be involved. Her senior apprentice brother's outward demeanor and reputation were quite impressive. Therefore, when compared to the junior apprentice sister, who was barely known to anyone, everyone naturally trusted what the senior brother said. Shui Ryu had taken care of her junior sister for a long time. Their relationship gradually improved, becoming close once again. But the good times didn't last long. Every day, when Shui Ryu returned from outside, she found no trace of her junior sister wherever she looked. Considering how close they had become, truly inseparable friends who shared everything, it was unthinkable for the junior sister to just disappear. But not only was there no sign of her junior sister, there was no trace at all left behind. She asked the sisters nearby and found out that her junior sister had seemingly been invited out by someone one day and had never returned. At that moment, Shui Ryu felt something was seriously wrong. A sense of unease seized her heart, and immediately she set out to search for her junior sister, but sadly, what she eventually found was nothing more than devastating news. Her junior sister was dead. Though the details were vague, it was an irrefutable fact that she had died near the courtyard of the senior apprentice brother. When Shui Ryu stepped forward to demand justice, the senior brother avoided the issue entirely. Even worse, some of the male disciples nearby began to mock and taunt her. Only after Shui Ryu left did she receive information from a disciple who still retained a bit of conscience. According to him, that day her junior sister indeed had been summoned by the senior brother, using a rather special excuse. He had asked for a private meeting to explain what had happened years ago. The senior brother's actions back then had long become a nightmare, haunting the junior sister's heart. Given the chance to resolve this once and for all, there was no way she would refuse. Immediately, she followed the messenger sent by the senior brother to his courtyard. But the only thing she found there wasn't just one person. A group of disciples had surrounded her junior sister, and what happened afterward, although the informant didn't say, was not hard for Shui Ryu to imagine. Her junior sister had always been very strong-willed. It wasn't hard to deduce that in the end, unable to bear the humiliation, she had chosen such an extreme path. Standing in front of her junior sister's tombstone, Shui Ryu vowed that she would surely seek justice for her. Yet not long after she made that oath, the senior brother started openly pursuing her. At that time, Zhou Minhao had no idea that his beastly behavior had been completely exposed, so he still presented himself as the perfect, charming gentleman, as usual. But to Shui Ryu, these acts were nothing more than a disguise for a well-dressed beast, utterly disgusting. Today, I will finally avenge my junior sister and seek justice for her. Shui Ryu watched as all her attacks were deflected. There had always been a difference in cultivation levels between them, but now that gap seemed infinitely widened. Shui Ryu could not die, especially not here. Zhou Minhao wasn't here to kill either. What he wanted was for Shui Ryu to submit to him, becoming his toy. A terrifying aura burst forth from the spear in his hands. This spear was a secret treasure awarded by the sect many years ago. Normally, he never released its full power during battle, but today was a rare occasion when it was fully unleashed. A golden dragon seemed to come alive from the spear, with golden light flickering across its surface. At the same time, a dragon-shaped shadow appeared behind Zhou Minhao. This dragon spear has finally met a worthy opponent today. I hope you won't disappoint it. Zhou Minhao now spoke as if he were reciting poetry, while waves of energy surged from his body, forming one formation after another around him. Shui Ryu sensed something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her opponent seemed to truly be exerting his full strength. In that case, Shui Ryu raised both swords in her hands high, bringing the tips of the two blades together. Slowly, they began to merge. During this fusion, her dance steps carried a faint glow of fluorescence. Although it was daytime, so not especially clear to see, one could still perceive the beauty within. When her dance ended, the two swords in the air had completely fused into one, swirling around her body beside her. Chun Yin knew this must be the final strike, the moment when these two would determine the outcome. But clearly, Zhou Minhao had been fully prepared. The faint, barely there smile on his face seemed very familiar to Chun Yin. It was the exact same expression he himself wore whenever he was about to pull a con. Swish. Boom. The mighty techniques cultivated by the two clashed together, and terrifying power spread outward in all directions. The surrounding mountainous area was usually deserted, so this battle did not reach the outside world or cause any disturbance. At this moment, the power these two unleashed appeared to be evenly matched. Seeing this, Shui Ryu exerted herself even harder, pushing forward the spirit sword she had just created. Victory or defeat would be decided in this one move. But Shui Ryu, after all, was caught in the thick of things, while Chun Yin below was the clear-eyed observer. From the moment he saw Shui Ryu's decision, he had already realized she was going to lose. Junior apprentice sister, you really don't understand just how vast the difference is between senior and junior apprentices. Because their cultivation realms were different, how could a mutual clash of techniques create a feeling of perfect equality? Either the senior brother had suppressed his own cultivation, or he had intentionally done so. From the moment they began preparing for that major technique earlier, formations had been arranged along the edges. These formations had not influenced the prior clash at all, but now they transformed into countless dragon-shaped shadows, rushing toward Shui Ryu. What? Ha. Junior apprentice sister, I suggest you just obediently surrender to your senior apprentice brother. 8-Direction Dragon Lock. Chapter 229, My First Kiss is Gone. At the order of the senior apprentice brother, the dragon-like shadows shot out from the formations around, all transformed into chains. They directly locked Shui Ryu in the center, rendering her immobile. Let alone continuing with the sword techniques they had been clashing with earlier, she couldn't even reverse the force of her sword moves to cut herself free from the chains. She had completely lost her ability to resist. Junior apprentice sister, actually, your senior brother has had feelings for you for a long time. Never did I expect it would take such tremendous effort to finally get close to someone so fragrant and charming. It's indeed quite tiring for your senior brother, but it's all worth it. Today, I will take your maidenhood and let you experience what true feminine pleasure feels like. Zhou Minhao said while stepping closer, his face no longer pretending to be morally upright like a hypocrite, but filled only with greed and lust. Zhou Minhao, you beast! Get away from me! After being subdued, Shui Ryu shouted loudly in rage. Both of them, absorbed in their battle, gave their all and didn't allow their attention to drift for a moment. None noticed what was happening below the battlefield. Chunyin stood there, watching everything unfold. You can keep cursing. What hardship is mine if it brings you peace of mind? Do you think you can curse someone into coming to your rescue? Ha. Zhou Minhao said, winking and making faces. He had secretly used a sound transmission talisman earlier, deliberately ordering his men to block off the surrounding area. Now, not even a passerby could be found, nor could any information escape this place. He wanted to indulge in his heart's desire, the Jade Immortal Fairy, undisturbed. As for what his men might do after this, whether they'd want to get a piece of the action, that was not his problem. If he could use this opportunity to turn Shui Ryu into a bargaining chip, or even a toy, that would be perfect. The reason why the senior apprentice brother had maintained secrecy and received covert support from others was nothing more than using special methods to grease some palms within the sect. Some matters needed to be handled discreetly, yet everything required leverage. Shui Ryu now was the most suitable chip available. Just as Zhou Minhao's hand was about to touch Shui Ryu's clothing, a streak of sword light suddenly shot up from below. Zhou Minhao was struck by a sense of dread. This attack was fully comparable to his own strength. Chunyin now held the Zhutian's sword in his hand, his displayed cultivation level exactly the same as Shui Ryu's. A ripple of spiritual energy surged from Chunyin's body, directly shattering the turtle-like defensive shield that had been protecting the forest. The two attackers were both stunned. After battling for so long and finally cracking this tough shell, before they could even enjoy a moment of joy, 2 streaks of sword light wounded them gravely, sending them collapsing unconscious to the ground, bleeding profusely. Muttering, a sin, Chunyin gave each of them a pill for healing, then flew into the sky to face Zhou Minhao. If Chunyin was a late-stage heavenly sovereign, Zhou Minhao would have already retreated. After all, even though he had subdued Shui Ryu, it was uncertain whether he could definitely defeat someone of the same cultivation level. If Chunyin found a chance to rescue Shui Ryu, Zhou would be at a serious disadvantage, so better to flee early. However, upon seeing that Chunyin was only a mid-stage heavenly sovereign, a delighted gleam flashed across Zhou Minhao's face. The power behind that previous sword chi was absolutely not something a mid-stage heavenly sovereign could unleash casually. It must have been due to some precious artifact, very likely the sword in his hand. If he could seize this treasure, just thinking about it made Zhou Minhao extremely excited. Instantly, he withdrew his dragon spear from his back and gripped it tightly. Boy, rescuing a beauty isn't that simple. Don't you worry, you might die for it. A true gentleman acts according to righteousness and refrains from what is not honorable. Deeds such as yours are despicable to me. Chunyin replied calmly. The Zhutian's sword in his hand was already vibrating slightly. To be honest, since his cultivation had improved, he had never truly fought someone of the same realm before. It was necessary to find a way to correctly measure his current abilities, and also to gain a general understanding of power levels at each cultivation stage. Chunyin had now decided to treat Zhou Minhao in front of him as his private personal training partner, a partner who would fight without holding back, exactly what he needed. The fight between the two played out in every move and every technique, slight variations in their styles clearly distinguishable. Standing at the side, Shui Ryu watched them fight, and somehow, their sword techniques looked strangely familiar. Chunyin frequently and unintentionally performed certain sword dance moves. Although he only wielded a single sword, his movements were no less nimble than his opponents, as if he too had practiced sword techniques for a long time. Yet, the reality was completely different. The reason Chunyin could perform like this was entirely due to his golden eye. During the fight between the two, he had already taken it out and used it. He could clearly see how spiritual energy was circulating within Shui Ryu's body. He himself had not cultivated any sword techniques or studied any sword manuals, and remained very eager to learn new moves. Now that such a good opportunity had arisen, he naturally didn't intend to waste it. He carefully observed the fight, selected useful Jinghua essence, and absorbed it. Then, just like that, the two's battle ended abruptly. Qilin had originally felt regret at not having more chances to learn, but unexpectedly, a new development emerged during the fight with Zhou Minhao. Qilin, try to break the chains binding me. I'll lend you a hand. After hearing these words, Qilin thought for a moment. Indeed, it was not impossible for him to win alone, but killing Zhou might prove difficult. Finding a suitable opportunity, he suddenly flashed to Shui Ruyu's side. He effortlessly shattered the golden chains around her. Before Qilin could even say anything, a sudden warmth brushed against his lips. Shui Ryu, somehow having broken free from her restraints, had immediately rushed forward and kissed Qilin directly. At that moment, only one thought echoed in Qilin's mind. Finished. My first kiss is gone. Before he could think further, a wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded his mind. Within these memories, he seemed to see the shadow of a sword manual, and now he felt as though he had fully understood the techniques contained within it. Chapter 230, Twin Swords Sing Together. This strange sensation felt as though Qilin had already traveled a great distance down this path, cultivating for many years. Holding the Zhutian's sword in his hand, he involuntarily swung it, unintentionally exuding a wonderful charm. So amazing. Qilin murmured softly, completely oblivious to the fact that beside him, Shui Ruyu's face had already flushed red, clearly too shy. You scoundrels, how dare you? Qilin right. The big senior apprentice, who had been expecting this moment for countless years, suddenly found someone else taking the initiative today. An overwhelming jealousy surged inside him. This was the very first time he had ever felt such a sensation of being cut off right before achieving his goal. Having always been viewed as a prodigy and under constant admiration, he had never before experienced such a sense of humiliation. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart, to kill the Qilin before him. Gripping his dragon spear, he prepared an attack even more powerful than his previous techniques. Behind him, the illusory golden dragon image was almost becoming tangible. The dragon spear shot into the air, directly aiming for Qilin. Golden dragon descends. Instinctively, Qilin tried to block using the Zhutian's sword in his hand. However, unlike before when he could only withstand attacks purely with his cultivation, today his movements seemed odd. A fragrant breeze drifted from beside him, subconsciously guiding his body's movements. The two seemed to be dancing gracefully together. Shui Ruyu's sword traced a mysterious arc through the air, gathering countless spiritual energies from all directions. Meanwhile, Qilin's own hand traced a similar arcane path. The spiritual energies from all directions converged before them, ultimately coalescing into a tiny, short sword in front of the pair. The sword's aura was extremely restrained, showing no outward signs of power. Boom. The massive golden dragon collided with this tiny short sword before the two. The terrifying force radiated in all directions. It seemed as if thunder had erupted from the collision of these techniques. What just happened? Qilin dai de kan la kan zuji de shou. Yo kan shang pong ban de shayur. Doi fong lang sang de hong yung rong wei toi cheer. Sufu, yin wei gong tai nagawarn, xin dongqing dongqit. Wo zhang wo la yi mun vi su. Kui zai don shijian nui, zhang zuji doi mun gong fa de go. Changgi ling yigerin. Bugua, zhiramun misu, xiao zhu go de mei jit. Xiao zhu go qing mi de guanqi. Yao shi shen chan ting dao zhihua. Chen ho shi hai bu ming bai, qi zhong han yi. Dan shan zai yi jing butong la. So wei de zhu go qing mi. Shanran bu shi putong, chan chan shou, bao yi bao, zhou nem zuo dao dat. Ke bi jing tamen jing tan tai chu tu jian man. Wei shima hui rong tai yang yi, dui Qilin zhima Ho shi Qilin zuji, do bu zhi dao. Zai zhi lu song ta ge shi, dai lai de gerjong, tur su gang dui, ding ge du yan. Zhi lang ge de, shi zai, de tai guo zhong yao. Ta zuran yang yi, chang shi yi fan. Gung ke kong zu ke zhou wei yi jing bei, zhou min hao feng sua, yu guo tamen shi bai, kong par, lang, do san bu song xing yan. Yu qi dao shi ho luo zai, zhou min hao shou li. Bu yu shan zai, zhou jiao ge le Qilin. Na tao jinlong kan qi lai wei shi chang da, bu ke zu da. Runner. Zai zhi jilia zhi de pengzhang zhi ho. Jie guo tijin si, na ba, dan jian huo sheng. Suiran zhi shi yi zhao shan sheng. Dan seng le, jiu shi seng le. Jinlong chua di shao san. Na dan jian shi yi jiu pao fu zai ban kong. Zhi seng sha, yi lu canying. Zhi bu keneng. Tenzin jing ho qi, gong ping zhiga shi wei. Yi ren dui zhan jiger tenzin zhong qi, do bu zhao sha. Qilin, yi shi, iman da man san, yi jiu lang run. Zima do bu keneng, yo ying man sai duri. Ni men zhuo le sima? Qilin yi shi shinrula. Yi zhong qi mao de zhong tai, mei you hui da, zhou min hao de zhiwan. Zhi shi jiang shou zhong, chang jian bai chu, yi zhong shen mao de zitat, jiao cha ze yi qit. The two swords reflected each other, their spiritual energies converging and gradually reshaping into the form of a single blade. Perhaps because of the Zhutian sword's superior quality, when the two swords combined, the Zhutian became the dominant form, possessing a more complete shape and far greater power. Twin swords sing together, the sword dance reaches perfection. This sword technique was exactly what Zhou Minhao himself had found for Shui Ryu. He naturally understood what the ultimate stage looked like and how powerful those moves could be. If the two truly mastered this form, they indeed could potentially stand against him, a late-stage heavenly venerable. But how could they have reached such a state in such a short time? Moreover, this wasn't something achievable simply by understanding the sword manual or having insight. It required some level of unspoken connection between the two. Chen Jin zai na zhong qi ter, ganjue zhong de chen nian, yer shu, wu fa tu ba, lang ren de yi shi fang fu, yi rong wi tit. Shui Ryu had never experienced such a feeling before, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened, her face growing even redder. She felt as if she had perhaps found the person she had always been searching for, Chen Yan, who might truly be the ideal man in her heart. The sword dance of the two initially matched the ferocity of Zhou Minheo's attacks, but as Chen Yan and Shui Ryu grew more synchronized, the power of their sword technique gradually intensified. Zhou Minheo began to struggle under their combined assault, and the protective artifacts on his body flared up in defense. After several more moves, his defensive artifacts were completely shattered. I am the senior apprentice of Tamed Sect. You can't kill me. As soon as Zhou Minheo saw his defensive artifacts destroyed, he prepared to retreat. But the moment he attempted to escape, the two of them intercepted him simultaneously. It was clear that today, they had no intention of leaving him a path to survival. This was still within the territory of Tamed Sect, and Zhou Minheo's last hope was that they would hesitate because of this. As long as they spared his life today, he would make sure these two lovers suffer for offending him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. People from Tamed Sect can't be killed. On your way to the Yellow Springs, remember to think about what you should say to your little junior sister. Chen Yin and Shui Ryu were not easily provoked individuals, and in truth, Zhou Minheo had brought this upon himself. If he hadn't previously arranged for people to block off the surrounding space, preventing any information from getting out, there wouldn't have been silence from the outside after his death. As the senior apprentice of Tamed Sect, his late-stage heavenly venerable cultivation alone should have been enough to leave a soul stone within the sect. However, under the ceiling he himself had arranged, the stone merely cracked when it sensed the end of his life, unable to transmit any final images. Chen Yin and Shui Ryu exchanged a glance at Zhou Minheo's lifeless body. Both figures flickered, moving with unspoken understanding to block Zhou Minheo's two underlings. Chapter 231, Aftermath. The two had already been greatly alarmed when they saw Zhou Minheo's death. He was the #1 disciple of Tamed Sect, and also their protector here. Now that their protector was gone, what point was there in staying? Just as they made up their minds to escape, they were cornered before they even managed to move an inch. Looking at the expressions on those people's faces, it was obvious that they wanted to deal with them harshly. Senior apprentice sister, we were wrong. These days, if you wanted to survive, you needed to kneel fast. The disciple before Shui Ryu dropped to his knees at lightning speed. As for the one in front of Chen Yan, he was more or less the same. He might not recognize Chen Yan, but he clearly understood that this was also a powerful expert. Anyway, there was no shame in kneeling to survive when they obviously couldn't fight back. Shui Ryu indeed had some hesitation regarding what to do with the two of them. After all, these two were still disciples of Tamed Sect, even if they had been aiding and abetting Zhou Minheo. But still, their crimes didn't warrant death. Shui Ryu actually had some understanding about those around Zhou Minheo. Some were truly evil and deserved punishment, while others had simply submitted to Zhou's threats and weren't truly malicious at heart. Since Shui Ryu couldn't decide, she shifted her gaze toward Chen Yan, wanting to see how he would choose to resolve this matter. What do you two think killed Zhou Minheo? After hearing this question, the two hesitated slightly. What did this question even mean? Wasn't it obvious how he died? Obviously, he was killed by someone else, and not just anyone, but an expert. Maybe even two working together. The corpse was still there. These signs could all be determined by looking at the body. Nothing could be hidden. Still, since Chun Yin asked the question, there must be something hidden within it. Perhaps by figuring it out, they could find a way to save their lives. They had already knelt to beg for mercy, so surely they could tell any lie needed to survive. He committed suicide. One of them suddenly had a bright idea and said something that caused those present to feel both stunned and speechless. Chun Yin didn't even glance at that person, but instead turned his gaze toward the other individual. Someone attacked from the outside, intending harm towards Tamed Sect. Senior apprentice brother stepped forward to resist, but unexpectedly, the enemy was ruthless and strong in cultivation, thus killing him. Seeing a trace of satisfaction on Chun Yin's face, the second person who spoke continued hastily. We rushed to assist, only to discover that the surrounding space had been sealed off by the enemy, preventing us from sending out any messages. In the end, Zhou Minheo was slain because of his severe injuries. Chen Yin nodded at him and then turned back to the first man. That first man now also became clever. Since he'd already told lies, what difference did it make what he said now? Without much effort, he learned quickly and repeated the story just spoken by the other. Chun Yin examined them carefully and then nodded in approval. Additionally, he asked the two to swear on their own Taoist cultivation hearts. Any cultivator who made such a vow wouldn't normally dare to break it unless they wished to damage their cultivation foundation irreparably, rendering further progress impossible and even potentially causing instant death. This way, although people might still harbor some suspicions about how their senior apprentice brother died, none of those still alive would dare challenge the positions held by both brothers and sisters in cultivation. In terms of status, there was no huge difference between them, yet their degrees of popularity and support were completely different. Shui Ryu, known as the Jade Fairy among female disciples, wasn't merely the most beautiful among them, but also a guardian of many female disciples. Tamed Sect was huge, and the devils and hypocrites within weren't limited only to Zhou Minheo. Shui Ryu knew that the situation here had now ended. As she landed from the air and exhaled in relief, her expression when glancing toward Chun Yin became complex. At first, she hadn't thought too much about it, but now that the battle was over, her thoughts began to move quickly. She faintly remembered how, At the very beginning, Chun Yin kept talking about how Xiantian sect had taken his precious treasures and told tragic stories about his family being wiped out. But thinking back now, there were likely many lies hidden within that account. After all, during the recent battle, he had casually pulled out the extremely powerful Zhutian sword, as well as some defensive artifacts. It was commonly known that defensive artifacts were considered more valuable in the cultivation world than offensive ones. Everyone had their own weapons, but to find or make a defensive artifact, one would require not only rare materials, but also superb craftsmanship. If Chun Yin already had such items, then saying he had come to buy Wuxian for such a so-called ancestral treasure seemed unconvincing. Could it be that his so-called ancestral treasure was even more powerful than all that? Chun Yin and Shui Ryu continued walking toward Bai Wuxian, while the two men they had just dealt with were left to handle the aftermath, disposing of the bodies and staging the scene. After finishing their task, they would leave on their own, pretending nothing had happened, and Shui Ryu's trail would be made to look like she had gone to track down the thieves. The reason Chun Yin arranged it this way was precisely because they were heading to Bai Wuxian. He thought it better to connect Zhou Minheo's death with the theft from Bai Wuxian, tying the two incidents together. This way, suspicions about Shui Ryu could be shifted elsewhere. Chun Yin couldn't really explain his own thoughts. Could it be that he had developed a sudden interest because of her beauty? He turned and glanced at her with a smile, then shook his head. Would you allow me an honest answer from you at this moment? Why exactly did you come to our Xiantian sect? Shui Ryu asking this question was actually something Chun Yin had expected. After all, she wasn't stupid. From the battle earlier, it was clear that he had concealed his true cultivation strength. If she had no doubts after all that had occurred, she wouldn't be in the position of senior apprentice sister. The exact reasons didn't matter. The key point was to make her believe his story. What I said before was true. I really did come for the treasures of Bai Wuxian, not just one, but all of them. Chun Yin suddenly revealing his intentions so openly and directly caught Shui Ryu slightly off guard. She had expected it would take some effort before she could learn his true motives, but now he had exposed everything up front. You're telling me this so bluntly. Don't you worry, I'll stop you. A confident smile appeared on Chun Yin's face. If you truly intended to stop me, you wouldn't be walking in this direction with me now. Therefore, I believe you won't do that. Shui Ryu fell silent. Upon deeper reflection, it made perfect sense. Chapter 232. Do you want to be the senior disciple? But Dalit, principles aside, she was a woman, and women not following logic was a natural talent. What if I just don't take you along right now? As she spoke, Shui Ryu stopped in her tracks, but beside her, Chun Yin didn't stop. He walked slowly, but he kept moving forward. The Xiantian sect isn't that big. If we can't reach White Mist Mountain going straight in this direction, then we'll try another. As long as we're willing to work hard, I don't believe we can't even find a White Mist Mountain. Although Chun Yin spoke simply, anyone could hear the firm determination behind his words. Why? Chun Yin understood exactly what Shui Ryu was asking. No one would provoke the Xiantian sect for no reason. To an individual, it was an enormous power. Not just someone at the celestial sovereign stage. If even someone at the reincarnation stage went against it, would the Xiantian sect be powerless? Right now, the sect leader and all the elders were inside a secret realm, and the sect might be short on manpower. But once they were free again, they certainly wouldn't be merciful when it came time for revenge. Subconsciously, Shui Ryu had forgotten which side she was on. She wasn't on Chun Yin's side. She was the Xiantian sect's eldest senior apprentice. Yet her mind was only focused on how to make Chun Yin abandon this idea so he could survive. Instinctively, she didn't want him to die here. If possible, she even wanted to make him stay. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Seeing she couldn't stop Chun Yin, Shui Ryu began walking again, though slower and slower. Do you know what sword technique we just used while dancing together? Chun Yin indeed felt a bit curious about this. Although both of their cultivation levels were lower than their opponents, the moves they had used were able to suppress Zhou Minheo. That man was the Xiantian sect's eldest senior apprentice, not some random ordinary cultivator off the street. He was truly a prodigy, already reaching the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm. As Chun Yin recalled the battle just now, the various auras he had sensed, and the charm radiating from Shui Ryu beside him, his mind suddenly became hazy. Looking at the sword in his hand, he couldn't help but feel it was all somewhat surreal. This sword technique is called Lingxi's sword method. It's named this because it's originally meant to be performed by two people together. The difference between a single person using it and two people using it together is immense, and the two people must meet certain requirements. As Shui Ryu spoke, she paused, as if this was hard to say out loud. But after suppressing her feelings for a moment, she continued bravely. According to the sword manual's requirements, in order to unleash the maximum power of this sword technique, the two people must be destined for each other. Destined for each other? Hearing this, Chun Yin was slightly stunned. He felt this phrase was extremely familiar, but couldn't remember where he had heard it before. The so-called destined ones means the two are fated by heaven to be together. They are each other's ideal partners. Chun Yin was utterly bewildered after hearing this. He stared at Shui Ryu beside him with an expression full of shock. Classic case of me treating you as a friend, while you're secretly eyeing my body. Shui Ryu's face flushed slightly, but she bravely turned her head and faced Chun Yin directly. Now Chun Yin felt even more conflicted. He had come here to cause trouble, yet it now felt like he had come for a romantic date. And he hadn't even done anything yet. She'd already fallen for him, nearly telling him directly that she wanted to share a room with him. But he was going to destroy the Xiantian sect in the future. What would happen to Shui Ryu then? Right now, she was talking about being destined, but once the sect was destroyed, who knew how that sword in her hand would chase after him seeking revenge? Chen Yin shook his head quickly. Though many thoughts raced through his mind, in the end, he still had no good solution. Chen Yin, if you're willing, I can find a way to make you the senior disciple of the Tamed Sect. With your current strength and talent, you more than qualify. If Chen Yin had only been at the core formation stage, even if Shui Ryu tried her best, she wouldn't have thought of keeping him around, because disciples at the core formation stage were far too numerous in the Tamed Sect to be taken seriously. There were many core formation disciples within the inner sect. Although they weren't considered significant, each of them had great potential and were quite young. At his age, Chen Yin wouldn't have the advantage. Staying would hinder him at the core formation stage, and because of her own position, if Shui Ryu appeared too close to him, it might provoke attacks from other male disciples who were pursuing her. Far from helping him, that would essentially mean she'd be sending him to his death. But now that he had revealed his hidden cultivation, his true level had actually reached the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm. Although there were quite a few fellow disciples of similar strength, they all lacked the support of someone powerful enough to back them. As the eldest senior apprentice, she could empower many people, and as long as he agreed, practically any senior junior brother with sufficient cultivation could ascend to the position of eldest senior apprentice. This position came with countless benefits, whether in terms of cultivation resources or status. It was completely incomparable. It even brought the opportunity to compete for the position of sect leader in the future. After all, everyone already knew exactly what the current young sect leader was like, and that good-for-nothing had long died in Bay City. Originally, everyone had assumed that the sect leader had appointed his own son as young sect leader merely to protect him. Everyone had expected that when the time was right, the position would be revoked and the true young sect leader would take over, letting his son quietly become an elder behind the scenes, living an easy and carefree life. After all, as long as the sect leader was still alive, his son's status wouldn't suffer the slightest shake. Chen Yin, upon hearing this wild idea, couldn't even imagine thinking along those lines himself. What nonsense was this? He was still racking his brain trying to figure out how to destroy the Tamed Sect, and now the next moment, he was to become the top male disciple under her? Compared to humiliating the Tamed Sect, this was more like slapping himself in the face. No way. I can't accept this. At this moment, Chen Yin quickly waved his hand, shaking his head furiously. Shui Ryu felt some surprise, but also disappointment. The Tamed Sect was undoubtedly a major sect known far and wide, with the best cultivation resources and environment in the entire region. If even this place couldn't attract him, then Shui Ryu truly couldn't think of any other way to keep Chen Yin around. Do you really have to leave? Chen Yin had originally wanted to offer some explanation, but upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond. Chapter 233, Confession. It is hardest to bear the kindness of a beauty. Although he had initially used her for his own purposes, after the battle just now and their heartfelt conversation, Chen Yin was certain that everything she had said came from the bottom of her heart. If that was the case, continuing to deceive her would make even himself feel uneasy. After thinking it over repeatedly, he decided to reveal his entire plan. On one hand, Shui Ryu was the only one around here. Even if she wanted to do something, he could easily suppress her with a mere flip of his palm. Chen Yin's current strength could be elevated to the peak of the Tianzuan realm. With the power of devouring, he could even advance further. At most, Shui Ryu was merely at the middle stage of Tianzuan. Even if she temporarily broke through to the later stage, it would still be useless. Chen Yin had many ways to subdue her without even harming her life. Therefore, revealing his plan would not pose a significant risk. Suddenly, Chen Yin halted his steps. Feeling something odd, Shui Ryu also stopped walking. What I'm about to tell you next is unknown to anyone else except my companions. In fact, they might not even know as much as you will. Chen Yin directly found a place to sit cross-legged. Shui Ryu showed a delighted expression. She had originally thought he was as hard as a stone, but Mei Shangdao, she actually managed to move that stone. She immediately sat beside him. Chen Yin spoke quickly but did not skip too many details. He started from the crisis the Yusho Gate had faced, then talked about the evil deeds committed by the Tamed Sect. More importantly, there was a secret unknown to anyone. Who had actually killed the young sect leader of the Tamed Sect? Chen Yin confessed this to her at this moment. Upon hearing this news, Shui Ryu's face was filled with shock, and she covered her small mouth, clearly showing disbelief. Crucially, she noticed throughout his entire story that Chen Yin repeatedly mentioned his cultivation level. Although his cultivation was far inferior, limiting his actual combat power, he still achieved his goals, which required more than brute strength. Extremely sharp intelligence and strategies were needed. Wait a second, according to what you're saying, has it really only been this short a time since you began cultivation? Chen Yin nodded. Indeed, his physical meridians deficiency still remained unsolved. He only learned to cultivate using star energy after obtaining the mountain and sea chart, and by then, who knew how many years had already passed? So yes, the time since then had not been long. His current strength and other developments mainly came from the system and fortunate opportunities. Since she viewed him as a genius, Chen Yin naturally didn't go into detail, as that would reveal his greatest secret, the existence of the system. The experiences and schemes he plotted against the Tamed Sect were also considered secrets, but compared to the fact that he had the system, they paled in comparison. Chen Yin then narrated selectively about his subsequent slaying of Hu Yidao, the deadly duel between Bay City and the Tamed Sect and the Medicine Valley, and so on, before finally talking about the White Fog Mountain affair. However, he did not mention that old Lu No. 7 was now under his control. That identity still held important use. If revealed, unless the secret was kept, it would significantly affect his upcoming plans. I only learned by chance that the Tamed Sect possesses so many secret treasures. Naturally, once I knew this information, I couldn't let it go. So I gathered my companions and came here. I didn't expect that, due to an accident, I became separated from my companions and stumbled upon your female cultivator's mountain peak. After hearing this, Xuan nodded. Accidentally intruding here was quite normal. Outside cultivators often lost their way as they walked, because to demarcate zones, almost every time one entered a new area, illusion formations, maze formations, or trapping formations would be used. Xuan and his group had been relatively lucky. They only encountered an illusion formation that obscured their vision. Otherwise, if they had run into a trapping or maze formation, they would have faced serious trouble. Besides, within the sect, some areas were especially dangerous and equipped with killing formations as the minimum. Many were composite arrays, and the damage they released was incomparable to what was placed on the Disciples' mountain peaks. What do you plan to do next? Since I've already decided to find the White Fog Mountain and obtain these secret treasures, naturally, I won't give up. As for those invitations you just mentioned, I can only politely decline, and even. Xuan's voice gradually became softer at the end as he struggled with how to continue. Xuan's eyes flickered slightly, as if she had already understood his intentions. You're saying you plan to destroy the Tamed Sect afterward, right? Yes. Xuan had originally thought she would be angry. After all, this was her sect, and in a sense, her home. But to his great surprise, there was not the slightest trace of anger in her expression. Do you feel it strange, as if I don't even want to defend the Tamed Sect at all? Xuan nodded. Although this place is my home, the only ones I truly have feelings for are the female disciples on this mountain. As for the other peaks and elders, they're nothing more than people who either coveted me, had requests of me, or simply wanted to control me. A faint bitter smile appeared on Xuan's face as she spoke, clearly recalling some unpleasant memory. Xuan slightly fell silent. Though she was willing to speak so openly, he couldn't just listen so passively. The information involved was simply too significant. In short, if you really can destroy the Tamed Sect, although I may not be able to help much, I only hope you'll show mercy to the female disciples. At that time, I will take them away from here. Upon hearing this, Xuan understood her meaning and nodded. Let's go then, heading toward White Fog Mountain. Since you've all arrived here temporarily, I suggest you move quickly. The White Fog Mountain has different levels of danger. If you delay until evening, it will be the mountain's most perilous time. The formations and Yao Shou within won't be easy to break through. As the sect's senior apprentice sister and genuinely wanting to help him, the intelligence she provided was far more detailed than what old Lu No. 7 had blurted out just to save his life. In fact, she even pointed out some falsehoods in certain places. The main points of what the person who gave you intelligence said are correct, but some of the details are completely different. Chapter 234 Entering White Mist Mountain. After improving some of the details, Xuan also reminded Xuan to be cautious. The person who provided the information definitely had ulterior motives. If he rushed in without any preparation, he wouldn't even get to see any treasures. He might suffer heavy losses while passing through these trials. Xuan nodded, indicating he would definitely take care of things once he returned. But in reality, there was no need to wait until he returned. Everything had already been taken care of long ago. With Xuan here, he couldn't directly call Lao Qi over for fear of exposure. It was better to keep Old Ghost hidden for now. Judging from the intelligence Xuan provided, it would indeed be difficult, though not impossible, to obtain the treasure alone. Besides, he wouldn't necessarily be alone. We're approaching White Mist Mountain now. Get ready. Xuan issued instructions to Old Ghost through their contract link in his mind, ordering him to find everyone as quickly as possible and plan an escape route. Although Xuan could help him enter the protected area and obtain the treasures inside, there was no way she could help him leave. Those were two completely different matters. As the senior disciple here, and someone familiar with this treasure trove, entering was easy. But trying to leave with so much loot, relying solely on her status as the senior disciple wouldn't be enough. Upon receiving the message, Old Ghost was greatly surprised. Xuan changing plans at the last minute meant he had already made thorough preparations. What was now lacking was just an escape. Where the hell has that dog uncle gone? I've been looking everywhere and couldn't even find a trace of you. Muttering to himself, Old Ghost continued his search of the surrounding area. About half an hour later, Xuan and Xuan had already arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. From afar, there had been no sign of any white mist, but upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the atmosphere completely changed. Looking up, the entire mountain exuded a solemn aura. Looking upward from the base, the white mist obscured everything. Only a few stair steps ahead were visible. It would certainly not be wise to simply ascend carelessly. According to the intelligence provided by Xuan, there were elders guarding the mountain, but they didn't stay there constantly. It all depended on whether their luck was good or bad. If the elders were absent, then they would only have to contend with endless arrays and one trapped guardian beast. The reason it was referred to as a guardian beast was because no one from Xuan sect had the capability to subdue it. After failing to capture it, they had simply left it there. At best, they could think of only one option, to kill it. As for capturing and removing it entirely, that was simply beyond their reach. Leaving it here served as a test of the disciple's cultivation ability, checking if any disciple had a destined connection with the beast. Xuan and Xuan were now more or less accustomed to each other. As the two of them walked forward hand in hand, although a touch of redness still appeared on their faces, they were no longer overwhelmed with shyness and nervousness. Follow my footsteps closely. Watch carefully where I step. These spots must never be stepped on. Any misstep might trigger changes in the array, making it even harder to proceed afterward. Xuan nodded. The reason they had to obediently walk from the foot of the mountain was that the entire mountain was covered by a grand formation forbidding flight. Anyone who rose more than a meter off the ground would be forcefully pulled down. Moreover, the range of these smaller formations usually exceeded 2 to 3 meters in height. If flying had worked, someone would have figured it out long ago. Roar! A sudden, deafening beast roar erupted from the center of the mountain ahead, accompanied by a vast oppressive force that made Xuan feel as though even his blood pressure was being suppressed. Even though his current cultivation base, maintained through the 10,000 beast transformation, had reached the mid-tier Heaven Sovereign King level, this feeling remained unchanged. Just what kind of strength did this beast possess? Shui Ryu seemed to have anticipated Xuan's question. This beast's power is already nearing the bitterness and calamity realm, but it remains stuck in the ultimate circle of the reincarnation realm, having stayed at that peak for countless years. It's not that this beast lacks the potential to advance further. This array suppression works on it too. Upon hearing this, Xuan nodded. If such a powerful beast were to progress to an even stronger realm, it wouldn't just be testing disciples anymore. It would likely kill all of them outright. If it had been bound under contract with Xuan Sect, that would have been one thing. But as it was still in an uncontrollable state, precautions were necessary. Xuan could understand their reasoning, though he didn't necessarily agree with it. The philosophy of Beast Tamed Sect toward beast taming was completely opposite to the cruel methods employed by Xuan Sect. To subdue a beast should rely on mutual understanding and attraction. It was a mutual test, not something that should be forced through coercion. It was unknown how long they had wandered inside this illusion formation, but the two of them had now nearly reached the halfway point of the mountain. Suddenly, ahead, the formation changed, opening up into a wide and clear space. That's strange. This shouldn't happen. Xuan heard Shui Ryu's voice, and his expression slightly changed. It seemed something unexpected had occurred. When I came here before, the formation hadn't ended yet. I still remember the next steps clearly, but now there's an entirely new formation. What should we do? When was the last time you came here? Xuan suddenly thought of a critical point. Obviously, Xuan Sect valued this place greatly, given the abundance of treasures here. It was entirely possible that they had modified the place periodically. Shui Ryu thought for a moment, recalling carefully. It must have been about 6 or 7 years ago. Xuan had really been trying his best. If his temper had been slightly worse, he might have already cursed it aloud. 6 or 7 years ago. Fine. It was also his fault for not asking earlier. However, continuing to rely on Shui Ryu to break through the current formation was clearly no longer reliable. From what he had learned previously, it was clearly stated that disciples' identity tokens wouldn't work well here. To pass this trial, one must rely entirely on one's own cultivation or understanding of formations. Xuan activated his golden eye. The flow of spiritual energy became clearly visible before his eyes. Through these subtle changes, he could perceive the general outline of the current formation. Although he knew nothing about formations himself, Shui Ryu did understand quite a bit. When Shui Ryu noticed that Xuan could actually see the spiritual energy's movement, she immediately became excited. Tell me about these changes. Perhaps I can find a way to break through the formation. Chapter 235, The Gates of Life and Death. Xuan's golden eyes proved extremely useful in deciphering the arrays before him. The flow of spiritual energy within the array revealed where its core lay and how its effects changed. Generally speaking, every array contained a gate of life and a gate of death. Except for purely deadly arrays. Those were completely controlled by others and had no gate of life at all. However, the arrays before them now were mostly used to test disciples, so they certainly wouldn't be designed to leave no path for survival. There were certainly various ways to find the gate of life and escape. One of the biggest characteristics was that the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the gate of life should be minimal. The heavier the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the stronger the array's effect. Such areas, being closer to the core, were more dangerous. After some contemplation, Xuan suddenly pulled out a notebook from his storage ring. He didn't remember when he had placed it there, but having paper and a pen made things much easier now. Although his drawings weren't particularly beautiful, the general outlines and tracks of spiritual energy within the arrays were clearly sketched. After all, when he could see things so clearly, how could copying them possibly go wrong? Once he finished the rough sketch in his hand, Shui Ryu, familiar with the sect's arrays, quickly recognized the complete form of the array. Almost immediately, she identified a location where they could retreat and escape, and motioned for Xuan to follow closely behind her. The first trial was indeed very simple, but the subsequent challenges increased in difficulty quite rapidly. The second array was not as simple on the surface. It was a composite array. Simple arrays such as mazes or illusionary arrays generally had unidirectional spiritual flow. Once sketched out, they were usually easy to understand, and finding the correct position allowed one to escape. But this array clearly had several sources and destinations of spiritual energy. Such cyclic arrays activated multiple effects simultaneously, requiring not only locating the gate of life, but also dealing with various anomalies caused by the array. Only by remaining calm could one have the chance to break through. Otherwise, even if one located the gate of life, reaching it might still be impossible, a common characteristic of composite arrays. Xuan tried his best to outline the array, but unfortunately, although the array was located, there was no way to predict where the gate of life was beforehand. Because this array was a notable cyclic formation within the sect, forming a true hexagon with 6 sides opening simultaneously. Each of the 6 corners appeared identical. Any one could be the gate of life, though only one truly was. The remaining 5 were death gates. The most frustrating part was that not only did all 6 corners look identical, but the flow of spiritual energy was exactly the same. Shui Ryu explained this to Chun Yin first. Chun Yin remained silent for a while, but soon lifted his head to gaze at Shui Ryu. I understand the situation now, but I still choose to go forward. Do you want to leave? Of course not. Shui Ryu had never been the type to give up halfway. She had explained all these facts only for the sake of caution. According to the current orientation of this array, essentially only the 2 corners directly ahead might offer passage. But whether she could choose correctly between the 2 options was unclear, and her confidence wavered. Chun Yin had placed his very life in her hands. If she didn't clearly explain things to him, her conscience would not permit her to live with herself. Chun Yin seemed to have understood Shui Ryu's intention behind that action. He gently patted her back. Don't worry. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Though only a few brief words, they calmed her heart. Nodding, Shui Ryu took the lead. Soon they reached what she estimated was the correct junction point. If there had been conflicting interests between the 2, the best choice at this moment would be to go separate ways, at least ensuring one of them could get through. But Chun Yin appeared not to consider this point at all, closely following behind Shui Ryu. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Shui Ryu stepped forward, with Chun Yin right behind her. Soon, a bright light surrounded them as they entered the array. But 2 minutes passed without anything happening. When Shui Ryu mentioned this point, she was quite excited. As she was about to lead Chun Yin forward again, a roar erupted from the surrounding array. Shui Ryu's face suddenly turned pale. She realized all the changes occurring in the array were targeting them directly. This was not the gate of life. It was a death gate masked to resemble life. Just as she was feeling guilty and thinking that she had become a burden to Chun Yin, the latter took out a piece of the divine spiritual turtle's shell from his bosom and placed it in Shui Ryu's hands. Spiritual energy infused the shell, and a humming sound erupted. A solid barrier blocked the external attacks, while the array continuously launched various assault techniques. The barrier even began to tremble slightly under the pressure, yet regardless of how intense the tremors were, there was absolutely no sign of being breached. Shui Ryu was stunned. Although these arrays wouldn't outright kill them, they could definitely leave both of them severely injured. What exactly was the origin of this shell? She had seen Chun Yin use it during the battle before, but only now, experiencing it firsthand, did she realize just how much more powerful it was than she had imagined. No other explanation was needed. The defense was just too strong with minimal energy consumption. Can you still find the way to the gate of life now? When Chun Yin asked the question, Shui Ryu quickly shifted her attention from the divine spiritual turtle's shell to the changes in the surroundings. Since they had already confirmed this was the death gate and had also identified the nature of the array, and the shell could withstand the threats of the death gate, there would be basically no other major problems. After 15 minutes, Chun Yin and Shui Ryu finally crossed through the array. At the same time Shui Ryu exhaled in relief. She handed the shell back to Chun Yin. However, Chun Yin shook his head and didn't accept it. This is for you. Shui Ryu paused for a moment. Then her face turned red. No, this item is too precious. I cannot accept it. Chun Yin smiled faintly and pulled out another piece of shell from his body. The divine spiritual turtle could molt once, and he could have countless such shells. These were merely fragments left behind after the turtles molt at the heavenly venerable stage and weren't particularly valuable. Just take it. I have more. Chun Yin's actions made Shui Ryu feel momentarily dazed. In the cultivation world, deceit and treachery were everywhere. Most people greedily kept treasures to themselves. Rarely was there someone like him, who actually gave treasures away. Chapter 236, a creature resembling the Qilin. Chun Yin didn't realize that his actions unknowingly earned him a surge of favor. Seeing that he truly didn't want the turtle shell, Shui Ryu quietly placed the item inside her robe and hid it near her chest. He didn't see this scene, but simply asked without turning back. How should we proceed next? Just keep going straight ahead. It seems we've already passed the test of this formation. At the end of the path ahead, there should be a large platform, and the guardian beast of White Mist Mountain will be there. Shui Ryu's expression remained calm as she began explaining the details of this place. After all, she had been here before. Though it had been 7 or 8 years ago, formations might change, but the guardian beast wouldn't be replaced daily. Chun Yin thought that when it came to advice on the beast, her insights might be more reliable than those on formations. Do you know anything about this guardian beast? How did you get past it back then? Shui Ryu pondered carefully and realized she couldn't really provide a clear explanation. 7 or 8 years ago, she had been among the fortunate. Back then, the guardian beast seemed to have some kind of problem. It was unusually drowsy, often falling into unconscious slumber at regular intervals. Coincidentally, when she arrived, the beast happened to be asleep. How could she possibly disturb such a golden opportunity? She picked the treasures she needed and left before the beast even woke up. After listening, Chun Yin stopped in his tracks, fell silent for a moment, and then asked, "Did you investigate any further about this place afterward?" A slightly awkward expression appeared on Shui Ryu's face. The truth was, she hadn't. After all, even though she was the senior apprentice sister of Beast Tamed Sect, the chances of her coming here were rare indeed. She wouldn't likely return for another 1 or 2 years, and entering White Mist Mountain required a significant amount of contribution points. Chun Yin immediately slapped his forehead. He finally understood. The little beauty by his side was practically useless beyond being a guide. When it came to this beast before them, she couldn't even describe its size, let alone its special abilities. If he continued to rely on her, it would be no different than courting death. Realizing this, he decided not to ask further. Whether or not there were dangers ahead, He could only find out by pushing forward. Besides, the turtle shell of the sacred Lingxian turtle he carried had withstood the attack of the formation before. Surely it would be effective against this beast as well. Clarifying his thoughts, Xuan quickened his pace once more. As they proceeded forward, the surroundings seemed to gradually change with every step. Don't you feel like it's getting hotter around us? Yes, even when using spiritual energy, there's a burning sensation. Both of them were overcome by the same 3 words, something's wrong. Although the weather was indeed hot, it shouldn't be this extreme, and the fact that even spiritual energy carried a sense of burning wasn't merely due to high temperature. Most likely, they had already approached the domain of the beast. Finally, the steps ahead came to an end, opening into a vast circular area. Upon this platform sat a magnificent beast. Its massive body seemed as large as a building, and its claws and tail swayed with the force of a powerful wind. Xuan observed from the side, feeling somewhat familiar. This beast's appearance resembled a Qilin far too much. Dragon's head, deer antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, snake scales, horse hooves, pigtail, HSS. At least half of those match. Is this really a Qilin? Xuan, who had originally intended to say something, hadn't even opened her mouth before she heard Xuan muttering beside her. Qilin? What kind of beast was the Qilin? Why had she never heard of it? With so many mysterious treasures and an equally mysterious background, Xuan had become increasingly intriguing to her. Xuan struggled internally for quite some time, finally concluding that whether it was a Qilin or not didn't matter. He had no choice but to confront it head-on. The moment the two stepped onto the platform, the beast immediately sensed their presence. Truthfully, it had already been aware of their arrival from the time they had first stepped onto the staircase, observing quietly. However, due to the restrictions of the formation here, its spiritual awareness and sensory range were limited. Though it was free to act within this grand platform, it was also constantly under surveillance. Every moment, it longed to regain its freedom but could not do so due to its insufficient strength. These cursed humans would periodically send younger generation disciples to face it. Those it caught were mercilessly killed, those it missed managed to pass through. Some even used various rare treasures and relied on powerful background connections to halt the beast before proceeding unscathed. No matter what, he was in a terrible mood now, and these 2 cultivators in front of him just happened to be in his way. Roar! The beast let out a thunderous roar from its mouth. If it had kept quiet, maybe everything would have been fine. But as soon as it roared, Xuan immediately felt something. His small eyes were filled with great confusion. Why did that roar sound so familiar? No, it wasn't just familiar. It was a sound Xuan seemed to have heard somewhere before, many times, in fact. But before he could think further, a massive fireball came hurtling directly toward him. The turtle shell of the sacred Lingxian turtle in his hand activated its effect, immediately forming a protective barrier around him that blocked the fireball. Neither the explosion nor the burning heat managed to break through the defense. None of the cultivators who had come here to test themselves before had used such a method of direct confrontation. The main reason was that the sacred Lingxian turtle's shell was not like ordinary treasures. If it had been an ordinary treasure, maintaining such defense would not only have consumed massive energy, but also damaged the treasure itself once broken. Xuan was unconcerned because he had plenty of spare shells. Others, however, wouldn't think this way. How could one possibly risk using a life-saving item to confront a beast head-on during a trial? Roar! Seeing its attack blocked, the beast became even angrier. Usually, the cultivators who came here were like easy prey. But today, unexpectedly, someone had actually withstood its strike. Being blocked felt like a serious provocation to it, and it believed it had to do something now. At the very least, it couldn't let this human underestimate it. Molten lava-like patterns began appearing on the surface of the beast's massive body. In its mouth, a colossal fireball was forming, exuding terrifying power. Just looking at it from afar sent a feeling of immense danger. If this attack landed squarely on him, he would probably be completely obliterated. This sudden thought flashed through Xuan's mind. Chapter 237, The Dragon Bloodline. Attack. Xuan only had time to say that one word. Fortunately, Xuan had been observing his actions all along. When the beast let out its first roar, Xuan had already determined that it was absolutely no match for her alone. To handle it, they had no choice but to advance together. Staying by his side allowed her to draw her sword at any moment and unleash the Lingxi sword dance. At the moment Xuan said attack, both of their swords simultaneously erupted with brilliant light, shooting straight toward the beast. Roar! The beast never expected these 2 insignificant little ants to dare challenge him. This beast's cultivation level should have already surpassed the Tianzuan realm, at least at the middle stage of the wheel-turning realm. Xuan could sense the presence of an especially powerful force within the beast's body. However, this power was currently suppressed and could not be unleashed. The formation engraved onto this platform was not only meant to monitor and restrict his actions, it also served an additional purpose, to suppress his inner power, limiting his strength within this place. Otherwise, with this beast's might, how could any disciple ever pass its trial? Whenever a disciple token of the Tamed Sect appeared here, the formation suppressing combat strength would automatically activate. Evidently, this beast harbored deep resentment. Being bred here like some trap, it certainly felt much anger and discontent. Usually, beasts greatly valued their bloodlines. The only familiar bloodlines Xuan sensed were that of Xiao Jin and Xiao Lu. Which one it was, Xuan already seemed to have figured out. That familiar roar could only be made by Xiao Jin, the one with dragon bloodline. The more Xuan looked at the beast before him, the more dragon-like its head seemed. although its body resembled that of a tiger or leopard. It seemed they would have to subdue the beast first before uncovering the truth. From the beginning, Xuan had never planned to kill it. To him, any beast was a rare source of power. Besides, the ancestor of this one was already under his control. The golden holy dragon was essentially the king among dragons. Any dragon would be suppressed by its bloodline in front of an adult golden holy dragon. This beast was merely one carrying dragon blood. It wasn't even a true dragon itself. Dragons were naturally stingy with mating, rarely leaving offspring outside their race. Yet somehow, a bloodline branch like the Dragon Beast clan had formed, becoming an extraordinary powerhouse race. The two swords in Qilin and Shui Ryu's hands merged once again. This time, rather than staying to defend and counterattack, they decided to use the combined blade and charge straight into the beast's mouth. That was where the beast concentrated its fire energy. Destroying it would render the beast incapable of releasing such a powerful attack as before. During its assault, Qilin also noticed something off. It should have been strong enough to crush them with ease, yet in battle it always seemed to only be able to exert strength within the Tianzuan realm. Even if there was a slight breakthrough, it definitely wouldn't reach the wheel-turning realm, perhaps merely the half-step wheel-turning. Thinking about it this way, he actually had a good chance. Qilin eyes lit up slightly, and his hands flicked rapidly with spell seals. While under the Lingxi sword technique, Qilin and Shui Ryu could fight in perfect harmony, not needing verbal communication. Before Qilin acted, Shui Ryu already knew what he intended. Roar! Though its full power had not yet built up, the beast did not believe its attack could be blocked by these two tiny swords. Just as the fireball launched forward, both Qilin and Shui Ryu, with an eerie dance, rushed straight at it, forming an intense spiritual pressure around them. This force came from their combined spiritual pressure, clashing together. The merged sword they wielded pierced directly into the point of the beast's power release, deflecting it to both sides. With spiritual pressure shielding them, Qilin and Shui Ryu remained completely unaffected by the attack. The flames hadn't even touched them before being pushed outward on both sides. Now, Qilin suddenly ended the Lingxi sword technique. The flames had burned down to the end and lost their force. The holy spirituality shell on his body was now sufficient to withstand the fire. The 10,000 beast transformation instantly released the full might of the golden holy dragon's aura. The terrifying effect of bloodline pressure struck the beast head-on. It was as if an ancient primal force from the distant past had descended. This beast was directly pressed to the ground by the bloodline pressure, forced into a kneeling bow, unable to make even the slightest movement. It wanted to lift its head to see what had caused it to kneel, but even its head could only weakly shift slightly along the ground, completely incapable of lifting even a little. When Shui Ryu sensed Qilin releasing the Lingxi sword technique just now, she was startled, but fortunately, she witnessed the entire scene afterward. Golden light suddenly erupted from Qilin's body, forcefully out the beast onto the ground, completely immobilizing it. Wave after wave of this golden light. What exactly was it? Why would the beast kneel down in submission? Little one, what exactly is this power that makes me feel such fear? Shui Ryu stared in shock at the beast. Although everyone knew this creature must possess extraordinary intelligence, none had ever considered it capable of speech. It seemed this beast, aside from its formidable strength, had been stationed here as the guardian beast of Baiwu Mountain, and not a single disciple had ever heard it speak. Perhaps it was because none of them had been worthy. Why fear? Don't you understand your own bloodline? Qilin spoke with a faint, ambiguous smile, yet the more cryptic he became, the more uneasy the beast felt. You absolutely cannot be a dragon. You're definitely human, I'm certain. Your scent is too obvious. Yet such power. Qilin didn't allow the beast to continue speculating. He actively revealed his identity, although only partially. I am a beast tamer. After Qilin said these words, the beast before him fell silent, as if hesitating and struggling internally. Can you take me away from this place? If so, I am willing to submit to you. After a moment of silence, the beast seemed to have reached a decision. Chapter 238 Dragonlion Beast. However, it was a great pity he didn't receive the answer he had desired. Or perhaps from the very beginning, what Qilin wanted wasn't this kind of submission at all. Why should I take you with me? Or rather, why do I need your submission? As Qilin said this, he cast a meaningful glance towards Shui Ryu beside him. Both of them were flying and floating forward midair. Though the current spiritual beast in front of them had its bloodline power suppressed, its original cultivation base remained strong. It was extremely simple for it to sense whether the two were still around. Qilin and Shui Ryu wasted no time with unnecessary hesitation as he spoke. Straight away, they flew directly toward the treasure vault behind him. As long as they passed this guardian's test, the vault's gates could then be opened upon the elder's approval. Wait, I can sign a contract with you. Qilin, however, showed no sign of stopping. It was too late now to play tricks like this. Signing a contract was one thing, but if it was an equal pact or one led by the beast itself, though it might bring some benefit to him as a beast tamer, it would bring far more trouble than good. He certainly wouldn't want such a big burden following him around. Someone weaker than his own tamed beasts with an even worse temper. What he needed was a companion who could fight alongside him, not another arrogant master. Sorry, I have no reason to save you. Master-servant contract. I am willing to sign a master-servant contract. Finally, the spiritual beast before them softened. Qilin slightly slowed his flight speed, though he did not stop completely, appearing as if he had hesitated. Shui Ryu, watching from the side, had a smile across his face, clearly enjoying how Qilin had successfully manipulated this beast. smiling cheerfully all the while. They flew a short distance together, and in just a few words, had secured a promise from the beast to willingly sign a master-servant contract. What a spectacle! If the elders from the sect who had previously tried to subdue this beast learned of this, they would probably tear the White Mist Mountain apart in disbelief. In fact, there was a special reason behind this beast's decision. Those elders had long harbored resentment toward him, for it was precisely those old men who had captured him in the first place. Leave the White Mist Mountain and end up in the hands of the Xiantian sect? No, thank you. If in the end he was going to be used anyway, he might as well irritate them while staying here. The main reason he chose to yield before Chunyan, however, was that Chunyan bore no Xiantian sect token on him. That token was essentially issued to every disciple of the sect. Since Chunyan didn't carry one, there was only one possibility. He wasn't actually from the sect. Clearly, he had come here solely for the sake of the treasures hidden deep in the mountain. The large quantity of rare treasures here should be a temptation impossible for any human cultivator to resist. So long as he could leave this place, so long as he could escape the grip of the Xiantian sect, he didn't mind becoming someone else's spiritual beast. Confined here for such a long time, he had already had his edges smoothed away. At least now, compared to when he had first been captured, he had already changed. Proud and defiant? Perhaps that was a virtue, but context always mattered. Seeming to sense that he might not have enough appeal to Chunyan yet, the beast revealed an important detail about his own power. Later stage of mirror of reincarnation cultivation, on the verge of achieving full perfection. I'm merely being restrained here by the array formation in this place. If we were to fight again outside, there's no way the two of you juniors could defeat me. Upon hearing these words, Chunyan gently nodded. The beast hadn't lied. Chunyan could sense the terrifying power surging inside of it. He and Shui Ryu together truly wouldn't stand a chance against such power. But still, that didn't change the fact that the current victory belonged to them. Chunyan stopped mid-flight, turned around, and looked at the golden beast kneeling before him. He withdrew the golden glow on its body slightly, allowing it to lift its head and face him directly. What is your name? Dragon Lion Beast. Upon hearing this name, Chunyan was somewhat surprised, but it also rang a bell in his memory. Even among beasts that bore the bloodline of the dragon clan, this was still considered quite powerful. Indeed, it could become a great help to him. But what troubled Chunyan the most right now was that unless this beast was actually a Qilin, it would be like possessing a handy tool that was neither truly satisfying to keep nor worth discarding. An assistant gained without cost, why not accept it? But having it on hand felt rather unimpressive. This dragon lion beast at most could be used as a brawler, especially when he already had the golden holy dragon and the divine spirit black tortoise. This balance between attack and defense had already reached equilibrium. Even if one wanted to enhance the sect's power, there was already the wolf king Tianlang. This dragon lion beast seemed to offer little real appeal to him. If the dragon lion beast knew that the strength it prided itself on was looked down upon by this young fellow whose cultivation was actually lower than his own, he might be furious enough to spit blood. While Chunyan was still thinking about what to do next, his gaze suddenly landed on Shui Ryu beside him. This girl's character had absolutely passed his personal scrutiny, someone completely trustworthy. If he gave the dragon lion beast to her instead, that might in fact be the best possible choice. Chunyan reached this thought and made his decision. A master-servant contract must be signed, yes, but the one you need to bind with isn't me, but rather my companion. What? Upon hearing this, the dragon lion beast immediately showed dissatisfaction. He had gone to such lengths precisely to escape the Xiantian sect. Entering a contract with another disciple of Xiantian would mean remaining trapped here. Absolutely not, utterly impossible. From what Shui Ryu had explained earlier, and based on the dragon lion beast's reaction now, Chunyan quickly grasped exactly what the beast was thinking. You may rest assured. Although you'll form a contract with her, your loyalty will be only to her, not the Xiantian sect. As for Xiantian sect itself, I have my own ways to deal with them. Right now, you only have two options. Either sign the contract and take a chance to leave here, or remain trapped here forever. Nothing is more terrifying than hope. And now the dragon lion beast, like anyone else, found such hope rare and precious. How could he possibly let go now? After much hesitation, he glanced at Chunyan, then again at Shui Ryu. Finally, he agreed. The process of signing the contract went extremely smoothly. Once all the rituals had concluded, Chunyan suddenly whispered mysteriously to the dragon lion beast that he wanted to show him a certain place. After giving a nod to Shui Ryu, Chunyan raised his hand, and in an instant he and the dragon lion beast vanished from the spot, reappearing within the mountain sea chart. Chapter 239, Bloodline Suppression. Shui Ryu was completely stunned. These were two large living creatures, yet right before her eyes, they vanished like air swept away by the wind. It was simply too incredible. Thinking about who could have done this, she naturally assumed it must be Chunyan. His strength must possess treasures even more powerful than what she had just witnessed. While Shui Ryu was outside, shocked beyond words and contemplating how to obtain these treasures for herself, inside the Shanghai chart, the Longsher beast's mouth hung wide open. He had sensed the presence of his ancestor, or rather, the sovereign aura of the dragon bloodline that resided within him. So overwhelming was the power that he mistook it for an ancient ancestor. His strength began surging uncontrollably throughout his body, as the aura and bloodline within him trembled violently. From the Shanghai landscape, the golden holy dragon had originally only poked its head out. Now it soared high into the sky, its massive body radiating an unimaginable oppressive force. The power previously released by Chunyan was just a drop in the ocean. The aura released now by its true form could erase the Longsure beast from existence with nothing more than a glance. Beyond the vast gap in their cultivation strengths, the absolute suppression of their bloodlines was what made such a terrifying power possible. You really shouldn't frighten others like that, Xuan. Roar roar. Upon hearing this, the golden holy dragon roared loudly twice in the sky, then quickly flew to Chun Yin's side, nuzzling against him with its head, clearly a gesture of deep affection. The Longsure beast was astounded. Never had he imagined that Chun Yin was the master of a true dragon. He could sense it, and not only that, their bond was clearly very strong. Just as he was about to say something, a new sound suddenly echoed from the side, accompanied by a powerful pressure. Guagua. A massive figure suddenly emerged from the forest behind him and stepped forward with heavy, deliberate strides. Soon, it arrived beside Chun Yin. The Longsure beast recognized who this was through the inheritance of his own bloodline. A divine beast. Another divine beast. The Holy Spirit divine tortoise. If having a single golden holy dragon was already the ultimate limit a human could hope to reach in terms of blessings and fortune, then possessing two divine beasts already exceeded his imagination. These were divine beasts, not high-level spirit beasts or naturally born creatures of heaven and earth. High-level spirit beasts could, over time, be cultivated with enough lifespan to eventually ascend. As for naturally born spirit beasts like the heaven wolf, they belong to the inheritances of heaven and earth itself, completely eternal in nature, immune to true extinction or death. Divine beasts were different. While they might be considered the same as high-level spirit beasts in terms of strength, their bloodlines were entirely distinct. The bloodlines of divine beasts, due to their uniqueness, had been acknowledged by the heavens themselves. Legends told that powerful enough spirit beasts could earn such acknowledgement, altering their bloodlines and becoming new divine beast lineages passed down through generations. But in the world of spirit beasts, this was also just a legend, one yet to be proven to this day. As time passed, even divine beasts had long since faded from the historical stage. There had been no spirit beasts capable of forging new divine bloodlines in modern times. And now, he had seen two living divine beasts serving one human. The Longsure beast now understood what kind of rare opportunity he had missed. No wonder the beast showed no reaction toward his submission. It wasn't even worth considering. From either the perspective of power or bloodline, this master had no need for a single beast like him. Letting out a bitter laugh, he turned his gaze toward Chun Yin. He knew that since the other had brought him here, there must be some reason. Otherwise, why go to such great lengths? Couldn't whatever needed to be said have been said outside? On one hand, Chun Yin was displaying his strength. After all, the contract this beast was supposed to make was with Shui Ryu outside, not himself. Although he could rely on the aura of the dragon clan and borrow the power of the golden holy dragon to suppress the beast temporarily. But this couldn't be a long-term solution. Chun Yin couldn't always be on edge, keeping constant guard against a sudden fatal strike from the creature. The simplest option was to fully subdue it. Now that he had shown the beast the big stick, it was time to offer the carrot. If I'm not mistaken, you possess some dragon blood in you, don't you? The Longsure beast simply nodded upon hearing this question. There was no need to hide the obvious. In that case, Xuan, give him a few drops of your blood. When the Longsure beast heard the casual name Xuan, he hesitated for a moment. How informal could you get? But soon after, he watched the golden holy dragon lightly swipe a claw across its own body. A few drops of golden blood oozed forth, drifting in front of him. This was the blood of the divine beast, the golden holy dragon. This was truly a priceless treasure. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that one day he would not only witness it, but actually have the chance to use it. Thank you, Your Grace. The Longsure beast had initially wanted to call him Master, but he suddenly remembered that the one he was supposed to make the contract with was not Chun Yin. This realization left him slightly embarrassed. But why dwell on such things when he was being offered something so incredibly valuable? He then flashed a standard groveling smile and eagerly scurried over. I wonder what my esteemed sir needs me to do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given me such amazing gifts. Don't worry, sir. Whatever you say, I'll do it without hesitation. Wherever you point, I'll go. Chun Yin also showed a faint smile. This little beast was actually quite sharp-witted. However, even if the beast wasn't cooperative, he still had other ways. The golden holy dragon was right here among the dragons, and there was even a mirror capable of sealing the cultivation base of dragon beasts. Otherwise, why wouldn't those powerful dragon beasts dare to challenge the dragon clan? After all, some of the bloodlines among dragon beasts didn't necessarily belong to dragons in majority, and thus wouldn't suffer intense bloodline suppression. It was exactly because the dragon clan held absolute dominion over dragon beasts that they coexisted in a hierarchical order peacefully for so long. It was just that the dragon clan weren't particularly good at reproduction, and before they knew it, they had left themselves without successors. This was why dragon beasts had gradually gained prominence. Of course, these were not things he needed to dwell on right now. There's nothing special I need you to do. But let me share a little secret with you. That Tamed Sect imprisoning you here has a grudge with me. As Chun Yin spoke, a smile surfaced on his face, one that carried not a trace of warmth. Chapter 240, Subduing the Dragon Lion Beast. The Dragon Lion Beast immediately understood Chun Yin's intention and vowed to fulfill his role as a mole properly. However, he still felt bitter inside. If he could directly make a pact with this powerful being, he would gain significant benefits as a mole, because rewards or communication through a pact would be straightforward and wouldn't be so complicated. But he didn't dare voice this thought. The woman outside was clearly in cahoots with this boss inside. and if they colluded against him, it would spell doom for him. After all, he was merely a small beast spirit with no capital to oppose the two of them. Let's not forget, the Gold Saint Dragon was still here. How dare he cause any trouble? After thinking this through, the Dragon Lion Beast decided to keep a low profile from now on. When we attack Xuan Tian's sect, your job is to protect your master and the group of female cultivators that she is with. As for anything else that happens, it's none of your business. Don't lose your head in battle. Xuan Tian had already sensed this beast's aggressive nature. Without specific orders to rein him in, who knows, he might volunteer to challenge Shui Ryu head-on. Shui Ryu might have formidable cultivation already, but a heavenly sovereign realm cultivator like her was still cannon fodder compared to the participants of the reincarnation mirror, or even online battlefields. She might die just from getting too close to such a conflict. Xuan Tian didn't want this to happen, and didn't want to lose Shui Ryu either, which was why he gave all these explicit instructions. This blood of the Gold Saint Dragon should be sufficient for you to progress into your next transformation. Also, you should further explore the power of your bloodline. Only through deeper cultivation can you grow stronger. Don't just recklessly use innate talent. Exploring bloodline powers is far more complex than you might think. The Dragon Lion Beast nodded vigorously upon hearing this. This truly was an expert imparting cultivation techniques. He had to remember every word. But he didn't know that everything Xuan Tian said had actually come from whispered words directly passed on by the Gold Saint Dragon. After all, Xuan Tian was just a human cultivator. He himself hadn't advanced to higher cultivation stages yet, so how could he know what came next in the cultivation path? He was barely wading through the river by feeling the stones beneath his feet. All he could do was repeat words passed down by those who had already crossed the river. But that didn't matter. To the Dragon Lion Beast, this expert had just demonstrated incredible abilities in a partial fight earlier, and used a very advanced technique. But now, when he looked closely at Xuan Tian, he detected no trace of power at all. What did that mean? It meant Xuan Tian could change his cultivation level at will, a high-level concealment technique, without a doubt. Definitely a strong cultivator hiding great power behind a modest appearance. In the eyes of the Dragon Lion Beast, Xuan Tian, who already had the Gold Saint Dragon and the Holy Spirit Tortoise, had become one of the mysterious masterminds of an unknown organization, or even someone orchestrating schemes across the entire world. Xuan Tian didn't realize how wildly the Dragon Lion Beast had imagined things, inventing all these dramatic ideas just from a few sentences. But to him, this wasn't bad. Let him imagine away. Come, let's go out. Don't tell your master anything about what happened here. I'm sure he won't inquire about it, as long as you don't let him probe your memories. Xuan Tian wasn't particularly against the idea of the girl finding out about the Shanshu map and the two divine beasts. After all, he knew Shui Ryu held no malice toward him and wouldn't risk offending him for something she could never obtain. That wouldn't make any sense. However, the fewer people who knew such secrets, the safer they were, so that was why he had said what he did. With the bond of the Master-Servant Pact, if Shui Ryu really wanted to understand something, there were simpler ways. There was no need to get tangled in such complexities. Shui Ryu, who had been waiting outside, was growing increasingly anxious. It had already been quite some time since the two had vanished before her eyes. If not for her ongoing connection to her spirit beast, she might have thought both had perished. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xuan Tian and the Dragon Lion Beast suddenly reappeared from where they had disappeared. Completely unaware of what had just happened, Shui Ryu reached out to pinch Xuan Tian's face, confirming that he was real. Where did you go? Don't worry. It wasn't anywhere dangerous. The real challenge is just starting here. Though the pair had already overcome countless obstacles to arrive at the last guarded gate, it was still uncertain whether the Elder was inside now, or whether the treasury door would even open today. The platform the Dragon Lion Beast had used employed a formation, similar to a sealed little world. Communication between such a formation-based prison and the outside world could only occur through the formation itself. Without using the formation for exploration, one could never detect anything from within using spiritual senses directly from the outside world. The Dragon Lion Beast could not yet become their assistance, because he was still trapped inside this formation. One could say that except for Xuan Tian, who had the means to move him out by great methods, all others could only leave the Dragon Lion Beast here on this platform. He indeed needed to leave this place, but leaving the platform had to go through official channels of Xuan Tian's sect, otherwise it would provoke troubles and suspicions. Just like the saying goes, an ordinary man without guilt becomes guilty when he possesses a valuable jade. Xuan Tian clearly knew that if Shui Ryu had tamed this spirit beast, her strength and status would receive a massive boost, even elevating her to a level surpassing ordinary elders. But there was still a boundary to this. It was possible for her to subdue the beast, especially since on this platform, the beast's power was significantly weakened. However, if she had managed to take the beast off the platform, there must have been someone else's help involved, or even the use of some special treasures. The higher-ups wouldn't care about how you obtained it, they only cared that it could enhance one's strength. Compared to letting such power remain in the hands of a junior, they'd rather control it themselves. Xuan Tian understood these thoughts clearly, and more importantly, he knew that Shui Ryu was far too naive. Therefore, he had to prevent such a possibility in advance. When we leave here, don't immediately inform the sect that you've already subdued the Dragon Lion Beast. Otherwise, no matter how clean you seem in this entire matter, you will definitely be considered an accomplice in stealing secret treasures. Make sure to wait for a proper opportunity and find a suitable reason to come here again, and then challenge the trials. At that time, the Dragon Lion Beast must act together with you. As long as your performance is convincing enough, this matter will settle smoothly. Xuan Tian had considered everything meticulously. Both human and beast nodded in agreement. The dragon lion beast watched the two leave the platform, then lay down in place, beginning within his own body to digest those few drops of gold Saint Dragon's blood. If he could integrate these drops of blood into his bloodline, he might advance another 1 or 2 levels, making it possible to reach the bitter tribulation stage. Chapter 241, Emptying the Treasure Vault. Xuan and Shui Ryu leaped over this platform and found a giant vault door behind it. There should have originally been an elder guarding the entrance to this vault, though they didn't see him today. It seems our luck is good. Shui Ryu exhaled in relief at this moment as well. After all, facing an elder of a sect without having a proper reason to explain their presence could lead to a fight. Truthfully, she hoped that wouldn't happen. It was one thing for Xuan to be here. It would be another matter entirely if the person ran into retribution after the fact. If they could kill the person involved, it wouldn't be much of a problem, but the fear was always that the opponent might escape. If that's settled, let's enter the treasure vault directly. Xuan was indeed anxious about what lay inside this vault. He pushed hard against the heavy door with his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Shui Ryu couldn't help but chuckle slightly. This isn't something that can just be pushed open easily. The door has been sealed with special enchantments. To open it requires unique cultivation techniques or an exclusive token. After hearing these words, Xuan's face turned a little red. Naturally, this was a treasure vault, not just an ordinary door. It wouldn't be simple to open. Together, Xuan and Shui Ryu unleashed their strongest move of the Lingxi sword dance. However, this attack only left a faint mark on the door, clearly showing its defenses exceeded the level a Heavendragon Jing cultivator could breach. Even if one went higher, the chances weren't good for someone of the Reincarnation King realm. Xuan remained silent for a while, and then suddenly asked a question. Are there usually people around here? No. What if something big happens here? Would anyone come check? Not really, because the dragon lion beast inside often makes loud noises too. After hearing this, Xuan knew they were safe. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and in front of them appeared a portal. Instantly, a golden dragon spiraled through the air. If Xuan hadn't specifically instructed the golden holy dragon not to cause a commotion and to stay calm after emerging, this appearance might have drawn the entire Tamed Sect's attention. Roar! Roar! Go! Break the door down. Shui Ryu was completely stunned. What in the world was this? A dragon. And not just any dragon. An ancient mythical dragon clan. The dragon lion beast on the platform sensed the incoming bloodline pressure from the outside, a force even its formation couldn't block. Shui Ryu learned through their contract that the dragon lion beast itself regarded this presence as belonging to a divine beast. Xuan actually possessed a divine beast, an extremely powerful one in terms of cultivation. This was beyond the scope of what could be described as just unbelievable. Terrifying waves of power began to sweep across the vault entrance. The golden holy dragon's attack was so powerful it practically melted a hole in the vault door in an instant. For a golden holy dragon at the heaven-making realm, this door posed essentially no challenge. Go back and rest for now. When Xuan said this, the golden holy dragon looked slightly displeased. It was rare that he could come out for a bit of fun, and he had wanted to play around a little. However, today wasn't the time to throw a tantrum. With a wave of the mountain sea chart, Xuan recalled him. Since the holy spiritsman turtle was nearby, there shouldn't be any issues. Come, let's go inside and have a look. As they approached the entrance, they could still feel the intense heat radiating from the melted portion of the door. Cautiously, they slipped through the scorched area and entered the vault interior. Except for the few nearby treasures that had been damaged near the entrance, the rest remained relatively intact. You wouldn't have left any family heirlooms here, would you? Xuan's hastily fabricated background story now bore noticeable holes. With his immense strength, and supported by the heaven-making golden holy dragon, it could be said that he alone was capable of wiping out the entire Tamed Sect. A powerhouse like him shouldn't need guidance from someone like her to reach the treasure vault. Shui Ryu not only questioned his identity, but also started doubting his motives and intentions. What I said, that I have a grudge against the Tamed Sect, is no lie, but I truly have nothing left here. Xuan smiled lightly and gently lifted his hand, instantly gathering all the treasures from the shelves into his storage ring. Then he moved on to the next shelf of treasures, proceeding in the same fashion. Within a very short time, every treasure from the shelves inside the entire vault was taken. Shui Ryu seemed rather quiet, but she didn't say anything. Do you have anything you want to ask me? You might answer, but your reply may not be truthful. If I choose to answer now, then it must be the truth. After hearing these words, Shui Ryu fell silent again. Xuan didn't speak either, simply waiting beside her. The two stood at the path outside the treasure vault leading down the mountain. There were no trials here. By just following the path step by step, one could return to the mountain entrance. What's your real name? Xuan. I never lied to you about my name. Then what about your cultivation level and identity? My cultivation level is as I've already said. As for my identity, I come from the Beast Tamed Sect. Shui Ryu had a basic understanding of some rumors about the cultivation world and the sect's past glories. That golden holy dragon had already been considered by her as the Beast Tamed Sect's foundation. Since the other party was willing to reveal this much, it seemed likely they'd answer other questions truthfully. Still, there was no need now. Xuan, will you come back again? Upon hearing this question, Xuan was slightly stunned, but quickly regained his composure. I've already said, I have a grudge with the Tamed Sect. The Tamed Sect must be destroyed. At this moment, both fell silent. Each knew the other's true question and the desired answer were not what had just been exchanged. At the foot of the mountain, Chun Yin activated the sound-transmitting talisman he'd obtained from the check-in system. It floated into the air. This item could transcend spatial barriers, usable even within secret realms for transmitting voice messages. Old Ghost and Dog Uncle immediately received the signal. All they needed was a way to break free, which posed absolutely no difficulty for the two. Take care of yourself. I must go. Chun Yin. Shui Ryu reached out, wanting to grab him, but failed. She barely had time to shout before seeing Chun Yin float far away and quickly disappear into the mountains. At the meeting spot outside, after waiting for nearly an hour, Dog Uncle and Old Ghost arrived one after another. After the three reunited, they did not immediately return to Bay Etching. They still had other matters to attend to. Dog Uncle mysteriously pulled some items from his bosom. Even Old Ghost's eyes turned slightly envious upon seeing them. What kind of place did you sneak into? Chapter 242. Coming to Medicine Valley to discuss business. Of course he ran straight to the real treasure vault. Secret treasures are just external items. The truly good things are those that can enhance one's own cultivation. In reality, the Dog Uncle had completely lost his way and accidentally wandered into the Tamed Sect's pill storage warehouse. There, he had obtained a huge stockpile of medicinal pills, some of which were particularly good, hidden deep inside the warehouse's inner treasure vault. Coincidentally, that treasure vault had a secret opening that the warehouse attendants used for stealing goods. Dog Uncle just happened to take advantage of this loophole, slipping through unnoticed. All the pills stored inside this vault were at least of the 6th rank. They could definitely be considered the foundational treasures of a sect. Although the truly valuable and rare items might still be out of reach, obtaining a large amount of high-grade pills alone was already a tremendous haul. Master, where exactly are we going now? Although Lao Gui felt a bit resentful about Dog Uncle's big haul, he could only let it go. But when Chun Yin reunited with everyone and indicated a new direction, heading not directly back to Bay City, it puzzled them. Originally, they should already have been on the way back to Bay City by now, but instead, they were heading in an unknown direction, leaving them confused and uncertain. Going directly back to Bay West City might produce some effect, but it won't be the best. Right now, we are heading to Medicine Valley. Medicine Valley? Both of them were puzzled along the way, but didn't ask much. Chun Yin also had no intention of revealing his plan, since they'd find out soon enough. By the time Chun Yin and his companions arrived at Medicine Valley, a day had already passed. Halt. Who comes there? We are merchants coming to conduct business in Medicine Valley. Merchants? The disciples guarding the gate found it very strange indeed. They'd never heard of merchants coming directly to Medicine Valley to conduct business before. What kind of business do you conduct? That's probably beyond your clearance to know. Chun Yin spoke with no regard for their feelings at all. With a flicker of spiritual energy in his hand, he instantly released the powerful 10,000 beast transformation. His full heaven venerator stage strength was something no mere gatekeeping disciples could handle. As soon as Chun Yin unleashed his aura, elders from Medicine Valley rushed out to greet them. We sincerely apologize for the oversight. Didn't know esteemed guests were coming. Please, allow me to properly welcome you. Seeing how young Chun Yin was, and yet possessing such formidable power, and even openly displaying it, the elders were immediately on edge. They couldn't help but wonder if he was a genius from somewhere else, and whether their Medicine Valley had somehow offended him. A misstep here could mean annihilation for their entire sect. The elder in charge quickly stepped forward to guide them into the compound. Esteemed elder, do you know where Zhou Fuchang is? When Chun Yin directly asked this question, the elder's heart skipped a beat. Well now, if trouble's coming, there's no use dodging. Since he asked directly, better you than me, I guess. The elder first led them to a courtyard, and, after making them comfortable, immediately turned to his disciples with instructions. These are our honored guests, so treat them respectfully. I'll go fetch Elder Zhou Fuchang right away. After speaking these words to Chun Yin and his companions, the elder nodded politely, then took his leave. At this moment, Lao Gui suddenly remarked, "This old fellow isn't too bad. He actually remembered to make sure we are well taken care of." Dog Uncle only scoffed slightly and muttered to Lao Gui nearby, "Are you really that stupid, or just pretending? Obviously he's afraid of getting wiped out, so he went to get help or find a scapegoat. And you're still praising him here." Hearing Dog Uncle's remark, Chun Yin smiled. This fellow sure had a clear mind. But even so, the current forces remaining at Medicine Valley wouldn't have too much difficulty dealing with the three of them. However, with the Golden Holy Dragon and Spirit Mystic Turtle alongside them, it would be impossible. That was precisely why Chun Yin dared to come here. After such a long time, Chun Yin thought it was time for some changes. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, having Golden Holy Dragon and Spirit Mystic Turtle act alone, avoiding mass confrontations, and keeping things low-key, shouldn't pose a problem. It must be a great expert visiting us. As for me, I don't believe I've ever offended anyone. It's you. Zhou Fuchang was very familiar with Chun Yin's face. After all, he had plotted against Chun Yin in Bay City before. He never expected that this opponent would come directly to his doorstep. And judging from the aura surrounding him, Chun Yin's power had now clearly surpassed his own by a great margin. Just standing at the edge and circulating his cultivation technique, one could feel the immense pressure. This was definitely not something someone at the middle stage of the Heaven Sovereign could produce. Could it be the late stage? No, perhaps even the Vunmon stage. There was absolutely no way his strength could have risen to such a level in such a short time. This meant the guy had been pretending to be weak all along. He came here today, and even specifically named Zhou Fuchang. Clearly, nothing good could come from this. Vice Sect Leader Zhou, no need to be so tense. I'm here today just to reminisce with you a bit. I don't recall ever having anything worth reminiscing with this Duran. Zhou Fuchang knew his life hung in the balance. Once brought into this courtyard, If he could safely walk out again, then everything would return to normal. But if he couldn't, well, that would be a clear break with Medicine Valley. What I say goes. Vice Sect Leader Zhou, needn't worry. I'm here today to discuss a business deal with you. What kind of business? Do you want to destroy Tamed Sect? Zhou Fuchang was utterly shocked. What was this guy talking about? Old Seven Lu was still behind him, wasn't he? Elder Lu, I recall you're from the Tamed Sect. Are you planning to help outsiders destroy your own sect? At this moment, Lao Gui chuckled slightly. Vice Sect Leader Zhou speaks wrongly. I have always been Master's man. After personally hearing Lu Laowu admit this, Zhou Fuchang felt shock, but also a slight reassurance in his heart. However, he quickly thought of another person. What about Lu Lar? Even though Lu Laowu himself was an elder, he didn't actually have much ability. He held about the same standing in Medicine Valley as any ordinary disciple. But Lu Lar was a different story entirely. That was a true expert at the late stage of the reincarnation meridian. He doesn't have the good fortune I do in serving Master. After hearing this, Zhou Fuchang gave Chun Yin a long, deep look. Chun Yin was far too young, yet his power and cultivation level completely surpassed Zhou's. Just tell me your conditions. What exactly do you want me to do? Chun Yin knew that once Zhou had spoken thus, the cooperation was basically settled. Zhou Fuchang had absolutely no room for refusal. Chapter 243, the setup is complete. What you need to do is simple, draw their hatred. Chun Yin handed over all the treasures he had just acquired to Zhou Fuchang. He directly stated that all of these items were taken from the Tamed Sect. Once Zhou Fuchang accepted them, it meant he was already involved in this matter. It also guaranteed that the hatred of the Tamed Sect would be drawn toward him. Chun Yin knew that everything needed to be accelerated, the process hastened. If the Medicine Valley chose to get involved personally, the Tamed Sect would surely follow closely behind. Zhou Fuchang looked at the growing mound of treasures before him, eyes widening in awe. Chun Yin had already sorted through the treasures on the way here. While these items were useful and considered rare artifacts, they were nothing particularly special to him. The uniquely powerful treasures were all stored inside the Mountain Sea chart. So, have you made up your mind yet? If you agree, you can take all of these directly. But there's one thing you must understand. This deal is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will die. Chun Yin released an oppressive force that made it nearly impossible to resist, a pressure that pierced the heavens, almost crushing Zhou Fuchang to the ground. I understand. I will act according to our agreement. Zhou Fuchang had always been careful. These people had actually dared to rob the Tamed Sect's territory and walked away with so much loot. Clearly, they possessed hidden strength. He was merely a minor elder at the Tianzuan realm. Only a fool would dare to cross such powerful figures. Wasn't it better to simply watch from the sidelines, quietly reap the benefits? Besides, he already had a grudge with the Tamed Sect. Zhou Fuchang knew most of that enmity stemmed from Lu Laowu, but that was something he dared not speak or even think about. Good. After leaving the items behind, Chun Yin departed. He understood exactly what Zhou Fuchang would do. After Chun Yin left, as soon as Zhou Fuchang stepped out of the courtyard, he was surrounded by several elders. What did he want from you? Who were those people? What kind of transaction did you make? They fired questions at him rapidly, one after another. Suddenly, Zhou Fuchang recalled something and straightened his posture. Who didn't know how to borrow someone else's power to threaten others? It was one of the great masters. He asked me to help him with a matter. As for his origins, they are not simple. I can't really speak openly about it. As he spoke, Zhou Fuchang casually let the treasures he had just received spill onto the ground, showing off shamelessly, as if he had unlimited wealth. These are all rewards from that great master. Zhou Fuchang gave a scornful smile. Reward from that great master? As long as you work well, more rewards will come. With the Medicine Valley having internal assistance, everything was essentially ready. Chun Yin quickly returned to Beijing. At the informant bureau, he released many bizarre false rumors, trivial on the surface, yet clearly suspicious once examined closely. Within 2 days, the Tamed Sect would surely discover their stolen treasury, and on the other side, the Medicine Valley would also distribute the stolen treasures, exactly as Chun Yin had instructed Zhou Fuchang. All we need to do now is wait for good news in 2 days. Chun Yin remained at the Qinhuang Treasure Pavilion with Kong Shang, giving him many instructions before sending him off to the Beast Tamed Sect before the chaos would erupt again. Chun Yin didn't return to the sect himself. He merely stood far away and glanced at it, then waved toward a distant forest. He saw a familiar person, a man who had lost his eyes. The Slayer Taoist had been sent by Chun Yin to protect the Beast Tamed Sect. Since Chun Yin had decided to stir up massive chaos, naturally, he had to protect his sect. 2 days passed in an instant. Lao Gui, after undergoing facial transformation by Chun Yin, now showed no traces of Lu Laowu. Lu Laowu was acting like a madman inside the Tamed Sect's base in Beijing. The intelligence he had obtained stated clearly, his last remaining brother, Lu Laowu, had already been killed by the Medicine Valley. Moreover, the treasure storehouse in the White Mist Mountains had been looted by them. Both facts enraged him. On one hand, he had always shared deep bonds with his brothers, and now Lu Laowu had disappeared so suddenly and mysteriously. On the other hand, the storehouse had contained certain treasures he himself longed to obtain. Now, everything was gone, stolen, leaving him without a chance. Lu Laowu directly stormed into the Medicine Valley's outpost. Qianshi and Qianshan were still preoccupied with the matter of the Tianlang beast. The report regarding the Tianlang had already been submitted to the sect headquarters, but the two had only recently, in a sudden urge to climb the ranks within the sect, decided to capture it on their own initiative. In the courtyard, they witnessed a shocking sight. The so-called Tianlang before them was nothing but a puppet. But now everyone knew the Tianlang was in their hands. Whether they produced it or not, no one would believe them. Just when the two of them were feeling troubled, Lu Lauer actually showed up to cause trouble. How could they possibly hold back at a time like this? The two of them had always believed that all of this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Beast Tamed Sect. It was all meant to shift suspicion onto them, while the real Tianlang remained in someone else's hands. You've already forced us to take the blame. Now you're still provoking us further, trying to wipe us out completely. Are you even human? At this time, Xuan released a great deal of information, and in an instant, Beijing was flooded with experts from all over. Su Riyun suddenly felt a little worried. With so many powerful people gathering here, do you think something bad might happen? Her concerns were not unfounded. A Tianzuanjing expert could easily destroy this entire city. What's more, the people arriving now were all ancient immortals at the Wheel Mirror realm. If they really began fighting, it wouldn't be surprising if Beijing was utterly obliterated in an instant. Xuan did not directly answer. He merely gave her a reassuring look. The information broker Baudetin immediately released a message announcing that in 3 days' time, a final decision would be made regarding who truly possessed the Tianlang beast. He also released new intelligence, stating that all the Tianlang-related information people currently possessed or had seen was actually fake. Someone had deliberately leaked false details. Soon, people rushed to find Baudetin, only to discover his base had already been completely evacuated. Baudetin had long since expanded his intelligence network into a massive operation. Hiding himself somewhere was far too easy. Besides, his intelligence organization had grown like a spiderweb, difficult to completely sweep away or trace back. During these 3 days, the Qian brothers and Lu Lauer remained relatively restrained. But once the 3 days were up, the outskirts of the city became densely packed with people. In the center of the open wilderness, 2 lines formed. On one side stood Lu Lauer, and on the other, the Qian brothers. Hurry up and hand over Tianlang. Otherwise, with so many experts gathered here today, there's no way you can escape. Qianshi spoke first. Lu Lauer burst into laughter upon hearing this. Everyone in the world knows that Tianlang has already been secretly traded away by you. It's now in your hands. You actually claim it's in my possession. Don't you find that ridiculous? In truth, although everyone seemed to believe his words, the encirclement and positions from which each expert attacked remained unchanged. There was an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. Without seeing the item, everything said was nothing but empty talk. Regardless of what was said verbally, neither of the 2 men would be allowed to escape today. Both Lu Lauer and the Qian brothers understood this. Each believed the item was in the other's possession and that eliminating the other was the only way to obtain it. Suddenly, Lu Lauer launched an attack. His strike was a deadly one. Xuan nearly got wiped out by the sudden assault, but he barely managed to activate his treasure and enhance his cultivation to neutralize the attack. So the Beast Tamed Sect is nothing more than a sect of backstabbers. Meanwhile, during the chaos, the Beast Tamed Sect had already discovered the theft at Baiwu Mountain. After the Grand Elder received this news, he immediately gathered people and set off. This wasn't only about saving face for the Beast Tamed Sect, but also about protecting significant practical interests. If a precious treasure were simply allowed to disappear into the unknown, the Beast Tamed Sect would suffer a massive loss. Just as they had set off, they received new intelligence. The item seemed to be in the hands of Yaogu's sect. No matter how it got there, Yaogu must be deeply involved. When they further learned about Lu Lauer's situation, the Grand Elder immediately decided to lead his group there. As for Yaogu, Zhou Fuchong had portrayed Xuan as an unimaginably powerful figure with backing from a major force. Combined all this information together, Xuan's arrangements at Yaogu became crystal clear. What should we do now? Xuan was at the city lord's mansion while Dog Uncle and others stood beside him, asking what he would do next. You tell me, how big an event must the Beast Tamed Sect provoke before all others rise up against it? Everyone hesitated slightly upon hearing this question. Clearly, Xuan was planning to stir up trouble. Approximately an hour later, an intelligence report landed in his hands. After reading the records in the report, Xuan smiled faintly. All you need to do is protect Bay City well. With the use of many rare treasures and herbs, Lao Gui's strength had recovered significantly in this period. The restoration of his soul-devouring ability merely required consuming the cultivation energy of others or devouring powerful treasures to strengthen his own being through their energies. And for these massive energy demands, Xuan had solutions. Don't worry. Leaving behind only these 3 words, Lao Gui could now be considered a powerful warrior. Having reached the Kui realm, although far below his peak, he was more than capable of subduing those present in Bay City who were still locked in chaotic battle at the Wheel realm. He even hoped the opponents would cause more commotion. If everyone joined the fight, he would have a proper reason to devour their cultivation energy again, possibly regaining even more of his former strength. The intelligence in Xuan's possession simply listed the various experts gathering nearby, one by one detailing which sect each belonged to. Today, he would take the name of the Beast Tamed Sect and launch a raid. Arriving at the first sect base. Who are you? Xuan stood high above, wearing a mask that emitted a faint golden glow, obscuring his features and figure. All people could sense was the presence of someone there. The one who takes your life. After saying this, he pulled out the Zhutian sword and slashed immediately, instantly killing the disciples guarding the entrance. Flying into the sect's mountain gate, Xuan originally expected a tough battle, perhaps not a difficult one, but at least a major inconvenience. However, to his great surprise, things went even smoother than he had anticipated. With his mere half-wheel realm cultivation alone, he completely overran the entire sect. Most powerful cultivators, like those in the Kui realm, were currently all inside secret realms. The old experts at the Wheel realm had also gone to base city one by one. At this moment, within nearby sects and mountain strongholds, the Wheel realm was the highest cultivation level seen, and eliminating those at the early stages of the Wheel realm posed little difficulty to him, who stood at the half-wheel realm. The two side strengths simply weren't on the same level. Boom. Chun Yin had no mercy. If they were enemies, they must be thoroughly eliminated. However, he wasn't aiming for complete annihilation of each sect yet, only wiping out those cultivators who possessed treasures or had power above the Tianzun level. Following the same pattern, he struck the other targets one by one. News spread quickly. Since all this was arranged beforehand by Chun Yin, there was no need for surviving disciples to escape and report on their own. The news spread so rapidly and intensely that it soon reached even those old figures still at the gates of Bay City. They had come out searching for a base of support, never expecting their own mountain stronghold had already been raided. Worse still, judging from the situation, the attackers seemed to have even left behind a name. Chun Yin had no idea who this Grand Elder of Xiantian Sect was or what deeds he might have accomplished, but he clearly understood one thing. As long as the Xiantian Sect's name was claimed in this situation, whether true or false, the people would believe it, because they needed someone to take the blame. Even if the accusation was false, as long as no evidence disproved it, they would force it to stick. These sects had many experts at the Kui realm and Zhao Hua realm inside secret realms. Once these experts emerged, they would certainly demand accountability, and Xiantian Sect became the perfect excuse they desperately needed. Right at that moment, the Grand Elder of Xiantian Sect suddenly arrived, accompanied by a large group of disciples and attendants, practically emptying the sect's entire force. This display only further convinced everyone that the Xiantian Sect had indeed taken action. Whether true or not, the seed of doubt had already been planted in their minds. Little brats from Yagu Sect, how dare you steal the treasure of our Xiantian Sect? Hand everything over today. Qian Shan and Qian Shi knew nothing about the so-called treasure of Xiantian Sect, and were instantly enraged. Meanwhile, the surrounding factions exchanged glances before moving behind Yagu Sect, positioning themselves on the seemingly weaker side. One by one, they started condemning the Grand Elder of Xiantian Sect, accusing him of raiding their sect. The Grand Elder was furious enough to turn green in the face. He hadn't done anything yet was forced to admit to something he hadn't committed. What despicable shamelessness! What despicable shamelessness! All of you, die for me. The Grand Elder's strength surpassed even that of Lu Lauer. Suddenly, his long blade drew out a 10,000 zhong blade light, shimmering with golden radiance. It descended from the sky, directly cleaving a massive trench into the outskirts. Chapter 245, The Descent of the Star Pearl. In this process, countless experts had perished, yet it still couldn't change the current situation. Although Xiantian Sect seemed to have the advantage in numbers, there were still many among them whose strength was insufficient. Their opponents, however, were uniformly sovereign-level reincarnators. The strength of both sides was simply not on the same level. The Supreme Elder was beginning to feel some bitterness. He had originally thought this expedition would be an easy victory, so he brought most of the sect's forces with him. What remained back at the sect were mostly people he looked down upon or those maintaining daily operations, essentially no experts of significant strength, none stronger than the reincarnation realm. Wanting to seek external help, but unable to spare any personnel now, the situation had temporarily grown stagnant. The main reason everyone hadn't yet attacked despite their great advantage was simply because each side harbored their own secret intentions. Everyone could see the Supreme Elder's strength with their own eyes. Few had been able to withstand that last slash. Those who couldn't even dodge were already half dead. Among the survivors, no one was eager to go forward and fight the Supreme Elder head-on. Everyone had come here looking to gain benefits. Why should I be the one risking my life, while you others reap the rewards behind me? Chun Yin had already taken a quick round outside, collecting all the spiritual treasures under protection, now wealthy beyond measure, and even found time to transfer some items into a storage ring he handed to Qin Mingxue as he passed by. The two had barely managed a brief meeting, exchanging little conversation, before he hurried to this battlefield. Seeing everyone just standing still in place, and noticing the gashes on the ground and the red mist of blood floating in the air, he immediately understood what had occurred. These despicable cowards from the Xiantian Sect deserve to be killed by all. I'll go first, don't anyone interfere. Chun Yin pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble. He had 2 pills on him. These were given by the check-in system during his daily sign-ins, but he wasn't entirely sure whether their effects could be used simultaneously. One of the pills was called the Huadao pill, which could temporarily elevate his strength to that of a fully complete major cultivation stage, but its duration lasted only 3 hours. After those 3 hours, not only would he suffer an unimaginable period of weakness, but his body would also continuously take damage. Without sustained healing methods, he would become useless, or worse, even die. After all, anyone wanting to possess great power must first possess a strong physical body. For cultivators, if one's cultivation advancement and power surpassed the physical limits of the body, one could easily fall into irreversible ruin, even explode their body. The reason each time Chun Yin borrowed power from his myriad beast transformation had limitations was precisely because his physical body could not withstand more. Although the Huadao pill had such miraculous effects, it merely temporarily increased his body's tolerance for power cultivation. Since the enhancement was temporary, the cost was equally inevitable. As for the other pill, its effects were extremely potent. It could eliminate continuous damage and side effects, even keeping someone severely injured alive with a lingering breath. 可以说，这两个弹药在手上和脑上这方面的操作，就让有惊人之神速。Xuan Nian didn't even hesitate. He swallowed the huadao pill and immediately felt a mighty surge of power awakening within him. He soared into the sky, looking like an invincible expert, and flew straight toward the supreme elder above. Because Xuan Nian was masked and had suddenly appeared, and since he himself didn't belong to the same generation of experts as these people, no one could recognize him. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Xuan Nian suddenly drew a long sword from his robes. This time, he dared not use the Zhutian sword. After all, a weapon wasn't something that could be swapped out casually, especially not such a precious treasure. If he used his signature weapon, it would make it far too easy for others to connect him to his future identity. Luckily, though the treasures he obtained from signing in were limited in other aspects, he certainly had no shortage of weapons. With his cultivation and divine abilities, he didn't require much help from external techniques or martial arts methods. Boom. Their battle began with grand, sweeping surges of spiritual energy, gradually shifting into delicate, close-range combat. Their fight could truly be described as turning the heavens and darkening the earth. Many nearby cultivators suffered from their uncontrolled attacks. Neither showed any restraint while fighting, and even stray strikes or missed techniques were enough to kill anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their direction. At this point, if anyone still couldn't tell these two were intentionally clearing out the battlefield, they'd truly be fools. Xuan Nian pretended to cooperate with his opponent, appearing to target the surrounding cultivators, but in truth, he had long ago set his sights on the Tamed Sect's masters and disciples who had come along. Each and every one of them was the future and hope of the Tamed Sect. If they all perished here, it would surely cause immense grief. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Xuan Nian's mouth, and suddenly, he launched an empty strike. Explode. Boom. The attack erupted midair, its tremendous destructive force wiping out everyone in its path. Most of those brought by the Tamed Sect were at the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. These were the backbone of the sect. A few reincarnation realm experts among them who were within the attack range were also caught off guard and suffered serious injuries. Only the Supreme Elder and Old Lu No. 2 remained unscathed. What are you doing? Is there anything wrong with eliminating my enemies? As Xuan Nian spoke these words, he suddenly realized his own strength had increased even further. During the battle earlier, he had been attempting to enhance himself using his devouring power, and now, that force had grown even stronger. Sensing the immense spiritual energy within his body and preparing to deliver a decisive blow to end the battle, a sudden thunderclap rang out from the sky above. The Shanheitu inside Xuan Nian erupted in brilliant light, harmonizing with the thunder in the heavens. Beams of starlight rained down from above. What exactly is happening? What's going on? Though the surrounding experts had already retreated several miles away, they now all rushed back in. Such a miraculous phenomenon before them could mean only one of two things. Either a precious treasure was about to emerge, or some unusual event was unfolding that could bring chaos. In either case, there would be an opportunity to seize. Quick, look at the lightning in the sky. There seems to be something inside it. One sharp-eyed person noticed bead-like objects shining with a faint purple glow within the lightning. An elder with long, flowing beard recognized what it was. These beads are the legendary star pearls, imbued with intense stellar energy. They're said to possess miraculous power capable of changing one's fate, and have long been thought extinct. How could they appear here? Chapter 246. Half step into the bitter calamity realm. No one paid much attention to what the old man said afterward. All they saw before them was an unparalleled opportunity. If they could seize it in their hands, they might have a chance to defy fate and reshape destiny. The path of a cultivator defying fate was none other than to struggle against heaven and earth and become a supreme powerhouse. Ha! This opportunity is undoubtedly meant for me. No one else should dare try to compete with me. Since when is it yours? It's clearly destined for me. Among all present, only my talent is the greatest. Moreover, I once obtained ancient. A bunch of fools, still arguing amongst yourselves. Many people didn't even get involved in these quarrels. Instead, they rushed straight forward, hoping to snatch the opportunity for themselves. The old man made no move at all. He silently spoke a few words, but soon realized no one was paying attention. Thus, he no longer bothered to speak anymore. Those last words were, "Whenever the star pearl descends, chaos will surely arise once again. The conflicts will never cease until the destined individual rises to restore peace." The old man's eyes stared at Xuan Nian, who was currently enduring the pressure of both the thunder and the star pearl. He tried hard to find something significant about the youth, but couldn't discover any peculiarity no matter how hard he looked. Even before, when Xuan displayed unexpectedly powerful combat ability at such a young age, he couldn't sense his cultivation level at all, which was indeed strange. These things are increasing the energy within my body. It seems to carry a certain... Wait, how could that be possible? Xuan Nian had always been trying to fill the endless stars in the Shanhai Tuesday. He had tried countless ways and cultivated diligently every night, but only reaped minimal benefits and managed to ignite a few stars. It seemed like he had achieved much, yet considering how countless stars filled the vast sky, what he had lit was almost negligible, just a tiny bit of brightness. But today, these sudden surges of star energy were directly absorbed by the stars in his Shanhai Tuesday image after image unfolded before his eyes. Most importantly, Xuan Nian clearly saw the stars within the Shanhai 2 begin to move. It was as if the infinite stars in the sky were finally beginning to demonstrate the transformation of land and sea, vanishing in an instant and spinning through the cosmos. Within his Xuan too, the two divine beasts simultaneously unleashed a powerful bloodline aura. The golden holy dragon had been stuck at the late stage of the creation realm for a long time, unable to break through no matter what rare treasures Qilin had given it. Though its strength improved gradually, it hadn't reached a new level. Yet today, an opportunity finally arose. With a terrifying aura, it directly broke through the barrier and reached the soul-seizing realm. The golden holy dragon's advancement instantly caused Qilin's aura to rise continuously. The force growing within him was incredibly powerful, so intense that he couldn't suppress the surging energy in his body. Gaining strength was also a painful process. Boundless energy waged battle within him. Qilin had no choice but to end his 10,000 beast transformation at this moment. Still, his aura kept increasing. Previously at the Bigu Jing, he far surpassed that now. His aura surpassed the sky's sovereign realm, gradually entering the threshold of the reincarnation realm and continuing to rise endlessly. What kind of miraculous object is this? Due to the violent thunder above, no one dared to make a move. Yet no one expected Qilin below to grow significantly stronger in such a short period. They all thought it was an incredible opportunity. One person tried reaching out toward the glowing star pearl amidst the thunder, but in an instant, he turned to ashes, his body torn apart by the overwhelming power. Another arrogant one summoned an ultimate great ability, an immense beast from the void, hoping to retrieve those pearls from within the thunderstorm. However, a lightning bolt struck him directly from the sky, reducing him to dust without a trace. At this, the others were too frightened to move further. Each of them possessed formidable cultivation power among their ranks. Yet they were mercilessly eliminated by these attacks. The heavenly thunder above was simply their mortal enemy as cultivators. They couldn't possibly provoke it recklessly at this moment and chose instead to wait and see what would happen. Qilin appeared to be the only person on site capable of strengthening himself through this force. His strength came from the Xuan too, which functioned as his core. For these other cultivators, however, even if they gained some benefit, it required painstaking cultivation. None could experience such sudden and rapid growth like Qilin. Eventually, the heavenly thunder slowly began to disperse. Qilin's strength settled at the half-step into the bitter calamity realm. This was the realm he had truly reached, unrelated to any other power source. If he used his 10,000 beast transformation, no one could tell how powerful he might become. Feeling his newfound strength, Qilin was slightly excited. The current Supreme Elder and Lu Lauer before him seemed to have not realized the situation yet, and still dared to attack him with their weapons. Those seemingly almighty divine abilities now appeared no more than childish games in Qilin's eyes. Terrifying auras surged from within his body, and now that devouring force had finally become something he could fully control. What? Lu Lauer and the Supreme Elder were shocked to discover their attacks vanished like stones sinking into the sea, without stirring the slightest ripple. This level of strength simply isn't impressive enough. With a strange smile on his face, Qilin casually waved toward the side. All the remaining disciples and experts from Beast Tamed Sect who hadn't been eliminated were instantly devoured. At this point, if anyone still couldn't tell he was using the devouring power, then they were truly blind. The devouring power was not only Wu Di at the same level, but also a formidable force capable of defeating opponents beyond one's cultivation rank. This one act by Qilin sent a shocking wave through everyone present. Many cultivators standing farther away realized he hadn't noticed them yet, and had already prepared themselves to flee. Are you kidding? This was a true expert. Was anyone crazy enough to stay behind and look for death? Qilin didn't bother with those attempting to escape. His goal had always been solely the Beast Tamed Sect. After the battle, everyone fled as if mad. What they had witnessed today was simply too strange. The star pearl, long thought extinct, actually appeared here and was absorbed into the body of a young man. That young man's strength surged all the way to the half-step into the bitter calamity realm. This single piece of news alone was more than enough to attract the attention of many ancient experts who had long withdrawn from the world. They had been stuck at the bitter calamity realm for far too long. If they could obtain Qilin's secret, they might finally have the chance to step into the creation realm. As for the experts already in the creation realm, perhaps some would also take interest in him, but with his current strength, he still hadn't reached the level to merit their direct involvement. Without stopping even for a moment after the battle ended, Qilin knew he still had many tasks ahead. He always felt that since that thunder had fallen, many things had changed. He still needed to go and confirm what had happened. Chapter 247, Inside the Secret Realm. Lu Lauer from Beast Tamed Sect and all the mid-level forces brought out from Beast Tamed Sect had all been slaughtered completely. It could be said that if the experts from Beast Tamed Sect inside the secret realm did not emerge, the sect would be completely erased. After leaving the scene, Qilin immediately returned to the Beast Taming Sect. A sense of urgency had always been lingering in his heart, as if something dangerous was chasing closely behind him. When he finally arrived at the Beast Taming Sect, he hadn't even had time to exchange a few words with anyone he knew. Boom. Another deafening thunderclap rang out. An array of purple light illuminated the entire back mountain of the Beast Taming Sect. The entrance to the secret realm was located right on this back mountain, and amidst the thunderbolts, the gateway was gradually opening. No, rather than saying it was opening, it was more accurate to say the thunderbolts were using their power to split the entrance open, with everything inside beginning to leak out. Such as the denser spiritual energy inside the secret realm, it was already starting to spill outward. Although the secret realm was filled with countless opportunities, not everyone had the great fortune to obtain them. The majority of people could only cautiously search in safer areas for things beneficial to their cultivation, and most of these individuals weren't very powerful. Following these people, the elite members of the major sects also started paying attention to this crack created by the purple lightning. Strange, wasn't it said that we must wait until the designated time to leave through this entrance? Why has it opened a breach earlier than expected? Who exactly did this? A disciple from one of the great sects that had come from Zhongzhou stared curiously at the gap. He clearly knew that he had already gathered most of the benefits available here. The rest of the hidden locations still being fiercely contested were basically beyond his reach, places even the elders and experts from their sect couldn't pass through. With only his Heaven Sovereign realm cultivation, there was absolutely no way he could accomplish anything. Although a Heaven Sovereign might be among the lower ranks inside here, once they left, they could be considered quite powerful in the barren outside world. Rather than continuing to struggle in cultivation here, it might be better to leave and find some enjoyment. With this thought in mind, he immediately flew toward the breach. Many people weren't approaching it now because they believed the opening merely allowed sight of the outside world and wasn't actually passable. But soon, a shocking sight occurred. This crack was actually real. They watched as this person shot directly out through the gap. Outside, someone had been waiting for quite some time. As the lightning bolt fell, Xuan had already been standing nearby, waiting to see what exactly would happen. Just then, a person flew out from within. The power of his devouring ability instantly eradicated the person's limbs, and he grabbed the figure and flew to a nearby hill. Then, Xuan threw the man onto the ground, eyeing him coldly. Tell me your identity and the current situation inside the secret realm. Leave out no details. The disciple was still in excruciating pain and hadn't even begun to comprehend what had just happened. He had barely returned to the outside world when he was attacked, and before he could even figure out where he was already taken to a secluded hill. He was sure he had never seen the person before, but his opponent's power was far beyond his own. So young, yet so strong. Could he be a saint prodigy nurtured by one of the sects in Zhongzhou? He didn't believe that such a powerful young expert could emerge from this desolate, barren land unless it was tied closely to the holy grounds of Zhongzhou. He believed they were both from the same place, so why use such ruthless methods? I'm also a disciple from Zhongzhou Holy Land. Sir, isn't this behavior of yours a bit too rude? When Xuan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. What did this also mean? Did he have any connection with this man? You're not answering my question. Xuan immediately slapped him across the face. A sharp crack echoed as several teeth flew out. After that, he never stopped pressing the man to reveal his identity, but every time the man evaded the question, another slap followed. By the end, the disciple's mouth was nearly toothless, a pitiful sight indeed. However, Xuan eventually did figure out the exact situation within the secret realm and how far things had already progressed. Everyone was scrambling for the final remnants of the previous era. At this critical moment, if he could appear decisively and forcefully suppress them, then all the experts who had entered the secret realm would be trapped like fish in a barrel. His current strength wasn't sufficient, but inside the secret realm, power was never lacking. The most critical part was that he had a premonition. If he entered this space, the purple lightning above would, just like the previous time when it had given him the star bead, disappear as if its mission had been completed. Although it was only a guess on his part, this assumption was not without reason. Xuan, Qi Mingxue, and the elders of the Beast Tamed Sect first bid their farewells before entering the secret realm. Just as he had expected, the opening they previously created was slowly closing, and some people watching from the surroundings had already noticed Xuan. They found it extremely strange that someone had entered through the gap from the outside world. During this period, several people had exited through this opening, but no one had ever seen someone come in. Of course, those who had gone out had already received Xuan's warm hospitality and were now dead beyond resurrection. Xuan stayed to guard the opening until it finally sealed completely and disappeared before he planned to leave. However, many people who had received word of this were already rushing toward him. Kid, what exactly happened outside? What's with that purple lightning? Did you get some kind of treasure? That's why you came in here to try your luck. Outwardly, no matter what Xuan did, his cultivation base wasn't a match for any of them. But in reality, each and every one of them was just food to him. Without hesitation, he slaughtered all the people present, absorbed the powerful energy within their bodies, and finally broke through into the Qilin cultivation realm from the semi-advanced stage. But this wasn't enough. Xuan continued traveling through one secret realm after another, and even encountered the mysterious voice that had once helped him when he first entered the secret realm. He obtained many benefits, and his power surged again. Most of the rewards available in these trials had already been thoroughly mapped out by the stronger cultivators. So while devouring them, Xuan made sure to preserve their memories for his own reference. Chapter 248, I'm back. Xuan had finally completed all the hidden trials, elevating his strength to the peak he could achieve here. Late Jing. With this level of power, he could rightfully stand among the top experts and rival the established elders. But for Xuan, it was still not enough. What he truly aspired was to reach the Jing. If he could ascend to that level, only then would he feel truly secure. If men block the way, kill them. If gods block the way, slay the gods. However, clearly, he did not have the time or opportunity to reach that stage. His aura continuously surged. Standing before Xuan were countless experts and masters. These were the same senior cultivators from various sects who had entered the secret realm more than 2 months ago. Are you the demonic cultivator who has recently appeared, devouring others' cultivation? One of them stepped forward, publicly accusing Xuan. However, Chen Yin did not take the words of a dead man to heart. Besides, he stood alone here. Even if the others spoke more or acted more, they couldn't disrupt his cultivation of the Tao. Words are useless. Today you all must die. With these words, Chen Yin flew high into the sky. His devouring power silently eliminated the weaker ones entirely. Those who possessed greater strength started to struggle under the force. Devouring energy was unlike other powers. Other abilities could be countered through various opposing methods. But with devouring, it was sheer intensity of energy that was needed, something not everyone possessed. As soon as a single individual resisted successfully, Chen Yin immediately moved on to the next. Hundreds of experts remained in the end, but less than 100 survived. Some weren't completely devoured, merely requiring more time, so Chen Yin put them on a lower priority list. After absorbing hundreds of cultivators, some even of the Linghui and Kuo-Jing levels, Chen Yin's internal energy reached an incredible density. He was no longer simply at the late Tuo-Jing stage. He had already taken half a step into the realm of Dao-Jing. Not good. This guy is trying to break through. If we don't suppress him now, the entire world will fall into his evil grasp. Chen Yin was no devil. It was simply a name the righteous sects used to vilify and justify their eradication of him. All the cultivators nodded. They had sensed a life-threatening danger to themselves. Such a person absolutely could not be left alive in this world. Everyone pulled out their most treasured techniques. However, most attacks were either devoured or neutralized, while a few unique techniques were blocked entirely by his Holy Spirit Black Tortoise. He even has a defensive artifact. Someone shouted as soon as they noticed this. Don't panic, it's just one artifact. We can destroy it effortlessly. The most powerful people on the scene were all experts at the Dao-Jing. Some of them had even reached the middle or late stages of this realm. Inside this secret realm, they had obtained great benefits. Even those who hadn't benefited directly could still return and support their sects, offering assistance to disciples or allies. Chen Yin wore a very strange smile on his face. In his hand appeared a long sword. It was the first time since entering this world that he had drawn a weapon. As he passed the trials inside, he had already realized that Lingxi sword techniques weren't suitable as his main offensive methods. He needed a far more powerful sword art. Among his resources, there were rewards he collected from the sign-in system and also countless other storage rings belonging to the fallen cultivators, which were filled with bountiful treasures. From one of those rings, he found many forbidden techniques and secret sword arts from the greatest sword cultivators in the world. Clearly the previous owner had significant secrets. Unfortunately, even the greatest secret couldn't stop his advance. Chen Yin practiced and studied this sword manual as he traveled, rapidly mastering its techniques thanks to his extraordinary talent. His solo combat strength had improved far beyond his previous self, but the people here didn't realize it at all. An elder Donglok descended from the sky, channeling his entire life force into one final palm strike. Chen Yin simply flicked his finger on the sword blade. Innumerable sword lights erupted, intelligent as if sentient, weaving a vast net in the sky. When the old man, who had intended to ambush, flew through this net, his life force was instantly severed, and he collapsed into a pile of broken pieces. Anyone else wish to try? I welcome all comers. A devilish smile curled Chen Yin's lips. That very day, beneath the shadow of this smile, many elders, disciples, and even sect leaders fell beneath his sword. Even the elders of the sword sect could not avoid such a fate. The only ones who survived were those people Chen Yin had met before entering the secret realm. It is said that virtue brings virtue, and evil brings evil. Since these people had helped him back then, showing even a fleeting kindness, Chen Yin repaid their goodwill with generous rewards, a true case of good deeds bringing good returns. All within this secret realm had now been utterly slaughtered. When he returned to the place where he had originally entered, for reasons unknown, thunder roared once again, quickly opening a passage to the outside world. Upon exiting, he found many people gathered here like they were facing an enemy force. When they saw Chen Yin had emerged unharmed from within, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chen Yin arrived at the Beast Tamed Sect and began openly declaring its might. He described the sect's vast treasures and abundant cultivation opportunities, enough to entice anyone's desires. Yet he never spoke of his own strength. Once these people became greedy and launched invasions, none who came ever left alive. In the blink of an eye, the Beast Tamed Sect transformed from an obscure sect into a terrifying, blood-drenched land of terror. The sect's reputation had now completely risen to prominence, yet what it truly lacked was the cultivation level of its disciples. Chen Yin himself stepped into the shadows, assuming the role of an ancient master, directly beginning to guide the sect's disciples in their cultivation. Finally, 30 years later, another divine lightning bolt descended. However, the Beast Tamed Sect had undergone tremendous change. For the sects previously destroyed, Qi Ningxue had already dispatched people to occupy their lands and assimilated their talented disciples. Now, the Beast Tamed Sect had become the sacred cultivation sanctuary of this world, and atop its highest peak resided the legendary immortal who had forged all this. Chen Yin sensed the destructive aura within this lightning, but strangely, it seemed not directed at himself. Go. That place is where you truly belong. Suddenly, he heard a voice speaking in his ear, an incarnated form of heaven itself, manifesting as a child. The lightning struck forward, creating a passage. Is this a gateway to another world? The heaven gave no answer. The passage ahead gradually approached and began absorbing him, vanishing quickly from this place. Through the portal, Chen Yin could never have imagined he would suddenly appear in the blue star, standing before a world of neon lights and bustling life. He momentarily lost himself in disbelief. I'm back. The end.